Chapter 1. The things you owe me, you'll never repay. Bang, bang. The ancient clock hanging on the wall chimed at 12 o'clock midnight. Jiang Fei sat in the dark dining room, her vacant eyes staring at the food in front of her that she had reheated again and again. She reached out with a stiff arm to feel the remaining warmth of the meal. Realizing there was no more heat, she mechanically picked up the food and headed toward the kitchen. Just as she stood up, the sound of opening the door came from the entrance. Jiang Fei abruptly stopped in her tracks and turned her gaze towards the doorway. Before seeing anyone, a breathy female voice came drifting from afar. "Yunting, be gentle. We're still at the door." Upon hearing the woman's voice, Jiang Fei's heart sank suddenly, and due to her lack of strength, the plate slipped quietly from her hand, shattering on the ground. The crisp noise caused the two who were in an embrace to abruptly halt their actions and look towards Jiang Fei. The woman seemed to have seen something terrifying and quickly flung herself into Fu Yunting's arms out of fright. Fu Yunting, however, turned on the light, and the blinding rays illuminated Jiang Fei, who was trembling uncontrollably and appeared disheveled. Seeing Jiang Fei's haggard face, Fu Yunting's handsome features instantly darkened. He pushed away the clingy woman beside him and slowly straightened his attire. His raspy voice revealed his displeasure as he questioned coldly, "Can't you sleep like a normal person at this late hour?" His calmness and indifferent tone made it seem like he didn't care about being caught red-handed by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei glanced at the frightened woman clinging next to him. She looked pretty and young, especially her bright eyes, which almost resembled those of the previous woman Fu Yunting brought home. Jiang Fei redirected her gaze and focused on the food scattered all over her feet, making her chest tighten so severely that she could barely breathe. She clenched her fists and forced herself to speak with a trembling voice. "Fu Yunting, let go. Get upstairs." Before Jiang Fei could finish her sentence, Fu Yunting cut her off with his icy voice. "Not again." Jiang Fei felt close to collapse. Every time she mentioned divorce, Fu Yunting would always interrupt her. 3 years. Over these years, she had witnessed the women surrounding Fu Yunting constantly changing. Though enduring silently, she did not even possess the right to utter a single word regarding divorce. Jiang Fei took a deep breath, turned around, and quickly walked upstairs, bypassing the messy aftermath. However, just moments after she stepped into the room, Fu Yunting appeared in the doorway. With tear-filled eyes, Jiang Fei watched as the man approached her in great strides. Without saying a word, he roughly grabbed her jaw and pushed her against the wall. Surrounded by the scent of the other woman's perfume, Jiang Fei barely had time to push him away before Fu Yunting forcefully tilted her head back and kissed her harshly. Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei resisted, attempting to turn her head and shove Fu Yunting away from her. But Fu Yunting tightly gripped Jiang Fei's wrist, forcefully turning her around and slamming her onto the vanity table. Jiang Fei endured the pain as her abdomen hit the edge of the vanity. Before she could straighten her posture, Fu Yunting's shadow loomed over her body. From behind, Fu Yunting viciously grasped Jiang Fei's jaw, forcing her to look up at her pitiful reflection in the mirror, as well as his cruel black eyes. "Haven't I told you before? You don't have the right to ask for a divorce." Jiang Fei wanted to retort, but her cheeks pinched with pain left her speechless. "Not learning your lesson?" In a violent motion, Fu Yunting tore open Jiang Fei's blouse, exposing her white flesh to the air. "Do you always have to challenge my boundaries before you can stop? Is that it?" Humiliation and anger overwhelmed Jiang Fei's mind. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and she struggled to raise her hand to cover herself, only to be captured and held down on the vanity by Fu Yunting once again. Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the tearful Jiang Fei in the mirror with distaste and speaking coldly. "Jiang Fei, I'm warning you for the last time. Don't try to end this marriage. The things you owe me, you'll never repay." Chapter 2. He's mine tonight. Faced with Fu Yunting's anger, Jiang Fei could only bite her lower lip tightly and let him vent his anger. At the same time, she also noticed that when Fu Yunting was with her, the woman he brought along had witnessed her being forcibly humiliated by Fu Yunting. When Fu Yunting finally pulled away from her body, Jiang Fei collapsed on the ground, her legs going weak. Fu Yunting acted as if nothing happened. He glanced at the troubled woman standing by the door and then walked into the bathroom. Jiang Fei, despite the discomfort below and the resentful gaze of that woman, silently picked up the clothes on the floor. But before she could fully pick them up, the woman by the door strode in and stepped hard on the clothes Jiang Fei had been trying to gather, which were already torn apart. Jiang Fei frowned deeply, casting an irked glance at the woman in front of her. The woman looked down at Jiang Fei. Even though her face was smeared with tears and sweat, it still exuded a kind of innocence and broken beauty. Especially those tear-filled eyes seemed to hold a magnetic charm that almost made it impossible for anyone to look away. The more outstanding Jiang Fei's appearance was, the stronger the woman's jealousy grew. "He's mine tonight." The woman lowered her voice angrily as she glared down at Jiang Fei. "You knew I came here, but you still went to provoke him, making him angry enough to leave me aside and come to you. Was it deliberate on your part?" Jiang Fei gripped the clothes in her hands tighter and tighter. She swallowed the pain deep inside her heart and slowly raised her head to look at the woman in front of her. With a hoarse voice, she replied, "What you want to think is none of my concern. Just kindly take your foot off. I'm leaving." "You can never leave." The woman bent over and grabbed Jiang Fei's face fiercely. "Don't think that just because you are Mrs. Fu, you will intimidate me. Let's not forget who exactly looked so cheap just now. Now I give you two options. Either you get divorced or you go out of this house today." Jiang Fei bitterly curled her lips. Everyone might call her Mrs. Fu, but does anyone really respect her? All the women Fu Yunting brings home always find a way to stomp on her, while taking advantage of Fu Yunting's fury. Their support comes from Fu Yunting himself, and he gave them the right to act arrogantly, leaving her as someone everyone could bully without consequence. Jiang Fei slapped the hand gripping her face away, and pushed the woman slightly. She picked up the cloth from the ground to cover herself, slowly standing upright, and staring defiantly at the fuming woman. You just saw earlier how I can't even say the word divorce. If you're smart enough to stay by his side, why don't you try thinking up ways to convince him to divorce me? After saying this, Jiang Fei took a step forward to leave. But the woman moved sideways, blocking her way again. As she prepared to open her mouth, Jiang Fei spoke first. You can continue yelling at me if you're not afraid of Fu Yunting hearing us. Mentioning Fu Yunting's name, the woman in front of her did become somewhat intimidated. Her eyes flickered toward the bathroom, where the sound of running water could be heard. After several attempts, she eventually couldn't bring herself to say anything. Jiang Fei didn't care what she thought, sidestepped, and directly walked out of the bedroom. Entering the bathroom, Jiang Fei turned on the shower head and let the icy water splash all over her body. The cold water slowly drew her memories back to the time when she decided to be with Fu Yunting. 3 years ago, at her father's funeral, her boyfriend betrayed her. It was Fu Yunting who pulled her out of the abyss and helped her brutally seek revenge on Xinchuan. Initially, Fu Yunting had taken good care of her. No matter what, he would always prioritize her feelings. And as she gradually became increasingly dependent on him, unable to extricate herself, Fu Yunting seemed like a different person, starting to bring other women home. She couldn't accept Fu Yunting's drastic change, and thus proposed a divorce. However, every time she mentioned these two words, Fu Yunting resorted to violence against her, demanding harsh concessions from her. She thought that perhaps it was due to her having a previous boyfriend, leading to Fu Yunting's displeasure. So, she learned to please him in any way she could. No matter how hard she tried, Fu Yunting's growing distaste towards her only increased, never decreasing. Her carelessness led her to no longer even qualify to talk about leaving. Jiang Fei's lips were tinged with bitterness as she dragged her heavy body out of the bathroom. Walking over to the bedside, just as she was about to lie down, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Chapter 3 Explanation. The phone call came from Jiang Shuling, Jiang Fei's mother. A call in the early hours of the morning surely meant something had happened. Jiang Fei anxiously pressed the answer button, and before she could speak, Jiang Shuling's cries sounded through the phone. Fei, come to the hospital quickly. Your younger brother has been bleeding profusely from the nose, and we can't stop it. Jiang Fei suddenly sat upright and turned towards the wardrobe swiftly. Mom, don't panic. Tell me the situation first. Through her sobs, Jiang Shuling stammered, Li. Fei, please just come here first, okay? As Jiang Fei stopped her hurried footsteps, the image of the man who lived with her mother flashed in her mind. In front of that man, her mother always spoke timidly and fearfully. I understand. Send me the hospital's location. I'll be there soon, Jiang Fei said, pulling on her clothes in a hurry as she ended the call. After getting dressed, Jiang Fei stepped out of the bedroom. The moment the door opened, Jiang Fei clearly heard the voice of the woman who appeared at Bei Yuan tonight. Yin Ting, I don't care what you just did. I only care if there's room for me in your heart. The coquettish tone made even Jiang Fei, as a woman, feel her bones go soft. She couldn't deny that the sound of this woman's voice was indeed very pleasant. Then, Fu Yinting's voice carried out from the slightly open door. Qingzhu, get off me first. Yinting. Listen, get off first. Fu Yinting patiently reminded her again. Fu Yinting's considerate attitude toward Chen Yu left Jiang Fei feeling like her throat was stuffed with cotton, choking her into near suffocation. Clutching her fists tightly, Jiang Fei lifted her leg and silently rushed away from the second floor. 15 minutes later, at the hospital. Following Jiang Shuling's message, Jiang Fei hurried to the emergency department hall. Upon entering, her steps slowed abruptly. Her eyes locked onto Jiang Shuling and her stepfather Zhang Muchai sitting on the chairs. As she guessed, Zhang Muchai was indeed there. He was her high school physics teacher, and at some point, he married her mother. Time flew by, almost 10 years. While Jiang Shuling was crying and pleading for Zhang Muchai to say something, he displayed an extremely impatient demeanor, ignoring Jiang Shuling completely. Not until Zhang Muchai caught sight of Jiang Fei did his eyes behind glasses gradually brighten up. He pushed his glasses up, smiling as he stood up and walked over to Jiang Fei. Fei, you've arrived. Jiang Fei looked at Zhang Muchai, standing neatly dressed in a suit, his hair immaculately combed back, his slanted eyebrows exuding an air of cunning and malice, and asked coldly, "Where's my brother?" At the mention of Jiang Hong, a few unnatural expressions flitted across Zhang Muchai's face. His eyes darted to Jiang Shuling walking over, and he placed his fist to his mouth, coughing lightly. He got into a fight with his classmates today and injured his nose, so the bleeding wouldn't stop. After speaking, Zhang Muchai directed his gaze at Jiang Shuling, his tone carrying a hint of coldness as he reminded her. Shuling, explain this to Fei as well. When Zhang Muchai looked at Jiang Shuling, Jiang Fei couldn't see his expression at all, but she could notice the subtle changes in Jiang Shuling's complexion. Meeting Jiang Fei's eyes, Jiang Shuling opened her mouth but then closed it again, appearing hesitant, causing Zhang Muchai's face to immediately turn grim. It's simply that Jiang Hong was bullied at school, isn't it? Is it really so hard for you to explain this incident? Zhang Muchai raised his voice, and Jiang Shuling instinctively shrunk her neck. Her eyes filled with panic and tension as she explained to Jiang Fei. Yes, Fei, Little Heng got beaten up by his classmates at school, and that's why his nose wouldn't stop bleeding. Zhang Fei instantly saw through Jiang Shuling's lie, but couldn't refute it right now. Because no matter what she said, as long as Zhang Muchai was here, her mother would not tell the truth. Some things were better for her to ask Jiang Heng directly. Where is Little Hong? Zhang Fei changed the subject. Chapter 4, Get Out. In the emergency ward, Fei Fei. Zhang Mubai grinned at Zhang Fei and said, Do you want uncle to take you there? Zhang Fei's gaze passed over his face indifferently. I'll go by myself. You two go buy something for Xiao Hong to eat. Zhang Mubai didn't insist on accompanying Zhang Fei. He glanced at Jiang Xueling, nodding slightly to indicate she should follow him. As Zhang Fei watched them leave, she headed straight toward the nurse's desk to inquire about Jiang Heng's room number. Walking to Jiang Heng's room, Zhang Fei saw a 17-year-old handsome boy wearing patient scrubs standing by the window, his eyes sunk as he gazed down at the ground below, his pale little face betraying his pain. His thin yet strong body made Zhang Fei's heart clench with sympathy. Xiao Hong. Zhang Fei stepped into the room, calling Jiang Heng's name softly. Jiang Heng suddenly turned around, seeing Zhang Fei who appeared unexpectedly. His eyes first showed surprise, then gradually clouded over with hurt. His eye rims started reddening, and he called out, Sister. Jiang Heng was about to step forward when his eyes darted quickly to the side. In an instant, his eyes were filled with hatred and fury. As Zhang Fei followed his gaze to turn her head, Jiang Heng suddenly took big strides toward her, reaching out and shoving her shoulder hard. Jiang Fei stumbled a few steps, but finally steadied herself, startled as she looked at Jiang Heng. Instead of explaining himself, Jiang Heng burst out yelling. Why are you here? I don't need your fake concern. Get out. Jiang Fei stood stunned as she watched Jiang Heng's emotional outburst, unsure what had caused it. Then Jiang Heng suddenly glared angrily at the door. And you, don't act like my stepfather anymore, telling me what to do. I don't need it. All of you get out. Jiang Fei followed Jiang Heng's gaze to the doorway and saw Zhang Mubai. She frowned deeply. Hadn't Zhang Mubai gone with mother to buy food? Why did he return so abruptly? When Zhang Mubai locked eyes with Jiang Fei, seeing the pained expression on her face, he hurried over and supported her. Fei Fei, are you alright? Did you hurt yourself? Let uncle check. Before Jiang Fei could push Zhang Mubai away, Jiang Heng suddenly rushed forward, grabbing her wrist. Get out. Just get out. You've never cared about me or mom. Why pretend now? It makes me sick to see your phony kindness. Jiang Heng cursed as he pushed Jiang Fei out of the ward. As Jiang Fei tried to regain her footing, Jiang Heng swiftly slammed the door shut, isolating Jiang Fei outside the room. Jiang Fei immediately turned around to knock, but Jiang Heng's enraged voice echoed through the room from inside. You just love meddling, right? Go ahead. If you have the guts, meddle until I die. Otherwise, I'll make sure neither of you has a moment's peace. Hearing Jiang Heng's words, Jiang Fei stopped her hand mid-knock. She stared in astonishment at the ward door in front of her, unable to comprehend how Jiang Heng had transformed into this rebellious figure after just half a year. Previously, Jiang Heng rarely even spoke much, having a temperament as gentle as a lamb. But now, what caused such irritability? Even if she urgently wanted to talk to Jiang Heng, his current emotions clearly would not allow any opportunity for conversation. Her only option was to ask her mother. With that thought, Jiang Fei turned to look for Jiang Xueling. But after taking just one step forward, a sharp, searing pain shot through her abdomen. Jiang Fei winced in pain, pressing her delicate features together as she clutched her stomach and knelt down. Chapter 5, Staying to watch over. Jiang Fei wanted to stand up by leaning against the door frame, but the pain made her feel dizzy. Lady? Suddenly, a clear and caring man's voice sounded in front of her. Lady, what's wrong with you? Where does it hurt? With difficulty, Jiang Fei raised her head and looked at the man standing in front of her, dressed in a white coat. The pain made her vision blurry, unable to focus and see the man clearly. Before she could do so, darkness swept over her, and she fell to the side. At the same time, Beiyuan. Fu Yunting came out from the guest room and was preparing to go to the study. As he passed by Jiang Fei's room, he noticed that her door wasn't fully closed. Fu Yunting stopped in his tracks and looked through the crack in the door, which was faintly illuminated. After focusing for a moment, he pushed open the door to Jiang Fei's room. Inside, apart from the bedside lamp being on, there was no one. Fu Yunting glanced at the open bathroom and dressing room. Neither contained Jiang Fei's figure. He furrowed his well-defined brows lightly and instinctively took out his phone to call Jiang Fei. The phone rang for a long while before it was answered. Fu Yunting hadn't spoken yet when a male voice came through. Hello. Upon hearing the voice, Fu Yunting's dark eyes dimmed suddenly. Where is Jiang Fei? Jiang Fei. Zhou Sikong, who had answered the phone, looked at Jiang Fei lying on the hospital bed, dripping with water and still unconscious. Zhou Sikong. She hasn't woken up yet. Are you her family member? Before Zhou Sikong could finish his sentence, the other party hung up suddenly. Zhou Sikong looked curiously at the disconnected call interface on his phone. He hadn't finished speaking. Why did the other side hang up? Even if he wanted to call back, he couldn't unlock Jiang Fei's phone. Zhou Sikong put Jiang Fei's phone back on the bedside table. Just as he was about to leave, a nurse pushed the door open. The nurse met Zhou Sitsung's gaze and raised the examination report form in her hand. Dr. Zhou, the subsequent examination results are out. This lady's physical condition isn't good. Besides the ruptured corpus luteum found during the previous checkup, there are also some heart problems. Heart. Zhou Sikong took the examination report handed over by the nurse, looked at the electrocardiogram on it, and lightly frowned. The number of premature ventricular contractions is quite high. Let this be done. Tomorrow, give her a 24-hour ambulatory electrocardiogram plus a cardiac ultrasound to specifically check the situation. All right, Dr. Zhou, have you contacted her family? Zhou Sikong looked at Jiang Fei sleeping soundly in bed, her brows still slightly wrinkled. Thinking about the previous call, Zhou Sikong hesitated for a moment and said, there's no need to contact them. She will wake up herself tomorrow. So there will be no one accompanying her tonight. I'll stay. The nurse was momentarily baffled. Dr. Zhou, but you performed so many surgeries today. It's fine. Zhou Sikong sat down on the sofa next to him. For the patient's health considerations, I should stay to watch over as her doctor. In the young nurse's eyes, admiration filled Zhou Sitsong's every expression. Their director Zhou was liked by so many patients because he was willing to make sacrifices for their welfare. With these thoughts, the young nurse left the ward. Meanwhile, after hanging up the call, Fu Yunting immediately called his assistant once he arrived at the study. Once assistant and answered the call, Fu Yunting coldly said, go find out where Jiang Fei is. Upon hearing Fu Yunting's words, assistant and suddenly paused. How come the boss suddenly started to care about the mistress? Mr. Fu, isn't he very hateful towards the mistress? Assistant and didn't think too much about it, as this was none of his business. He responded that he would let Mr. Fu know the mistress's whereabouts within 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Fu Yunting received the location message sent by assistant and Jiang Fei was currently at the hospital. Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, pondering the man who had answered the call earlier. Suddenly, Fu Yunting gave a cold laugh, picked up the coat hanging on the rack, and strode toward the exit of the study. The noise he made was heard clearly by Chun Yu, who was still awake in the guest bedroom. By the time Chun Yu opened the door and came out, there was already no trace of Fu Yunting on the stairs. Chun Yu looked around puzzled and eventually fixed her gaze on Jiang Fei's room. She walked quickly to Jiang Fei's room door to check the situation. Seeing that Jiang Fei wasn't there, she understood why Fu Yunting had gone out late at night. Jealousy spread wildly in Chun Yu's heart. Fu Yunting could only have her beside him. Fu Yunting's heart must be hers too. Jiang Fei, just wait and see. Chapter 6, It's My Private Matter. Jiang Fei, lying on the hospital bed, didn't sleep for long before she opened her eyes. Weakly opening her eyes, she scanned the ward and eventually settled her gaze, full of confusion, on the doctor who was reading a book on the sofa. Zhou Sikong seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up, meeting Jiang Fei's bewildered gaze. A flicker of joy passed through his eyes as he set down the book in his hands and stood up, walking over to Jiang Fei. How are you feeling? Is your stomach more comfortable after the painkiller injection? Jiang Fei moved her dry lips and asked with a hoarse voice. What happened to me? Your corpus luteum ruptured. Zhou Sikong sat down on the chair. However, it's not too severe. Follow-up treatment will mainly focus on symptomatic anti-inflammatory care. But there is an issue with your heart that needs. Bang! Before Zhou Sikong could finish his words, the door to the ward was pushed open from the outside. Both Jiang Fei and Zhou Sikong turned their heads toward the door, only to see Fu Yunting standing there ominously. At the sight of Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei clearly showed surprise in her eyes. Why had Fu Yunting suddenly appeared here? Before either Jiang Fei or Zhou Sikong could react, Fu Yunting coldly spoke to Jiang Fei. Do you want me to come in, or will you come out yourself? Afraid to provoke Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei attempted to sit up, but Zhou Sikong stood up and said, she can't get out of bed yet based on her current condition. Fu Yunting shifted his gaze towards him, darkening. Does my wife follow your instructions, or mine? Zhou Sikong slightly paused. He hadn't expected someone as young as Jiang Fei to be married. But suppressing any initial shock, Zhou Sikong responded firmly. I don't care about her relationship with you, but right now, she is my patient, and I have the responsibility to ensure her well-being. Whatever conflicts you two may have, please discuss them after she recovers. Fu Yunting gave a cold laugh, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation with Zhou Sikong. He glanced at Jiang Fei again and asked, do you need me to elaborate further? Jiang Fei immediately pulled back the covers and, despite her ashen complexion, told Fu Yunting, I'll go with you. Frowning, Zhou Sikong looked at Jiang Fei, who seemed fearful of Fu Yunting. He wanted to persuade her, but Jiang Fei, already wearing her shoes, looked up and told him, thank you, doctor, but this is my private matter, so no need to bother anymore. It wasn't that she particularly needed to leave with Fu Yunting. Rather, she didn't want him to lose control inside the hospital and make things look bad. After all, her younger brother and mother were still in the hospital. If they caught wind of the situation, they might also come to check. Better safe than sorry. Jiang Fei understood that. Seeing Jiang Fei's persistence, Zhou Sikong did not say anything else, but simply reminded her to take care of herself as she left. Nodding slightly to Zhou Sikong, Jiang Fei followed Fu Yunting towards the elevator. The two entered the elevator. As soon as the doors closed, Fu Yunting abruptly turned and harshly grabbed Jiang Fei's chin. An oppressive atmosphere filled the confined space of the elevator. Jiang Fei, what excuse do you plan to use to cover up why you came to the hospital in the middle of the night to find some man? Forced into the corner of the elevator, Jiang Fei stared dazedly at the unreasonable man in front of her, struggling to say, I didn't come here to meet any man. It was because of my younger brother. Are you even trying to lie convincingly? Fu Yunting scoffed coldly. Didn't you know better? Seeing is believing, Jiang Fei. You don't get that. Jiang Fei endured the sharp pain in her jaw. Fu Yunting, can you just believe me? I'm not lying. Fu Yunting narrowed his icy gaze. On what basis am I supposed to trust you? Didn't your silent departure from Beiyuan prove that you were sneaking around to meet other men? Tears welled up in Jiang Fei's eyes as her resentment rose. Fu Yunting, How would you have wanted me to explain it? Should I interrupt while you're intimate with another woman to inform you I need to rush to the hospital to see my younger brother? Isn't it precisely what you detest most when I ruin your moments with other women? Zhang Fei clenched her fists tightly. She no longer hoped that Fu Yunting would care why she had ended up on a hospital bed. She just wished he'd give her a chance to explain. Yet Fu Yunting refused to listen and instead accused her of infidelity. What exactly had she done wrong for Fu Yunting to treat her this way and view her like this? A surge of anger swirled uncontrollably within Zhang Fei's chest. Not knowing where she summoned the courage from, she raised her hand and broke free from Fu Yunting's grip. Chapter 7. I have nothing to apologize for. Fu Yunting, if you insist on thinking you're right, then I won't argue further. You betrayed me first, so what I've done has nothing to apologize for. Zhang Fei's sudden burst of anger caused a fleeting look of surprise in Fu Yunting's dark eyes. But soon, Zhang Fei's last words ignited his fury. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Fei by the hair, forcing her to look up into his stormy eyes. Zhang Fei, it's best you don't test my limits. If you want to make me uncomfortable, go ahead and see who will end up humiliated and begging in the end. The moment those words fell silent, the elevator doors opened. Fu Yunting let go, turned around, and strode out of the elevator. Watching Fu Yunting's retreating back, Zhang Fei stood there next to the elevator, trembling with residual fear. The lingering pain in her scalp constantly reminded her of Fu Yunting's ruthlessness and cruelty. She wanted to ask Fu Yunting what she had done wrong all these years and why he treated her this way. But now it was too late, and she didn't want to push Fu Yunting's rage any further. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, they opened again. Jiang Shuling appeared at the elevator entrance, drenched, holding a meal box. When her gaze met Zhang Fei's, she froze in place. Fei, haven't you gone home yet? After finishing that sentence, Jiang Shuling noticed Zhang Fei's disheveled hair and red jawline. Furrowing her eyebrows, she quickly stepped forward and asked, Fei, what happened to your face? Why is your hair such a mess? Zhang Fei lowered her head. Nothing, just an allergy. Sorry, Fei, I've been busy lately and haven't taken care of you, Jiang Shuling said guiltily. Once your brother gets discharged, I'll take you out for a good meal. Forget it, Mom, Zhang Fei replied helplessly as she glanced at her. You probably don't even have much money left, do you? Jiang Shuling looked flustered. Fei, Zhang Fei interrupted Jiang Shuling. In a few days, there will be a customer coming for fragrance customization. If the deal goes through, I'll transfer all the money to you. You can use it for yourself and the younger brother. Zhang Fei had no other special skills. All she could do was make perfumes. Her father was a renowned perfumer, and under his influence since childhood, she too embarked on this path resolutely. Though a niche industry, the people who came for fragrances were either wealthy or well-connected. She met her ex-boyfriend Lu Chuan because of her work in perfumery. Jiang Shuling did not refuse Zhang Fei, reluctantly accepting her offer. Zhang Fei endured the dull ache in her lower abdomen and straightened her body. Let's go upstairs. I'm leaving first. Remember, don't let Zhang Mu Bai take the money again. Jiang Shuling reminded Zhang Fei to be safe on her way and then rode the elevator upstairs. Zhang Fei clutched her stomach as she walked to the hospital entrance, where a heavy downpour outside made it almost impossible for her to move. Looking around, she wanted to find a chair to rest on and wait until the rain eased before continuing. But unexpectedly, after taking a couple of steps, she caught sight of the doctor who had confronted Fu Yunting stepping out of the elevator. Jiang Fei didn't want to talk more to the doctor, lest Fu Yunting's spies saw them and cause trouble for him. But realizing she hadn't paid the medical fees yet, she decided to turn around and ask the doctor about them. Zhou Xiqing also noticed Zhang Fei standing alone and couldn't help quickening his pace to approach and ask, Why are you here alone? Zhou Xiqing asked when he got closer to Zhang Fei. Did your husband not bring you home? Feeling a little uneasy, Zhang Fei mumbled a yes, shifting the topic. How much are the treatment fees tonight? Zhou Xiqing avoided mentioning the fee directly and instead suggested, From a doctor's perspective, I think it would be better if you stayed in the hospital for a few more checks before leaving. No thanks, Zhang Fei shook her head. I'll just buy some antibiotics and eat them at home. Please tell me the fee. Zhou Xiqing sighed lightly. 600. Zhang Fei pulled out her phone. Give me the payment code. I'll transfer the money to you. How about this? Add me on WeChat. Zhou Xiqing took out his phone. If there's anything unusual, you can ask me, and I can give you timely assistance. Don't misunderstand. I just don't want any issues arising from my patient. Zhang Fei instinctively wanted to decline, but Zhou Xiqing added, And don't worry, I won't randomly send you messages or disturb your life. Seeing this, Zhang Fei couldn't reject politely anymore and only opened her QR code, letting Zhou Xiqing add her as a friend. Chapter 8. I can give you a lift. After her friend transferred the money, Zhang Fei sent 600 yuan to Zhou Xiqing. After receiving it, Zhou Xiqing asked Zhang Fei, It's raining heavily outside. If you find it inconvenient, I can give you a lift. No need, thank you. Zhang Fei didn't say much. They were not acquainted anyway, and there was no point in owing too many favors. Seeing that Zhang Fei refused, Zhou Xiqing did not press further but handed the umbrella in his hand to her. This umbrella is for you. Given your condition, you cannot get caught in the rain. Don't refuse. Zhang Fei looked at it for a moment. If I take it, what will you do? Zhou Xiqing smiled as he explained, I'll go down to fetch something, then directly take the elevator to the underground parking lot. I won't need it. Realizing this, Zhang Fei no longer hesitated and accepted the umbrella with a thank you. Zhou Xiqing waved and left, while Zhang Fei opened the umbrella and walked into the heavy rain. However, She hadn't taken more than 2 steps when the headlights of a car blindingly shone on her. Squinting in the rain, Jiang Fei vaguely made out the license plate number, which made her heart suddenly skip a beat. Fu Yunting's car. Why hasn't he left yet? While Jiang Fei was still guessing Fu Yunting's intentions, the car lights flashed successively, as if urging her not to keep the person inside waiting. Even though Jiang Fei wanted to leave, she knew she couldn't. She took a deep breath, clenched tightly onto the umbrella in her hand, and braved the heavy rain as she approached. After opening the car door, Jiang Fei distinctly felt a chilling cold atmosphere enveloping her. Her heart racing anxiously, she prepared to sit in when Fu Yunting beside her sternly spoke up. Don't bring someone else's things into my car. Jiang Fei paused mid-motion. Before she could act, Fu Yunting's cold voice rang again. What? Do you have feelings for the umbrella given to you by another person? To avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang Fei could only throw the umbrella on the ground and then enter the car. She wiped off the rainwater from her face and closed the car door. Who is he? Before Jiang Fei could stabilize herself, Fu Yunting's question came sharply. Jiang Fei, understanding that Fu Yunting was asking about the doctor, lowered her eyes. He is a doctor at the hospital, and I don't know him. Fu Yunting let out a scornful chuckle. I'm just asking you his name. Jiang Fei frowned slightly, then turned her head to look at Fu Yunting's cold side profile. What do you intend to do? Fu Yunting met Jiang Fei's gaze. Whether I do anything is not something you should be speculating on. In the dim interior of the car, with the streetlight flashing intermittently, Jiang Fei clearly saw the disgust in his eyes. She gripped her hands together and said, I've never had any connection with this doctor. Fu Yunting, if you doubt me, you can check the surveillance. There's no need for you to resort to behind-the-scenes tricks. Tricks? Jiang Fei's words sparked Fu Yunting's anger once more. He grabbed Jiang Fei's neck abruptly with his hand. Jiang Fei, if you don't even know him, you don't need to protect him. There's no need to put on an act in front of me, pretending you're not familiar. No doctor would stay up all night for a patient. Stop treating everyone like fools. Jiang Fei desperately tried to pry Fu Yunting's hand loose, but the harder she resisted, the greater his force became. As oxygen failed to reach her lungs, Jiang Fei's complexion gradually turned pale. The sensation of suffocation made her keenly aware of her imminent death. Just as Jiang Fei's eyes started rolling upwards, Fu Yunting finally loosened his grip. Gulping down a large breath of air, Jiang Fei coughed violently due to the soreness in her throat. Looking at Jiang Fei's suffering form, Fu Yunting felt no pity. Jiang Fei, you'd better be more obedient, otherwise, you can guess what I am capable of. What have I done wrong? Jiang Fei's eyes gradually filled with mistiness. Clenching her teeth, she stared red-eyed at Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting, I just want to know, what exactly have I done wrong these 3 years that has warranted such treatment from you? You despise me so much, why can't you simply agree to divorce me? Must you torture me until I live half dead and half alive before you're satisfied? Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes. Let me tell you one last time, Jiang Fei, you will always owe me. Even if you give your life to repay me, you are unworthy. Chapter 9. The phone kept going unanswered. What do I owe you? Jiang Fei angrily wiped away the tears in her eyes. Fu Yunting, I don't think I've done anything to betray you after we got married. It's you who suddenly changed for no reason. It's you who made me endure this marriage over and over again. Fu Yunting, I want a divorce. I can't go on living with you anymore. I just want to be myself. Even if she were strangled by Fu Yunting tonight, she could no longer bear it. This is the meaning of the saying, state officials can set fires, but common people cannot light lamps, which Fu Yunting taught her, giving her a harsh lesson. The icy coldness in Fu Yunting's eyes permeated the entire cramped car. Just as Jiang Fei thought Fu Yunting was about to lay hands on her, Fu Yunting abruptly spat out 3 words in a fierce voice. Get out. Jiang Fei tensed her body, suppressing her fear as she mentioned once more. Fu Yunting, I only want a divorce. Fu Yunting clenched his teeth and bellowed again in a low, deep voice. Go. Jiang Fei was startled by Fu Yunting's voice. She swallowed hard and immediately turned to push the car door open, stepping out of the vehicle. Instantly, the heavy rain poured down all over her. Her long hair and clothes soaked wet, making her look utterly disheveled. Jiang Fei looked down at the umbrella lying on the ground, wanting to bend down and pick it up, when the car suddenly started moving forward. The car's tire rolled directly over the umbrella. The crisp sound of the broken umbrella handle rang in Jiang Fei's ears. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, enduring the sharp pain in her chest as she stood alone in the rain. In the end, she still didn't understand why Fu Yunting treated her this way. What did he mean by that sentence? That she always owed him something? What exactly did she owe him? After standing there for quite some time, Jiang Fei finally dragged her weary body out of the hospital. Drenched from head to toe, not a single taxi driver was willing to take her. For a journey of more than 10 kilometers back home, Jiang Fei managed step by step to reach her house despite the discomfort in her body. She took out her key, opened the door, and stepped inside, barely taking a few steps before collapsing onto the floor. But not far from the villa, Fu Yunting sat inside a car, his dark gaze locked onto the door that Jiang Fei had left ajar. An assistant sitting in the driver's seat narrowed his eyes, observing for a long while before noticing someone lying by the entrance. This villa hadn't been visited since Madame's father passed away. Who else could the figure at the entrance be other than Madame herself? The assistant turned his head toward Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, it seems like your wife fainted at the entrance. Shall we return to Beiyuan? Fu Yunting coldly interrupted the assistant, retracting his indifferent gaze. seemingly showing no concern for Jiang Fei's condition. Hearing this, the assistant silently sighed. He knew that Mr. Fu felt no affection for the wife, and perhaps even hatred. So much so that tonight, he wanted to catch the evidence of his wife's infidelity to destroy her completely. Yet, no matter what, they were a couple for 3 years. To be so indifferent about her well-being, even he as an outsider felt a little upset. However, an assistant couldn't say any more because he was merely an employee. Silently starting the car and turning around, he drove away from the villa area. The next day, Jiang Fei was awakened by the incessant ringing of her mobile phone. Opening her tired eyes, seeing herself collapsed outside her front door, a trace of bitterness quietly ran through her heart. Jiang Fei tightly pressed her lips together, feeling dizzy as she used her hands to prop herself up from the ground, reaching into her pocket to pull out her phone to check the caller display. The person calling was Su Zhuqing, her childhood friend and confidant. Jiang Fei answered the call, dragging her heavy body towards the living room. Zhu Ding. Fei, where are you? Came Su Zhuqing's boisterous voice. Your assistant called me, saying a client went to your company and has been trying to call you, but you haven't answered. Sitting down on the sofa covered with a white cloth, Jiang Fei lightly coughed twice, her voice hoarse. I'm at home. I'll call Ninghan back later. Detecting something amiss in Jiang Fei's tone, Su Zhuqing urgently asked, wait a second, Fei, what's wrong with your voice? Did you and Fu Yunting fight a battle of 300 rounds last night? Chapter 10 The client for custom fragrance is you. Su Zhuqing's words reminded Jiang Fei of last night, when Fu Yunting was so brutal and cruel. Indeed, she almost died in Fu Yunting's hands. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. No, I just caught a bit of a cold. Have you caught a cold on the 3rd day of my business trip? Su Zhuqing sighed with concern. I'll be back tonight. I will come to see you later. You should return Ninghan's call first. All right. After Su Zhuqing hung up, Jiang Fei returned the call to her assistant Su Ningen. As soon as the call was connected, Su Ningen cried out, Ms. Jiang, you finally picked up. The client has waited for over an hour. Please come to the company. Jiang Fei massaged her temples. All right, keep the client occupied. Give me half an hour. Understood, Ms. Jiang. After Jiang Fei hung up, she took a deep breath and stood up to walk upstairs. On the 2nd floor in the dressing room, there were still some clothes left by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei changed into a simple long dress, gathered her disheveled long hair, and fixed it with a wooden pin. She then entered the bathroom to wash casually. After drying her face with a face towel, Jiang Fei raised her face to look at herself in the mirror. On the left side of her forehead, there was a noticeable red swelling. In stark contrast was her pale face. If it weren't for Jiang Fei's naturally delicate features, seeing her like this would probably scare several passersby. Jiang Fei picked up the remaining cosmetics and applied makeup simply, then left for the quadrangle where she worked in the city center, Fushan Garden. Fushan Garden was passed down from her ancestors. Her great-grandfather and others all made incense in Fushan Garden. By the time it reached Jiang Fei, the location had not been changed. It only took about 10 minutes by car from Jiang Fei's home to Fushan Garden. After arriving, Jiang Fei pushed open the gate and entered Fushan Garden. There were many flowers and plants inside Fushan Garden. Sharp-eyed people could notice that these carefully cultivated plants could all serve as ingredients for making incense. When Jiang Fei walked into the reception hall, she saw the customer sitting on the couch, and her eyes widened slightly. And the man in the white shirt inside, upon seeing Jiang Fei, also showed obvious surprise. Ms. Jiang. Before either of them could speak, Su Ningen, who was standing beside the shelf organizing incense, turned around and called out excitedly to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei snapped back to her thoughts and then gave Zhou Sikong, who was sitting on the sofa, a slight nod. What a coincidence. I didn't know you were the client wanting to custom make incense. Zhou Sikong stood up and smiled faintly towards Jiang Fei. Indeed, quite a coincidence. You are the incense maker my father entrusted me to find. Su Ningen looked astonished at both of them. Ms. Jiang, do you two actually know each other? Jiang Fei nodded. Yes, it was a chance encounter. After speaking, Jiang Fei walked in front of Zhou Sikong, lifted her hand, and said, please sit. Zhou Sikong sat down. When Jiang Fei picked up the teapot to pour him tea, he clearly noticed the red swelling on her forehead that couldn't be concealed. Zhou Sikong frowned lightly. Did your forehead bump into something? Jiang Fei paused her movements momentarily, lowered her eyes to hide the dullness in her gaze, and responded indifferently. Yes, I accidentally bumped into a cabinet last night. Does your stomach still hurt? Zhou Sikong continued asking. The pain in her stomach was still obvious, but it could be endured. However, Jiang Fei didn't want to sound overly emotional. It doesn't hurt much anymore. After serving tea to Zhou Sikong, Jiang Fei picked up the nearby fragrance-making record book and pen, raising her eyes to meet Zhou Sitsong's gaze and asked, what kind of incense do you wish to make? Zhou Sikong thoughtfully shifted his gaze to the notebook in Jiang Fei's hand. My father has been under a lot of pressure recently, and he can never sleep peacefully at night. He tried a lot of sleep-aiding medications, which proved ineffective. Even sleeping pills could only support 3 hours of sleep for him. He heard about a famous incense maker in Jianghuai City whose creations have significant sleep-inducing effects. So, this time I came to order a sedative fragrance. Jiang Fei listened attentively while recording the situation with her fine, long, white fingers. After writing, she looked up and continued asking, allow me to ask, does your father have any chronic diseases? Chapter 11 One thing at a time. Zhou Siqing, I have high blood pressure. Jiang Fei, how long have you been suffering from insomnia? Zhou Siqing, for 3 years. After giving it some thought, Jiang Fei nodded, and was just about to continue taking notes when a sudden cramp in her abdomen made her furrow her brows slightly. She held the pen tightly and took several deep breaths before she could barely manage to continue writing down the notes. However, Jiang Fei's change in facial expression didn't escape Zhou Xiqing, who sat across from her. Immediately, Zhou Xiqing's eyes turned serious as he asked, "Is your stomach hurting?" Jiang Fei shook her head while struggling and replied, "No. It might be because I didn't eat breakfast and my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Ms. Jiang, I still have some bread in my office. Shall I go get some for you?" Su Ningyan suggested after hearing this. Jiang Fei didn't refuse, since recording afterward and preparing the incense required stamina. If she skipped meals, her body wouldn't endure it and would also delay the time customers receive their incense. With Jiang Fei's approval, Su Ningyan left to get the bread for her. Slowly continuing her note-taking, Jiang Fei finally managed to endure the pain and sighed with relief before raising her head to look at Zhou Xiqing. The process of making incense requires 2 days. I don't take urgent orders because each step like processing, steaming, cooking, baking, roasting, frying, baking, grinding, and shaping takes time. I understand, Zhou Xiqing said. Receiving the incense within a week will suffice, but how about your health? Dr. Zhou, Jiang Fei interrupted Zhou Xiqing. I'm not too fond of discussing personal matters during work hours. It's better to keep things separate. Looking at Jiang Fei with an earnest face, all the concern Zhou Xiqing wanted to express ended up being swallowed back into his throat. In just 10 minutes, Jiang Fei placed the price list for custom-made incense in front of Zhou Xiqing. Dr. Zhou should know that we are hand-making incense, so our prices are several times higher than those produced by machines. The total cost for 300 grams of incense you need is 60,000 yuan, and a deposit of 30% is required. How do you plan to pay? Zhou Xiqing knew clearly that the fees here weren't low. The Jiang family had been in the incense business for generations, and they were well known in Jianghuai province. Many literati seeking refined fragrances and upper-class individuals almost exclusively came to Ms. Jiang Fei for their customized needs. It wasn't necessarily because Jiang Fei excelled more in preparing incense, but because she possessed a unique mixture of distilled water no one else had. And often because of this distilled water, the effects and functions of her prepared incense were even more significant. Taking out his phone, Zhou Xiqing said, "Let me transfer the money to you." Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. Just as the payment arrived, Su Ningyan ran inside. Sweating profusely, she said, "Ms. Jiang, I've bought bread back. But when I returned, I realized I'd eaten all the bread in my office." Jiang Fei accepted the bread from Su Ningyan and said, "All right, thank you. I'll reimburse you later." "Don't worry, Ms. Jiang. It's not much," said Su Ningyan, who looked at the items on the table that had already been ordered, picked up the manual, and said, "I'll prepare the materials." Watching Su Ningyan leave, Zhou Xiqing then asked Jiang Fei, "Can you put the work aside now?" Jiang Fei, slightly startled, frowned slightly, and began speaking. "Dr. Zhou, I know concern for patients is part of a doctor's professional integrity, but I really don't need it. I can handle my own condition." Given Fu Yunting's character, if he found out she still communicated with Dr. Zhou, he might very well create difficulties for Dr. Zhou. Actually, Jiang Fei herself couldn't understand why Fu Yunting restricted her freedom when he had no feelings for her. After 3 years of marriage, was there truly no emotional connection between them? While lost in thought, Zhou Xiqing broke the silence again, saying, "If there's something you don't need, I certainly won't force you. I just want to ask, has your studio always been managed solely by you and the girl just now?" Chapter 12. Not too many hands needed. Seeing that Zhou Xiqing was asking about this matter, Jiang Fei naturally let down some of her guard. "That's right." Jiang Fei subconsciously rubbed her stomach as she said, "We actually aren't very busy because our regular customers place their incense orders about a month in advance. With plenty of time, I naturally don't need too many hands." As she spoke, Jiang Fei opened the drawer, took out a reverse flow incense, and placed it on the viewing tray to light it. In an instant, the smoke cascaded down from the small, artificial mountain like a waterfall, soundlessly. However, the scent slowly spread throughout the waiting hall. The refreshing pine aroma inexplicably made one drop all fatigue, even sweeping away complex thoughts. Zhou Xiqing secretly marveled at the effect of this reverse flow incense, and looking at the calmly seated Jiang Fei, he felt an added admiration. Her aura gave off an otherworldly elegance, mysteriously calming people's emotions. But her appearance diverged somewhat from tranquility and elegance. Her slightly upturned eyes had a captivating charm, especially the faintly red tear mole beneath her eye corner, always evoking a desire to reach out and touch. When this thought flashed through Zhou Xiqing's mind, he himself was greatly startled. Realizing his rude behavior of staring, Zhou Xiqing hastily stood up in a flurry. "I won't disturb you anymore. I have something later at the hospital." Jiang Fei hadn't intended to say much to Zhou Xiqing either, so she saw him off to the fragrant floating pavilion entrance. Zhou Xiqing's car was parked across from the fragrant floating pavilion's entrance. After getting in, he waved to Jiang Fei before driving off. After seeing his car disappear from sight, Jiang Fei turned back and prepared to return to the yard to make incense. But just as Jiang Fei was about to close the door, a clear voice suddenly called out to her. "Mrs. Fu, you've truly shown me a touching scene of deep affection." Recognizing the voice, Jiang Fei abruptly stopped and looked back. Chen Qingzhu, dressed in a light yellow skirt suit, strode up to Jiang Fei, flicking her hair aside as she stepped in white high heels. Her distinctive dressing style elevated her elegance significantly, making her look like a well-born young lady. Jiang Fei raised her guard inwardly, coldly staring at Chen Qingzhu, who approached her. The sarcastic smile hidden in Chen Qingzhu's eyes did not escape Jiang Fei. Chen Qingzhu appraised Jiang Fei from head to toe, then smiled sweetly, revealing dimples, and asked, Mrs. Fu, do you think Yunting knows that you're sending off another man with such tender affection? A bitter taste stirred in Jiang Fei's heart. So soon they had involved Yunting? Taking a deep breath silently, Jiang Fei asked, Why are you here? What do you want from me? I heard that Mrs. Fu is the heir of the incense-making tradition. Your fame is widespread, so naturally, I'm curious to come take a look. As Chen Qingzhu spoke, she pushed against Jiang Fei's shoulder, forcing her to step aside and let her pass. She entered the courtyard and glanced around. Seeing the flowers and plants growing there, a fleeting smirk crossed her face. She lifted her leg and, under Jiang Fei's watchful eyes, stepped directly into the flower bed planted with these precious herbs. Jiang Fei's eyes contracted sharply upon seeing this. She quickly advanced and lunged forward to grab Chen Qingzhu. However, Chen Qingzhu sidestepped further and trampled a few more precious flowers in the process. Looking at the crushed flowers mired in mud, a surge of anger welled up in Jiang Fei's heart. Fuming, she looked up at Chen Qingzhu. Get out of there. Chen Qingzhu leisurely stomped twice more on the spot. I won't get out. What can you possibly do? If I don't like your flowers, why shouldn't I stomp on them? Stop stomping. Jiang Fei cried out in anguish. These precious flowers were personally cultivated by her father. Even the soil was carefully measured for acidity and alkalinity. To continue cultivating the next batch, she needed to extract seeds from these very plants. And the distilled water she needed could only be obtained after proportionally adjusting these very plants. This woman's actions weren't merely trying to sever her final connection with her father, but aimed to destroy everything she had. How could Jiang Fei not be angry? I told you to get out of the flower bed. Didn't you hear me? Unable to endure it any longer, Jiang Fei rushed toward Chen Qingzhu, grabbed her arm, and tried to pull her out. But because Chen Qingzhu was wearing high heels, it was already inconvenient for her to move in the muddy ground. When Jiang Fei tugged at her, Chen Qingzhu lost her balance and fell directly into the flower bed. Chapter 13. Pretending to be a victim. Jiang Fei's eyes instantly narrowed. It wasn't because Chen Qingzhu had fallen, but rather because her fall had damaged a large portion of the flowers. You, Chen Qingzhu, covered in mud, glared angrily at Jiang Fei. How dare you push me? On what grounds did you push me? On what grounds? Jiang Fei clenched her teeth tightly. This woman had come here to provoke her and destroy her things, and now she was turning it around and asking her on what grounds. She could endure the humiliation this woman had inflicted upon her last night. She could tolerate the amour and passion between her and Fu Yunti in front of her. But she couldn't bear this woman destroying the precious species passed down through her family. Without these plants, it would be like killing her career and ruining her family's centuries-old tradition of making perfume. The anger that took over made Jiang Fei, who was already physically unwell, feel a sharp pain in her abdomen. The pain spreading throughout her body was gradually causing her to lose control. Without thinking twice, she grabbed the collar of Chen Qingzhu's shirt and tried to drag her out of the flower bed. However, just as she grabbed Chen Qingzhu's clothes, a furious shout came from behind. Jiang Fei, stop it right now. Jiang Fei's hand froze, and Fu Yunti's cold voice made her body tense up immediately. She turned her head to see Fu Yunti, his face filled with rage, striding towards her. Before she could say another word, Fu Yunti raised his hand and pushed her hard to the ground. A sharp, dull pain shot through her coccyx, and Jiang Fei's face turned deathly pale. Su Ningen, who had just come out of the storage room, saw Jiang Fei fall to the ground. Her eyes widened in shock as she immediately dropped what she was holding and ran over. Miss Jiang. Su Ningen quickly helped Jiang Fei up, her worried gaze scanning over Jiang Fei's body. Miss Jiang, are you alright? Jiang Fei bit her lower lip tightly. The pain in her abdomen and tailbone made her dizzy, and she was unable to speak. After being helped up by Fu Yunti, Chen Qingzhu turned and started crying into his chest. Yunti, I just wanted to take a look at these flowers, but accidentally stepped on them. These flowers might be precious to Miss Fu, so she rushed over and pushed me. Yunti, I want to apologize, I really didn't mean to. Hearing Chen Qingzhu's words and seeing her actions, Su Ningen, standing beside Jiang Fei, stared in shock. Isn't this Miss Jiang's husband? What's going on with this woman? Fu Yunti gently stroked Chen Qingzhu's back, his dark eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, is this your way of treating guests? These short words were full of coldness and accusation. Jiang Fei held her abdomen tightly with her hands, the dull pain making her involuntarily bend over. But every time she arched her body, the pain in her coccyx nearly pierced her heart. Jiang Fei kept taking deep breaths, clutching tightly onto Su Ningen, who was still in a daze. Hospital. Su Ningen snapped back to reality. Oh, okay, I'll call 120 right now. And Jiang Fei's condition seemed to Fu Yunti like an intentional act to avoid responsibility. Fu Yunti sneered with extreme disgust. Jiang Fei, you have really impressed me, hurting others and then pretending to be the victim, right? Looking at Fu Yunti, who accused her without even knowing the truth, Jiang Fei opened her mouth to explain, but swallowed the words back down. Explaining would be useless, wouldn't it? His tone and attitude clearly favored this woman. Her explanation would only be redundant. Jiang Fei lowered her eyes and gazed at the crushed flowers in the courtyard, unsure whether the pain in her body or her heart caused her vision to blur with tears. With teary eyes, Chen Qingzhu turned her head and looked at Jiang Fei before speaking to Fu Yunti. Yunti, Miss Fu seems to be quite unwell. Why don't we send her to the hospital? No need. Fu Yunti wiped away Chen Qingzhu's tears and said, she won't die. I'll take you to the hospital to clean your leg wounds. After saying that, Fu Yunyi turned and left with Qin Qingzhu. He didn't even spare a glance at Zhang Fei. Su Ninggen's worldview was shattered by their actions and words. She bitterly remarked to Zhang Fei, "Miss Jiang, that's your husband. How can he?" She endured the tearing pain in her heart and shook her head bitterly. Ninggen, stop talking. Chapter 14. Go to the ward and explain. Zhang Fei didn't want to expose her ugly scar in front of her assistant. Even without adding salt, other people's looks of pity would make her feel painful. The road was chosen by herself. No one could share her pain. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhang Fei was pushed into the emergency room. Su Ninggen anxiously waited outside when Zhang Fei's phone rang, where it was placed near her. Su Ninggen answered Su Zhuqing's call with a trembling voice. "Hello, Sister Su." Su Zhuqing paused briefly in the phone. "Ninggen, have you caught a cold because of Fei? Neither President Jiang nor I have a cold." Su Ninggen rubbed her teary eyes. "President Jiang is feeling unwell and was humiliated today." Humiliation? Su Zhuqing's tone instantly rose. "Ninggen, tell me clearly what happened." Su Ninggen informed Su Zhuqing about the events that occurred in the afternoon. Enraged, Su Zhuqing shouted, "Is Fu Yunting still human? That woman deliberately came to pick a fight, and his eyes must be covered in feces. How is Fei now? Has she come out from the emergency room yet?" Just as she finished speaking, the emergency room door opened, and Su Ninggen hurriedly went forward to inquire about the situation. "Doctor, how is my boss?" The doctor removed the mask. "There are some cracks in the coccyx, plus a luteal rupture, requiring some quiet rest. Let the nurse send her to the ward later." Su Ninggen was stunned for a moment, and Su Zhuqing on the phone also seemed confused for a second. She hastily said, "Ninggen, you take care of President Jiang first. I'll rush back immediately." "All right." After answering, Su Zhuqing hung up the phone. Zhang Fei was quickly wheeled out by the nurses, and Su Ninggen followed the nurses to the ward. As they just entered the elevator, a tall man dressed in a patient gown suddenly appeared at the elevator door. The sharp-eyed Su Ninggen recognized the man and exclaimed, "Younger President Jiang." Jiang Heng turned around at the sound, gazing at Su Ninggen. As he entered the elevator and his mind was still searching who this girl with a ponytail, pure like a newly graduated university student might be, his peripheral vision suddenly noticed someone lying on the bed. Jiang Heng's eyes tightened instantly, pushing Su Ninggen aside and walking over to Zhang Fei. After confirming that the person on the stretcher was indeed Zhang Fei, he raised his head and stared sharply at the nurse, asking with a serious expression, "What happened to my sister?" Startled, both nurses hastened to explain Zhang Fei's condition. Jiang Heng's knuckles holding onto the stretcher gradually turned blue. Suddenly recalling the person who had called him earlier, he turned to stare dumbfounded at Su Ninggen. "Did you know something about this?" Su Ninggen looked towards the nurses before answering. "Younger President Jiang, I will explain after we get to the ward." Understanding Su Ninggen's meaning, Jiang Heng continued questioning after settling Zhang Fei into the ward. "Can you explain now?" Sitting nervously across from Jiang Heng, Su Ninggen wrung her hands and began, "The matter is..." At that very moment, Zhang Fei slowly opened her eyes on the bed. Su Ninggen abruptly stopped talking, paused for a moment, and then quickly leaned over the bedhead to check Zhang Fei's condition. "President Jiang," asked Su Ninggen softly but concerned, "how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort anywhere?" Zhang Fei slowly blinked, adjusting to the environment before managing to open her parched lips. "Is there water?" rasped her tired, hoarse voice. Right as Zhang Fei spoke, there was a loud noise, the heavy slam of a door. Startled, Su Ninggen looked toward the suddenly departed Jiang Heng, not even having time to think through it before hearing Zhang Fei's puzzled voice. "Who just left?" Su Ninggen lowered her head. "President Jiang, it was your brother." Zhang Fei's gaze froze. How did Jiang Heng appear here? Su Ninggen took out the mineral water from her bag and unscrewed it. "I met younger President Jiang in the elevator. He already knew about your physical condition and wanted to ask me the cause. But before I could explain, you woke up." Chapter 15. He didn't agree. Su Ninggen helped Jiang Fei sit up. "It's quite strange. Boss Jiang clearly seemed very worried about you. So why did he leave as soon as you woke up?" Jiang Fei didn't know what mood Jiang Heng was in. It seemed that since Jiang Heng entered his senior year of high school, after their communication decreased, his personality had changed. Jiang Fei didn't talk much about Jiang Heng. She asked Su Ninggen for her phone and called the gardener. When the call connected, a kind, elderly voice came from the phone. Fei, what's the matter?" "Jiang Fei. Grandpa Shang, are you free tonight?" Shang Wenlin was an old friend of Jiang Fei's grandfather who had spent his life studying the cultivation of flowers. The valuable flowers in the courtyard bloomed beautifully, thanks to Shang Wenlin's efforts. "Tonight," Shang Wenlin asked back. "Is there some kind of urgent matter?" Jiang Fei briefly explained the situation with the flower bed, and Shang Wenlin on the phone fell silent. After a long wait without a response, Jiang Fei, feeling uneasy, asked, "Is there no solution?" Shang Wenlin, "Without seeing the damaged flowers, I can't say much. So, I'll come over at 7 o'clock tonight to check." "Okay, thank you for your trouble." After exchanging a few polite words, the call ended, and nearby assistant Su Ninggen immediately began advising her. "Boss Jiang, you're not in good condition to leave the hospital." Jiang Fei took a sip of water handed by Su Ninggen. "My physical condition is minor. If all the flowers die, that would be fatal." Su Ninggen knew how important the flowers in the flower bed were to Jiang Fei. After much deliberation, she said, "How about this, Boss Jiang? Let me go handle things with Grandpa Shang for you." Jiang Fei placed a glass of water on the bedside table. "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I won't feel reassured unless I go personally." Su Ningen insisted. But you shouldn't neglect your health and keep yourself going back and forth. How about this? Have Boss Jiang help check the situation. Jiang Fei shook her head. Jiang Heng hasn't been discharged from the hospital yet either. We can't trouble him with these things. My physical condition isn't a big deal. Once I finish meeting with Grandpa Shang, I'll return to the hospital. Jiang Fei was so determined, and Su Ningen couldn't say much more. She could only pray that Su Zhuqing would hurry over and stop Jiang Fei, or even help Jiang Fei resolve the issue with the flower bed. Half an hour after entering the ward, Su Zhuqing rushed in breathlessly. She slammed the door loudly and rushed to Jiang Fei's bedside in a few swift steps. Her long, brownish-red wavy hair was scattered chaotically behind her due to running, and her exquisite face was flushed with urgency. Breathing heavily, she approached the bedside and stared at Jiang Fei, who was drinking water, asking, "How are you now? What did the doctor say?" Jiang Fei looked at Su Zhuqing, who suddenly returned, surprised. "I'm fine. How did you get back so quickly? I'd be dead if I didn't come back." Su Zhuqing pulled over a chair and sat down with a commotion. She scolded irritably. "Didn't I already tell you? Fu Yunting's family background and status make it absolutely impossible for him to remain faithful to you. Look at now, isn't everything happening exactly as I predicted? Tell me, what do you plan to do next? If you don't get a divorce, I will look down on you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei slowly lowered her eyes, with complicated emotions hidden beneath. "I mentioned a divorce." Su Zhuqing was slightly startled. "When did this happen?" "It has been half a year. I've brought it up 3 times, and he didn't agree." "On what grounds doesn't he agree?" Su Zhuqing suddenly stood up. "Isn't it because he cheated? What qualification does he have to hold on to you like this?" Jiang Fei had asked herself this question countless times, and with an answer she herself couldn't decipher, how could she explain it to Zhuqing? Seeing Su Zhuqing confusedly staring at Jiang Fei tightly pressed her lips without speaking, and Su Ningen guessed that Boss Jiang might have some unspeakable secrets. That, Su Ningen broke the frozen atmosphere between them. "Sister Su, are you free tonight?" Su Zhuqing raised her eyes to look at her. "What's up?" Chapter 16, Postponing the Visit. Su Ningen silently glanced at Jiang Fei, whose eyes betrayed her fatigue. "Ms. Jiang will contact Grandpa Hua Jiang and visit the flower garden at 7 tonight. However, Ms. Su's body condition now makes it inconvenient for her to leave the hospital again." "I understand." Su Zhuqing sat back in the chair. "I'll go help her coordinate." Jiang Fei suddenly looked up. "I have to. Don't be ridiculous." Su Zhuqing suppressed his anger. "I know how precious these flowers are, and I'll help you ask clearly. You just rest well and focus on solving your issues with Fu Yunting." Chen family mansion. Fu Yunting sent Chen Qingzhu to her doorstep, where the Chen family's servant came out to greet them. Chen Qingzhu had large abrasions on her calf, which were wrapped in bandages, making it difficult for her to move. Fu Yunting helped her get out of the car and handed her over to the servant. Seeing the injury on her leg, the servant asked anxiously, "Miss, what happened to your leg?" Chen Qingzhu shook her head, smiling gently. "Wang Mama, don't make a fuss. It was just an accident while walking." "Oh my miss, how could you be so careless? That must have hurt so much." Wang Mama carefully supported Chen Qingzhu, looking up at Fu Yunting. "Mr. Fu, thank you for sending our miss home. Sir is waiting in the living room to invite you for tea." Fu Yunting politely declined. "I still have something to attend to, so I can't visit for now." Since Fu Yunting refused to enter, Wang Mama didn't push further and instead looked at Chen Qingzhu, seeing how she would decide. Chen Qingzhu did not insist on keeping him and responded thoughtfully. "Yunting, after finishing work, remember to rest early, and when you get home, let me know that you're safe." Fu Yunting nodded briefly, turned, and got into the car. Assistant and closed the door for him, quickly sitting into the driver's seat and starting the car to drive away. Assistant and glanced through the rearview mirror at the Chen family mansion, which was growing smaller in the distance. "Mr. Fu, how should we arrange matters regarding Miss Chen next?" Closing his eyes slightly, Fu Yunting changed the topic by asking, "Where is Jiang Fei?" According to news, Madam is currently in the hospital with a cracked coccyx. Also, Fu Yunting opened his eyes. "When did you learn to speak only half sentences?" The corpus luteum of Mrs. ruptured. An assistant grew rather embarrassed since this was private information and not easy to pass on via him as an assistant. Fu Yunting frowned imperceptibly. So with such a light fall, 2 problems arose. She sure was fragile. "Mr. Fu," the assistant asked again, "where should we go now?" Fu Yunting turned his gaze toward the window outside, and gradually a chill passed through his eyes, turning into intense hatred. "Let's calculate the time. Did today mark the day?" The assistant felt heavy-hearted. "Yes, Mr. Fu, today marks exactly 4 years since Miss Wen passed away." Fu Yunting's eyelids trembled slightly, and his breathing became increasingly chaotic. Memories of the woman lying bloody in his arms kept flashing in his mind. Her eyes showed despair and fury but also deep reluctance when they locked with his. Her trembling hand caressed his cheek, tearfully telling him she hated herself, having lost the will to live. She refused any cost to save her life because she detested this dirty world too much. Even though he didn't listen to Wen Yu's plea and rushed her to the hospital, doctors ultimately declared it was too late, and resuscitation failed. The car stopped smoothly in front of a flower shop, abruptly breaking Fu Yunting from his reminiscence. He adjusted his breathing, got out of the car, and personally bought a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. By the time he carried the neatly wrapped bouquet out, tiny raindrops began drifting from the sky. Fu Yunting stared at the gloomy heavens, the cold in his eyes transforming into a dense resentment. Jiang Fei, who was asleep on the hospital bed, suddenly shivered and woke up from a nightmare. In her dream, Fu Yunting choked her with his hands and locked her in a pitch-dark storeroom. No matter how much she banged on the door and shouted, he heartlessly refused to open it. Panic-stricken, she looked around the dimly lit ward, calming down slightly when she saw Su Ningen dozing beside her bed. The sky outside the window had already darkened, and Su Zhuqing was no longer in the ward. Slowly supporting herself, Jiang Fei sat up, startling Ningen, who hadn't been sleeping soundly. Rubbing her eyes and straightening her posture, Ningen hoarsely called out, "Ms. Jiang, you're awake." Nodding, Jiang Fei reached for her phone on the pillow side and checked the time. Nearly 8 o'clock. Has Zhuqing called yet? Not yet. Before Ningen finished her sentence, Jiang Fei's phone rang. It was Su Zhuqing calling. She pressed the answer button without letting Su Zhuqing speak first and asked directly, "What did Grandpa Shang say?" Chapter 17. It takes time. Grandpa Shang took all the withered flowers away. Su Zhuqing gazed at the disordered flower bed in front of her and sighed regretfully. Grandpa Shang said we can only try to extract seeds and attempt to cultivate them again. However, it will take some time. Did he sound very serious? Jiang Fei asked anxiously. Su Zhuqing walked towards the gate outside. Not really. I saw that he should still have a way around it. Have you eaten dinner? I've just woken up, Jiang Fei replied. Are you coming over? I can order takeout for us both. I still have some documents to handle. I'll come see you tomorrow, Su Zhuqing yawned. By the way, what is the deal with the other woman Fu Yunting found? What's her name? Jiang Fei didn't want Su Zhuqing to be involved in her affairs with Fu Yunting. Otherwise, considering Fu Yunting's temper, it could very well involve Zhuqing too. Jiang Fei. I don't know much either. I've only seen her twice. Su Zhuqing closed the door and sat in the car. Fei, even if Fu Yunting doesn't want a divorce, you can temporarily move out of Beiyuan. If he wants to drag this out with you, then drag along. You two may have the means to sustain such a stalemate, but that other woman definitely does not. Just watch and she'll eventually start pushing this idea in your ears. Jiang Fei accepted Su Zhuqing's words. If she had an option to leave, she would certainly choose to do so. However, some things really weren't something she alone could control entirely. The call ended, and Jiang Fei pulled back the quilt saying, Ningen, let's go eat something. Even though everything was a mess, she had to keep going. She still had her mother and younger brother to take care of. There was no excuse for her to fall down. Before Jiang Fei woke up, Su Ningen had already asked the doctor whether they could go out. With the doctor's permission, this time Su Ningen did not stop Jiang Fei from leaving the hospital. When they walked out of the ward, coincidentally Zhang Mubai was stepping out of the elevator. Jiang Fei stopped and looked at Zhang Mubai, who quickly rushed towards her. Zhang Mubai reached Jiang Fei and nervously scrutinized her from head to toe. Fei, I heard you were hospitalized. Is anything wrong? While speaking, Zhang Mubai extended his hand to touch Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei instinctively pulled her arm back. I'm fine. Who told you that I'm in the hospital? Zhang Mubai stared at Jiang Fei's fair arm. His expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly concealed it. I was actually visiting Xiaohong and incidentally overheard him talking with your mother, Zhang Mubai explained. So, I came down to check on your situation. Zhang Mubai's eyes stared straight at Jiang Fei, fiery as if scorched by fire, making Jiang Fei feel discomfort psychologically. She averted her gaze and said, I'm fine. If you want to see Xiaohong, go ahead. Xiaohong isn't more important than you. He realized halfway through that it sounded inappropriate, so he hastily explained, you at least call me uncle. Emotionally and reasonably, I need to come visit you. The meanings of these two consecutive sentences differed, and Su Ningen detected something slightly off. She noticed the annoyance in Jiang Fei's eyes and spoke up. President Jiang has clients waiting downstairs. Can you let us go first? Jiang Fei glanced at Su Ningen briefly, thinking this was a rather poor excuse. Fortunately, Zhang Mubai didn't expose it, instead stepped aside to allow Jiang Fei and Su Ningen to leave. As Jiang Fei passed by Zhang Mubai suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. Chapter 18. Ignorance. The scorching and sticky sensation made Jiang Fei's body hair stand on end instantly. She turned around and immediately pulled away, eyeing Zhang Mubai warily. What are you doing? Zhang Mubai smiled. Fei, your brother isn't severely injured. He'll be discharged tomorrow. It's been a long time since you've eaten at home. Let's have dinner together tomorrow. Jiang Fei was about to refuse instinctively when Zhang Mubai continued. It's decided then. Don't make your mother's effort go to waste. The mention of mother stopped Jiang Fei from saying anything. After speaking, Zhang Mubai left, leaving Jiang Fei and Su Ninghan staring at his retreating figure with complex expressions. Once he entered the elevator and the doors closed, Su Ninghan approached Jiang Fei and asked, Boss Jiang, I feel like his gaze on you was weird. Jiang Fei pursed her lips and turned to ask her, Are you hungry? Su Ninghan paused for a moment, touched her stomach and giggled. I am a bit hungry. Let's go eat. Jiang Fei took Su Ninghan to a nearby restaurant and resolved their hunger. After that, she hailed a cab for Su Ninghan and urged her to go home. After seeing off Su Ninghan, Jiang Fei prepared to take another car to Beiyuan to pack her belongings. But before she could get a car, a white Range Rover suddenly stopped in front of her. The window lowered, and the figure of Zhou Sicheng appeared in front of Jiang Fei. He leaned slightly forward and asked, Jiang Fei, what are you doing here? Jiang Fei wasn't quite used to Zhou Sicheng addressing her directly, so she was momentarily stunned before responding. Dr. Zhou, I'm hailing a taxi. Zhou Sicheng said, Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Jiang Fei refused with a wave of her hand. No need, my car will be here soon. Zhou Sicheng opened the door, got out of the car, and came to open the passenger side door for her. Looking back, he smiled faintly and said, The weather in Jiangsheng is a little unpredictable recently. There might be rain again at any moment. It's not good for you to get wet due to your physical condition. I'll drop you off near your place. His courtesy, coupled with him personally opening the car door for her, made it difficult for Jiang Fei to refuse again. Thank you. While expressing gratitude, Jiang Fei moved slowly, trying her best to sit lightly in the passenger seat. Her strange movements caught Zhou Sicheng's attention. Standing beside Jiang Fei, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Is your stomach uncomfortable again?" Tired of covering up too much, Jiang Fei admitted outright, "Yes, I fell and hurt my tailbone." Zhou Sicheng looked at her helplessly. "In other words, not long after I left, you fell." "More or less." Jiang Fei grabbed the seatbelt and fastened it, unwilling to say more. "Sorry for troubling Dr. Zhou." Zhou Sicheng noticed Jiang Fei's evasive responses towards him, but didn't bother to push the issue further. He got into the car, asked Jiang Fei about her destination, and drove her there. What Jiang Fei didn't know was that all her actions had fallen under the watchful eyes of someone Fu Yunting sent to spy on her. When his subordinate informed Fu Yunting that Jiang Fei had gotten into Zhou Sicheng's car, Fu Yunting was sitting in the study of Bei Yuan. Upon receiving the news, he hung up the phone. Calculating Jiang Fei's return time precisely, during the last few minutes, he locked the photos in his hand inside a cabinet. Upon entering the living room downstairs, sounds of Jiang Fei unlocking the door were heard. Jiang Fei pushed the door open and saw Fu Yunting seated in the living room at a glance. The imposing figure filled with coldness caused an unexplained chill to flash through Jiang Fei's heart. She hadn't bet on whether Fu Yunting was home or not. She just wanted to come back to take her belongings and distance herself from Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei gently closed the door and headed straight for the staircase without greeting him. Taking a few steps, just as she was passing by Fu Yunting, his voice, filled with indiscernible emotions, suddenly echoed. "I thought the warning from yesterday would have given you some self-awareness, but clearly, you're ignorant of your own foolishness." Chapter 19. You've never loved me, have you? The warning from yesterday? Jiang Fei couldn't help but think of Zhou Sikong who had driven her home. Fu Yunting's words were clearly telling her that he was fully aware of her every move. His cold words were like a bucket of icy water drenching Jiang Fei's body, gradually sapping away the warmth inside her. Her throat tightened as she struggled to swallow, turning her head toward Fu Yunting, who had already stood up and was walking toward her. In the next moment, Fu Yunting suddenly yanked on her hair. A sharp stinging pain spread through her scalp as he forced her to tilt her head back, locking gazes with his eyes filled with endless frostiness. Those dark eyes resembled a terrifying bottomless vortex, devoid of burning anger, yet full of an abyss that could devour her reason and courage. This suffocating ominous aura had only occurred twice for Jiang Fei. At the start of this year, and today. Fu Yunting's lips curled into a mocking and icy sneer. "Do you still have the guts to let him bring you back here? Or are you challenging my limits, testing whether I can truly do what I said?" Jiang Fei's thoughts returned from his words. She reached out to grab her own hair, but Fu Yunting harshly slapped her hand away. The fiery pain in her arm hadn't even settled when excruciating pain surged through her scalp all at once. With Fu Yunting tightly gripping her hair, he turned and walked up the stairs. In unbearable pain, Jiang Fei tried her best to use both hands to hold onto her long hair, attempting to pull it out of his grasp. Her staggering steps pulled at her tailbone, causing her pain so intense that even breathing became shallow. "Fu Yunting, let go, let go." But Fu Yunting showed no intention of loosening his grip, dragging Jiang Fei effortlessly all the way to the second-floor room. Kicking open the bedroom door, Fu Yunting ruthlessly threw her onto the edge of the bed, then loosened the tie around his neck, and took one step after another toward Jiang Fei. Dizzy and disoriented, Jiang Fei looked up just as the towering silhouette of the man stood right before her. Instinctively trying to sidestep to escape, the man suddenly crouched down and grabbed her wrist, quickly binding her hands to the foot of the bed. Tilting her body, no matter how hard she tugged, there was no escaping the shackles he had imposed upon her. Humiliation and anger nearly made her teeth grind apart as red tears welled in her eyes. Glaring at Fu Yunting who squatted before her, a trace of chill in the corner of his lips. Her anger paled in comparison to his coldness and brutality. The emotions building up within her chest were extinguished when Fu Yunting extended his hand and clamped it onto her chin. His handsome face drew closer inch by inch, bringing a clean and faintly smoky breath which entangled with her quickened breathing. "Is it really necessary for me to treat you this way for you to listen properly?" Jiang Fei clenched her teeth. "Fu Yunting, you've never loved me, have you?" Fu Yunting paused slightly at Jiang Fei's fingers under his grasp, seemingly surprised by her question. Even with just a flicker of hesitation in his expression, Jiang Fei had already found her answer amidst his fleeting bewilderment. Years of emotion would soon turn into shattered fragments scattered all over the floor. What exactly was she expecting? Did she expect Fu Yunting, whose attitude had changed, to revert back to how they first started together? Did she expect him, after repeatedly cheating on her and humiliating her, to care about her insomnia-induced nights of despair? All her expectations had been cruelly crushed by Fu Yunting long ago, hadn't they? She tried countless times to mend their relationship, but ignored how her dignity crumbled before him. She was nothing more than a clown, someone laughed at and mocked. As Jiang Fei moved her restrained wrists, her heart was overwhelmed by disappointment and pain. Was there any situation more embarrassing than this? Chapter 20. What is it all for? Jiang Fei couldn't suppress the fury in her heart, and stared hazily into Fu Yunting's eyes. "Since you don't love me, never considering making me your wife, then who I associate with is none of your business." Jiang Fei's cold tone caused Fu Yunting's gaze to gradually grow frosty. Don't forget that you still bear the title of Mrs. Fu. The title of Mrs. Fu is nothing but a name, and I no longer want it. Jiang Fei abruptly raised her voice, glaring intently at Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting, for all these years, I've always been confused. Am I really your wife, or just a justified plaything in your eyes? Barring physical relations, we have almost no other interaction. If that's the case, why did you marry me in the first place? Can I assume there was some other purpose behind your decision to approach me and marry me? Jiang Fei cried bitterly, tears wetting her eye sockets, blurring her vision, and further obscuring the appearance of Fu Yunting, who stood right before her. She could no longer see herself clearly, let alone Fu Yunting. All she knew now was that the most correct choice for her was to leave Fu Yunting. Unable to continue looking at Fu Yunting directly, Jiang Fei slowly lowered her head, her body quivering gently from sobs. I can't love anymore. Fu Yunting, please let me go. I beg you. Why he treated her this way? All of this didn't matter anymore. She only wanted to return to her calm and peaceful life, no longer living in constant fear of every situation. And this speech from Jiang Fei caused the strength in Fu Yunting's fingertips to gradually wane. He looked down at Jiang Fei, his eyes harboring complex emotions. But within just a few seconds, he forcefully suppressed that complexity. He withdrew his hand, opening his mouth with disdain mixed with cold mockery. I've said it countless times, Jiang Fei, you're not qualified to negotiate any conditions with me. Standing up, he looked down from above at the frail figure crouched at his feet. If you can't maintain distance, I don't mind forcibly separating you from them. Leaving those cold and decisive words behind, he turned and walked towards the bedroom door. Jiang Fei, as if sensing something, suddenly lifted her head to look at his retreating back. Fu Yunting, even though you're my husband, you have no right to restrict my freedom. Fu Yunting seemed to have ignored Jiang Fei's words and continued walking towards the door without turning back. Jiang Fei struggled fiercely against the bindings on her hands, shouting desperately, Fu Yunting, I have things I need to do. Let me go? Let me go. Jiang Fei received no response from Fu Yunting. All she got was the chilling sound of the door being slammed shut. In the empty room, the echo of Jiang Fei's discontented and labored breathing could be heard. Turning her head, she saw her restrained hands. The tight knot from Fu Yunting's binding and her constant struggles had left her hands swollen and slightly purple. Jiang Fei bit her lower lip, forcing herself to adjust her breathing. The more anxious she became, the harder it was to free herself. She couldn't be locked in the bedroom. There were still plenty of things waiting for her to handle at the studio. Calmly, Jiang Fei leaned down, crawling closer to her bound hands. She bit down on the tie with her teeth and began to slowly untie her hands. After expending much effort, Jiang Fei finally freed her hands and took out her phone to call Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing answered the call. In a low voice and thick nasal tone, Jiang Fei asked, Zhuqing, are you asleep yet? Not yet, replied Su Zhuqing, wiping off her sleeping mask and sitting down on the couch. Your voice sounds off, what happened? Jiang Fei, can you come pick me up at Beiyuan later? I'll stay at your place for a few days. No problem, just tell me when, so I can get ready to come out. Su Zhuqing didn't ask too many questions. She understood Jiang Fei. When convenient, she'd explain the reasons right away. If inconvenient, they'd discuss it once Su Zhuqing picked her up. Jiang Fei glanced at the time. It was still 3 hours until midnight. These 3 hours would be enough to wait until Fu Yunting fell asleep. Then she'd slip away quietly. Translation continues accordingly. Chapter 21. Is she a prisoner? Jiang Fei set the time at 12:30, and during these 3 hours of waiting, Jiang Fei was in a state of constant trepidation. She feared that Fu Yunting would suddenly open the door and find that she had already freed herself. Fortunately, Fu Yunting never appeared during this period. As the agreed-upon time with Su Zhuqing approached, Jiang Fei tiptoed to open the door. The corridor was pitch black, and Jiang Fei's heart was pounding as she left the bedroom and headed towards the stairs. Every step she took was exceptionally cautious, fearing that even the slightest sound could alert Fu Yunting inside the room. Even after leaving the villa, Jiang Fei did not lower her guard. It wasn't until she closed the gate of the villa compound and Su Zhuqing's car arrived that Jiang Fei let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. Su Zhuqing lowered the car window, leaning out to call, Fei Fei. Jiang Fei immediately raised her finger to signal silence, grabbed the car door handle, and just as she opened the car door, the light in the living room of the villa behind her instantly turned on. The light shone through the yard, and Jiang Fei instantly became tense all over. She quickly stepped into the car, closing the door, but the pain from sitting down made her entire body involuntarily shrink. Ignoring everything else, she anxiously looked at Su Zhuqing and said, Zhuqing, drive fast. How did you end up like a great escape? Su Zhuqing immediately shifted gears, stepping on the brake and driving toward the corner. However, just as they turned the corner, a black car suddenly drove toward them, blocking their way. Su Zhuqing slammed on the brakes, glaring irritably at the vehicle that almost got hit. Who is this? How do you block the road by driving into the middle? Su Zhuqing complained while turning her head to look at Jiang Fei. Noticing how ashen Jiang Fei's face had become when stunned, she furrowed her brows. Fei Fei, why does your face look so bad? Jiang Fei tightly gripped the seatbelt, staring intently at the man getting off the driver's seat. He respectfully walked over to the passenger side and knocked on the window. Su Zhuqing thought nothing of it and rolled down the window. Seeing it was Assistantin, her anger flared instantly. Assistantin, are you deliberately coming to stop us late at night? Assistantin ignored what Su Zhuqing said and instead looked at Jiang Fei and spoke. Madam, Mr. Fu means it. Without his permission, please don't leave the villa arbitrarily. Wait a moment. Confused, Su Zhuqing asked, what does it mean that if he doesn't agree, Fei Fei can't leave arbitrarily? Is she a prisoner? Assistant and continued to not respond, looking at Jiang Fei silently awaiting her to get out of the car. Su Zhuqing's gaze flickered back and forth between Jiang Fei and Assistant and, noticing how terrible Jiang Fei's complexion had become, she directly pushed open the car door, got out, and went to Assistant and. She walked to Assistant An's side and pushed his shoulder with her hand. Assistant and sidestepped half a step, turning his head to meet Su Zhuqing's gaze. At the same time, Su Zhuqing's voice sounded, Assistant An, didn't you see that Jiang Fei doesn't want to get down? Are there people who force others like this? Assistant An showed no expression on his face, calmly looking at Su Zhuqing and saying, Mr. Fu's orders, I'm merely following them. Su Zhuqing laughed coldly, crossing her arms. If I insist on taking Jiang Fei away today, what then? Miss Su, please don't make things difficult for me. Assistant and glanced at the direction of the villa. Mr. Fu also doesn't have much patience waiting for Madam to return. Su Zhuqing was about to argue, when Jiang Fei suddenly spoke from inside the car. How did he know I ran out? Her voice carried a slight tremble, filled not only with confusion, but also with dread of Fu Yunti. Fu Yunti's violent behavior made her scalp still painfully sore. Assistant and directed his gaze to Jiang Fei's slightly upturned face. The headlights illuminated her face, clearly showing her swollen eyes. Jiang Fei was originally pretty, her peach blossom eyes resembling a clear visible pool of water. If the pools within her eyes were filled with tears, they would appear exceptionally pitiable. Assistant and felt somewhat awkward and withdrew his gaze from Jiang Fei's face. Madam's thoughts are too easy for Mr. Fu to guess. Jiang Fei placed her hand on her swollen wrist, took 2 deep breaths. Then she pushed the car door open and got out. Fei Fei. Su Zhuqing watched Jiang Fei with concern. If you don't want to go back, I can take you away. We don't need to be afraid of Fu Yunti. No matter how powerful he has no right to deprive others of their freedom. Moreover, even if Fu Yunti refuses to divorce, it makes no difference. I'll help you file for divorce. Chapter 22. Wait for my news. Su Zhuqing is a lawyer, and after 3 years of practice, the cases she has handled have almost been zero failure. She is also quite famous in Jiang City. Jiang Fei believes that Su Zhuqing will do her best to help her with the divorce lawsuit. But who is Fu Yunting? He is the financial giant in Jiang City, and even more so, the uncontested master in this ever-changing commercial world. There are too many ace lawyers under his command. Any one of them could easily leave Su Zhuqing speechless. Jiang Fei didn't want to involve Su Zhuqing in her matters with Fu Yunting, so as not to ruin Zhuqing's hard-earned reputation because of her divorce case. Never mind, Zhuqing, Jiang Fei said with a bitter twist at the corner of her lips. I probably can't get away tonight. She wasn't unaware of Fu Yunting's tactics. Confrontation would only result in her being at a disadvantage. Being hurt herself was enough. She couldn't drag Zhuqing into trouble along with her. Jiang Fei's words made Su Zhuqing furrow her brows in urgency. Fei Fei, why do you fear Fu Yunting so much? Is he some sort of ferocious beast that will devour you? Jiang Fei remained silent with pursed lips, as she viewed him precisely as such. A ferocious beast capable of tearing her apart and shattering her life. Seeing Jiang Fei standing there dispiritedly, Su Zhuqing attempted to speak several times, yet was uncertain about how to continue consoling her. Decisively, she grasped Jiang Fei's hand, saying, If we're not leaving, then so be it. I'll accompany you back. Fu Yunting wouldn't dare say anything unpleasant in front of me, an outsider, right? Moreover, I'd like to ask him exactly why he's treating you this way. With her unyielding nature, Su Zhuqing pulled Jiang Fei back toward the villa. Zhuqing, go back. With weary tone, Jiang Fei tried to dissuade her, stopping in her tracks. She understood Zhuqing's temperament all too well. Once Zhuqing returned with her and met Fu Yunting, there was no doubt she wouldn't say anything pleasant. How could Fu Yunting possibly tolerate others criticizing him in his presence? At worst, he might throw Zhuqing out. Even worse, he might destroy Zhuqing's years-long efforts. Just stepping into this mess alone was enough for her. Why involve others? Su Zhuqing turned around and looked at Jiang Fei. Her anger softened into incomprehension. Fei Fei, what exactly did Fu Yunting do to make you so afraid of him? Did he bring a mistress to flaunt in front of you? Fei Fei, we can sue them. Sue Fu Yunting? That had never crossed Jiang Fei's mind. To put it bluntly, there's currently no lawyer who could win against Fu Yunting's legal team. Doing this would only become a laughingstock. Shaking her head, Jiang Fei raised weary eyes to meet Su Zhuqing's gaze. Zhuqing, I'll deal with it myself. Thank you for coming tonight. We're sisters. Don't use polite words. Su Zhuqing said irritably. I just want to know how you intend to resolve this by yourself. Jiang Fei didn't know how to resolve it either, but leaving at the moment wasn't wise. Nor could she say pretty words to Zhuqing. She could only sigh deeply and speak. Zhuqing, wait for my news. Su Zhuqing stared at Jiang Fei for a long while before slowly releasing her hand. All right, since you have your own ideas, I won't force you to do anything. But remember, you still have me. You don't have to bear everything on your own. Jiang Fei nodded, watching Su Zhuqing leave before returning to the villa with assistant. As she stepped into the living room paved with tiles, a chill spread from the soles of her feet through her entire body. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei walked out of the entrance hall and saw Fu Yunting standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows. He had already taken off his suit and changed into casual loungewear. The warm yellow lights above illuminated the room, yet failed to dissipate the ominous aura surrounding him. His eyes remained deep and unfathomable. Standing where she was, Jiang Fei gazed at Fu Yunting from afar. The moment their eyes met, she failed to detect the expected anger in his eyes. Startled, she nonetheless chose not to speak first. Fu Yunting sat down on the sofa behind him, leaning lazily back. His scrutinizing gaze slowly roamed over Jiang Fei. So, your purpose for coming back tonight is to pack up and leave? Chapter 23, Better Than Staying by Your Side. Jiang Fei glanced away and calmly replied, yes. Fu Yunting then asked, where do you want to move? To your villa? His tone was calm, betraying no emotion, which left Jiang Fei momentarily at a loss. Jiang Fei could only follow Fu Yunting's question with an answer. If you're calling me back just for this, then I'll pack my things and leave. Fu Yunting didn't respond, leaving Jiang Fei unsure of what he was thinking. She avoided direct eye contact with Fu Yunting, but could distinctly feel his cold gaze on her. Jiang Fei paused for a moment before turning around and walking towards the stairs with determination. Just as she was about to step onto the stair, Fu Yunting suddenly spoke. If you want to leave, you need to be clear about what will happen after stepping through that door. Jiang Fei furrowed her brows in confusion. What did he mean by what will happen afterward? Leaving Fu Yunting would allow her not to see him entangled with mistresses. Her life afterward wouldn't get worse, right? She wouldn't have to wait anxiously every day to see if he'd come home. Wouldn't this be a kind of relief for herself? Jiang Fei gripped her hands tightly. At least, it's better than staying by your side. After uttering those words, Jiang Fei ran upstairs, fearing that Fu Yunting might change his mind. By the time she finished packing and came downstairs, Fu Yunting was no longer sitting in the living room. Jiang Fei's steps faltered slightly, her heart heavy with regret. Her and Fu Yunting had ultimately come to this point. No divorce yet, only a statement urging her to think clearly. With such simplicity, 3 years of her perseverance had been shattered. Denying any sadness would be a lie. After all, she had loved. Jiang Fei wiped the tears that spilled from the corner of her eyes, took 2 deep breaths to adjust her emotions, and then dragged her suitcase out of the villa. When she finally arrived home by taxi, it was already 2 a.m. After washing up, Jiang Fei lay down in bed and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps with all her defenses and worries lifted, Jiang Fei slept particularly soundly that night. The next day, Jiang Fei was woken up by Su Zhuqing's phone call. She lazily pressed the button to answer, mumbling a hello. Su Zhuqing anxiously asked on the other end, you ungrateful woman, are you planning not to call me unless I call you first? What happened last night? Why haven't I heard a word? Sorry, Zhuqing. Jiang Fei gradually woke up and sat up. I got home too late last night, so I plan to tell you when we meet today. Home? Su Zhuqing asked in surprise. Do you mean your own home? Jiang Fei couldn't help but chuckle at Su Zhuqing's tone. Could it still be North Court? Su Zhuqing. Wait, I'm coming to Shanghai Bay right now. The call was hurriedly disconnected by Su Zhuqing as Jiang Fei prepared to get up and wash up. Su Zhuqing lived not far from Jiang Fei, and it took her only 15 minutes to arrive at Jiang Fei's house. She brought breakfast for Jiang Fei, and the two of them chatted while eating at the dining table. Su Zhuqing handed over the soy milk she had prepared and said, tell me fast, what exactly happened last night? Jiang Fei recounted the events of last night to Su Zhuqing. After listening, Su Zhuqing was so stunned that she couldn't even put the pancake in her mouth. Regaining her senses, Su Zhuqing finally swallowed heavily. So, Fu Yunting really hit you? Just because the doctor sent you back home, he actually hit you? Jiang Fei fiddled with the steamed bun in her hand and responded faintly with an No, I don't think it's like that. Su Zhuqing's expression turned increasingly serious. Fei, there must be something you haven't told me. If you really consider me your best friend, then tell me everything that has gone wrong between you and Fu Yunting these past few years. Jiang Fei remained silent, feeling that some things she could digest on her own without necessarily burdening her best friend with all her negative emotions. Anxious, Su Zhuqing continued. Fei, you need to think this through. You've just temporarily moved out of North Court, but you and Fu Yunting aren't divorced yet. Chapter 24 The Trap. Jiang Fei nodded and said, I know. I will prepare the divorce agreement in the next few days and have someone send it over to him. Do you think he would agree to divorce you just because he let you leave? Su Zhuqing analyzed. If he was willing to divorce, would it have dragged on for such a long time? Jiang Fei paused. Since he has agreed to let me leave, why wouldn't he agree to the divorce? If you don't believe me, then let's make a bet. Su Zhuqing's tone was resolute, her eyes even more determined, as if she was certain that Fu Yunting wouldn't easily divorce. Jiang Fei looked at Su Zhuqing curiously. What do you want to bet with me? If 3 days from now, Fu Yunting hasn't agreed to sign the divorce agreement, then you tell me all the issues between you and Fu Yunting these past few years. Jiang Fei frowned slightly, contemplating what Su Zhuqing had said. Su Zhuqing put down the food in her hand and tightly grabbed Jiang Fei's hands. Fei, I won't harm you, but Fu Yunting's behavior is just too strange. Su Zhuqing withdrew her hand and stared at Jiang Fei seriously. Why can he betray you so openly, while you cannot reciprocate with the same actions? There are many couples who pretend to be close but are estranged inside, yet your case is quite rare. Let me put it another way. There are plenty of people in Jiang City that Fu Yunting could choose who match his status, so why did he pick you? When you first met, he chose a flash marriage right away, initially doting on you immensely, and now he is hurting you without restraint. Don't you think it feels like he set up a trap for you? Jiang Fei heard this and felt bewildered. I have nothing that Fu Yunting wants to gain. He doesn't need to waste his time setting traps for me just to hurt me. Can you guarantee that you know everything about Fu Yunting? Su Zhuqing counter-asked. Are you sure you clearly understand your husband's past? Jiang Fei lowered her gaze, feeling a mysterious constriction in her chest. She, indeed, didn't know what kind of past Fu Yunting had before he met her. His hobbies, his social circle, his family. She knew absolutely nothing about them. Su Zhuqing's words were like a splash of cold water awakening her, making Jiang Fei feel chills running through her entire body. If what Zhuqing said were true, then what was Fu Yanting's purpose? Fei, Su Zhuqing asked earnestly. Do you want to bet or not? Jiang Fei gradually clenched her fingers tightly. After a moment of deep contemplation, she looked up and met Su Zhuqing's solemn gaze. Fine, I'll bet with you. After breakfast, Su Zhuqing returned to the company, and Jiang Fei took a taxi to Fragrant Float Villa. After picking up the car, Jiang Fei was about to find the gardener to ask about the flowers when her phone received a voice call from Zhou Xiqing. Jiang Fei started the car and pressed the answer button on the dashboard. Dr. Zhou. Zhou Xiqing's clear and apologetic voice came out. Ms. Jiang, sorry, the perfume needs to be expedited. Jiang Fei gently stepped on the brakes. Did your father's symptoms worsen? Yes, Zhou Xiqing's voice sounded weary. After taking the medicine last night, he couldn't sleep all night. Jiang Fei slowly reversed the car back to the entrance of Fragrant Float Villa. She stared at the gate and muttered, 3 days. I'll give you the fragrance within 3 days. Is that okay? All right, Zhou Xiqing replied. The fees for the expedited service can be transferred to you. No need. Dr. Zhou, you've helped me enough already. Jiang Fei unfastened her seatbelt and got out of the car. Regardless of the troubles Zhou Xiqing's appearance brought her, the fact remains that he had helped her. How could she possibly charge him extra for the expedited service? Since I'm not charging for the expedited fee, perhaps you could treat me to dinner sometime, as a small token of my gratitude. Jiang Fei stopped in her tracks. Mr. Zhou, I'm married. It wouldn't be proper if I kept associating with men. Zhou Xiqing fell silent for a moment. Have I interfered with your relationship with your husband? Chapter 25. It's none of our business. Jiang Fei. No, Mr. Zhou, I'm about to start working. Let's stop chatting for now. Zhou Xiqing didn't continue to bother her and responded, all right, I'll wait for your news. After the call ended, Jiang Fei had just entered the studio when she received a message from Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing. Fei, how do you plan to draft the divorce agreement? Have you thought about how to divide the finances? Jiang Fei sat down in the chair and replied, there's no need to split the finances. What's his is his, and what's mine is mine. Su Zhuqing sent an eye-rolling emoji. Are you just going to work for free for him for 3 years? Jiang Fei. It's something I willingly did. There's nothing more to say. Just draft it according to my method. Su Zhuqing. All right, I'll send it to you right away. Later, you can print it out, sign it, and have someone deliver it. Within less than 3 minutes, Su Zhuqing sent the divorce agreement document to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei turned on her computer to print it out, but hadn't yet signed it when there was a heavy knock on the courtyard gate. Jiang Fei jumped, quickly put down her pen, and hurried to the gate. When she opened the door, a plump woman suddenly stormed in angrily. The wooden door slammed into Jiang Fei's shoulder, hurting so much that she couldn't help but hiss in pain while clutching her shoulder. The fat woman didn't bother to apologize. When their eyes met, she screamed, Where's Jiang Yuan? Jiang Fei, massaging her shoulder, said, What do you want with my father? What? The plump woman coldly jeered as she pulled out several sticks of incense from her Hermes bag and threw them forcefully at Jiang Fei. The great incense made by your father. Last night, I lit one for my old man, and it caused him to cough all night. This morning, I had to take him to the hospital, and the doctor said he has lung infections. Tell me, how should we settle this account? Jiang Fei bent down, picked up the incense from the ground, and glanced at the seal imprinted on the incense stick, specifically reserved for floating fragrance garden, before asking, when was this incense purchased? I don't remember exactly, but it was 3 years ago anyway. Jiang Fei patiently explained to the plump woman, Lady, even regular incense has an expiration date. Using incense from 3 years ago is clearly inappropriate. So, your father's lung infection is due to your oversight, not related to us. What nonsense about a few years or not? The plump woman's face trembled with anger. Why didn't your father mention anything when I bought the incense? Now you tell me it has an expiration date. It's impossible. Jiang Fei firmly replied to the woman. My father would never neglect something like this. When you bought the incense, was the packaging box still there? The woman hesitated for a moment. What box? Jiang Fei took out her phone and showed the photo of the incense package box to the woman. The peony carved sandalwood box. Jiang Fei handed her phone to the woman. Please think carefully. Was there such a box? All our incense packages for customers come in this kind of box. No. The woman furrowed her brows and denied. Jiang Yuan didn't give me any boxes back then. He directly handed me a bundle of incense. It doesn't make sense for me to lie. If you really want, just bring your father out here to confront me. Seeing the serious look on the woman's face, Jiang Fei became momentarily unsure whether her father had forgotten to give the incense box. The rules about using the manual and putting incense in the box were taught to her by her father. How could her father possibly forget? What are you standing there for? The plump woman irritably asked. I'm not short of money for treating my father. I just want justice from you. Jiang Fei pursed her lips slightly. Sorry, madam. I can't call my father to meet with you. My father passed away 3 years ago. Chapter 26. There's something wrong with this person. Passed away. The plump woman was astonished, but quickly her demeanor reverted to its previously aggressive tone. So you must have surveillance footage, right? Check the surveillance. Please wait a moment. Jiang Fei took out her phone and called Su Ningen. Before the call could be connected, Su Ningen walked in from outside. Su Ningen called out to Jiang Fei. Director Jiang. I'm here. No need to make the call. Su Ningen approached the two of them, then glanced at the plump woman who was brimming with anger, asking Jiang Fei with bewilderment. Director Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Fei. Ningen, Where are the surveillance videos from a few years ago? They're all stored in the storage room. Su Ningyan asked. Is there something we need to check? Jiang Fei looked at the plump woman. This lady claims my father didn't give her the incense box or user manual. That's impossible, Su Ningyan said in astonishment. In principle, everything should have been provided. Is it so difficult for you to just investigate through the surveillance? The plump woman's anger flared even higher. So you're both deceiving consumers? If I don't get an explanation for this, I won't let it go. Without any reason to be scolded, Su Ningyan opened her mouth to argue with the plump woman. Jiang Fei, feeling a headache from the noise, stopped Su Ningyan, saying, Ningyan, go retrieve the copied surveillance footage. Lady, please also recall the exact time of purchase so we can find it in the surveillance. The plump woman quickly provided the date of the purchase from those years ago. Su Ningyan, visibly annoyed, went to the storage room to bring out the video copy. Once the three reached the hall, they inserted the USB drive into the computer to search for the surveillance footage. In less than 10 minutes, the surveillance images appeared before them. The plump woman had come with her father, paying in cash on the spot. At that moment, Zhang Yuan had just bundled up the incense, preparing to head to the storage room to fetch the box when he received a phone call. Since the surveillance had no audio, Jiang Fei had no way of knowing what was said during the call. All she could see was that Zhang Yuan's expression immediately became serious, and then he left the bundle of incense on the table, exchanged a few words with the plump woman, and hurriedly left. The plump woman did not chase after Zhang Yuan. After speaking a couple of sentences to her father, she took the incense and left. Pointing at the surveillance footage, the plump woman exclaimed, Did you see that? Zhang Yuan gave me nothing. Jiang Fei wasn't worried about the issue of compensation. What intrigued her now was exactly what call had made her father leave in such a rush. Furious, the plump woman grabbed Jiang Fei's arm. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Because of your father's actions, and now that your father has passed away, shouldn't you take responsibility for this issue? Jiang Fei, slightly unbalanced from being pulled, said, Lady, we've just found the problem. If there's an issue, we will certainly take responsibility for our oversight. I'll have a lawyer talk to you about compensation. Upon hearing this sentence, the plump woman's complexion improved slightly. Bring the lawyer over right now. Let's resolve this directly to avoid you running off. Jiang Fei did not hesitate, and had Su Ningyan contact a lawyer to come and discuss matters. At noon, after discussing the compensation, Jiang Fei escorted the plump woman out of Fushan Garden. After sitting in her car, the plump woman took out her phone and made a call. Soon, the other party answered, and the plump woman spoke. Qingzhu, I've acted as you instructed, but they agreed too easily and started the compensation process. Chen Qingzhu sat inside her car, looking at Fu Yunting's company ahead. She toyed with a strand of long hair and said, Thanks for your efforts, Auntie. Also, give Uncle Grandpa my regards. The plump woman signaled the driver to drive, saying, But Qingzhu, why do you want to cause trouble for this person? Chen Qingzhu scoffed disdainfully. Auntie, I'll explain it to you when the opportunity arises, but please do not tell my parents about this matter. The one who grew up watching you, such a considerate child as you would target someone like this. It's undoubtedly because this person has some issues. The plump woman said affectionately, If you still feel it hasn't vented your anger enough, I have a few friends who have bought incense here too. I can persuade them to create some more trouble for this person. Chapter 27, will not accept this deal. Chen Qingzhu laughed. Auntie, don't rush. Let's leave this matter for now. I have something else to do. All right, you go ahead and busy yourself. If there's anything, just let Annie know. Oh, remember to ask the hospital to issue a proof. Otherwise it would be hard for Auntie to explain things to the lawyer. Auntie, rest assured. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qingzhu put down her mobile with a tinge of coldness on the corner of her lips. Last night, she unintentionally remembered that her aunt had once mentioned buying incense from Fushan Yuan to her mother. She called her aunt to inquire about the situation and found out that even her aunt was unclear about the duration of usage for the incense. With such an opportunity at hand, how could she not seize it? She thought it'd be fun to give Jiang Fei a taste of her company. But what she didn't expect was that her accidental intervention did indeed cause some loss for Jiang Fei, and the speed at which Jiang Fei resolved matters exceeded her expectations. Her original intention for causing trouble for Jiang Fei wasn't to make her pay compensation, but because she realized that Jiang Fei and Yunting couldn't get divorced too soon. If she could stir up enough trouble for Jiang Fei so she wouldn't have extra time to spend with Yunting, then her own chances wouldn't diminish as quickly, right? Chen Qingzhu pressed down her frustration, picked up the thermal bucket, and walked toward Fu Yunting's company. Our company. Fu Yunting had just finished a meeting and walked out of the conference room with assistant, and when he unexpectedly encountered Chen Qingzhu brought in by his secretary, he paused along with assistant and, glancing towards Chen Qingzhu who approached him with a smiling face and asked softly, Why did you suddenly come? Chen Qingzhu naturally hooked her arm around Fu Yunting's. Yunting, will you blame me for coming uninvited? The nearby assistant, seeing the intimate gesture from Chen Qingzhu, wisely lowered his head and stepped back a step. On the other hand, Fu Yunting slightly tilted his gaze, looking at Chen Qingzhu who had pressed her body against his arm. A barely perceptible emotion flickered across his eyes before vanishing quickly, and his tone remained indifferent. No. Chen Qingzhu accompanied Fu Yunting to the office, and after entering, she placed the thermal bucket on the desk. Then she turned around, her smile radiant as she said to Fu Yunting, Yunting, take a seat quickly and try the soup I learned to cook this morning from our chef. Fu Yunting sat down on the chair, and Chen Qingzhu helped twist open the thermal bucket and handed him a spoon. Taking the spoon, Fu Yunting looked at Chen Qingzhu and asked, Is there something you want my help with? Chen Qingzhu leaned forward, resting her elbows on the desk, and propped her chin with her palm. In a coquettish voice, she began. Yin Ting, I still feel somewhat guilty for destroying your wife's flower bed yesterday. I heard that your wife is an expert in making incense. Could you bring me to buy some today? It could serve as compensation, and additionally, I could offer them to my grandfather since he's been a bit restless lately. Chun Qingzhu's movements caused a glimpse of subtle allure to reveal from her clothing neckline. Coupled with her soft-spoken manner, any man would find it hard to resist her charm. Seeing this scene beside the desk, assistant swiftly turned away and moved toward the bookshelf. However, Fu Yunting remained unmoved, casting a brief glance before withdrawing his gaze and saying, Why don't you go yourself? Your wife seems to have an opinion of me, replied Chun Qingzhu with a touch of weightiff in her eyes and voice. If I go alone, she probably won't accept this business. Fu Yunting glanced down at the pork rib soup floating with oil, showed no interest, and tossed the spoon back into the thermal bucket. His silence and action caused a slight internal alarm for Chun Qingzhu. Thinking her small thoughts had been uncovered, she immediately stood upright. Yin Ting, that's not what I meant. Chapter 28, constantly circling around the man. Fu Yunting interrupted. The soup is good, but I still have work to do, so I won't drink it now. Later, I'll accompany you to Float Fragrance Garden. Upon hearing Fu Yunting's words, an assistant quietly turned and glanced at him. Miss Chin's actions clearly indicated she was going to provoke Mrs. Fu. If Mr. Fu agreed, he probably wanted to embarrass her. As an assistant sighed silently, Miss Chun Qingzhu's delighted voice came through. Really? Can I wait for you in your office? Fu Yunting picked up a pile of documents nearby. Do as you wish. Chun Qingzhu gently put the thermal flask aside, without daring to disturb him too much, and moved towards where an assistant stood. Seeing her coming closer, an assistant immediately took a couple steps back to keep some distance. Unbothered by this, Chun Qingzhu asked, An assistant, are there any books here that I could read? An assistant responded politely yet distantly. I'm not sure. Miss Chun can just look around on her own. After saying that, an assistant locked the last file into the cabinet and left. Throughout the whole time, his eyes never once looked at Chun Qingzhu. Chun Qingzhu also noticed an assistant's coldness. Her gaze followed an assistant as he walked away and closed the door. Only then did she turn to search for books. In the afternoon, Zhang Fei had been locking herself inside the studio since lunchtime and hadn't come out. Su Ningen had wandered with the takeout several times outside the studio door, wanting to knock, but fearing to interrupt Zhang Fei in her fragrance-making process. She touched the already cooled meal box, about to go heat it again, when suddenly a knocking sound was heard at the door. Su Ningen placed the takeaway food in the storage cabinet outside the studio door and went to open the door. When she opened it, Chun Qingzhu's figure came into view. At the sight of her, Su Ningen's anger flared up from deep within her heart. Before she even opened her mouth, Fu Yunting's figure emerged from behind Chun Qingzhu's car. Su Ningen instantly swallowed all her complaints, her gaze firmly fixed on the two uninvited guests. Chun Qingzhu assessed the Su Ningen blocking the doorway, refusing to move. Is Ms. Jiang in? I would like to ask her to buy some incense. Ms. Jiang is busy. She has no time to entertain guests. Su Ningen replied sharply. Even if she wasn't busy, Ms. Jiang absolutely wouldn't welcome this doggy pair. Su Ningen's attitude made Chun Qingzhu look grievously towards Fu Yunting beside her. Yunting, see? I told you I was right. Hearing that, Su Ningen frowned. What does she mean she was right? Fu Yunting gave her a cold stare. How busy can she be? Busy to the point of rejecting business. Our Ms. Jiang has her own life and work. Su Ningen retaliated without fear, simultaneously casting a contemptuous glance at Chun Qingzhu. Unlike some women, who only know how to constantly circle around men. Chun Qingzhu's complexion turned somewhat pale green as she shifted topics. There are some matters which I think should personally discuss and resolve with your Ms. Jiang to clear some misunderstandings. Also, we're here to buy incense. If you block people from entering, if word gets out, it might affect your business dealings. Su Ningen was about to refuse them, when suddenly the sound of the studio door opening and closing came from behind. Turning around, she saw Zhang Fei wearing a mask stepping out of the studio, and her eyes were precisely gazing in their direction. Su Ningen worriedly watched as Zhang Fei's complexion gradually became paler, calling softly, Ms. Jiang. The hands of Zhang Fei hanging at her sides clenched tightly. Numerous thoughts flashed quickly through her mind regarding why they were here. But before she had time to make it clear, all her thoughts were disrupted by Chun Qingzhu addressing her as Mrs. Fu. Mrs. Fu, Chun Qingzhu spoke again, voice soft. Since I am here to buy incense, could you please let me enter and speak? Chapter 29, naturally deserving rejection. Chun Qingzhu's voice could be heard clearly by all the passers-by outside. Zhang Fei furrowed her eyebrows and walked to the door, but her gaze had never once fallen on Fu Yunting. No matter how much Zhang Fei tried to ignore this man, the pine-like scent from him always managed to drift into her nose, reminding her clearly that he was there. He was with this woman, here again. In Fu Yunting's eyes, probably her heart was made of cold steel, never hurting, never pulsating. Zhang Fei pinched her palm with her fingertips and looked at Su Ningen, who was full of sympathy. Ningen, go prepare some tea. Boss Jiang. Su Ningen resisted. Them? Listen, go prepare the tea. Zhang Fei interrupted Su Ningen and reminded her again. Su Ningen angrily turned around and glared at Chun Qingzhu before walking off to prepare the tea. Zhang Fei then lowered her eyes and stepped aside, saying, Please come in. Chun Qingzhu's eyes were filled with a smile as she gracefully looped her arm through Fu Yunting's and said, Yunting, shall we go in? Fu Yunting's eyes glared coldly at Zhang Fei, who seemed humble and submissive, but without a word, he accompanied Chun Qingzhu towards the reception room. When they reached the hall, Jiang Fei sat down with them, and Su Ningen arrived just then with the tea. Su Ningen unceremoniously placed the tea on the coffee table, creating a crisp collision sound. Jiang Fei knew Su Ningen's temper and feared that she would say something inappropriate, causing Fu Yunting to favor one side and become angry, so she called out to her. "Ningen, sit beside me." Su Ningen pouted and walked to Jiang Fei's side. After sitting down, she started fidgeting with her clothes, glaring at Chen Qingzhu with her two eyes. Chen Qingzhu didn't bother to look at Su Ningen, instead smiling prettily as she said to Jiang Fei, "Mrs. Fu, I've come again today uninvited. Please forgive me." TCH. Su Ningen grumbled disdainfully. A moment ago it was Boss Jiang, now Mrs. Fu. What an act. Jiang Fei quickly gripped Su Ningen's hand to restrain her, responding to Chen Qingzhu. "Miss Chun, if you can come again after yesterday's incident, there must be a reason. Please go ahead and speak your mind." The smile on Chen Qingzhu's face gradually transformed into guilt. "Actually, after yesterday's incident, I reflected upon it, and indeed my mistake was the greatest. So today I begged Yunting to bring me here again, first to apologize, and second to buy some incense from Mrs. Fu." After Chen Qingzhu's words came out, Jiang Fei's alertness immediately heightened. Chen Qingzhu claimed to apologize, merely wanting to show Fu Yunting that even though she suffered wrongs, she could still consider others' feelings. This demonstrated her generosity. What's more intelligent about Chen Qingzhu is that, though she caused trouble, she took the initiative to accuse the other party first, taking control of the situation. Then there's buying incense. Her business today was obviously a trap. If Jiang Fei agreed to Chen Qingzhu's request and accepted this order, Chen Qingzhu could later find fault with the incense. If she didn't accept, it would make Jiang Fei seem petty, since Chen Qingzhu had already come to apologize, yet Jiang Fei was still bringing up old grievances continuously. It couldn't be denied that among the women brought by Fu Yunting, Chen Qingzhu's strategy was the most cunning. Jiang Fei responded coolly but respectfully. "Miss Chun, all you did was step on my flower bed. No apology is necessary from me. These flowers of mine are valuable, but if they harm people, naturally they deserve to be despised." These words not only made Su Ningen glance in surprise at Jiang Fei, but also slightly whitened Chen Qingzhu's complexion. Simultaneously, Fu Yunting lightly knitted his brows, directing a puzzled look toward Jiang Fei. Su Ningen involuntarily admired her boss in her heart. In front of the illicit couple, she could still maintain her calm and speak a double-edged phrase like this. First, she briefly described the true situation of the day, and then mocked this noble Miss Chun. If everyone knew that Miss Chun could hurt people, then no matter how noble or beautiful like a flower she might be, she would still be rejected by all. Furthermore, Chapter 30, let her do it for you. Jiang Fei remained unperturbed as she met the somewhat flustered gaze of Chen Qingzhu. "Miss Chun, today you have kindly come in person to buy incense sticks, and I should warmly introduce and recommend them to you. However, our store has recently taken on too many orders, and we are short-staffed, so we truly cannot find the time to create incense for Miss Chun. If Miss Chun does not mind waiting, I am willing to finish these orders from old customers first, and then work with you on your incense." Jiang Fei was both polite and courteous. At the same time, she had gracefully refused without leaving any room for criticism. Even if Chen Qingzhu wanted to jump the queue, she would need to ask whether the old customers agreed or not. Before Chen Qingzhu could respond, Jiang Fei slightly turned her head and asked Su Ningen, "Ningen, check how many orders from our old customers we currently have." How could Su Ningen not understand Jiang Fei's intention? She took out her phone, found the list, and read off names one by one. "President Jiang, we currently have 2 orders from Madame Wang, the wife of President Wang of Haodong International Garment City, Mrs. Chiu, the wife of President Chiu of Mozhang Technology Public Company." Su Ningen listed quite a few people, which made Chen Qingzhu's face turn red and pale in alternation. Though their Chun family could be considered part of high society, she knew very well their true status. They were living off the old family name, already disconnected from the new media society, and beginning to decline. Otherwise, why would she be so eager to be with Fu Yunting and rely on his power to stabilize the position of the Qin family? The names announced by Su Ningen were all powerful families, rich and influential. How dared she jump ahead of them? Wouldn't that be the same as directly provoking them? Chen Qingzhu couldn't help but shift her gaze to Fu Yunting, whose expression was slightly dark. Fu Yunting's abilities naturally surpassed those people by leaps and bounds. But if she begged Fu Yunting to let her cut in line at this critical moment, he might think she didn't know better. Seething with resentment, Chen Qingzhu gritted her teeth, but still maintained an outwardly gentle demeanor. She said to Fu Yunting, "Yunting, I think I can let her do it for you if you want." Fu Yunting interrupted Chen Qingzhu, his cold gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Fei. A sinister aura emanated from him, gradually spreading throughout the hall, as if his displeasure might erupt at any moment. Jiang Fei tried hard to suppress the bitterness of having Fu Yunting support his mistress to oppress her. After 3 years of their relationship, it ended up being less important than a few days with his lover. Moreover, she could feel the suffocating pressure from Fu Yunting, but she didn't look up, refusing to make eye contact with him. She believed that Fu Yunting could definitely use his abilities to pressure her into making the incense for him. But if he did, Chen Qingzhu's actions today would be labeled as sowing discord and causing unreasonable trouble. Of course, the doting Fu Yunting wouldn't say anything, but the influential ladies who wouldn't receive their goods on schedule would likely criticize Chen Qingzhu severely. After all, she wasn't yet Madame Fu, but merely a boastful third party. How could they possibly let such a mistress rise above them? So Jiang Fei was gambling, betting on whether Chen Qingzhu had the sense to think about this aspect. She also wanted to see how Chen Qingzhu would save face for Fu Yunting after accompanying her today and leaving empty-handed. The joints of Chen Qingzhu's hand gripping the railing clearly turned white. Though her smile remained, it now carried an added touch of stiffness. After adjusting her breathing several times, she spoke calmly. I've heard before that Madame Fu is someone who conducts business according to strict rules and systems, and indeed, seeing it today proves it. Chen Qingzhu moved elegantly, placing her delicate hand on Fu Yunting's wrist. Yunting, today I acted too rashly, disturbing Madame Fu without finding out more beforehand, and I also caused you to waste your time accompanying me here fruitlessly. When Madame Fu is free next time, please bring me back to order the incense, okay? Having finished speaking, Chen Qingzhu looked at Jiang Fei again. Chapter 31. Let's wait and see. Mrs. Fu, I hope we have a chance in the future to use the incense made by your own hands. Chen Qingzhu stood up and playfully leaned down to hold Fu Yunting's arm. Yunting, I'm hungry. Can you take me to eat? Fu Yunting stared at Chen Qingzhu for a moment. Then he stood up and pulled his arm out of Chen Qingzhu's embrace. Get in the car and wait for me. His somewhat grave tone seemed like coaxing, yet it also sounded like an order. Chen Qingzhu naturally didn't dare to resist much, obediently descending the steps. After she left the hall, Fu Yunting cast a cold gaze towards Su Ningen. Get out. Su Ningen hesitated for a second and immediately looked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei sat there with tension all over her body. Ningen, go outside and wait for me. Since Jiang Fei had already spoken, Su Ningen could only stand up reluctantly. She kept looking back as she walked towards the door, worry in her eyes that Jiang Fei could clearly perceive despite the distance between them. But at this moment, since Fu Yunting wanted to regain his lost dignity, it was absolutely not right to drag Ningen into this situation. As Su Ningen's silhouette disappeared at the hall entrance, Fu Yunting swiftly approached Jiang Fei. He tightly grabbed Jiang Fei's chin with one hand. I never would have guessed that you'd become so sharp-tongued. Jiang Fei had anticipated Fu Yunting's actions. She lifted her head, enduring the pain as if her jaw was about to break, while maintaining a cold stare directly at Fu Yunting. You should have thought, the day when I'd resist you, came when you continuously insulted me in front of your lover. Fu Yunting chuckled coldly. Jiang Fei, you aren't capable of controlling what I do. Same thing applies to you. Jiang Fei raised her hand and forcefully broke free from Fu Yunting's grasp. We've been living apart. I've already drafted the divorce agreement. Whatever I do or say next has nothing to do with you anymore. If you think I'm bothersome and my words hurt, just sign the divorce agreement quickly. Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes slightly, a disdainful curve on his lips. Do you think moving out will let you have your way in everything? His words made Jiang Fei slightly startled, involuntarily recalling Su Zhuqing's wager with her this morning. You've merely moved out. There will come a day when you'll beg me to come back. Fu Yunting spoke with certainty, as though he had Jiang Fei pinned down to returning to Beiyuan. I won't go back. Jiang Fei firmly responded. All these years, you haven't stopped hurting me. I'd be brain dead to go back to Beiyuan. Then let's wait and see. Fu Yunting's lips carried a scornful smirk, the mockery in his eyes like sharp blades, slowly tearing apart Jiang Fei's rationality. As he turned away and simultaneously stepped out leaving, the meaning behind his words lingered. Let's wait and see. Jiang Fei stood dumbfounded, no matter how she racked her brains, unable to understand Fu Yunting's intention in making her beg him to return to Beiyuan. Was it because her words today had hurt his lover? So, did he want her back so he could continue torturing her? If he valued Chen Qingzhu so much, wouldn't her departure make things better for them to be together? Jiang Fei, lost in tangled thoughts, watched his retreating figure until Fu Yunting reached the hall door. Only then did she snap back to reality and called out, Fu Yunting, what do you mean? Fu Yunting gave no response, taking steady strides out of the hall. Jiang Fei hurried forward. Fu Yunting, is it so hard to let me be free? Is signing a divorce agreement really so difficult? How long are you planning to humiliate me? Chapter 32. You came just because he told you to? However, before Jiang Fei could catch up with Fu Yunting, Su Ningen's figure blocked Jiang Fei's way. Director Jiang. Su Ningen anxiously grabbed Jiang Fei and gave her a once-over. Seeing the red mark on Jiang Fei's jawline, she asked with concern, Director Jiang, are you alright? Jiang Fei's mind was buzzing with noise, so much that she barely heard what Su Ningen had said. With her thoughts in utter disarray, Jiang Fei stared at Fu Yunting. She wanted to chase after him, but didn't dare. The consequences of pursuing him would only bring further humiliation. Yet not chasing after him. Fu Yunting's words were like a bomb that exploded, making it impossible for her to calmly do anything. Thinking about how she had struggled out of the abyss, only to be told that the path ahead was another abyss. Jiang Fei's pain and resentment burst forth with tears streaming down her face instantly. Seeing this, Su Ningen was so frightened that she panicked. She pulled out a tissue from her coat pocket and tried to wipe away Jiang Fei's tears. But Jiang Fei wiped away her own tears and took a deep breath to suppress all her emotions, then glanced away, saying hoarsely, I'm fine. Go into the studio and prepare the things I need. Knowing that talking too much right now would be futile, Su Ningen quietly nodded and slowly headed toward the studio. However, just after taking a few steps, Su Ningen couldn't help turning back and addressing Jiang Fei. Director Jiang, though I've never been married and have no experience with love, I can feel your anger and helplessness. Nevertheless, Director Jiang, no matter how big the storms ahead are, I will always stand by you. Please remember to prioritize yourself above all else. Hearing these words from Su Ningen, Jiang Fei was astonished and looked at her. Seeing the determined seriousness in Su Ningen's eyes, Jiang Fei suddenly chuckled. Su Ningyan was usually carefree and rarely this serious. Her stern demeanor inadvertently eased the tense atmosphere. Su Ningyan blushed immediately as Jiang Fei laughed, asking, "Director Jiang, did I say something wrong? Why are you laughing?" Jiang Fei shook her head. "It's nothing. Let's finish work early today. I also have to leave early. My younger brother is being discharged from the hospital today." Su Ningyan nodded. "All right, Director Jiang." After entering the studio, Jiang Fei called Jiang Shuling to ask when Jiang Heng was discharged from the hospital. Upon learning that Jiang Heng was already home, Jiang Fei grabbed the car keys and drove to the mall. As autumn was quickly approaching, Jiang Fei bought 2 sets of clothes for Jiang Heng and Jiang Shuling. Afterward, she headed towards the Ufu Jiangnan residential area. Arriving below the building where Jiang Shuling lived, Jiang Fei picked up the shopping bag and got out of the car, stepping into the stairwell. The moment she entered, Jiang Fei caught a strong whiff of cigarette smoke. Pausing, she instinctively turned her head toward the fire escape and saw a familiar silhouette. Her expression became increasingly solemn. Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, hearing the familiar voice, stiffened noticeably. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Fei approaching and quickly dropped the cigarette, but in his hand. In an instant, the panic in his eyes was masked, and he fixed Jiang Fei with a gaze, his brows furrowed deeply, lips pressed tightly together without uttering a sound. "Why are you smoking?" Jiang Fei looked up and questioned her brother, who was a head taller than her. "If I want to smoke, I'll smoke. There's no reason why not. What are you doing here?" Jiang Heng's tone remained calm, showing no hint of surprise upon being caught. "Zhang Mubai told me that you were discharged today and asked me to come over and eat with you. Because Zhang Mubai told you to come, you just came?" Before Jiang Fei could finish her sentence, Jiang Heng erupted with fury. His voice rose several decibels as he shouted at Jiang Fei. Chapter 33, Help to Solve Together. Jiang Fei was startled by Jiang Heng's sudden outburst. She stared at Jiang Heng in shock. "You and mother are here. So what if we're here?" Jiang Heng glared fiercely at Jiang Fei, taking steps closer. "Did you live together with Zhang Mubai?" "It's just that my mother and I live with him. You're not related, yet you come when he calls you for a meal." Jiang Fei didn't know why, but every time she mentioned Zhang Mubai, Jiang Heng would explode in anger. Had Zhang Mubai done something excessively wrong to Jiang Heng? Jiang Fei was forced back until her back touched the fire exit door. "Jiang Heng, calm down. There's nothing to calm about." Jiang Heng shouted fiercely. "You're not welcome here. Leave now." Jiang Fei hurriedly replied. "But mother has already prepared the meal. If it's uneaten, throw it away." Jiang Heng grabbed Jiang Fei's arm and started shoving her toward the corridor outside. "Go. Leave now." Thrown off balance several times, Jiang Fei asked, "Jiang Heng, what is it that you're hiding from me? Just tell me." "Fei Fei, Xiao Heng." Suddenly, a voice came from the staircase. It was Jiang Xueling. "Are you two arguing downstairs?" Seizing the moment while Jiang Heng paused, Jiang Fei immediately moved further away from Jiang Heng, responding to Jiang Xueling upstairs. "Nothing, Mom, we're coming up." "Good, dinner will be ready soon. Come up quickly and wash your hands." "Understood." After responding, Jiang Fei looked seriously at Jiang Heng and said, "Xiao Heng, regardless of the reason, Mom has already made the meal. I can't just leave now. Let's talk about anything after dinner. We can discuss it downstairs." Without waiting for Jiang Heng's reply, Jiang Fei walked upstairs. After she entered the room, Jiang Heng followed shortly after. Only, Jiang Heng didn't say another word to Jiang Fei, but went straight to his room. Jiang Fei did not care, and put down her bag before walking into the kitchen to help Jiang Xueling prepare the meal. Seeing Jiang Fei enter, Jiang Xueling immediately said, "Fei Fei, go sit in the living room. Mom can handle it alone. Don't get your clothes oily." "No worries." Jiang Fei tied on an apron herself. "Sitting idly is boring anyway. I'll come in to help you cook and chat." Looking at Jiang Fei washing dishes, Jiang Xueling sighed helplessly. "If Xiao Heng were half as sensible as you, I wouldn't have so much to worry about." Mentioning Jiang Heng, Jiang Fei paused slightly in her movements. She turned her head toward the doorway of the kitchen and lowered her voice. "Mom, what exactly happened to Xiao Heng's nose?" Jiang Xueling was taken aback for a moment. She hadn't expected Jiang Fei to ask about this again. She avoided eye contact and picked up the spatula to stir fry. "It's just like last time. Xiao Heng got into a fight with classmates." "Mom, you're lying to me." Jiang Fei stood up straight. "Why can't you tell me? Aren't you and Xiao Heng my family? If there's any difficulty or trouble, I should be helping solve it." Jiang Xueling kept her eyes fixed on the pot full of steaming hot vegetables. The curling wisps of steam covered her increasingly pale face. When Jiang Xueling still refused to speak, Jiang Fei urged anxiously, "Mom, please don't make me anxious, okay?" The knuckles of Jiang Xueling's hand gripping the spatula had turned white. "Actually, I also." Before Jiang Xueling could finish speaking, the sound of the door opening interrupted her. Jiang Xueling visibly jumped, turning around to see Zhang Mubai return, cutting off their previous topic abruptly. Jiang Fei's gaze shifted between Jiang Xueling and Zhang Mubai. Instantly, Jiang Fei felt that maybe Xiao Heng's situation had something to do with Zhang Mubai. From Jiang Xueling's reaction just now, and Zhang Heng's reaction when mentioning Zhang Mubai downstairs, there must be a problem with Zhang Mubai. Fei Fei has come. Zhang Mubai saw Jiang Fei outside the kitchen and immediately plastered a smile on his face. Before Zhang Mubai could enter the kitchen, another loud noise of the door opening sounded from outside. Both Jiang Fei and Jiang Xueling glanced toward the bedroom direction. They saw Jiang Heng stride quickly into the dining area, pull out a chair, sit down, and even block Zhang Mubai's path into the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Heng's actions, Zhang Mubai's smile noticeably froze. He grinned insincerely at Jiang Heng and asked, Xiao Heng, what are you doing? I'm sitting here waiting for food. Don't you understand? Jiang Heng lifted his head, glaring directly into Zhang Mubai's eyes, unyielding. Zhang Mubai stared at the distance of about 1 meter between Jiang Heng and the dining table. This doesn't look like someone who's patiently waiting for a meal. You think too narrowly. Jiang Heng sneered mockingly. This is my home. I can sit wherever I want. If you feel uncomfortable, feel free to stand elsewhere. Jiang Heng's public confrontation with Zhang Mubai made Zhang Mubai's smile gradually disappear. The eye contact between the two filled the entire dining room with an atmosphere of tension. Jiang Xueling quickly turned off the stove behind her and rushed to the dining room to take Zhang Mubai's briefcase. Mubai, Xiao Heng just got discharged from the hospital, and he's in a bad mood. Don't take it personally. Dinner is about to be served. You should wash your hands first. Jiang Xueling's intervention gave Zhang Mubai an out. Zhang Mubai stared at Jiang Heng with a dark gaze for a moment before finally lifting his head again, looking at Jiang Fei and forcing another smile. Chapter 34, Get out now. Fifi, I'll go wash my hands first. There's something to drink in the storage room. Just choose what you want. Jiang Fei stared at Zhang Mubai entering the restroom without saying a word or making any movement. Looking at Jiang Xueling sitting on the chair as if relieved, with signs of exhaustion, Jiang Fei forcibly suppressed her doubts and turned around to continue helping wash the vegetables. Jiang Xueling prepared 6 dishes, with both meat and vegetables included. Among them was the braised fish that Jiang Fei loved the most. Jiang Xueling handed 2 bowls of rice to Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng, who sat side by side. Fifi, Xiao Heng, eat more. Jiang Fei took the bowl, picked up the chopsticks, and before she knew it, Zhang Mubai had placed a piece of fish into her plate. Jiang Fei lowered her eyes and looked at the fish in the plate, while noticing out of the corner of her eye that Jiang Heng had already lifted his head and was staring intently at Zhang Mubai. Ignoring Jiang Heng's gaze, Zhang Mubai said to Jiang Fei, Fifi, your mother said this is your favorite dish. Eat more. If it's not enough, I will give you more. Doesn't she have her own hands? Jiang Heng glared coldly at Zhang Mubai. There's no need for you to be so polite. Xiao Heng. Jiang Xueling sharply interrupted Jiang Heng's words. Can't you stop causing trouble? Can we just have a peaceful meal? Jiang Heng did not want to quarrel with Jiang Xueling, so he grabbed the fish from Jiang Fei's plate and put it into his own. However, Jiang Heng didn't touch this piece of fish. Afterward, whenever Zhang Mubai tried to place some food into Jiang Fei's plate, Jiang Heng would take it away in opposition. Zhang Mubai's face was becoming increasingly difficult, and neither was Jiang Heng in any better shape. Jiang Fei could feel the invisible sparks between the two of them, which made her skin feel burned. Fortunately, the two did not get into a big argument but endured quietly through the meal, which, though delicious, was hard to swallow. After dinner, Jiang Heng grabbed Jiang Fei's bowl and chopsticks, then pulled her arm and stood up. Let's go. I'll send you downstairs. Don't stay here. You're in the way. His tone was indeed filled with disgust, but Jiang Fei could still feel how Xiao Heng helped her keep distance from Zhang Mubai at the dining table. Jiang Fei did not object either since she indeed had many questions to ask Xiao Heng. Just as she planned to say goodbye to Jiang Xueling, Zhang Mubai suddenly raised his head while cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. Fifi, I heard you no longer live in Beiyuan? Jiang Fei's steps stopped suddenly. She and Jiang Heng simultaneously looked up at Zhang Mubai, wary. Even Jiang Xueling in the kitchen turned around and stared at him. How do you know about this? Jiang Fei asked coldly. Zhang Mubai remained calm-faced. I met a student's parent there today. I thought I would pick you up on the way, but the housekeeper said that you've moved out already. As a girl, it's unsafe for you to go home alone at night. We have rooms available at home. Why don't you stay over tonight? You son of a bitch, shut up. Unable to bear it anymore, Jiang Heng roared furiously at Zhang Mubai, with the fire in his eyes as if ready to consume Zhang Mubai in an instant. Ignoring Jiang Heng, Zhang Mubai instead turned to Jiang Xueling. You should teach your son some manners. I'm concerned about your daughter going home being dangerous. What's wrong with me saying that? Dropping the cloth in her hands, Jiang Xueling hurried out of the kitchen. Xiao Heng, what he says is not entirely wrong. What's not wrong? Jiang Heng couldn't suppress his fury, yelling at Jiang Xueling. How long do you plan to help him? What exactly are you afraid of? Jiang Xueling's eyes brimmed with tears as she became agitated. Xiao Heng, please stop arguing. I beg you, can you stop, alright? Worried about calming Jiang Heng down, Jiang Xueling could only ask Jiang Fei for help. Fifi, let's stay with your mom tonight, stay okay? No way she's staying. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Heng grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulders and pushed her towards the door. Get out. Now get out immediately. Pang. Suddenly, a bowl flew past them and smashed on the wall next to Jiang Heng, shattering into pieces. The sharp collision sound startled Jiang Fei. At the same time, she noticed Jiang Heng gripping her shoulder with increasing force. He muttered a curse under his breath and spun around to charge toward Zhang Mubai. So, did you break Xiao Heng's nose? Jiang Fei, suppressing the panic in her heart, questioned the grim-faced Zhang Mubai. Jiang Fei's question made Jiang Heng halt in his tracks, and Zhang Mubai also showed a fleeting look of surprise at Jiang Fei's unusual calmness. Zhang Mubai forced a laugh and said gently, Fifi, why would you think it was me? Jiang Fei glanced down at the broken bowl on the ground. When you threw that bowl, you never thought whether Xiao Heng would get seriously injured. Zhang Mubai argued back. With him treating his own sister like that, according to reason and sentiment, he deserves some discipline. Let me say something unpleasant. Jiang Fei raised her eyes to meet Zhang Mubai's cunning and dangerous gaze. No matter what, you are not qualified to do this. If Xiao Heng needs discipline, my mom will take care of it. Zhang Mubai chuckled. Fifi, you know your mom is gentle by nature. She can't handle rebellious Xiaohang. Anyway, your mom and I are married now. It makes sense that I help in disciplining him. Chapter 35. The only person who will lose face is you. So tell me, apart from Xiaohang trying to push me away, what else haven't we done well? Jiang Fei asked, advancing and pulling out a chair from beside the dining table to sit down. Jiang Heng glared at Jiang Fei. Didn't you hear me? I told you to go out. If you still consider me your older sister, then you will quietly sit over there. Jiang Fei reminded in a calm voice. Despite her tranquil tone, her words carried an air of authority. For a moment, Jiang Heng was unsure how to retort. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Shuling came forward and pulled him aside. Jiang Fei raised her eyes to Zhang Mubai. Uncle Zhang, let's sit down and talk. Zhang Mubai took 2 napkins to wipe his hands, then sat down. Xiaoheng is rebellious and has caused no shortage of trouble at school, which has often made your mother worry. Jiang Fei stared directly at him. Then please tell me, why did you break Xiaoheng's nose? Zhang Mubai opened his mouth but didn't get a chance to explain before Jiang Fei continued. If you're going to say it's because Xiaoheng caused problems at school, making it embarrassing, so you hit him, then fine, I can go to the school and find out the details. If that's not the case, Uncle Zhang, the one who will lose face will be you. Zhang Mubai's expression noticeably stiffened, though his eyes were locked on Jiang Fei's. His hand unconsciously started fiddling with the napkin. Sensing his guilt, Jiang Fei pressed on without giving him a chance to speak. Uncle Zhang, if you can't or won't explain, that's fine too. Zhang Mubai seized the opportunity to step back. Fei, this matter has already passed. Let's not bring it up again, all right? I'll let the police inquire about the reason. Jiang Fei calmly took her phone out and placed it on the table. You have the right to remain silent, and I have the right to call the police. Seeing Jiang Fei was about to call the police, Jiang Shuling quickly rushed forward to pacify the situation. Fei, don't call the police, all right? Let's not make this bigger than necessary. Jiang Fei looked up curiously at Jiang Shuling. Mom, he hit Xiaoheng. Yet you want to endure it silently? What? Jiang Shuling bit her lips tightly, frequently glancing nervously at Zhang Mubai. Mom, Jiang Fei suddenly raised her voice. I am here. You don't need to care about anyone else's approval unless you do not see Xiaoheng and me as your children anymore. Shuling, Zhang Mubai followed with a call. You naturally know the reason for all this. Think carefully before explaining. Shut up, Jiang Fei, unable to control her sudden surge of anger, yelled at Zhang Mubai. Since you've opened your mouth without any valid reason, I'll ask you to leave first. Zhang Mubai was momentarily stunned, not expecting Jiang Fei's unexpected hostility. His rigid face flashed a hint of anger, mixed with some complex, inscrutable emotions. If you don't leave, I will call the police now. Jiang Fei persisted in pressing him. Zhang Mubai appeared unwilling to escalate the situation further. Standing up, he deeply glanced at Jiang Shuling before walking toward the door. After the door closed, Jiang Fei stood up, grabbed Jiang Shuling's arm, and led her to the guest room. Upon entering the room, Jiang Fei turned around and met Jiang Shuling's tearful gaze, her heart aching involuntarily. Mom, what exactly happened? Jiang Fei gently coaxed, asking. I know you are wary of Zhang Mubai, but have you ever thought about whether your tolerance towards this has been fair to Xiaoheng? Seated on the chair, Jiang Shuling wiped away her tears, saying, Mom knows it's wrong, but Mom can't help it anymore, Fei. If you report this, the one who gets hurt is you. Me? Jiang Fei was puzzled, asking, why would it have anything to do with me? Jiang Shuling clasped her hands tightly, hesitating for a long while before her eyes finally settled firmly. Fei, do you remember when you stayed here for a few days before your wedding? Jiang Fei nodded, sitting by the bed. I remember. The villa was being cleaned, so I stayed here. It was during those few days that Zhang Mubai took quite a number of photos of you, Jiang Shuling said through teary eyes, including your naked pictures. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei's expression immediately turned deathly pale. A wave of physiological nausea surged in her chest. The reason Xiaoheng resisted you coming over so strongly was because he didn't want Zhang Mubai to get close to you. Jiang Shuling, crying, revealed the truth. The day Xiaoheng had a bloody nose was because he found naked pictures of you hidden on Zhang Mubai's computer, leading to an argument and fight, resulting in his hospitalization. Zhang Mubai threatened both Xiaoheng and me, stating if we dared disclose this, he'd release your naked pictures online. Mom, I couldn't bear it either, Fei. I'd rather swallow my pride along with Xiaoheng than ruin your reputation, cried Jiang Shuling. Jiang Fei watched the sobbing Jiang Shuling with ears buzzing audibly. She's not incapable of understanding their restraint. After all, if the photos were to be published, it would not only affect her reputation but also impact Fu Yunting. But regarding this matter, why couldn't they have informed her earlier so she could discuss it? Whenever Jiang Fei thought about Zhang Mubai doing something with her pictures, the nauseating feeling in her stomach intensified to the point that she felt like vomiting. Faced with a silent Jiang Fei, Jiang Shuling panicked and reached out, tightly gripping Jiang Fei's cold hands. Fei, forgive Mom. You are Mom's daughter. How could Mom bear seeing your images posted online? That's why I've been enduring. Jiang Fei lacked the strength to return the grip on Jiang Shuling's hand. She didn't understand why so many things had piled up on her shoulders. The issue with Fu Yunting wasn't resolved yet. Now another potential scandal of nude photos was added, which might ruin her reputation. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Mom, let me have some time alone to calm down. Jiang Shuling didn't know what words could comfort Jiang Fei, so she could only silently nod, preparing to rise and leave. As Jiang Shuling reached the room door, Jiang Fei turned and asked her, Mom, Do you still have feelings for Zhang Mubai? If you were asked to leave him, could you do it? Jiang Shuling tightly gripped the doorknob. I can stay apart from Zhang Mubai, as long as he doesn't do anything harmful to you. I'm willing to leave immediately. Jiang Fei bent over, covering her face with both hands, concealing all her anguish. Mom, ask Xiaoheng to come in. I want to ask him a few things. All right, I'll call him. A while later, Jiang Heng's silhouette appeared within Jiang Fei's peripheral vision. As Jiang Heng approached, Jiang Fei finally looked up, her eyes reflecting weariness as she gazed at him. Jiang Fei did not wish to impose her own issues onto Jiang Heng, forcing a smile as she said, now I know why someone with such a good temperament as Xiaoheng suddenly changed, all because of Zhang Mubai. Jiang Heng sat down in front of Jiang Fei. So, how do you plan to deal with this? Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Other than my photos, did you find anything else? At the mention of this, Jiang Heng's anger flared once again in his eyes. It was all your pictures, all in one document. No one else's. I don't even know how he managed to take those pictures of you. Chapter 36. How to solve it. How long has he been missing you? Just thinking about such an asshole being around us for so long makes me want to kill him. Jiang Heng's impulsive words made Jiang Fei worried. Xiaoheng, you cannot be impulsive when doing anything. Otherwise, something that is not wrong will become wrong. This was a lesson that Jiang Fei had learned a few days ago. If she hadn't gone after Chen Qingzhu, how would Chen Qingzhu have grabbed the opportunity to turn things around against her? And how could she have endured accusations and humiliations? I can refrain from being impulsive, but what should we do about the nasty things that bastard did? Jiang Heng reminded. Should we report it? Why shouldn't we report it? Jiang Fei bitterly smiled. The best way is to protect our rights through reporting. Of course, before that, I also need to prepare some other things. Jiang Heng frowned lightly and asked, what? Jiang Fei said, this matter requires your action, but you must promise me to keep your calmness and absolutely not act impulsively. Just tell me how it should be done. That's my job. Let Zhang Mubai voluntarily admit that the photos on his computer were taken by him. Jiang Fei said strictly. Isn't his computer placed in the study room? Jiang Heng nodded. Are you afraid that when the police come, he might stubbornly claim that they aren't his, or even shift the blame to me? Yes, we cannot neglect this precaution. Jiang Heng gradually calmed down. Give me 2 days' time. I will give you a message after 2 days. All right. Jiang Fei didn't say anything more. After the two of them walked out of the room, they silently avoided discussing this matter further. Jiang Shuling roughly guessed at most of it. After opening the door and letting Zhang Mubai in, they continued to maintain their previous emotions without exposing any details. Even with Zhang Mubai's puzzled gaze lingering over them back and forth, they never showed any signs of disgust. Jiang Fei courteously greeted Zhang Mubai. Uncle Zhang, I still have some work at my studio tonight, so I won't stay here anymore. Thank you for the hospitality. I'll leave first. Because of the incident half an hour earlier, Zhang Mubai didn't insist that Jiang Fei stayed. Jiang Fei went downstairs, originally planning to directly get into the car and leave, but before pulling open the car door, she couldn't help feeling nauseous in her stomach and started vomiting by the side of the car. In her mind, images wouldn't go away of Zhang Mubai's eyes filled with evil and lecherousness, and of him engaging in lewd behavior towards her in front of his computer. Jiang Fei tightly clenched her fists and looked up toward the bright window on the second floor with bloodshot eyes. She would not let Zhang Mubai get off so easily just by being locked up for a while. All the beatings Xiaoheng endured, her mother's repressed pain, and her own grievances, she would demand everything back from Zhang Mubai one by one. Only by making him like a rat everyone despises could she barely swallow this indignation. After readjusting her emotions, Jiang Fei got into the car, took out her phone, and made a call to Su Zhuqing. She arranged to meet Su Zhuqing at a nearby cafe in half an hour. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei arrived at the cafe and sat down at a corner position. Within a few minutes, Su Zhuqing hurried over. Seeing Jiang Fei, she waved and sat down on the sofa opposite her. Why did you call me out at this time? Su Zhuqing put down her bag and glanced at the drink menu in front of her. Drinking coffee late at night means you don't want to sleep? I ordered 2 drinks without coffee. After finishing this sentence, Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment and said, Zhuqing, can you help me investigate someone? Who? Zhang Mubai. Huh? Su Zhuqing was surprised. Why are you investigating him? Isn't he your mom's husband? Jiang Fei explained the matter she had found out tonight to Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing's face clearly turned from shock to anger. I mean, what kind of beast is this? How could you guys even encounter such low-life trash? Jiang Fei was also helpless. It does no good cursing him now. We can only figure out a way to solve this problem. Do you want to investigate him because you're trying to see if he has connections with any training institutions outside? Su Zhuqing reminded. But remember, Philippi, damaging him means damaging yourself too. I know. Jiang Fei slowly spun the cup in her hand. However, if we don't do this, I won't be able to let this pass. Su Zhuqing sighed. Actually, letting the police handle it would be enough. Why must you hurt yourself as well? I might not necessarily get implicated, but the one who will suffer a huge loss is definitely Zhang Mubai. Jiang Fei's words made Su Zhuqing pause momentarily. After regaining consciousness, Su Zhuqing understood what Jiang Fei meant. There is no need to claim outright that the nude photos on Zhang Mubai's computer belong to Jiang Fei. Perhaps, they could belong to another woman. But Zhang Mubai's reputation being ruined is absolute. Su Zhuqing slammed the table and said, All right, I'll take care of this matter and give you a reply by tomorrow. What Jiang Fei didn't know was that her every word and action were being monitored by Fu Yunting, including the entire conversation she had with Su Zhuqing, which had been secretly recorded. After listening to the recording passed on by his subordinates, assistant and knocked on the door and entered Fu Yunting's study. He glanced at Chen Qingzhu, who was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine, accompanying Fu Yunting while he worked, before asking Fu Yunting, "Mr. Fu, our team sent over a recording related to Mrs. Assistant and did not directly ask if Fu Yunting wanted to hear it now since Chen Qingzhu was present. However, what assistant and didn't expect was for his boss to reply, without even lifting his head, ordering him to play the recording. Hesitant, assistant and gripped his phone tightly. Seeing assistant and delaying, Fu Yunting raised his eyes coldly. "Do you need me to personally play the recording?" Opening his mouth to protest, assistant and started, "But this matter. Do you not understand my words?" Fu Yunting harshly cut off assistant in. Their exchange caught the attention of Chen Qingzhu, who looked up from her magazine. She glanced at assistant in and then put down the magazine saying, "Yin Ting, why don't I leave first? After all, matters concerning your wife might not be appropriate for me to hear." "No," Fu Yunting sternly replied. "And Yin, if you can't handle your job, I won't hesitate to replace you." With no other choice, assistant and had to play the voice message out loud. In the study, the voices of Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing sounded as they discussed the nude photos and Zhang Mubai's affairs. Both Fu Yunting and Chen Qingzhu listened clearly to the entire discussion. Chen Qingzhu's eyes flickered with surprise upon learning about Jiang Fei's stepfather. After the recording ended, assistant and asked Fu Yunting, "Boss Fu, should we help Mrs. solve this issue?" Fu Yunting slightly narrowed his eyes, his peripheral vision landing on Chen Qingzhu, who seemed captivated by the recording. After a pause, he opened his lips and muttered, "Her family issues, let her resolve them herself." Chapter 37. Did I wake you up? Assistant and had already guessed that her boss would not go to solve the problems of his wife. Without affection, how could he understand the plight of his wife? Assistant and nodded, put away her phone, and walked out of the study. On the contrary, it was Chen Qingzhu who showed a few streaks of laughter in her eyes. Even though she tried to hide it by lowering her gaze, it was hard to conceal the joy in her brows. Fu Yunting, sitting opposite Chen Qingzhu, took in every one of her expressions. He closed the file on the table and stood up. "It's not early anymore. I'll send you back." Chen Qingzhu looked up, and her expression obviously froze slightly. She thought that by staying until this hour, Fu Yunting might let her stay overnight, but instead, Fu Yunting intended to send her back. Chen Qingzhu put down what she held in her hand and stood up. She asked directly, "Yunting, I want to stay. Can I?" Fu Yunting was tidying up the cufflinks on his right sleeve. "Currently, it is not appropriate." Not appropriate. Inevitably, Chen Qingzhu felt jealousy arise in her heart. How could she not know why Fu Yunting brought her back that night? Isn't it just to humiliate Jiang Fei? Now that Jiang Fei has left, whether she stays or not doesn't matter anymore. In short, all Yunting cared about was using her as a pawn. How could she possibly be content with being that pawn? Even knowing this situation, Chen Qingzhu still had to suppress herself and endure. After all, if she overreacted, even the chance to be used would vanish. How then could she talk about rising to higher ground? Chen Qingzhu compliantly followed Fu Yunting's words, returning to the Chun family mansion. Once inside her room, she immediately picked up her phone and called the plump woman. After a while, Su Hongli answered, her voice slightly raspy. "Qingzhu, why aren't you resting yet?" Chen Qingzhu sat down by the floor-to-ceiling window, her tone both obedient and gentle. "Auntie, did I wake you up?" "How could you? I was browsing my phone in bed." Su Hongli sat up. "Is there something you need Auntie's help with?" "There is something small where I need Auntie's help," Chen Qingzhu explained. "After all, Auntie has wide connections. If I don't ask Auntie, I really wouldn't know who else to turn to." Su Hongli was flattered by Chen Qingzhu's compliments. "That's for sure. Auntie's network isn't something just anyone can compare to." "What is it?" Chen Qingzhu recounted her encounter with Jiang Fei at Fuxianjuan, exaggerating details without mentioning Jiang Fei, doubling her own grievances. Upon hearing this, Su Hongli's voice became immediately sharper. Does she truly consider herself someone special? Just relying on Fuxianjuan and the now-defunct identity of Mr. Fu's wife, she dares to override you. Chen Qingzhu let out a soft sob. "Auntie, let's not talk about this matter anymore. But last night when I was with Yunting, I did hear some news about Jiang Fei." "Tell me more." Chen Qingzhu informed Su Hongli about Jiang Fei's stepfather taking nude photos. Upon hearing this, Su Hongli let out a cold laugh. "Qingzhu, Auntie knows what you intend to do. Just wait for the news. Auntie will take care of everything for you." "Wait." Chen Qingzhu called out to her. "Only myself, Yunting, and his assistant currently know about this matter." With a veiled remark like this, Su Hongli certainly understood. "Auntie's work is trustworthy. It won't implicate you at all," Su Hongli said enthusiastically. "Go rest first, and enjoy the drama tomorrow." "In that case, thank you, Auntie." A deep smile hung on the corner of Chen Qingzhu's lips. "By the way, Auntie, the Hermes bag you liked when we went shopping last time, I've already arranged for someone to purchase it. It should be delivered to you in a day or two." Regarding manipulating people, Chen Qingzhu has her own insights. For a woman like her aunt who loves mingling in rich matron circles, a new Hermes bag is enough to keep her boasting for a good few days. A bit of an expense allows her aunt to repeatedly act as a tool in her hands. Why wouldn't she benefit from this? The next day, after finishing her morning hygiene routine and getting ready to head to the studio, Jiang Fei received Su Zhuqing's investigation results. Zhang Muchai does not have any educational institution registered under his name, but he indeed provides private tutoring secretly, which takes place in a residential area near the school. The number of students receiving tutoring is still under investigation. Jiang Fei sent a message expressing gratitude, entrusting Su Zhuqing to delve deeper into the matter. Su Zhuqing replied with an okay, and Jiang Fei set off towards the studio. However, halfway through, she received a call from Jiang Shuling. Just as she pressed the answer button, Jiang Shuling's heartbreaking cries came through from the phone. Fei Fei, come quickly to the hospital. Something serious has happened. Jiang Fei's heart suddenly clenched. In the past, no matter what happened, even when Xiaoheng was hospitalized, Jiang Shuling had never cried like this before. Jiang Fei's hand on the steering wheel trembled inexplicably. Mom, please calm down first and explain roughly what's going on. I'm coming over now. Jiang Shuling sobbed incessantly and explained brokenly. At around 6 o'clock this morning, some parents of students came knocking at the door, so I opened it for them. The people who arrived were the parents of the students. They rushed in to look for Zhang Muchai, demanding he get out of the school and refund their children's tutoring fees, never setting foot again in education circles evermore. Zhang Muchai then emerged from his room, asking about the situation. They took out their phones and showed us, claiming that Zhang Muchai's indecent acts had been exposed all over the internet. The headlines read, Zhang Muchai takes nude photos of his stepdaughter, and your information has already been exposed too. As Jiang Fei listened, her complexion turned ashen. She was so focused on understanding if Jiang Shuling was safe that she asked urgently, disregarding any online rumors or storms. Where's Xiaoheng? Is Xiaoheng alright? Jiang Shuling responded, we're at the hospital right now. Xiaoheng's nasal cartilage got fractured again. His eyes are also bleeding due to being struck repeatedly. Right now, he is beside himself, hell-bent on finding Zhang Muchai, and there's no way I can stop him. Jiang Fei immediately hit the brakes to turn around. I understand. I'll be there soon. You have the doctors and nurses help you hold Xiaoheng back. I'll be there in a minute. Jiang Fei tightly gripped the steering wheel with both hands, but her trembling body revealed her unease. She had carefully planned everything. Once they found proof, they would report Zhang Muchai to the police. This could at least prevent her from suffering secondary harm. But which step went wrong? Why was this matter leaked before she had even made any moves? Jiang Fei drew several deep breaths, trying to steady her emotions. 20 minutes later, she reached the hospital. Just as she hurried to the emergency room, Jiang Heng's shouting voice caught her ears. Let me go? Why do you all keep restraining me? That bastard deserves death. He drags my sister into this scandal when his dirty deeds are uncovered. He deserves death. I want to kill him. If you keep talking about killing someone, we'll arrest you on the spot. Upon hearing the police's intention to arrest Jiang Heng, Jiang Fei quickly rushed to the ward entrance, parting the crowd gathering to gawk, and squeezed herself inside. Seeing Jiang Heng restrained by the police on the bed, Jiang Fei shouted desperately, Officer, let's talk it out calmly. Please release my younger brother first. Hearing the commotion outside, the noise in the room ceased instantly. When Jiang Heng saw Jiang Fei, the fierceness in his eyes dissipated, turning misty. Biting his teeth in frustration, his bloodshot eyes glared elsewhere, unwilling for Jiang Fei to see his disheveled state. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuling's eyes were red, as she promptly walked over to Jiang Fei, feeling her up and down anxiously. Seeing that she was fine, Jiang Shuling let out a sigh of relief while wiping away her tears. At least, you're safe. Thank goodness you're okay. Chapter 38. How did it leak out? Jiang Fei didn't have time to console Jiang Shuling before the police came up to her and showed their credentials. Hello, officer. Are you Jiang Fei? Adjusting her breathing, Jiang Fei nodded. Yes, I am Jiang Fei. May we speak elsewhere? Jiang Fei nodded, patted Jiang Shuling's shoulder, then spoke to Jiang Heng, who was sitting upright with his back to her. Xiaoheng, wait for me to come back. After saying this, Jiang Fei followed the police to a bench outside the ward and sat down. Another auxiliary officer took out a notebook and pen, looking at Jiang Fei asking, what is your relationship with Zhang Mubai? He's just nominally my stepfather. Jiang Fei truthfully answered. However, I haven't lived with them. I stayed on my mother's side except for one occasion, the 2 days before my wedding. How long have you known Zhang Mubai? Jiang Fei recalled. He was my physics teacher during high school. All things considered, our association spans nearly 10 years. As she calculated the time, Jiang Fei's complexion grew paler bit by bit. She had a strong feeling that Zhang Mubai married her mother likely because of her. Fear and disgust surged within her once again. Jiang Fei swallowed hard, suppressing this sensation. Police officer, when was the last time you had contact with Zhang Mubai? A few days ago, when my brother was hospitalized. Has Zhang Mubai ever engaged in any inappropriate conduct towards you? No. Jiang Fei asked gravely. May I ask where Zhang Mubai is now? The police officer leaning against the wall explained. We currently haven't found Zhang Mubai. We are coordinating with you on how you would like to proceed. Jiang Fei glanced at the ward door. The night before, she had asked her mother if they would cut ties with Zhang Mubai. Her mother had agreed to leave him, so proceeding with a formal case should not be an issue. As Jiang Fei was about to speak, there were sudden hurried footsteps from the emergency room corridor. Both she and the police officer were drawn to the noise, looking towards the hallway where 3 journalists were quickly walking toward them. Jiang Fei's heart sank. Before she could make a move to avoid them, one of the quick-eyed reporters spotted her. Due to the presence of the police officer beside her, the journalist hesitated to approach recklessly, instead choosing to awkwardly hover nearby after putting away their equipment. Jiang Fei's uneasiness grew as reporters had already arrived, signifying that the online public opinion must have gained significant influence. What about Fu Yunting? Does he know about this incident? Jiang Fei struggled to imagine what Fu Yunting's reaction might be upon learning of this matter. Though she was a victim, she was also Fu Yunting's wife, and the negative impact on her reputation would damage his standing. Ms. Jiang? Before Jiang Fei could dwell further on the consequences of Fu Yunting knowing, The police officer's voice sounded again. Do you intend to settle this privately or proceed through legal procedures? It has to go through legal procedures. Jiang Fei temporarily set aside thoughts of Fu Yunting, firmly responding while making eye contact with the police officer. The officer nodded, pocketed his notebook and pen, and stood up. All right, we will notify you immediately of any progress. However, it's best for you to temporarily avoid the public for now. The public opinion online isn't friendly. Jiang Fei vaguely acknowledged this and nodded. After sending off the officer, she swiftly stepped into the ward and shut the door just as the reporters rushed over. Inside the ward, Jiang Shuling was sitting in front of Jiang Hong, trying to calm him down. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, she hurriedly stood and asked, Fei, what did the police say? They went through normal investigative procedures. Jiang Fei looked at Jiang Shuling intently. Mom, I've chosen to press charges. Is that all right on your side? How could it not be? Tears flowed down Jiang Shuling's face once more. Given how he treated you, leading to damage to your reputation, there's no way I can be soft-hearted. In the end, it was my cowardice that hurt you. Jiang Fei suppressed her inner exhaustion and stepped forward, gently patting Jiang Shuling's back. There, don't cry. People on the internet won't know the full story, but as long as I'm righteous, I don't fear their insults. Jiang Shuling tenderly observed Jiang Fei's composed expression. In the next moment, she extended her arms and embraced Jiang Fei. Sensing Jiang Fei's slender waist, devoid of much flesh, Jiang Shuling burst into even fiercer tears. Fei, if only Mom hadn't insisted on divorcing your father all those years ago, none of these things would have happened. She harbored overwhelming guilt, countless regrets. Because of being oppressed by Zhang Mubai over the years, she barely had money, yet she often relied on her daughter's financial support. Now that such an event occurred, Jiang Shuling felt as if someone were plunging a sharp blade into her heart. So I was right. Suddenly, Jiang Hong, who was sitting by the hospital bed, angrily said, the reason that bastard Zhang Mubai chose to marry you is entirely because of my sister. Jiang Hong could figure this out. How could Jiang Fei not? But now that they had come to their senses, it was too late. The only thing left to do was to find Zhang Mubai, get him convicted, and wait for the public opinion storm to subside. Jiang Fei let go of Jiang Shuling. Mom, did Zhang Mubai take anything with him when he left after hitting Xiaohing this morning? Wiping her tears, Jiang Shuling shook her head. No, he just took his phone and ID card. Afterwards, every time we called him, it went straight to voicemail. I see. I will ask a friend to check his consumption records. Jiang Fei took out her phone to call Su Zhuqing, but at that moment, Su Zhuqing's call came in. As soon as she pressed answer, Su Zhuqing's urgent voice came through. Fei, are you okay? You should avoid going online recently. All the comments on the internet are bad for you. I'm afraid you'll have some bad thoughts after seeing them. I'm fine, Jiang Fei calmly replied. Zhuqing, I want you to help me investigate Zhang Mubai's transaction record today. I want to find him. Did that dead man run away? Su Zhuqing shouted loudly in the phone. Jiang Fei's eardrums buzzed from Su Zhuqing's scream. She put down her phone and switched to speaker mode. Yes, he ran away. Shit, is he afraid the netherworld will not collect his soul on time, so he is rushing to reincarnate? Su Zhuqing cursed. You wait. I will pull the transaction record from the bank, then ask a friend at the police station to check the surveillance. All right, thank you. What nonsense about thanking me? Su Zhuqing returned to the main topic. However, Fei, apart from telling me, who else did you tell about this matter? Mentioning this, Jiang Fei finally came to her senses. Only my mother and Xiaoheng know. They wouldn't spread it around, and naturally you wouldn't either. So I can't figure out how this matter leaked out. Chapter 39. In your name, okay? Yes. Zhang Mubai is also impossible to self-explode. Su Zhuqing suspiciously kept knocking on the keyboard with her hand. After thinking for a long time without figuring out the reason, she could only say, well, let's find Zhang Mubai first. Okay, good. The phone call ended, and then Su Ninggen's call came in again. Jiang Fei answered it, and Su Ninggen's nervous voice reached her ears. President Jiang, there are so many reporters outside Fushan Garden. You must absolutely not come here now. Su Ninggen's trembling voice revealed her panic, and at a loss, Jiang Fei consoled her. Ignore them. Just do your work as usual. Later, I will send Zhuqing to pick you up and take you home. I understand, President Jiang. Are you alright? I've seen the online public opinions. I didn't have time to call you yet when the reporters swarmed over. Jiang Fei assured her that she was fine, telling Su Ninggen to focus on work and not delay making perfume for those high-ranking officials and nobles. Although the trouble on her person wasn't insignificant, compared to offending these nobles, it could only be considered as a trivial matter. After all, with a flick of their fingers, they could make her Fushan Garden close down and get sued into oblivion. After Jiang Fei hung up the phone, Jiang Shuling had already dried her tears. She said to Jiang Fei and Jiang Hong, you guys rest for a while. I'll go buy something to eat to pat our stomachs. Don't go out. Jiang Fei stopped Jiang Shuling and glanced guardedly at the door. There are reporters outside. Jiang Shuling froze, muttering anxiously. Reporters have even come to the hospital. Jiang Fei pulled at the corners of her mouth helplessly and sat down on the chair. This is how reporters are. They're all working. We can't blame them. Jiang Shuling dragged her physically and mentally exhausted body onto the chair. What should we do next? What should we do well? Jiang Fei looked silently out of the window. As autumn was approaching, the yellowing leaves had started to fall with the wind. The leaves twirled through the air with the wind, fell halfway down, but would then float away with the wind to an even further place. Just like her heart full of wounds, unable to find a stable landing point. In fact, she really wanted to know, Next, how would she face the things yet to come? At noon, Chen Qingzhu invited Su Hongli to have lunch at Saij's High. Chen Qingzhu scooped a small spoonful of osmanthus jelly from the bowl, raising her eyes towards Su Hongli, who was laughing with joy on the phone. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. When the package arrives, I'll show it to you. I need to chat with my dear niece. After the phone call ended, Su Hongli looked somewhat bashfully at Chen Qingzhu. Qingzhu, look at your aunt's friends. They all want to see the new Hermes model I got. Chen Qingzhu took a sip of milk jelly gently. If aunt likes, next time Qingzhu will order it for you. Oh wow, my good niece, since you are so filial to your aunt would be happy to do more things for you. Su Hongli picked up the water cup in front of her, drank a sip, and asked Chen Qingzhu, Qingzhu, are you satisfied with the thing I did for you? When this was mentioned, the smile on Chen Qingzhu's lips deepened. This morning, she saw criticism about Jiang Fei and Zhang Mubai on the internet the moment she woke up. She didn't know where her aunt got the weird idea from, saying that Jiang Fei used her clean appearance to secretly seduce Zhang Mubai, causing Zhang Mubai to lose control and take her naked picture. Which led to the situation now. There are actually more people cursing Jiang Fei online than those cursing Zhang Mubai. The victim was forcibly made into the main perpetrator. Jiang Fei must be as uncomfortable as if she swallowed a fly. Chen Qingzhu smiled brightly, flatteringly. Auntie handles matters so beautifully. Qingzhu would only be able to nitpick if there was anything to nitpick about. Su Hongli was proud being praised by Chen Qingzhu. Of course, as long as aunt goes, there is nothing aunt cannot accomplish. Chen Qingzhu lowered her eyelids, hiding the ridicule in her eyes. Without Hermes bag, how could Su Hongli put in so much effort to accomplish such a brilliant task? But regardless, the task was done quite well after all. She even dug out the information that Jiang Fei was Zhang Mubai's student. With this information as a lead-in, followed by a few classmates of Jiang Fei's who didn't get along well with her helping to push the narrative. Even if Yunting doubted her, she had a way to respond. After enjoying some pastries with Su Hongli, Chen Qingzhu packed a few afternoon teas and brought them to Fu Yunting's company. Upon reaching Fu Yunting's office floor, she walked into the secretary's office and handed the afternoon tea over to the chief secretary. Chief secretary, a little token of appreciation, you distribute it among the colleagues. Chen Qingzhu's gentleness and thoughtfulness delighted the secretaries in the office. The 5 secretaries paused their work one after another. Seeing the desserts from Saij's High, they expressed their astonishment and gratitude. Miss Chun is too generous. These are pastries from Saij's High. A few small cakes cost hundreds of dollars, and I can't bring myself to go there. Yes, she has bought us so many. Miss Chun must have spent a lot. Chen Qingzhu covered her lips with a gentle smile. You're welcome, enjoy them. I'll go see Yinting. Under the gratitude of the secretaries, Chen Qingzhu walked out of the secretary's office. The moment she stepped out, a disdainful smile appeared on her lips. A mere few $1,000, buying the loyalty of some people. Wouldn't that allow her to know Yunting's movements in the future? Chen Qingzhu turned around and approached Fu Yunting's office door, then knocked. Fu Yunting's deep voice sounded. Come in. Chen Qingzhu adjusted her collar, opened the door, and walked in. She saw Fu Yunting hard at work behind his desk, so she approached him with a smile. Yunting. Fu Yunting paused briefly with his pen, then looked up at Chen Qingzhu, dressed in a soft pink dress revealing her long white legs as she came toward him. In just one glance, Fu Yunting returned to his work, continuing in a calm tone. Why did you come? Chen Qingzhu walked to Fu Yunting's side and placed another bag of pastries on the desk. Yunting, I've seen the rumors online. Your wife must be having a bad day today. These pastries are from Saij's High. Later, let assistant and deliver them to your wife. A shadow crossed Fu Yunting's eyes, but his lowered eyelids hid all the emotions in his gaze. After signing the last document in his hand, Fu Yunting closed the pen cap over its tip and asked in a neutral tone. In whose name? If it were in my name, Mrs. Fu probably wouldn't accept them. Chen Qingzhu sat down on the chair opposite Fu Yunting. She lifted her hand and rested her chin gently on her hand's back. Blinking with her gentle eyes, she softly inquired. So, what about in your name? Fu Yunting narrowed his black eyes slightly. You should be very clear about the relationship between me and her. How do you think she will accept something sent by me? The relationship might not be good now, but it can improve, Chen Qingzhu kindly reminded him. She is standing alone in this storm right now. Your care would mean you stand behind her. Why would she refuse? Chapter 40, Half a Friend. Fu Yunting leaned back in his chair, pen in hand, lightly tapping the desk. His sharp eyes stared directly at Chen Qingzhu as he asked, the matter of Jiang Fei was just discovered by you and me yesterday, and today she's been exposed online. Qingzhu, does this have anything to do with you? On the way there, Chen Qingzhu had mentally prepared herself. She knew that when she mentioned the matter of Jiang Fei to Fu Yunting, he would definitely ask her this question. So when Fu Yunting confronted her, Chen Qingzhu wasn't overly nervous. Instead, she put on a look of surprise and countered. Yunting, how could you think it's me? Chen Qingzhu frowned incredulously. I do envy Jiang Fei for being your Mrs. Fu, but ruining her reputation would certainly affect you too. I like you and wouldn't want to see you caught up in controversy. It's unfair to place such a false accusation on me. Fu Yunting responded. There are very few who know about this incident. Who do you think could be involved besides you and me? Chen Qingzhu feigned deep thought, and after a pause, she said, Jiang Fei's stepfather was taking hidden photos. Naturally, he must have pictures of her on his phone. Phones occasionally get left behind in classrooms. It's normal for someone to find it. With one simple sentence, Chen Qingzhu cleared her own suspicion. Fu Yunting gave a faint coolly turned away, and picked up his phone to call assistant in. When assistant answered, Fu Yunting asked him to come to the office. After a short few minutes, assistant appeared at the office door. Fu Yunting glanced at the dessert, then stood up and said, "Take this sweet to Jiang Fei." Upon hearing this, assistant subtly furrowed his eyebrows. He knew that sending the dessert was an idea proposed by Chen Qingzhu. After all, Mr. Fu had never paid any attention to his wife, so why would he send these things? As Fu Yunting walked out of the office, Chen Qingzhu stood up and said, "Yunting, are you going out?" "To the restroom." After Fu Yunting left, Chen Qingzhu sat back down. Assistant gave her a glance before quickly picking up the dessert and following Fu Yunting out. Catching up to Fu Yunting, assistant reminded him quietly, "Mr. Fu, Miss Chen's decision to send the dessert today is clearly a provocation against Mrs. Fu. Only a few of us know about what happened to Mrs. Fu. If it weren't for Miss Chen releasing information through public opinion, none of this would have happened. Do you think I'm unaware?" Fu Yunting stopped in his tracks, loosening his tie slightly. "Can't you see that last night when I played the recording on speakerphone, it was deliberate for Chen Qingzhu to hear it?" Assistant trembled slightly. "Mr. Fu, the matter from those years ago actually involves Mrs. Fu." "And Yen," Fu Yunting abruptly interrupted sharply. "If you're so idle, I don't mind transferring you to another department." Assistant immediately lowered his head and said no more. Once Fu Yunting entered the restroom, assistant turned to leave, glancing deeply at the office one last time before walking away. At the hospital, except for nurses coming and going, Jiang Fei and her family hadn't stepped outside the ward even once. After all the commotion this morning, nobody had eaten breakfast. Worrying that Jiang Heng and Jiang Shuling might be hungry, Jiang Fei was about to order takeout. But just then, the door of the ward opened again, and Zhou Sikong appeared at the doorway with takeaway. Surprised, Jiang Fei and the others looked at Zhou Sikong closing the door behind him. She stood up and asked, "Dr. Zhou, why did you come here?" Zhou Sikong nodded slightly toward Jiang Fei, then looked at Jiang Shuling and greeted, "Mother-in-law." Jiang Shuling's gaze darted between Jiang Fei and Zhou Sikong with confusion. "Fei, who is this?" Jiang Fei introduced, "Mom, this is Dr. Zhou. A few days ago, I didn't feel well, and Dr. Zhou helped examine me." Jiang Shuling frowned. "What's wrong with your body? Why didn't you tell me, Mom?" Thinking about how to explain, Jiang Fei felt hesitant, so Zhou Sikong offered assistance by saying, "It was just stomach pain, examined thoroughly, and everything turned out fine. Mother-in-law, don't worry too much. I brought lunch for all of you. Eat something together first." Watching Zhou Sikong placing the food on the table, Jiang Fei felt a warm stream flow through her heart. Besides Zhu Qing and Ning Han, everyone else seemed to avoid her situation as much as possible. However, Zhou Sikong still willingly took the time to buy lunch and bring it over, which was genuinely touching, despite their brief acquaintance. Jiang Fei walked next to Zhou Sikong and whispered her thanks. Zhou Sikong replied with a clear and gentle voice, "You're my patient, and I'm your customer. In this give and take, we can count ourselves as half friends. Delivering some food is nothing much, don't thank me." Though Zhou Sikong did not mention the difficulties Jiang Fei was currently facing, his every word exuded care. Jiang Shuling also thanked Zhou Sikong. "Thank you, Dr. Zhou, for taking the trouble to come here." "You're welcome, Aunt." Zhou Sikong removed the stethoscope from around his neck. "I also wanted to check on brother Jiang Fei's condition." "No need." Jiang Heng stared at Zhou Sikong, his face showing clear reluctance. "Other doctors have already examined him, so there's no need for Dr. Zhou to do it again." Zhou Sikong was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Jiang Heng to reject his examination. Jiang Shuling gave Jiang Heng a reproachful look. "Xiao Heng, Dr. Zhou is being kind. How can you be so undisciplined?" "It's all right, Aunt." Zhou Sikong put the stethoscope back on and calmly responded, "Judging by the way he spoke, everything should be fine. I'll follow up with his attending doctor and ask them to observe closely." There was not a trace of embarrassment in Zhou Sitsung's calm tone as he handled the situation, soothing everyone's emotions. This composed demeanor earned Zhou Sikong an appreciative glance from Jiang Shuling. On the contrary, Jiang Heng had not once relaxed the hostile gaze he had fixed on Zhou Sikong since he arrived. Noticing his attitude, Jiang Fei tried to lighten the atmosphere. "Dr. Zhou, have you eaten yet? How much are these meals? I'll transfer you the money." Zhou Sikong stuck his hands into his pockets and joked, "It was served from the hospital canteen, and I used my meal card, so I'm not even sure how much it costs. If you feel guilty about it, just give me 10 yuan. Jiang Fei hesitated briefly, then let out a faint laugh. "I didn't know Dr. Zhou could be funny too. Some patients tend to get nervous when they see a doctor. If all of us were serious all the time, wouldn't that just increase their psychological pressure?" Jiang Fei fetched a chair for Zhou Sikong. "Dr. Zhou, please sit down." Zhou Sikong nodded, about to sit, but suddenly a knock came on the ward door. Jiang Fei and the others warily looked toward the door, and none moved to open it. Zhou Sikong stood up and gestured to them. "Let me handle it." Walking to the door, he opened it, revealing a familiar figure to Jiang Fei outside. Her heart thudded uneasily. Why had Assistant suddenly shown up? Assistant An's eyes swept over Zhou Sikong and then glanced at those inside the room. Confirming Jiang Fei's presence, he stepped past Zhou Sikong and asked her, "Mrs. Jiang, may I come in?" Chapter 41. Thank him for me. Jiang Fei, curious, nodded and said "Mm." After Assistant came in, Zhou Siqing tactfully said to Jiang Fei, "You two chat first. I'll be going now." Jiang Fei did not try to keep him around, since having Zhou Siqing hear things about Fu Yunting wouldn't be good. After Zhou Siqing left and closed the door, Assistant walked over to the table and placed the dessert he was holding in an empty spot. Jiang Fei stared at the dessert from Saiji's high, lost in thought. After a while, She raised her eyes and asked assistant and who had been silent since entering. It wasn't bought by Fu Yunting, was it? I'm only responsible for delivering. Assistant and didn't give a direct response, but it could be considered an explanation. If it were Fu Yunting, assistant and would naturally admit it. The fact that he didn't implied someone else was involved. How could Zhang Fei not guess who this person might be? At this critical time, those waiting to laugh at her misfortune, besides Chen Qingzhu who had clashed with her a few times, who else could it be? Chen Qingzhu's tactics, taking advantage of her favored position to play childish tricks, were no different from kicking someone when they're down. Zhang Fei could already imagine how Chen Qingzhu convinced Fu Yunting and made assistant and deliver this so-called kind dessert. All because she was being criticized by public opinion now, and Chen Qingzhu simply needed to pretend to be generous and thoughtful, all for Fu Yunting's benefit. To show Fu Yunting that she didn't care about status, even if pretending to be the mistress, she still cared about everyone's feelings. But how could Fu Yunting, with his deep scheming, not see through Chen Qingzhu's fake kindness? It was merely using Chen Qingzhu as a tool to mock and humiliate her. Zhang Fei clenched her fists at her sides. Although she could choose not to eat the dessert, venting her emotions on assistant and, who had only come to deliver it, wasn't right. And she certainly shouldn't bring up Chen Qingzhu's deliberate actions at this moment. She pretended it was a gift from Fu Yunting and told assistant and, thank him for me. Puzzled, assistant and stared at Zhang Fei. Seeing her calm face, he couldn't help but probe indirectly. Sitting down on the chair, Zhang Fei responded, if assistant and finds it convenient, you can also pass along a message for me. I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't eat desserts. If he really cares, he should consider fulfilling my request sooner. Even if assistant and hadn't fully understood before, after these words, he could determine that Zhang Fei likely knew who sent the dessert. He nodded, saying, I will relay this truthfully. Without lingering any further, assistant and left after finishing the delivery. The moment the door closed, Jiang Shuling immediately sat down and pulled at Zhang Fei to ask, Fei, is there a problem between you and Yunting? When Zhang Mubai mentioned it yesterday, I wanted to ask, but there wasn't time. Zhang Fei tossed the dessert into the trash can and said, it's normal for couples to argue. Our relationship goes up and down, but I can handle it myself. Don't worry about it. How could Jiang Shuling not be worried? Just as she was about to press further, Jiang Heng suddenly picked up his chopsticks. Hungry, Mom. Could you hand me the lunchbox next to you? Speechless, Jiang Shuling passed the lunchbox to Jiang Heng. Then, just as she turned back to ask again, Jiang Heng changed the topic. Throughout this meal, Zhang Fei felt extraordinarily heartbroken. While Chen Qingzhu could use Fu Yunting to oppress her, she couldn't find any way to fight back. As if she were the mistress and Chen Qingzhu the legitimate wife, using such methods to push her away from Fu Yunting. In the evening, the on-duty doctor conducted another simple checkup on Jiang Heng. Seeing no issues with Jiang Heng, he suggested they be discharged soon. Fortunately, the reporters outside the ward had already been driven away by the hospital security. As Zhang Fei and the others left, everything went smoothly without any trouble. Zhang Fei drove, taking Jiang Shuling and Zhang Heng back to the villa. Nanjiang Lefyu was a house purchased by Jiang Shuling, but it was also where Zhang Mubai had once lived. No one suggested going back there. When they arrived at the villa, Jiang Shuling stopped and lingered at the entrance. Gazing at the house ahead, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. Zhang Fei noticed that Jiang Shuling had fallen behind and turned around to look at her. Seeing the misty layer in Jiang Shuling's eyes, she sighed softly and approached. Mom, things change but remain unchanged. Sighing won't help. It's cool in late autumn. Let's go inside first. Jiang Shuling silently nodded and entered the villa with Jiang Fei's support. In the villa's living room, white covers were still draped over all the furniture. Despite trying to bury memories of the past, Jiang Shuling couldn't help but sniffle. Jiang Fei lifted the coverings, wafting off the dust that had settled in the air. Turning to the bruised and battered Jiang Heng, she said, Little Heng, your nose is injured. Don't stay downstairs breathing in the dust. Go upstairs instead. Jiang Heng didn't respond to Jiang Fei, but went into the bathroom and took out a cloth, wiping the dust off the leather sofa. Since Jiang Fei couldn't persuade her otherwise, she said to Jiang Shuling, Mom, the room you and Dad used to live in hasn't been cleaned, so we probably can't stay there tonight. You two will have to squeeze with me tonight. All right, Jiang Shuling replied without refusing, though she hesitated momentarily. That, Fei, I've already divorced your father. Is it appropriate for me to come back and live here? Jiang Fei laughed helplessly. Is there anything wrong with living with your daughter? Hearing this, Jiang Shuling's features relaxed slightly. I'll clean up the room tomorrow. You go on and take care of your business. Just as Jiang Shuling finished speaking, Jiang Fei's phone rang at that exact moment. Taking out her phone, Jiang Fei noticed it was an unfamiliar number. She pressed the answer button. Hello, may I ask who's calling? Are you Jiang Fei? A gentle voice came from the phone, indicating the person should be a middle-aged woman over 40 years old by the sound of her voice. Jiang Fei politely responded, Yes, it's me. And may I ask who you are? The woman chuckled lightly. Miss Jiang, do you have any plans tomorrow? I've heard that the fragrances you mix are quite popular among high society housewives. I would also like to order some. If you're free, would you mind meeting tomorrow to discuss? Jiang Fei didn't dwell much on why the woman hadn't introduced herself. Many customers who visit her shop prefer not to leave their names either, since celebrities often don't like exposing themselves publicly. It was pretty normal. After pondering a bit, Jiang Fei replied, May I know what time you'll be available tomorrow? 10 a.m. tomorrow. How does that sound? Fine. I'll wait for you at Fuxian Yuan at 10 a.m. tomorrow. After waiting for the other party to hang up, Jiang Fei put down her phone and chatted idly with Jiang Shuling and Zhang Heng for a while before they went upstairs one by one to freshen up and rest. The next day, after eating breakfast made by Jiang Shuling, Jiang Fei arrived at Fuxiang Yuan exactly at 9:50 a.m. She glanced at the entrance of Fuxiang Yuan but didn't see any unfamiliar cars, so she walked into the courtyard to prepare the tea. By the time Jiang Fei had boiled the hot water, Su Ningyan accompanied a beautifully dressed woman into the house. The woman was well-preserved and looked around 35 or 36 at first glance. But on closer inspection, signs of age were still evident in her eyes. Her gait carried a sense of depth and stability, and she held a handbag casually in her arm without unnecessary movements. It would be hard for someone who hasn't experienced much elegance to appear so refined. Jiang Fei could make a guess. This woman must be the one who called her last night to set up the meeting. Chapter 42. Miss Jiang is a smart person. After Su Ningyan brought the woman in, she looked at Jiang Fei and smiled, saying, "Miss Jiang, this is Mrs. Mu, who said she contacted you last night. She's here today to order a soothing incense." Jiang Fei slightly nodded toward Mrs. Mu and gestured toward the main seat. "Mrs. Mu, please take the honored seat." Mrs. Mu looked intently at Jiang Fei. Her gaze didn't move wildly up and down, but Jiang Fei could feel her probing. After a short look, Mrs. Mu lightly smiled and nodded, taking her seat. Jiang Fei took out premium tea leaves and prepared tea for Mrs. Mu on the tea table. During the tea preparation, no one spoke, but Mrs. Mu's eyes stayed fixed on Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei placed the teacup in front of Mrs. Mu finally spoke gently. "Miss Jiang may be young, but your skill in making tea seems rather solid. Have you studied it?" "I haven't," Jiang Fei honestly responded. "My father loves to prepare tea. Following him, I learned just a bit. If you don't mind, feel free to visit any time." Mrs. Mu gently picked up the tea and sipped a bit. "From Miss Jiang's demeanor, you don't seem like those people described online." Jiang Fei's action of raising her tea cup momentarily paused, as she calmly replied, "Please excuse me, Mrs. Mu, with my current position under intense scrutiny, it's also an honor that you still choose to come for the custom-made incense." Mrs. Mu's lips curved into a smile. "Your assistant has already told you. I want to customize some calming incense. Due to recent issues with my son, I've been very worried and restless. Let me tell you, something might amuse you. Miss Jiang might not expect. My son has been married for 3 years, yet only now do I, his mother, find out." As soon as these words left Mrs. Mu's mouth, Jiang Fei accidentally spilled the tea from her cup. The scalding hot tea caused a sharp pain in Jiang Fei's fingertips. Pain aside, it was nothing compared to the unease she felt in her heart. Jiang Fei quickly put down her teacup and grabbed tissues to wipe her hand. Mrs. Mu kept her eyes on Jiang Fei, smilingly reminding her, "It seems that my words shocked you. Why don't you first go to the restroom and rinse your hands with cool water?" How could Jiang Fei not understand what Mrs. Mu implied? In essence, since you're not ready to face things, why don't you go find a place to calm down and then return to talk? Lifting her head, Jiang Fei forced herself to smile. "Mrs. Mu, please give me a moment." Jiang Fei stood up and walked toward the door, entering the restroom quickly. After closing the door, she stared at herself in the mirror, filled with anxiety. Mrs. Mu's earlier words were clearly understood. Her son had been married for 3 years, and only as a result of being identified online by netizens revealing her connection to Fu Yunting did she learn this truth. This so-called request to create soothing incense was simply a subtle reminder of her own shortcomings. Pointing out her lack of status compared to Fu Yunting and causing such public discourse, it made her seem all the less dignified. Only by her willingly divorcing Fu Yunting could things ease for both sides. Jiang Fei looked at herself in the mirror, giving a bitter laugh. Was it because she didn't want to divorce Fu Yunting? It wasn't entirely her choice. Fu Yunting kept holding on to her. Where could she voice her grievances? After sorting through her thoughts, Jiang Fei stabilized her emotions and walked back out of the restroom, returning to the hall. In the hall, Su Ningyan, unaware of the underlying implications of Mrs. Mu's statements, chatted warmly while refilling her tea and pouring water. Seeing Jiang Fei return, she got up and went back to her own work. Sitting down before Mrs. Mu, Jiang Fei spoke respectfully. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Not at all." Mrs. Mu remained calm, her pleasant smile seemingly transforming the surrounding air into sharp blades. Any inappropriate word from Jiang Fei would result in those blades leaving her utterly bruised, without a shred of dignity. Miss Jiang must have cooled off after going to the restroom. Mrs. Mu sipped her tea delicately. Judging from our conversation earlier, Miss Jiang appears to be quite intelligent. Some matters naturally don't need too much elaboration from me. Jiang Fei couldn't answer too straightforwardly, but ignoring the comment altogether was impossible. If she were to raise the point about Fu Yunting refusing the divorce and delaying everything, someone as prideful as Mrs. Mu would undoubtedly try to reclaim her lost face. With her years of experience, mingling within circles of business and politics, dealing with someone like Jiang Fei would be akin to squashing an ant. Jiang Fei had no choice but to cater to her mood. Today, Mrs. Mu went through the trouble of coming. "Regarding some things I can contribute to, I will surely follow your wishes." Jiang Fei didn't make overly firm promises. Otherwise, if a quick divorce with Fu Yunting doesn't happen soon, Mrs. Mu might still seek further trouble with her. She also needed to make Mrs. Mu realize that even her decision might not matter much in this situation. Mrs. Mu's eyes slightly narrowed upon Jiang Fei's words, but only for an instant before she resumed her previous demeanor. "Miss Jiang, let us discuss the incense matters." Mrs. Mu was truly worthy of being Fu Yunting's mother. Despite her visit seemingly intended to give a warning, she still generously agreed to buy the incense with a significant amount of money. The figure almost equaled what Jiang Fei earned in 3 years of making incense for high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals. After Jiang Fei and Su Ningyan saw Mrs. Mu off, Su Ningyan excitedly pulled Jiang Fei to celebrate. "Boss Jiang, tonight we must definitely go out for a feast. This is a $3 million order." Jiang Fei fixed Su Ningyan with a deep gaze. "Do you know who just came here?" "A big client," Su Ningyan naively replied. Jiang Fei closed the door behind her. "She is Fu Yunting's mother." "Fu, Mr. Fu's mother?" Su Ningyan's mouth hung open in shock. But she never said that she was Mr. Fu's mother. Jiang Fei let out a faint sigh and glanced at Su Ningyan before walking toward the living hall. "She has hinted clearly enough, and we need to be extremely cautious with this order from Mrs. Mu. Record every process in video. Don't overlook or fail in any step." Her decision wasn't because she thought Mrs. Mu might find fault with the incense. If that was her intention, a $100,000 order would have been more than enough for her to suppress them. Why bother dropping $3 million so extravagantly? However, facing such a crafty and versatile person like Mrs. Mu, she couldn't help but stay one step ahead and be careful. There was nothing wrong with prudence. Su Ningyan stood rooted in place for a while, replaying Mrs. Mu's words in her mind, then hurriedly caught up with Jiang Fei. "So, does that mean this $3 million order is actually your compensation for spending 3 years with Mr. Fu?" One could interpret it that way. Jiang Fei entered the living hall and started tidying up the teacups on the tea table. To put it less delicately, it's also a reminder to me that the Fu family has plenty of money and capability. 3 million means nothing to her. If I can't get divorced, she will naturally have ways to force me into it. Su Ningyan helped with the cleanup. "Boss Jiang, since you already knew this was meant as a show of power, why did you still take the order?" Chapter 43, The Reason for Not Letting Go. Jiang Fei paused her hand and looked up at Su Ningyan. "If I don't accept it, she will think that I still have intentions to maneuver around with Fu Yunting, and besides, I originally had the idea of divorcing Fu Yunting. This 3 million, only a fool would refuse." Although Jiang Fei's tone sounded relaxed, the bitterness in her heart spread to her throat. Even swallowing saliva was painfully bitter. She had poured out all her efforts in the last 3 years, but in the end, she ended up being like a high-paid escort and a nanny, being neglected by her husband, not recognized by her in-laws. The wage she endured. Anyway, it could be casually resolved with some money. Jiang Fei buried all her emotions deep in her heart, making sure Su Ningyan didn't see through her. Su Ningyan was still confused. "I don't quite understand why Mrs. doesn't approach Mr. Fu, but insists on pressuring you instead?" Jiang Fei helplessly laughed. "If you find out without knowing the situation that your son is already married, but you're not satisfied with the bride, would you talk to the bride or the son?" Su Ningyan scratched her head. "Well, you certainly wouldn't want to fall out with your son. Naturally, it'd be better if the bride agrees to leave." After tidying up the tea table, she changed the topic and asked Su Ningyan, "How is that order of Zhou Sicking progressing?" "Only one last procedure left." Su Ningyan glanced worriedly at Jiang Fei. Why wasn't such a good Jiang boss valued by others? She really wanted to protest on behalf of Boss Jiang, but what could she do as an ordinary person? Jiang Fei nodded and handed over the things in her hand to Su Ningyan. "All right, let me handle this. These are for you." "No problem, Boss Jiang. Should I contact Mr. Zhou now?" "Contact him," Jiang Fei said. "Let him come to pick them up in 2 hours." "Okay." After leaving, Mrs. Mu sat in the car, closing her eyes to rest. After taking a short nap, she slowly opened her eyes and took out her phone to call Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting quickly answered, and Mrs. Mu started. "Come home tonight for a simple dinner." "No time." Fu Yunting directly refused. "Let's reschedule for another day." Just before Fu Yunting was about to hang up, Mrs. Mu's voice continued faintly. "Do you have no plans to explain to your father about your marriage?" Fu Yunting's voice became slightly colder. "It's my matter, unrelated to you both." Mrs. Mu did not get angry because of his words. Instead, she tried reasoning with him, continuing, "Cloud Ting, being reckless should have its limits. Do you consider privately getting married without informing us as respect?" Fu Yunting lightly pulled his tie. "So, Mrs. Mu, we also don't intend to argue with you, but you should make prompt decisions regarding those who aren't suitable. I will divorce, but not now. I have something I need to do." A single sentence easily rejected Mrs. Mu's request. Mrs. Mu caught the subtext, raising a curious eyebrow. "You don't have feelings for that girl. Then what's the reason you won't let go?" Fu Yunting's cold demeanor deepened with a tinge of annoyance. "No comment." Having said that, he directly hung up the phone. Mrs. Mu frowned deeply, but just as she didn't put down her phone, Fu Zongqian's, Fu Yunting's father, call conveniently came in. Mrs. Mu hesitated briefly before answering the call. "Is the issue settled?" Fu Zongqian asked expressionlessly, his tone indifferent and distant. Mrs. Mu's eyes flashed with dimness. "There are no problems on that girl's side, but Cloud Ting seems unwilling." "Take care of your son." Fu Zongqian's tone turned sharper. "Gotta go." "Zongqian," Mrs. Mu hurriedly called back. "Cloud Ting won't come home for dinner tonight, will you?" Mrs. Mu's question went unanswered, leaving her facing a disconnected call interface. Mrs. Mu's eyes brimmed with slight redness, but after putting down her phone, she returned to her usual self. The driver couldn't help but look at Mrs. Mu through the rearview mirror. "Madam, going back to the villa?" First take me back. Later, find out what Cloud Ting has been busy with recently." "Driver, Vice President mentioned that Master has been close to a woman lately. That woman is granddaughter Chen Qingzhu of the Chun family's Chun Kongshan." Chen Qingzhu. Mrs. Mu murmured the name. "For how long has she been with Cloud Ting?" "Not sure exactly. Needs more inquiry from the Vice President." Mrs. Mu reached out to support her forehead, closing her eyes again, and said, "Find out clearly, and give me an update." Understood. When Jiang Fei finished the last process and came out with the fragrance, she happened to see Zhou Siqing squatting in the courtyard studying her flowers. She carried the fragrance and walked to Zhou Siqing's side, curiously asking when she noticed that Zhou Siqing was fully concentrated and didn't notice her arrival. "Dr. Zhou, do you have expertise in flowers too?" At the sound of her voice, Zhou Siqing looked up at Jiang Fei and smiled as he stood up, saying, "It's not research. Last time I came, this flower bed was still in good condition, but now a large part is gone, which looks quite odd." Jiang Fei gazed at the flower bed and gave a faint hum. "Dr. Zhou, go inside and pick a box. I'll package it for you." Zhou Siqing nodded, walking side by side with Jiang Fei through the corridor into the hall. Jiang Fei gestured for him to take a seat on the chair while she went to the storage room at the back to fetch a box for him. Just as Jiang Fei turned to walk a few steps, Zhou Siqing spoke from behind. "If I'm not mistaken, those flowers should be jade vines. Without specific soil, they cannot grow, and cultivation is very difficult." Jiang Fei stopped her footsteps in surprise and turned around to look at Zhou Siqing. "How does Dr. Zhou know about these flowers? It's a bit coincidental." Zhou Siqing smiled and said, "I know an elderly gentleman who tends flowers. He converted an entire villa into a greenhouse for flowers. The types of flowers are numerous, and it so happened that I saw the jade vine in his greenhouse." Jiang Fei's eyes lit up with delight. "Does the old gentleman have any insights into cultivating jade vines?" "I'm not too sure," Zhou Siqing gently replied. "If you want to know, I can introduce you to when you have time." Jiang Fei instinctively wanted to accept, but then reconsidered, realizing she had yet to hear back from the flower craftsman grandfather. If it's confirmed that the grandfather has no method, then she might visit this old gentleman. After contemplating, Jiang Fei said, "I'm waiting for a message recently, Dr. Zhou. If you don't mind, could you give me a few more days?" "No problem. Feel free to contact me when it's convenient for you." Jiang Fei smiled at Zhou Siqing and immediately turned to head toward the storage room. Her smile made Zhou Siqing pause momentarily in slight astonishment. Upon regaining his senses, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he looked away. Just then, Su Ningyan entered the hall with tea in hand. She placed it in front of Zhou Siqing. "Mr. Zhou, Ms. Jiang is busy and couldn't personally make tea for you, so I've brought over a cup of Maojin tea instead." Chapter 44. Keeping it around is useless anyway. "Thank you." Zhou Siqing responded with warmth. Zhou Siqing was very handsome, his voice clear and gentle. Su Ningyan had just graduated from university and had never met a man like him before. For a moment, she stared at him blankly. Zhou Siqing noticed Su Ningyan's gaze. As he lifted his cup, he looked up at the daydreaming Su Ningyan. With a faint smile, he asked, "Is there something dirty on my face?" "No, nothing." Su Ningyan snapped out of her daze, her cheeks instantly flushing red. Embarrassed, she turned around and ran toward the door leading outside the hall. But as soon as she rushed to the door, she collided head-on with Jiang Heng, who was carrying an insulated bucket. Jiang Heng didn't stumble backward, but instead, Su Ningyan lost her footing and fell backward. Jiang Heng remained motionless, simply staring as Su Ningyan landed on the ground. Sore from hitting her tailbone, Su Ningyan winced as she looked up at Jiang Heng, standing over her. Mr. Jiang." Jiang Heng glared down at her for a moment without a word, then looked toward Zhou Siqing approaching them. His attractive eyebrows gradually furrowed, his eyes flashing with a hint of concealed hostility. Zhou Siqing's eyes briefly swept over him before turning back to Su Ningyan, who was getting up. He asked, "Are you all right?" Su Ningyan nodded repeatedly while brushing the dust off her bottom. Fine. Looking down while walking and then blaming others for falling doesn't help," Jiang Heng suddenly said coldly. At first, Su Ningyan didn't think much of it, but after Jiang Heng's words, her temper flared instantly. "Mr. Jiang talks so unpleasantly," Su Ningyan angrily retorted, clutching the tray. "If Mr. Jiang hadn't been walking silently, I wouldn't have bumped into him like this." Jiang Heng glanced disdainfully at Su Ningyan. "You bump into someone and then try to blame them?" "I wouldn't dare," Su Ningyan said sarcastically. "But if it were me, I'd certainly be the first to offer concern, unlike Mr. Jiang, who just mocks others." Hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Fei quickly came out holding several boxes. Seeing Jiang Heng come in, Jiang Fei asked curiously, "Little Heng, why did you come?" Jiang Heng placed the insulated bucket he held on the coffee table. "Mom worried you wouldn't eat on time, so she sent me over with some food. You should come and eat now. Put it aside for now." Jiang Fei walked directly toward Zhou Siqing. "Dr. Zhou, which box do you prefer?" Zhou Siqing casually picked a wooden box with a peony carving. "This one." Jiang Fei nodded, put the instruction manual and desiccant inside, added a velvet cloth as padding, and finally placed the incense in it. She slipped it into a bag and handed it over to Zhou Siqing with both hands. "Dr. Zhou, our transaction ends today. If there are any problems with the incense, feel free to contact me. The warranty period is 1 year." Zhou Siqing took the bag. "These last few days, your rush work has been tiring. We'll talk about flowers later." "All right, thank you." After Zhou Siqing left, only then did Jiang Fei turn her attention to Su Ningyan, who glared angrily at Jiang Heng. Inside, she'd already heard bits and pieces of their argument, but didn't know the exact cause. Jiang Fei pulled Su Ningyan to sit by the coffee table. "Ningyan, what happened between you two just now?" Su Ningyan explained everything that had occurred. "President Jiang, isn't this Mr. Jiang's fault?" Jiang Fei chuckled lightly. "Both of you are wrong, yet neither is. If you had apologized to each other promptly, there would be no problem. Why should I apologize?" Jiang Heng looked arrogantly at Jiang Fei while setting dishes and rice on the table. She fell because she wasn't paying attention. How is it related to me? I was walking normally. All right, little Heng. Jiang Fei softly consoled. Let the girl off. Since Jiang Fei had spoken, Jiang Heng couldn't protest too much further. Jiang Fei turned and looked at Su Ningen, whose face was full of grievances. Ningen, do you want to have a meal with me before going back? No, President Jiang. Su Ningen regulated her emotions. My mom has already cooked dinner, so I must go back and eat. Please eat quickly. I'll clean up and leave ahead. Jiang Fei didn't hold on to Su Ningen much longer. She sat down in front of Jiang Heng and started eating. Jiang Heng intently watched Jiang Fei and asked, What's going on between you and that man? That man. Jiang Fei raised her gaze and asked in return, Are you talking about Dr. Zhou? Not him, your husband. Jiang Fei's eyelids quivered slightly as she lowered her brows and said, Little Heng, focus on your studies. I will handle my own affairs. So can a sister interfere with her younger brother, but the younger brother cannot inquire about his sister's matters? Jiang Heng's voice was noticeably tinged with dissatisfaction. Jiang Fei frowned slightly. Little Heng, I just don't want. He really shouldn't have, Jiang Heng snorted. He didn't even visit you in the hospital. A man like that is useless to keep around anyway. And that Dr. Zhou just now, he's not much good either. Jiang Fei asked curiously. I didn't plan to do anything with Dr. Zhou anyway, but why do you seem hostile toward him? I just feel this guy is so fake, Jiang Heng said while brewing tea. He's way too cozy with you. Jiang Fei, eating chicken wings, chose not to pick up on what little Heng was saying. While she was hospitalized, she had also heard the nurses talk about Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou had a great personality and took good care of patients regardless of their age. The reason he might have talked more with her could also be due to the business transaction relationship between them. Since little Heng hadn't interacted much with Dr. Zhou, it was reasonable for him to have such an impression. Seeing Jiang Fei's reluctance to talk more about this, Jiang Heng stopped mentioning it as well. After Mu Furun returned to the villa, she received the information on the Chun family and the contact details of Chen Qingzhu. She also obtained updates on recent interactions between Fu Yunting and Chen Qingzhu. Mu Fuan's expression darkened as she focused on the Chen family. According to the situation with the Chen family, they were somewhat better off than the Jiangs, but still not by much. How long could a declining prestigious family continue to hold its ground? In Mu Furun's opinion, neither Chen Qingzhu nor Jiang Fei could match the fuss in terms of status. But it was fine. With Chen Qingzhu involved, resolving certain matters would be convenient for her. Mu Furun pulled out her phone and called Chen Qingzhu. In a moment, the call connected. Chen Qingzhu's gentle voice came through the phone. Hello, may I ask who's calling? Ms. Chun, this is Mu Xinrong, Yun Ting's mother. Surprise flashed in Chen Qingzhu's eyes. Why would Yun Ting's mother reach out to her? Calmly, Chen Qingzhu respectfully greeted. Auntie Mu, may I ask why you are contacting me? Mu Xinrong replied. Is it convenient? Let's discuss face to face. Half an hour later, Chen Qingzhu arrived at the villa as instructed by Mu Xinrong. As soon as she entered, she smelled the fragrant aroma of tea filling the air. Standing by the door, she lightly knocked. Auntie Mu? Come in. Mu Xinrong responded, emerging from the elegant room behind the entrance. Adjusting the shawl over her shoulders, she met Chen Qingzhu's gaze. The maid has prepared disposable slippers for you. Come inside the sitting area, and we'll have some tea. Chen Qingzhu looked down at the slippers next to her feet. After a brief pause, she slipped into the slippers and followed Mu Xinrong into the room. Inside the elegantly appointed sitting area, Mu Xinrong sat in the main seat, her slender, fair hands pressing on the teapot lid while pouring tea. Chapter 45. There has to be some assurance. When Chen Qingzhu sat down, Mu Xinrong had just placed a cup of tea in front of her. Miss Chen, please have some tea. Chen Qingzhu nodded gracefully. Thank you, Auntie. Just call me Mrs. Mu. With this one sentence, Mu Xinrong clearly distanced herself from any connection with Chen Qingzhu, making Chen Qingzhu's hand hesitate slightly as she picked up the teacup. How could Mu Xinrong fail to see through Chen Qingzhu's thoughts? She spoke up. Yin Ting hasn't divorced yet after all, so calling me auntie might not be appropriate. Her explanation let Chen Qingzhu breathe a slight sigh of relief. Mu Xinrong continued. The commotion between Yun Ting and his wife must be clear to Miss Chen by now. But I want to ask Miss Chen, do you really not mind about Yun Ting's current identity? Chen Qingzhu took a sip of tea. Mrs. Mu, forgive me for saying this, but I don't care whether Yun Ting is a married man. I like Yun Ting very much, and I'm willing to wait for him. Regarding the astute Mrs. Mu, Chen Qingzhu believed it would be better not to hide her true feelings while speaking. If Mrs. Mu could find out about her background, she must also be quite aware of her relationship with Yun Ting. If she were to offer lofty and meaningless explanations, Mrs. Mu would likely look down on her. A faint smile lingered at the corner of Mu Xinrong's lips, though it didn't reach her eyes. Still, she lowered her gaze, preventing Chen Qingzhu from deciphering anything from her expression. She put down her tea and said, How long can Miss Chen wait? A woman's prime doesn't last long, you know. Chen Qingzhu detected some hidden meanings in Mu Xinrong's words. She asked tentatively, What do you mean, Mrs. Mu? If Miss Chen is indeed an intelligent person, then you should understand what I mean. Chen Qingzhu lightly furrowed her brows. If she hadn't guessed wrong, Mrs. Mu wasn't satisfied with Jiang Fei either. However, if Mrs. Mu personally intervened, that probably wouldn't be good. Thus, the purpose of contacting her should be to use her hands, letting her figure out a way to break up Fu Yunting and Jiang Fei. Mrs. Mu. Chen Qingzhu laughed lightly as she picked up the teacup, pouring more tea for Mu Xinrong. If Yunting knew, he might get upset. The laughter on Mu Xinrong's face faded slightly. So, Miss Chen isn't in a rush to be with Yunting. The moment Mu Xinrong released her authoritative presence, Chen Qingzhu immediately felt the pressure bearing down upon her. It made her heart uneasy and caused her hands to tremble involuntarily. Some tea even spilled over her fingertips. I thought Miss Chen was an intelligent person, but it seems you're not. Mu Xinrong's gaze grew increasingly cold. Chen Qingzhu showed signs of unease in her expression. Mrs. Mu, how could I not understand your intentions? For certain matters, I need a bit of assurance before I can take the next step. Mu Xinrong glanced at her face sharply. To secure the position of Mrs. Fu, if you lack even these sorts of tactics, how can you possibly stabilize your position? Chen Qingzhu dared not refuse, and didn't want to refuse either. That single title of Mrs. Fu delivered by Mrs. Mu genuinely stirred her heart deeply. Of course, she also agreed with Mrs. Mu's statement. Without cunning means and the ability to deal with consequences, she indeed wouldn't deserve to remain by Fu Yinting's side. After pondering for a while, Chen Qingzhu finally spoke. Mrs. Mu, I know what needs to be done. Thank you for enlightening me today. Time is getting late, I won't bother you too much longer. Mu Xinrong didn't intend to stop Chen Qingzhu from leaving. She let her bow slightly toward her and then leave. After Chen Qingzhu left, a maid approached Mu Xinrong. Madam, do you need to clean up now? Mu Xinrong glanced at the teacup used by Chen Qingzhu with a glint of disdain in her eyes. Throw that teacup away. The maid was startled. Madam, you liked this teacup back then. Gradually, Mu Xinrong tightened her grip on the teacup until her knuckles whitened. Anything that a third party has touched, appearing in this villa, will only dirty my eyes. After finishing her words, Mu Xinrong rested her forehead against her palm, massaging her temples to ease her headache. Go. Ask the driver if Mr. Fu went to that woman's house again. The maid nodded immediately. Yes, madam. After leaving the villa, Chen Qingzhu got into her car and immediately called Su Hongli. Upon answering, Su Hongli questioned, Sister-in-law, why are you trying to track down Zhang Mubai's whereabouts? Zhang Mubai, Su Hongli remarked. Why seek someone so disgraceful? Do you not fear tainting your own vision? Sister-in-law, I need something from him. As for what it is, we can discuss when we have time. All right, give me 2 days. Sister-in-law will find the person for you. A flicker of cruel intent passed through Chen Qingzhu's eyes. Then thank you, sister-in-law. The moment Chen Qingzhu departed from the Fu family villa, Fu Yunting received news via assistant and said, Miss Chen didn't stay long inside, just the duration of a tea serving. Unfortunately, we couldn't figure out what she discussed with your mother. Fu Yunting stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand, his gaze deliberately or unintentionally directed toward the pool downstairs shimmering with cold moonlight. Send someone to follow Su Hongli and see what she's up to. An assistant glanced at Fu Yunting's back silhouette. Do you think, Mr. Fu, that Miss Chen will make her next move soon? She's not the kind of person who lets opportunities slip through her fingers. Fu Yunting turned around, placing the wine glass on the table without a direct response, giving instructions instead. When the time is right, give her a little push. Upon hearing this, an assistant's heart couldn't help but quiver slightly. Mr. Fu must have guessed what Miss Chen would do next. If things went as he predicted, then Mrs. Fu, even though an assistant sympathized with Jiang Fei in his heart, he didn't dare to say much. He nodded and prepared to leave, but Fu Yunting called him back suddenly. The flowers at Float Fragrance Garden are said to be quite rare, and Jiang Fei would definitely value them. Even if they were crushed, she probably wouldn't just throw them away. Fu Yunting raised his eyes toward an assistant. Find out where those trampled flowers are now. An assistant asked, what does Mr. Fu mean? Fu Yunting sat down on the sofa, saying indifferently, if it needs to be destroyed, then destroy it. Some things aren't worth keeping. An assistant lowered his head. Understood. By the time Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng returned to Star Bay, it was already past 10 o'clock. As soon as they walked in, they smelled a strong aroma of chicken soup. Jiang Fei slipped into her slippers and looked at Jiang Shuling, who was wearing an apron and walking out from the kitchen. She took off her coat and asked, Mom, did you cook chicken soup? Jiang Shuling greeted Jiang Fei with a smile and took her coat. Yes, you and Heng wash your hands and have some for a midnight snack. I'm not hungry, Jiang Heng said as he started heading upstairs. I've been cleaning all day. I'm tired. I'll drink it tomorrow. Heng, wait. Jiang Fei called out to Jiang Heng, who turned around and looked at her. Sis, if it's not something important, let's talk about it tomorrow. I want to talk to you about things at school, Jiang Fei said as she stared at Jiang Heng on the stairs. You can't keep skipping school forever. Jiang Heng frowned slightly and asked with heavy eyes, do you think it's suitable for me to go to school now? With everything happening online. Heng. Chapter 46. Call the police first. Jiang Shuling hastily interrupted Jiang Heng's words. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Fei worriedly. Seeing Jiang Fei's face suddenly turn pale, she turned around and scolded Jiang Heng. Why bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned? Jiang Heng also realized his indiscreet talk just now, and a look of guilt flashed in his eyes. After pausing for a moment, he came down the stairs. Jiang Fei forced a smile at the corner of her lips, looking at Jiang Heng, who didn't dare to meet her gaze as if he had done something wrong. She said, go wash your hands, then drink some chicken soup. After washing his hands with Jiang Fei, Jiang Heng sat by the dining table. Jiang Shuling helped present a bowl of chicken soup in front of each of them. She did not participate in the conversation between the brother and sister, but went upstairs to wash up. Jiang Fei ladled up some chicken soup and blew off the heat. It's not good for you to go back to school, Xiao Hong, but school is mandatory. You can't be like me and start working without finishing university. Can I follow you to the store? Jiang Heng stirred the soup in the bowl. You should be able to imagine what going back to school would mean for me. I can let you stay with me in the store for a while, After everything calms down, you can repeat your senior year. Jiang Heng turned his head and responded softly. Understood. Looking at his stubborn demeanor, Jiang Fei couldn't help but soften her tone. Xiao Heng, I can be nice to you, but some things have limits. Just mind your own business. Jiang Heng picked up the bowl and took a sip. You don't need to worry too much about my affairs. After speaking, Jiang Heng stood up to leave, just as Jiang Fei's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Grandpa Flower Gardener, Jiang Fei quickly pressed the answer button. Hello. Fei, something has happened. The grandpa's voice was urgent and filled with pain. A few people just came and smashed all our flowers, including yours, which were completely destroyed. Jiang Fei suddenly stood up and hurriedly walked towards the door. How are you? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. It's just the flowers. Jiang Fei, I'll come over right away. Don't tamper with the scene. Call the police first. I've already called them. They're on their way. Please drive carefully when you come. All right. After the call ended, Jiang Fei picked up her coat. However, Jiang Heng stopped her from behind. It's so late. What's going on? There's an issue. I have to go out for a bit. Sleep early, replied Jiang Fei while putting on her coat. I'll go with you. Jiang Heng quickly moved to Jiang Fei's side, readying his shoes. Jiang Fei wanted to stop him, but Jiang Heng interrupted her, saying, I won't feel at ease letting you go alone. Unable to persuade Jiang Heng otherwise, Jiang Fei could only take him along. An hour later, the two arrived at Shang Wenlin's house. In front of Shang Wenlin's house, there was a parked police car. As soon as Jiang Fei and others got out of the car, Shang Wenlin greeted the police and walked out from the yard. Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng got out of the car and quickly approached Shang Wenlin. Grandpa Shang. Jiang Fei was slightly breathless, her expression serious. Is the report finished? It's done. Shang Wenlin looked at the officer and said, Officer, I won't see you out. I need to discuss something with this young lady as these flowers belong to her. The officer nodded and left with his team, and Jiang Fei followed Shang Wenlin and Jiang Heng into the yard. In the yard, all the flowers that used to be in the flower beds had been pulled up by the roots and trampled into a mess. Many of the expensive varieties planted in Grandpa Shang's garden were affected. Jiang Fei could feel the endless pain that welled up inside Shang Wenlin. Even his aged face seemed more haggard, marked by deep sorrow. Walking through the devastated yard, Shang Wenlin led Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng to the backyard. Similarly, the backyard was thoroughly ruined. Jiang Fei immediately noticed the jade vine crushed and stuck to the ground. Dragging her heavy steps, she squatted next to the jade vine, her eyes brimming with redness. What she felt sorry for wasn't just the flowers, but also their family heritage passed down through generations. Who on earth was so ruthless to destroy what she treasured? With heavy thoughts, Jiang Heng glanced at Jiang Fei and then fixed his gaze on Shang Wenlin. Grandpa Shang, what did those intruders look like? They were all tall. Shang Wenlin sighed and continued. They wore the same neatly tailored suits. Oh, and they claimed they were just following orders from someone higher up. Higher up? So, they must be bodyguards. Jiang Heng pondered deeply for a while. Sis, did you provoke any bigwigs? Jiang Fei slowly stood up. I don't know whom I offended. Apart from Fu Yuntong and Qin Qingzhu, Jiang Fei couldn't think of anyone else who knew how rare these flowers were. Could it be Qin Qingzhu? She didn't seem to have a reason to harm the flowers again. Besides, she wasn't stupid. Making such a commotion would eventually reach Fu Yuntong's ears. Compared to her perfect image, she really didn't need to get herself into such an embarrassing situation. For some reason, Jiang Fei's mind kept flashing back to Fu Yuntong's figure. But she couldn't find any reason to explain why Fu Yuntong would do this. If he wanted to hurt her, there were plenty of ways. So why go through all the trouble? Shang Wenlin did not know what to say, so he could only ask Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng to come inside for a cup of tea first. After serving the tea, Shang Wenlin looked at Jiang Fei with a sigh. Fei, it's all because Grandpa Shang was useless and couldn't take care of the flowers for you on time. This isn't your fault. Jiang Fei consoled him. It's already like this now, there is no. Before Jiang Fei finished her sentence, she suddenly froze. At the same moment, she turned pale, stood up abruptly, and rushed out of the yard. Seeing this, Jiang Heng quickly stood up and chased after her. Sis, where are you going? Fu Xiangyuan. Jiang Heng then turned around and briefly greeted Shang Wenlin before following Jiang Fei out. Jiang Fei sped her car all the way to Fu Xiangyuan. When they arrived, several people were standing outside pointing and commenting about it. Jiang Fei immediately got out of the car and headed towards Fu Xiangyuan. The passers-by saw her coming and shouted, Boss Jiang, we were just about to call you. Yes, you should check inside Fu Xiangyuan and then report it to the police. I don't know who it was, but they kicked the door open and trampled all the flowers in the courtyard. When Jiang Fei heard these words, her whole body started trembling. She looked at the red-painted wooden door that had never been closed since, and her chest heaved rapidly. Jiang Heng stepped beside Jiang Fei and tenderly called out softly, Sister. Jiang Fei blinked shakily, lifting her trembling hand to push the door open stiffly. As soon as the door opened, the sight of complete chaos hit her eyes instantly. Her pupils contracted sharply, her face turned from white to red, and then back to white again. Her lips parted slightly, breathing heavily. Looking at such a state of Jiang Fei, Jiang Heng felt deep pain as if pricked by needles. He raised his hand to support Jiang Fei, but in the next second, Jiang Fei's complexion went deathly pale, and her breath stopped abruptly. She tilted her chin slightly upward and violently spat out blood, collapsing straight down. Chapter 47. A Crushed Army. Sis. Jiang Heng quickly embraced the unconscious Jiang Fei, shouting in full horror. Sis, call an ambulance. Mr. Jiang has fainted. Among the crowd, someone shouted out loud. Those who remained stopped and took out their phones to help call 911. Not far away, Fu Yunting and assistant sat in the car, clearly witnessing everything that was happening. Assistant turned to Fu Yunting and said, "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Back to Baiyuan." Fu Yunting coldly retracted his emotions, as if the person collapsing in front of him was not his wife, but a stranger. After seeing the resolute face in the rearview mirror, assistant couldn't quite articulate what he was feeling inside. Should he blame Mr. Fu for being too heartless and merciless? But the matters between the Jiang family and Mr. Fu were not something that could be resolved in a few words. Assistant started the car. "Mr. Fu, there are surveillance cameras here. If Mrs. checks, she might find out." Fu Yunting nonchalantly retorted. "Do you think I would worry about her finding out?" He glanced at the bustling crowd and thought that this was just the beginning of what would happen between him and Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei was sent to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor informed Zhang Heng that Zhang Fei had only vomited blood due to extreme anger, and otherwise, there was no serious issue. When Zhang Heng returned to the ward, Zhang Fei was already awake. She sat on the edge of the bed, trying to remove the needle, but Zhang Heng immediately stopped her. "Sis, what are you doing?" Zhang Fei pushed Zhang Heng's hands away. "I need to go to Fuxianjuan." "What's the use of going to Fuxianjuan now?" Zhang Heng firmly held onto Zhang Fei's hands, preventing her from moving. No matter how hard Zhang Fei tried, she couldn't break free from Zhang Heng's grip. In her desperation, Zhang Fei angrily pushed Zhang Heng away. Looking up, she screamed at Zhang Heng. "Why do you have to stop me? Do you know how important those flowers are to me and Fuxianjuan? I know how important those flowers are, but it doesn't make a difference now." Zhang Heng also angrily retaliated, but upon seeing tears rolling down Zhang Fei's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to stay mad. Suppressing the sting in his nose, Zhang Heng knelt before Zhang Fei. "Sis, even if the flowers are important, nothing is more important than your health. Without the flowers, we can't distill the perfume, and even if Fuxianjuan loses customers in the future, that's okay. If we lose money, I can earn it. I can take care of you and Mom. I just hope you both will be okay, alright?" Zhang Fei lowered her head, her thin shoulders trembling from crying. "Fuxianjuan is the heritage left by our great-grandfather. How can it be destroyed in my hands?" Zhang Heng, with red-rimmed eyes, stood up and hugged Zhang Fei. With his large hand gently patting Zhang Fei's back, he said, I know all about it. You wouldn't understand." Zhang Fei cried as she pushed Zhang Heng away. "Once Fuxianjuan declines, the burden I carry will be my incompetence, my unfilialness, and even being unable to protect the legacy passed down by our ancestors. In the hands of our ancestors and father, those flowers were never treated so poorly. And yet, after I managed them for just a few years, they've been utterly ruined. It's the root of our Jiang family. It's the root." Facing Zhang Fei's later cries, Zhang Heng felt a mix of anger and hatred, but mostly powerlessness. The present course of action was to find out who the people were who trampled the flowers. After accompanying Zhang Fei and stabilizing her emotions, Zhang Heng sat in a chair nearby and asked her, "Sis, carefully recall, who have you offended recently? We'll investigate each one." Zhang Fei wiped away the tears on her face, taking a deep breath and saying, "Xiao Heng, report this to the police. There are surveillance cameras near Fuxianjuan. Only if we identify those people can we proceed. All right, as long as you finish your injection here in the hospital, I'll handle it for you." Images of those flowers kept appearing in Zhang Fei's mind, every time making her feel as though her heart was being torn apart. As she watched Zhang Heng leave the ward, Zhang Fei slowly lay back on the bed. She turned her gaze to the dark sky, her mind so disordered she almost couldn't calmly think about any problem. When Zhang Heng returned, it was already midnight. In a rush, he entered the ward. Seeing that Zhang Fei hadn't slept yet, he tightly gripped his phone and approached her. "Sis." Zhang Heng sat on the chair and handed his phone to Zhang Fei. "I've had the police copy the surveillance footage for me." I glanced through it. Less than 50 meters from Fuxianjuan, there was a parked Rolls-Royce. Zhang Fei paused. Fu Yunting's car was indeed a Rolls-Royce. Hastily sitting upright, she took Zhang Heng's phone to examine the footage. After recognizing the license plate number, Zhang Fei involuntarily trembled all over. A sudden chill rushed from her feet to the top of her skull, and at the same time, Fu Yunting's words to her came to mind. He told her that she would surely beg him to return to Baiyuan. Zhang Fei's grip on her phone tightened gradually, her eyes blazing with anger and resentment, but there was also a hint of trepidation. However, the fear was eventually consumed by her fury. Zhang Fei took several deep breaths to try and calm herself down. Since Fu Yunting had done it, whether she confronted him earlier or later wouldn't make much difference. The flowers were already destroyed, and they couldn't be replanted. All she could do when she confronted him was to ask why he treated her this way. But Zhang Fei also clearly understood that even if she asked, it wouldn't lead to any good outcome. Her relationship with Fu Yunting had to come to an end. She couldn't delay, nor afford to prolong the agony. After a sleepless night, Zhang Fei left the hospital alone when Zhang Heng stepped out to buy her breakfast. Arriving at Baiyuan just as Fu Yunting was about to leave for work, Zhang Fei got out of the car and entered the villa courtyard after entering her fingerprint. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Fu Yunting sitting leisurely in the living room. He sipped his coffee slowly, appearing perfectly at ease, as though he had foreseen her arrival. Zhang Fei clenched her fists and walked over to Fu Yunting. "Fu Yunting, I never thought you would stoop so low to harm me. Do you think by doing this, you can force me back to Baiyuan?" No matter how much Zhang Fei wanted to stay calm, seeing Fu Yunting's nonchalant demeanor only left her utterly undone. Even voicing her grievances brought no relief from the welling rage inside her. Instead, the overwhelming anger made her body feel like it was thrown into an ice cellar, trembling with cold. Fu Yunting's lips curled into a cold sneer as he placed his cup on the coffee table. He stood up and took a few steps toward Zhang Fei. It's just some flowers, yet you still came chasing here to Beiyuan? Stopping before Zhang Fei, Fu Yunting looked down on her disdainfully, mockery gleaming in his eyes. He gave a light scoff. Zhang Fei, you're rather disappointing. Chapter 48. Is there resentment against the Zhang family? Party pooper? Zhang Fei stared into Fu Yunting's eyes, which seemed to harbor a frozen lake 3 feet thick. There was not a shred of affection for the past 3 years inside them. She felt like a clown with no skills coming before him just to save face. Fu Yunting, why are you treating me this way? What do you want from me? Or is it that you want revenge on me? Zhang Fei gradually calmed down under his gaze. Or is your life too boring, and you're just playing around with me to pass the time? Fu Yunting sneered, curling his lips. Zhang Fei, do you think you have any qualifications to waste my time on you? Isn't it contradictory what you say and do? Zhang Fei hardened her stare at him. Fu Yunting, you've been troubling me all along. Those flowers might be worthless in your eyes, but to me, they are very precious. You could easily destroy them with a wave of your hand. But do you know, they are the root of the Zhang family. Do you hate me, or do you hate the Zhang family? Mentioning the Zhang family, Zhang Fei clearly saw an instant flash of anger in Fu Yunting's eyes. There was also a hint of emotion that Zhang Fei couldn't describe. It was as if it triggered a pang of pain, recalling past memories. Before Zhang Fei could figure out where this emotion came from, the sudden ferocity gathering in Fu Yunting's eyes startled her. Zhang Fei, when it comes to you, I can do whatever I want. Fu Yunting approached Zhang Fei, his handsome face unmistakably displayed before her. The violent aura emanating from him wildly struck Zhang Fei's face. Shaking her heart with worry, Zhang Fei felt terrified deep within. Fu Yunting pushed Zhang Fei to the wall until her back touched the icy cold wall. Only then did Fu Yunting speak again. You don't have the right to question why I'm doing this. As long as I'm not divorced, you'll never live in peace. So what? Zhang Fei dug her nails into her palms, the stinging sensation helping her hold her head high and muster up the courage to continue confronting him. Is this the tactic you use to force me to beg you to return to Beiyuan? Fu Yunting, how disgusting you are. Disgusting. Fu Yunting seemed to hear some kind of joke. So this makes you feel disgusted? Zhang Fei, why don't you wait and see what else I'll do next? Zhang Fei's eyes were filled with anger. Fu Yunting, isn't it hard for us to separate and go our own ways? How will you let me off? Do you need me to die in front of you before you let me go? At the moment those words left Zhang Fei's mouth, Fu Yunting reached out to grab her by the neck. His 2 fingers pinched her throat, and the suffocating sensation instantly surged to her brain, making it extremely difficult to even produce a sound. Zhang Fei, you'd better not challenge my bottom line. The killing intent in Fu Yunting's eyes flared up. It seemed as if sharp knives were hiding inside them, ready to cut Zhang Fei's neck at any second. I won't let you go until I obtain the result I want from you. Zhang Fei obstinately wanted to find out the reason, but Fu Yunting's grip did not allow her to utter even a word. As Fu Yunting's outline gradually blurred before her eyes, he finally threw her body away, pushing her to the ground. Upon regaining air, Zhang Fei hastily gulped down a breath, but her sore throat caused her to cough violently and breathe heavily. Listening to Fu Yunting ascend the stairs, Zhang Fei lost all courage to pursue him and ask more questions. She didn't know which of her words had hit Fu Yunting's bottom line, causing such an evident intention to kill. She seemed like a joke she herself couldn't help but laugh at. Stormily finding Fu Yunting for answers, yet being humiliated and thrown to the ground in the end. Knowing the outcome beforehand, but still charging forward recklessly, wasn't she one of those overly self-confident people? Supporting her bruised body from blunt impacts, Zhang Fei slowly rose and walked out of Beiyuan. Just as she sat in the car, she received a call from Zhang Hong. Wiping away the tears on her face, Zhang Fei wearily answered the phone. Sis, where are you? Why didn't you answer my calls? Zhang Fei moved her dry and painful throat, responding hoarsely. I'm coming back now. Zhang Heng's anger traveled through the phone to Zhang Fei's ears. Didn't you go to the person who ruined your flowers yesterday? Wasn't it Fu Yunting? Zhang Fei closed her eyes in exhaustion. Xiaohong, some things you have no power to intervene with, and neither do I. Even if I knew it was him, I have no means of resistance. You're his wife. Zhang Heng exploded in rage. Why does he treat you this way? Yes, why does he treat her this way? She wanted to know this herself too. No matter how many times she asked, hundreds, thousands, 10,000 times, he would never give her a definitive answer. In his eyes, she didn't resemble a wife. Instead, she looked more like an enemy with blood-soaked grievances. Suddenly, Zhang Fei opened her eyes. The word, enemy, continued to linger in her mind. When she had just mentioned the Zhang family, Fu Yunting's anger had flared up noticeably. Later on, when she said dying in front of him, that was when he became utterly enraged, as if he wanted to kill her on the spot. Zhang Fei knew clearly that Fu Yunting wasn't angry because she was about to die. It should be the word die that triggered something that had happened to him in the past. Zhang Fei drove back to the hospital to pick up Zhang Heng and send him home. Only then did she go upstairs, return to her room, and make a call to Assistant. It was nearly 10 o'clock now, so Assistant should not be by Fu Yunting's side at this moment. When the phone connected, a respectful yet puzzled tone from Assistant came through the receiver. Mrs. Fu. With heavy brows and eyes, Zhang Fei walked to the window and asked, Assistant, is Mr. Fu nearby? Assistant looked up at Fu Yunting's office door, hesitated for a moment, then turned toward his own office. Is there anything you'd like to ask, Mrs. Fu? Jiang Fei stared out the window at the osmanthus tree and asked, Assistant N, could you tell me about Mr. Fu's past? A flash of surprise crossed Assistant N's face. He hadn't expected Jiang Fei to inquire about these matters. He composed himself and lowered his gaze, saying, Mrs. Fu, I'm sorry, but I can't divulge any private information about Mr. Fu. Jiang Fei understood that it wouldn't be easy to obtain information about Fu Yunting. She raised her hand and touched her neck, which still throbbed painfully after being pinched by Fu Yunting earlier. Assistant N, I remember you have a sister 3 years younger than you, who just graduated this year, right? Assistant N furrowed his brows tightly. Mrs. Fu, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. Jiang Fei walked over to the chair and sat down. I just hope you could put yourself in my shoes. If your sister encountered the same things I've been through, what would you do? Of course, I understand, Assistant N. Some words shouldn't come from you, but please consider the fact that I've never harmed Mr. Fu or made things difficult for you, and help me with this. Chapter 49, vanished into thin air. Assistant N fell into a prolonged silence. Jiang Fei wasn't in a rush either. Her relationship with Fu Yunting had been strained for such a long time already. How much worse could it get? It wasn't that she couldn't bear it. She just wanted to leave Fu Yunting as soon as possible. After waiting for a long time, there was still no sound from Assistant N, so Jiang Fei said, If Assistant N wants to say something, please give me a call back. I won't disturb you anymore. Just as Jiang Fei was about to hang up, Assistant N suddenly stopped her. Madam, Jiang Fei brought the phone back to her ear. Speak. I really can't say much, but if you could come back to Beiyuan. It's impossible to go back. Jiang Fei coldly interrupted Assistant N. If Assistant N doesn't want to say anything, then it's fine not to say it. But asking me to go back? Absolutely not. Assistant N should know how Mr. Fu treated me better than anyone. If it were you, would you go back? Or let's say your sister encounters these issues, would you let her go back? Assistant N's reply made it clear to Jiang Fei that he wouldn't explain clearly right now. But regardless, Assistant N did offer what Jiang Fei considered an irrelevant reminder. Madam, why do you have to go against Mr. Fu? Assistant N sighed lightly. Although during the 3 years, you endured quite a lot of Vaychek, things haven't been as bad as they are these last couple days, where cherished things reach a point of irreparable damage. Madam, this is all I can say. I'll hang up first. Assistant N hung up quickly, and Jiang Fei didn't even think of calling him back. After all, Assistant N worked for Fu Yunting, and being able to give her a warning was already generous enough. But Jiang Fei believed that if he could speak once, he would certainly speak again. It depends on how she will act next. Jiang Fei held her phone silently for a while, then dialed Su Zhuqing's number. After some time, Su Zhuqing answered, gasping slightly. Fei, what's wrong? Are you busy? Su Zhuqing placed the file she was holding onto her desk. I was moving files, but I'm free now. Jiang Fei pinched the corner of her eyes gently. Zhuqing, is there any news from Zhang Mubai? Su Zhuqing sat down on the sofa and took a sip of water. Funny you ask, after encountering his issue, Zhang Mubai seems to have vanished like a ghost. No one knows where he is. Not even his parents or relatives can contact him. Put aside Zhang Mubai's matter for now. Can you help me find out where Fu Yunting's assistant, and Yan's sister, works? Huh? What are you investigating her for? Jiang Fei informed Su Zhuqing of her suspicions about Fu Yunting, as well as her recent conversation with Assistant N. Su Zhuqing snorted coldly. As I thought, there must be something about Fu Yunting that you don't know. Wait for my news, and I'll send you the information about Yan's sister by tonight at the latest. Alright, thank you again. Not at all. By the way, aren't you supposed to be at Fuxiang Yuan? How come you've had so much free time today to make so many calls? Thinking about the flowers in the courtyard, Jiang Fei felt a tightness in her chest, but she didn't tell Su Zhuqing, choosing instead to keep it to herself. I'll head over shortly. Let me know when you're free, and we'll have dinner together. That's tonight. Su Zhuqing glanced at her watch. 6 o'clock in the evening? We'll eat together at our usual place. The so-called usual place was a night market stall, less than 500 meters from her company. Jiang Fei replied. Alright, see you at the entrance of the night market at 6. After hanging up, Jiang Fei sent a message to Su Ningen. She gave Su Ningen 2 days off, adding to today's public holiday, making it 3 days total. In these 3 days, she could carefully think about what to do next without those flowers. Maybe she also needed to find an opportunity to check the situation with Dr. Zhou at the flower farm he mentioned. Without these flowers, Fuxiang Yuan wouldn't be the Fuxiang Yuan of the past. Downstairs, Jiang Heng changed his clothes and was ready to leave. Jiang Shuling returned home from buying groceries and saw Jiang Heng getting ready to go out. Curiously, she asked, Xiao Heng, are you going out? Heng finished putting on his shoes and nodded. Yeah, I'm going to Fuxiang Yuan to help my sister clean up the yard. Weren't you supposed to clean it up when you came back last night? Jiang Shuling asked curiously. Heng paused momentarily, hesitating. Mom, do you know about the flowers Dad grew? Jiang Shuling nodded. Yes, I do. They're very expensive. Why are you asking me about them now? When you were with Dad, did he ever kill any of those flowers? Jiang Shuling frowned and tapped Jiang Heng's forehead. Those flowers are extremely difficult to cultivate, and there's no place to buy them. Don't say ominous things. After hearing Jiang Shuling's words, Jiang Heng felt a surge of anger rise in his chest. He wanted to find out why Fu Yunting destroyed these flowers, but given Fu Yunting's skills and abilities, if he went, he would probably leave without getting any answers and be kicked out instead. If he caused trouble, it might even involve Jiang Fei. Unable to act on his feelings, Jiang Heng gritted out. I understand, I won't say it anymore. I'm going to Fuxiang Yuan first. That's good, help your sister out. Jiang Shuling glanced upstairs. Is your sister still resting? Let her rest for a while. Saying this, Jiang Heng straightened the shirt jacket on his body and walked out of the villa. When Jiang Heng arrived at Fuxiang Yuan, he found that the gate was open. He treaded lightly and slowly approached the courtyard gate to peek inside. In the middle of the yard, Su Ningen squatted in the courtyard wiping her tears as she swept the broken petals from the ground. Her sorrowful expression mirrored Jiang Fei's closely. Jiang Heng quietly walked up beside Su Ningen and squatted down, helping her dispose of the flowers into the trash can. The sudden appearance of someone startled Su Ningen, who immediately shot up straight and glared at Jiang Heng with caution. Jiang Heng ignored her and continued sweeping on his own. Su Ningen quickly wiped away her tears. Mr. Jiang, why did you come over? Is Miss Jiang here too? My sister is resting at home. Jiang Heng responded heavily. Su Ningen opened her mouth soundlessly, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to begin. She sighed, re-squatting down and choked out. That's true. How could Miss Jiang possibly have the mood to come today? She even doesn't want me to come, so she deliberately gave me 3 days off. Jiang Heng took a cloth from the nearby bucket and wiped the marks on the ground. You really seem to know my sister well. Not only do I know her well, Su Ningen sniffed, but I feel more pity for Miss Jiang. Pity. Jiang Heng lifted his gaze towards Su Ningen, who silently shed tears with her lips pressed tightly together. Chapter 50. How to explain to Mr. Jiang. Su Ningen nodded, carefully picking up the flower stick. Mr. Jiang's husband is not human at all. He just relies on his power and influence to bully Mr. Jiang all the time. He is powerful, no doubt about it. But no matter what, a couple shares profound feelings. Even if he wants to have an affair, shouldn't he avoid letting Mr. Jiang know? But he doesn't even care about avoiding her. He repeatedly brings the third party around, allowing her to flaunt in front of Mr. Jiang. Su Ningen continued talking to herself, assuming that Jiang Heng, as Jiang Fei's younger brother, must already know about this. However, Jiang Heng, who had just learned about this, saw the rage building more and more in his eyes. Su Ningen was about to criticize further when Jiang Heng suddenly stood up. His movement caused the water bucket to fall over, spilling water all over the floor. The sound of water startled Su Ningen so much that she trembled. By the time she looked up for Jiang Heng, he had already walked toward the gate with big strides. After being dazed for a moment, Su Ningen understood something. Her heart sank heavily, and she quickly chased after Jiang Heng. Mr. Jiang. Su Ningen quickly ran to Jiang Heng, blocking his path, panickingly asking him, Mr. Jiang, are you going to find Mr. Fu? Jiang Heng glared at Su Ningen with a dark face. The ferocity on his features contrasted sharply with his 17 years of age. Move out of the way. Su Ningen shook her head fiercely. No, I can't let you go find Mr. Fu. If something happens to you, Mr. Jiang will definitely blame me. Jiang Heng roared angrily. Should we all just sit here and watch that despicable man abuse my sister at will? And what could you possibly do if you go? Su Ningen anxiously countered. If Mr. Fu vents his anger because of your disruption on Mr. Jiang, how would Mr. Jiang cope? Or if you get beaten by Mr. Fu and thrown out, how will Mr. Jiang retaliate on your behalf? I understand these principles better than you. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Heng pushed Su Ningen aside and ran towards the intersection. Su Ningen frantically stomped her feet, knowing full well that she couldn't catch up with Jiang Heng. She could only close the gates of Fuxiang Garden and chase after him on her scooter. Finding Jiang Heng waiting for a car at the intersection, Su Ningen hurriedly blocked his path again. Mr. Jiang, can you listen to reason? How am I supposed to explain this to Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang is already in such a difficult position. Your actions will only cause her more trouble. So what should I do? Jiang Heng's eyes turned crimson as he stared at Su Ningen. How can I ignore it? She is my sister. Su Ningen parked her scooter and took off her helmet before walking to Jiang Heng's side. Precisely because Mr. Jiang is your sister, you need to think twice before acting. Listen to me, Mr. Jiang. Although we can't match Mr. Fu's capabilities, if we're willing to think of ways, we can surely help Mr. Jiang completely leave Mr. Fu. First, we need to figure out why Mr. Fu treats Mr. Jiang like this before we can solve everything. Under Su Ningen's desperate attempts to stop him, Jiang Heng was brought back to Fuxiang Garden. Su Ningen fanned her hot cheeks to cool down, then calmed her emotions, making jasmine tea for Jiang Heng. Mr. Jiang, drink some tea to cool down first. Su Ningen sat down beside Jiang Heng. I may be impulsive too, but at least I know what can and cannot be done. Even if we express our anger, what use is it if they don't take us seriously? Jiang Heng didn't even have the mind for tea. Who is that woman anyway? Not quite sure. Su Ningen stirred the rock sugar in her own cup. Mr. Jiang never mentioned her to me, but judging from her clothing, she must be another rich girl. What's her name? Su Ningen thoughtfully recalled. Mr. Jiang seemed to call her Miss Chun, but what else? After pondering for a while, Su Ningen still couldn't recall the name. Jiang Heng impatiently suggested, do you have Su's sister's number? Call her and ask if she knows. Oh right, Su's sister. As Su Ningen was reaching for her phone to call Su Zhuqing, she hesitated and turned back to Jiang Heng, asking, Mr. Jiang, even if we knew the name of the third party, wouldn't there be nothing we can do? Jiang Heng tightened his jaw. If the problem between my sister and Fu Yunting originates from the third party, dealing with her would certainly be useful. Beat her up? Or persuade her to leave? I don't know. Su Ningen quietly sipped some tea water. Then what if the problems between them aren't related to the third party? Then we'll have to find the root of the problem. Jiang Heng's eyes showed a firm resolve. Right now, my sister must leave this man. Su Ningen almost choked on the tea water. Didn't Mr. Jiang tell you that Mr. Fu has never agreed to divorce her? Jiang Heng narrowed his brows and looked intently at Su Ningen. Su Ningen sighed. As expected, Ms. Jiang really didn't tell you about her troubles, just so you wouldn't worry. If I had known she hadn't told you, I wouldn't have said more. In Su Ningen's view, Jiang Heng was just a kid, and kids shouldn't be involved in too many things. And they don't have the ability to handle them anyway. Even she herself couldn't interfere in everything. Ultimately, some matters were best left for Ms. Jiang to resolve on her own. What else do you know? Jiang Heng glared fiercely at Su Ningen, pressing for answers. Su Ningen replied, that's all I know, nothing more. If you want to know more, you really need to ask Ms. Jiang. Evening. Jiang Fei arrived as scheduled at the entrance of the night market, waiting for Su Ningen. She came early, with half an hour still remaining until their appointed time. Jiang Fei decided to step out of her car and look for a seat beforehand, fearing that it might become harder to find one later. On her way, she passed by a stall selling grilled oysters. Su Zhuqing loved garlic oysters, so Jiang Fei stopped and ordered 2 dozen from the vendor. The owner raised his hand. $50. Where should I send it? Jiang Fei turned around to look for a free table nearby. Spotting one, she was about to point it out to the owner when something familiar caught her eye in the crowd. When she turned back, the figure disappeared once again. Jiang Fei furrowed her brows lightly. She thought she just saw Zhang Mubai's figure. But how did he vanish so quickly? Did she see wrongly? Jiang Fei shook off the doubt and refocused. Miss, which table? The owner interrupted her thoughts. Regaining herself, Jiang Fei pointed toward a table across from her. That one, thanks. She pulled out her phone, paid, and bought 2 cups of watermelon juice before heading over to her chosen table and sitting down. As the twilight sky was gradually swallowed by the encroaching darkness, Jiang Fei reached for her phone to send a message to Su Zhuqing. Right after tapping on Su Zhuqing's profile, a hurried set of footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Jiang Fei instinctively turned around, not yet catching sight of who it was when a cold, sharp object pressed against her waist. Fei, can we talk somewhere else? Recognizing the familiar voice, Jiang Fei stiffened her body. A glance at the shadow confirmed Zhang Mubai's face, and her heart raced. Chapter 51. Turning misfortune into fortune. What are you going to do? Zhang Mubai pushed the fruit knife in his hand further into Jiang Fei's waist. The sharp and clear pain made Jiang Fei feel as if her whole body had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhang Mubai leaned close to her ear and said, I will say this one last time, come with me. Jiang Fei didn't dare to resist Zhang Mubai too much. Even though there were more people here, it was uncertain whether they would rush to help her. Jiang Fei could only slowly stand up and leave as guided by Zhang Mubai. At the moment when Jiang Fei was pushed into the van by Zhang Mubai, Su Zhuqing happened to be passing by on a call. When Jiang Fei saw Su Zhuqing, she instinctively wanted to shout out her name. However, Zhang Mubai quickly blocked Jiang Fei's line of sight. With a malevolent laugh, he threatened Jiang Fei word by word. Fei, if you don't want your friend to get hurt, then don't shout for her. Jiang Fei was scared by Zhang Mubai and closed her mouth, eyeing Zhang Mubai vigilantly as he shut the door and turned towards the driver's seat. Jiang Fei thought about escaping by opening the car door when Zhang Mubai wasn't paying attention. But she soon found that the car door couldn't be opened from inside. Zhang Mubai sat in the car, glancing at Jiang Fei in the rearview mirror. I have the knife. If you dare to rebel, consider whether you even have the life to defy me. Jiang Fei kept looking for anything in the car she could use for self-defense while remaining calm and asking Zhang Mubai, where are you taking me? Does asking so many questions mean anything? Zhang Mubai started the van. You can also try calling the police, but someone helping me is probably already waiting near your villa. Once I'm caught, you'll need to think about what happens to your mom. Jiang Fei's pupils contracted. Zhang Mubai, my mom has devoted herself to serving you for so many years without complaint. Are you still planning to do something to my mom? Zhang Mubai replied calmly. As long as you behave yourself, I won't do anything to her. Jiang Fei clenched her teeth tightly and retracted her gaze, leaning back on the chair. When Zhang Mubai wasn't paying attention, she quickly pressed the phone lock button 3 times. The phone immediately called Su Zhuqing. In the night market, Su Zhuqing, who had just hung up the phone, received a call from Jiang Fei shortly after. She hit the answer button. Geez, I've been looking for you all over. You left your car here, but where are you? But from the phone, all she heard was the bumping sound of the car. Jiang Fei didn't respond. Confused, Su Zhuqing again called out into the phone. Fei, can you hear me? Jiang Fei, sitting in the car, was breaking out in cold sweat, carefully turning her phone. Seeing the call connected, she let out a slight sigh of relief, and coldly said toward Zhang Mubai, Zhang Mubai, I never expected you could evade the police capture for these few days. Do you think they are omnipotent? Zhang Mubai scoffed contemptuously. If I want to hide, they might not find me even after several years of searching. Jiang Fei, you're really unafraid of being arrested and sent to jail. Ha! Zhang Mubai laughed at Jiang Fei's words. Do you think I am the type of person who acts carelessly, Fei? Although I am like a rat on the street now, coincidentally, I know a woman who is willing to help me escape abroad. Don't you think this counts as turning misfortune into fortune? Su Zhuqing, who clearly heard this on the other end of the call, rushed madly toward the entrance of the night market, heart full of fear. The elusive Zhang Mubai, whom she had someone look for 2 days with no results, actually appeared at this time and kidnapped Jiang Fei. Given Zhang Mubai's abnormal obsession with Fei, next, he was likely to do even more horrifying things to Jiang Fei. She dared not think about it, and didn't want to waste any more time. After sitting in her car, Su Zhuqing took out another mobile phone and began contacting her friends to track Jiang Fei's location. Upon connecting, Su Zhuqing urgently asked, Asun, please quickly locate the position of my friend's phone number for me. Asun, yawning, responded with a lazy tone. What's the rush about? Don't ask so many questions. Help me with the positioning fast. Hearing the urgent tone in Su Zhuqing's voice, Asun put on his glasses and began tapping on the keyboard. Within less than 3 minutes, Asun located Jiang Fei's current position. She is currently at the intersection of Zhongjing Road and Wanhai Road. I've understood. Don't hang up. Continuously track the position. Su Zhuqing abruptly pressed the accelerator and drove swiftly toward Zhongjing Road. After nearly 10 minutes of tracking, Asun suddenly exclaimed, "The positioning signal is lost." Su Zhuqing slammed on the brakes, turning her head to look at the mobile phone placed on the passenger seat, which had been maintaining constant communication with Jiang Fei. Unbeknownst to them, the call had been disconnected at some point. Su Zhuqing gritted her teeth angrily, hitting the steering wheel heavily and cursed under her breath. Even through the screen, Asun could sense Su Zhuqing's overwhelming anger. "Listen, Sister Su, what exactly happened?" Su Zhuqing angrily said, "It's a long story. Is there any other way you can track her location?" Asun replied, "How am I supposed to check if the phone is turned off? I'm not a god." Su Zhuqing said, All right, I got it. I'll contact you later, gotta go." As soon as she hung up the phone, a series of honks resounded behind Su Zhuqing. She glanced at the long line of cars behind her and could only start her car to park it by the side of the road. Given the current situation, it seemed impossible for her to find Fei Fei alone. It looked like apart from calling the police, she had no other choice. Su Zhuqing searched for a friend in the bureau, and after making a brief call explaining the situation, the person on the other end informed her that they would immediately dispatch the police to conduct a search at the last known location. At that moment, Jiang Fei had her phone forcibly taken away and turned off by Zhang Mubai, cutting off communication. Jiang Fei stared intently at Zhang Mubai's back. "Do you think taking my phone will prevent the police from finding my location?" "The police?" Zhang Mubai casually tossed Jiang Fei's phone out of the window. "Isn't it just a matter of throwing some money around? Do you really think they'd come looking for you?" With such ease in saying this, Jiang Fei guessed something in her heart. The woman Zhang Mubai knew should be someone rich who also had something against her. Among those she had recent conflicts with, there were 3 women. The fat woman had already paid compensation and shouldn't continue targeting her, and it would be of no benefit for that woman to do so. That left Mu Lady and Chen Qingzhu. If Mu Lady intended to treat her this way, she wouldn't have made the effort to meet her that day, when things could be solved with words, who would willingly add more twists and troubles. Therefore, apart from Chen Qingzhu, there should be no one else. Chen Qingzhu used Zhang Mubai's feelings towards her, aiming to let Zhang Mubai insult her in some way. In doing so, increasing Fu Yunting's aversion to her, divorce would naturally follow. But even knowing it was Chen Qingzhu now, Jiang Fei had no way to escape. She could only let Zhang Mubai drive to a remote town and take her into a self-built house. Chapter 52. I'll try my best to help you. The self-built house was old, and inside it was covered with a layer of white frosty gray dust. With every step, the dust on the floor would swirl up into the air with the movement. As Jiang Fei inhaled the dust, she couldn't help but cough. Zhang Mubai grabbed her arm, forcefully pulling her up to the second floor. After pushing open the door of a bedroom, Jiang Fei was thrown onto the bed in a few short steps. Jiang Fei forced herself to endure her dizziness and turned around cautiously to watch Zhang Mubai, who picked up a rope prepared beforehand. His sinister gaze and a repulsive smirk gradually drew closer as he advanced toward Jiang Fei. Every step he took, Jiang Fei quickly moved to the other side of the bed. But just as she tried to turn over and jump off the bed, Zhang Mubai, swift and quick-handed, caught her ankle and pulled her forcefully back to his front. Jiang Fei looked at Zhang Mubai in panic. "Zhang Mubai, how much money do you want? I'll give it to you, okay? If you want to leave the country, I'll try my best to help you. Let me go." Zhang Mubai reached out and grabbed Jiang Fei's hair, dragging her close. At such close distance, Jiang Fei could clearly smell the foul breath exhaled from Zhang Mubai's nose. "Fei Fei, I suggest you not waste your energy. Do you really think your strength can match mine?" Jiang Fei strained hard against the churning nausea in her stomach. "Zhang Mubai, you will regret what you've done today. If you stop now, I won't pursue any responsibility." Zhang Mubai instantly increased the grip on her, causing Jiang Fei's scalp unbearable pain. "Do I need your pursuit?" he said, then forcefully pressed his body against Jiang Fei's limbs and tied her wrists and ankles with ropes at great speed, fastening them tightly to each corner of the bed. The more Jiang Fei struggled, the tighter the loops around her wrists and ankles tightened. Breathing heavily, Jiang Fei cursed furiously at Zhang Mubai. "Zhang Mubai, you are an animal." "An animal?" Zhang Mubai chuckled rather than getting angry. After wiping sweat off his face, he climbed onto the bed, leaning over Jiang Fei. He stared into Jiang Fei's eyes closely, the corners of his eyes rising with a grin. The eyes filled with infinite lust and roving inspection made Jiang Fei feel both nauseous and terrified. "Fei Fei." Zhang Mubai roughly caressed Jiang Fei's cheek. "Do you know how much Uncle Zhang loves you?" Jiang Fei forcefully turned her head, escaping from Zhang Mubai's burning palm. But the more Jiang Fei resisted, the more excited Zhang Mubai's expression became. He swallowed saliva powerfully, letting his fingers slowly wander down from Jiang Fei's cheeks to her torso. Jiang Fei writhed, resisting fiercely and yelling with red-rimmed eyes. "Zhang Mubai, don't touch me." Zhang Mubai's face suddenly turned cold as he slapped Jiang Fei's face angrily. "It's not your call now. It's my call." Jiang Fei clenched her teeth shamefully, enduring the fiery pain on her cheeks while trying to hold back tears. Seeing her tear-filled eyes, Zhang Mubai's eyes immediately showed tenderness again. "Sorry, Fei Fei. Uncle shouldn't have hit you. I apologize, but please don't talk back to me, okay? Zhang Mu Bai tenderly stroked Jiang Fei's red and swollen face, wanting to lean forward and kiss her. Realizing his intention, Jiang Fei shouted fiercely, "If you dare touch me, I'll bite my tongue and die right here in front of you." A wave of anger rose in Zhang Mu Bai's eyes again, but he hesitated due to fear of Jiang Fei biting her tongue. How could he not know that biting the tongue doesn't cause death? But this is Jiang Fei he had yearned for many years. Could he bear to see Jiang Fei faint from excessive blood loss before him? Zhang Mu Bai controlled the desire swelling within him, slowly straightening his body. Again, a smile crept across his face, the twitching corner of his mouth exposing his wild craving. "Before she arrives, I won't touch you. But Fei, you will be mine. Absolutely mine." After saying this, Zhang Mu Bai got off the bed and turned to walk out of the door. After the door closed, Jiang Fei tried to move her hands and legs, thinking about loosening the ropes to escape. But Zhang Mu Bai had bound them just right, only becoming tighter, with no chance of loosening. Jiang Fei could only settle her mind and consider her next move. The her Zhang Mu Bai referred to might very likely be Qin Qingzhu. For Qin Qingzhu to let her go, the chances were too slim. So she could only pray that Qin Qingzhu wouldn't hurt her, so she could find an opportunity to work through Zhang Mu Bai. Su Zhuqing, accompanying the police in the search, searched all night without finding any sign of Jiang Fei. Around 6 o'clock in the morning, Officer Fong approached Su Zhuqing and handed her a steamed bun and soy milk. "Zhuqing, eat some breakfast first." Su Zhuqing, sitting on the stairs with dark circles under her eyes, shook her head. "I don't want to eat. Let your colleagues eat it." Officer Fong sat down beside her. "All of them have been working all night. I'm about to call off the search and let them go home." "Go home?" Su Zhuqing was surprised. "But we haven't found my friend yet. How can you just call it off? We've almost searched every corner within 20 miles, and there's no sign of your friend," Officer Fong said regretfully. "Besides, the location signal dropped during the drive. Who knows where they ended up? Finding someone isn't something that can be done in a short time. Zhuqing, you need to understand the difficulty of our job as well." Su Zhuqing felt unwilling but acknowledged the truth. The policemen who had searched all night were indeed exhausted. If she continued to insist, it would be unjustifiable. With a heavy expression, Su Zhuqing spoke. "You must know that for every moment lost, she is put in greater danger. The person who kidnapped her is Zhang Mu Bai. Haven't you seen the chaotic news online? He's a psychopath. I can't even imagine what Jiang Fei might have gone through by now. I know you're worried, but there's nothing more we can do right now," Officer Fong replied after some thought. "However, since Ms. Jiang is Mr. Fu's wife, why don't you ask Mr. Fu to send out people to look for her? He has great resources and might find her faster than us." Su Zhuqing didn't want to agree with Officer Fong's suggestion, but given the urgency, adding more manpower to the search would increase the chance of rescuing Jiang Fei. After a long silence, Su Zhuqing stood up. "Call off the team then. Or maybe replace them later with another group to continue searching. I'm heading to Beiyuan now." "All right." Officer Fong stood up too. "I'll inform you immediately if there's any news." "Thanks." Su Zhuqing bid farewell and left, entering her car and driving toward Beiyuan. Upon arriving at Beiyuan, Su Zhuqing got out and pressed the doorbell. Soon, a voice from inside the house came. "Who's there?" Su Zhuqing replied, "I'm Jiang Fei's friend. I came here to see Mr. Fu. There are some things I need to discuss with him. Please open the door." Hearing that she was Jiang Fei's friend, the maid quickly opened the door. The maid said to Su Zhuqing, "Mr. Fu has just woken up. Please wait for a while in the living room." Su Zhuqing nodded and stepped into the villa. As soon as she entered, she saw Fu Yunting walking downstairs, tying his tie. Chapter 53. What happened in the villa? Su Zhuqing hurriedly walked to the staircase and asked, "Mr. Fu, Jiang Fei was taken away by Zhang Mu Bai. Can you send someone out to look for her?" Fu Yunting glanced at Su Zhuqing, who looked very eager. After hearing this piece of news, he coolly responded without any emotion. "Her being taken has nothing to do with me." Su Zhuqing stared dumbfounded at Fu Yunting. She could hardly believe that Fu Yunting could be so indifferent when saying these words. "She is your wife. How can this have nothing to do with you?" Su Zhuqing quickly followed Fu Yunting into the dining room. "Do you not realize what kind of person Zhang Mu Bai is?" Fu Yunting walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Indifferent to everyone else, he picked up the coffee that the maid had brewed and sipped it lightly. Jiang Fei voluntarily left Beiyuan, repeatedly saying that she would no longer be related to me from now on. So whoever takes her away has nothing to do with me. Su Zhuqing laughed after hearing Fu Yunting's words. "If you say it has nothing to do with you, then why did you disagree when Fei wanted a divorce? Also, until you two are divorced, she will still be your wife." The Great TR's general manager, who controls the economic lifeline of Jiangqing, actually does not care about his own wife's life or death. This if leaked out, people might laugh themselves toothless. Miss Su's eloquence truly is sharp. Suddenly, Qin Qingzhu's sarcastic voice came from behind Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing frowned and turned around to face Qin Qingzhu. Seeing Qin Qingzhu wrapping a silk sleeping gown, lifting her white long legs walking towards her. When she reached her, blinking those innocent eyes, confusingly asked, "Miss Su came early to Beiyuan to make a fuss. Aren't you looking down on our Yunting too much?" Slap. Just as Qin Qingzhu finished speaking, Su Zhuqing swiftly slapped her face hard. Disgusting thing. Su Zhuqing quickly grabbed Qin Qingzhu's hair and slammed her onto the table. And the coffee that Fu Yunting put down was just less than a centimeter away from Qin Qingzhu. Qin Qingzhu screamed and struggled, but Su Zhuqing showed no intention of letting go. even increasing the force on her grip. Dark clouds suddenly swept across Fu Yunting's black pupils, and his gaze fell on Su Zhuqing, who didn't show the slightest sign of apprehension. Sister Zhang's life is unpredictable, yet Mr. Fu indulges his concubine. You've certainly shattered my worldview, disrupted my perception of human nature. If my actions today displease Mr. Fu, he's more than welcome to confront me. I, Su Zhuqing, don't fear either of you. I only feel sorry for Sister Zhang encountering a man like you, someone who cannot see her value or cherish her. After finishing, Su Zhuqing once again yanked Chen Qingzhu off the dining table, forcing her to lift her head and face her. And you? Fury shot from Su Zhuqing's eyes as though they aimed to incinerate Chen Qingzhu entirely. Sister Zhang can engage in verbal sparring with you, but I, Su Zhuqing, absolutely won't. If Sister Zhang encounters anything dire, I, Su Zhuqing, absolutely will not forgive either of you who indulge yourselves while she's in peril. Upon finishing her sentence, Su Zhuqing flung Chen Qingzhu aside. Not waiting for Fu Yunting's expulsion order, she promptly turned and exited the villa. Su Zhuqing's resolute departure scared Chen Qingzhu, who covered her face in shame and glared at Su Zhuqing's retreating back. Filled with grievances, she wished to vent to Fu Yunting, but upon seeing the stern face of Fu Yunting that harbored a dark stormy rage, she instantly swallowed all her complaints. Even if she were stupid, she knew better than to say anything further now. After all, Fu Yunting hadn't ignored her pitiful condition, and speaking more while he was angry would only invite his displeasure. This humiliation could only be temporarily endured silently for now. The villa door shut with a clang thanks to Su Zhuqing, but within mere seconds, Assistant and pushed it open from outside. When Assistant and entered the dining room and saw the mess there, along with Chen Qingzhu's red and swollen face and his boss cold grimace, he had a rough idea of what exactly Su Zhuqing had done when she passed by him earlier with such an intense air. Fu Yunting cast a lukewarm glance toward Chen Qingzhu, whose eyes were red, and gave orders to Assistant and tell Mother Zhang to take care of her. Assistant nodded. Yes, Mr. Fu. After speaking, Fu Yunting strode out of the dining room, and Assistant and hurriedly caught up with his steps. Exiting the villa, sitting inside the car, Fu Yunting's demeanor had already returned to normal, but the aura of dignity around him continued to blanket the car with a suffocating pressure. Investigate which law firm Su Zhuqing works at. The hand holding the steering wheel of Assistant and tightened. What is Mr. Fu implying? Fu Yunting glanced at Assistant and in the rearview mirror. A person who can't even control their emotions. Do you think they have the qualifications to be a lawyer? Assistant and responded in a low voice, his heart heavy with unease. I understand, Mr. Fu. Actually, it was reasonable for Su Zhuqing to come and make trouble. After all, the madam had been missing all night, and as her best friend, Su Zhuqing couldn't help but be worried. But if she could remain rational and address the problem properly, things wouldn't have escalated to this situation. Moreover, now that Mr. Fu had spoken, ordering Su Zhuqing to lose her job, it would likely mean that no one in Jiangcheng would dare hire her afterward. After Fu Yunting left, Mother Zhang came in with an ice pack to reduce the swelling on Chen Qingzhu's face. She applied it for quite a while before Chen Qingzhu gently pushed Mother Zhang's hand away, saying, Mother Zhang, it's fine. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes, then head out for a bit. Mother Zhang nodded and took the ice back into the kitchen. Chen Qingzhu lightly touched her cheek with the back of her hand again, the stinging pain making her both irritable and venomous in her gaze. As she got up and went upstairs, changed her outfit, and covered up her disheveled appearance with makeup, she finally left the villa and drove toward Qingshan town. When she arrived, it was already noon. Walking to the slightly open door of a self-built house, just as she was about to push it open, Zhang Mubai opened the door from inside. Seeing Chen Qingzhu, he revealed a flattering smile. Miss Chen has arrived. Chen Qingzhu disdainfully glanced at him. Where's Zhang Fei? Zhang Mubai replied, upstairs. I've waited for you since last night. Is waiting such a burden to you? Chen Qingzhu snapped back with dissatisfaction. Are we short of treats for you? No. Zhang Mubai hurriedly defended himself. Miss Chen, let me take you upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor and entering the room where Zhang Fei was tied up, they found her sprawled out in a large X shape on the bed. Instead of calming down at the sight, Chen Qingzhu grew angrier. Her expression darkened, stepping toward Zhang Fei, who gazed outside the window. Never expected you to have such patience, only showing up now. With a hoarse voice, Zhang Fei turned her head, her eyes devoid of any emotion as she spoke to Chen Qingzhu. Chen Qingzhu stood towering over Zhang Fei, looking down on her condescendingly. After a few seconds of eye contact, Chen Qingzhu burst out laughing derisively. Who would have thought Mrs. Fu can look so wretched too? Zhang Fei stared at Chen Qingzhu without any change in expression. Noticing the layer of finger marks that even powder couldn't cover on her cheeks, Zhang Fei lightly chuckled. Funny, I never thought Miss Chen could carry such obvious marks on her face. Chapter 54. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Chen Qingzhu suddenly bent down and grabbed Zhang Fei's face. Do you think I got this injury because of who? Chen Qingzhu intensified the force on her fingertips. Yinting? That will probably disappoint you. Zhang Fei lightly frowned. What do you mean? Chen Qingzhu laughed continuously. You tell me. What would be the consequence if your overconfident friend slapped me in front of Yinting and then insulted both Yinting and me? Zhang Fei's pupils suddenly shrank. Did Zhu Qing really go to the North Garden to find Fu Yinting? Where is Zhu Qing? Zhang Fei forcibly shook her head to break free from Chen Qingzhu's grip and angrily asked, What have you done to Zhu Qing? Watching Zhang Fei losing control emotionally, Qin Qingzhu felt extremely satisfied inside. She smiled as she let go of Jiang Fei. Why ask me this? You should ask Yun Ting instead. Oh, I almost forgot. With the state you're in, it's unlikely that you can even question Yun Ting. Jiang Fei gritted her teeth as if they were about to break. What do you want to do? Just direct everything at me and leave Zhu Qing alone. Does Mrs. Fu see herself so highly? Qin Qingzhu flicked her long hair, elegantly sitting by the bedside. Unfortunately, Mrs. Fu, Yun Ting doesn't care at all about your disappearance, not to mention exchanging your life for the peace of your friend. What do you want to stop tormenting me? Jiang Fei breathed heavily. Isn't dealing with me enough? Must you also deal with Zhu Qing? Qin Qingzhu, don't lose all sense of humanity. Otherwise, you will end up in hell eventually. Hearing what Qin Qingzhu said seemed like listening to a joke. She tilted her head back laughing. That delicate face seemed somewhat grotesque. Mrs. Fu is simply hilarious. Qin Qingzhu laughed while wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. How could dead people know anything? Hell, does Mrs. Fu think that this will scare me? Jiang Fei tightly bit her lower lip, trying to force herself to calm down. But every time she thought about Su Zhuqing being targeted by Fu Yunyi and Qin Qingzhu, she couldn't control her emotions. Qin Qingzhu, isn't your goal simply wanting to be with Fu Yunyi? Jiang Fei angrily said. I can divorce, but why don't you ask Fu Yunyi why he refuses to let me go? In your eyes, Fu Yunyi might be exceptionally perfect in every way, but have you ever considered that one day, perhaps you may also end up in my current predicament? The ruthlessness he has shown towards me, haven't you seen it? Such a man, do you think I value staying by his side? Qin Qingzhu's smile gradually faded. Do you think you can incite me to leave Yun Ting with this? It seems Miss Qin can't understand human words at all. Jiang Fei's hope was disappearing inch by inch. You remind me so much of how I used to be. But after some time, I realized that it's just like hitting a solid south wall. Since Miss Qin is determined to try, then give it a shot. Jiang Fei's desperate appearance made it impossible for Qin Qingzhu to doubt her authenticity. Recalling the first day she came to the North Garden, she witnessed Jiang Fei being brutally treated by Fu Yunyi. Her expression cracked somewhat here and there. But after these few days, Yun Ting's tenderness towards her didn't seem fake at all. Which one of them is the real Yun Ting? While Qin Qingzhu was deep in thought, Jiang Fei, closely examining her facial features, felt her extinguished hope surging again. Her prolonged silence surely meant she was pondering what kind of person Fu Yunyi truly was. Perhaps she could take advantage of this opportunity and temporarily let Qin Qingzhu off her back. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and calmly suggested, if Miss Qin doesn't believe what I say, why not use me for testing and observe Fu Yunyi for a period of time? Qin Qingzhu's eyes directly pierced through Jiang Fei. What do you mean? Jiang Fei replied. Miss Qin must have led a life without suffering from hardships. If you waste your youth and marriage on a man you've never truly understood, wouldn't that make you regret later? You might as well let me go back and test Fu Yunyi more rigorously. If Fu Yunyi is really as I described, Miss Qin still has the chance to step back now. Of course, Miss Qin might have other intentions, but there are plenty of influential wealthy families in Jiangcheng that can offer similar opportunities. Isn't it better than staying in a marriage without feelings and enduring abuse from Fu Yunyi's side? After Jiang Fei spoke, Qin Qingzhu's expression loosened slightly again. But before Qin Qingzhu could make a decision, Zhang Mu, by waiting patiently beside, got anxious. He had reached this point with difficulty, having finally gotten a hold of Jiang Fei. If she slipped away before he could enjoy her properly, he would definitely regret it. Zhang Mu by immediately turned to Qin Qingzhu. Miss Qin, don't let her brainwash you. If she was truly so unhappy, why did she persist for 3 years staying by President Fu's side? Qin Qingzhu glanced at Zhang Mu by, her face darkening as she thought about what he had said. Zhang Mu by glanced at Jiang Fei, whose brows were tightly knit, and continued. Even if Mr. Fu treated Jiang Fei this way, it doesn't necessarily mean he would treat you the same way. Perhaps it was Jiang Fei herself who failed to nurture her marriage, resulting in such an outcome. Moreover, Miss Qin, once you let her go back, wouldn't she expose us? Then Mr. Fu's perception of you would definitely change. Zhang Mu Bai's instigation made Jiang Fei feel somewhat unpleasant, but she remained silent, carefully observing the expression on Qin Qingzhu's face. Sometimes, one must take a gamble to see whether Qin Qingzhu has the wit to analyze all situations clearly. Evidently, Jiang Fei's expectations for Qin Qingzhu were still too high. After several minutes of mental struggle, Qin Qingzhu turned her gaze toward Jiang Fei. Mrs. Fu, your eloquence is something I've witnessed, but I never expected that even in such an extreme situation, you could maintain such calmness. Mrs. Fu, should I believe you or Zhang Mu Bai? Jiang Fei moved her sore wrist slightly. Miss Qin, if you have made up your mind, then there is nothing more for me to say. Should the road ahead not go smoothly, Miss Qin should not forget my advice today. Too much explanation might sound like covering up guilt. It would be better to say nothing and let Qin Qingzhu think for herself. It was precisely because Jiang Fei chose not to explain further that Qin Qingzhu felt more restless inside, eagerly wanting to know the result. She had seen Fu Yunting in person. Though infatuated, she ultimately feared him. She couldn't afford to risk following the same path as Jiang Fei. But giving up now was hard with such a tempting prize before her eyes. How could she let it go so easily? Seeing that Qin Qingzhu could not make a decision for a long time, Zhang Mu Bai began sweating profusely from his forehead in anxiety. He hurriedly reminded her, Miss Qin, shut up. Before he could finish saying sister, Qin Qingzhu cut him off harshly. Go out. Chapter 55. Why don't you give me this chance? Zhang Mu Bai's face turned deathly pale, yet he didn't dare to offend excessively. He could only grit his teeth in endurance and leave first. The door was shut, and for quite some time, Chen Qingzhu remained lost in weighing the pros and cons. Jiang Fei wasn't in a hurry either, patiently waiting for her to ask again. During this silence, Chen Qingzhu couldn't help but look at Jiang Fei frequently, but seeing the calmness akin to a dead pool in Jiang Fei's eyes made her frown involuntarily. Why does Yunting treat you like this? Chen Qingzhu asked, throwing out her doubts. Miss Chen's question is something I also wish to know, but I've never been able to get an answer from Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei said candidly. Chen Qingzhu twirled the ring on her index finger. Then how can you assure me that after I let you go, you'll help me? I haven't divorced Fu Yunting yet. Where could I possibly run to? A trace of bitterness flickered across Jiang Fei's nose tip. It wasn't that she felt pain mentioning the divorce. Rather, the feeling of her life being recklessly controlled by Fu Yunting made her feel helpless. To put it harshly, her position now was opposed to Chen Qingzhu's, all because of Fu Yunting. Even if their heads collided, everything stemmed from Fu Yunting. If there were no Fu Yunting, she perhaps wouldn't have any connection with Chen Qingzhu, but as both were women, giving her advice wouldn't be overstepping bounds. Chen Qingzhu squinted her long and narrow peach-like eyes. If you don't accomplish what you promised me today, I've already witnessed Miss Chen's methods. Jiang Fei interrupted Chen Qingzhu's words. I understand preserving one's wisdom. Similarly, Miss Chen doesn't need to worry about me holding on to Fu Yunting. After all, I'm not so degraded that I'd make my own life unbearably painful. You shouldn't take Zhang Mubai's reminder seriously either. Though I won't let Zhang Mubai off easily when I return, there's no need for me to mention you. Chen Qingzhu couldn't see through Jiang Fei. Why? You were illegally imprisoned, yet you don't want to report me? I've said it already. Would anyone believe me? Jiang Fei gave a light laugh. Chen Qingzhu sneered coldly. Consider it good judgment. In Jianghuai, you have neither power nor status, and you're already at the center of controversy. If you expose me, others would only think you're jealous and falsely accusing me. After saying this, Chen Qingzhu stood up and helped untie the ropes confining Jiang Fei. After sitting up, Jiang Fei rotated her wrists and ankles. Thank you. Chen Qingzhu disdainfully glanced at Jiang Fei, picking up her bag as she said, I don't want your thanks. I'm just considering my future life. Jiang Fei stood up, intending to leave with Chen Qingzhu. However, suddenly the door was pushed open, and Zhang Mubai appeared wielding a knife, blocking their way out. Both Jiang Fei and Chen Qingzhu instantly became ashen-faced, their bodies rigid as though filled with lead. So, am I the fool then? Zhang Mubai approached them step by step, holding the knife. Frightened, Chen Qingzhu immediately grabbed Jiang Fei's clothes, her eyes full of terror as she stared at Zhang Mubai. Are you crazy? Put down the knife. Let me put down the knife? Zhang Mubai's expression gradually turned grotesque. Wouldn't the result still be getting arrested by the police? Didn't you say you would give me Jiang Fei and send me abroad? And now? Is it all talk? Zhang Mubai, agitated, moved several steps closer with the knife towards them. Chen Qingzhu screamed and hid behind Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei breathed anxiously, retreating carefully while warning Zhang Mubai. Zhang Mubai, if you surrender yourself, you won't have to spend too many years in prison. Why risk your life? All I had has been ruined. Zhang Mubai laughed maniacally, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes, rolling down his cheeks. I thought everything would turn around eventually, but I was wrong. Zhang Mubai's hands trembled uncontrollably. Ultimately, you always outmatch us. Rather than falling alone into the abyss, I might as well drag you along into the underworld. With a swing of his hand, Zhang Mubai slashed toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei instinctively pulled Chen Qingzhu behind her to dodge aside. Zhang Mubai missed due to momentum, stumbling forward a few steps. He quickly halted, turning back and aiming once more at Jiang Fei, who had turned white-lipped with fear. In a fit of uncontrollable crying, he roared, Fei Fei, I love you so much. I originally planned to take you once and then leave, but you, why don't you give me this chance? Since I can't have you anyway, I might as well destroy you thoroughly. Once again raising the knife in his hand, Zhang Mubai went berserk, shouting, all of you die. Without hesitation, Zhang Mubai charged towards Jiang Fei and the rest who had nowhere else to retreat. Clutching her head, Chen Qingzhu crouched down, her screams nearly echoing throughout the entire room. Jiang Fei also wanted to hide, but Chen Qingzhu was right behind her, leaving her no chance to squat down. Just as the knife was about to fall on her face, there were suddenly several hurried footsteps outside the door. Zhang Mubai abruptly froze his movement, turning his head toward the door. However, before he could see who had arrived, a deafening gunshot suddenly went off. The bullet tore through the air, ruthlessly penetrating Zhang Mubai's arm, and the blade in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Fei Fei, Su Zhuqing's trembling voice sounded from outside the door, and Jiang Fei, in a daze, turned her head to look at Su Zhuqing running toward her. At the same time, 3 policemen stormed in and stopped Zhang Mubai, while Su Zhuqing tightly embraced Jiang Fei. Thankfully I came quickly, or even a second later, you would have been hurt. Su Zhuqing sobbed, her body shaking uncontrollably from fear. After a moment of blankness, Jiang Fei finally lifted her stiff and cold hands, encircling Su Zhuqing. I'm fine. Jiang Fei wearily rested her chin on Su Zhuqing's shoulder. Zhuqing, thank you. Fool. Su Zhuqing released Jiang Fei and looked into her eyes misty with unshed tears. Why didn't you try to dodge? What would you do if I hadn't arrived in time? Jiang Fei glanced down at Chen Qingzhu, whose soul seemed lost in fright. After remaining silent for a few seconds, she told Su Zhuqing, Zhuqing, let's go out first. Su Zhuqing followed Jiang Fei's gaze toward Chen Qingzhu. What about her? As the instigator, should we just leave her alone? Jiang Fei shook her head and said nothing more, then pulled Su Zhuqing out of the room. Once downstairs, the police asked Jiang Fei to make a statement. She fully informed them of what had happened, but did not inquire much about the consequences afterward. Su Zhuqing took Jiang Fei into the car and left. On the way, Jiang Fei asked Su Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, how did you find me here?" "I followed Qinqing Zhu." Su Zhuqing raised her eyebrows slightly. "Presumably, Qinqing Zhu must have mentioned my trip to Beiyuan to you, right?" Chapter 56, An Indifferent Attitude. Jiang Fei slightly nodded with a hum. Su Zhuqing said, "I indeed left from the north courtyard at first, but halfway through, I suddenly felt something wasn't right. Zhang Mubai hardly has any interpersonal relationships. The matter became so serious that he'd probably be hiding as fast as he could. Where would he get the guts to kidnap you?" Thinking it over and over, I thought of Qinqing Zhu. Since Qinqing Zhu is so against you, she would definitely use Zhang Mubai to deal with you. Similarly, with someone supporting Zhang Mubai, he would surely dare to act recklessly. That was my speculation. When I turned back towards the north courtyard, coincidentally, I saw Qinqing Zhu driving out. I followed her car all the way to your last positioning location. My feeling about the matter being related to Qinqing Zhu became even stronger. At the same time, while tracking Qinqing Zhu, I contacted the police. The reason we didn't go in directly was because we were unclear about the situation inside. If we went in rashly, not only couldn't we save you, but also the situation might become even more complicated. But now thinking about it, I am still quite afraid. If the police had come 1 second later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After finishing, Su Zhuqing turned his head apologetically toward Jiang Fei. "I'm sorry, Fei Fei. I shouldn't have lingered so long downstairs." Jiang Fei shook her head and said, "What you did was right. If you had rushed in without caring, you might have been injured by Zhang Mubai, who had a knife." Su Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief as she calmed her emotions before continuing. "By the way, Fei Fei, why do I feel like you're not planning to go after Qinqing Zhu?" Jiang Fei rubbed her sore eye sockets. "It's useless. Whether it's the Qin family or Fu Yunting, they will spare no effort to exonerate Qinqing Zhu and take her away." I am speechless. At the mention of Fu Yunting, Su Zhuqing became infuriated. "Fu Yunting is just not human. I told him you were kidnapped, and he acted completely indifferent. I've never expected him to save me." Leaning back in her chair, Jiang Fei's eyes gazed peacefully at the scenery passing by outside the window. Autumn weather, the wind blows like a sharp knife, making Jiang Fei cold and pained. She gently closed her eyes, her voice lonely. "Never. Find a way to divorce him," Su Zhuqing sternly said. "Keeping such a man around will only lead to your ruin." Seemingly reminded of something, Jiang Fei suddenly opened her eyes and asked Su Zhuqing, "Didn't Fu Yunting do anything to you?" "Well, it's just about losing the job," Su Zhuqing shrugged. "Anyway, I didn't want to stay at that law firm anymore." "Oh yes, Fei Fei, do you remember when I mentioned wanting to open my own law firm? That way, I can take on whatever cases I want freely." Jiang Fei felt guilty. "Sorry, Zhuqing. If it weren't for me, you mustn't say things like that." Su Zhuqing turned her head and glared at Jiang Fei, raising her chin slightly and saying with pride, "My sister should be protected by me. There's nothing wrong with that." Jiang Fei's tension, which had been lingering all this while, loosened up because of Su Zhuqing's words. She lightly smiled, remained silent with her lips pursed, but a warm current flowed through her heart. Having a good friend is enough for life. As the city lights lit up at dusk, the brilliant illumination reflected off the face of Fu Yunting standing beside the floor-to-ceiling windows in the office. The spotless white shirt accentuated his sleek and tall figure. Only those deep and icy eyes stood in stark contrast with the whiteness of his shirt. Suddenly, a knock came from the office door as assistant and entered holding a file folder. "Mr. Fu." Assistant and walked up to Fu Yunting. Zhang Mubai was taken away by the police, Miss Chun as well, and Madam was rescued. Fu Yunting furrowed his brows imperceptibly. "Who sent people to rescue her?" "It was Su Zhuqing." Assistant and replied, "If she hadn't arrived in time, Madam and Miss Chun probably both would have died under Zhang Mubai's knife." The word die was heavily stressed. Yet no matter how shocking the situation was described, Fu Yunting's face remained emotionless, calm, as if listening to an unimportant story. Assistant and stared at him for a moment before lowering his gaze heavily. For some reason, he momentarily sympathized with the madam. Fu Yunting turned and walked towards the desk. "Send someone to escort Qinqing Zhu out. She can go home or back to the north courtyard." "Yes." As assistant and prepared to leave, he suddenly remembered the file folder in his hand that he hadn't yet handed over to Fu Yunting. He returned and placed the file folder on the desk. "Mr. Fu, the receptionist downstairs said this is for you." Fu Yunting glanced up briefly. "Who delivered it?" "Courier service, details unknown," replied assistant. Fu Yunting picked up the file bag and pulled out the papers inside. The moment he saw the divorce agreement, his face immediately turned cold again. With both hands gripping the file bag, he ripped it cleanly and threw it on the table. A moment later, he said, "Jiang Fei's mother and younger brother are living in the Jiang family villa now?" An assistant couldn't help but feel a thud in his heart. Fu boss, I don't think there's any need to involve them too. After all, Jiang Shuling has long separated from Jiang. When did I start needing your reminders? Fu Yunting's tone was cold. "And Yin, stop challenging my limits time and time again." An assistant furrowed his brows tightly. "Boss Fu, get out." Fu Yunting barked loudly. An assistant's hand hanging by his side loosened and tightened repeatedly. In the end, he still closed his mouth silently and turned to leave the office. After being brought out from the police station, Chen Qingzhu went straight back to the Chen family mansion. Upon entering the living room, she saw Grandpa Chen sitting on the sofa. She brushed off the dust from her clothes, straightened them, took a deep breath, and then walked towards Grandpa Chen. When she reached Grandpa Chen's side, Chen Qingzhu barely dared to look up at him and bowed her head respectfully, saying, "Grandpa, I'm back. Kneel down." Grandpa Chen held his cane with both hands, staring at the TV without looking at her, speaking indifferently. Chen Qingzhu knitted her eyebrows. "Grandpa, kneel down." Before Chen Qingzhu could finish her sentence, Grandpa Chen interrupted loudly. Chen Qingzhu bit her lower lip hard and knelt down heavily in front of Grandpa Chen. Grandpa Chen glared at her with an iron gray face. "Not one of the tasks I assigned to you is completed. Not only that, you've disgraced our Chen family by getting into the police station." Chen Qingzhu's eyes gradually turned bloodshot, but not daring to rebel, she could only endure it through gritted teeth. "If your mother had given birth to a son, I wouldn't have pinned any hope on you." Grandpa Chen shouted angrily. "Useless thing. Do I need to remind you what state the Chen family is in now?" "No need." Chen Qingzhu clenched her fists tightly, filled with weiqia and shame, hatred bursting forth in her eyes like surging waves. She was too careless, leading to Zhang Fei turning around and biting her. She hated her own vacillation, and even more so, she hated Zhang Fei's reneging on her word. Rather than investigating Fu Yunting's true nature herself, she should have let Zhang Fei die shamefully in that house. Chapter 57. Use when you can. Grandpa Chen stood up with his cane and walked to Chen Qingzhu's front. "Either don't do those underhanded deeds you've been doing, or make sure I don't find out about them. Fu Yunting doesn't suspect you this time, but that doesn't mean he won't in the future." Chen Qingzhu dared not look up after being reprimanded and responded through gritted teeth. "Yes, Grandpa, I understand." Grandpa Chen passed by Chen Qingzhu and headed upstairs. Seeing this, the nanny from the kitchen quickly ran out to support Chen Qingzhu. Chen Qingzhu, her knees stiff, slowly stood up, biting her pale lips tightly, saying, "Aunt Wang, there's no need to help me." "Miss." Aunt Wang looked at her with concern. "You shouldn't take what Grandpa said so seriously. He was just worried." "How can I not take it seriously?" Chen Qingzhu rubbed her knees and proceeded toward the staircase entrance with a cold expression. "What Grandpa said is correct. I wasn't careful enough. If I weren't so foolish, I wouldn't have dug my own grave." Aunt Wang helped Chen Qingzhu back upstairs and then hurriedly went down again, fetching ice for an ice pack for her. Chen Qingzhu sat on the sofa resting her forehead on her hand, while Aunt Wang gently kneaded her knees. "Miss, some things don't require your personal involvement. It's better to use the people around you," Aunt Wang advised. Chen Qingzhu slowly opened her eyes, ready to speak when her phone suddenly rang. Chen Qingzhu picked up her phone, and upon seeing Mu Xinrong's call, she immediately straightened her posture. After hesitating for a few seconds, she answered the call, her voice clearly nervous as she called out, "Mrs. Mu." Mrs. Mu's tone was calm as she began, "Miss Chen, I've heard about your issue." Chen Qingzhu tightened her grip on the phone, replying sheepishly, "Forgive me for troubling you, Mrs. Mu." Mu Xinrong smiled faintly. One mistake may lead to another. Besides, Zhang Fei isn't someone without intelligence. Engaging with her requires utmost caution. Chen Qingzhu slightly staggered. She expected Mrs. Mu to berate her, yet she was merely calling to guide her. "Thank you for your advice, Mrs. Mu." Chen Qingzhu gestured towards Aunt Wang to leave the room. After Aunt Wang left, Chen Qingzhu continued, "If you would allow me, Mrs. Mu, I've only known Zhang Fei for a short while. Each confrontation has not gone well for me. Would you be willing to give some guidance?" On the other end of the line, Mu Xinrong moved the white chess piece in her hand, which shone clear like jade. Upon hearing Chen Qingzhu's words, her eyes flickered momentarily with disdain. "If it takes my instructions for you to proceed, then I should reconsider whether you're qualified for these tasks. Remember this, Miss Chen, the women vying to enter our Fu family are not just you alone." Mrs. Mu placed the chess piece on the board. "Miss Chen, when you're free, why not read more books? Save your brain power for something useful." With that, Mrs. Mu ended the call directly. Staring at the interrupted call interface on her phone, Chen Qingzhu's trembling hand shook uncontrollably, her complexion alternating between red and pale. If grandfather's style was strict, then Mrs. Mu was undoubtedly a smooth knife, shedding no blood. Each word she spoke carried gentleness, but every sentence was sharp. Even if Chen Qingzhu were foolish, she could still understand what Mrs. Mu meant. If she couldn't achieve the desired result, she would never be worthy of Mrs. Mu's eyes. Facing the obstacles ahead of her, it wasn't just Zhang Fei refusing to divorce Fu Yunting, nor just navigating the complexities within herself. Now, there was also the cunning and scheming Mu Xinrong to deal with. Setting her phone aside, Chen Qingzhu stared gravely at the flowers blooming on the coffee table, their bright colors stark against her somber gaze. She had to seriously consider the next move, exactly how she was going to play it. After 2 days of apparent calm, Zhang Fei finally returned with Su Ningyan to Fushan Yuan to continue work. Before entering the studio, Zhang Fei washed her hands and asked Su Ningyan, "Ningyan, how much money do we still have available on our accounts?" "There's quite a bit." Su Ningyan pulled out a tissue and handed it to Zhang Fei. "Boss Zhang, you rarely spend money. Besides reserving the capital needed for restocking, we still have over 1 million in liquid funds." Zhang Fei paused thoughtfully. "I'll write you a check, go to the bank later, and withdraw 1 million. Su Ningyan's eyes widened in shock. "Boss Zhang, why do you need to withdraw so much money?" Zhang Fei shook the water droplets off her hand, accepting the tissue. "It's for Zhu Qing. I'll give you her account number. You can transfer it directly." "Sister Su, Following Zhang Fei into the studio, Su Ningyan questioned curiously, "Is Sister Su encountering some difficulty?" Zhang Fei briefly explained the situation to Su Ningyan, who in response slammed the door loudly in shock. "Boss Jiang, did you wipe out President Fu's entire family in your past life? That's why he is targeting you so ruthlessly this life, as if you are his blood enemy." Blood enemy? Zhang Fei entered the studio with a solemn expression. She was indeed curious about why Fu Yunting was so cruel and ruthless towards her words and actions. She wanted to investigate, but she knew nothing about Fu Yunting's situation, so she didn't know how to start looking into it. As she was thinking, footsteps could be heard outside Fushan Yuan. Zhang Fei leaned out slightly to look beyond the doorframe, spotting Su Zhudao entering with a laptop bag. Before Zhang Fei could greet her, Su Zhudao had already seen her. "Fei. Su Zhudao excitedly waved as she ran up to Zhang Fei. She glanced at the work being done, gave Su Ningyan a nod of acknowledgement, then began talking. "Are you ready for the work?" Zhang Fei nodded. "Why have you suddenly come over?" Su Zhudao lifted her computer bag. "You should put your work on hold for a moment. We need to talk. Let me tell you something first." Zhang Fei gave some instructions to Su Ningyan, then accompanied Su Zhudao to the living hall. After placing her computer bag on the table, Su Zhudao sat down, opened the computer, and found a document to show Zhang Fei. "Take a look at this." Zhang Fei turned her eyes to the screen, where Chen Qingzhu's profile appeared. Zhang Fei scanned it quickly. "Why are you showing me her information?" Su Zhudao crossed her arms. "To infiltrate the enemy from within and finish them off cleanly. Can you really sit idly by while Fu Yunting torments you? While you endure all kinds of humiliation, he enjoys affection with his mistress back home. Zhang Fei, how can you bear to watch, let alone me?" Zhang Fei stared silently at the computer screen. Su Zhudao grew impatient, waiting for a response. Fei, don't you want to avoid being someone Fu Yunting can just toy with like soft clay? I'd rather live quietly and not waste my energy on useless things." Zhang Fei returned the computer back to Su Zhudao. Su Zhudao glared at Zhang Fei with frustration. "The key issue here is that even though you wish to stay peaceful, they won't let you. Fei, think carefully between passivity and taking the initiative, which would benefit you more?" Chapter 58. Investigate Fu Yunting. Zhu Qing, whether actively or passively, the result is the same, Zhang Fei said with a bitter smile. "Fu Yunting's abilities are there for all to see. If I provoke him, it will not be beneficial for me. Now I just want to get divorced as soon as possible." Zhang Fei stood up and made tea for Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing quickly walked over to her side. "Are you going to let those two people come and annoy you without restraint?" Su Zhuqing snatched the cup from Zhang Fei's hand and put it down, then turned her around. Fei, have you thought this through? Now Fu Yunting is forcing himself not to divorce you. If you don't do something to disgust him and make him give up, your whole life will be completely ruined." Su Zhuqing's grip on Zhang Fei's arms was tight, causing sharp pain that invaded her mind. Looking at the unhidden anger and urgency in Su Zhuqing's eyes, Zhang Fei suddenly remembered something. "Zhuqing, can you help me investigate Fu Yunting?" Su Zhuqing froze. "What? Investigate Fu Yunting's past?" Zhang Fei pulled Su Zhuqing's hand away, turned back to pour the tea, and said, "My intuition tells me that Fu Yunting's past experiences are probably not simple. His various actions towards me make me feel like he has great hatred towards me." Su Zhuqing responded as if she had heard a joke. "If he has such hatred, why would he even marry you? Is his brain malfunctioning? What do you think? Why does he treat me like this?" Zhang Fei picked up the tea and asked Su Zhuqing, "I haven't cheated on him. As a wife, I have been devoted and responsible. Tell me, what reason could he have to treat me like this?" Zhang Fei's words were like a huge stone thrown into the lake, stirring up massive waves. Su Zhuqing was deeply affected, standing motionless in surprise. After Zhang Fei placed the tea on the table, Su Zhuqing was snapped back to reality by the collision sound and hastily sat down next to Zhang Fei. "I once dealt with a case like this," Su Zhuqing said with a serious expression. "The man wanted to take revenge on the woman, so he married her under circumstances that wouldn't affect his reputation, only to torment and humiliate her until she committed suicide. Fei, you wouldn't also fall into this kind of situation, would you?" Zhang Fei shook her head. "I don't know, but if it really is like that, shouldn't you be able to remember what you did to Fu Yunting before?" "I didn't," Zhang Fei stated. "I've carefully reflected over and over again. Apart from Fu Yunting helping me take revenge on my ex-boyfriend, there's nothing else. No matter how Su Zhuqing thought about it, it didn't feel right. After deep consideration, she said, it's too hard to investigate Fu Yunting. His information is all confidential, let alone his past events. By the way, why don't you ask his assistant? His assistant should know. After all, having been with Fu Yunting for a long time." I asked him, but he didn't want to say. Zhang Fei played with the cup in her hands. "Because of his secretive attitude, I am sure of my guess again. Fu Yunting must have some secrets." Su Zhuqing rubbed her temples with her forehead resting in her hand due to headache. "Let me think about how to deal with this. This matter is too complicated." Seeing Su Zhuqing's heavy-hearted look, Zhang Fei changed the topic. "Zhuqing, is your deposit enough to start a law firm?" Su Zhuqing pursed her lips. "It should be not quite enough. I'm planning to take out a loan from the bank." "Don't borrow money." Zhang Fei got up and walked to her desk, opened the drawer, took out a check, filled in 1 million yuan, then walked to Su Zhuqing and handed it over to her. "This is for you." Su Zhuqing accepted it, and, upon seeing the amount, her eyes widened as she turned to Zhang Fei. "You, don't say things you shouldn't." Zhang Fei sat down again and smiled faintly, saying, "I don't need any money anyway, and the money I keep is more than enough for expenses. Moreover, The reason you lost your job was because of me. If you reject this offer, I will never have the face to see you again. Jiang Fei's words made Su Zhuqing's eyes brim with sudden redness. She pouted her lips, sniffed, and threw herself into Jiang Fei's embrace. Fei, how can you be so good? How can I ever repay you well? Talking nonsense. Jiang Fei laughed while dodging because Su Zhuqing had tickled her. Besides, it was you who saved my life, and this kind of favor is far beyond anything I could repay with money. Su Zhuqing wiped away her tears. Fei, when I make big money in the future, I'll definitely think of you. And regarding Fu Yunting's issues, I'll definitely try my best to help you figure this out. Good. After Su Zhuqing left, Jiang Fei received a message from Zhou Xiqing. Zhou Xiqing, have you considered checking out these days? Compared to the past, Zhou Xiqing's messages were usually troublesome for Jiang Fei since she didn't know how to respond. Not that Zhou Xiqing annoyed her, but Fu Yunting was watching her closely on the other side. If she interacted excessively with Zhou Xiqing, it would cause trouble for both her and Zhou Xiqing. But now, setting aside all factors, only discussing flowers, Zhou Xiqing was truly a timely reign. She could only think about making a living first, then figure out how to solve the problems brought by Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei replied, Dr. Zhou, when do you have time? I'm available anytime. Zhou Xiqing, I have an operation scheduled today, but I'll be off tomorrow. Shall we meet tomorrow? Jiang Fei, alright, Dr. Zhou, please send me the location and exact time, and I'll come over by myself tomorrow. Zhou Xiqing sent the time and place for their meeting, and then Jiang Fei headed to her studio to continue making incense. But just as she approached the door of the studio, Jiang Fei heard Su Ningyan inside talking on the phone with heightened emotion. When Jiang Fei pushed open the door, Su Ningyan's furious words reached her ears immediately. Mr. Qi, we've done business together for years now, but now you're just suddenly stopping cooperation. To put it bluntly, haven't you made quite a bit of money from Floating Fragrance Garden already? Mr. Qi was their supplier who provided materials for incense making. From what Su Ningyan said, Jiang Fei had already grasped the situation somewhat. Mr. Qi no longer wanted to cooperate. Jiang Fei walked up to Su Ningyan. As she wasn't entirely sure, she asked one more time. Ningyan, what's wrong? Su Ningyan was almost fuming in frustration. President Jiang, our warehouse supplies are running low. I called Mr. Qi, and he said he won't cooperate anymore. Jiang Fei held out her hand. Let me talk to Mr. Qi. Su Ningyan handed the phone over to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei took it and greeted him politely. Mr. Qi, is there anything going on at your end? Mr. Qi responded in his loud voice. President Jiang, it's not that I don't want to do business with you. It's just that I can't. And the reason? President Jiang, I don't need to say much about the reason. There are some things that even if I tell you, you wouldn't be able to help anyway. Please find another supplier next time. That's all. I'm hanging up now. Jiang Fei was about to stop Mr. Qi when he suddenly added, President Jiang, don't blame me for being uncooperative or anything. I also have to protect myself. I still need to make a living. Stop calling. That's all. Chapter 59. No matter how long, it cannot reach outside. After the phone call ended, Jiang Fei put down her phone with furrowed brows. Su Ningyan fanned herself to cool down and asked anxiously, Ms. Jiang, is there no way to negotiate? Jiang Fei returned the phone to Su Ningyan with a deep tone and affirmed with an hum. Su Ningyan said, he told me several times that he must protect himself. Is his store being investigated by someone? But Mr. Qi's store has been open for more than 20 years, and our cooperation has been at least 10 years. How could problems suddenly arise? Jiang Fei's eyebrows twitched at Su Ningyan's words. Something suddenly going wrong definitely meant someone was behind the scenes. As for Chen Qingzhu's situation right now, she wasn't quite clear about it. The only one she could think of who might hinder her was Fu Yunting. With a sense of unease in her heart, Jiang Fei took out her phone and called the second standby supplier. But whether it was the old partner from before or the numbers she had saved in recent years, all calls were rejected after dialing. Upon hearing the name Fuxi Anjuan, the phone was immediately hung up, not giving any chance for conversation. Standing nearby as a witness, Su Ningyan looked worriedly at Jiang Fei. Ms. Jiang, are they all refusing? Jiang Fei tried her best to maintain calmness while pressing her temples. Ningyan, you go visit a few Chinese medicine stores and investigate the situation. Su Ningyan quickly nodded. All right. From the time Su Ningyan left until she came back, it only took half an hour. She visited 3 stores, but the first sentence from each store was that they wouldn't take their Fuxi Anjuan orders. After receiving this result, Jiang Fei finally determined in her heart that this was Fu Yunting's doing. Besides him, no one else had such power to make all Chinese medicine stores refuse to cooperate with Fuxi Anjuan. Jiang Fei breathed heavily, unable to control her emotions, and her chest began to ache. Seeing Jiang Fei's pale face, Su Ningyan hurriedly poured her a glass of water. Ms. Jiang, don't get too upset. There must be a solution. Jiang Fei raised her hand slightly, signaling Su Ningyan not to worry too much. After stabilizing her emotions, she then spoke. If no one in Jiangsheng wants to take our orders, let's try places farther away. Even if Fu Yunting's influence stretches far, it can't reach everywhere. Su Ningyan nodded continuously. Yes, Ms. Jiang, we have time to go around and look elsewhere. Our order may not be big, but there is still profit involved. In this society, who doesn't want to earn more money? I can't go. Jiang Fei rubbed her chest. Fu Yunting has people constantly monitoring my movements. If I go outside, he might act again. Su Ningyan was puzzled. Then who should we find to help us with this trip? Jiang Fei stared at the chrysanthemum flowers floating and spreading apart in the cup. Several figures flashed through her mind. After pondering for a long while, Jiang Fei couldn't decide whom to ask for help. After all, it would be troubling others, and it shouldn't be noticed by Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei temporarily set this matter aside. Ningen, approximately how long can the supplies in the warehouse last? The shelf life is still over 2 months. Long enough. Jiang Fei stood up and said, for the next period, don't accept any more orders. Post a message on the public account stating that Fuxianjuan is under renovation and currently not accepting any orders. The existing orders will be delivered as per schedule. There's no need to specify when the store will reopen. Understood, Ms. Jiang. Our company. After inspecting the construction site, Fu Yunting learned about Fuxianjuan closing for renovations from an assistant. An assistant took the suit jacket that Fu Yunting had taken off. Mr. Fu. Currently, no one in Jiangsheng is willing to take orders from Fuxianjuan. People sent over reported that Mrs. Jiang was very pale when she left Fuxianjuan. Fu Yunting's hands paused momentarily as he adjusted his cuffs. Don't mention her condition to me. Without suppliers, Jiang Fei won't just sit idly by. If all routes in Jiangsheng are cut off, she'll surely figure out ways to collaborate externally. An assistant understood Fu Yunting's meaning. Should we continue to disrupt her plans afterwards? Not yet. Fu Yunting sat on the sofa chair. What's happening with Miss Chen Qingzhu? Miss Chen has been in the Chun family estate all day today without coming out. An assistant handed a tablet to Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, there's a commercial exchange meeting in 2 days. Should Miss Chen attend? Fu Yunting stared at the tablet for a moment. Is there a list of attendees? There is. An assistant picked up the tablet and pulled out the list of attendees for the commercial exchange meeting to show Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting scrolled the screen for a bit, then suddenly stopped at a name. He chuckled silently and lifted his gaze to an assistant. Chen family will attend, so there's no need to bring her intentionally. You go to the Jiang residence later and inform Jiang Fei to prepare. Assistant and looked bewildered at Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu probably won't be willing to go. Fu Yunting picked up a folder beside him. Business and attending banquets. She knows which one to choose. Assistant and had a strange feeling inside. If the madam went, something was bound to happen at the banquet. Not to mention if Miss Chun would become jealous, other things might also occur. Assistant and put away the tablet. I understand, Mr. Fu. Just as Jiang Fei drove into the Jiang family villa, she received a message from Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing had found out where Assistant Ning worked and gathered her personal information. Coincidentally, the boss of the company where Ning worked was a regular customer who came to Fuxianjuan to order scents. Jiang Fei glanced at her phone and saw that it was still early, so she decided to pay a visit to Ying's company. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei arrived at the Hai Ming Group building. She parked her car, entered the company, and approached the reception desk to ask, excuse me, could you call Ning from the clothing after sales department for me? Staff, sure, please wait a moment. Within 5 minutes of the call being made, Jiang Fei saw Ning, with a ponytail, wearing youthful attire, emerging from the elevator. After glancing around, her gaze landed on Jiang Fei for a few seconds, and then she walked up to the front desk in puzzlement, asking, Sister Su, who is looking for me? It's this lady. The front desk staff looked at Jiang Fei standing nearby. Ning approached Jiang Fei in confusion. Hello, who are you? Jiang Fei smiled and said, hello, I'm Jiang Fei. And Ying's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang. Before finishing, the young woman quickly covered her mouth and looked around. Realizing her own awkwardness, she promptly lowered her hand and whispered, you're Mr. Fu's wife. Jiang Fei nodded gently. Do you have time now? Could we step aside for a moment to talk? Ning nodded hastily. Yes, sure. There's a cafe next to the company. Would that be fine? Jiang Fei and Ning arrived at the cafe and sat down by the window. When the coffee was served, Ning, clearly excited, said, Mrs. Fu, my brother mentioned you before. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in person. Flattered, Jiang Fei responded modestly. Thank you. I apologize for disturbing you today. Chapter 60, not a trouble-free person. Never. Ning scratched her head. I just muddle through days in the company. But is there something Mrs. Fu wants me for today? Jiang Fei looked down and paused for a moment. It might be troublesome for you, but can you help me find out some information from your brother? Mrs. Fu, you can tell me straight. If I can help, I will. Jiang Fei nodded gently. I want to know about some of Fu Yunting's past affairs. Can you find them out from your brother? And Ying's eyes showed signs of difficulty. My brother almost never tells us anything about the company or Mr. Fu. The reason he mentioned you was 3 years ago, when you got married suddenly with Mr. Fu. And the mention was only a fleeting sentence that Mr. Fu and you got married. Jiang Fei lightly frowned her eyebrows. She didn't expect Assistant Ning to be so tight-lipped about matters concerning Fu Yunting. Mrs. Fu, is there any important matter? Seeing the dimmed expression in Jiang Fei's eyes, Ning asked, if you really need my help, I can try probing my brother tonight after going home, but whether I can get anything out, I don't dare. Ning. Before Ning could finish speaking, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei looked back and saw a woman dressed in a white long-sleeve pants suit walking over. Her wavy long hair fell behind her shoulders, and upon seeing Ning, her expression clearly revealed displeasure. When Ning saw her, her complexion changed abruptly, not out of fear, but rather resistance. The woman approached Ning and looked her up and down once. There was obvious disdain in her eyes. She also exuded an aura, as if she were looking for trouble. During working hours, you actually have the leisure to sit here chatting and drinking coffee with people? Ning stared at her. Hina, you don't have to be so domineering every time you grab onto some small issue with me. What's wrong with chatting while waiting for coffee? Aren't you here too? Seeing Ning make her lose face in front of others, Hina's exquisite face flashed with clear anger. Ning, You shouldn't rely on your brother being close to Mr. Fu and use it to swagger around in Hyaming. Hina scoffed coldly. Someone without talent like you actually regards herself as important. Ning abruptly stood up. Hina, your words are too harsh. I haven't provoked you. Why do you always target me? I'll act however I want. If you're not happy, pack your bags and leave. After uttering this sentence, Hina apparently didn't want to tangle with Ning any longer and turned to leave. Furious, Ning sat back on the sofa with flushed cheeks. Her gaze evaded and landed on Zhang Fei, saying apologetically, Sorry, Mrs. Fu. I couldn't control my emotions. Having witnessed an argument, Zhang Fei pondered for a while before asking, Is he not one of the senior executives in your department? She's not a senior executive, but she has quite a connection with the executives. Otherwise, how would she act so imperiously? Ning complained irritably. Once I go back, the minister will surely summon me to the office for reprimanding. But it's none of Mrs. Fu's business. Hina just targets me. After the words died down, the waiter placed 2 cups of coffee on the table. Ning drank a big mouthful of the coffee to vent her frustration. Zhang Fei probed. Is it because of your brother? Ning nodded. Yeah, my brother helped me get this job, so Hina considers me someone with favoritism, saying I'm incapable yet take up a spot. While listening intently, Zhang Fei seemed to understand what Ning meant. Looks like Hina must not be a trouble-free person in the company. He's not even the half of it. Ning cast a glance at Hina passing by outside the window. Hina, leaning on her connections, has been pocketing kickbacks privately. All these things are hidden by the minister. Look at the clothes on her body. Each set costs tens of thousands. Her normal salary is only a few thousand yuan per month. There's no way she could afford them. Zhang Fei sipped her coffee lightly. Maybe it's from her parents? Hina comes from the countryside. Both her parents are farmers with no money. Zhang Fei slightly raised her eyebrows. Seems like you know quite a lot about her background. I want to get rid of her. Ning frankly said her thoughts aloud. She always picks on me. If I ignore her, she gets the minister to criticize me, making me feel unmotivated to work. Zhang Fei stirred the ice cubes in her cup. Have you thought of telling your brother about this incident? Ning pouted. Brother's too busy with work, and when he spares time, he goes to the nursing home to accompany mom. Nursing home? Yeah. Ning had a look of helplessness in his eyes. My mom had a car accident, hit her head, and became demented. My dad left early, and both my brother and I are busy, so we could only send our mother to the nursing home. And Ying's words made Zhang Fei remember everything in her heart. It wasn't that Assistant N's mouth couldn't be pried open, but methods had to be found to do so. The things Ning had just revealed to her were all great opportunities for Zhang Fei to pry open Assistant N's mouth. After chatting with Ning for a while, Ning hurriedly prepared to leave. Before leaving, Ning promised Zhang Fei that she would definitely try her best to look into the matter. After exchanging contact information, Zhang Fei watched Ning leave. Then she took out her phone, searched for the phone number of the female chairman of Hyaming, and made a call. Once the call was connected, Zhou Hyaming's clear voice came through the phone. With a playful tone, she asked with a laugh, Little Jiang, why are you calling me? Have you recently developed another new fragrance for me to try? Though Zhou Hyaming is a woman, as her name suggests, she exudes a cool and strong demeanor. Likewise, she is also a powerful woman. In just 6 short years, under her leadership, the company rode the wave of new media, climbed up the rankings in the fashion industry, and gained widespread recognition. Zhang Fei continued with what Zhou Hyaming had said. Funny you should mention that, Chairman Zhou. We indeed have created a new scent. I'll have my assistant send it over sometime. Alright, just send it to my office. I'm mostly at the company anyway. Zhang Fei sipped her cold coffee. Chairman Zhou's straightforward character has rubbed off on the employees here. No wonder the company thrives and has established itself firmly in Jianghuai. My company employees? Zhou Hyaming inquired. Who is it? Zhang Fei responded. The assistant of my husband, and Yan's sister, Ning. That girl. I remember her. Zhou Hyaming exclaimed. She does have a good temperament. But what did you two talk about that made you think so highly of her? Zhang Fei coaxed gently. She mentioned a colleague from her department named Hina, whose clothing is quite expensive. This little one is straightforward. Whatever she sees, she told me. Being someone who sits in a high position, how could Zhou Hyaming not understand the implications in Zhang Fei's words? She furrowed her brows slightly, her voice dropping a couple of tones. Little Jiang, I still have some matters to deal with. Next time when I'm free, I'll treat you to dinner. Chapter 61, Convalescent Home. Zhang Fei. Alright, thank you for your hospitality. Where is that even a thing? Hang up now. The phone hung up. Zhang Fei lowered her eyes and calmly stared at the mint leaf floating on the coffee. Zhou Hyaming was an upright person with a correct set of values. He couldn't tolerate any misconduct. If she discovered someone in the company brazenly taking huge kickbacks, she would definitely not tolerate it. It wasn't as if she had a grudge against an unfamiliar person. If they were virtuous, she wouldn't have done anything. But this person clearly didn't have good character. What she did could help Ning once, while at the same time doing her a favor. Why not? She wasn't some sort of altruistic saint who would only consider others. She could only think about various aspects for herself. After Zhang Fei returned to her car, she was just about to call Su Zhuqing when suddenly Ying's message popped up. Ning, Mrs. Fu, guess what? Our chairman Zhou actually came to our department personally to deal with the issues between director and Ina. Ning quickly sent over a photo. Many people from the clothing after-sales department were gathered outside the director's office. Ning, did you see that? Right after I told you, Ina got into trouble. Mrs. Fu, could it be because of your help? Zhang Fei sent back a smiling face emoji. As long as you can work peacefully in the after-sales department, that's all that matters. Ning, Mrs. Fu, you're too kind. Thank you for helping me out. I'll do my best to help you too. Jiang Fei stopped replying and instead called Su Zhuqing. Not long after, Su Zhuqing answered. It seemed like she was eating something, so her speech was unclear as she called out, Fei Fei. Jiang Fei. Zhuqing, can you check based on the family information of an Ing that you found for me? Also investigate the convalescent home where her mother resides. Sure. Su Zhuqing swallowed the food in her mouth. Have you met an Ing? I have. We chatted happily and helped each other out casually. Su Zhuqing opened her notebook. You're doing great. With such luck, giving a hand casually will definitely earn their gratitude. So are you planning to visit the convalescent home and give something to Miss N's mother? Jiang Fei started the car. Yes, but I'll go tomorrow. My mom prepared dinner. I need to go home and eat. Okay, I'll send you the location later after I check. All right. Jiang Fei drove back to the villa. When she got out of the car and opened the gate, she suddenly noticed there was another car in the yard. Recognizing the license plate, Jiang Fei furrowed her brows slightly. How could Miss N's car be here? Jiang Fei parked her car properly and entered the villa, then heard the voice of Jiang Shuling. Miss N, or else you stay and have dinner with us. Fei Fei must still be busy. If you keep waiting like this, your stomach won't hold out. Miss N quickly refused. No need, I'll wait a bit longer. If she doesn't come, I'll leave first and call Mrs. Fu later. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Fei switched into slippers and walked inside. Her footsteps made both Jiang Shuling and Miss N turn their heads simultaneously. Seeing her, Miss N immediately stood up and respectfully addressed, Mrs. Fu. Jiang Fei nodded at her. Miss N, why have you come unexpectedly? Is there something special? Yes. Miss N paused for 2 seconds and continued. Mrs. Fu, Mr. Fu wants you to accompany him at a business exchange banquet at 6 o'clock on the evening of the day after tomorrow. Jiang Fei, preparing to sit down on the sofa, suddenly froze and turned her astonished gaze towards Miss N. Mr. Fu Yinting wants me to accompany him to the banquet? Miss N followed Jiang Fei and sat down again on the sofa. Yes, Mr. Fu has asked me to convey this to you. A sense of foreboding surged in Jiang Fei's mind. Fu Yunting's intention would absolutely not benefit her. I won't go. Jiang Fei sat down on the sofa with a somber expression. Miss N glanced at Jiang Shuling entering the kitchen. Mrs. Fu, Mr. Fu said that you would carefully consider it. After all, business and one evening banquet, which is more important, you should be quite clear. Jiang Fei's breathing became abrupt. Her hands resting on her thighs clenched tightly. Is he forcing me? Miss N remained silent without uttering a word. Jiang Fei gritted her teeth, took a deep breath. She thought Fu Yunting had already reached his limit of despicability, but she didn't expect him to use the excuse of her business to force her to attend the event. What was the significance of her attending the banquet? What shocking deeds was he planning to commit against her? Forcing her to confront these situations time and again, making her feel completely humiliated every time. Seeing her disarray, seeing her restrain anger, and being unable to retaliate, was he so delighted? Jiang Fei looked at Miss N with bloodshot eyes. Your Mr. Fu Yinting may think he can control everything, but I won't let myself be controlled by him forever. Mrs. Fu, Miss N softly reminded. Mr. Fu isn't limited to having companies just in Jiangqing. Jiang Fei almost growled. Don't overstep bounds. Assistant and lowered his eyes. I'm sorry, Mrs. I just follow Mr. Fu's orders. You should also know Mr. Fu's capabilities. No matter who it is, even those from other provinces, none of them would provide goods to you. Mr. Fu hasn't just cut off the supply for the Chinese medicine shop, but the entire manufacturer network supplying these herbs. If Mr. Fu does not relent, no matter where you go to negotiate, it will be futile. After pondering for a moment, Assistant and decided it was better to make his words more explicit. He didn't worry that Jiang Fei wouldn't understand the implications. Explaining things more clearly could help the madam make a decision. For a long while, Jiang Fei did not say a word. Assistant and also remained silent, quietly sitting and waiting for her response. Much later, Jiang Fei finally responded. All right, I'll go. Assistant and nodded, standing up to leave, when his phone suddenly rang. He hung up, but the call came in again almost immediately. Unable to avoid it, Assistant and quickly stepped out of the villa to answer Ying's call. Ying, I'm at work, said Assistant and with resignation. Next time, don't keep calling incessantly, send me messages instead. I can see your notes. Ying paid no attention to Assistant N's rambling. Never mind this for now. Brother, do you know how happy I am today? Mrs. Fu actually helped solve a major problem for me. Mrs. Assistant and paused mid-step outside the villa entrance. Xiaoying, speak clearly. Ying recounted her encounter with Jiang Fei and how Jiang Fei had helped her resolve her issues with Hina, informing Assistant and about everything. Sitting inside his car, Assistant and couldn't help but glance back towards the villa. He understood very well that the madam's actions were aimed at discovering information about Mr. Fu from him. But some matters weren't something he could talk about even if he wanted to. He couldn't afford to lose this job. His family required an unknown number of years of financial support from him. His sister Ying wasn't married yet either, so he also needed to prepare her dowry. His only sister couldn't be looked down upon because of their family's problems. Assistant inside. Xiaoying, bring this kind of trouble to me next time. I'll help resolve it for you. Don't ask too much from Mrs. Fu. We can't repay such favors. Chapter 62. Can this be blamed on others? Why can't it be repaid? And Ying retorted, Mrs. Fu's request is simple enough. She just wants you to tell her about Mr. Fu's situation. Mrs. Fu is such a good person, if you don't help her, it would be hard to justify. One move affects the entire body. Assistant and gazed deeply at the brightly lit lights in the villa. Ying, I haven't said anything because I have no choice. Even if I explain the stakes to you, you'd still deliberate whether or not it should be spoken. and Ing remained silent for a while. Brother, I know your concerns, but couldn't you just tell me, so I can relay the message? It's not different in nature, right? The people who know about Mr. Fu's situation are few and far between, and I am one of them. Assistant and analyzed. If he were to find out that it was you who told him, what difference would it make for me saying it? This. And Ing sighed with frustration. Then how am I supposed to repay Mrs. Fu? Assistant and massaged his temples. Xiao Ying, stop meddling in this matter. I will find a way to pay back. All right. Since you meet Mrs. Fu more than I do, you must find a way to help her as much as possible. Okay. At the Jiang family villa, Jiang Fei was called by Jiang Shuling to eat at the dining table. After washing her hands, Jiang Fei glanced upstairs. Mom, why hasn't Xiaoheng come down yet? Jiang Shuling placed the food on the dining table. Xiaoheng went out. He isn't home. Didn't he tell you? Went out. Jiang Fei sat down curiously. When did he leave? Jiang Shuling thought for a moment. Around noon. He said he'd be back late tonight. The boy has been mysterious today. I don't even know what he's up to. But anyway, he is an honest and straightforward kid. If it weren't for Zhang Muchai's issue, his personality wouldn't have changed like this. So Fei, don't worry too much about him. Even though Jiang Shuling said that, Jiang Fei still wasn't entirely reassured. So she picked up her phone and called Jiang Hong. But there was no answer when the call went through. Jiang Fei could only leave a message for Jiang Hong. Xiaoheng, call me back when you see this. Jiang Shuling patted Jiang Fei's shoulder. Don't worry, Fei, have a peaceful meal first and take care of yourself. Jiang Shuling didn't inform Jiang Fei where Jiang Hong had gone. But before leaving for another city, Jiang Hong had told her that he wanted to find Biu Tong for Jiang Fei. If Jiang Hong hadn't said this, Jiang Shuling might have been kept completely in the dark by Jiang Fei until now. Looking at her daughter's side face with heartache, this child always shared happiness but never burdens. She carried all the burdens herself. How could their mother bear seeing her work so hard? That night, Jiang Hong didn't respond to any messages, and Jiang Fei tossed and turned until dawn without getting proper rest. After washing up in the morning, Jiang Fei could only temporarily set aside her worries about Jiang Hong and head to the location provided by Zhou Sikong. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Jiang Fei saw a self-built villa located at the foot of the mountain. From the front view, every room was fitted with floor-to-ceiling windows, and the second-floor balcony was connected to a large glass sunroom. The glass house radiated hues of azure and purple under the sunlight, creating a magnificent sight. Just as Jiang Fei pushed the car door open and got out, Zhou Sitsung's car slowed down and stopped beside her car. Once Zhou Sikong got out of the car, Jiang Fei nodded in greeting. Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou walked over to Jiang Fei, his voice clear and gentle. I realized earlier that the car ahead of me belonged to you. By the way, there's something I need to tell you first. Although I informed my senior, I did so under the pretense that you are my girlfriend. My senior doesn't like outsiders coming over for visits, so we'll have to pretend a little. Jiang Fei was slightly surprised, but understood nonetheless. She nodded. It's fine, as long as the senior agrees to let me in, that's all that matters. Dr. Zhou looked at Jiang Fei's hand, paused for a couple seconds, then extended his pale and broad palm. Would you mind? Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment looking at Dr. Zhou's hand. Dr. Zhou, this may not be appropriate given my current circumstances. If we're seen doing this, it could cause problems for both of us. Better safe than sorry. Zhou Sikong withdrew his hand. My mistake. Although once we enter the villa, it probably won't be much of an issue. The senior has sharp eyes, so we'll need to be mindful of our actions. All right, I'll act accordingly. As they walked to the entrance of the villa, Zhou Sikong pressed the doorbell, and soon after, the door opened. An elderly woman in a work uniform with a dust-proof cap came out. Seeing Zhou Sikong, she respectfully greeted. Mr. Zhou, Old Flower has been waiting for a long time. Thank you, Auntie Yun. You're welcome. Entering the courtyard, Jiang Fei was momentarily stunned by the beautiful scene inside. Landscape features with rock formations, water flowing along streams, and a path paved with pebbles led forward. On either side, various flowers were planted whose species names were hard to identify. Jiang Fei experienced for the first time what it truly meant to have 100 flowers in full bloom, dazzling and colorful. This place was no less impressive than a botanical garden. To call it a utopia was not an exaggeration. Following Zhou Sikong through a small path, Jiang Fei reached the interior of the villa. The sunroom was divided into many small rooms by glass, with numerous beams wrapped by dense flower vines. Each flower room was equipped with a misting machine and high-precision temperature controller. Smoke swirled gently, making it seem like a fairyland. Suddenly, an old man wearing a navy blue sweatshirt walked out from one of the flower rooms. Although his temples were already gray, time had left few obvious marks on his face. He took off his glasses, recognizing that it was Zhou Sikong who had arrived, so he nodded at him as a greeting. Mr. C has arrived. Zhou Sikong approached Jiang Fei together with the elder, saying, Old Master Flower, thank you for having us. This is my girlfriend, Jiang Fei. Old Master Flower gave Jiang Fei a brief once-over. Jiang Fei greeted him with a nod. Master, I'm sorry for the disturbance. There was an evident detachment in Old Master Flower's gaze. Humph, according to what Mr. C said, you wanted to come visit today to see the Biyuting plant. As he spoke, he turned and started walking up the stairs. Zhou Sikong followed close behind, while Jiang Fei responded. Yes, I've heard that you cultivate Biyuting quite skillfully, which is why I wanted to come today to learn something. Old Master Flower suddenly scoffed coldly. I hear that you use the Biyuting for distillation, truly wasteful of such a fine plant. A hint of confusion flashed across Jiang Fei's eyes. Master Flower loves flowers. Upon hearing this matter, feeling sorrow was inevitable. Zhou Sikong interrupted Jiang Fei, giving her a reassuring look. Only then did Jiang Fei keep quiet and let Zhou Sikong explain. Zhou Sikong continued. It's only because their family depends on the Biu tongue to make a living passed down from generation to generation. Even though it may be somewhat wasteful, they treat the Biu tongue extremely precious, and they also employ someone regularly to care for these flowers, showing great effort. If they cared so much, and already have Biu tongue at home, why come here to ask questions? Zhou Sikong replied. Younger brother failed to explain clearly earlier. Her family's flowers were damaged and destroyed, leaving them unable to continue cultivation. Upon hearing this, Old Master Flower abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned to glare at Zhou Sikong and Jiang Fei. He shouted angrily, "Can this be blamed on others?" Chapter 63. Rushing in, it's not safe. Jiang Fei was stunned as she stared at Grandpa Hua, while Zhou Siqing was frightened by the sudden anger of Mr. Hua. Grandpa Hua glared with wide eyes and said, "In my opinion, you just don't care. Such an expensive and rare flower. Why not find a place to take good care of it? If you valued it, how could it have been destroyed?" His words left Jiang Fei speechless, but there was no denying that her neglect had given Fu Yunting a chance. Jiang Fei lowered her gaze slightly. "Grandpa Hua, you are right." Zhou Siqing subtly shifted his eyes towards Jiang Fei, holding his lips tightly closed without saying anything. Seeing Jiang Fei admit her mistake quickly, Grandpa Hua snorted lightly and continued walking upstairs. When they reached the last sunroom on the third floor, Grandpa Hua stood by the glass door and pointed to a nearby cabinet. "Take off your shoes outside. Put on shoe covers. Dust can also affect flowers." Jiang Fei couldn't help but smile, though it wasn't because she was laughing at Grandpa Hua's vigilance, but at her previous neglect of those flowers. To be able to cultivate these flowers generation after generation without any issues is no easy feat. Following Grandpa Hua's instructions for preparation, they were finally led into the greenhouse. This greenhouse was planted exclusively with emerald vines. Their delicate emerald green vines and shining green leaves made Jiang Fei's heart race continuously. She couldn't imagine, if these emerald vines were used for distillation, the scent and quality of the incense she made would likely surpass several more levels. Jiang Fei's gaze moved from the emerald vines to the 5-potted emerald vines on the counter, filled with soil and tiny sprouts. "Predecessor, may I ask, are these the emerald vines you have cultivated?" Jiang Fei turned around, asking with barely concealed excitement in her voice. Grandpa Hua looked at Jiang Fei. "I won't sell them, don't even think about it. You don't even know how to take care of flowers, so you're not qualified to grow these emerald vines." A trace of discomfort flickered across Jiang Fei's delicate face. At this point, Zhou Siqing spoke up. "Predecessor, could you sell me 1 pot of emerald vine?" "Not possible," Grandpa Hua firmly rejected. "You don't even have a place to grow flowers. Buying an emerald vine would only result in you killing it. What if I have a greenhouse?" Zhou Siqing asked slowly. "A greenhouse just like yours?" Grandpa Hua crossed his arms behind his back, looking Zhou Siqing up and down carefully. "Do you really think you can recreate a greenhouse identical to mine? Do you know the cost of this greenhouse?" "Stop wasting time." Zhou Siqing smiled and said, "Not exactly the same, but we could learn from you how to make it the same. Time and money are not issues for us. We just want to convince you to hand over 1 plant. I don't sell flowers, and you know that's my rule." "I know that. But predecessor, my girlfriend really needs 1 plant. Her family has been making incense for generations for over 100 years. If the business collapses during her operation, she will feel too ashamed to face her ancestors." "Don't keep calling me boyfriend all the time," Grandpa Hua impatiently retorted. "Don't think I can't see through your relationship. You two are merely friends at most." Jiang Fei was astonished as she looked at Grandpa Hua. They were already pretty close to each other, yet he saw through it. Aware of Jiang Fei's gaze, Grandpa Hua let out a slight sniffle from his nose. "I'm not someone who hasn't been married before. I naturally understand what a couple in love looks like. Don't hide it from me." Jiang Fei glanced at Zhou Siqing, then responded apologetically. "Sorry, Elder Hua. This was my idea. Please don't trouble Dr. Zhou." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Hua looked surprisingly at Jiang Fei. He furrowed his grayish eyebrows, staring at her with complicated eyes for quite some time before sighing silently and speaking. "If you want the flower, it can be done, and I might not charge you any money either. But I have 3 requirements, and if you can meet them, I'll give you 2 plants." Faced with the unexpected change of attitude from Elder Hua, Jiang Fei threw another questioning look towards Zhou Siqing. However, Zhou Siqing shook his head slowly, indicating he wasn't sure either why Elder Hua changed his mind. Elder Hua walked in front of the jade vine, turned his back to Jiang Fei and raised a finger. "First, you must have a greenhouse, which must pass my inspection. Second, this girl must come to learn flower cultivation from me. If she fails my test in 2 months, then don't talk about getting flowers again. Third, I will periodically check the flowers. If you can't grow them as well as I do, I will reclaim my flowers." After finishing, the old master turned around, glaring fiercely at them. "And one more thing. If the flowers need cultivation, it must be done by me." Zhou Siqing teasingly laughed. "Elder Hua, that's already 4 conditions." The old master's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. "Why, you nosy little brat? Just tell me if you can do it or not." Zhou Siqing turned to Jiang Fei, whose expression remained stunned. Seeing her lost in thought, he nudged her gently with his elbow. Jiang Fei came to her senses and immediately bowed to Elder Hua. "Thank you, Elder Hua. I will definitely complete your requirements. I will certainly learn flower cultivation techniques from you later. Please give me your guidance." Elder Hua arrogantly lifted his chin. You go out first. I have a word or two with this young man." Jiang Fei left the greenhouse without asking further questions. After the door was shut, Elder Hua rolled up his sleeves and said, "This girl is not bad. She can shoulder responsibilities." Zhou Xiqing glanced at Jiang Fei's retreating figure. The reason Elder Hua agreed must be because she took the blame for lying? Or what? Elder Hua coldly snorted. "If it were you asking for flowers today, I would never give them to you. But since this girl dared to cover for you without angering me, I agreed. Cultivating flowers also requires character and endurance. She has the determination not to fear failure, so naturally, she will take good care of the emerald vines I gifted her." Zhou Xiqing remained silent without responding, his eyes hidden under lowered eyelids, filled with an unreadable emotion. "Go back," said Elder Hua as he gave him a sidelong glance. "Don't block my view anymore." Zhou Xiqing looked up and nodded. "All right, then I'll leave first." As soon as he turned around, Elder Hua reminded him, "Give this girl my contact information, so she can come to me for learning later." "All right." After Zhou Xiqing and Jiang Fei left the villa, he handed over Elder Hua's contact information to Jiang Fei. Putting down her phone, Zhou Xiqing saw Jiang Fei off, standing by the car door and asking, "It's quite a distance from here. Do you have any plans to come a few days each week going forward?" Jiang Fei fastened her seatbelt. "There's no fixed date, but I will let Elder Hua know in advance when I'm free to come," trying not to trouble Elder Hua. Zhou Xiqing, "All right. If there's any need, you can contact me anytime." Jiang Fei smiled. "Dr. Zhou, I've already troubled you a lot. You helped me a great deal today. When I have time next, I will definitely treat you to dinner." A hint of helplessness flashed across Zhou Xiqing's brows and eyes. "You forgot that we still haven't sorted out the greenhouse issue? We'll have plenty of time to have lunch together. Oh, by the way, since the elder will inspect it, I have a friend who specializes in selling thermostats like these. I'll take you to buy one when you have time." Jiang Fei wanted to refuse Zhou Xiqing's kindness. It was already embarrassing enough that he had sacrificed his rest day to accompany her on this trip, and troubling him more didn't seem appropriate. But just as she was about to say something, she hesitated. Zhou Xiqing had known Elder Hua for a long time, and should understand Elder Hua's requirements better. With his help, they might pass the inspection more smoothly. Thinking about this, Jiang Fei asked, "Do you know which models and brands Elder Hua uses?" Zhou Xiqing caught her meaning. "I'll send it to you later along with my friend's contact details." "Thank you, Dr. Zhou." The title Dr. Zhou sounds too formal, Zhou Xiqing said with a faint smile. "Call me by my name, since we are friends after all." This time, Jiang Fei didn't decline and accepted. "All right, then I will go back now. Take care on the road." Drive safely." Not long after Jiang Fei left, Su Zhuqing called. She pressed the answer button. "Zhuqing." Su Zhuqing took a sip of iced coffee, swallowing before asking, "Fei Fei, an assistant's mother is at the Baiyang nursing home. Are you planning to go now?" Jiang Fei glanced at the clock on the central control screen. "It's still early. I'll eat at a store on the way there." "I'll keep you company," Su Zhuqing offered. "I've been looking at office buildings all day. This afternoon, I'll rest and accompany you, and we can have lunch together." "All right, I'll pick you up." Half an hour later, Jiang Fei arrived downstairs at Su Zhuqing's place. Su Zhuqing was waiting by the doorway. Seeing Jiang Fei, she opened the car door and got in. Her presence carried a chill of late autumn, making Jiang Fei feel refreshed despite the cold. Su Zhuqing rubbed her arms. "The temperature has dropped these past couple of days. Fei Fei, wear more clothes, don't catch a cold." Jiang Fei slightly raised the temperature inside the car. "Understood. What do you want to eat?" Su Zhuqing placed her hands near the heating vent. "Since you're going to the mall to shop anyway, we can grab some food there. By the way, I casually checked an assistant's mother's medical records. I think if I were you, I'd drop off the gifts and leave without engaging in conversation." Jiang Fei couldn't help but look at Su Zhuqing. "What do you mean?" "An assistant's mother was diagnosed with mental instability half a month ago. Her condition fluctuates, and she has even shown aggressive behavior. Going in unprepared isn't safe." Jiang Fei was stunned. "Why hasn't she been sent to the hospital yet?" "I don't know," Su Zhuqing shrugged. "I guess an assistant dare not send her there. If Mr. Fu finds out, wouldn't that lead to him firing an assistant?" Jiang Fei drove thoughtfully to the mall, where she and Su Zhuqing went to a clothing store to select a few loose-fitting outfits and bought some fruits and milk. After having lunch, they then headed to Baiyang Nursing Home. Baiyang Nursing Home was among the top in terms of scale and decoration in Jiang City, and its prices were correspondingly sky-high. Families who could send their elders here all had considerable means. When Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing entered the nursing home, they mostly walked avoiding the elderly residents, fearing that if they accidentally bumped into one, they might be accused of wrongdoing and extorted for money. Walking to the reception desk, Jiang Fei asked the staff, "Hello, may I ask which room Mrs. Chung Min is staying in?" Chapter 64. We would be in big trouble. "Let me check." After a short moment, the staff replied, "Building 3, the last room on the 5th floor." "All right, thank you." Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing, carrying their things, walked to the elevator entrance of Building 3. Before the elevator arrived, they heard two caregivers talking from the fire escape. "Isn't it too harsh not to go and take care of her? If you want to go, then go, but I won't. Last time when I went in to change Chung Min's pants, she bit my arm and it hasn't healed yet. It'd be better if both of us go inside rather than one alone. We really can't afford to visit her every other day. If something happens, we'll have sinned heavily. Hey, how easy is it for someone to die? Besides Chung Min's schizophrenia, her physical condition is fine." The caregivers' words abruptly stopped as they stepped out of the fire escape. Their expressions clearly showed that they were shocked to see Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing standing there. Once they regained composure, they held each other's arms tightly and hurriedly moved away with lowered heads. Their conversation and behavior made Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing exchange glances. Su Zhuqing pursed her lips and said, "It seems like Cheng Min's condition is much worse than what's written in the medical records. Fei, maybe you should consider whether to proceed or not. We've already come this far. Why would we turn back now?" The elevator door opened, and Zhang Fei stepped into the elevator while responding. Su Zhuqing entered the elevator as well, and both reached the top floor. They walked to the last room. Standing at the door, Zhang Fei took a deep breath and mentally prepared herself before turning the doorknob and entering. Inside the ward, a disheveled woman sat quietly on the sofa by the window, staring outside. The window was already secured with iron bars, ensuring there were no safety concerns. Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing exchanged another glance before approaching and calling out, "Ms. Cheng." At the sound of the unfamiliar voice, Cheng Min turned her head. Her eyes scanned over Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing for a few moments before slowly straightening her body. "Who are you?" Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing placed the bags on the cabinet in front of the TV. Zhang Fei started to move toward Cheng Min, but Su Zhuqing pulled her back, whispering a reminder. "Don't go." Stopping in her tracks, Zhang Fei responded, "Hello, Ms. Cheng. I'm a friend of Ning. Upon hearing she mentioned you, I decided to come visit." Cheng Min furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes rapidly moving as though recalling who Ning was. After a long pause, she finally answered, "I don't know her." "Who are you?" Zhang Fei hesitated. "What about Yin?" Cheng Min shook her head again. "I don't know. Stop asking me. I've already asked you. Why aren't you answering me?" "We're friends of your daughter," Su Zhuqing explained straightforwardly. As soon as Su Zhuqing's words fell, Cheng Min abruptly stood up. A fierce look flashed in her eyes before she lunged ferociously toward Zhang Fei. So fast that neither Zhang Fei nor Su Zhuqing could react. Zhang Fei didn't even have time to dodge as Cheng Min forcefully tackled her onto the ground. There was a dull thud as Zhang Fei's head hit the wooden floor. Fei. Su Zhuqing screamed in terror and rushed forward to pry Cheng Min's hands off Zhang Fei's neck. "Let go." Su Zhuqing tugged hard on Cheng Min's arms. But Cheng Min turned around and fiercely bit down on Su Zhuqing's arm. Realizing this in time, Su Zhuqing quickly retracted her arm as Cheng Min's teeth brushed against it. Changing tactics, Su Zhuqing wrapped her arm around Cheng Min's throat, forcibly dragging her off Zhang Fei. Gasping violently as air returned to her lungs, Zhang Fei coughed uncontrollably while Su Zhuqing used grappling techniques to pin Cheng Min down on the bed. Turning her head, Su Zhuqing anxiously asked, her face turning pale, Fei, are you okay?" Zhang Fei, fighting through the pain in her throbbing head and dizziness, shakily rose and responded, "No, nothing serious." Glancing briefly at the struggling and cursing Cheng Min under her, Su Zhuqing urged, Fei, go find help. Let someone come assist." Zhang Fei nodded, massaging her sore throat as she exited to search for help. Medical personnel soon rushed in, administering a dose of sedative to Cheng Min, allowing Su Zhuqing to gradually release her grip. Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing were ushered out and questioned briefly. After all details were provided, they informed Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing that they'd relay the incident to Cheng Min's family. Leaving the sanatorium, Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing got into the car. Su Zhuqing pushed aside Zhang Fei's long hair to examine the marks on her neck. Seeing the clear imprints of 5 fingers, Su Zhuqing couldn't help but wince. How much strength did she use? Zhang Fei didn't feel much discomfort in her throat at the moment. What troubled her most was the back of her head. When she fell earlier, there was a clear period of ringing in her ears and blackness before her eyes. Zhang Fei pushed down Su Zhuqing's hand, not saying anything about her condition. "I'm fine. Even if it leaves some marks, I've achieved my goal." Su Zhuqing stared blankly at Zhang Fei. "So, that deep breath you took before entering the room was already preparing yourself for injury?" Zhang Fei pulled down the sun visor to check the mirror. Seeing the obvious marks, she responded, "That's right, it's precisely for an assistant's awareness." Su Zhuqing sighed deeply. "Do you think your actions were worth it? What if she had injured other parts of you? You'd have no time to regret." Zhang Fei closed the sun visor. "It's better than always being hurt by Fu Yunting." "You're not wrong about that." Su Zhuqing fastened her seatbelt. "In any case, don't do such dangerous things next time." "All right, as you say." After dropping off Su Zhuqing at home, Zhang Fei then went to the studio. The moment she stepped out of the car, Zhang Fei distinctly felt a dizzying wave of vertigo. If she hadn't been holding onto the car door, she might have fallen flat on the ground. After pausing for quite some time, Zhang Fei raised her hand to touch the throbbing back of her head, realizing that somehow it had already swollen into a big lump. With bitter irony, Zhang Fei reflected that since marrying Fu Yunting, while major injuries weren't common, minor ones never really ceased. Her body constantly suffered from new wounds over old ones. Mostly, she was left feeling neither human nor ghostly. Enduring the dizziness in her head, Zhang Fei headed toward the backyard of Fushan Yuan. The backyard had previously been used to pile up miscellaneous goods, with an area of about 30 square meters. If used to build a greenhouse, there shouldn't be much of a problem. The only fear was that building it here would allow Fu Yunting to find out and send people to destroy her greenhouse again. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Fei simply abandoned this plot of land and started browsing online rental listings. As she was looking, Su Ningen suddenly walked in from outside. Dressed in a work apron, it was obvious she had just come out of the studio. Seeing Zhang Fei, Su Ningen eagerly grinned and approached. "President Jiang, didn't you say you would be busy today? Why are you here all of a sudden?" Chapter 65, Hurting Mrs. Fu. Su Ningen glanced at Zhang Fei's phone and, seeing that Zhang Fei was looking for a house, asked curiously, Jiang General Manager, are you moving? No. Jiang Fei massaged her aching forehead, put down her phone, and recounted to Su Ningguan the story of how she had managed to obtain the jade vine today. Jiang General Manager, I think you shouldn't rent a house. Su Ningguan suggested. If you don't mind, our extra house can be used as a flower room for you. Jiang Fei stared at her in surprise. Your family's house? Yes, Su Ningguan smiled somewhat shyly. My family has 5 houses. My parents have poured all their money into real estate, saying this way future generations won't worry about having no place to live. Jiang Fei couldn't help but laugh wryly. Su Ningguan had been by her side for several years, yet she didn't know much about her assistant's family background. This showed Su Ningguan indeed came from a well-off family. Seeing Jiang Fei not agreeing, Su Ningguan said, Sister Jiang, Mr. Fu is already targeting you now. If you rent a house, will he really not know? These 2 jade vines were hard-won. We must protect them well. Don't consider other factors, Sister Jiang, it's settled. The rooms in my house can be renovated according to your preferences. Anyway, there's no furniture inside. Jiang Fei carefully pondered over Su Ningguan's suggestion. She couldn't deny what Su Ningguan said. If Fu Yunting wanted to secretly do something, landlords might even hesitate to rent her a place. Jiang Fei raised her phone. I'll pay you rent. Calculate how much 1 year would cost. No need. Su Ningguan snatched Jiang Fei's phone. Sister Jiang, I'm not short on money. My family isn't either. Besides, lending our house to my boss means I can also benefit from the boss's capability. Then I'll raise your salary. Jiang Fei did not want to argue further over this matter, nor did she wish for Su Ningguan to take any loss. Su Ningguan replied straightforwardly. All right. In the evening, Jiang Fei treated Su Ningguan to a meal, and then they inspected the house. She also contacted a friend of Zhou Si Chung, ordering some necessary items. When she returned home, it was already 10 p.m. Jiang Fei, with a muddled mind, got out of the car, and just walking to the door seemed to deplete all her strength. Climbing up the steps proved a laborious task. Even these few stairs made her feel like she could tumble down at any moment. Cold sweat slid down her forehead into her eyes, blurring her vision. Gasping for air, her steps faltered forward, and she heavily supported herself against the door. Jiang Shuling, who was waiting inside the villa, stood up immediately upon hearing the noise outside the door. When she opened the door, she caught sight of Jiang Fei sitting on the ground out of the corner of her eye. Recognizing Jiang Fei, her expression instantly changed drastically, and she rushed forward to support Jiang Fei, who was leaning heavily against the door. Fei, seeing Jiang Fei's face deathly pale, devoid of any color, Jiang Shuling anxiously called again, Fei, don't scare your mom. Jiang Fei struggled to open her heavy eyes. The porch light fell on Jiang Shuling, the shadows flickering between reality and illusion. With difficulty, Jiang Fei whispered, Mom, I'm fine. How can you be fine? Jiang Shuling strained to prop Jiang Fei up. Your complexion is terrible. Let me take you to the hospital. No need. Jiang Fei gripped onto Jiang Shuling's arm, making a determined effort to stand steady as she said, Mom, if you help me inside and let me lie down for a while, it will be all right. You don't look. Before Jiang Shuling finished her sentence, Jiang Fei interrupted her, saying, It's really nothing, just very tired today. Seeing Jiang Fei's determination not to go to the hospital, Jiang Shuling could do nothing. She supported Jiang Fei back to the living room, helped her lie down, and then poured her a glass of lukewarm water to sip. Watching Jiang Fei close her eyes painfully, Jiang Shuling's heart ached. Fei, how much money does one need to earn? Enough for a comfortable life is fine. Why trouble yourself so much? Jiang Fei twitched her lips slightly, but had no more energy to respond to Jiang Shuling's concern. She merely allowed Jiang Shuling to nag beside her ear before drifting off to sleep. At the family home, as soon as an assistant got home, Ning rushed to him in slippers. Brother, today the nursing home called me. They said Mom hurt Mrs. Fu. An assistant paused his action of closing the door, doubting whether he had heard correctly, so he asked again. Who? Mrs. Fu. Ning said urgently. Mrs. Fu went to visit Mom today and brought some gifts. But then Mom pounced on her and strangled her neck. Hearing in Ying's explanation, an assistant's eyebrows furrowed deeply. Mrs. Fu must have had a purpose for doing this, which he was fully aware of. But what could he do? Tell Mrs. Fu about Mr. Fu's affairs? The hand an assistant had on the doorknob tightened slowly. However, he couldn't do that. That would be betraying his boss and ruining all his prospects. He was indeed selfish, but he was also helpless. Losing his job meant he wouldn't be able to afford the high rehabilitation costs later on. The burden on his shoulders was too heavy, so heavy that he couldn't act according to his conscience. An assistant closed the door, grateful that Mr. Fu hadn't sent anyone to keep an eye on Mrs. Fu these past few days. Otherwise, if Mr. Fu found out about these matters, an assistant would be caught in the middle and have no way out. Seeing an assistant silent, Ning waved her hand in front of him twice. Bro? Little Ing, don't get involved in this matter anymore. An assistant pressed down in Ying's hand. You focus on your work. I know what to do. Jiang Fei slept straight through until dawn the next day. She slowly opened her eyes and glanced around the room. Slightly turning her head caused a sharp pain in her forehead. Unable to endure it, Jiang Fei raised her hand to tap her temples and supported herself with her palm as she sat up from the couch. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, followed by Jiang Shuling's voice. Fei, you're awake? How do you feel? To avoid worrying Jiang Shuling, Jiang Fei put her hand down and smiled at Jiang Shuling, saying, After a good night's sleep, I feel much better. Don't worry about me. Jiang Shuling gently pushed away Jiang Fei's hair that had fallen onto her face. Rest well at home today. Even if there's something urgent, just push it back for now. Jiang Fei nodded, All right, as you wish. Today, she truly didn't have the energy to deal with anything. Her headache made her want to bash her head against the wall. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Jiang Fei went back to her room after breakfast and took 2 tablets of the painkillers she had bought earlier. Just as she was about to lie down again to rest, her phone received a message from an assistant. Jiang Fei opened the message and found that an assistant had sent the location and time for tonight's banquet. Without replying, Jiang Fei set an alarm and lay down to rest. Meanwhile, at TR, an assistant stood nervously in front of Fu Yunting, tidying up his desk while deep thoughts troubled him. Fu Yunting noticed an assistant's uneasy demeanor. Fu Yunting paused his pen and looked up at an assistant. Do you have something on your mind? Chapter 66. Guest List. Fu Yunting's sudden words made assistant's hand visibly tremble. Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes, and his sharp gaze fixed on him like a hunting hawk. Afraid to meet Fu Yunting's eyes, and lowered his head hastily, and said, Nothing, Mr. Fu. Fu Yunting averted his gaze. Then he tossed the file in his hand not too gently aside. And Yin, you should know what it means to hide certain things from me. An's eyelids clearly shivered slightly with Fu Yunting's movement, being pressed to this point, and also realized that if he didn't speak up, Fu Yunting would eventually find out through other means. He slightly pursed his lips and said, Madam went to visit my mother, and did not mention Jiang Fei going to see an Eng. As long as one of these matters was reported, it would be enough to fool Fu Yunting. Furrowing his brows slightly, Fu Yunting asked, Why did she go to visit your mother? And put the documents in his hands neatly down. A few days ago, Madam called me and inquired about your past. There was an obvious flash of surprise in Fu Yunting's eyes. He leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing An and asked, How did you respond? I naturally wouldn't say anything, and secretly took a deep breath and looked up, meeting Fu Yunting's eyes. That's why Madam wanted to use visiting my mother as a pretext to make me tell her. Fu Yunting lightly twirled 2 fingers together, his deep-set eyes staring off into the distance, as though deeply lost in thought. After a long while, he turned to An. In tonight's guest list, there's Pei Tong. An's pupils constricted almost imperceptibly. If I'm not mistaken, Pei Tong was Madam's ex-boyfriend. The Pei family was also a prominent figure in Jiangxing, having built their reputation on the success of sweeping robots and becoming a listed company. When Mrs. Fu had been betrayed by Pei Tong, the Pei family was at its peak. However, regarding that incident involving Pei Tong, An gave Fu Yunting a furtive glance. After a brief pause, he asked, Mr. Fu, what are you implying? Fu Yunting cast his eyes downward. There's no need to do anything. Pei Tong will act on his own. After Fu Yunting spoke these words, An's mind immediately began working rapidly. He wasn't ungrateful. In some aspects, he couldn't help Madam, but for those things that might harm her, he would certainly try to extricate her from trouble. After repaying this favor, the pressure in his heart wouldn't be so heavy. Jiang Fei didn't wake up until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She was just as disoriented as she was in the morning, unable to concentrate properly. But Jiang Fei still forced herself to get up, picked up her phone to check whether there was any message from Jiang Hong. However, on the phone screen, apart from Su Zhuqing's messages, there were no others. Jiang Fei opened Su Zhuqing's message. Su Zhuqing asked her whether they could have dinner together tonight, and help her filter the options for a studio. Jiang Fei replied, Mr. Fu asked me to accompany him to a business gala tonight. We'll arrange another time. The moment the text was sent, Su Zhuqing's call came in. The moment Jiang Fei answered, Su Zhuqing's loud voice rang in her ears. Jiang Fei, are you a masochist? How can you let yourself go towards someone who hurts you? Don't you fear he'll hurt you more than enough already? Suffering from a headache, Jiang Fei tried to explain, No, it's Fu Yunting threatening me. Zhuqing, he intercepted all the materials required for my incense-making work. I don't have any sources. Upon hearing this, Su Zhuqing's temper flared high instantly. Is he even human? Even if he chose to stand by and watch without saving, how much more does he want from you before he's satisfied? Jiang Fei didn't know how far Fu Yunting intended to go before he would stop. Rubbing her forehead, she said, I don't know, but I do know if I don't go, it'll be harder to resolve later. At which hotel? Su Zhuqing asked worriedly. I'll find a way to slip in. I'd worry if you went alone. This time Jiang Fei didn't refuse. She told Su Zhuqing the location and hesitated for a few seconds before adding, The elites of the business world will be there. Zhuqing, it won't be easy for you to get in. If I don't even have the skills for this, why am I practicing law? I've got connections. Just relax. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei felt slightly relieved and hummed her acknowledgement. With Zhuqing around, she could be a bit more reassured. Don't act too impulsively. Jiang Fei reminded her a few times, and Su Zhuqing agreed on the timing before hanging up. Jiang Fei got up, washed up, changed clothes, and quickly applied some makeup. Her naturally good-looking face needed no elaborate touches. The simpler the makeup, the more it accentuated her natural grace and elegance. After being ready, Jiang Fei informed Jiang Shuling briefly and left home. When she arrived at the appointed hotel, the timing was perfect, neither a second earlier nor a second later. Jiang Fei tightened the shawl around her shoulders as she got out of the car. She glanced around and happened to see a slowly approaching Rolls-Royce. When Jiang Fei saw Fu Yunting's car, she felt inexplicably apprehensive. But for the sake of the upcoming business deal, she had no choice but to force herself to take a step toward Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei stopped by the car and waited for Fu Yunting to get out. Seeing him emerge, Jiang Fei instinctively took a step back, creating a relatively safe distance between them. However, this small movement was not lost on Fu Yunting. In the glow of the lamplight, his dark eyes clearly flashed with mockery. The moment Jiang Fei realized his mood, she didn't turn her face away as she usually would. Though his expression still made her feel some sadness deep inside, she knew she had to stay clear-minded. Their 3-year relationship ultimately left her with nothing but wounds. Moreover, Fu Yunting's despicable tactics that disregarded their past connection. What are you standing there for? Fu Yunting asked coldly, not waiting for Zhang Fei's response as he walked toward the hotel entrance on his own. Just as Zhang Fei was about to follow Fu Yunting, a familiar shout suddenly rang in her ears. Yunting. Both Zhang Fei and Fu Yunting paused in their steps and turned to see Chun Qingzhu trotting over, her skirt bunched in her hands. Chun Qingzhu looked particularly dazzling today, dressed in an expensive white gown that was undoubtedly high-end and worth a fortune. Stopping in front of Fu Yunting, Chun Qingzhu naturally looped her arm through his and smiled slyly. Yunting, I knew you'd come tonight. Do you think I look good in what I'm wearing tonight? Fu Yunting obligingly glanced at her attire. Not bad. Chun Qingzhu raised her wrist. Look, I'm wearing the diamond bracelet you bought me. Doesn't it match perfectly with my outfit? Her action caught Fu Yunting's gaze, making him lower his head slightly, while also catching Zhang Fei's attention. Under the warm glow of the streetlights, the diamonds sparkled brilliantly, their colors breathtakingly dazzling. Assistant, who had stepped out from the driver's side, noticed the faint shadow of gloom in Zhang Fei's eyes. Chapter 67. Not letting me see you. He paused for a moment in thought, then looked up at Fu Yunting and asked, Mr. Fu, should Mrs. Fu come in with you? An assistant's words made Chun Qingzhu turn her head and see Zhang Fei. There was no surprise in her eyes, just a calm smile towards Zhang Fei that was hard to define. What a coincidence, Mrs. Fu is here too. Her tone emphasized the words, Mrs. Fu heavily. Zhang Fei naturally knew what she meant. The resentment of being taken away by the police and interrogated must be blamed on her. Coupled with the fact that Fu Yunting chose to bring her instead of Chun Qingzhu to the event, how could she possibly be content? Zhang Fei didn't say a word, but Fu Yunting's gentle voice came from in front of her. Qingzhu, I'll accompany you later. Chun Qingzhu obediently replied with a yes. Though reluctant, she still released her hold. Fu Yunting glanced coldly at Zhang Fei. It's time to go. Zhang Fei nodded, and lightly lifted her gaze as she followed Fu Yunting. Just as they were about to pass each other, Chun Qingzhu's low voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Mrs. Fu, we will settle our accounts someday. She bit her teeth, saying each word distinctly. If it weren't for Fu Yunting being there, she would probably have wanted to kill her. Zhang Fei ignored Chun Qingzhu and continued walking without hesitation. Her complete lack of response only fueled Chun Qingzhu's anger, causing it to flare violently inside her. An assistant walking at the back saw the malicious expression on Chun Qingzhu's face, instinctively frowning. No wonder Mr. Fu would use Chun Qingzhu's hand to deal with Mrs. Fu. Her jealousy indeed made her quite effective in handling matters. In the banquet hall, many people had already arrived, and when Zhang Fei and Fu Yunting entered, almost all eyes were on Fu Yunting. They approached him with their drinks, pushing Zhang Fei aside, seeking opportunities to subtly or openly propose cooperation to Fu Yunting. Zhang Fei took this chance to distance herself from Fu Yunting. Staying beside him always unsettled her, fearing something might go wrong. Zhang Fei walked past a table with food and drinks, picked up a glass of juice, and headed towards a corner. But before reaching her intended spot, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before her. Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei abruptly stopped, furrowing her brows as she looked at her boyfriend of 2 years standing before her, Pei Tong. Dressed in a black suit with the latest trendy hairstyle for men, after 3 years apart, he still carried an air of confidence and flamboyance. His pair of peach blossom eyes conveyed amorousness. Recalling the scene of Pei Tong's infidelity, Zhang Fei felt a wave of disgust rise in her heart. Zhang Fei spoke harshly. If there's nothing else, Mr. Pei, please move aside. Pei Tong grabbed her wrist. Zhang Fei, let's find a quiet place to talk. Before he finished his sentence, Zhang Fei quickly pulled her hand back. There's nothing to talk about. We ended things long ago. Zhang Fei, you're being too heartless. You blocked my phone number without listening to any of my explanations and refused to see me. Pei Tong said this, grabbing her wrist once more. This time his grip was especially tight, not allowing Zhang Fei any opportunity to escape. He snatched the juice from Zhang Fei's hand and briskly led her toward the back of the hotel. Zhang Fei tried to break free, but considering the crowd, if she caused too much noise, it would surely draw everyone's attention to her. She kept her head down, turning her hand incessantly, reluctantly following Pei Tong to the hotel courtyard. Even though Zhang Fei and Pei Tong had chosen a discreet spot, it was still noticed by Fu Yunting standing among the crowd. Fu Yunting slightly turned his head, looking at a nearby servant who remained still. Receiving his glance, the servant turned and followed Zhang Fei and Pei Tong's path. Not only Fu Yunting noticed this, but Chun Qingzhu chatting with several young ladies also saw it. She excused herself and stealthily followed behind Zhang Fei. Once Zhang Fei was led by Pei Tong to the poolside and let go, Pei Tong turned around, his handsome face taut as he spoke to Zhang Fei. Fei, give me 3 minutes. I ask for no more. Can you hear me out? Zhang Fei stepped back twice, increasing the distance between them. She did not reply, letting Pei Tong continue his speech alone. Pei Tong's tone became excited. Fei, 3 years ago, I wasn't the one who intended to go to that place. It was a text message received on my phone that directed me there. The text is still saved on my phone until now. Please believe me. I don't even know that woman. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, flipping through messages, showing them to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei calmly glanced up. The message displayed an invitation for Pei Tong to meet with a cooperator from Dongqing. Pei Tong pointed at the screen. Fei, look at the time. Isn't this the day you caught me cheating? Jiang Fei gave him a nonchalant look. Can messages not be forged? Pei Tong, your excuse is too lame. Pei Tong paused. Why don't you believe me, Fei Fei? We dated for 2 years. You should know how I treated you. I can't understand why you won't give me a simple chance to explain, and turned around to marry Fu Yunting. Are you even aware that I married Mr. Fu Yunting? Jiang Fei snapped, reminding him, Mr. Fu is here today. By taking me out like this, you're not only causing trouble for yourself, but also for me. I can't care about all those things. Pei Tong grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulders forcefully. Do you know how many times I've looked for you? I've been to Fuxian Yuan and Bei Yuan using every method possible, but I never managed to see you. Jiang Fei frowned slightly, looking at Pei Tong in confusion. When did you come to Fuxian Yuan looking for me? Ever since she saw Pei Tong sleeping on the same bed as another woman, he hadn't tried to contact her again. And now he was telling her all these grand stories. Didn't he find it embarrassing? I've looked for you more than 50 times. Pei Tong exclaimed urgently, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. But the new male employee you hired told me that you didn't want to see me and stopped me each time. Jiang Fei froze. Ning Han. I know Ning Han. Pei Tong became so anxious that sweat began forming on his forehead. Didn't you hire a new male employee? Jiang Fei pushed away Pei Tong's hand and questioned suspiciously. When did I ever? Mrs. Fu. Before Jiang Fei could finish, a startled shout came from not far away. Jiang Fei and Pei Tong abruptly turned their heads to see a plump woman dressed in a cheongsam standing before them. They had never met her before. Chapter 68. Hurting Mr. Fu's heart. Jiang Fei was still searching her memory for who this person might be when the slightly plump woman in front of her suddenly clapped a hand over her mouth. I didn't see anything at all. With that, the woman rushed back toward the banquet hall. She had come quietly and left in great haste. Jiang Fei's expression immediately darkened. This person must have followed her here. It could not have been a coincidence. When she had just stepped out with Pei Tong, there hadn't been anyone outside at all. Jiang Fei quickly turned to look at Pei Tong and sharply ordered, "You'd better leave now." Pei Tong also noticed something was off, but he did not obey Jiang Fei's words. Instead, he stood rooted to the spot and said firmly, "I can't possibly leave you behind. If you don't go, neither of us will get away cleanly." Jiang Fei looked around, but found there wasn't a single place to hide nearby. Moreover, she couldn't retreat back to the banquet hall either. After that woman went back, she would surely spread it everywhere, and if the people inside saw her rushing back, she wouldn't be able to explain herself clearly anymore. Fei Fei, this happened because of me. What good would it do for me to run away right now? Pei Tong earnestly said, "We were simply catching up casually. We haven't done anything wrong. If we stand upright, we needn't fear shadows tilting. Let them see what they want to see. The matter is not as simple as you think." Whether from anger or discomfort from earlier, Jiang Fei felt an overwhelming surge of blood energy coursing through her body, violently impacting the top of her skull. Her head ached as though hit by some heavy object, causing unbearable pain. Seeing something was off with Jiang Fei, Pei Tong's voice became noticeably tense. "Fei Fei, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Fei hurriedly put her hands up to keep Pei Tong at a distance, and even took 2 steps back. Enduring her suffering, she breathed heavily and stopped him. "Don't come any closer. Right here." As soon as Jiang Fei spoke, footsteps and the call of the slightly plump woman could be heard coming from behind. Even with her vision gradually blurring, Jiang Fei managed to turn around and see quite a few people rushing toward their direction. Standing beside her, Pei Tong immediately stepped forward and blocked Jiang Fei's view from those approaching. Facing away from her, he alone faced Fu Yunting, who was walking toward them with a group of people. Pei Tong's actions confirmed, without a doubt, his suspicious situation with Jiang Fei. Fu Yunting's piercing gaze scanned over them. Before he could speak, Chen Qingzhu, standing beside him, exclaimed in surprise, "Mrs. Fu." Cloud Ting was still inside the banquet hall. "How could you be here with another man?" Though Chen Qingzhu didn't finish her sentence, the preceding words were enough for others to speculate. However, because Fu Yunting was still present, none of the people dared to comment excessively. Pei Tong frowned deeply as he glared at Chen Qingzhu. "Chen Qingzhu, I and Jiang Fei were merely discussing things, nothing like what you imagine." Chen Qingzhu, reprimanded, gave Fu Yunting a resentful glance and said, "Cloud Ting, I didn't say anything. He must have misunderstood me." Pei Tong rebutted with righteous indignation. "It's your words that are misleading, isn't it? Miss Chen hasn't said anything wrong." The plump woman suddenly interjected. "I saw everything just now, your hands moving together. Is that normal conversation? Mrs. Fu, you're being too blatant, aren't you? Are you not worried about Mr. Fu losing face because of you?" The plump woman laid her accusations bare, which prompted some flatterers among the crowd to join in. "Yes, Mrs. Fu, you may disregard your reputation, but don't drag Mr. Fu down into this quagmire. All couples share 100 days grace, Mrs. Fu. Doing this will only hurt Mr. Fu's heart." The left and right criticism reached Jiang Fei's ears. She wanted to refute, but didn't know where to start. With the situation developed thus far, she thought even if she tried to explain, no one would likely believe her. Jiang Fei supported herself on the nearby table, barely keeping her wobbling body steady. Before her eyes, Pei Tong anxiously argued against the crowd. "You all are speaking much too harshly." Pei Tong clenched both fists tightly. "Do you have any proof that we are behaving improperly? Do you believe whatever this woman says without question?" Pei Tong's firm reasoning brought no change, and even made the situation more complicated. "Mrs. Fu, even if there is nothing between you and young Master Pei, shouldn't it be inappropriate for you to be alone with a man? At the very least, you owe Mr. Fu an apology." That's right, Mrs. Fu. Saying nothing puts Mr. Fu in a very embarrassing position. Mr. Fu, just recently, Mrs. Fu created a scandal online involving someone named Boiling Tong. Now, today, she's gone and done this again. A fickle woman like this doesn't deserve your tolerance. Have you said enough yet? Pei Tong was so angry that his whole body trembled. You guys, talking about a woman like this, aren't you ashamed? After finishing, Pei Tong cast his gaze upon Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting, it's your choice to marry Zhang Fei. Now that Zhang Fei is being blamed and scolded by them, can't you come out and defend her? Fu Yunting's dark and cold gaze lingered on Zhang Fei's pale face. In response to Pei Tong's words, he made no answer but simply stared at her as if she were not his wife but an outsider. Chen Qingzhu, seeing the situation, pretended to sigh with some mockery. Master Pei, you dated Mrs. Fu before. Now defending Mrs. Fu makes sense. But from your position as the ex-boyfriend, wouldn't it be too difficult for Mr. Fu to trust that any private meeting between you two could be purely platonic? What kind of private meetings? Before Pei Tong could explain, there came suddenly a clear voice in the crowd. Zhang Fei struggled to keep her heavy eyes open and looked up, surprised to see Zhou Sikong emerging from the crowd, holding 2 glasses of juice. Zhou Sikong smiled and walked to Zhang Fei and Pei Tong, asking lightly, I just left to fetch these 2 cups of juice. How come you've already started arguing with others? Pei Tong watched suspiciously the unfamiliar man in front of him, but Zhou Sikong used his advantage of standing back against the crowd and winked mischievously at Pei Tong. Pei Tong wasn't stupid to the extent that he couldn't get the meaning behind this. With Zhou Sikong giving him the cue, he threw a fierce glare at the plump woman. Who knows which meddlesome individual failed to notice clearly and is barking nonsense? It's tiresome dealing with people who gossip, Zhou Sikong said, handing over the juice while speaking. An innocent person will naturally stay clear. If they don't believe us, even our explanations are useless. Zhou Sitsong's mannerisms made Chen Qingzhu, the slightly plump woman, and those business magnates quite astonished at their actions. Chapter 69. Are you going to go over? As Zhang Fei's impending crisis seemed about to be averted, Chen Qingzhu's heart became slightly disordered. Having finally caught the opportunity to embarrass Zhang Fei, there was no way she would let it slip so easily. Turns out Mrs. Fu wasn't having a secret rendezvous with 1 man, but 2 men. Chen Qingzhu feigned shock, covering her lips. Mrs. Fu, isn't this making Yunting even more embarrassed? Hold on. Zhou Siqing's handsome face radiated a warm, yet insincere smile as he questioned Chen Qingzhu in return. Miss Chen keeps talking about how Mrs. Fu behaves with men, but when you call Yunting by such an intimate name, doesn't that also present a problem? Chen Qingzhu's expression turned instantly rigid. Subconsciously, she turned her head to look at the people around her and found that everyone was staring at her with an inquiring gaze. With her face flushed with embarrassment, she lowered her head and remained silent, biting her lip tightly. The sharp gazes made her wish she could just disappear into a crack in the ground. Being a mistress is already shameful. Being Fu Yunting's mistress is even more disgraceful. After all, Fu Yunting is such a high-profile figure. How can she expect to maintain any semblance of respectability if she so publicly becomes his mistress? High society wives are especially wary of the term mistress. Even with great skills and an illustrious family background, they are still regarded as commoners climbing up to become phoenixes. This farce was simply cut short by Zhou Siqing's one simple remark. Fu Yunting looked at Zhang Fei and coldly asked, Zhang Fei, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Cold sweat poured down Zhang Fei's forehead layer upon layer, trembling uncontrollably. What's more, standing next to the swimming pool, the cool night wind mixed with icy water chilled her to the bone every time it blew. She didn't want to explain, nor did she have the strength to do so. However, because she still needed to run Fushan Garden, she had to force herself to explain reluctantly to Fu Yunting. Zhang Fei tightly grasped the edge of the table, but the moment she lifted her head, the brightness before her eyes disappeared in an instant, and her entire body tilted to the side. Zhang Fei. Pei Tong suddenly widened his eyes, trying to catch Zhang Fei, but his speed was not enough to match Zhang Fei, who had already started to fall to the side, and he could only watch helplessly as Zhang Fei plunged into the swimming pool, splashing a large amount of water. Zhou Siqing frowned deeply, quickly taking off his coat, and jumped directly into the swimming pool. Almost all the people on the scene were thrown into chaos, and even Chen Qingzhu stared in shock at the chaotic scene before her. It wasn't until someone bumped her shoulder that she came back to her senses and looked up to see Fu Yunting beside her. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Yunting had furrowed his eyebrows slightly, his dark eyes fixed on Zhang Fei lying unconscious, scooped from the pool. The moment Zhang Fei was placed on the ground, his hand hanging at his side clearly moved. Startled, Chen Qingzhu grabbed Fu Yunting's hand and forced a stiff smile. Yunting, do you want to go over there? The complicated emotions in Fu Yunting's eyes vanished instantly as soon as Chen Qingzhu opened her mouth. He pursed his lips, ready to turn and leave, when Zhou Siqing squatted next to Zhang Fei, soaking wet, and seriously said, She has a wound on the back of her head, don't let her lie flat. Fu Yunting's step stopped, his deep-set eyes showing slight surprise as they focused on Zhang Fei, who had been turned over on her side. Zhou Siqing parted Zhang Fei's hair, exposing a prominent lump on the back of her head to everyone. Gasps of shock rang out immediately. Heaven, with such a big lump on the back of her head, isn't she bound to suffer from a concussion? I doubt it would just be a minor concussion. I've experienced head trauma before, feeling dizzy, nauseous, and unable to eat. How did Mrs. Fu endure all this to come to the banquet? Send her to the hospital quickly. With her back hit like that, this might not be a trivial matter. During their discussions, Zhou Xiqing had already instructed Pei Tong to call an ambulance, and also gave Jiang Fei a quick pulse check. Just as Pei Tong hung up the phone, a shadow squeezed through the crowd. Seeing Jiang Fei lying on the ground, she drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Pei Tong, crouching on the ground, recognized the person who rushed into the crowd. He frowned and called out, "Su Zhuqing?" Ignoring Pei Tong, Su Zhuqing directly asked Zhou Xiqing, "Is it okay for you to keep Fei Fei lying on her side like this? Did you contact 120? Do exactly what 120 says." Zhou Xiqing raised his gaze towards Su Zhuqing. "I'm a doctor. I know how to handle it. Are you a friend of Jiang Fei's?" "I am." Su Zhuqing was speechless. "Brother, now's not the time to ask questions like this, right?" "No, I was just wondering, if you're her friend, wouldn't you know where the injury on the back of her head came from?" When he had seen Jiang Fei yesterday morning, she had seemed perfectly fine. The only time frame left unaccounted for was the afternoon, but he wasn't sure what had happened that led to her current condition. He needed to know more so that he could conduct a precise examination when he went to the hospital later. As Su Zhuqing recalled the situation from yesterday, she quickly explained it to Zhou Xiqing. Zhou Xiqing's brows furrowed deeply. "If that's the case, why didn't you take her to the hospital yesterday afternoon?" "Fei Fei." Su Zhuqing looked guiltily at the pale-faced Jiang Fei. "She didn't tell me she wasn't feeling well." "The ambulance is here," someone in the crowd shouted, and Zhou Xiqing immediately picked up Jiang Fei from the ground and walked toward the hotel entrance. As he passed by Fu Yunting, Zhou Xiqing paused his steps. Looking at Fu Yunting, he asked, "Mr. Fu, aren't you planning to go to the hospital as well?" Fu Yunting stared at Zhou Xiqing, who tightly held Jiang Fei, his handsome face obviously covered with an icy frost. "You want to act quickly, but you should still know the appropriate time and place for everything." Fu Yunting turned his head and glanced at an assistant who followed behind him. "Take her over and send her to the hospital." An assistant hurried forward, intending to take Jiang Fei from Zhou Xiqing's arms, but Zhou Xiqing gave him no chance, walking away hastily the moment an assistant reached out. Standing nearby, Su Zhuqing and Pei Tong exchanged glances, both looking at Fu Yunting and the clinging Qin Qingzhu with mixed emotions. Su Zhuqing's anger flickered uncontrollably, and the phrase "a bitch paired with a dog truly deserves each other" almost burst out of her mouth. But she couldn't say it. It wasn't because she feared Fu Yunting or wanted to give him any respect. It was simply because she couldn't afford to create more trouble at this critical moment. After all, if she started quarreling here, no one would be able to take care of Jiang Fei. Suppressing her anger, Su Zhuqing shot a cold glare at an assistant, saying, "Anyone with a shred of conscience would know exactly what to do next." With that said, Su Zhuqing hurriedly followed Pei Tong and Zhou Xiqing, leaving the hotel. Chapter 70, Life-Threatening. A look of obvious discomfort flashed across Assistant N's face. He awkwardly retracted his hand from the air and turned to Fu Yunting, asking, "Mr. Fu, shall we go to the hospital?" "Let's take a look, Yunting." Qin Qingzhu gently reminded him from the side, partly to make up for her lost image just now, partially to clarify her current relationship with Fu Yunting. She could not be confirmed as the third party. She wanted recognition from these people in the future. Fu Yunting did not acknowledge Qin Qingzhu's words, but turned and left the hotel. Assistant and followed closely behind and sat in the car with him. As soon as he sat down, Fu Yunting spoke solemnly. "To the hospital." Assistant and was momentarily stunned, unable to figure out why Fu Yunting had decided this way, so he could only drive towards the hospital. When Fu Yunting arrived at the hospital and found the ward, Jiang Fei was already lying on the bed hooked up to an 4. Su Zhuqing sat by the bedside wiping her tears with a tissue, speaking with Zhou Xiqing through a choked-up voice. There are many things she truly cannot control herself. If it weren't for some people who insist on ruining her life, how would she disregard her health and force herself to attend a dinner that has no relation to her? Su Zhuqing wiped away the tears on her face. "Dr. Zhou, tell me honestly, what is Fei Fei's current health condition? Will there be any after-effects from the head injury?" "It's hard to say how the after-effects of a concussion will manifest." Zhou Xiqing leaned against the wall, his eyebrows knitted in seriousness. "But her overall health condition has indeed worsened significantly compared to when it was last checked. The most severe issue lies with her heart." "She didn't tell you all, did she? Does she feel chest tightness or difficulty breathing?" "What do you mean heart problems?" Su Zhuqing asked anxiously. "What issues have occurred with her heart?" "An ECG detected a high number of premature beats in her, but specifically, we need a 24-hour ambulatory ECG to monitor the frequency of these premature beats over a day. According to her current condition, we estimate the count between 10,000 to 30,000. From the other side, Pei Tong asked, "What happens if there are too many premature beats?" Zhou Xiqing lifted his eyes to meet Pei Tong's dazed gaze. "It can lead to ventricular tachycardia, fibrillation, causing cardiac arrest, which endangers life." Pei Tong's expression changed instantly. "Then what should be done? Is there a treatment?" "Isn't it funny that you're asking these questions now?" Su Zhuqing couldn't help but confront Pei Tong. "When you betrayed Fei Fei, did you think about what might happen to her? Now, you're pretending to be worried here for what?" Pei Tong clenched his fists tightly. "I don't know how to explain anymore, but that was not my intention." Standing outside with Fu Yunting, Assistant and couldn't help but glance at Fu Yunting. However, within a second, he quickly diverted his eyes. At the same time, Fu Yunting turned around and started walking toward the exit of the hospital. Assistant and looked at his back with confusion, stepping forward to follow. "Mr. Fu, aren't you going inside?" Without looking back, Fu Yunting ordered, "Find an authoritative doctor to treat her well. Don't let her die off so easily." His words almost scrambled Assistant and's thoughts completely. He knew Fu Yunting's attitude towards the wife very clearly. and he understood its intent. But why now? Did he suddenly want to save the wife? Assistant and dared not indulge in optimistic thoughts. After all, through years of various events, did Mr. Fu ever show any feelings toward his wife? After leaving the hospital, Assistant and couldn't resist asking another question. Mr. Fu, it seems like Pei Tong hasn't developed the problems you imagined between him and your wife. Fu Yunting cast a sideways glance at Assistant and, did you expect Dr. Zhou would suddenly appear to rescue Zhang Fei? Assistant and shook his head. Tonight's situation had caught him completely off guard. He thought Mr. Fu would act even more extremely towards the wife, but unexpectedly, the move seemed to merely fabricate something scandalous about the wife's supposed infidelity. Once such chaos arises, there would have been nothing he could have done to help properly. Thankfully, Dr. Zhou's appearance provided relief for the wife. Fu Yunting stopped his steps by the car. Investigate Dr. Zhou. Assistant and raised his head. Mr. Fu, do you suspect Dr. Zhou is more than just a doctor? Did you see Dr. Zhou's information on the banquet list? No. Assistant and opened the car door for Fu Yunting. Understood, Mr. Fu. I'll report immediately once I have results. When Zhang Fei woke up, the first thing she saw were two people sitting beside her, staring at each other. Su Zhuxing and Pei Tong occasionally exchanged glances that Zhang Fei could sense filled with unspoken tension. She understood. After all, Su Zhuxing, being her best friend, naturally wouldn't give someone like Pei Tong, who had committed adultery, any pleasant faces. Zhang Fei moved her dry lips, croaking out, "How long have you two been here?" Upon hearing Zhang Fei's voice, both Su Zhuxing and Pei Tong almost simultaneously turned their heads toward her. Both of them stood up and rushed to the bedside to inquire about Zhang Fei. "Does your head still hurt? How are you feeling now?" Zhang Fei ignored Pei Tong and replied to Su Zhuxing. "Was I given a painkiller? I'm just a little dizzy. There's nothing else." Su Zhuxing glared at Zhang Fei with red eyes. "You really scared me to death. If you were feeling unwell, you should have told me. If I had brought you to the hospital earlier, we wouldn't have ended up in this mess tonight." Zhang Fei sat up on the bed with both hands. "It's fine. There's just a bump on my head. I probably have a concussion." "You know it's a concussion." Su Zhuxing restrained the impulse to give Zhang Fei a few slaps. "A concussion can be fatal. Do you understand?" Zhang Fei felt caught between laughing and crying. "But here I am. Perfectly fine, right?" Zhang Fei. Pei Tong, having been ignored, couldn't help but call her name again. "I've learned a bit about what happened to you. If things are so unpleasant, why not get a divorce? Let me come back to take care of you, okay?" A nauseating feeling swelled in Zhang Fei's chest. She furrowed her brows lightly as she looked at him. "Pei Tong, haven't you heard that late devotion is worth less than grass?" "Fifi, I've already explained to you." Pei Tong opened his mouth with frustration. "I didn't intend for it to turn out this way. I was truly framed." "Bullshit." Su Zhuxing sharply criticized Pei Tong. "Can't control your lower body urges, and now you still dare to argue?" Pei Tong met Su Zhuxing's fierce gaze. "I know no matter what I say now, you two won't believe me. But now that I've reached out to Zhang Fei, I will definitely show my loyalty to you both." Su Zhuxing scoffed with disdain. "Please turn right and go away when you step out the door." "I'm not leaving." Pei Tong acted like a spoiled brat. "Since Zhang Fei is hospitalized now, she needs someone to take care of her. You need to work, so staying here to take care of her makes perfect sense." "Do you think everyone in the world has died except for you, Pei Tong?" Su Zhuxing could barely contain her anger. "Pei Tong, if you love Fei Fei so much, where have you been all these years?" At the mention of this, Zhang Fei's eyes gradually turned complex. Chapter 71, Hidden Intentions. Pei Tong glanced at Zhang Fei. "I've explained to Zhang Fei. There are still many things I don't understand even now. I admit that I've had a physical affair. I'm not looking for any excuses or reasons, but I can swear to heaven, my feelings for Zhang Fei have never changed." Zhang Fei didn't want to hear more of Pei Tong's words, and instead questioned back. "Do you still remember what the male shop assistant looked like that you mentioned?" "Of course I remember." Pei Tong answered immediately. "His height is about the same as mine. He has single-lidded eyes, wears a flat-top hairstyle, and he doesn't seem like an easy person to get along with. At the time, I was curious if he was either an employee you hired or a bodyguard. How could you select someone with such a menacing look?" "Hold on." Su Zhuxing asked suspiciously. "All this talk about this person and that person, what exactly are you talking about?" Unaware, Su Zhuxing looked blankly between the two. Zhang Fei had no choice but to explain simply to her what Pei Tong had told her. Su Zhuxing became even more confused. "When did your store hire someone like that? How come I don't know about it?" Pei Tong already knew Su Zhuxing would ask this, so he sat down again and said, "There are indeed surveillance cameras around Zhang Fei's store. Aren't you a lawyer? Isn't it easy for you to find someone to investigate the footage?" Pei Tong's expression didn't seem fake, which made Su Zhuxing inevitably doubt how much truth there was in his words. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Fei, who was also deep in thought. "Fei Fei, do you remember this person?" Zhang Fei shook her head. "No. You know that aside from Ning Han, I haven't hired anyone else." Su Zhuxing felt a chill down her back. She stiffened her body and seriously said, "Could this be Fu Yunting's doing?" Without evidence, Zhang Fei didn't dare to think too much about it. But this matter, apart from Fu Yunting, seemed to have no other plausible explanation. Then, why did Fu Yunting do this? Was this protection or did it have some hidden intention? Zhang Fei. "Zhuqing, can you investigate these events from a few years ago?" Before Zhang Fei could finish her sentence, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was Jiang Heng calling. She quickly picked up. "Hello?" Zhang Fei asked urgently. "Xiaoheng, why are you only calling me back now?" "Sister, where are you?" Jiang Heng's voice sounded clearly excited. "I have something good to show you. I'm about to get home." Jiang Fei didn't want Jiang Heng to know she was in the hospital. She hurriedly pulled back the covers and said, I'm still out handling matters. I'll be back right away. Where have you been all these days? Jiang Heng. I'll tell you slowly when you come back. Hurry back. It's guaranteed that you'll love it. Before Jiang Fei could ask further, Jiang Heng had already hung up. Jiang Fei put down her phone, and Su Jiaqing supported her. Fei, your condition hasn't improved yet. Why are you in such a rush to leave? Let's handle things tomorrow. Xiaoheng has returned. I need to go back first. You could just clear things up with Jiang Heng, right? Jiang Fei picked up her shawl. If Xiaoheng finds out about these things, he might go looking for trouble. Better not to stir things up unnecessarily. I'll see you home. Pei Tong took large steps toward Jiang Fei. I haven't seen Xiaoheng in a long time either. It's good to say hi. Don't bother. Jiang Fei rejected Pei Tong. The issues between me and you have always weighed heavily on Xiaoheng's mind. Go back. Jiang Fei's distance made a desolate expression clearly appear in Pei Tong's eyes. He slowly retracted his hand that had wanted to support Jiang Fei, cleared his throat, and his voice grew dim. Jiang Fei, you still refuse to believe my explanations. Switching back to the matter at hand, Su Jiaqing also added, Fei, I think we should thoroughly investigate this. I have a strong premonition. The things between you and Pei Tong may both have something to do with Fu Yunting. Hearing this, Jiang Fei's hand that was stroking her ear-length hair paused, and her heart started to race inexplicably. What do you mean? Jiang Fei had guessed a little bit in her heart, but she didn't dare to confirm it. She'd rather believe that Fu Yunting gradually changed his heart after marriage than believe their beginning was full of conspiracies. Su Jiaqing helped Jiang Fei pick up her bag. I can't decide anything right now, but overall, I will try to find out the truth about this matter. You should go home tonight and rest well. We three will meet again in a couple of days. You two think it works? Pei Tong took out his phone. Let's start a small group among us three first. Why create a group chat? Su Jiaqing refused on behalf of Jiang Fei. Don't think of taking advantage of this opportunity to approach Fei. Pei Tong's eyebrows knitted together tightly as he anxiously explained. It's not like that. Surely, all of you know Fu Yunting's capabilities. If he really targets me and Jiang Fei, then wouldn't he also send people to monitor Jiang Fei? Moreover, he will certainly try to find a way to prevent the three of us from meeting. Pei Tong's analysis was not without reason. Jiang Fei didn't refuse anymore either, and after adding Pei Tong's contact information, she set up a group chat. Only then did the three of them leave the hospital. Su Jiaqing sent Jiang Fei home and handed over the medicine given by Zhou Xiqing to her. Fei, I'll go back first. Follow the doctor's instructions for taking the medicine. Jiang Fei stuffed the medicine into her bag. All right, I know. Drive safely, and let me know when you get home. Understood, go on inside. As Jiang Fei opened the door and entered the villa, she hadn't taken 2 steps before Jiang Heng suddenly darted out from beside her. Jiang Fei jumped a little at Jiang Heng's sudden appearance. Xiaoheng, what are you doing in the courtyard? Jiang Heng was filthy all over. His clothes were not only wrinkled but also covered with mud. His messy hair was tangled, and stubble had grown on his chin. In his arms, he held something wrapped in a black plastic bag. A smile lit up his face, causing Jiang Fei to momentarily drift back to the year when Jiang Heng was the most innocent and carefree. Jiang Heng handed over the object in his arms to Jiang Fei. Sister, take a look at this. Be careful while handling the plastic bag. Jiang Fei curiously took it over, and as soon as she revealed what was under the plastic bag, her pupils couldn't help but shrink. Jiang Fei looked at Jiang Heng in disbelief. Where did you get the jade vine from? Jiang Heng scratched his head and smiled. I went to see Master Gardener. Jiang Heng recounted everything that happened during these days when he went to Yunqing near the border. Initially, Master Gardener wouldn't allow Jiang Heng to go there. One reason was because the area wasn't very peaceful, and another reason was because the journey was far too long and remote. But unable to withstand Jiang Heng's relentless pleading, Master Gardener finally gave him an address and let him go there to see if he could buy some back. This jade vine cost Jiang Heng all the money he had, as well as all of Jiang Xueling's, just to afford one plant. After hearing Jiang Heng's explanation, Jiang Fei's eyes gradually became red and watery. She had already resolved the issue with the jade vine, yet unexpectedly, Xiaoheng had risked danger and bought one more for her. Chapter 72. Take care of her. Bear in mind, Jiang Heng has never been to such a faraway place. Sis. Seeing the tears rolling down from Jiang Fei's eyes, Jiang Heng fumbles to wipe them away for her. Sis, stop crying. The flowers have already been bought back, so why are you crying? Jiang Fei shook her head. Little Heng, thank you. I will cherish this emerald wisteria well. But next time, don't make me worry like this again by going so far all by yourself, alright? Alright, I promise. Holding the emerald wisteria, Jiang Fei patted Jiang Heng's shoulder. Go take a shower and rest properly. Okay. As Jiang Heng and Jiang Fei entered their home, Jiang Fei found a spot to place the emerald wisteria before taking out her phone to send a message to Su Ningen. Jiang Fei. Ningen, did the workers responsible for installing the temperature controllers come over today? Su Ningen replied quickly, attaching several photos taken while supervising the work today. Su Ningen, Ms. Jiang, don't worry. Everything is being done as per your instructions, and everything will be completed by the day after tomorrow. After checking carefully, Jiang Fei responded. Good, I understand. I'll go there tomorrow. Su Ningen. Okay. Just as Jiang Fei was about to put her phone away, Zhou Xiqing's message came in. Zhou Xiqing. I heard that you were discharged from the hospital tonight. How are you feeling now? Jiang Fei sat on the couch. Much better. I'm not as uncomfortable as before. Thank you for what happened tonight. Zhou Xiqing sent a smiley face, saying thanks sounds too formal. Fortunately, I showed up tonight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that you were in such big trouble. At the mention of this, Jiang Fei also felt puzzled. Zhou Sikong is a doctor, so how could he attend a commercial banquet? However, it was his private matter, so she didn't feel too comfortable prying into it too much. Jiang Fei stared at the phone screen for a moment. Dr. Zhou, you've helped me quite a bit sporadically. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow evening, don't refuse. I'd feel indebted otherwise. This time, Zhou Sikong accepted rather quickly. Alright, see you tomorrow evening. Jiang Fei. Alright, I'll send you the restaurant location and time later. Good night, Dr. Zhou. North Garden. Assistant and pushed open the study door and placed the materials she had found on Zhou Sikong on Fu Yunting's desk. Fu Yunting glanced indifferently at the materials, then spoke into his phone. Continue as is. Don't forget the conditions I set. Upon hearing this sentence, Assistant and quietly looked up at Fu Yunting. But just as Fu Yunting hung up the phone after putting it down, she quickly averted her gaze. After Fu Yunting put down his phone, he picked up the material, looked at it briefly, and let out a faint snort through his nose. So, he's the adoptive son of Director Zhou. Fu Yunting tossed the documents onto his desk. Assistant nodded. Yes, since Director Zhou's wife couldn't bear children, they adopted 8-year-old Dr. Zhou from an orphanage. His mother died in a house fire, which was why he was sent to the orphanage. As for his father, no relevant records were found. Fu Yunting twirled the pen in his fingers. Has Dr. Zhou ever had any accidents in the medical field? Assistant: No, not only does he have a flawless resume, but he is also very famous in Jiang City. He's widely acknowledged as the best surgeon in Jiang City. Under his hands, all surgeries have been error-free. Also, I found out that Director Zhou suffers from chronic headaches. Dr. Zhou buys incense from his wife specifically for Director Zhou. The moment these words left Assistant An's lips, Fu Yunting's phone rang. Caller ID showed it was Chen Qingzhu. Fu Yunting stared at the phone for a few seconds before picking it up and answering. Chen Qingzhu's worried voice came from the other side. Yunting, have you been to the hospital? How's your wife? Fu Yunting remained silent for a while. She had some heart problems. These 2 days, I'll bring her back to North Garden to find a doctor for treatment. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingzhu tightly gripped the wine glass in her hand and sat stiffly on the sofa, stunned, as if struck by lightning. Yunting was going to bring Jiang Fei back to North Garden, just because Jiang Fei had a problem with her heart, so Yunting was being lenient with her. Then all the efforts she had made during this period would have been completely wasted. Chen Qingzhu's face hardened as she struggled to stabilize her trembling voice while asking, Yunting, what about me? Fu Yunting acted as though he hadn't noticed anything odd in her tone. What do you want to say? Chen Qingzhu bit her lower lip, suppressing the grievances in her heart. So, you no longer want me? Fu Yunting loosened the tie around his collar. The answer to that question should be clear to you. Alright, then I won't ask that question anymore. However, Yunting, if your wife lives in North Garden, where would my place be? Chen Qingzhu's reluctance caused the wine glass to creak audibly as she clutched it tighter. Yunting, you know how I feel about you. If you do this, I will be very upset. Fu Yunting softened his tone a bit. Qingzhu, if you want, you can come to the North Garden anytime. Even if you want to stay, for as long as you wish, that's fine too. But Yunting, don't you feel anything for your wife? Chen Qingzhu asked with a sorrowful voice. If so, why are you bringing her back? Fu Yunting didn't intend to waste much time with Chen Qingzhu. With a slightly deeper voice, he said, other than our title, everything else you desire, I will give you. Don't greed for what doesn't belong to you. The colder tone Fu Yunting used caused Chen Qingzhu to panic. She quickly retracted all of her emotions and said, I'm sorry, Yunting, it was wrong of me to think of such things. In front of Mrs. Fu, I'll make sure to behave more discreetly in the future. Rest well. After the call ended, Chen Qingzhu immediately hurled the glass in her hand at the wall, shattering it into pieces. The wine-red blood streamed down from the wall, an unsettling sight. Chen Qingzhu panted roughly, her sharp nails digging deep into the palms of her hands. Her eyes brimmed with envy and hatred, completely occupying her gaze. North Garden. She must go there. And certainly, she wouldn't settle for just a brief stay. Why should Jiang Fei get all this? Why should she be reduced to being nothing but a third party? If Yunting had to choose between her and Jiang Fei, she would definitely use every means necessary to make Jiang Fei vanish from this world forever. The commotion in the room alerted Aunt Wang passing by outside. She immediately stopped and knocked on the door, calling out, Miss? Are you alright, miss? Aunt Wang knocked repeatedly for quite some time, but heard no sound from inside. So she pushed the door open and was horrified to see the scene. She rushed over to where Chen Qingzhu was curled up on the sofa, hugging her own knees. Miss? What have you done? If something troubles you, please tell Aunt Wang. Don't hurt yourself like this. Chen Qingzhu raised her tear-streaked face, the malevolence in her eyes startling Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, help me pack my clothes. Chapter 73. Is it null and void? Ms. Wang was gently wiping Miss Chen Qingzhu's tears with a tissue. Miss, what are you going to do? Chen Qingzhu's face turned as dark as storm clouds in an instant. I've barely managed to stand by Yunting's side. How can I just sit idly by and watch Jiang Fei come back to him? If I lose, I won't just be losing my dignity, but also the 100-year legacy of the Qin family. So, I must pack up my things and move to the North Garden. Only by doing this will I have more chances to truly become Yunting's person. Ms. Wang, anxious, twisted the tissue in her hand. Miss, didn't something happen during your first 2 stays with Mr. Fu? The depths of Chen Qingzhu's eyes were filled with a shadow of gloom, and she remained silent. Uncomfortable with further questioning, Ms. Wang let out a soft sigh and stood up to pack Chen Qingzhu's luggage. The next morning, after washing up early, Jiang Fei called Mr. Hua to explain why she hadn't visited or studied with him these past couple of days. The matters regarding you last night, Xiqing already informed me, said Mr. Hua calmly. There's no need for you to rush. Jiang Fei looked at her disheveled clothing, couldn't help but laugh softly. Predecessor speaks truly, yet there is still a schedule to meet. It wasn't that she was worried about Mr. Hua retracting his words. Rather, the orders in her hands could not wait. Take the order from Fu Yunting's mother as an example. Every few days, she needed half a petal for distillation. If the flowers weren't planted soon, many subsequent processes would become complicated, such as the contractual deadlines set by his mother creating trouble. In business, failing to uphold honesty and integrity was a fatal flaw. Jiang Fei arranged with Mr. Hua to meet at 8:30 in the morning. Driving over now would give her just enough time. After washing up and heading downstairs, she found Jiang Shuling and Jiang Heng already eating at the dining table. Jiang Fei ate some food with them before leaving for work. She hadn't been on the road long when Su Ninggen's call came in. After answering, Su Ninggen's voice sounded through the phone with gusts of wind in the background. Ms. Jiang, when will you come today? In the afternoon. Jiang Fei slowly stopped her car at the traffic light, watching the yellow light turn red while the other direction's red light turned green, then suddenly spoke again. Ninggen, when the boss brings the workers to install today, ask him to prepare one extra set of tools that I'll need. One extra set? Su Ninggen asked curiously. All rooms are full. Where would we put another set? Jiang Fei loosened and tightened her grip on the steering wheel twice. I have my own plans for it. Send me the contact information of the foreman later. Oh, understood, Ms. Jiang. Meanwhile, at the North Villa, Mistress Zhang was helping to carry Chen Qingzhu's 2 large suitcases into the villa. As soon as they walked in, Chen Qingzhu saw Fu Yunting descend from upstairs, tying his tie. Chen Qingzhu smiled as she approached. Yunting, good morning. Fu Yunting paused momentarily, glanced at the suitcase in Zhang's hand, stepped down the final step, and asked, why are you here so early? Chen Qingzhu took hold of Fu Yunting's arm. Are you planning to renege on what you promised me last night? It stands. Fu Yunting pulled his arm away from Chen Qingzhu's embrace. Have you had breakfast? Not yet. Chen Qingzhu followed Fu Yunting toward the dining room. I'll eat with you. Oh, Yunting, can I stay here for a while? Sitting down in a chair, Fu Yunting replied. I said it already. You can stay for however long you want. Have a seat and eat. Mistress Zhang pulled out a chair for Chen Qingzhu, who sat beside Fu Yunting. Yunting, am I sleeping in the guest room again? Fu Yunting picked up his coffee, giving her a sly smirk before tossing the question back at her. Do you think where should you stay? Chen Qingzhu didn't expect Fu Yunting to ask her this, and before she thought clearly, Fu Yunting added again. Qingzhu, you're just staying here temporarily. With those simple sentences, he made clear her position. Chen Qingzhu's rigid expression didn't escape Fu Yunting's notice. He quietly put down his coffee and took a sip nonchalantly. The sound of the door opening and closing echoed from outside the living room. An assistant appeared at the entrance of the dining area. Clutching her knife and fork tightly, Chen Qingzhu raised her head and looked towards assistant. However, and didn't even glance in her direction and proceeded to speak with Fu Yunting directly. Mr. Fu, there's some news from Mrs. Tell. Assistant. Su Ninggen has vacated a house for Mrs. She's introduced some constant temperature machines and glass cabinets, seemingly preparing to grow flowers. At the sound of the cup being placed down, it was heavier than usual. Seeing the situation, assistant quickly lowered her head to look at her own toes, not daring to make a sound. Chen Qingzhu also immediately withdrew her gaze and silently stared at the bacon on her plate. Just as everyone thought Fu Yunting would order the destruction of Jiang Fei's flowers again, Fu Yunting suddenly spoke up. Let her be. Upon hearing this, assistant felt somewhat relieved. However, Chen Qingzhu, who was sitting across from her, visibly darkened her expression. These simple 4 words clearly indicated that after Jiang Fei fell ill, she had become more significant in Fu Yunting's heart. How could this not fill her with a sense of crisis? How could it not provoke jealousy? As they left the North Garden, Fu Yunting climbed into his car and asked for Su Ninggen's address. Assistant's heart trembled slightly, unsure of what Fu Yunting intended, and carefully probed. Shang Gulf neighborhood. Mr. Fu, are you thinking? Fu Yunting rephrased his question. Where is Jiang Fei now? Madam went to Ganlin town early this morning. There was a market there this morning, so we lost track of her final destination. Fu Yunting closed his eyes lightly. Go to the company first. The whole morning, Jiang Fei spent learning from Elder Hua until noon before leaving. Driving towards the downtown area, Jiang Fei received a call from Zhou Sicheng. She answered, and Zhou Sicheng's weary voice greeted her with a question. Elder said you visited him today. Yes. Jiang Fei drove towards Shang Gulf neighborhood, continuing. He explained very thoroughly, and I found it easy to understand. Dr. Zhou, your voice sounds rather tired. Zhou Sicheng entered his office. I performed 2 surgeries one after another this morning, and I'm quite exhausted. A short rest during lunch should do the trick. Faced with Zhou Sicheng's statement, Jiang Fei suddenly didn't know what to say. Not even Pei Tong or the current Fu Yunting have taken time to call and care about her like this. At least Pei Tong was better than Fu Yunting. He would send messages once in a while. What about Fu Yunting? A bittersweet feeling spread through Jiang Fei's lips and teeth. Love or no love? These details surely already proved everything. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Sicheng and reminding him of the dinner gathering that evening, Jiang Fei hung up the phone and arrived downstairs at Su Ninggen's house. Chapter 74. Despicable Person. She took the elevator upstairs, not knowing whether it was the confined elevator box that made her unable to breathe or the lingering discomfort in her body. She felt restless inside. The elevator arrived at the 13th floor. Jiang Fei got out of the elevator and saw Su Ninggen's door slightly ajar. Without thinking twice, she pushed it open and entered. However, as she walked into the living room and saw the person sitting there, her body suddenly stiffened. Fu Yunting stood by the newly delivered glass cabinet, with the golden sunlight outside shining on the glass and reflecting brilliance onto Fu Yunting's handsome face. The usual sharpness was scattered by the soft light, revealing a gentleness that Jiang Fei had never seen before. Even so, Jiang Fei still felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing her throat, making her chest feel congested and even causing her head to feel heavy. She turned her gaze to see Su Ninggen in the corner, her mouth covered with black tape, her hair disheveled, and two bodyguards standing beside her, holding her shoulders. Su Ninggen anxiously shook her head towards Jiang Fei, indicating with her eyes not to confront Fu Yunting. It seems like you're not very welcoming for me to be here. Fu Yunting's deep voice resonated through the living room. He put down the thermometer he was playing with and turned his head to look at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's voice carried a slight hint of anger. I didn't expect the president of Tea at our corporation would have so much free time every day to spy on others' every move. Fu Yunting sat on a nearby chair, his indifferent gaze lifting as he stared at Jiang Fei and began speaking. If you want the flowers to keep blooming, you should know what needs to be done next. Jiang Fei glared at him fiercely. Fu Yunting, I attended the banquet. Are you going to break your promise? Are you misunderstanding something? Fu Yunting's voice sounded lazy. If assistant and didn't misinterpret my words, my intention in letting you attend the banquet was simply not to cut off your path to herbal medicine. His words caused Jiang Fei's small face to gradually flush red with indignation. Fu Yunting, you are the most despicable person I've ever met. Fu Yunting smiled mockingly. What kind of person am I? Haven't you realized only now? Jiang Fei didn't want to get too tangled up with him. Just tell me directly, what do you want from me? Fu Yunting glanced at the two bodyguards who had been restraining Su Ninggen. They immediately understood and dragged Su Ninggen to stand beside Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting said leisurely, I don't have the patience to wait for you to plead with me to return to Beiyuan. The reason I came over today is to ask you, when do you plan to come back? Was this a question? It was more of a threat. With Su Ninggen in the hands of his two bodyguards, one wrong word could result in unimaginable consequences for Ninggen. Seeing Jiang Fei standing silent with a deathly pale complexion, Fu Yunting asked again urgently, What? Can't speak anymore. Jiang Fei clenched her fists tightly. What exactly do you want? Come back to Beiyuan with me. Su Ninggen forcefully choked out a sound, vigorously shaking her head toward Jiang Fei, signaling her not to comply. Too noisy. Fu Yunting's brief 2 words, and the bodyguard immediately struck a punch towards Su Ninggen's stomach. Fast and brutal, it caused Su Ninggen to instantly bend forward in pain, swallowing sobs of agony. Jiang Fei lifted her leg and rushed towards Su Ninggen, but after taking a couple of steps, Fu Yunting's icy voice suddenly rang out. Do you really think you can stop it? Jiang Fei glared at him with bloodshot eyes, gritting her teeth furiously. Fu Yunting, are you even human? Ninggen has no feud with you. Why do you target her because of me? Fu Yunting smirked lightly. Jiang Fei, today I'm not here to negotiate with you, but to make you choose. You can delay, but for each extra minute, you must think about whether she can endure it. After finishing his sentence, Fu Yunting raised his wristwatch to glance at it. 1 minute. Jiang Fei's expression changed drastically. The moment Fu Yunting finished his sentence, the 2 bodyguards straightened Su Ninggen's body and quickly landed another punch on her. Don't hit her anymore. Jiang Fei couldn't care less about anything else and rushed to push the bodyguards away, intending to support Su Ninggen, whose body was collapsing. But before she touched Su Ninggen, the bodyguards quickly reacted, grabbing Jiang Fei and creating some distance between her and Su Ninggen. Jiang Fei struggled fiercely, shouting with rage. Fu Yunting, let Ninggen go. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. Fu Yunting coldly stared at Jiang Fei, his tone filled with ridicule. Don't you think saying this now is a bit late? Jiang Fei's body trembled, panic-stricken asking, what do you mean? Fu Yunting's lips curved into a sarcastic arc, crossing his long legs arrogantly, his demeanor aloof and disdainful. Just now, when I told you to come with me, you refused. Now, you should beg me to take you back. Jiang Fei clenched her back teeth tightly. With no time to hesitate, she had to swallow her pride and submit in desperation. All right, I beg you. Fu Yunting's eyes gleamed with intense mockery. When you beg someone, you need to show the proper attitude, Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei forcibly held back the tears welling up in her eyes, enduring the humiliation as she lowered her head. I beg you, take me. Not enough. These curt 2 words were filled with utmost disgrace and an unyielding force that did not allow her to resist. Jiang Fei bit her lower lip tightly, slowly bending both knees, kneeling on the ground. Su Ninggen, crying, widened her eyes, shaking her head forcefully. Her sobs were not only for Jiang Fei's injustice, but also out of hatred for her own helplessness, watching powerlessly as Jiang Fei discarded her dignity because of her, being trampled by Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei forced back the tears in her eyes and humbly pleaded. Leaving Beiyuan was my mistake. Making you come find me repeatedly is also entirely my fault. I beg you, take me back, and I also beg you, let Ninggen go. Watching Jiang Fei kowtow without any dignity, Fu Yunting's handsome face did not bear a sense of revengeful satisfaction. Instead, there was inexplicably more agitation in his gaze. Even the hand resting by his temple slowly tightened. After a while, he finally stood up, instructed assistant and to bring Jiang Fei back to Beiyuan, and then left beforehand. Seeing this desolate scene in the living room, assistant and sighed heavily. He bent down next to Jiang Fei, intending to help her up from the floor. But Jiang Fei lifted her hand, stopping assistant N's kindness, her voice bleakly asking, Assistant N, until now, you still refuse to tell me anything? Assistant N paused his hand, his eyebrows and eyes reflecting guilt. Madam, I am powerless. Jiang Fei suddenly chuckled softly, standing up from the ground. She walked to the front of the two bodyguards. Can you release me now? The bodyguards looked at assistant and simultaneously, and after he nodded, they finally let Su Ningen go. Chapter 75, Self-Inflicted Humiliation. She tore the tape off Su Ningen's mouth and helped her sit up. Su Ningen endured the pain in her internal organs, hugging Jiang Fei while crying and shouting. I'm sorry, Manager Jiang. It's my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been forced like this. Jiang Fei gently patted Su Ningen's back. Forget about me. Get up first. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. Su Ningen, with her ashen pale face, released Jiang Fei. No need, Manager Jiang. I can go to the hospital myself. Aren't they still waiting for you outside? I don't want to make things difficult for you again because of me. Besides, I'm fine. They did hit my stomach, but they didn't use all their strength. Jiang Fei opened her mouth but didn't get a chance to speak before Su Ningen interrupted her again. I'm really fine. Su Ningen wiped the tears from her face. Look, I can still talk properly. There's definitely no problem. Manager Jiang, take care of yourself. Don't let him bully you anymore. This is more important than anything else. I'll ask my younger brother to send you to the hospital. Jiang Fei tightly held Su Ningen's hand. Don't decline. I'll feel at ease only after I know that you're fine. Su Ningen didn't argue further and nodded in agreement. Jiang Fei helped Su Ningen sit down on the chair, arranged for Jiang Hong, and then left reluctantly. It wasn't that Jiang Fei didn't want to take Su Ningen to the hospital. It was just that she indeed had no way to do so. Fu Yunting was already waiting there. She couldn't cause more trouble, or she wouldn't know what else Fu Yunting would do next. After Jiang Fei went out, she handed the car keys to assistant N. Once inside the car, and looked over at Jiang Fei sitting dejectedly in the passenger seat, and sighed silently. Mrs., there isn't much I can remind you of. And started the car. Now Miss Chun is also at North Park. You be careful. Jiang Fei paused briefly. Then an ironic look slowly appeared in her eyes. How far does he plan to make me lose face? And remained silent, not continuing his explanation, because some matters were even unknown to him. Halfway through the drive, Jiang Fei suddenly remembered she had dinner plans with Zhou Sikong tonight. Hastily, she pulled out her phone and sent a message to Zhou Sikong. Jiang Fei. Dr. Zhou, I apologize deeply. Something came up today. When I have time another day, I will treat you to dinner. Zhou Sikong, who had just stepped out of the operating room, showed obvious traces of disappointment upon reading the message. He took off his mask, sat down in the rest area, and replied, Is there any discomfort in your body again? Jiang Fei stared at his message for a moment. No, there's just something at home. Sorry, I broke the appointment tonight. Zhou Sikong. If it's not health-related, it's fine. Remember to come to the hospital when you have time, and get a proper checkup done. You didn't rest well after the corpus luteum rupture earlier, which caused serious damage to your body. As for dinner, we can always have it whenever. Jiang Fei. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zhou. I will come when I have time. Zhou Sikong lightly stroked the phone screen with his fingertips and stared at Jiang Fei's reply with his deep brown eyes. He typed several words, then deleted them repeatedly, eventually replying only with the word, alright. After dropping Jiang Fei off at North Park, assistant and drove away. Sitting in the car, Jiang Fei gazed at the villa in front of her for a long time before finally getting out. The cold autumn wind brushed past her as soon as she opened the car door, feeling sharp like knives slashing against her cheeks. It seemed to mock her for repeatedly claiming she wouldn't come back, yet returning under duress. Jiang Fei closed the car door, walked to the entrance of the villa, and as she pushed the door open, she noticed Chen Qingzhu leaning against the shoe cabinet near the entrance. Their eyes met for a moment, and Chen Qingzhu smirked contemptuously, giving her a once-over. Mrs. Fu, I didn't expect you to actually come here and stay. Jiang Fei effortlessly retrieved her slippers from the shoe cabinet and calmly replied. Neither did I think someone would ignore advice and come rushing here to find humiliation. At the mention of this matter, Chen Qingzhu abruptly stood straight, grabbing Jiang Fei by the arm. Approaching Jiang Fei closely, the fierceness on her face could almost carve her into 1,000 pieces. Her voice filled with urgency and resentment. Jiang Fei, I haven't settled accounts with you for this, and you dare to bring it up? Jiang Fei glanced at her reddening arm where it had been grabbed. I did promise I wouldn't go to the police, but I never said I wouldn't reveal everything if the police approached me. Chen Qingzhu clenched her teeth and spat furiously. How shameless you are! Jiang Fei shook off Chen Qingzhu's hand. Who exactly is being shameless? If Miss Chen hadn't done those things, would she end up in the police station? You. Chen Qingzhu's delicate facial features twisted in anger, her eyes glaring fiercely at Jiang Fei for quite a while before she let out a cold scoff, shifting from her venomous demeanor. She took a deep breath and slapped her hands as if brushing off some dust. So, I underestimated Mrs. Fu's capabilities after all, but it's not bad since you came here willingly. Then the coming days will be spent enjoying our little game together. Let's wait and see whether Yunting will stand on your side or mine. Jiang Fei didn't bother paying much attention to Chen Qingzhu and sidestepped towards the staircase opening. There were some people. Even if she talked until she was blue in the face, they might still not understand human language. Moreover, She had never meant to compete with Chun Qingzhu for Fu Yunting's favor. Even if at first, she felt heartache over Fu Yunting's tenderness towards Chun Qingzhu, now, those feelings had long disappeared. All she wanted was to find a way to leave Bay Park as soon as possible and return to her peaceful life. Jiang Fei's neglectful attitude ignited even more rage within Chun Qingzhu. But she couldn't explode. This was after all Yunting's house, and she didn't want everything undone and get sent back to the Chun family mansion without doing anything. Since she had stepped into this matter, there was no way she could go back now. Jiang Fei returned to the room where she used to stay. Inside, everything was untouched except for the bedding which had been changed. Pausing at the doorway for a moment, Jiang Fei closed the door and pulled out her phone, heavily burdened, to call Jiang Heng. Not too long after, Jiang Heng picked up, and Jiang Fei asked, "Xiao Heng, did you send Ningen to the hospital?" "She's fine," replied Jiang Heng solemnly, glancing at Su Ningen who looked restless as she sat resting on the chair. "Sister, what happened between you two?" Su Ningen hadn't told Jiang Heng about the events of the afternoon, and Jiang Fei heaved a slight sigh of relief. Jiang Fei cautiously probed, "Did Ningen tell you anything?" "She said she crashed into a car while shopping." "If that was true, why doesn't she have any scratches on her body?" Chapter 76, Forced to Bring Back. Jiang Fei didn't know how to explain for a moment, so she went along with what Jiang Heng had said. "I'm not quite sure what happened either, but it's good Ning Han is fine. Xiao Heng, I have some things to do these 2 days, so I won't be going home yet." Jiang Fei's words made Jiang Heng more suspicious, but he was very clear that if Jiang Fei did not want to say, no matter how much he probed, it would be of no use. Rather than pressuring Jiang Fei for answers, he might as well try and get some information from Su Ningen. Jiang Heng vaguely replied twice, then after hanging up the phone, he walked over to Su Ningen. "Su Ningen." Su Ningen was startled for a second, then looked up and glared at Jiang Heng. "Young Mr. Jiang, even though I call you this, it doesn't mean you can directly call my full name. I am 6 years older than you. By all rights, you should call me sister." Jiang Heng furrowed his brows subtly, then changed the subject. "Are you feeling better?" Su Ningen nodded and stood up. "Yeah, I'm almost fully recovered. Thank you today, I'll go home now." Jiang Heng shoved his phone back into his pocket. "Why don't we have dinner together?" Su Ningen blinked her eyes curiously, glanced at the electronic screen hanging on the ceiling in the corridor. "It's not yet 4 o'clock, dinner? Eat or not?" Jiang Heng glanced away awkwardly. "Consider it as an apology because I bumped into you last time and didn't help you up immediately. Eat." Su Ningen hadn't let go of what had happened last time. Now, having the chance to take advantage of Jiang Heng, how could she miss this? Since Jiang Heng didn't carry much money on him, he had to take Su Ningen to the night market to search for food. When they arrived, Su Ningen stared wide-eyed at the entrance of the night market. "This is where you're taking me to eat?" Jiang Heng hummed lightly. "Make do. All my money has gone towards buying a jade vine for my sister." Su Ningen was slightly surprised that Jiang Heng could find such a rare flower. However, since it was his own business, she didn't think it appropriate to inquire too much. The two strolled leisurely along the way, buying some food, then found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. Jiang Heng looked at Su Ningen, who was devouring her meal ravenously, and remarked, "You don't seem like someone who got hit by a car." Su Ningen suddenly stopped her movements, cheeks puffing out as she looked up at Jiang Heng. It isn't necessarily a severe crash." Jiang Heng sifted through the noodles in his bowl, tone calm. "There's no need to lie." Su Ningen's ears started to gradually redden in embarrassment, and she changed the topic quickly. "Why you should hurry up and eat. The noodles will taste worse cold. Is it something my sister is facing, right?" Jiang Heng ignored Su Ningen's comment and continued questioning. "You're imagining things. The fact that you're hiding it only leaves my sister isolated and without help." Jiang Heng picked up the drink beside him, gazed listlessly elsewhere as he sipped a little. This sentence cut sharply into Su Ningen's heart. Her grip on the chopsticks tightened, and her complexion also began to deteriorate. Young Mr. Jiang wasn't wrong. If it weren't for the sudden visit from Fu Yunting demanding certain actions earlier today, how could President Jiang have been forced to go back? But telling young Mr. Jiang this, given his temper and impulsiveness, might make him recklessly rush over to demand Fu Yunting release President Jiang. "You don't need to worry, I won't act rashly." Jiang Heng seemed to have read Su Ningen's thoughts. "In the absence of assurance about my sister's safety, any impulsive behavior on my part would embarrass her situation." Su Ningen bit her lower lip and pondered deeply. After a while, she took a deep breath. "Actually," Jiang Heng turned his gaze toward her. "What actually?" Su Ningen gathered her courage and made a decision. "Fu Yunting came over today." Su Ningen recounted everything that happened at noon to Jiang Heng. Once Su Ningen had finished, the plastic chopsticks in Jiang Heng's hands snapped audibly. The crisp sound caused Su Ningen's heart to leap heavily. Her line of sight moved from his hand to his face. His expressionless face hid a depth of frostiness unusual for a 17-year-old. Under the streetlight, there were faint signs of an impending storm he barely suppressed. Su Ningen gulped fearfully. "Young Mr. Jiang, please don't act impulsively, all right?" Jiang Heng lowered his eyes, masking all emotions within. He picked up another pair of disposable chopsticks and opened them. "I'm not acting impulsively. I lack the capability, so there's nothing much I can do at the moment." Hearing that, Su Ningen quietly exhaled in relief. "In that case, young Mr. Jiang, rather than charging in and causing trouble, why don't we think of other ways to bring President Jiang back?" She wistfully removed the scallions from her bowl. "President Jiang has it really tough. Flowers could be replanted, but now she's faced with having her herb supply cut off. If I were her, I would probably be driven to despair." "Supply of herbs cut off?" Jiang Heng furrowed his eyebrows tightly. "So it's still Fu Yunting." Su Ningen nodded and said, I don't know how Mr. Jiang offended him, but he's treating Mr. Jiang this way. And during this period, apart from these matters, Mr. Jiang has been plagued with one trouble after another. Jiang Heng asked, what kind of troubles? Without much thought, Su Ningen recounted all the recent incidents to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng put down his chopsticks. Fat woman? Who is she? And why did my dad suddenly leave? Su Ningen shook her head. I'm not sure either. Mr. Jiang didn't say much. And as her subordinate, I shouldn't inquire too deeply. Jiang Heng remained silent without responding further. After sending Su Ningen home, Jiang Heng returned to his house, where Jiang Shuling emerged from the kitchen upon hearing some noise. She glanced at Jiang Heng's back. Your sister hasn't come back yet? Not yet. Jiang Heng took off his coat and walked towards the restroom. Pausing at the doorway, he said, by the way, Mom, did you contact Dad in the past couple of years? Jiang Shuling shook her head bewilderedly. We haven't been in touch much. Even if we had. She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence as Jiang Heng looked at her in confusion. Furrowing her brows for a moment, Jiang Shuling responded. A few years ago, your father seemed to have sent me a text message, but I didn't understand what it meant, so I disregarded it and didn't reply. Jiang Heng asked, is that message still there? How could it still be around? Jiang Shuling sighed helplessly. With Zhang Mubai around, how could I possibly keep messages from your father? It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. What was the content of the message? Jiang Shuling answered, I can't remember clearly. Why do you ask about this? Jiang Heng looked down in thought, and then said after a while, if you remember anything, please let me know. All right. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Okay, sis won't be coming back these 2 days, so there's no need to prepare food for her. Jiang Shuling knew Jiang Fei was busy, so she didn't ask any more questions. During dinner, Fu Yunting returned to Beiyuan. Upon entering, he only saw Chen Qingzhu sitting on the sofa and couldn't spot Jiang Fei. He thus asked Aunt Zhang. Chapter 77. What right do you have to control me? Ms. Zhang said that Jiang Fei had been upstairs since she came back and never went downstairs. Their conversation did not disturb Chen Qingzhu. Fu Yunting, loosening his tie, walked to the couch and found Chen Qingzhu asleep in the corner of the sofa. Ms. Zhang followed behind Fu Yunting. Master, Miss Chen helped me prepare quite a few dishes earlier. She must have fallen asleep because she was tired. Fu Yunting sat down on the couch, and his movements woke up Chen Qingzhu, who was startled awake. She abruptly opened her eyes and saw Fu Yunting beside her. After being confused for a moment, she quickly straightened her body. Yunting, you're back. Fu Yunting calmly hummed, and then said to Ms. Zhang, go call Mrs. Fu down for dinner. Upon hearing this, Ms. Zhang immediately glanced at Chen Qingzhu. As expected, the word Mrs. made Chen Qingzhu's face change dramatically, and jealousy flashed through her eyes clearly. Ms. Zhang nodded. Yes, master. She went upstairs and knocked on the door of the bedroom where Jiang Fei was staying. Jiang Fei's voice responded from inside. What is it? Ms. Zhang. Mrs. Master asked you to come down for dinner. I'm not hungry. Don't bother me. Jiang Fei continued replying to Su Zuxing's messages after saying this. Su Zuxing was complaining about Fu Yunting's cruel behavior, using extremely harsh words. Ms. Zhang relayed Jiang Fei's response to Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting's handsome face darkened slightly as he stood up from the sofa and walked upstairs. When he reached the door, Fu Yunting directly entered without knocking. Hearing the sound, Jiang Fei suddenly tensed and swiftly turned to see Fu Yunting walking in with an icy aura around him. She quickly flipped her phone face down and glared at him with a wary look, saying, you don't need to personally come upstairs and call me for dinner. Fu Yunting walked in front of Jiang Fei, leaned over, grabbed her wrist forcefully, pulled her up and threw her to the edge of the bed. Surprisingly thrown off guard, Jiang Fei was dazed and confused. When she looked back at Fu Yunting, his face had already loomed over her. Jiang Fei tried to push him away, but Fu Yunting firmly grabbed her hands and pinned them above her head. Jiang Fei twisted her body angrily as she met Fu Yunting's cold glare. Fu Yunting, can't you stop behaving like this? In your eyes, what am I? A plaything you can toy with at will. Fu Yunting slightly squinted his dark eyes, filled with derision. You've been freely fraternizing with quite a few men these past days while going out, haven't you? Furious, Jiang Fei tried to wrench her wrists free. Our relationship exists only in name. What right do you have to control what I do? Even if I slept with other men, so what? Ugh. Before Jiang Fei could finish her sentence, Fu Yunting bit her lower lip. The force of his teeth caused Jiang Fei's lips to bleed instantly. The metallic smell of blood permeated both Jiang Fei and Fu Yunting's mouths. Watching tears well up in Jiang Fei's eyes from the pain, Fu Yunting revealed a mocking gaze. Then let me take a good look at just how many men you've been intimate with without my knowledge. With Fu Yunting's action, Jiang Fei's clothing was torn by one slap. Fu Yunting bit Jiang Fei's shoulder, making her involuntarily groan. His hot breath fanned across her body. Every move was effortless for him, as his teeth tore at her skin, leaving shocking marks all over her. Pain mixed with ticklish sensations as Jiang Fei resisted reflexively against her body's reaction. She angrily bit her lower lip, shouting furiously. Fu Yunting, why don't you kill me if you dare? How can you even consider yourself a man when you torture a woman like this? Fu Yunting gripped Jiang Fei's jaw tightly, tightening his fingertips. There was no sense of satisfaction or release in his eyes. Instead, the deep black abyss seemed to contain an obscure dense hatred. He mocked her coldly. Whether I'm a real man, you should know better than anyone. How much more do you want before you leave me alone? Jiang Fei yelled fiercely, her eyes turning blood red with a tinge of grotesqueness. Everything I care about, you destroy. Aren't you happy unless I lose everything? No matter how Jiang Fei questioned or broke down, Fu Yunting gave her no further reply. Outside the bedroom, Chun Qingzhu and Ms. Zhang stood just outside the door, listening clearly to everything happening inside. Her whole body trembled as if drenched in icy water, envy and anger consuming her rationality completely. Chun Qingzhu couldn't help but grab the door handle of the bedroom, and Ms. Zhang immediately stopped her. Miss Chun, you can't go in, Ms. Zhang strained her voice to remind her. If you barge in now, Master will definitely be angry. Tears misted in Chun Qingzhu's eyes, burned by anger and leaking moisture, her chest heaving as if ready to burst at any second due to the sounds coming from inside. How could she not know the consequences of rushing in? But those two inside, one was the person she hated the most, and the other was the man she cherished dearly. How could she bear it? How could she remain calm? Ms. Zhang couldn't say much here for fear of being overheard by Fu Yunting. She could only forcibly pull Chun Qingzhu downstairs, calming her down as she sat her on the sofa, and consoled her. Miss Chun, I can see that you like Master, but that person inside is the official missus, and there's no way you can win against her. Having worked as a maid in various wealthy households, Ms. Zhang had witnessed countless sordid affairs. The drama of mistresses trying to seize the rightful wife's position never seemed to end. Those with wit and means naturally stood a chance to rise higher. But those who lost control of their tempers and impulsiveness were either crushed by the rightful wives or discarded by their benefactors without end. Chun Qingzhu, clouded by jealousy, failed to grasp Ms. Zhang's words immediately. What do you mean by this? Are you saying I have no right to compete with Jiang Fei? Not exactly, Miss Chun. Ms. Zhang glanced at the staircase entrance. The more upset you get, the less likely you are to achieve what you want, especially since Mrs. S status still stands firm. Whatever you do now won't make sense morally. Hearing Ms. Zhang's words, Chun Qingzhu gradually calmed down. She carefully observed Ms. Zhang. You are helping me? Ms. Zhang gave a faint smile. If Miss Chun thinks so, then it is. Chun Qingzhu asked directly. How much do you want? Ms. Zhang honestly extended one finger. 10,000. Ms. Zhang smiled and shook her head. 1 million. Ms. Zhang nodded. Yes, I want 1 million. You're demanding too much. Chun Qingzhu abruptly stood up. You're just a maid. Do you think you deserve 1 million from me? Still smiling with her eyes slightly curved, Ms. Zhang said. Miss Chun, compared to gaining the master's favor, is 1 million really that much? Chapter 78. I don't think I need to remind you. Chun Qingzhu turned her anger into laughter. If no third party appeared, would you also threaten Jiang Fei for $1 million? That could only mean working honestly and diligently. Aunt Zhang stood up with a smile. Miss Chun, you might consider my advice. This million is not urgent. You can wait until you get Mr. Fu before giving it to me. After saying this, Aunt Zhang walked toward the kitchen. Chun Qingzhu glared fiercely at Aunt Zhang's back, her fists trembling with rage. She thought Aunt Zhang was just an ordinary, decent maid, but never expected that she was so inconspicuously cunning. She certainly didn't want to give away that 1 million, but what Aunt Zhang said did make sense. If she could get Fu Yunting, then this 1 million really wasn't anything. Chun Qingzhu sat down on the sofa in frustration, her eyes never leaving the direction of the kitchen. Aunt Zhang's audacity was perhaps too blatant. Either she was used to making these kinds of transactions, or Chun Qingzhu narrowed her sharp eyes. Perhaps she had better do some investigation first before making any decision. After finishing washing up and dressing, Fu Yunting asked with a hoarse voice while blankly staring at a corner somewhere. I need to go out. Fu Yunting fastened the last button on his shirt and gave her a cold glance. The consequences of not coming back. I don't think I need to remind you about them. Jiang Fei blinked slowly. I'm going out of town for a few days. Since you've cut off my herbs, I must restock. Do you think you can find suppliers? Fu Yunting's black eyes stared piercingly, deep as an abyss. Jiang Fei suddenly looked at him, supporting her stiff and sore body. Fu Yunting, is breaking promises your trademark? Did you forget what your assistant and told me? Didn't you remember what you said yourself? Fu Yunting fastened the last button. I don't remember personally telling you anything about this. Fury blazed from Jiang Fei's eyes. Fu Yunting, are you watching my family's 100-year-old business crumble under your destruction completely? Isn't this interesting? Fu Yunting's tone resembled a cat teasing a mouse, casual and light. With that sentence left behind, he turned and left, leaving Jiang Fei full of fury without outlet, alone sitting on the bed in resentment. After the door closed, Jiang Fei calmed down after quite a while, suppressing her anger finally. To Fu Yunting, all her shouting and scolding were like temper tantrums of a child, unimpressive. Following Fu Yunting closely monitoring every move of hers, there was no way she could continue her business. What if someone else came to help her? Jiang Fei lowered her eyes and glanced at the phone beside her, where Pei Tong's figure flashed in her mind. Perhaps she could let Pei Tong help out. Just as Jiang Fei was about to pick up her phone and send Pei Tong a message, Pei Tong sent one over first. Pei Tong. Jiang Fei, are you free? Can we meet up? Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Can you help me with something? Pei Tong. Of course I can. How could I possibly not help you? Tell me, what is it? Jiang Fei sent the material list required by Pei Tong. Could you help me purchase some of the materials listed in the pictures, as well as some herbs? Pei Tong replied with an okay emoji. No problem. Roughly when do you need them? Jiang Fei reminded. Don't use my name to purchase, nor go by yourself. Find someone reliable to do it. I will provide you with an address. Deliver the items there. Jiang Fei sent Su Zhuqing's address to Pei Tong. Perplexed, Pei Tong asked, did something happen to you? Why are you being so cautious? Jiang Fei, stop asking. This favor counts as mine owing to you. I'll repay it when there's a chance. After chatting casually with Pei Tong and finalizing everything, Jiang Fei called Su Zhuqing, explaining the matter to her. Su Zhuqing was furiously typing on her keyboard. I understand. By the way, Fei, I just found some news about Fu Yunting. What? Su Zhuqing aimed her phone at her computer and took a photo, sending it to Jiang Fei. This photo was taken secretly 3 years ago. Fu Yunting was seen walking very closely with a woman. But the photo only captured the woman's back, and netizens haven't dug up any information about this woman. The most important thing is, this photo was taken 2 months before your marriage with Fu Yunting. Fei, do you understand what I mean? Jiang Fei examined the photo, where Fu Yunting entered the restaurant together with the woman who intimately clung to his arm, while Fu Yunting slightly tilted his head looking at her. Because of the distance, the pixels were a bit blurred, but it was not difficult to see the gentle smile on Fu Yunting's handsome face. One might say Fu Yunting treats Chen Qingzhu with great tenderness, but there always seems to be an indefinable distance. However, in this photo, Fu Yunting obviously showed immense warmth to the woman by his side. Jiang Fei slowly furrowed her eyebrows. Who was this woman? Why, after they were apart for a month, did Fu Yunting turn around and get married to her? Was it out of revenge? Or was there another reason? Su Zhuqing continued over the phone. Fei, judging from their intimacy, she should be Fu Yunting's girlfriend, right? Didn't Fu Yunting mention her when he was with you? No. Jiang Fei saved the picture. He never even mentioned his family to me. How could he tell me about his past life? Su Zhuqing pondered. That's strange. They seem so close. Why did Fu Yunting choose to marry you? Jiang Fei couldn't understand either. If you find any more information, send it to me. Hold on. Su Zhuqing leaned back in her chair. You're not in Beiyuan right now, are you? I think you could investigate more from Fu Yunting himself there. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Your point is that there might be something left between them at Beiyuan? Exactly. When people date, there's always something left behind, isn't there? Haven't you ever been inside Fu Yunting's study? I have. Jiang Fei's gaze darkened slightly. I went in once, and Fu Yunting warned me, so I haven't been in since then. Su Zhuqing caught the key point. See? He doesn't let you in, which means there must be something important. You should look for an opportunity to search. All right, I got it. Jiang Fei replied. I need to go out, so I'll talk to you later. Will he let you go out? Su Zhuqing asked. He hasn't stopped me from going out. Jiang Fei put on her clothes, but he will definitely send someone to watch me. Ugh, how disgusting. Su Zhuqing couldn't help but complain. Anyway, what are you doing by going out now? Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. She certainly couldn't tell Su Zhuqing that she was going to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. To see Ninghan, Jiang Fei casually replied, and Su Zhuqing didn't continue to ask further. After changing her clothes, Jiang Fei went downstairs. As soon as she reached the first-floor staircase, she heard Chen Qingzhu's voice. Yunting, my grandfather called me. He wants to meet you. Can you spare some time to have dinner? When? How about tomorrow night? Chen Qingzhu's voice was gentle. And if you don't trust your wife, you can bring her along too. Chapter 79, Preliminary Diagnosis. Good. Fu Yunting accepted Chen Qingzhu's suggestion, but Jiang Fei, who overheard their conversation, let out a cold laugh. The legitimate wife going to see the elder of the third party, such a thing could probably only be done by Fu Yunting. However, she was also curious to see what exactly Fu Yunting would say to the other party while still married, and how disgraceful the Chen family must be to push their child towards a married man. Jiang Fei turned and left. Zhang Mama, standing in the dining room where she had a clear view of the living room situation, leaned over and whispered something into Fu Yunting's ear. Fu Yunting lowered his gaze and glanced toward the living room, then looked at Chen Qingzhu and said, if you're bored in the villa, you can go shopping with Jiang Fei. Chen Qingzhu suddenly clutched the chopsticks in her hand tightly, her face pale as she stared at Fu Yunting without speaking. She didn't understand what Yunting meant by this sentence. Was she supposed to go shopping with Jiang Fei or accompany her? Could it be she was only worthy to be Jiang Fei's companion? Chen Qingzhu forced an awkward smile, unable to decipher his intentions, so she decided to temporarily comply. I understand. After dinner, Chen Qingzhu cut some fruit and served it to Fu Yunting, who was sitting in the living room making a phone call. Fu Yunting glanced at the fruit placed on the coffee table and said indifferently, do it according to her wishes. As the call ended, Mama Zhang suddenly brought 2 people to stand in front of Fu Yunting and Chen Qingzhu. Mr. Fu, the doctor you invited has arrived. The 2 doctors that entered included one who was relatively young and another who appeared to be about 40 years old. Mr. Fu, the older doctor greeted Fu Yunting. I'm Huang Ming, and this is my student, Yu Liangji. When Yu Liangji heard his teacher introduce him, he quickly raised his head nervously and looked at Fu Yunting. He bent down and extended his hand, saying, Mr. Fu, good day. Fu Yunting gave Yu Liangji a glance. There was still an unmistakable naivety in his demeanor. Behind the glasses were large, deferential eyes. Fu Yunting didn't extend his hand, merely giving a curt command, sit. Dr. Huang pulled Yu Liangji's hand back and gestured for him to sit beside him. Yu Liangji remained tense. The earlier disregard from Fu Yunting made him too embarrassed to even lift his head. After casting his eyes on Chen Qingzhu for a few seconds, Dr. Huang spoke up. Mr. Fu, may I first conduct a preliminary diagnosis for your wife? Upon hearing this, Yu Liangji suddenly lifted his head and looked at Dr. Huang. He was dazed for a few seconds before lowering his head again quickly. Without waiting for Fu Yunting to respond, Chen Qingzhu smiled faintly and replied to Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang, you've mistaken someone. Mrs. Fu has gone out and hasn't returned yet. Dr. Huang slightly bowed his head. Apologies. No problem, said Chen Qingzhu, looking at Fu Yunting. Yunting, shall I give Mrs. Fu a call? There's no need, Fu Yunting replied coolly. She'll be back soon. Just as Fu Yunting finished speaking, the The sound of the door opening came from the entrance. Everyone, except Fu Yunting, turned their heads toward the door, seeing Jiang Fei entering with a bag in her hand. At the same time, Jiang Fei noticed the presence in the living room while she was about to change into her indoor shoes. Her gaze darkened slightly after observing for a couple of seconds. Then she changed her shoes and stepped in. Jiang Fei originally intended to go upstairs directly to her room, but just as she passed through, Fu Yunting suddenly spoke up. Dr. Huang, you can start the examination on her. Jiang Fei immediately turned her head to look at Fu Yunting, wary, and quickly questioned, what kind of examination? Dr. Huang's eyes shifted between the two for a moment before he stood up to explain. Mrs. Fu, I am the private doctor Mr. Fu specially hired for you. My surname is Huang. Jiang Fei didn't want excessive interaction with whoever Fu Yunting had brought over. After all, Fu Yunting's methods were unpredictable, and she didn't know what his real intentions were. I'm very healthy. No examination needed. After saying this, Jiang Fei was about to continue heading upstairs. Seeing this, Chen Qingzhu stood up and stopped Jiang Fei, saying, Mrs. Fu, this is ultimately Yunting's good intention. Isn't it inappropriate to reject him in front of everyone like this? Jiang Fei stopped once more, asking sharply, with which identity does Miss Chen say these words? As a friend? Or, Mrs. Fu? Chen Qingzhu immediately interrupted Jiang Fei. Clutching her hands tightly, she forced a strained smile. I'm merely here as a guest. Let's not let others misunderstand. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Do you think everyone around you is blind? Jiang Fei didn't give anyone any face and walked upstairs without further hesitation. Sitting on the sofa, Yu Liangji watched Jiang Fei's retreating back in surprise, then cautiously shifted his gaze to Fu Yunting. Seeing Fu Yunting sitting there calmly, a strange feeling stirred within him that he couldn't quite define. Jiang Fei's behavior that made people lose face caused the atmosphere in the living room to become tense for a moment. Dr. Huang thought for a few seconds and said to Fu Yunting, Mr. Fu, it might be that Mrs. Fu thinks my medical skills are not up to par, so she is unwilling to cooperate. If Mrs. Fu has previous diagnosis reports from the hospital, the examination may not be necessary. Fu Yunting stood up and glanced at Zhang Mama, saying, call assistant N and have him send the report to Dr. Huang. Standing nearby, Zhang Mama nodded. Yes, sir. After giving the order, Fu Yunting turned around and went upstairs directly. Chen Qingzhu looked at the two doctors and didn't say anything more. She followed them upstairs. Dr. Huang also left without further delay, taking Yu Liangji with him out of the villa. As soon as they sat inside the car, Yu Liangji couldn't help but ask, Teacher, you obviously knew that lady wasn't Mrs. Fu, so why did you still call her that? Dr. Huang fastened his seatbelt, replying, since she could sit by Mr. Fu, it clearly shows her special status. We can't afford to offend someone like that as soon as we step in. Yu Liangji mused over this and let out an, oh, before starting the car. He then remarked, Mrs. Fu is indeed surprising. What do you find surprising? Dr. Huang adjusted his glasses, warning, I remind you, don't get overly involved in the affairs of wealthy families, or you'll end up in trouble yourself. Not really, no. Yu Liangji hurriedly explained. Teacher, I feel that Mrs. Fu is very patient and forbearing. With Mr. Fu so openly being close to another woman, she hasn't divorced him yet. Dr. Huang frowned upon hearing this. If you can't control your curiosity, then next time, don't come with me. Yu Liangji fell silent obediently and didn't speak any further. After Jiang Fei returned to her room, she took out the mineral water and medicine she had purchased. Just as she was about to take it, the door suddenly opened. Jiang Fei looked up to see Fu Yunting striding toward her. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the contraceptive pill in her hand. Without uttering a word, the man in front grabbed her wrist forcefully, making her stand up. Jiang Fei resisted, pulling back her arm while angrily questioning. Fu Yunting, are you insane? Chapter 80, Indescribable Joy. No matter how much Jiang Fei resisted, she couldn't match the strength of Fu Yunting. His breath sprayed on her face at close range, and the deep abyss in his eyes seemed as if it was going to swallow her whole. Do you think this is all fun and games? Jiang Fei didn't back down as she stared right back at him. Yes, it's very entertaining, Fu Yunting. I see you lose face right in front of me, and it fills my heart with indescribable joy. Even if those people are yours, even if they knew your shortcomings but still wouldn't look down on you, I would still say what I think and do what I want. Fu Yunting narrowed his icy gaze slightly. It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Lesson? Jiang Fei had an inexplicable urge to laugh. The lessons I've learned from you, aren't they enough? Or are you planning some despicable new tricks to deal with me again? Fu Yunting suddenly loosened his grip on Jiang Fei's wrists and reminded her slowly, word by word. Perhaps you've forgotten that you still have a mother and younger brother. These words made Jiang Fei's chest clench heavily, adding a shadow of fear to her brows. Fu Yunting, what does my mother and my younger brother have to do with the matters between us? If you dare to involve them, then what difference are you from an animal? Fu Yunting, do you think just your harsh and unpalatable words will make me let you go? Jiang Fei was troubled and unable to stay calm. What exactly do you plan before you're satisfied to stop? I stayed peacefully beside you, but you ignored it and constantly humiliated me with women. Now I don't wish to continue our relationship anymore, but you insist on dragging me back. Since I don't conform to your way of thinking, you're using my family to threaten me. Fu Yunting, don't you think yourself is extremely laughable? Seeing Jiang Fei losing control and acting insane, the coldness in Fu Yunting's eyes grew stronger. You can try to see how much good your resistance will do for you. After saying that, he turned around to leave. Jiang Fei quickly stepped forward and blocked his way. I only want to know, What's your true purpose behind treating me like this? Jiang Fei panted breathlessly. If you want me dead, give me a reason at least. Just after Jiang Fei's voice trailed off, there surged undercurrents in Fu Yunting's narrow eyes. Dead. He swapped his former coldness for a terrifying curve around his lips. Do you really think you have the right to decide whether you live or die? He took steps closer toward Jiang Fei. Your life can only be decided by me. Starting tomorrow, if you don't take medicine according to the doctor's advice, don't blame me for whatever comes next. After that, Fu Yunting roughly pushed Jiang Fei aside and left the bedroom in long strides. With red-rimmed eyes, Jiang Fei stared at his retreating figure, feeling anger well up inside her without finding any outlet for relief. Following Fu Yunting's wishes meant she couldn't leave, couldn't disrespect him openly, nor could she behave freely or recklessly. Then wasn't she no different from a criminal under supervision? Jiang Fei drew a slow breath, glancing carefully around the room. The thought of leaving Jiang City took root in an instant. The next day, Jiang Fei deliberately stayed in the room until 10 o'clock before finally stepping out. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she pretended to take a walk around the villa. Besides Zhang Ma, who was doing laundry, there was no one else around. Seeing this, Jiang Fei quickly went towards the study door. Arriving at the entrance, Jiang Fei stood hesitatingly, staring at the doorknob like it was a drum pounding in her ears. After hesitating for a while, she mustered up her courage and prepared to enter. Suddenly, Chen Qingzhu's voice came faintly from behind. Does Mrs. Fu intend to sneakily steal something confidential from Yunting's study? Startled, Jiang Fei immediately retracted her hand and turned to look at Chen Qingzhu holding up her phone recording her. She asked uneasily, when did you stand here? Chen Qingzhu leaned against the wall, put down her phone, stood up and walked towards Jiang Fei. Wasn't it because Mrs. Fu was too absorbed and worried about being caught that she didn't notice me? Suppressing her inner anxiety, Jiang Fei said coldly, you'd better not meddle in what I'm about to do. The more you ask, the more curious I become. With hands crossed over her chest, Chen Qingzhu smiled faintly. Tell me, if I send the video on my phone to Yunting, what do you think he'll do to you? Jiang Fei glanced at her phone. If you wanted to send it, you would have done so already rather than wait until now to threaten me. Then shouldn't I compliment you by saying you're really smart? Chen Qingzhu's smile gradually faded. Unless you explain clearly why you are doing this, I will definitely tell Yunting about this. If I say it, would you believe me? Jiang Fei coolly countered. Chen Qingzhu's expression stiffened as she recalled past events. Do you still have the nerve to bring up my previous issues? Jiang Fei was too lazy to waste more time dealing with Chen Qingzhu. Aren't you just wanting me to leave so that you can take my place with Fu Yunting? So what if I am? Jiang Fei grabbed the doorknob. Then you'd better not say anything else. Once I find what I'm looking for, maybe I'll leave. The door opened, and Jiang Fei walked straight into the study without waiting for Chen Qingzhu, who quickly followed in confusion. What did you mean by that? Chen Qingzhu demanded. You think stealing secrets and being sent to jail counts as leaving? Jiang Fei rummaged through a bookshelf, ignoring Chen Qingzhu's question. Annoyed, Chen Qingzhu grabbed Jiang Fei by her shoulders. Can't you explain clearly? Jiang Fei looked at her. If I end up in jail, it'll be exactly what you want, won't it? You're not stupid enough to do something like that. Curiosity clawing at her, Chen Qingzhu pressed. Jiang Fei, will you tell me or not? If you don't, I'll send the video to Yunting right now. Jiang Fei furrowed her brows slightly. Even if I tell you, you won't believe me. I can make my own judgment. Jiang Fei sighed inwardly. If she continued refusing, Chen Qingzhu would keep wasting her time pestering her. Placing a book back on its shelf, Jiang Fei said, before me, Fu Yunting dated a woman. Do you know about that? Chen Qingzhu paused, clearly startled. Impossible. Yunting has never been associated with any scandals before. And even if he did, how does this involve either of us? If that woman had such a close relationship with Fu Yunting, why did he end up marrying me? Jiang Fei continued searching as she spoke. I've learned that just a month after splitting up with her, Fu Yunting married me. Can you guess why he did that? Perhaps the woman betrayed Yunting. Chen Qingzhu offered an excuse for Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei moved to the desk, raising her eyebrows as she asked Chen Qingzhu, what kind of woman do you think could betray him? A greedy one. Would Fu Yunting's fortune not be enough to satisfy her greed? Chapter 81. You're truly pitiful. Chen Qingzhu. Or maybe Fu Yunting dumped that woman? Jiang Fei couldn't determine the exact situation between those two, but in merely a month, they ended things and she married him instead. There had to be more to the reason than what met the eye. Seeing Jiang Fei not bothering to explain, Chen Qingzhu grew curious. She began rummaging through the drawers, helping Jiang Fei look for clues. On one hand, it was partly because she wanted Jiang Fei to leave quickly. On the other hand, she also wanted to know who the woman was who used to stay by Fu Yunting's side. It's better to prevent trouble before it starts. After searching extensively, except for the safe and a drawer with an electronic lock, they found nothing related to that woman. Jiang Fei stared at the electronically locked drawer, deep in thought for a moment, then looked up and asked Chen Qingzhu, who was staring at a mural. Can you help me? Chen Qingzhu turned her head. Help you with what? Breaking open the drawer? Do you want me to go, or do you want to go yourself? Not that. Jiang Fei pressed the computer screen. If you've been in Fu Yunting's study many times, you might have noticed the password. Are you joking? Chen Qingzhu glared at Jiang Fei. Even though I've come here many times, I've never seen Yunting open this drawer in front of me. Jiang Fei sat down and clicked on the mouse. A password input box popped up on the screen. Jiang Fei gazed intently at the computer, her hand hovering over the mouse, unable to move. After staring at Jiang Fei for a while, Chen Qingzhu suddenly spat out a sentence. you're truly pitiful. Jiang Fei decided not to make any attempt and shut off the computer. As she stood up, she responded to Chen Qingzhu. I am pitiful, but you're not much better. After speaking, Jiang Fei prepared to leave. When she reached the door of the study, her steps suddenly paused at the doorway as she turned to look at a black, white, and red abstract painting on the wall. The black occupied 2/3 of the painting's area, while the white appeared to be enveloped by the black. Though only occupying 1/3, it blended into the black. What was strange was that part of the white paint was tinged with light red. Do you think this painting is weird too, right? Chen Qingzhu moved closer to Jiang Fei. I can't understand the meaning of this painting. Jiang Fei shifted her gaze. Fu Yunting is an extremely simple person, always liking only black and gray colors. The addition of white and red indeed makes it very peculiar. As the two walked out of the study, they just happened to meet Aunt Zhang face to face. They were startled by Aunt Zhang's sudden appearance, but Aunt Zhang only glanced curiously towards the study. Mrs. Fu, Miss Chun, does the study need cleaning because it's dirty? No need. Jiang Fei improvised quickly. I've already cleaned it. Jiang Fei didn't elaborate further, but went straight to her own room, leaving Chen Qingzhu and Aunt Zhang standing there watching her close the bedroom door. Aunt Zhang snapped back to reality and looked at Chen Qingzhu, smiling as she said, it seems Miss Chun and Mrs. Fu now have a good relationship. The smile from Aunt Zhang made Chen Qingzhu feel coldness creeping up her spine. Not only did it seem insincere, but it was particularly reminiscent of someone being two-faced. Chen Qingzhu hesitated, originally wanting to explain her current relationship with Jiang Fei. But upon second thought, she switched her words. I just wanted to see what tricks she's trying to pull by entering Yunting's study. Aunt Zhang, did Miss Chen find any suspicious signs? Do I look like I found anything? Chen Qingzhu retorted sarcastically and sidestepped, preparing to leave. Wait, Miss Chun. Chen Qingzhu turned around and looked at her. Is there anything else? If you consider it ready, Miss Chun, I'm willing to help whenever you want. Chen Qingzhu frowned deeply in contemplation. After quite some time, she glanced at Jiang Fei's room and replied, this isn't a place for such talk. Let's discuss it in my room. Chen Qingzhu led Aunt Zhang back to her room, and as soon as the door closed, Chen Qingzhu asked, how do you plan to help me next? Isn't it useless for Miss Chun to ask so much? Aunt Zhang smiled again. Everything needs to proceed step by step, assessing each situation before deciding what to do next. Chen Qingzhu's sharp gaze locked onto Aunt Zhang. She didn't currently require Aunt Zhang's help too much since Jiang Fei seemed genuine about leaving. But who could guarantee that Jiang Fei wouldn't change her mind? Having one more person around who could offer assistance would certainly provide extra security. Alright, starting today, if within 6 months you cannot help me take down Yunting, I won't give you a single penny. If you succeed, I will fully pay you 1 million yuan within a year. Aunt Zhang didn't offer any resistance, and even proposed, Miss Chun, rather than idling away every day at Beiyuan, why don't you let Mr. Fu arrange a job for you that keeps you by his side? Before Chen Qingzhu could react to this suggestion, Aunt Zhang had already opened the door and stepped out of the bedroom. Evening approached. Fu Yunting brought Chen Qingzhu and Jiang Fei to attend a dinner banquet invitation from Grandpa Chen. When the three of them appeared in the private room, upon seeing Jiang Fei, the smile on Grandpa Chen's face visibly froze. But out of courtesy, Grandpa Chen still stood up with a smile to welcome them. Mr. Fu, it's been a long time since we last met. Please take your seat. Fu Yunting nodded slightly toward Grandpa Chen and introduced Jiang Fei to him. This is my wife, Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei politely addressed him as Grandpa Chen. Grandpa Chen gave a rigid laugh. Chen Qingzhu, please have Mrs. Fu take her seat. Chen Qingzhu accordingly arranged for Jiang Fei to sit next to Fu Yunting, while she sat beside Grandpa Chen. After Jiang Fei sat down, she never raised her eyes to look at any of them, but she heard every word of their conversation without missing a single detail. Grandpa Chen kept praising how filial and obedient Chen Qingzhu was, which seemed incomprehensible given that everything appeared self-serving. From start to finish, Fu Yunting never said a word, leaving Grandpa Chen to talk to himself. Between the lines, he was either praising Fu Yunting or trying to offer Chen Qingzhu to him. Jiang Fei couldn't help but sigh. Whose sorrow was this? Hers or Chen Qingzhu's? Grandpa, have some tea to soothe your throat. At the opportune moment, Chen Qingzhu poured a cup of tea for Grandpa Chen, and Jiang Fei took the chance to glance at them slightly. It would have been better not to look. In this glance, Jiang Fei clearly saw an impatient emotion in Grandpa Chen's eyes. Grandpa Chen accepted the tea from Chen Qingzhu and scolded her at the same time. If Yunting treats you well, you shouldn't just keep it in your heart. You must help him in many ways. His words weren't simply reprimanding Chen Qingzhu. They were also a heavy slap to Jiang Fei's face. The legitimate wife was sitting there, yet he so openly suggested his granddaughter replace her position. Jiang Fei could tolerate this situation for the sake of her family and give face to Fu Yunting, but there was no need for such respect to the Chen family. Jiang Fei put down her chopsticks and responded calmly and respectfully. Chapter 82, Beyond Reproach. The Chen family, after all, is a prominent household. But today, after hearing the words of the head of the Chen family, I now understand to some extent why the Chen family has come to the point of relying on influential connections. As Jiang Fei's words left her lips, Grandpa Chen's sharp eyes immediately fell on her. Moreover, even Fu Yunting's deep-set eyes looked at her with an assessing expression. Jiang Fei ignored Fu Yunting and coldly met Grandpa Chen's gaze. She continued with a half-smile. You have your granddaughter assist my husband right in front of me. So as his lawful wife, am I to interpret this as you being disrespectful to the elderly by having your granddaughter become a third party between us? Grandpa Chen's deeply lined face clearly flashed with anger. But due to Fu Yunting's presence, he couldn't explode. He could only respond under restraint. Mrs. Fu, Qingzhu owes much to Yunting's care. Helping him out is beyond reproach. Really? Jiang Fei sneered. Your meaning is that my husband is someone who lacks even basic discernment and needs a woman to assist internally in order to continue developing the company? This sentence from Jiang Fei not only implied Fu Yunting's lack of judgment, but also placed the Chun family in a position where they couldn't easily explain or justify themselves. If Grandpa Chun went along with it, that would mean agreeing that Fu Yunting was just a useless man who relies on women for profit. If he countered it, that would equate to admitting their failure in teaching Chen Qingzhu, indicating she wasn't qualified enough to be Fu Yunting's virtuous assistant. It goes without saying that if either happened, it would confirm that Chen Qingzhu did not deserve to stay by Fu Yunting's side. Grandpa Chun was fuming due to this remark by Jiang Fei and momentarily struggled to find suitable words to refute what she said. Chen Qingzhu didn't look any better. She had always been fearful of the grandfather, and now being outwitted by Jiang Fei meant that unless she found a way to turn things around, upon returning home, she'd inevitably end up on her knees, accepting punishment. Chen Qingzhu bitterly regretted ever coming up with such a situation. If she had known it would turn out like this, no matter what earlier that morning, she would never have suggested inviting Jiang Fei to join them for lunch. Although her act of feigned virtue backfired, it left her looking extremely awkward. Her mind raced quickly, forcing her to squeeze out a smile. Mrs. Fu, there seems to be a misunderstanding. There is no one who can match Yunting's capabilities. With Mrs. Fu taking care of other matters, my contribution is merely helping in the company slightly as a token of gratitude towards him. At this moment, Chen Qingzhu finally realized how correct it was to get Madame Zhang involved. Otherwise, given Jiang Fei's sharp intellect, she would likely have outmaneuvered her again. Having achieved her purpose of making Grandpa Chun uncomfortable, Jiang Fei didn't feel the need to say anything more. Where Chen Qingzhu wanted to go was none of her business, and frankly speaking, she wouldn't mind if Chen Qingzhu stayed by Fu Yunting's side. That way, she might get a chance to leave. To leave behind someone whose heart had never truly had a place for her, and who had repeatedly humiliated her. Thinking about it, Jiang Fei's eyes dimmed gradually. If you want to work, report to the HR department of T.R tomorrow. Fu Yunting, who had been silent all along, shifted his cold gaze away from Jiang Fei, addressing Chen Qingzhu. Chen Qingzhu hadn't expected Fu Yunting to agree. The obvious tension on her face eased significantly. She readily accepted it, even sending a smug glance in Jiang Fei's direction. In this round of sparring, she won. Naturally, Jiang Fei could sense her provocative stare, but what could she do? By willingly stepping into Fu Yunting's world, no one knew whether the result would ultimately be good or bad. Being happy now seemed premature. Jiang Fei picked up her chopsticks to eat again, yet she suddenly sensed a faint chill emanating nearby. Instinctively raising her eyes, she noticed Fu Yunting's profile, his handsome face unusually darkened. Feeling uneasy, Jiang Fei lowered her gaze, reflecting on whether she shouldn't have said those things earlier. Due to Fu Yunting's incomprehensible mood, the atmosphere in the private room gradually grew oppressive. Even Grandpa Chun refrained from continuing the conversation. Everyone's silence led to the hasty end of the meal. After returning to Bei Yuan, as soon as the car door opened, Fu Yunting grabbed Jiang Fei's hand and dragged her inside the villa. The menacing aura radiating from him made Jiang Fei's heart race suddenly. Staggering up the stairs with him, once inside the room, Fu Yunting abruptly released her and slammed the door shut behind him before striding over to confront her. Do you seem delighted that Chen Qingzhu will start working at T.R? Isn't that what you hoped would happen? Jiang Fei caught her breath. Chen Qingzhu was brought in by you. Isn't it perfect that she stays by your side? Fu Yunting furrowed his brow tightly. So, seeing her linger beside me day and night brings you joy, does it? Jiang Fei laughed lightly. Or what? I already said it. I don't wish to remain by your side anymore. Now that someone can replace me, shouldn't I be glad? As Jiang Fei's smile deepened, Fu Yunting's handsome face grew increasingly dark and brooding. Fu Yunting stared at Jiang Fei intently, and Jiang Fei returned his gaze unyieldingly. After a long while, Fu Yunting suddenly sneered. Do you think Chen Qingzhu's appearance will let you leave Bei Yuan easily? Whether or not I can leave isn't up to me, is it? Jiang Fei curved her lips faintly. Fu Yunting, if you want my body, then take it, I don't care. But what about my heart? Do you still believe you can control even a bit of it? Upon hearing this, Fu Yunting's eyes clearly flickered with a complicated emotion, and his eyebrows began to knit tightly. And as Jiang Fei watched his emotions unfold, she felt a growing sense of surprise within her. She wasn't sure if she had mistaken it, but she felt that there was an unmistakable trace of irritation in Fu Yunting's gaze. This irritation had been present since the dinner gathering, and now seemed clearer than ever. Jiang Fei refused to indulge in too much speculation. After all, her previous assumptions had always ended up being both ironic and embarrassing for her. Ridding herself of these wild thoughts, Jiang Fei glanced toward the door behind Fu Yunting. It's late. If there's nothing else, would you please step out? Her words had barely fallen when Fu Yunting's emotions disappeared almost instantly from his elegant face. His gaze turned cold, and the corners of his lips lifted into a cryptic smirk. Without saying another word, he turned and left the bedroom. The door opened, then slammed shut. The heavy sound of impact did not bring Jiang Fei any peace. Instead, it added a layer of unrest to her heart. That last smile of Fu Yunting's unnerved her inexplicably. It was as though his game of toying with her had only just begun. Jiang Fei stood in place, lost in thought for quite some time. She couldn't figure out what Fu Yunting's next move might be. Finally raising her hand, She gently patted her numb cheeks. Some things simply weren't worth overthinking when they yielded no clear answer. Rather than waiting for Fu Yunting to do something even harder to handle, it would be wiser for her to start preparing and transferring anything of importance earlier. She had assumed she'd have ample time to prepare everything thoroughly. However, what Zhang Fei hadn't expected was that on the very next morning, she received a call that left her completely stunned and unable to react for a long while. Chapter 83. It's up to you. Zhang Fei suspected that she had heard wrong and asked again in a daze. What did you just say? The other party could only repeat. I said, your father owed me over 2 million yuan. Now, with interest, it has rolled up to over 3 million. He's gone. So should I ask you for this money? Zhang Fei furrowed her eyebrows tightly. If you claim my father owed you money, where is the evidence? The man spoke casually. The IOU is still in my possession. Add my contact information, and I'll show you the IOU, okay? Zhang Fei added the man as a friend, and within seconds, he sent her a photo of the IOU. The time of borrowing was just 2 days before her father passed away. The handwriting on the debtor's signature line was indeed her father's. There was also her father's ID number along with a red fingerprint imprint. Have you seen it? The man asked impatiently. If you don't believe me, take this IOU to the Judicial Bureau. They can certainly verify if the fingerprint is your father's, right? Without needing to take the IOU for verification, Zhang Fei already knew that this was her father's handwriting clearly. But why did her father owe such a large amount of money? There had never been any urgent matter in the Zhang family that required this much money. Speechless, the man's voice carried an edge of anger. You little bitch aren't thinking about dodging the debt, are you? I've checked. The villa under your father's name was transferred to you as inheritance, plus your store. Don't give me that legal nonsense. I know more than you do. If you cannot pay, then don't blame us for bothering you. I need some time. Zhang Fei forced herself to respond calmly. The man laughed coldly. Delayed for 2 years. How much longer do you plan to drag this out? You just informed me about this situation. Naturally, I need time to think of ways to handle it. All right, I'll give you 1 week. If the money isn't ready by then, you deal with it however you want. After the man hung up, Zhang Fei opened the software to check the balance on her card. The remaining balance was around 200,000 yuan, which was quite far from the 3 million needed. The funds in the shop's account were also almost entirely transferred to Zhu Qing. Even if there were any left, they wouldn't be enough to address this pressing issue. Zhang Fei nervously gripped her phone. There was no way she could recover the money Zhu Qing had given her. After all, Zhu Qing had sacrificed so much for her and even lost her job. After sitting quietly for some time, Zhang Fei hurriedly got up to wash up, preparing to go home. She dressed and quickly reached the first floor. In the living room, Chen Qingzhu was helping Fu Yunting adjust his tie collar. The intimate manner between them made it seem like they were the couple. Zhang Fei tightened her hands by her side, took a deep breath, and walked past them without a glance. After walking a few steps, Chen Qingzhu suddenly turned her head to look at her. She looked at Zhang Fei and smiled lightly, asking, Ms. Fu, you're leaving early. Are you heading out for business? The 4 words, going out for business, pierced Zhang Fei's ears unpleasantly. She didn't pay too much attention to it, not giving even a glance back, as she headed toward the door. Watching Zhang Fei close the door and leave, Chen Qingzhu looked at Fu Yunting and asked, Yunting, Ms. Fu didn't even greet you. Fu Yunting paid no attention to Chen Qingzhu's attempts to sow discord. Then Chen Qingzhu muttered as if in thought, Ms. Fu is rushing out like this. Could she have an appointment with someone? To the company later. Let assistant and take you to the personnel department. Fu Yunting swiftly interrupted Chen Qingzhu's words and stepped towards the door. Chen Qingzhu was surprised to see Fu Yunting suddenly walk away. Hadn't she misread it? Yunting's expression seemed somewhat gloomy. Zhang Fei rushed back to her own house. Zhang Shuling was sweeping in the yard. Seeing Zhang Fei rush off the car, she asked curiously, Fei, have you had breakfast yet? I'll eat later, Mom. I'm going upstairs to find something. After greeting, Zhang Fei ran to the villa. When she arrived at the second floor, Zhang Heng happened to come out of his room. Seeing Zhang Fei's figure, Zhang Heng paused in surprise. Sister, you're back? Zhang Fei opened the study door, hearing Zhang Heng's voice and responded curiously. What do you mean can return? Zhang Heng realized and shook his head hurriedly. Since Su Ningen could tell him, naturally, he wouldn't betray her trust. There's nothing. What are you looking for in the study? Zhang Fei wasn't overly concerned. She pushed the door open and said, I'm looking for Dad's phone. Zhang Heng followed Zhang Fei into the room. Why are you looking for his phone? Did something happen? Zhang Fei took the powerless mobile phone out of the drawer, plugged it in with the charger, and exhaled a little when the screen lit up. This morning, someone called me. Zhang Fei decided not to hide anything and told Zhang Heng everything. After all, if she really couldn't come up with the money by then, her only option would be to sell this villa. But Fuxiang Garden was absolutely out of the question. Zhang Heng sat down in front of her, his brows knitted seriously. How could he possibly have owed that much money? I haven't seen him lacking either. He should have been well off financially. Zhang Fei stared at her phone screen. Because I don't know the reason, that's why I came back to find his phone. I need to contact his former assistant and see if he knows anything about it. After the phone powered on, Zhang Fei searched for Jiang Jiming's number and dialed it. She waited a while before the other party picked up. Zhang Fei inquired. Uncle Jiang. Hello, this is Zhang Fei. Are you free now? Ah, it's Fei Fei. Jiang Jiming's kind voice came through. Yes, I'm free. What's the matter? Jiang Fei. Uncle Jiang, did my father borrow 2 million yuan from someone just 2 days before he passed away? I don't know. Jiang Jiming almost answered immediately after Zhang Fei had finished asking. I've got an incoming call. Let me take this first. Zhang Fei put down her phone, confusedly staring at the disconnected call interface. Jiang Heng leaned over and asked, "Did he hang up?" Jiang Fei placed her phone aside, her tone slightly heavy. "He knows but didn't say." "Then we'll go and find him." Jiang Heng stood up and said, "We can't keep coming here just for him to remain silent." Jiang Fei stood up as well, and together with Jiang Heng, they headed toward the door. After briefly greeting Jiang Shuling, Jiang Fei drove off with Jiang Heng toward the neighborhood where Jiang Jiming lived. 30 minutes later, Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng arrived at Jiang Jiming's residential area. Jiang Heng raised his hand and knocked for a good long time, but no one answered. Instead, a neighbor pushed open their door and poked their head out. The old man glanced over them for a few seconds. "Who are you looking for?" Jiang Fei turned around. "Hello, we're here to see Jiang Jiming." Chapter 84. How much more can you hang? The old man walked out of the house. Jiang Jiming's family moved away long ago, and this house has been sold. After he finished speaking, the elevator door suddenly opened, and a young couple came out, looking at Jiang Fei with confusion. "Oh, just as we were talking about them. They're back." The old man laughed and said, "Look, I sold it to these two youngsters." The young woman asked in bewilderment, "Are you looking for the previous owner?" "Yes," Jiang Heng replied. "May I ask when Mr. Jiang Jiming sold the house to you?" The young woman thought for a moment and said, "We've owned it for nearly 3 years." Jiang Fei's heart sank as she thought for a while before saying, "Sorry for disturbing you." After getting back in the car with Jiang Heng, he stared at Jiang Fei as she fastened her seatbelt. "Sis, what should we do now?" "Let's contact Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing has connections in the police department and should be able to help us find Jiang Jiming's current address." Jiang Fei took out her phone and called Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing answered quickly, yawning and asking, Fei, what are you up to so early?" Jiang Fei. "Zhuqing, could you trouble your police friends to help me find Jiang Jiming's address?" "Jiang Jiming?" Su Zhuqing searched her mind for a bit. "Your father's assistant?" "Yes. What do you need him for?" Jiang Fei casually fobbed her off. "I have some questions to ask, but I found out that he moved and his phone is unreachable." "All right," Su Zhuqing said. "I'll call you back later." While waiting, Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng had breakfast together. Jiang Heng drank soy milk and asked, "Sis, what are you going to do about repaying the 3 million yuan?" Jiang Fei lightly bit into a steamed bun. "I plan to sell the villa. I'll contact an agent later to see how much more I can hang on it." "What if it's not enough?" Guilt showed in Jiang Heng's eyes. "Sis, neither me nor mom can help you." Jiang Fei managed to crack a weak smile. "Xiao Heng, don't talk nonsense. Since dad left all his inheritance to me, naturally, I need to pay it off." Jiang Heng stayed silent, and Jiang Fei had no intention of trying to soothe her anymore. She always felt that there was something more behind this matter regarding Jiang Jiming, possibly even benefiting from it in some way. Otherwise, why would Jiang Jiming avoid answering and move so hurriedly? Jiang Fei also knew Jiang Jiming's salary and had heard about his family situation. His wife had diabetes and frequently needed dialysis, making finances tight for him. Given that, where did he get the money to buy a new house? Was it perhaps a simpler one? Before Jiang Fei could figure it out, Su Zhuqing's call came through. Jiang Fei quickly picked up her phone and answered, "How's it going? Did you find anything?" Su Zhuqing teased over the phone. "Jiang Jiming seems pretty wealthy, moving to Jiang and waterfront." Jiang Fei's eyebrows tightened instantly, her suspicion becoming even more certain. "Zhuqing, send me the detailed building and apartment number." "All right, would you like me to accompany you?" "No need, Xiao Heng's here." After hanging up, Su Zhuqing sent the detailed address to Jiang Fei's phone. After breakfast, Jiang Fei then set off once again with Jiang Heng to Jiang Jiming's house. This time, they just happened to meet Jiang Jiming pushing his wife out of their house near their building. Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng quickly approached, blocking them from both front and back. Upon recognizing Jiang Fei, Jiang Jiming's expression drastically changed. "Peaches, Fei, why are you still following me here? This isn't the place to talk, Uncle Jiang," Jiang Fei sternly said. "I also don't want to make a scene outside your new home." After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Jiming decided to invite Jiang Fei upstairs for a short visit. In the living room, Jiang Fei glanced at Jiang Jiming's wife sitting in a wheelchair. She had met her before, and at that time, her complexion already looked unhealthy. But seeing her again today, it wasn't merely physical issues. Her mental state seemed problematic as well. Jiang Jiming poured water for Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng respectively. Seeing Jiang Fei's gaze on his wife, he sat down and sighed. "She suffers greatly, developing Alzheimer's from all the torment." Jiang Fei faintly responded with a hum, and then directly addressed the topic. "Uncle Jiang, I don't want to beat around the bush. Please tell me honestly about my father's matter." Jiang Jiming stared at the water on the table, his face stiffening slightly. "Do you think I should know anything? Moving to Jiang and waterfront costs a lot of money, right?" Jiang Fei gave another glance at Jiang Jiming's wife. "Yishui's medical expenses must have also cost a lot." Jiang Jiming nodded. "That's correct, it didn't cost less, but all the money came from the demolition compensation in my hometown. As for your father's matter, I truly don't know much. Is it that you know little, or you don't want to say?" Jiang Fei also didn't want to question too much about the money. After all, if someone wanted to lie, no one could stop them, and asking more would be meaningless. Jiang Jiming let out a shallow laugh and looked up, saying, "I really don't know a lot of things. I only know that your father hurriedly went out one afternoon and never came back to Fuxiangyuan again. For a few days, when I called, there was no answer. And then, your father suddenly found out he had cancer and passed away in less than half a month. You know this too." Suddenly, Jiang Fei's mind flashed with the image of the fat woman coming to the store to make trouble and adjust the surveillance. In the surveillance, her father indeed left in a hurry after answering a call, but she was unclear about the subsequent situations and struggled to recall what she was doing at that time. As for whether there is any debt or not, I don't know either, so please don't ask me anymore. After Jiang Jiming finished speaking, he stood up and said, "Finish your drink before leaving. I need to push my wife out to get some sunshine." "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Jiang Heng stood up as well, his eyes staring intently at Jiang Jiming. "After just 5 minutes of talking, you want to leave? Isn't that being guilty?" Jiang Jiming helplessly looked at Jiang Heng. "No matter what, if I don't know something, I simply don't know. If you insist on getting something out of me, then I can only say, either beat me to death, or I know nothing." Just as Jiang Heng was about to speak again, Jiang Fei suddenly stood up and interrupted him. "We won't stay long today, but Uncle Jiang, you've been by my father's side for decades. You should know what kind of person he was." Jiang Fei took a deep breath and glanced at Jiang Jiming's chest. "If you think keeping quiet will keep your conscience from suffering, then please continue to hold your stance." After finishing, Jiang Fei said to Jiang Heng, "Xiao Heng, let's go." Jiang Heng couldn't help but glare at Jiang Jiming before following Jiang Fei's steps and leaving. After returning to the car, Jiang Heng couldn't help but remind her, "Sis, he is obviously deceiving you." Chapter 85. He's about to lose his life. "I know." Jiang Fei responded calmly. "Then why are you leaving?" "Why shouldn't I leave?" Jiang Fei adjusted the windshield wipers. "He's already made it clear. Either he dies, or he knows nothing." "Xiao Heng, why don't you consider what that means?" After calming down and thinking for a while, realization dawned on Jiang Heng, and his eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Fei. "He's been threatened." Jiang Fei nodded. "Yeah, that person's ability intimidates him. He has to choose between life or loyalty. Unless what?" Jiang Fei turned her gaze toward Jiang Heng, her eyes calm, like still water. "He himself is about to lose his life." "Huh? Are you kidding me at this moment?" Jiang Heng suddenly laughed with anger from what Jiang Fei had said. Jiang Fei smiled with her eyes. "The atmosphere was too heavy. We need to relieve some of the pressure. How could you not be anxious at a time like this?" Jiang Heng sighed. "Sis, you're just too easygoing." Jiang Fei didn't respond, silently putting on her seatbelt with a smile that did not reach her eyes, then started the car. As details of their father's affairs were gradually uncovered, she always felt there was an invisible thread tying everything together behind the scenes. Whoever was pulling these strings, she didn't know yet. But her intuition told her, this person had grudges against the Jiang family, vowing not to stop until they brought ruin to the family. Jiang Fei did not drive back home. Instead, she took Jiang Heng to see Su Ningen. When preparing the flower room before, she had asked Su Ningen to get another set of equipment ready. This equipment should now be nearly perfected. In the residential complex, Su Ningen led Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng to her basement. Within 2 short days, Su Ningen had prepared all the necessities for the flower room. Even the dampness of the basement couldn't be easily detected within the flower room. "How about it, Ms. Jiang?" Su Ningen's eyes sparkled, circling around Jiang Fei as if waiting for praise. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Although it was in the basement, its level of security would definitely remain hidden from Fu Yunting. Indeed, Ms. Jiang is intelligent. Su Ningen patted the 4-tier glass cabinet beside her. If you hadn't foreseen the problem so early, it wouldn't have been possible to prepare the basement thoroughly in such a short time. Jiang Fei slowly walked around the glass display cabinets. "It's never wrong to be prepared for unforeseen issues. But from now on, I may not be able to come often. If Ms. Jiang doesn't come, isn't there still little Mr. Jiang?" Su Ningen tilted her chin toward Jiang Heng. Not knowing the full context of setting up a flower room in the basement, Jiang Heng cast a suspicious look at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had no choice but to briefly explain the situation with Old Master Hua to Jiang Heng. At the same time, she mentioned Zhou Si-cheng. After all, without him connecting the dots, their success would have been impossible. "Then I'll take care of these flowers," Jiang Heng volunteered. "Sis, teach me the knowledge about flowers you've learned. I will help take good care of them." Jiang Fei refused with a shake of her head. "No, you'll go to school soon. You can't let studies fall by the wayside because of this. When little Mr. Jiang is in class, I'll take care of the flowers," Su Ningen chimed in. "Ms. Jiang, rest assured, the two of us surely can't fail at taking care of flowers." Unable to resist the joint persuasion, Jiang Fei finally agreed. In the afternoon, after dropping off Jiang Heng at home, Jiang Fei went directly to the bank and consulted the situation. She decided to put up their villa as collateral. The villa's value was around 6 million yuan, and they could secure a loan of 3 million. However, the amount repaid each month would be quite significant. In 3 days, Jiang Fei had properly arranged the financial matter. After making an appointment with the other party for both time and location, she carried her bank card to meet at the cafe. Soon after Jiang Fei arrived, a bald man followed shortly and sat opposite her. As Jiang Fei took out her bank card, she was ready to ask for the IOU when the bald man opened his mouth nonchalantly. "Not in a hurry. I still don't know if there's money in your bank account. After we go to the bank, I'll give you the IOU." Jiang Fei thought it over. Since the password for the bank card was still in her possession, this man would find it hard to do anything sneaky. She could go to the bank now, but she still wanted to ask a few questions. "You must ask borrowers about their situations, right?" Jiang Fei poured a glass of juice for the bald man and pushed it toward him. The bald man stared at Jiang Fei with a strange look. "There's an old saying, talk sense with humans and nonsense with ghosts. Haven't you heard it?" Jiang Fei furrowed her brows slightly. "No matter what you say, unless you tell me, how am I supposed to know whether my father told the truth? I'm repaying with more than 3 million yuan. At the very least, I need to know what my father initially said to you before borrowing the money." Why do you care so much? The bald man's fleshy face contorted, clearly showing his impatience as he said, what obligation do I have to tell you these things? Jiang Fei tightened her grip on the cup in her hand. 2 million yuan loan. Interest rolled up to 1 million yuan, making it a total of 3 million yuan. Isn't this usury? I am fully within my rights to report this matter to the police and just repay the principal. The only reason I don't want to cause trouble is because I really want to know, what was my father's reasoning behind doing this? The bald man seemed completely unfazed by whether Jiang Fei would call the police or not. He took the cigarette stuck behind his ear and placed it in his mouth. Report me to the police? The bald man gestured toward the window. Go ahead. Do it right now. Jiang Fei stared at him intently. I just want to know, what exactly did my father tell you people? If it's such a simple matter, why won't you tell me? The bald man grinned, speaking slowly with an air of provocation. As a lender, I have every right to keep client details confidential. His words and mannerisms clearly caused a surge of anger to rise in Jiang Fei's mind. No news from Jiang Jiming's side, and no information gained from here either. Could her father's affairs simply vanish without a trace like this? But I might as well give you a little warning. The bald man leaned forward, propping his arms on the table. Don't try to dig too deep. Even if you find out, there's nothing you can do. Jiang Fei frowned deeply. Was it a man or a woman? Who cares if it was a man or woman? The bald man shifted the cigarette in his mouth. So, are you going to pay up or not? After several moments of inner struggle, Jiang Fei ultimately decided to resolve this money issue first before doing anything else. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the bank. Jiang Fei tightly clutched the IOU in her hand, watching as the bald man nonchalantly sat into his car and drove away, leaving her with a mix of emotions. Once his car disappeared, Jiang Fei finally re-examined the IOU carefully. She scrutinized it for quite a while, and her expression gradually grew serious. Chapter 86. Did you remember anything? She quickly put the IOU away and drove to Star River Bay. In the villa, Jiang Heng was squatting by the side of Jiang Shuling, helping to remove the yellowing weeds in the yard. Jiang Shuling threw the weeds in her hand into the trash can. Xiao Heng, didn't you ask me last time if your father had been in contact with me? Hearing this, Jiang Heng suddenly looked up at Jiang Shuling. Did you remember anything? Jiang Shuling continued cutting grass with the sickle. If it weren't for weeding, I probably wouldn't have remembered. He mentioned a kind of herb to me back then. Wujusu. Wujusu. Jiang Heng was utterly confused. That's it? Just 3 words. That's right. Jiang Shuling echoed him, equally baffled. I thought he was doing some record keeping and accidentally sent it to me, so I didn't pay much attention. Jiang Heng mulled over these 3 words for a long time, but couldn't figure out what they meant. After finishing cutting the last batch of weeds, Jiang Shuling and Jiang Heng stood up just as they saw Jiang Fei drive into the courtyard. After parking her car, Jiang Fei rushed into the villa without noticing the two standing in the corner of the yard. Seeing this, Jiang Heng handed his things to Jiang Shuling. Mom, I'll go check on my sister. He followed Jiang Fei into the study. Seeing Jiang Fei rummaging through the drawers, Jiang Heng curiously asked, Sister, what are you looking for? Jiang Fei, too absorbed in what she was doing, got startled by Jiang Heng's voice. She glanced up at him and said, I'm looking for Dad's notebook. Looking for a notebook? Before Jiang Heng could fully process that, Jiang Fei had already taken out a brown-red notebook and placed it on the table. She pulled the chair behind her, sat down, and took out the IOU from her pocket, carefully comparing the handwriting on the IOU with the names written in the notebook. Jiang Heng leaned closer. You got the IOU back? Jiang Fei responded breathlessly. Xiao Heng, come take a look. Can you see any issues? Jiang Heng carefully compared the 2 sets of names. It seems, the handwriting on the IOU has some trembling pauses? Jiang Fei's expression turned serious. Exactly. So is it possible that father didn't owe money but was forced to owe 2 million yuan? What about bank statements? Jiang Heng asked urgently. Jiang Fei raised her hand to rub her temples. Useless. Banks only store 6 months' worth of transaction records, and it's been years since then. Is there any other information? After pausing for a moment, Jiang Fei recounted her conversation with the bald man to Jiang Heng. Not strong enough to fight. Jiang Heng frowned deeply. Everyone father knows is either influential or wealthy. We're not strong enough to take on any of them. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. As they were talking, Jiang Fei's phone rang suddenly. Seeing it was Su Zhuqing's call, she pressed answer. Zhuqing, where are you? Su Zhuqing's tone was evidently excited. I've already chosen the location for my office today. Let's celebrate. I'm at home. Jiang Fei calmed herself. Give me the address, and I'll be there shortly. Good. I'm getting ready to leave now, hurry up. The call ended, and Su Zhuqing sent the office building address to Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei was about to get up and leave, Jiang Heng stood up beside her, saying, Sister, let me go with you. Jiang Fei thought for a while. All right, let's go together. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Su Zhuqing's studio. Due to no office supplies being introduced yet, the entire floor looked unusually empty. The noise at the door caught Su Zhuqing peeking out from her office. Seeing Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng, she smiled and waved them over. Over here, over here. Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng walked over, and when they reached the doorway, they saw Su Zhuqing had ordered dishes covering a large table, the aroma filling the entire office. How about it? Su Zhuqing grinned, walking towards the floor-to-ceiling window and pointing outside. Isn't the view great here? Jiang Fei followed her to the window and glanced outside. When she saw a familiar skyscraper in the distance, she paused slightly. Isn't the building across the street Fu Yunting's company? It's his company. Su Zhuqing rolled her eyes. Precisely because I can see his company from here. That's why I chose this place. Jiang Fei turned her head and looked at Su Zhuqing, whose brows expressed distaste. Are you reminding yourself? What else? Su Zhuqing snorted coldly. Thanks to him, I have to start all over again. Jiang Fei lowered her gaze slightly. I'm sorry, Zhuqing. This has nothing to do with you. Su Zhuqing patted Jiang Fei's shoulder. Some people are just despicable. Why would you take the blame for their actions? Before Jiang Fei could respond, Jiang Heng, who was sitting on the chair, spoke up. Sis Zhuqing, you know a lot of people. Can I ask you something? Su Zhuqing pulled Jiang Fei to sit down beside Jiang Heng. Sure, what is it? Jiang Heng glanced at Jiang Fei as she picked up her drink. Who do you think are the toughest people to mess with in Jiang City? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei furrowed her brow slightly and looked at Jiang Heng. But Jiang Heng kept his gaze fixed on Su Zhuqing, who was deep in thought. After a few seconds of deliberation, Su Zhuqing said, Fu Yunting is definitely one of them. Besides him, there's the Jiang family and the Zhou family. I believe these three families are the hardest to deal with. We all know about Grandpa Jiang from the military district, and then there's the Zhou family, the president of Jiangxing Hospital. The reason he's untouchable is because his power base is too strong. However, if we're talking about influence and wealth, neither of these two families can rival Fu Yunting. Though I detest Fu Yunting, his abilities still command respect. The Jiang family, the Zhou family. Jiang Fei contemplated what Su Zhuqing had said. Neither of these families had any ties with theirs. They hadn't even come to offer incense. Suddenly, the image of Zhou Xiqing popped into Jiang Fei's mind. Zhou Xiqing showed up at the business gala, so his identity must not be simple. Could he possibly be from the Zhou family? By the way, why are you asking this? Su Zhuqing's eyes darted between the two of them. Did something happen? Jiang Fei hurriedly explained. No, Xiaoheng is just randomly asking for fun. Do I not know Xiaoheng's personality? Su Zhuqing crossed her arms and leaned back against the chair, her expression serious as she scrutinized them. All right, spill it. What's really going on? Jiang Heng knew Jiang Fei didn't want to say anything, but the current situation required more help if they wanted to find out the truth quickly. In concise terms, Jiang Heng explained. Our father was forced to write a 2 million yuan IOU. The other party told my sister not to investigate further, saying we couldn't fight back. Su Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. 2 million. Jiang Heng nodded. With the interest, it rolled over to 3 million. 3 million. Su Zhuqing abruptly raised her voice. It's obviously high-interest lending. Chapter 87. Not much time left. Su Zhuqing looked at Jiang Fei. You paid back this money? Jiang Fei was unpacking a pair of disposable chopsticks. Yeah, I paid it all back. Where did you get so much money? Su Zhuqing said in frustration. Even if you had it, you shouldn't have paid it back like this. You should have told me. I could have helped you with a lawsuit. Jiang Fei placed the unpacked chopsticks in front of Su Zhuqing. I didn't want to attract too much trouble. That person doesn't seem easy to deal with, and I heard there's some powerful backing behind them. Sometimes it's better to know when to stop. Su Zhuqing opened her mouth, but couldn't find any words to counter Jiang Fei's statement. Not to mention strangers. Just one Fu Yunting has already thrown their lives into chaos. By the way, suddenly, Jiang Heng turned to look at Jiang Fei and said, before father passed away, he sent mom a message, Wu Zhusu. Wu Zhusu. Jiang Fei thought about it for a moment. There isn't even Wu Zhusu among the ingredients for making incense. Su Zhuqing asked in surprise. Then what do these three characters mean? Jiang Fei thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what her father's intention was behind these three words. After a while, Jiang Fei asked Jiang Heng, when did this happen? Jiang Heng said, Mom doesn't remember exactly when, and the messages were deleted as well. But it probably wasn't very long before father passed away. Jiang Fei tightened her grip on the chopsticks, her expression growing increasingly troubled. Father wouldn't send messages to anyone for no reason, sometimes not even speaking a word in an entire day. If that was the case, then what did he mean by sending these three characters to mother just before his death? Her thoughts were interrupted when Su Zhuqing handed her a piece of spare rib. Su Zhuqing said, stop overthinking for now, let's focus on eating. As Jiang Fei stuffed the spare rib into her mouth, Pei Tong's call came through. Jiang Fei put down her chopsticks and quickly answered, hello. Pei Tong. Jiang Fei, I've brought back the things you asked for. Where are you now? I'll deliver them to you wherever you are. Are all the items from the materials list here? Jiang Fei hurriedly stuffed 2 more bites of rice into her mouth. Yeah. Pei Tong laughed. If I can't handle such a small matter, how could I dare agree to your request? Jiang Fei responded indistinctly. Wait for me outside the shop. Give me 20 minutes. Pei Tong paused. Are you eating? Jiang Fei swallowed the food. Wait for me a bit. You take your time. It's no rush. I'll grab something to eat while waiting. All right. After hanging up, Su Zhuqing asked while eating, what's up with Pei Tong? Jiang Fei briefly explained the matter of asking Pei Tong to bring medicinal herbs to Su Zhuqing. In response, Su Zhuqing hurriedly served Jiang Fei some dishes, urging her to finish and go. After finishing, Jiang Fei left Jiang Heng temporarily in Su Zhuqing's office and went to find Pei Tong alone. After she left, Jiang Heng turned to Su Zhuqing and pleaded, Sister Zhuqing, my sister is someone who keeps her worries to herself. Su Zhuqing caught Jiang Heng's implication. Kid, why don't you directly say that you want me to help investigate your father's matters instead of beating around the bush? She picked up a drink and poured Jiang Heng a cup. Anyway, your father passed away 3 years ago. Investigating some things will be difficult and inevitably time-consuming. Jiang Heng nodded. I understand. Just tell me if there's anything I can help with. Su Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, then smiled. All right, you've grown up. You know what I mean. Jiang Heng sat quietly, waiting for Su Zhuqing to continue. Su Zhuqing placed the drink in front of Jiang Heng, then poured herself a cup. After drinking a couple of sips, she sighed. I remember that your father's phone seems to still be in your sister's possession, right? Jiang Heng nodded. My sister knows where it's kept. Good, then that's settled. Bring the phone over to me tomorrow, and I'll have a friend of mine check the previous call logs. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow slightly. Has it been too long? Can it really be traced? Su Zhuqing laughed twice. When there's money involved, nothing is impossible. How much will it cost? You don't need to pay for it. Just follow my instructions for the next steps, and we'll be fine. When Jiang Fei arrived at the store entrance, Pei Tong had already finished eating and was waiting by the door. Jiang Fei walked hastily up to him. Pei Tong, sorry for keeping you waiting. As soon as Pei Tong saw Jiang Fei, his face lit up with a smile, handsome and clean-cut, exuding a sense of youthful innocence. Jiang Fei stared at him for a moment, and even today, upon seeing Pei Tong's face, it was hard for her to believe that someone like him would cheat. Fifi. Pei Tong waved at Jiang Fei, indicating for her to go towards the trunk. Jiang Fei followed Pei Tong to the back of the car, and Pei Tong opened the trunk. 4 large cardboard boxes appeared in front of Jiang Fei, each labeled with the name of a different medicinal herb. Pei Tong carried one of the cardboard boxes and asked, Where should I put these things? Jiang Fei took out her keys and said, Put them in the warehouse. I'll open the door first. After opening the door, both of them carried the herbs into the warehouse and carefully placed them down. Jiang Fei then began to inspect them one by one. The goods were purchased from a reputable herbal medicine company, and on the bags was printed the name of Jiangxing Herbal Medicine Company. Jiang Fei stared at the bags thoughtfully, while Pei Tong looked at the bag and then turned his gaze toward Jiang Fei. Is there anything wrong? Is something off with the herbs? Jiang Fei shook her head and set the herbs down. No, they're fine. There's no issue with this company's herbs. Pei Tong scratched his nose bridge with his finger. That's good. For a moment, I thought they wouldn't be usable. Jiang Fei took out her phone. How much do I owe you? I'll transfer the money. No, it's not that much. Pei Tong declined hastily. And considering our past relationship, Pei Tong. Jiang Fei interrupted him, speaking firmly. We deal with things separately. No talk about the past. Seeing Jiang Fei's determination, Pei Tong reluctantly took out his phone. He knew if he didn't agree, he probably wouldn't even be able to leave Fragrant Courtyard that day. 3,000. Pei Tong stated a figure. Jiang Fei transferred 4,000 smoothly. 1,000 is for your help. Thank you. Pei Tong furrowed his brows subtly, but relaxed quickly after that, silently putting his phone away. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Pei Tong suggested. Not tonight, I'm busy. I still have many orders to catch up on. Jiang Fei excused herself because she had to visit Mr. Hua in the afternoon to ask him to check the situation of the basement greenhouse. Are you still hung up on what happened before? Pei Tong's face clearly showed signs of worry. Can we just move on from that thing? Let it go. Chapter 88. Never to speak again until death. Jiang Fei stopped her movement. Pei Tong, once something happens, it happens. There's no way that just saying moving on will make it all go away. It's like my father passing away. He's gone. And can I simply move past this? When I come home, will my father still be there? Pei Tong, with disappointment, lowered his innocent big eyes. Sorry, Jiang Fei. I made everything too simple. I thought as long as I explained clearly, you would forgive me. Jiang Fei let out a light sigh. It's not about forgiveness or unforgiveness. We can never go back to how we were before. Pei Tong remained solemn for a long while before raising his head, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he asked, There's no way we couldn't even remain friends, right? If we weren't friends, would I have asked for your help in getting medicinal herbs? Jiang Fei smiled faintly in response. I would never cut ties completely. Jiang Fei's answer made Pei Tong momentarily stunned. Then a smile appeared on his lips as he said, I knew it. If it hadn't been for someone interfering, how could you possibly ignore me? Even though Jiang Fei spoke like this, she still maintained a certain distance and boundary from Pei Tong. She didn't really care for overly sentimental drama where one acted like an enemy after breaking up. The more people you know, the more valuable connections you create. That was the lesson her father taught her. After Pei Tong left, Jiang Fei prepared everything she needed for the night, and then set off to pick up Grandpa Hua. When she arrived, Jiang Fei saw Zhou Sicheng's car. She stared at it for a few seconds before entering the greenhouse to look for Grandpa Hua. But before she could find him, she heard cheerful laughter coming from the tea room. Jiang Fei followed the sound toward the tea room, and her footsteps caught the attention of the 2 men sitting inside, who turned their heads to look at her. Upon seeing her, Zhou Sicheng stood up smiling. Looks like I bet right. Jiang Fei greeted Grandpa Hua briefly before responding to Zhou Sicheng. What do you mean by that? Zhou Sicheng gestured with a please motion inviting Jiang Fei to sit down. He slowly poured tea for Jiang Fei. The elder mentioned that you probably wouldn't be able to come for a while, yet the young lady insisted confidently that she would make time to learn flower arranging. But then I didn't see you for days. Jiang Fei looked apologetically at Grandpa Hua. Elder, I've been preoccupied with matters recently. Please bear with me. This kid has already explained your situation to me. Grandpa Hua sipped his tea gently. Your circumstances are special, and I'm not incapable of understanding. Jiang Fei glanced questioningly at Zhou Sicheng. She hadn't contacted him during this period, so how could he possibly know her situation? What exactly did he tell Elder Hua to explain her absence? Zhou Sicheng placed the teacup in front of Jiang Fei and calmly explained, I saw you with a bald man outside the bank. At that moment, you were holding a slip of paper, and your expression wasn't too good. Jiang Fei awkwardly shifted her gaze. There were some tricky things happening at home these few days, so I've been running around trying to resolve them. She didn't expect that in such a large Jiang city, she'd still encounter him at the same place. How is the preparation for the greenhouse going? Grandpa Hua interrupted their conversation. Jiang Fei quickly took out her phone and showed the photos she had taken to Grandpa Hua. Elder, everything is ready, just waiting for you to inspect it. Grandpa Hua picked up the phone and casually flipped through a few photos, then looked up over his reading glasses. Where is this place? Basement. Jiang Fei didn't try to hide anything. My situation might be complicated to explain fully in a few words, but when I get a chance, I'll definitely tell you, Elder. Grandpa Hua, as if lost in thought, handed the phone back to Jiang Fei. Flowers, as living beings, will grow well wherever they are, as long as you take proper care of them. Judging by the equipment shown in the pictures, it looks sufficiently equipped, so I don't need to visit personally. Jiang Fei was somewhat surprised. Does this mean it's past inspection? Grandpa Hua placed his teacup next to Zhou Si-cheng. As for flower cultivation, this kid hasn't shied away from helping you learn these past few days. In the future, let him teach you. Jiang Fei, astonished, looked at Zhou Si-cheng. Dr. Zhou, these are trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Zhou Si-cheng interrupted Jiang Fei and smiled. These few days I'm on annual leave, with nothing else to do. It's a good opportunity to gain some insight. Jiang Fei didn't know what to say. She now owed Dr. Zhou favor after favor, and had no idea how to repay them. Even a meal or two likely wouldn't clear the debt. After hearing a few instructions from Grandpa Hua about the details of flower cultivation, Jiang Fei bid farewell and walked out of the greenhouse with Dr. Zhou. Outside the greenhouse, Jiang Fei hesitated behind Dr. Zhou for a moment before speaking up. Dr. Zhou, I don't know how to thank you for your repeated help, but I sincerely want to express my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhou turned around. Seeing the guilt on Jiang Fei's face, Zhou Si-cheng smiled lightly and countered. If I'm not mistaken, you've already agreed that we can be friends. Even as friends, I shouldn't keep letting you help like this. You never asked me for help. Zhou Si-cheng glanced toward the flower house behind Jiang Fei, where the lights were creating a dazzling display. All of this is something I chose to do on my own. You don't need to feel so burdened. Zhou Si-cheng's voice was clear and gentle, always able to soothe the ripples in Jiang Fei's heart. Jiang Fei's lips curved into a slight smile. In the future, I'll have to ask Dr. Zhou more about learning how to grow flowers. All right, Zhou Si-cheng turned sideways and said, when you have time, reach out to me. I'm going back now since my vacation is over, and I have surgery tonight. Drive carefully. You too. Jiang Fei got into her car and drove away, but what she didn't know was that by the wall of the greenhouse, a black Rolls-Royce was parked quietly. Chen Qingzhu watched as Jiang Fei's car disappeared into the distance before turning to Fu Yunting, who looked somewhat sullenly handsome. She voiced her concern softly. Yunting, perhaps Mrs. Fu didn't come here for a date. Don't think too much about it. As soon as Chen Qingzhu finished speaking, assistant and sitting in the driver's seat couldn't help but glance at her. He then refocused his gaze on Fu Yunting's face, where a dark storm was gradually forming in his eyes. It wasn't cold in late autumn, certainly not inside the car. Yet at this moment, he felt an icy chill creeping up from his feet to envelop his entire body, sharp and bone-chilling. An hour ago, upon receiving news of Mrs. Fu's whereabouts, Mr. Fu had immediately left the meeting with Chen Qingzhu in tow. In the past, Mr. Fu would merely instruct someone else to keep tabs on his wife, but now he had personally followed along. This change in behavior was something assistant and hadn't fully comprehended. Fu Yunting slightly narrowed his eyes, filled with coldness, and commanded sharply, follow her and see what she plans to do. With no other choice, assistant and drove, keeping Jiang Fei's car within sight at a moderate distance. Chen Qingzhu, seated next to Fu Yunting, felt her heart race uncontrollably upon hearing those words. Though she hadn't interacted with many men, she still had some understanding of their thoughts. Chapter 89, Retribution. Ever since Yunting said he would bring Jiang Fei back, she had noticed that his feelings for her had subtly changed. Not much, but there was a change. Now, upon hearing that Jiang Fei had gone to a remote place, he had even abandoned an important meeting to come check on the situation. Seeing her coming out with a man, his face turned visibly unpleasant. Could this not be concern? Chen Qingzhu bit her palm fiercely with her nails. The only thing she could do now was to seize the opportunity to stay by Yunting's side. But could this be achieved merely by being vigilant day and night? If she couldn't guard both her body and heart, she would end up losing sooner or later. After trailing them all the way, she finally stopped when she saw Jiang Fei enter Fushan Yuan. An assistant looked into the rearview mirror. Mr. Fu, should we wait for Madam to come out, or leave first? Before he finished speaking, Fu Yunting had already pushed open the car door and got out. When Chen Qingzhu saw this, she was about to get out too, but an assistant quickly reminded her. In this situation, Miss Chun had better not go. Chen Qingzhu paused her movement and frowned at an assistant. What do you mean by that? To say something blunt, Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu are still husband and wife. Mr. Fu is angry right now, and if Miss Chun gets involved too much, no matter which side she stands on, she will suffer herself. Chen Qingzhu glared at him angrily. Which side does assistant stand on? Next to our Mr. Fu or next to Mrs. Fu? An assistant did not say more, just left behind 5 words. I speak the truth. Chen Qingzhu, unsure of how much truth was in an assistant's words, forced herself to calm down and decided not to continue going in. This wasn't the time to cause discord. Instead, she needed to think about how to make Yunting actively kick Jiang Fei out of Beiyuan. Thinking over and over again, Chen Qingzhu fixed her eyes on her mobile phone. An assistant didn't care what Chen Qingzhu thought. What he was worried about now was whether Mr. Fu's anger would put the madam in danger once again. After struggling mentally for a while, an assistant decided to get out of the car and check the situation. Inside Fushan Yuan, Jiang Fei walked into the studio, washed her hands, and was preparing to grind medicinal powder when the studio door was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Fei trembled all over from shock and quickly turned around. A familiar presence immediately scattered before her. The next second, her neck was tightly grabbed by the man in front of her who was radiating an ominous aura. Repeatedly mingling with Zhou Sikong. Unable to meet at night, so you switched to daytime meetings, huh? Jiang Fei, you have quite some skills. Looking at Fu Yunting's handsome face twisted in shadowy menace, Jiang Fei's heart suddenly made a thud. What startled her was not being found out by Fu Yunting for being together with Zhou Sikong. Instead, she feared that Grandpa Hua's greenhouse would be tampered with by Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei raised her hand to resist, but Fu Yunting slapped it away. So you like Zhou Sikong that much, liking him to the point of running to the town for private meetings? Jiang Fei stared at Fu Yunting, whose eyes were filled with fury, and managed to speak with difficulty. Even if, so what? If not, so what? What gives you the right to monitor me repeatedly? Fu Yunting approached Jiang Fei, his fiery breath splashing inch by inch on Jiang Fei's face. As if ablaze, ready to burn her up entirely at any moment. The coldness in his eyes seemed genuine. If you wish to reach a point where everyone isolates you, I can fulfill your desire. Jiang Fei mustered all her strength to break free from Fu Yunting's clutches. She held her sore throat and took a couple of steps back, leaning heavily on the table to breathe deeply. Do you think that your threats repeated many times will make me retreat easily? Jiang Fei clenched her teeth. No matter what flood or storm is ahead, if there's even a sliver of opportunity, I will absolutely grab it and leave from your side. They say giving a dog a little benefit will make it wag its tail and beg. But you aren't even worth a dog. Jiang Fei's furious roar made an assistant, standing at the doorway, almost choke on his own heartbeat. His heart was pounding furiously as he turned around to step in to mediate, but he was ultimately too late. Fu Yunting had already been provoked into anger by Jiang Fei's words. He kicked over all the bottles on the cabinet. Glass shattered as they hit the ground, scattering shards everywhere. With the crash, dust from the medicinal powders inside quickly rose up. Jiang Fei's gaze abruptly tightened, her chest throbbing with sharp pain. Among those containers weren't just a month's worth of emerald vine pure dew, but also the fragrance-shaping ointment passed down by ancestors of the Jiang family. Producing a single jar of the fragrance-shaping ointment required not only exorbitant costs for materials and preparation, but the process alone could take nearly a year. With one kick from Fu Yunting, he had destroyed all her stock accumulated over years, and her orders were inevitably postponed indefinitely. Jiang Fei's eyes gradually turned bloodshot as she stared at Fu Yunting. In that moment when anger overwhelmed reason, she grabbed the scissors beside her and plunged them fiercely toward Fu Yunting's chest. Fu Yunting hadn't expected Jiang Fei to act this way. Just as her scissors were about to touch his chest, he kicked her, causing her to stumble back repeatedly. Jiang Fei stumbled several times and eventually fell onto the shattered bottles. The glass shards pierced into her flesh, sending sharp pains coursing through every nerve in her body. Biting her lower lip tightly, Jiang Fei endured the excruciating pain. Her blurred vision fell upon the scattered materials on the floor. Her grip on the scissors gradually tightened as a low, muffled chuckle emerged from her throat. Fu Yunting watched Jiang Fei with cold severity, complex emotions clearly flashing in his eyes. A strange vibration resonated in his chest. I haven't done anything wrong. Jiang Fei slowly supported herself to rise, laughing despairingly. I haven't done anything wrong. She raised her hand, torn and bleeding profusely, and wiped away the unrelenting tears forcefully. The mixture of tears and blood left a horrifying streak across her face. Smelling the iron tang of her own blood, Jiang Fei swayed but stood up, her gaze locked onto Fu Yunting, filled with unrestrained hatred. Does torturing me make you feel good inside? Step by step, she moved forward slowly, stopping only when she was right in front of Fu Yunting. You are precious. You have boundless power, and yet you keep using your status to harm me. Have I killed someone dear to you? Have I taken away your beloved ones, so you must do this to me? Jiang Fei grabbed the front of Fu Yunting's shirt, crimson blood immediately soaking through his white shirt. With wild, distorted eyes, she sneered cruelly. Answer me, Fu Yunting. Tell me, why, when I have no fault, can you not leave me alone? Chapter 90, closing for a while. Jiang Fei's words made Assistant N's eyes pop wide open. However, before he could call out Mrs., the aura around Fu Yunting instantly changed. His gaze turned sharp as he grabbed Jiang Fei's hair and slammed her head into the wall with force. The dull sound of the collision left Jiang Fei nearly dizzy and disoriented. Her body instinctively resisted, bracing against the wall with both hands. But Fu Yunting wouldn't give her even the slightest chance to escape. He pressed her face tightly against the wall, squeezing her facial features mercilessly. His sinister voice cut through the air, chilling her to the bone. Jiang Fei, if you want to die, I can help you achieve that. But before you die, I will ensure your entire family never finds peace. Fu Yunting's grip only tightened further, as if intending to snap Jiang Fei's neck. Fortunately, it only lasted for a dozen seconds before Fu Yunting let go in disdain, then turned around and left the studio without a word. Assistant and stared at Jiang Fei slowly sliding down the wall for quite a while, then sighed and followed Fu Yunting out. Not long after they left, the overcast sky began pouring down a heavy rain. The pitter-patter of the rain was clear and audible, gradually enveloping Jiang Fei sitting alone on the ground under the darkening, gloomy sky. Without knowing how long she had sat there, she finally managed to rise up from her weak posture, numbly cleaning up the mess in the studio. The mobile phone on the table vibrated repeatedly for a long time until it finally stilled. Half an hour later, hurried footsteps approached the entrance of the studio. Jiang Fei, seated on the chair motionlessly, glanced sideways and stiffly lifted her head. Seeing Jiang Fei covered in blood and appearing disheveled and bedraggled, Su Zhuqing and Jiang Heng's pupils constricted sharply. Fei. Su Zhuqing paused in shock for a moment before quickly stepping forward toward Jiang Fei. Upon getting closer, in the dim light, she could see the red swelling on Jiang Fei's forehead and the cuts on her body. Su Zhuqing's eyes immediately watered. Fei, what exactly happened? Jiang Fei's lips quivered slightly, her voice hoarse. Nothing. Do you really think nothing is wrong? Tears streamed down Su Zhuqing's face filled with heartache. Was it Fu Yunting? Really, it's fine, Zhuqing. Jiang Fei gave a weary smile. I can handle these things myself. She didn't want to drag Su Zhuqing into this any further, especially with Jiang Heng present. She feared his impulsive nature might make him seek out Fu Yunting for retaliation. Seeing Jiang Fei refusing to explain, Su Zhuqing didn't push the matter much longer. She held Jiang Fei's hand and said, "Come on, let me take you to the hospital to get your wounds treated." "No need." Jiang Fei pulled her hand away from Su Zhuqing's grasp. "I've already taken care of it. There's no problem." Recalling Zhou Xiqing's words, Su Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you feel chest tightness or pain?" "How could it not be possible?" Jiang Fei stood up slowly. "Fuxianjuan will also have to close for a while." "Close?" Su Zhuqing asked in surprise. "Why?" "The important materials are gone. I can't produce incense, so I might as well take some time to rest properly." "That's enough. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Anyway, no matter what, I'm here supporting you." Su Zhuqing patted Jiang Fei's back. "Come on, let's eat and change our moods." Jiang Fei did not refuse, but followed Su Zhuqing toward the door. Standing by the door, Jiang Heng remained silent without speaking, even when Jiang Fei's eyes met his. He just barely shifted aside to let her pass. What Jiang Fei didn't see was the clenched fists at Jiang Heng's sides and the boundless intensity in his lowered eyes. At Beiyuan, after bringing Fu Yunting back home, Chen Qingzhu promptly showed him the video of Jiang Fei sneaking into the study. After watching the video, Fu Yunting furrowed his brow and asked coldly, "When did this happen?" "A few days ago," said Chen Qingzhu, pretending to be worried. "Is your wife trying to steal something confidential?" Fu Yunting tossed his phone onto the desk and, pondering deeply, asked, "What do you think?" Chen Qingzhu couldn't hide the flicker of emotion that passed through her eyes, all of which were captured by Fu Yunting. Seemingly realizing she had been seen through, Chen Qingzhu hastily concealed her thoughts. "I wouldn't dare to speculate too much on Madame Fu's intentions, but entering the study unannounced does seem problematic." She couldn't be too direct, as she wasn't yet sure about Yunting's feelings towards Jiang Fei. Still, she had to say something, since she'd handed the video over to Fu Yunting herself. With deep-set eyes, Fu Yunting remained silent for a while, then said, "I understand. You should go eat now." Chen Qingzhu refrained from probing further and gave Fu Yunting space to reflect, leaving the study. The moment the study door closed, Fu Yunting's gaze fell on the mural on the wall. In an instant, his cold and sharp eyes gradually softened, revealing a heavy pain that wouldn't dissipate anytime soon. Outside the door, Chen Qingzhu didn't leave immediately. She tightly gripped her phone, staring at the incoming call from Fu Yunting's mother, hesitating whether to answer it or not. After pondering for a while, Chen Qingzhu finally walked briskly toward her room and answered the call. Once inside her room, she softly greeted, "Mrs. Mu." Mu Xinrong adjusted the shawl on her shoulders and said, "It seems like you haven't made much of a move recently, Miss Chun." With just this simple and calm sentence, Mu Xinrong conveyed an aura of authority and pressure. Chen Qingzhu unconsciously swallowed hard. "Mrs. Mu, some things are not as easy to accomplish as they seem." Mu Xinrong smiled faintly. "It seems you still don't care enough about our Yunting. Why do you keep coming up with so many excuses?" "Mrs. Mu, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean I don't love Yunting." Chen Qingzhu hastily defended herself. "I'm not making excuses, it's just that." She trailed off, unsure how to continue. Did she hate Jiang Fei? Not exactly hatred, but certainly enough dislike. Still, she lacked the audacity to go further. After all, she didn't want her hands to become too dirty, nor did she wish to give anyone leverage against her and ruin her reputation. "What is stopping you?" Mu Xinrong's gaze remained calm as she stared at the artificial landscape in the courtyard. "You're too soft. A secure position comes with ruthlessness. Do you really think it's easy being the wife of a wealthy family?" "Of course I know it's not easy." Chen Qingzhu took a deep breath. "Please enlighten me, Mrs. Mu. What enlightenment can I offer you?" Mu Xinrong curled her lips in contempt. "I'll give you one last week. If you fail to act, I will replace you." With these few curt sentences, the call was ended. Chen Qingzhu clutched her phone tightly, gritting her teeth furiously. She wasn't stupid, not unaware of the subtext in Mu Xinrong's words. Chapter 91. Is your marriage unhappy? Mrs. Mu meant that she wanted her to take action against Jiang Fei, and it would be better if she could force Jiang Fei out of Jiang City. A week's time was not insufficient for her to deploy her plan. But once this step was taken, there might be no room for regret. After deep thought, a streak of cruelty passed through the eyes of Chen Qingzhu. Rather than always trying to make Yunting leave Jiang Fei, she might as well go the opposite way. The next morning, Jiang Fei got up early and accompanied Jiang Shuling to the market. Jiang Shuling was smiling and holding Jiang Fei's hand while strolling in the market. When they reached the fish stall, Jiang Shuling smiled and pointed at a large carp in the water cabinet. Fei Fei, when you were little, you loved eating fish heads the most. Tonight, I will cook you a braised fish head. How about that? Before Jiang Fei could respond, Jiang Shuling had already started talking with the owner and chose the fattest big fish. Then, she pulled Jiang Fei along to buy a lot of beef and vegetables, saying she needed to replenish well. They carried big bags and small bags out of the market and got into the car. Jiang Shuling looked teary-eyed and said with emotion, Fei Fei, it's been so long since we've gone shopping together. Jiang Fei reflected. That's right, I don't even know how much time has passed. Jiang Shuling wiped away a tear at the corner of her eye. Fei Fei, tell me the truth, is your marriage unhappy? Jiang Fei lightly pressed the brake. She hadn't expected her mother to ask this question, but it made sense. She was always rushing home, without Fu Yunting around, and for her mother to wait until now to ask was impressive indeed. Jiang Fei did not hide anything from her. Yes, I want a divorce. If you're unhappy, just get a divorce. Jiang Shuling sighed lightly. Life is short. Being happy is what's most important. Your mom and your younger brother will support all your decisions. Jiang Fei thought Jiang Shuling would have told her to live well, but she didn't expect to hear these surprising words. In recent times, she felt the most at ease only at home. Jiang Fei nodded without much response. Some things she didn't want to worry her mother about. When they returned home, Jiang Fei encountered Jiang Heng, who had just woken up and was preparing to go out. Seeing him wearing a cap he never usually wore, Jiang Fei couldn't help but feel suspicious. Xiao Heng, where are you going? Jiang Heng pressed down on his cap brim, looking evasive. I'm going out to buy some things, I'll be back later. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave, but Jiang Fei quickly grabbed his arm and warned sternly. Xiao Heng, don't do things that you shouldn't. I don't require anything else from you, but you must promise me this. Jiang Heng hesitated for a moment, turned around, and pretended to look confused at Jiang Fei. What thing? Jiang Fei failed to catch any abnormality in Jiang Heng's eyes, causing her grip to loosen slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Heng retracted his hand. Sis, it's windy outside. Go inside quick, I'll be back soon. Jiang Fei watched anxiously as Jiang Heng left. After the yard gate closed, she walked back thoughtfully. After closing the door, Jiang Heng stood for a while outside. Then seeing that Jiang Fei hadn't come out, he hurriedly departed. He hailed a taxi and reached Su Zhuqing's office building, handing her the mobile phone from his pocket after finding her. My dad's phone. What do you plan to check next? Su Zhuqing pointed at her own phone. I'm waiting for a call. You've nothing more to do here. You should go back first. I don't want to go back like that. Jiang Heng gritted his teeth. Yesterday you saw what happened to my sister. Fu Yunting isn't human. I won't let him off easy. Leaning back on the chair, Su Zhuqing asked, how do you plan to handle it? An intense fierceness showed in Jiang Heng's eyes. Can he die? Upon hearing this, Su Zhuqing laughed aloud. Worthy descendant of someone inexperienced, still spouting nonsense. Do you know how many bodyguards Fu Yunting has? I won't be dumb enough to harm him while the bodyguards are around, Jiang Heng replied. But there are also places where tricks can be played. All right, since you're so full of ideas, why don't you just go ahead? Su Zhuqing casually threw out a sentence. But don't blame me for not warning you. Impulsive behavior leads to unforeseen consequences. It's not just you who gets hurt, but also your sis. Jiang Heng clenched his fists. What Su Zhuqing said was almost identical to Su Ninggen's. But truly, he couldn't endure Fu Yunting continuing to inflict such injuries repeatedly. These days he'd witnessed with his own eyes. Jiang Fei had old wounds not yet healed, and new ones adding up. If he didn't do something, he'd consider himself unworthy as her younger brother. Seeing Jiang Heng standing motionless, Su Zhuqing crossed her legs, folded her arms, and gave a lecture. Everyone is anxious. Everyone wants to help your sis escape from that monster. But the key issue is that we currently don't have anything to use against him. How can we possibly fight against him? So, there's nothing we can do to deal with him? Jiang Heng said, his eyes welling up with anger. Su Zhuqing. First, we need to find the root cause and know why Fu Yunting is treating your sister this way. Jiang Heng. I understand what you're saying, but if my sis can't withstand his abuse and ends up losing her life, then what are we going to do? Su Zhuqing's expression became increasingly serious due to Jiang Heng's words. Based on Fu Yunting's actions towards Jiang Fei right now, it indeed looks like she might be tortured to death. But at present, she has no way to intervene directly and can only accelerate the investigation and uncover the situation, trying her best to allow Jiang Fei to properly handle the matter herself. After all, this is the marriage she is tied into, from which she cannot escape. Su Zhuqing stared at Jiang Heng for a moment, and after a long pause, she finally muttered a sentence. Wait for my news, okay? Jiang Heng glanced at his phone. I'll wait for your news. After uttering these words, Jiang Heng left Su Zhuqing's office. However, he didn't go home immediately, but went to Fu Yunting's company instead. Taking a taxi, Jiang Heng arrived downstairs before even paying when he spotted a woman getting out of the car with Fu Yunting. The two were acting intimately. It was obvious that their relationship wasn't ordinary. Jiang Heng quickly pulled out his phone, took a picture of Chen Qingzhu, and sent it to Su Ninggen. Jiang Heng, is this person Fu Yunting's mistress? Su Ninggen replied swiftly. Yes, she's Chen Qingzhu. How did you encounter them? Jiang Heng stared at the back view of Chen Qingzhu, and once she disappeared from his sight, he responded to Su Ninggen. Jiang Heng, outside Fu Yunting's company, ran into them by chance. What's going on with this woman? Su Ninggen didn't take much notice of Jiang Heng's implication and replied. She probably has some family background. Otherwise, how would she have gotten involved with Mr. Fu? Jiang Hung put down his phone, paid the fare, and got off the car. He looked around and then approached the reception desk of the company. Chapter 92, A Kid with Milk Smell. The receptionist looked at Jiang Heng's youthful face and stood up with a puzzled expression. Hello, may I ask who you're looking for? Jiang Hung glanced at the camera in the corner, then pulled his hat down lower. I'm looking for Chen Qingzhu. Miss Chen. The receptionist picked up the phone. Please hold on a moment. Soon, the call was connected. The receptionist said into the phone to Chen Qingzhu. Miss Chen, there is someone looking for you at the front desk downstairs. Not knowing what Chen Qingzhu said, the receptionist suddenly looked up at Jiang Hung. Male, not very old, okay. After hanging up the phone, the receptionist said to Jiang Hung, Miss Chen will come down now. Jiang Heng pointed his finger towards the parking lot outside the company. Over there, have her meet me over there. The receptionist looked at him in bewilderment. Okay. Jiang Hung left the building and walked towards the open-air parking lot. After waiting for 5 minutes, he saw Chen Qingzhu walking briskly toward him in high heels. Seeing Jiang Hung wearing a baseball cap, Chen Qingzhu lightly furrowed her brows in curiosity as she approached him. You are? Before Chen Qingzhu could finish her question, Jiang Hung abruptly grabbed her arm and dragged her toward a place out of the surveillance camera's reach. Chen Qingzhu struggled with a look of panic. Who are you? What do you want? If you don't let me go, I'll scream. Jiang Hung turned his head and glared fiercely at Chen Qingzhu. If you don't want to die here, shut your mouth. Startled by Jiang Heng's menacing gaze, Chen Qingzhu fell silent immediately. They arrived at a corner behind the company, where they finally stopped. At the moment Jiang Hung released his grip, Chen Qingzhu quickly distanced herself from him, massaging her wrist while cautiously examining the features of the man in front of her. Indeed, as the receptionist had described, his features were youthful, appearing almost not yet an adult. However, the handsome features gave off an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though Chen Qingzhu couldn't quite recall where she had seen them. Who are you? Jiang Hung asked. What is so great about Fu Yunting that requires you to be another man's mistress? You're breaking up families. Don't you know how to write the words shame and dishonor? Chen Qingzhu stared at him suspiciously for a long while before realizing that Jiang Fei might have a younger brother. She sneered. Is it because Jiang Fei doesn't dare to come? How amusing that you send a kid like you to find me. Stop blabbering. Jiang Hung yelled sharply. What do you plan to do to harm my sister before you're satisfied? I didn't hurt anyone, replied Chen Qingzhu dismissively. Why don't you ask Yinting? Was it me who told Yinting not to divorce and to keep bullying your sister? Taking a step closer to Chen Qingzhu, anger almost spilling out of Jiang Heng's eyes. If it weren't for your interference, would they be like this? Qingzhu, the wicked will eventually get their comeuppance, so watch your step. Ignoring Jiang Hung completely with her scornful expression, Chen Qingzhu calmly sneered back and moved closer to him, saying, What exactly am I doing wrong? Isn't it all because your sister isn't capable enough to keep a man's heart? Undeterred, she closed the distance between them and taunted Jiang Hung. Kid, I advise you to stop bothering me. Know your place, don't think you're a match for me. Not only are you unqualified to contend with me, but even your sister means nothing to me. With a resounding slap, smack. As soon as Chen Qingzhu finished speaking, Jiang Heng's hand swung across her face violently. How dare you talk about my sister? Jiang Hung was incensed beyond control by her remarks. Sure, I don't hit women, but that doesn't mean I don't hit mistresses. Chen Qingzhu held her throbbing cheek, covering it with her hand, staring at Jiang Hung with disbelief. Jiang Hung gritted his teeth. It's best if you behave yourself and don't make me do it again. My sister isn't someone just anyone can talk about. After leaving her with those harsh words, Jiang Hung stormed off without giving Chen Qingzhu any chance to react. Chen Qingzhu clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with deep resentment and fury as she watched Jiang Hung leave quickly. Jiang Hung, Su Zhuqing. She would remember this score with these two forever. When Jiang Hung returned to Xinghe Bay, Jiang Shuling had just finished making lunch, and Jiang Fei was helping set the table. Seeing Jiang Hing walk in with a grim face, Jiang Fei approached him curiously. Xiao Hung, why does your face look so upset? Jiang Hung took off his baseball cap and rubbed his hair flattened by the cap. Nothing. I just got into an argument with someone. I'll go wash my hands. Jiang Hung walked straight into the restroom, turned on the faucet, squeezed some hand soap, and washed repeatedly, as if unable to rid himself of the smell of Chen Qingzhu, no matter how many times he washed. Jiang Fei waited outside the bathroom door for half a moment, but saw no sign of Jiang Hung coming out. It wasn't until Jiang Shuling walked up to inquire that Jiang Fei shook her head and knocked on the door. Xiao Hung, I'm fine. Jiang Heng's sharp voice boomed irritably from inside the restroom. Jiang Fei was startled by his emotional state. Xiao Hung, what exactly happened? Come out and tell us properly. After a couple of breaths, Jiang Hung suddenly flung the bathroom door open. He stared at Jiang Shuling and Jiang Fei, took a deep breath. I'm fine, let's eat. Watching as Jiang Hung calmly walked to the dining table and sat down, Jiang Shuling's face softened with helplessness. Since the incident with Zhang Mubai, Xiao Heng's temper has never been good. Sighing, she walked towards the dining table, while Jiang Fei silently followed and sat across from Jiang Hung. Jiang Hung served himself a bowl of rice and started shoveling it into his mouth, as if trying to relieve some anger. Jiang Fei watched him anxiously, opening her mouth several times, but ultimately deciding against speaking. But eating alone seemed unable to quell the rage building inside Jiang Hung. His chest rose and fell rapidly until finally he slammed down his chopsticks and turned his gaze on Jiang Fei. Why don't you divorce him? What's so great about that man? If you can't get divorced, why not try suing? If all else fails, expose the fact that he keeps pestering you. In the end, the one who will lose face will be Fu Yunting, not you. Jiang Fei gazed blankly at an infuriated Jiang Hong. She put down her chopsticks uneasily. Xiao Hong, where did you go this morning? You don't need to worry about what I did. What matters is the repeated injuries inflicted by that man. Jiang Heng's eyes reddened in fury. You're human, not a dog. Some dogs lead better lives than you do. Jiang Hong. Jiang Shuling immediately slapped the table and scolded Jiang Hong loudly. How dare you talk to your sister like that? Apologize to her now. I can't bear to see her get hurt over and over again because of her own foolishness. Jiang Hong abruptly stood up, flipping the chair behind him in the process. The chair crashed heavily onto the ground, making a deafening sound. The commotion struck Jiang Fei's heart. As she saw Jiang Hong storm angrily upstairs, she remained silent, unable to say more. Chapter 93, Help Us Investigate. Jiang Shuling sighed and righted the chair on the floor. Fei Fei, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. He's just speaking out of worry. I know, Jiang Fei said, gazing at the food in front of her with no appetite. She stood up and said, Mom, I'll go upstairs and rest for a while. Jiang Shuling looked at the fish head she had carefully prepared and the full table of dishes. In the end, neither of her two children had eaten more than a few bites before dispersing. Jiang Shuling sat down on the chair, feeling sourness in her heart. In the spacious and empty villa, her lonely figure exuded desolation. After Jiang Fei went upstairs, she walked to Jiang Heng's room. She hesitated for a moment before finally knocking on the door. After a while, Jiang Heng opened the door. His bloodshot eyes clearly showed that he had been crying. Jiang Fei stepped forward and hugged Jiang Heng, who was taller than her. Xiao Hong, it's my fault for not being able to solve the problem, but let's not fight, okay? Jiang Fei's comforting caused tears to well up in Jiang Heng's eyes again. He tightly hugged the slim Jiang Fei, his voice choking with emotion. Sis, I just want our family to be okay. I don't want to see any of you get hurt. Jiang Fei gently patted Jiang Heng's back one after another, her gentle tone revealing a hint of helplessness. All right, I know you mean well, but many things can't be solved with just a word or two. Listen to me, don't get involved in these disputes. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, I will be completely helpless. Jiang Heng buried his head in Jiang Fei's neck, adjusting his emotions. After a long pause, he raised his head, let go of Jiang Fei, and wiped away his disheveled tears. Sis, I gave Dad's phone to Sister Zhu Qing. Jiang Fei was stunned. You gave the phone to Zhu Qing? What? With a congested nasal tone, Jiang Heng replied. Sister Zhu Qing said she could find out the people Dad frequently contacted back then. Since I can't help you with anything related to Fu Yunting, I will try my best to help with Dad's affairs. Upon hearing this sentence from Jiang Heng, Jiang Fei didn't know how to respond for a moment. She only wanted Jiang Heng to continue focusing on his studies and lead a life without distraction. But it seemed, the situation always went against her plans. Rather than letting Jiang Heng impulsively go after Fu Yunting, it would be better if he followed Su Zhuqing and investigated their father's matter. At least he would be safe by Zhuqing's side. After much thought, Jiang Fei was about to agree when a loud knock suddenly came from downstairs. Both of them instinctively looked toward the staircase. An uneasy feeling rose within Jiang Fei as she quickly ran downstairs with Jiang Heng. Neither Jiang Fei nor Jiang Heng saw Jiang Shuling in the living or dining rooms. After scanning around and finding no trace of her, Jiang Fei became increasingly worried. Rushing to the entrance hall, she opened the door to find a cleaning lady pointing outside urgently. There's been a car accident at your doorstep. Go check if it's one of your family members. Jiang Fei felt her heart drop as an ominous premonition swept through her mind. Taking several quick steps, she dashed out of the yard. Before even seeing anyone, Jiang Fei noticed a pool of blood. The moment she arrived at the door and saw the person lying in the pool of blood, all warmth left her body, leaving her limbs numb and cold as if they had fallen into an icy tomb. Mom! Jiang Heng screamed in terror, rushing toward the scene and bringing Jiang Fei back to the cruel reality from her days. A sharp pain surged through her chest, overwhelming her entire nervous system. As she moved stiffly and quickly approached the bleeding Jiang Shuling, Jiang Heng had already begun yelling for help. Looking around, Jiang Fei didn't dare to touch Jiang Shuling, who had lost consciousness. Her mind went blank as she waited for the ambulance among the chaos, followed by the simple emergency treatment inside the ambulance. Afterwards, getting off the ambulance, Jiang Fei hurried along with the doctors to the emergency room where they were stopped outside. Jiang Fei could barely remember what she had done during the journey. All she knew was how cold she felt, chilled to the bone and trembling uncontrollably. The ringing in her ears and the overpowering smell of blood made her stomach churn repeatedly. Jiang Fei looked down at her hands stained with blood, her throat tightening unnaturally, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Just half an hour ago, the three of them had been sitting together at the lunch table. Now, they were harshly separated by a door. Who is Ms. Jiang Shuling's family member? Footsteps approached from behind. Jiang Fei turned her head stiffly and looked at several police officers arriving in uniform. In a daze, she stood up and forced herself to say, "It's me." The policemen fixed their gaze on Jiang Fei, assessing her briefly before pulling out a notebook and pen. "Please cooperate and give a statement." Hesitantly, Jiang Fei stood up. "All right, I'll cooperate." The police inquired about the specific circumstances, and Jiang Fei was able to answer all the questions. However, when asked about the hit-and-run driver, Jiang Fei finally realized something. They hadn't seen the hit-and-run driver at all. Jiang Fei turned her head to look at Jiang Heng, who was dazed beside her. "Xiao Heng, did you see the driver?" Jiang Heng slowly shook his head, responding in a hoarse voice. No. Jiang Fei looked seriously at the police officer. Officer, there are surveillance cameras in the neighborhood. Could you help us investigate? The police officer regarded Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng with a complicated expression. All right, we will conduct an investigation. Please leave us a contact number, and we'll inform you of any follow-ups. After seeing off the police, Jiang Fei sat back down in a daze. In the heat of the moment earlier, she hadn't paid much attention to this, assuming that such a serious accident wouldn't have led to a fleeing driver. Jiang Fei rubbed her chest, which felt uncomfortable, and glanced up at the emergency room, still lit by red lights. She couldn't think about anything else now. All she could hope for was that her mother would come out of the emergency room safely. After several hours of long and anxious rescue efforts, the doctor emerged from the emergency room. As soon as Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng saw the door open, they immediately approached the doctor to ask about the situation. The doctor looked at them. Are you Ms. Jiang Shuling's family members? Jiang Fei nodded repeatedly. How is my mother's condition? The doctor removed his mask, sighing deeply with a serious expression. Severe brain injury. You need to be prepared mentally. Our current diagnosis indicates brain death. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Jiang Fei suddenly lost strength in her legs. Jiang Heng quickly caught her, staring intently at the doctor while asking anxiously, what exactly does brain death mean? The doctor explained, clinically, the heart is still beating, but there's no autonomous breathing, meaning life support through a ventilator is required. If you choose to maintain her, you'll also need to take responsibility for the large ongoing expenses. The doctor glanced at the nurse standing beside him and gestured for her to hand over the payment form to them. We've done everything possible. The nurse shoved the payment slip into Jiang Fei's hands before turning around and re-entering the emergency room. Jiang Fei stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed as if struck by lightning, unable even to grasp the sheet in her hands. Jiang Heng clenched his teeth, looking at Jiang Fei, whose face had gone ashen, eyes reddened with tears. Sis, what should we do? Chapter 94, Coming Prepared. Jiang Fei also wanted to know what to do next. Over this period of time, everything has been like a storm, smashing her into pieces. She wanted to hide, but didn't know where to go. With matters all out in the open, there was no way for her not to face them. If she couldn't hold up, who could handle these issues? Jiang Fei suppressed all her grief and pushed Jiang Shuling into the ICU with Jiang Heng before speaking. I'm just as clueless about what you asked earlier, said Jiang Fei in a hoarse voice. The only thing we can do now is to get Mom through the critical phase. What about the culprit? Jiang Heng stood in front of the glass, looking at Jiang Shuling lying on the bed full of tubes, deeply pondering as he asked Jiang Fei. I'll go down to the police station later and check the situation. Jiang Fei sat down tiredly on the chair. The police just left not too long ago, so going there right now wouldn't help much. Jiang Heng. All right, make sure you're safe. I'll stay here and call you if anything happens. After resting for half an hour, Jiang Fei got up and went to the police station. When she arrived at the entrance of the police station, she happened to meet Su Zhuqing, who was saying goodbye to her police friend as they came out of the station. Seeing Jiang Fei, Su Zhuqing looked surprised. Fei, why are you at the police station? Su Zhuqing walked up to Jiang Fei and noticed the dark red bloodstains on her clothes, causing her whole body to tense. How did the blood end up on you? My mom's been in a car accident. I'm here at the police station to find out if they've caught the offender. Car accident? Su Zhuqing exclaimed in shock. Wait, wasn't Jiang Heng still fine when he left from my place this morning? How's she doing now? Mentioning this, Jiang Fei's heart ached as if it had been ripped apart. The doctor says that we should prepare mentally. Even if she gets through the danger period, she might become a vegetable. Not possible. Su Zhuqing's mind went blank. Why would something bad happen like this? Where did the accident happen? Jiang Fei wiped away the tears welling up in her eyes and took a deep breath to steady herself, though her trembling lips betrayed her. At the gate of our compound. It's impossible for cars to be speeding inside the complex. So how could the injury be this severe? Su Zhuqing's words made Jiang Fei abruptly freeze. That's true. Cars in their residential area would never drive at such high speeds. Even if an accident happened, it shouldn't have been more than some broken bones. Jiang Fei's thoughts were disordered. Events unfolded so suddenly that she hadn't considered many questions. Come on, let me go in with you to investigate. I know people who work fast. As Su Zhuqing said, she pulled Jiang Fei into the police station and asked acquaintances to pull up surveillance footage from their neighborhood. They began watching carefully. At first, the driver entered the complex at a slow speed, then parked at a junction near Jiang Fei's house. After waiting for a while, Jiang Shuling appeared from the villa, and almost instantly, the driver sped toward her at maximum speed. It was undoubtedly premeditated. After the collision, the person fully equipped in the driver's seat hurriedly stepped out of the car and fled. They were dressed so thoroughly that it was difficult to tell whether it was a man or a woman. All they knew was that the figure was slim, short, and their skeleton seemed both masculine and feminine at the same time. Check the license plate number. Su Zhuqing patted her friend on the shoulder. The policeman cooperated fully, yet after entering the car number, nothing was found. Su Zhuqing saw the blank information and frowned heavily, her temper flaring instantly. Fine. No results mean whoever this is came fully prepared. Jiang Fei stood pale-faced without a word. After a long pause, she abruptly turned around and rushed towards the exit of the office. Seeing this, Su Zhuqing quickly called out, Fei, where are you going? Jiang Fei remained silent, and her pace gradually increased from brisk walking to running. Su Zhuqing didn't dare let Jiang Fei leave alone and quickly followed, sitting in her car. However, as soon as she buckled her seatbelt, Su Zhuqing regretted it bitterly. Jiang Fei almost bolted off with the speed of an arrow leaving the string. making Su Zhuqing's heart jump into her throat immediately. She clutched onto the armrest tightly and crouched in the passenger seat. Fei, slow down. Jiang Fei acted as if she hadn't heard, not only driving at a high speed, but constantly overtaking other vehicles, stopping only at red lights. Su Zhuqing glanced around. Fei, are you going to Beiyuan? At this time, Fu Yunny should only be at the company, huh? Just as Su Zhuqing finished speaking, Jiang Fei made a sharp turn, nearly throwing her out of the car. Racing furiously to the building under T.R. Corporation, Jiang Fei quickly got out of the car and headed toward the corporation. But without any appointment, she was stopped by the receptionist at the entrance. Mrs. Fu, you cannot go upstairs without an appointment. Let go, Jiang Fei yelled in anger. She glared fiercely at the receptionist. You know I am Mrs. Fu. If I'm looking for Mr. Fu, why are you trying to stop me? Mrs. Fu, we have rules here. Please don't make things difficult for us. Can we help convey your message to Mr. Fu? The female employee signaled to another staff member nearby, indicating for her to hurry and inform Fu Yunny. That employee ran off, and Jiang Fei waited with tightly clenched fists until they came back to swipe their card. Only then did Jiang Fei enter the elevator with Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing had probably guessed the situation, so she said nothing at the moment. When a sister was in trouble, she would never abandon her. Today, whatever commotion Jiang Fei wanted to create, she would see it through. When they reached Fu Yunny's office floor, Jiang Fei saw Chen Qingzhu walking out of his office. With imposing strides, Jiang Fei strode forward, and upon seeing this, Chen Qingzhu's heart mysteriously thudded. But she quickly regained her composure and coldly stepped forward to block Jiang Fei's path. Jiang Fei paid no heed to her and forcefully shoved her aside with a single hand. Chen Qingzhu stumbled backward. What do you think you're doing, Jiang Fei? Without any response, Jiang Fei pushed open the door to Fu Yunny's office with great force. The door collided with the wall, producing a tremendous sound, drawing Fu Yunny's eyes upward just as he caught sight of the seething hatred in Jiang Fei's eyes. His expression turned somber precisely as Jiang Fei approached him. Without saying a word, Jiang Fei raised her hand and slapped Fu Yunny's handsome face with all her might. At the same time, she grabbed the collar of Fu Yunty's shirt and bitingly shouted her questions. Fu Yunty, why can't you direct your issues at me? What mistake has my mother made? Why have you gone this far? Tell me why. Why? The astonishment in Fu Yunty's brows and eyes almost vanished within the blink of an eye. Chapter 95. What's the difference between this and death? He glared at Jiang Fei with eyes sharp as a sword, filled with extreme coldness. His gaze carried 7 parts of anger and 3 parts of killing intent. Su Zhuqing was particularly terrified. She immediately stepped forward and pulled Jiang Fei away from him, fearing that Fu Yunting's next move could break several of Jiang Fei's ribs. Jiang Fei, overwhelmed by rage, struggled to free herself from Su Zhuqing's grip. Let me go, Zhuqing, Jiang Fei shouted madly. Even if I die today, I won't let him off. Hurting me alone isn't enough. Does he have to destroy my family to be satisfied? Jiang Fei's eyes were red with fury. Fu Yunting, say something. Say something. Aren't you very pleased? Taking advantage of the moment when Jiang Fei was being pulled away, Chen Qingzhu quickly ran to Fu Yunting's side. Seeing the swelling on Fu Yunting's handsome face, she turned her head and yelled at the secretary standing by the door watching the commotion. Go get an ice pack. What are you waiting for? The secretaries all rushed away, as if afraid that Fu Yunting might direct his anger towards them. Fu Yunting pushed Chen Qingzhu aside and stood up from his chair. That chilling aura around him squeezed all the air out of the office. Darkness and fury blended together, as if the slightest friction in the next second would ignite the entire office into ashes. Faced with Fu Yunting's intimidating presence, Jiang Fei refused to yield. But in that moment their eyes met. Jiang Fei didn't see anger in Fu Yunting's eyes. His expressionless face made her feel truly bone-chilling. Fu Yunting walked in front of Jiang Fei, raising his hand lightly to lift Jiang Fei's chin. The smile lurking in his eyes almost made Jiang Fei's scalp crawl. You stormed angrily to the company like this, losing not just my face, but also your own. With just one word from someone else, you believed it so easily. Jiang Fei, you're even more foolish than I thought. She fiercely slapped Fu Yunting's hand away, glaring at him with unabated anger. Whether I'm foolish or not has nothing to do with you. Fu Yunting, you had better not let me catch evidence that it was your order behind this matter. Otherwise, even if I die, I will drag you down into an abyss 10,000 feet deep, shattering you into pieces. The enmity of her mother's death could not be shared under the same sky. Even if her mother wasn't dead now, but brain dead as a vegetable, what difference was there from death? Fu Yunting lowered his gaze to look at his own hand, while the coldness in his eyes made it impossible to fathom what he was thinking. Jiang Fei did not want to think too much, nor did she want to look any longer at Fu Yunting, such a despicable person. And most of all, she did not wish to stay in the same place with him, breathing the same air. This feeling made her nauseous and loathsome. She loosened her tightly grasped hold on Su Zhuqing and resolutely retracted her gaze that was on Fu Yunting, turning to walk towards the door. In the past, her crossing paths with Fu Yunting brought heartache and sorrow. But this time, only the clear hatred perceptible to everyone remained. Su Zhuqing coldly glanced at the 2 people inside the office, not saying another word, and hurriedly left following Jiang Fei. After the 2 women left, Chen Qingzhu cautiously turned her head towards Fu Yunting. Surrounded by gloominess, his cold, severe face held emotions that she couldn't figure out. There was anger, but not much. As for the rest, she couldn't decipher it after a long time. A while later, Chen Qingzhu mustered the courage to walk to his side, softly and anxiously calling, Yunting, get out. The indifferent words and intense sense of distance made Chen Qingzhu momentarily startled. But she dared not say anything further at this critical moment, lowering her eyes and silently leaving the office. Fu Yunting lifted his eyes to look out the window at the ground floor parking lot below him. Jiang Fei's small hasty figure caught his attention. He stared intently, seeing Jiang Fei collapse beside the car crying uncontrollably, a strange sensation pulling at his chest. Suddenly, the office door opened and assistant appeared in a hurry. Fu Yunting slightly turned his head, looked at him briefly before retracting his sight. What is it? I heard from the secretaries that madam came. Assistant glanced at the red mark on Fu Yunting's face, and then followed Fu Yunting's line of sight downstairs. Seeing Su Zhuxing comforting Jiang Fei's figure, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Go to the hospital and check the situation of Jiang Fei's mother, Fu Yunting said seriously. Assistant nodded, preparing to leave, but Fu Yunting called him back again. Assistant turned around and asked toward Fu Yunting's straight-backed silhouette. Mr. Fu, any other orders? Investigate and find out who is responsible for this. Assistant somewhat couldn't grasp his superior's thoughts. According to reason, if something happened in Madam's family, Mr. Fu should be extremely delighted to see it. Why now? Assistant cut off his train of thought. After all, these were Mr. Fu's own thoughts, and he had no right to overly involve himself. After leaving Fu Yunting's office, Chen Qingzhu found a quiet place to make a call. She anxiously chewed on her fingers, pacing back and forth, but was unable to get the other party to pick up. After several consecutive attempts still went unanswered, Chen Qingzhu nervously put her phone down and temporarily returned to the office. Just as she sat down at her desk, a secretary hurried over with a bag in hand. Out of breath, the secretary said, Miss Chun, here is the ice pack you requested. I just bought it downstairs. Chen Qingzhu, agitated, accepted it and replied, I know, you can go back to your work now. Is there anything wrong with Mr. Fu? It's none of your business. Chen Qingzhu snapped, due to her restlessness. The secretary was startled by her sudden change in demeanor. Realizing this, Chen Qingzhu forced a smile and said apologetically, Sorry, I'm very worried about Mr. Fu's condition, which has affected my tone. Please don't take it to heart. The secretary nodded continuously before stepping out of the office. Chen Qingzhu stared at the ice pack on the desk for a moment, then saw that her phone remained still without any response. She then got up and headed towards Fu Yunting's office. Holding the ice pack, she knocked and entered, looking at Fu Yunting who was sitting on the sofa, eyes closed as he rested. She said, Yunting, the secretary brought the ice pack back. Let me help you apply it. There's a dinner gathering tonight, and we cannot have any marks on your face. Fu Yunting didn't respond. Thus, Chen Qingzhu directly approached and sat next to him. She wrapped the ice pack with a few tissues and gently pressed it against Fu Yunting's cheek. With his fair complexion, Jiang Fei's slap was evidently done with all her strength, leaving a noticeably red and swollen mark. Seeing this, Chen Qingzhu felt sympathy, her nose tingling slightly. Mrs. Fu's temper is truly a bit too much. Fu Yunting slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Chen Qingzhu with deep, shadowy pupils, exuding a touch of coldness. His thin lips parted, ready to speak, when Chen Qingzhu's phone suddenly rang, breaking the tranquil atmosphere of the office. Her hand paused momentarily as she looked at the phone on the coffee table with panic in her eyes. Chapter 96, Severing Ties with the Chen Family. Upon seeing that the incoming call was from Grandpa Chen, Qingzhu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. She put down the ice pack in her hand and said to Yunting Fu, Yunting, I'll step out to take my grandpa's call. Yunting Fu gazed lightly downwards, his eyes fixed on Qingzhu Chen as she walked towards the office door. After she opened the door, he slowly closed his eyes and asked, What do you think about Jiang Fei's situation? Qingzhu Chen abruptly stopped in her tracks, her heart dropping. Tossing between anxiety, she tried to maintain calmness and asked, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. As soon as the words were out, Qingzhu Chen quickly added uneasily, but it was careless of Mrs. Fu, so no one else can be blamed, right? Yunting Fu tapped lightly with his finger resting on the armrest. It seems I haven't mentioned anything about Mrs. Jiang Fei, nor did anything happen to her. Qingzhu Chen's complexion immediately turned pale. Her lips moved several times, but failed to form any plausible excuse within the short time frame. Just when Qingzhu was sweating nervously from the stress, Yunting Fu said coldly, You should go answer your phone. Qingzhu paused for a moment. It would be better to leave and think of a way to handle the situation rather than explain herself frantically now. She exited Yunting Fu's office and rushed to answer the phone in the fire escape. Grandpa, Qingzhu called out, suppressing her emotions. I've already had someone deal with your driver. If you continue to act so carelessly next time, you need to figure out how we're going to sever ties with the Chen family. Even before Qingzhu could respond, her phone suddenly popped up with a news notification. Serious accident on Peace Road. White car driver crushed to death on site. Startled, Qingzhu clicked open the news. The driver's identity was yet unknown according to the current report, but Grandpa Chen's timely call was telling enough. Regarding the matter of Jiang Fei's mother, I didn't intend to do this. Are you suggesting her mother should have identified who hit her, and let the police trace back to us? Clutching against the wall as her legs grew weak, Qingzhu said, Grandpa, there's no difference here. Isn't this murder? How can you still feel sympathy at a time like this? Chen Patriarch raged. Do you even know what condition our family is in? 10 billion yuan in losses. Do you believe the Chen family has enough resources for your delay tactics? If within 1 month, you can't drive that woman away from Fu Yunting, you don't have to return to the Chen family. Before Qingzhu could respond, the elder Chen cut off the call abruptly. Qingzhu clutched tightly onto her phone, trembling almost uncontrollably. Desperation and helplessness dominated her completely. She hadn't wanted anyone to die. However, due to her indecision, which her grandfather seized upon, 2 innocent lives had been taken. Once the truth gets out, the outcome will inevitably lead her straight to jail, or even worse, death. Just as Qingzhu anxiously pondered over the next move, a heavy sound of a door closing echoed down the hallway. She tensed instantly, crawling to the stair railing to peek through the gaps cautiously. "Who's there?" Qingzhu shouted loudly. "Who's downstairs?" Other than her own voice reverberating through the fire escape, there was no other sound. Qingzhu hastily retreated from the fire escape and returned to her office. For the rest of the day, Qingzhu remained clearly distracted, even making an absolute mess of the final meeting notes. When assistant and informed Yunting Fu of the mistakes, Fu didn't say much, simply instructing another secretary to reorganize the records. Assistant and tidied up the documents on the desk after hesitating for a while. "Mr. Fu, Madam's mother, her injuries are severe. She's already brain dead. The person responsible for Mrs. Fu's injuries is also dead. Investigations reveal the culprit is connected to the Qin family." Although seemingly unperturbed, Yunting Fu calmly flipped through the documents in his hand and looked intently at him for a while. "Mr. Fu, how do you plan to handle this incident? Think of a way to hint to Zhang Fei." Fu raised his gaze towards him, leaning slightly backward. "Don't make it too obvious. Leak it through the police and let Zhang Fei find people to investigate herself. And Miss Chun," assistant ventured, "shouldn't there be some sort of repercussion? Or shall you arrange something for me instead?" Fu interrupted sharply. "What's wrong with you lately? Zhang Fei repaid your family twice with gratitude, and now you're starting to speak up for her." Hastily bowing his head, assistant replied, "I wouldn't dare. I'll handle it immediately." After a day and night of waiting, the doctors ultimately informed Zhang Fei that Jiang Shuling's condition had become irreversible. Although she had been acquainted with the condition of brain death, she still fell into a daze after hearing the doctor's explanation. Su Zhuhua, who had been accompanying her all along, tightly gripped Zhang Fei's icy and trembling fingers. She had a bellyful of comforting words, but ultimately could not bring herself to utter them through parted lips. After a long while, Zhang Fei blinked lightly, standing up from her seat and walking towards the intensive care unit behind her. Su Zhuhua followed closely, fetching water for her and helping wipe the body of Jiang Shuling connected to a ventilator. Looking at Jiang Shuling's ashen complexion, Su Zhuhua's heart clenched painfully. "Fei, there is something that I probably should not say, but you should weigh the doctor's words carefully. I will not unplug the ventilator." Zhang Fei gently held Jiang Shuling's hand as she wiped it, her voice devoid of emotion. "Online says miracles can happen. You know very well the probability is less than 1 in 10,000. Su Zhuhua could not help raising her voice, but upon seeing the dark shadows under Zhang Fei's eyes, she couldn't suppress another sigh. "Fei, it's not me asking you to go against your moral principles, but consider your current situation. How long do you think you can keep your mother here in the hospital? A year? 2 years? Your studio is already on the verge of collapse, your income cut off. How will you maintain this medical expense?" Zhang Fei paused slightly. "Even if I have to sell the villa, I will never stop paying this medical fee. Can 1 million or 2 sustain this forever? I'll earn money if my sister doesn't have enough." Suddenly, Zhang Heng's voice came from the doorway, holding a takeout box in his hand, stopping by their side. Both brother and sister refused to give up, and Su Zhuhua found no more reason to argue. The only reason she voiced these concerns was that she didn't want Zhang Fei to be dragged down any further. Both loans and medical expenses were going to make things unbearable soon. Just then, Zhang Fei's phone rang. She pulled it out and answered, her voice hoarse. "Who's this?" "Hello, we've found the culprit, but the person has died in a car accident, 2 hours after your mother's incident." Chapter 97. How hard life has been. Zhang Fei's eyebrows instantly tightened. "Already dead?" "Yes, he is already dead. The policeman said, I can send you the identity information of the other party. If you want to claim compensation, you can." After communicating, Zhang Fei hung up the phone and received the message from the police. After finding the detailed residential address of the offender on the navigation system, Zhang Fei stood up and instructed Zhang Heng, "Xiao Heng, stay here. I'm going to the offender's house." Zhang Heng placed the lunchbox on the table. "Finish eating before you go." In order to make Zhang Heng feel at ease, Zhang Fei and Su Zhuling quickly ate a few mouthfuls of food before leaving in a hurry. An hour later, the two arrived at the home of Wang Baojia, the offender. Within 1.5 days, the Wang family had set up a mourning tent at their home, with mournful music filling the air around them with sorrow. Su Zhuling looked over at the people who were crying uncontrollably as they went in and out. Is this what they call getting what Wang Baojia deserved? So did he die too? It's not that simple. Zhang Fei gripped the steering wheel tightly. Wang Baojia hit and ran, left the car, and then another vehicle caused his fatal car accident. Don't you think there's something fishy about this? There must be something fishy going on. Otherwise, why would you rush to find Fu Yunting today? Su Zhuling unbuckled her seatbelt. But it seems like Fu Yunting doesn't know much about this situation, and it doesn't seem like he would have any need to go to such great lengths either. In his eyes, your Jiang family is just the type that he could oppress with a flick of his finger. It would damage his reputation to have deaths associated with him. There's absolutely no point. Even though Su Zhuling said this, Zhang Fei still couldn't help but think only of Fu Yunting. To her, this act of causing the death of the person responsible was merely to cover up the evidence that Fu Yunting had someone kill her mother. By doing so, he could absolve himself of all responsibility. Unable to think any further, Zhang Fei got out of the car and walked briskly toward the shrine. Su Zhuling followed closely behind her, fearing that Jiang Fei might do something rash. The wailing cries grew louder as they approached, and before they entered the hall where the coffin was stored, they suddenly heard the sound of two women talking. What will happen now? Just like that, he's gone, leaving behind 2 children and an elderly mother. Life must be very hard for them. Yes, his wife has been gambling, making life tough already. Now that he's gone, the economic support is cut off. Didn't old Wang have any savings? Where did he work again? What savings? He was scared of his wife. All the money was spent by her. As for where he worked, I heard it was some Chen family. They're supposed to be quite wealthy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei immediately turned around and confronted the 2 women. Where did you say Wang Baojia worked? The women were startled by Jiang Fei's sudden appearance and didn't immediately respond. The Chen family. The Chen family, you know, one of the wealthiest families in our city, Jiangchen. He worked as their driver. Jiang Fei's fists clenched instantly, her gaze ablaze as she stared at the young man in the portrait. After staring intently for a while, Jiang Fei returned to her car. Confused, Su Zhuling followed Jiang Fei back into the car and asked incredulously, "Why aren't you going anymore?" Jiang Fei started the car. Wang Baojia's family has no money. Going there to demand compensation would just be a waste of time. And besides, since he worked for the Qin family, this matter likely involves Chen Qingzhu somehow. So you're going to find Chen Qingzhu now? I'm not going to find Chen Qingzhu. Jiang Fei gradually increased the speed. I still need to figure out a way to find evidence for this case. If the person is dead, how are you going to find the evidence? Jiang Fei bit her lower lip tightly and stayed silent for a long while. Not until she saw Su Zhuling's company did she release her bite, leaving clear tooth marks on her lower lip. In an unusually calm tone, she spoke a few words. I'm going back to Beiyuan. Su Zhuling was stunned. Back to Beiyuan? Fei, are you sure? One doesn't obtain the tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Jiang Fei parked the car under Su Zhuling's office building and gazed steadily ahead as she said, as long as Chen Qingzhu has made contact, there will inevitably be evidence left behind. Su Zhuling slowly furrowed her brows. So you plan to look through her phone for call records? Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, I also need to find out if my mother's incident has anything to do with Fu Yunting. Su Zhuling sighed heavily, feeling suffocated. In my view, Fu Yunting probably wasn't involved, but whether he would cover for Chen Qingzhu, that's unclear. But even if he was involved, what do you plan to do after finding out? Jiang Fei slightly lowered her eyes. Fu Yunting's power makes me unable to directly harm him, but there are other ways to make him a target of public criticism. Su Zhuling reflected on what Jiang Fei had just said, the internet. Jiang Fei nodded silently, a coldness gradually forming in her eyes. If he was involved, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I won't let him off easily. Su Zhuling didn't know how to respond to Jiang Fei's words. Since this matter hadn't happened to her, even though she could try to empathize, it would still be far less than 1/3 of the pain that Jiang Fei felt. Thus, excessive advice wouldn't help. Silent support and assistance were all she could provide now. Go ahead. Su Zhuling looked at Jiang Fei firmly. I believe in you. You will surely find some useful evidence. But Fei, please make sure to protect yourself. Okay, I will. Before returning to Beiyuan, Jiang Fei made a call to Jiang Hong, briefly giving him some instructions. Only after that did she dial Zhou Sitsong's number. They agreed to meet at a restaurant. Just as Jiang Fei arrived, so did Zhou Sikong, stepping into the private room shortly after. Jiang Fei gazed at Zhou Sikong wearing a long black trench coat. She'd never seen him dressed in black before. Gone was his usual soft demeanor, replaced with a more rational and commanding presence. Even his aura seemed more formidable. He casually brushed away the messy bangs from his forehead, pulled out a chair by the table, and gave Jiang Fei a faint smile. Did I keep you waiting? Jiang Fei responded with a similar smile. I've only been sitting here for about 2 minutes. Perfect timing. Zhou Sikong glanced at the menu on the table. Have you ordered yet? I've heard their braised duck is very delicious. Jiang Fei couldn't help but chuckle slightly at Zhou Sitsong's casual way of starting with ordering food. I've already placed the order, including all the signature dishes. Jiang Fei poured Zhou Sikong a cup of warm drink. Corn juice, it'll warm you up. Zhou Sikong held the cup with both hands and then rubbed his cold wrists. Why did you suddenly think of treating me to dinner today? In the future, we probably won't have such opportunities, so there's no point in postponing something that can be done today. Jiang Fei took a light sip of the corn juice, her gaze falling on the slowly swirling golden liquid. My mom. She's brain dead. Zhou Sitsong's hand paused in midair, halfway to his lips. His eyes filled with disbelief, causing an instant frown. When did this happen? Chapter 98. What are you panicking about? Jiang Fei explained the situation to Zhou Sikong. Dr. Zhou, don't misunderstand me. I'm not asking you to redo my mother's surgery or anything. But since you're in the hospital, could you please say hello to the nurses on my behalf? If my brother and I are busy, we'd appreciate it if they could take extra care of my mother. Zhou Sikong put down his cup with a serious expression. Even if you asked me to figure out a way to help perform the surgery, there's nothing I can do. However, I can still help take care of her. With this reassurance from Zhou Sikong, Jiang Fei felt somewhat relieved. But, Zhou Sikong looked at Jiang Fei again. Based on my experience, if things haven't changed after a month, I suggest you unplug the ventilator. Jiang Fei's hands clenched suddenly. I will never do that. No matter how much advice you give me, I don't want to do such a thing. Jiang Fei, listen to me. Zhou Sitsong's expression turned grave. Let's set aside the issue of money for now. Keeping your mother on the ventilator, even if she doesn't know, is still a kind of torture for her body. Once muscle atrophy and adhesions develop, by the time you make up your mind to unplug the ventilator, her throat tissues would have already suffered serious damage. Zhou Xizong's words left Jiang Fei silent without any response. Zhou Xikong sighed softly. This is exactly how people in our country are. Bound by what is so-called filial piety, they spend their whole lives exhausting themselves. You might think I am cold-blooded by nature, but this is reality. You can consider it more carefully, as brain death is irreversible. Jiang Fei was lost in thought, not knowing what to say. After a long silence, she finally spoke. I need to discuss it with my brother first. Before we make a decision, we'll rely more on Dr. Zhou for help with my mom. All right. After eating, Jiang Fei parted ways with Zhou Xikong and went to Beiyuan. Arriving at the villa entrance, Jiang Fei stared intently at the brightly lit house in front of her, a dense hatred growing in her heart. From the moment she stepped out of Beiyuan until now, apart from this time, she hadn't come voluntarily once. And this voluntary trip was only due to her suppressing herself to gather evidence. Chen Qingzhu acted like a troublemaker, constantly using insidious tactics against her. If she remained passive any longer, the people around her might all be implicated, even if not for herself, but for her mother and Xiaohong. She had to grit her teeth and walk through this thorny path ahead. Jiang Fei got out of the car and entered the villa. Coincidentally, Zhang Ma just finished her work and bumped into Jiang Fei. Seeing Jiang Fei standing at the door with a gloomy face, Zhang Ma was clearly taken aback. Madam, you're back. Jiang Fei nodded slightly and walked past Zhang Ma into the villa. However, she didn't see the complicated emotions reflected in Zhang Ma's eyes when looking at her. Sitting in the living room, Chen Qingzhu also jumped when she heard a sound behind her and turned around. She stood up abruptly and looked at Jiang Fei walking towards her, instinctively swallowing nervously. Her voice carried a trace of tension as she asked, "You, why are you back?" Jiang Fei glared coldly at Chen Qingzhu and didn't speak for half a while. It wasn't until Chen Qingzhu's face started twitching unconsciously that Jiang Fei finally smirked disdainfully. "What are you panicking about?" "What do you mean? What am I panicking about?" Terrified, Chen Qingzhu retorted before calming herself and sarcastically mocking. "Your mother is already in this condition, yet you're not by her side in the hospital? Looks like you're not very filial either." Jiang Fei snorted lightly. It seems Miss Chen has plenty of words without any sense of discomfort. "What business is it of yours?" Chen Qingzhu demanded harshly. "Didn't you hate coming here? Then why are you back?" Jiang Fei circled the sofa and slowly sat down on another one. Her posture was upright, showing no fear as she looked directly at Chen Qingzhu. "There hasn't been much enmity between us. The conflict arose because of Fu Yunting. But now, it's different, Chen Qingzhu. From here on, we'll see." Startled, Chen Qingzhu stared at Jiang Fei. "What do you mean by that statement?" A faint smile curved at Jiang Fei's lips. "Wouldn't knowing too much ruin the fun? Miss Chen considers herself extraordinarily capable. So let's see who ends up on top and who ends up at the bottom." Jiang Fei's calm tone made Chen Qingzhu's complexion turn increasingly worse. She didn't know whether Jiang Fei was aware that her mother's misfortune was related to her. But if she knew, then how did she find out? The Chen family had ensured there were no loopholes in their plans. There should be no way to find evidence. If she didn't know, then what was the purpose of Jiang Fei coming back this time? Did she regret leaving Fu Yunting? Was she trying to kick her out of Beiyuan? Regardless, each possibility was enough to make her vigilant in facing Jiang Fei. Just as Chen Qingzhu opened her mouth to respond, the sound of an opening door came from behind them, and Fu Yunting appeared in front of them. A flash of coldness crossed Jiang Fei's eyes, but when Fu Yunting looked up at her, she suppressed all her emotions and stood up to walk towards him. Jiang Fei's voluntary return added an element of surprise to Fu Yunting's gaze. He fixed his deep gaze on Jiang Fei as she approached and began to inquire. "I didn't expect you would come back yourself." The word "back" had not even left his lips when a kiss that Jiang Fei planted on his cheek interrupted him. There was evident surprise in his deep, dark eyes. Before he could fully analyze the situation, Jiang Fei's smiling face appeared right in front of him. "Miss Chun is already back. Why haven't you returned yet?" Jiang Fei gently caressed Fu Yunting's chest and helped loosen his tie, but within a few moments, Fu Yunting grabbed her hand. "Jiang Fei, what are you up to?" The sharp tone did not make Jiang Fei retreat. Instead, she turned around and grabbed Fu Yunting's hand. "Isn't it that you don't want a divorce? I've thought it through. I won't get a divorce with you anymore. This morning, it was a misunderstanding. As your son-in-law, how could you do such a thing to my father-in-law?" Jiang Fei patted Fu Yunting's hand before placing it on his cool cheeks again. "I'm sorry for making you lose face today." Even though Jiang Fei didn't articulate this phrase clearly, the four words of "losing face" rang particularly sharp in Fu Yunting's ears. He pulled away Jiang Fei's hand and bypassed her to go upstairs. Jiang Fei wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. After watching Fu Yunting go upstairs, she stopped in front of Chen Qingzhu. Glancing at Chen Qingzhu's livid face brought Jiang Fei immense satisfaction. She turned her head and raised her lips into a smile towards Chen Qingzhu. Without saying a word, she then followed Fu Yunting upstairs. Chen Qingzhu's anger twisted her features, but now even Fu Yunting had not spoken to her, so she had no chance to retaliate against Jiang Fei. That night, Jiang Fei did not go looking for Fu Yunting again. After returning to the room, she called Assistant and instead. Assistant and quickly picked up the call, and Jiang Fei, gazing out at the swaying tree branches outside the window, spoke first. "Assistant and those two doctors that Fu Yunting arranged for me, do they still come?" Assistant and was puzzled why Jiang Fei was voluntarily seeking medical treatment. They had argued with Mr. Fu earlier in the morning. Could it be that she had returned to Beiyuan? But without time to sort out the details, Assistant and responded promptly. "They can come. If you cooperate, they can come anytime. Then let's make it tomorrow." All right, Mrs., I'll contact them immediately. However, assistant and did not contact the doctors immediately, but informed Fu Yunting about this first. Sitting by his desk, Fu Yunting lightly rubbed his fingers while contemplating Jiang Fei's latest move, but before he could figure it out, there came a knock on the door along with Chen Qingzhu's voice. Yunting, may I come in? Come in. Chen Qingzhu opened the door and saw Fu Yunting holding a phone conversation. She hesitated. Am I interrupting your call? No. Fu Yunting stared at Chen Qingzhu and told assistant and on the phone. Do as she said. Bring the doctors here tomorrow. After hanging up, he glanced at Chen Qingzhu's slightly stiff expression and asked, what is it? Chen Qingzhu sat down in front of Fu Yunting. Yunting, do you think the reason your wife returned might be for retaliation? Fu Yunting rested his forehead on his palm, speaking indifferently. Go on. Chen Qingzhu fidgeted with her fingers. Look, this morning she went to the company and embarrassed you, and now she's acting like a different person, showing concern and warmth toward you. Yunting, you can interpret this as me sowing discord between you two, but I am really providing an objective analysis. Fu Yunting showed no change in expression, his tone unchanged. So what do you think I should do? Chen Qingzhu pretended to ponder for a moment. I believe she shouldn't live here anymore. This could pose a certain threat to you. Who knows if she'll suddenly. She wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Fu Yunting interrupted Chen Qingzhu uninterestingly. Rather than thinking about this, you might consider better what her ultimate purpose is for coming back. Fu Yunting's reminder made Chen Qingzhu's heart skip a beat. His words seemed directed at her, but his face did not betray any suspicion of her. No matter how, the guilty party will always feel uneasy. Chen Qingzhu blinked lightly and softly asked, Yunting, do you think who might have done this? Fu Yunting curled his lips and leaned forward, slowly narrowing his eyes. These eagle-like eyes roamed across Chen Qingzhu's face inch by inch. Is this related to you? Chen Qingzhu couldn't stand his sudden question, her face instantly losing all its color. How could it possibly be me? Chen Qingzhu clutched her palm tightly, forcing her smile to look as usual. Let me tell you plainly, I have no personal grudges against Mrs. Fu. Doing something like this would only harm me and give me no benefit. Fu Yunting's handsome brows flickered slightly, his expression returning to normal. There's no turning back once the arrow has been released. Think carefully before acting. Chapter 99. It's you who don't want a divorce. Chen Qingzhu stared dumbfounded at the man in front of her. Could it be that Yunting had also found out something? Or was it because she had been too obvious, causing her to expose herself? No, she had to do something to dispel his suspicions about her. Chen Qingzhu stood up, went around the desk to Yunting's side, and placed her hand on his strong shoulder, leaning down slowly. Yunting, Mrs. Fu encountered this kind of situation. Even I as an outsider find it hard to bear. During this period of time, let's treat her well, okay? Fu Yunting glanced at Chen Qingzhu's delicate fingers fidgeting with a shallow gaze from his deep-set eyes. He did not speak, so Chen Qingzhu continued. I don't know what has happened between you and Mrs. Fu. Your relationship is somewhat strained, but after all. Chen Qingzhu sighed lightly. Yunting, what do you really think about your wife? It's getting late, you should go back and rest. Fu Yunting gave no response, only issuing a dismissal order. Chen Qingzhu paused momentarily in her movement, then stretched her arms again, wrapping them around Fu Yunting. Yunting, if I have a chance to stay by your side, can you not make me wait too long? She could not care less about other things right now. Even if Yunting scolded her or pushed her away, it would be fine. She had to divert Yunting's attention. Fu Yunting turned around and looked straight into Chen Qingzhu's rippling eyes. He reached out and encircled her waist, pulling her onto his lap. Chen Qingzhu let out a soft cry of surprise, and her cheeks quickly flushed red. Her soft hands supported her weight on Fu Yunting's chest, calling him with an ambiguous tone. Yunting. Fu Yunting leaned closer to Chen Qingzhu, his hot breath spraying on her tender face, making Chen Qingzhu involuntarily arch her body due to the tingling sensation. Watching Chen Qingzhu's distracted demeanor, Fu Yunting slightly curled his lips with a hint of ridicule. You just said that I should treat Jiang Fei well, and now you want to exclude her and stay by my side. Qingzhu, which of these words of yours are true? Chen Qingzhu's gaze sharpened slightly. Yunting, you understand my feelings, but I can't overdo it either, right? Fu Yunting lightly pinched Chen Qingzhu's chin, bringing her even closer to his face. There were mere inches between the two of them. If one party took the initiative, they could touch each other's lips. But Fu Yunting stopped there, staring intently into Chen Qingzhu's eyes with his dark eyes unchanging. If Jiang Fei does not leave, what do you plan to do? Chen Qingzhu, seduced by Fu Yunting's sexy thin lips, could not concentrate fully, and even though she still retained some rationality, she could not respond properly to Fu Yunting's question. After looking at each other for a while, Fu Yunting suddenly withdrew his hand, widening the distance between him and Chen Qingzhu. It was his action that instantly brought Chen Qingzhu back to her senses. With flushed cheeks, she asked, Yunting, your wife mentioned that it's you who didn't want a divorce. Fu Yunting pushed Chen Qingzhu off his lap. Believe her if you want. Chen Qingzhu stood there speechless for quite a while, watching Fu Yunting's back, filling her beautiful eyes with disbelief. She felt somewhat disoriented, unable to distinguish immediately who didn't want a divorce. Before, it might have been Jiang Fei. Now, could it be Yunting? Fu Yunting's words made Chen Qingzhu toss and turn all night, trying to figure out what these two people really meant. By dawn, she still couldn't comprehend. With Fu Yunting's consent, assistant and brought the two doctors over early in the morning to examine Jiang Fei. When the doctors arrived, Fu Yunting was just about to leave for work with Chen Qingzhu. Fu Yunting instructed the doctors to inform him of Jiang Fei's condition immediately, then left. In the living room, Jiang Fei sat on the sofa letting Dr. Huang examine her while Dr. Yu recorded the results. During the nearly 2-hour heart checkup, Jiang Fei silently sat on the sofa without uttering a single word. She resembled a doll, showing no signs of life on her face. Dr. Yu's gaze kept wandering to Jiang Fei's face. He had never met such a silent patient before. Other patients would interact with them at least a little bit, but this Mrs. Fu remained quiet to the point of making people feel uncomfortable. Taking advantage of Dr. Huang's absence fetching something from the car, Dr. Yu couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, do you ever feel any discomfort in your heart?" Jiang Fei's eyes flickered, turning towards Dr. Yu. That clean and handsome face was studying her curiously. Sitting ramrod straight like a student, his hands rested obediently and quietly on his thighs. Perhaps because of his black-rimmed glasses, he emitted an uncontrollable scholarly air. Those large, bright eyes were like two radiant black gemstones. The words, "innocent," were the conclusion Jiang Fei made after observing him a few times. "My chest feels tight," Jiang Fei simply said, looking away and slightly lowering her gaze, appearing as if she was contemplating something. Yu Liangji slightly tilted his head, a bit dazed as he continued to ask, "Is that all? Sometimes I can clearly hear my heartbeat. Boom boom several times, quite heavy." Yu Liangji nodded forcefully. "The symptoms match up. You already have over 6,000 premature ventricular contractions. Your condition is actually quite bad." Jiang Fei moved her stiff body. "Do you specialize in this area?" "My master has deep research in cardiac issues." At the mention of this, Yu Liangji's eyes brightened further, opening up to Jiang Fei with endless details about Dr. Huang's capabilities. With nothing better to do, Jiang Fei just listened until Yu Liangji finished talking as Dr. Huang returned with medication. Dr. Huang walked up to them, and Yu Liangji excitedly stood up. "Master, I've already introduced your situation to Mrs. Fu. She's very interested in you." Dr. Huang instantly furrowed his thick brows, giving Yu Liangji a look before addressing Jiang Fei. "Mrs. Fu, my young disciple just entered society, perhaps speaking too much. Please don't take offense." Jiang Fei smiled faintly at him. "It's fine. Someone who talks a lot can be pretty interesting." Dr. Huang handed the medicine to Jiang Fei while smiling. "This is Chinese herbal medicine. It won't harm the body significantly and will also play an important role in heart recovery. Take it 3 times a day after meals. We'll monitor your heart condition again in a week. If there's any discomfort at any time, feel free to contact us immediately." Jiang Fei took the box of medicines in front of her. "Are there any daily precautions I should keep in mind?" Dr. Huang replied. "Avoid anger, rest more, and don't do overly strenuous exercise." Jiang Fei rubbed the package of the medicine with her fingertips. "What would happen if it's not controlled well?" Dr. Huang's expression turned serious. "Mrs. Fu, your condition isn't good at all. Once the myocardium doesn't get enough blood supply, it could lead to sudden death." Chapter 100. Are you going back to risk your life again? Jiang Fei blinked her eyes slowly. I understand." Her calm demeanor made Dr. Huang feel something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. After staring at Jiang Fei for a few seconds, Dr. Huang turned his gaze away. "We won't disturb Mrs. Jiang anymore. We'll leave now. Take care on your way out." Dr. Huang left with Yu Liangji. After both of them sat in the car, Dr. Huang asked Yu Liangji, "Did Mrs. Jiang tell you anything else just now?" Yu Liangji recalled for a moment. "She didn't say much. It seemed like most of the talking was done by me." Dr. Huang thought deeply. "Mrs. Jiang seems more willing to communicate with you. Here's what I want you to do. When you have time, call Mrs. Jiang more often and ask about her condition." "I'm always feeling uneasy." Baffled, Yu Liangji asked, "Why are you so uneasy?" Dr. Huang glared at Yu Liangji. "It's always you who asks the most questions. Just do as I say, and inform me immediately if there's any situation." Yu Liangji quickly agreed, started the car, and glanced in the direction of the villa before driving away. After they left, Jiang Fei also stood up from the sofa. She found Aunt Zhang and handed over part of the medicine in her hand. "I might forget to take the medicine, so please remind me." Aunt Zhang took the medicine from Jiang Fei. "Understood, Mrs. Jiang. Is there anything special you'd like for lunch? I'll prepare it. Make something random. I'm not picky." As Jiang Fei spoke, she walked toward the staircase. Aunt Zhang watched her retreating figure, opening her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, only tightened her grip on the medicine and said nothing. When Jiang Fei turned the corner of the staircase, she immediately quickened her pace, reaching Chen Qingzhu's room. She pushed open the door, walked into the middle of the room, and began examining the surroundings. Finding a relatively hidden spot, she pulled a mini camera from her pocket and installed it before hastily leaving. Afterward, Jiang Fei went to Fu Yunting's study and entered easily. However, Jiang Fei did not know that the moment she entered the study, Fu Yunting saw her figure on the surveillance camera. He sipped his coffee lightly, his dark eyes intently focusing on Jiang Fei's every move. Unlike last time where Jiang Fei rummaged through various cabinets and items, this time she stopped in front of a mural, looking upward to study it carefully. Seeing this, Fu Yunting suddenly tightened his grip on the coffee cup handle, his eyes flashing with a sharp expression. When he saw Jiang Fei reach out and take down the mural, Fu Yunting instantly put down his coffee and grabbed his phone, making a call to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang answered quickly, and Fu Yunting ordered sharply, "Go to the study and bring Mrs. Jiang out." Following the instruction, Aunt Zhang rushed out of the kitchen and hurried upstairs, reaching the study door just in time to see Jiang Fei disassembling the frame of the mural. Aunt Zhang moved swiftly, grabbing Jiang Fei from the ground. Jiang Fei stared at the sudden arrival of Aunt Zhang, puzzled. What are you doing here, Aunt Zhang? Without replying, Aunt Zhang pushed Jiang Fei out of the study and rehung the mural in its original place. Once outside the study and having closed the door, Aunt Zhang explained, Mrs. Jiang, Mr. Fu knew you had entered the study, and he sent me to escort you out. Please don't go inside without permission next time. Jiang Fei's brows suddenly furrowed tightly. I didn't do anything. I just... Jiang Fei paused mid-sentence. When she entered the study, Fu Yunting should have already known, but he didn't rush to call Aunt Zhang then. He observed her actions closely until she studied the mural, removed it, and began dismantling it. Only then did Aunt Zhang come rushing to take her away. So it seemed that the painting on the wall definitely concealed something secret. The more Fu Yunting tried to stop her, the stronger Jiang Fei's curiosity grew. It sprouted within her heart, like vines, growing finer and denser. Jiang Fei looked at the entrance of the study. The last time she entered, Fu Yunting had not yet installed the surveillance cameras, and if she hadn't guessed wrong, it must have been Qin Qingzhu who showed the footage to Fu Yunting. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei realized that an originally convenient task had now become complicated. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to search for secrets while Fu Yunting was at work. Any remaining chances would either have to be during the midnight hours or when Fu Yunting went on a business trip. Following Aunt Zhang to the dining room, Jiang Fei sat down and pulled out her phone to send a message to Assistant An. Jiang Fei inquired, Assistant An, will your boss Mr. Fu be on a business trip anytime soon? Assistant An received the message just as he was accompanying Fu Yunting in studying how to deal with this mural. Taking out his vibrating phone, upon seeing the message, he instantly understood Jiang Fei's intention. After pondering for a while, pretending to know nothing about the surveillance matter, he replied, At the beginning of next month, Mr. Fu will go to one of the subsidiaries. Jiang Fei glanced at the time. It was now early November, and there were more than 20 days left until the beginning of the next month. Such a long period made it hard for Jiang Fei to predict what might happen in between. Jiang Fei deleted the message, feeling heavy-hearted as she flipped her phone face down on the table. Picking up her chopsticks, she stirred the rice in her bowl without any appetite. Aunt Zhang came out of the kitchen carrying soup and placed it beside Jiang Fei. Mrs. Jiang, this is red date and Chinese angelica chicken soup. It calms the mind and strengthens the body. It's good for you. Hearing Aunt Zhang's words, a sudden thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. Calm the mind, sleep-inducing medicine. If Fu Yunting took sleeping pills at night, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity for her to check the condition of the painting? Jiang Fei suddenly stood up and walked toward the door of the villa. Aunt Zhang quickly called after her. Mrs. Jiang, you haven't finished eating. I'll eat when I come back. With those words, Jiang Fei got into her car and sped away from North Garden toward Star River Bay. When she arrived home, she coincidentally met Jiang Heng, who was just about to leave with a large bag in his hand. Though they hadn't seen each other overnight, Jiang Heng already had a shadow of stubble on his young face, with dark circles under his eyes and a lackluster gaze, as if all his energy had been drained. But when their eyes met, Jiang Heng furrowed his brows in confusion and asked, Sister, where did you go last night? I went to North Garden to see Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei replied, helping Jiang Heng with his luggage. What did you go there for? Jiang Heng's voice clearly rose several degrees. The one responsible for all this is only him, and you still want to go back to die with him. Jiang Fei, holding a backpack in one hand and dragging a suitcase with the other, said, There are some things that I can't explain to you clearly right now, but all you need to know is that I went back to gather evidence of their crimes, not to choose to continue living with Fu Yunting like this. Jiang Heng anxiously followed Jiang Fei. But listen, if we don't get the evidence soon, does that mean you won't come back for a long time? Chapter 101, 3 Situations Found. It's impossible. Jiang Fei turned around, her tone solemn as she took over from Jiang Heng. Anyone who has done something wrong will surely leave evidence. Xiao Heng, don't worry about whether I'll come back or not. Can't you see I'm also very free to leave? Jiang Heng's eyes reddened slightly. So, now you know who exactly did this thing. Jiang Fei shoved all her luggage into the trunk. Knowing is one thing, but what can we do without any evidence? Jiang Heng stepped closer to Jiang Fei. Who is it? Qin Qingzhu. Jiang Fei had no intention of hiding it. The person who killed Mother is the driver of Qin Qingzhu's family. Then let the police investigate. Jiang Fei gave a bitter smile. Do you think finding the police would help? Fu Yunting has immense power in Jiangcheng. Involving the police would be futile. Jiang Heng asked anxiously. Then if you find evidence, wouldn't that bring them down? Handing over the evidence to the police to bring them down is definitely impossible. Jiang Fei's eyes gradually turned colder. But what if we rely on public opinion? Jiang Heng didn't expect Jiang Fei to take such an action against Qin Qingzhu. He furrowed his eyebrows and thought for a while, not opposing anymore. After Jiang Fei closed the trunk and headed towards the villa, Jiang Heng finally asked, Sis, are you here today to get something? Jiang Fei stepped onto the stairs. I remember Mom used to have a habit of taking sleeping pills. I want to take some with me. There are none left, Jiang Heng reminded her, since Zhang Mubai was detained. Mom hasn't taken them anymore, and the sleeping pills were thrown away long ago. Jiang Fei was startled. None? Not even one pill? Yes, Jiang Heng questioned curiously. What do you need the sleeping pills for? Jiang Fei looked melancholic by the car. Naturally they're useful, but since there are none at home, I'll think of another way to get them. Jiang Fei opened the car door and sat inside. Xiao Heng, get in, I'll take you to the hospital. Jiang Heng got in, and Jiang Fei started the car, heading towards the hospital together. By the way, Jiang Heng glanced at Jiang Fei driving carefully. Sis, don't you know a male doctor? Why not ask him to prescribe some sleeping pills for you? The figure of Zhou Xiqing appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. and even though he was a doctor, it wasn't easy for him to handle with the sedatives department. However, could he possibly have another channel to help her obtain them? As Jiang Fei reached out for her phone to make the call, Su Zhuqing's call came just at that moment. She pressed the answer button, and Su Zhuqing's urgent voice sounded through the car speaker. Fei, where are you? Do you have time to come over here once? Jiang Fei felt a slight stir in her heart. Is there any news about my father's matter? Yes. Su Zhuqing stared intently at the content in her mailbox. It can't be explained briefly. Let's talk when you come. Jiang Fei quickly turned around and drove towards Su Zhuqing's office building. Upon arrival, both she and Jiang Heng hurried to the office entrance. The door opened, and Jiang Fei saw Su Zhuqing leaning against the table, holding a remote control while staring at the large screen hanging midair. Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng walked up beside Su Zhuqing, who pointed to the screen. Half a month before your father passed away, he had close contact with a man. According to my investigation last night, I uncovered 3 situations about this man. Su Zhuqing pressed the remote control, and the image on the screen showed a man around 30 years old. The man looked ordinary, a face easily lost in the crowd, making it hard to tell good from evil, also unfamiliar. Do you know this man? Jiang Fei shook her head. No, what's his deal? Ma Zizhou, the boss of Kelitech Company. His company isn't big and has no fame either, Su Zhuqing introduced. He and your father had a transaction where your father sold a bundle of incense to him. The transaction happened 2 months before your father passed away. After that, the only time your father communicated with this person was half a month before your father's death. I've compared the timing. Fei, do you remember saying that your father hastily left Fushan Garden that day? Your father left because he received his call. Jiang Fei frowned deeply. How long have they been maintaining contact? Su Zhuqing switched back to the call record. Almost daily twice, at least once, but even one call lasts over 10 minutes. Jiang Fei checked each one and confirmed all circumstances as Su Zhuqing said. Oh, and there's a transaction record too. Su Zhuqing changed the frame again. Bank statements appeared on the screen. Your father indeed had a bank flow of 2 million yuan. Your father transferred 1,300,000 yuan to Ma Zizhou, and the remaining 700,000 was deposited into your Fushan Garden account. Jiang Fei looked at the screen ahead, feeling like she could sense a hint of conspiracy lurking in the information displayed. Based on the creditor's previous words and the boss of Kelitech, Ma Zizhou, that was uncovered. What exactly happened between these 3 people? Why would they so coincidentally all appear in the 2 weeks before father's death? Big sis. Jiang Heng, who had been silent this whole time, turned to ask Jiang Fei. Father passed away from illness, but did he ever show you his medical records? Jiang Fei's thoughts were scattered as she recalled. At the time, father said since the condition was already clear, keeping the medical records would only make him feel worse. I urged him to get checked again at the hospital, but he suddenly got angry with me and refused to go. I assumed it was due to his illness affecting his mood, so I didn't press further. The problem might just be here, Su Zhuqing boldly guessed. Could it be possible that your father didn't die from an illness at all? Jiang Fei suddenly met Su Zhuqing's gaze. What do you mean, not from an illness? I can't confirm this. I'm just speculating. Su Zhuqing picked up her water cup and took a sip. I just think these events are too closely related to your father's death. Jiang Fei pulled out her phone. Do you have Ma Zizhou's contact details? Give me one. Su Zhuqing handed over Ma Zizhou's contact information to Jiang Fei, who dialed the number immediately. Jiang Heng and Su Zhuqing both held their breaths waiting for the call to connect, but despite several attempts by Jiang Fei, no one answered the calls. Let's go find him. Su Zhuqing stood straight. Instead of waiting, we should directly confront him and ask. It might not be easy to meet him even if we go there directly. Jiang Fei frowned. We need to think of a way to arrange a meeting with him. That's true. Su Zhuqing also fell into deep thought. However, none of our professions give us an excuse to invite him, unless we collaborate with him on something. Jiang Fei bit her lower lip while searching in her mind for anyone who could help. Suddenly, Su Zhuqing tapped her arm and suggested, Fei, since Zhou Xiqing can attend business banquets, couldn't he possibly arrange a meeting with him? Chapter 102. What position to help? Jiang Fei slightly lowered her gaze and did not respond to Su Zhuqing's words. She had actually thought of Zhou Xiqing just now. However, when she came, she'd only decided to ask him to help purchase some sleeping pills. Now she needed to bother him with another favor. In any sense, it felt like she was exploiting him too much. Su Zhuqing seemed to notice Jiang Fei's thoughts. She raised a hand and lightly patted Jiang Fei on the shoulder. Fei, I know you might feel embarrassed asking Zhou Xiqing for help, but at this critical moment, who else is there besides him? Can you rely on your clients? Your studio has already shut down, and you still owe them fragrances. Asking them for help would be even harder for you. And compared to your father's situation, these trivial matters don't count for much, do they? As Su Zhuqing consoled her, Jiang Fei listened attentively. After pondering for a long time, she took a deep breath and said, All right, I'll call him. That's right. Su Zhuqing said. You can repay him when the opportunity arises. Jiang Fei dialed Zhou Xiqing's number, and shortly after, he answered. His voice carried traces of fatigue. Jiang Fei, I just finished surgery, so I was a bit slow to answer. Sorry for disturbing you. Jiang Fei muttered faintly. Dr. Zhou, will you have time later? I'd like to treat you to coffee and ask for your help with something. Dr. Zhou, Zhou Xiqing repeated as if pondering, imitating Jiang Fei's tone. Such formal words. What position am I supposed to take in helping you? Jiang Fei felt her ears heating up from Zhou Xiqing's teasing. It's just out of habit. I'll change next time. I'm just joking with you. Zhou Xiqing glanced at his wristwatch. I have about 2 hours of free time. Pick a place, and I'll go over. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Fei gave Zhou Xiqing the name of a cafe near the hospital. After making the arrangement, Jiang Fei went with Su Zhujing and Jiang Heng to the agreed location. When they arrived at the cafe, Zhou Xiqing was already seated in a booth waiting. Seeing Jiang Fei, he stood up and waved. After exchanging brief greetings, Jiang Fei and the others sat down together. Zhou Xiqing said, "Because of your heart condition, I didn't order coffee for you, but hot milk instead. Su Miss and the younger brother can drink coffee. Is that okay?" Su Zhujing smiled. "Thank you, Dr. Zhou." Jiang Heng nodded without adding much more. After their drinks were served, Jiang Fei held her cup and finally spoke. "Dr. Xiqing, do you have a way to get some sleeping pills?" Holding his coffee, Zhou Xiqing paused slightly. "Sleeping pills? Are you having trouble sleeping?" Jiang Fei shook her head vigorously. "No, it's not for me. I won't take them. As for what they're for, it's inconvenient for me to say." Zhou Xiqing sipped his coffee contemplatively. "My father has some sleeping pills. I can bring some home for you. Since using the incense you created, my father hasn't taken medication to sleep for quite a while. In fact, I should thank you for that." Jiang Fei hurriedly waved her hands. "If the incense can come in handy, I'm also glad. And we made a deal. It's no need for thanks. One thing is one thing." Zhou Xiqing smiled gently with his clear eyes. "I'll get you the sleeping pills tomorrow." Jiang Fei quickly expressed her gratitude, and beside her, Su Zhujing cleared her throat, signaling her to get to the point. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei felt unsure. "There's one more thing." Zhou Xiqing picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth lightly. Go ahead. If I can help, I certainly will." Jiang Fei pulled her hand back and rested it on her lap. "Since you've attended business dinners before, your family must also be involved in business circles. Could you possibly use your identity to arrange a meeting between me and the owner of Kelitech, Mao Zizhou?" "Uncle Mao?" Zhou Xiqing asked, puzzled. "I know him, but why do you need to meet him?" Upon hearing Zhou Xiqing refer to Mao Zizhou as uncle, Jiang Fei and Su Zhujing exchanged glances tacitly. Su Zhujing nodded toward Jiang Fei, signaling her to explain the entire situation to Zhou Xiqing since it's always awkward to seek help without telling the truth. Understanding Su Zhujing's hint, Jiang Fei organized her thoughts and briefly explained her father's situation. After listening, Zhou Xiqing furrowed his brows tightly. "Just based on what you've said, it sounds complicated inside." His words immediately sent Jiang Fei's heart racing into her throat. She anxiously stared at Zhou Xiqing's serious expression, fearing he might refuse. "Is it impossible to handle?" Shaking his head, Zhou Xiqing replied, "No, don't worry, I'll try to make the arrangement for you. What I mean is that investigating such things will indeed be tricky. No matter how difficult, we must investigate." Su Zhujing placed her coffee down firmly. "I always feel her father didn't pass away from illness, so the underlying circumstances must be clarified." Zhou Xiqing shifted his gaze from Su Zhujing to Jiang Fei. "Would it be possible to tell me what illness your esteemed father had?" Jiang Fei said. "He said it was bone cancer, and it was already in the late stage when it was discovered." "Late-stage bone cancer?" Zhou Xiqing followed up. "Did he ever show signs of severe body pain in front of you?" Jiang Fei immediately shook her head. "No, I never saw that happen." Zhou Xiqing explained. "In the late stages of cancer, people exhibit significant physical symptoms. Without these symptoms, it's highly unlikely to be cancer based merely on words." Jiang Fei's heart beat like a drum, her breathing becoming rapid. It felt as though some hidden truth was about to surface, but she was too powerless to grasp it. She hadn't lied. During that period, the only thing unusual was that her father had spoken to her more than usual, without any other special circumstance arising. Reflecting deeply now, that time with her father did feel unusually like a farewell, his final instructions filled with reluctance to part from her. Recalling how considerate he'd been toward her well-being back then, Jiang Fei could no longer hold back her tears as they began to brim in her eyes. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly heavy. Zhou Xiqing looked at Jiang Fei, whose nose had turned slightly red, unsure what to say. After a long pause, he took out a tissue and handed it to her, saying, "I'll help you make the appointment. I'll let you know once I get an update." Jiang Fei accepted the tissue and said, "Thank you." After entrusting this task to Zhou Xiqing, Jiang Fei sent Jiang Heng and Su Zhujing home one by one. Instead of heading straight to Beiyuan, she went to the basement of Song Xiaoyi's residential complex and checked on the condition of the flowers. After confirming there were no unusual circumstances in the greenhouse, she returned to her car. On the way to Beiyuan, she conveniently arranged a connection with the factory side. Learning that they had already started material preparation there, she hung up the phone with peace of mind. When Jiang Fei arrived at Beiyuan and was just about to get out of the car, Pei Tong's call came through. Jiang Fei hesitated for a few seconds looking at her phone before picking up. "Hello?" Pei Tong asked curiously. "Jiang Fei, aren't you at Fushangyuan?" Jiang Fei gazed at the raindrops falling on the windshield and replied, "No, I'm not there. What's up?" Chapter 103. Is it fun to play this kind of game? Pei Tong glanced at the gift in his hand. "I've brought you some bird's nest. Where are you now? I'll send it over." Jiang Fei pushed open the car door. "There's no need to give it to me. If you should retreat, retreat. If you should give it to someone else, do so. If you don't take it, then I'll just stay outside your store today." Pei Tong resisted by being stubborn. Jiang Fei paused as she stepped out of the car. "Pei Tong, you're not a kid anymore. Is it fun to play this kind of game?" "I don't really mean anything else." Pei Tong wiped the rain-drenched hair. "I was just thinking that if there's something good, I'd like to send some to you." "Jiang Fei, we really don't have to remain estranged forever. No matter what, we can still be friends. At this point, you can choose not to come, and I can choose not to leave." Before Jiang Fei could respond, Pei Tong hung up the phone. Jiang Fei frowned slightly as she put her phone down and looked at the increasingly dark sky with the heavy rain. After hesitating for a few seconds, she drove the car out of Beiyuan. As Jiang Fei turned the car onto the road, the sound of a Rolls-Royce appeared behind her car. Seeing this, Assistant and murmured in confusion, "Madam?" Realizing he forgot, Assistant and quickly shut his mouth. How could he forget that Mr. Fu and Miss Chun were still in the car? And inadvertently glanced at Fu Yunting in the rearview mirror. He saw Fu Yunting had already opened his eyes. His half-opened eyes glinted coldly as he stared at the corner where Jiang Fei's car disappeared. Does Mrs. Fu have any urgent matters to rush out in the heavy rain? Chen Qingzhu's mock question caused his eyebrows to furrow slightly. With these words, even if Madam didn't seem unusual before, now it felt as if something indeed happened. Follow her. Fu Yunting suddenly spoke. Though these three simple words showed no emotion, yet one could detect a cold undertone in his gaze. Having no choice, and followed Jiang Fei's car from a distance until they reached near Fushan Yuan. Before Jiang Fei even got out of the car, a figure waiting at the Fushan Yuan entrance, shielding himself from the rain, ran quickly toward Jiang Fei. Lowering the window, the man shoved the items into the car and inserted his upper body into the driver's seat. This sight prompted Chen Qingzhu to cover her mouth and exclaim, "What? What is this man doing? Is he kissing Mrs. Fu?" After saying that, she turned her head to look at Fu Yunting. Seeing the dark expression on Fu Yunting's face, a suppressed laugh lingered at the corners of her lips. Chen Qingzhu never imagined such an issue would arise from a simple act of following. She couldn't wait to see how Jiang Fei would deal with the situation next. Staring at the scene ahead, Fu Yunting remained silent. Even after the man exited the car and braved the rain back to his own vehicle, Fu Yunting still remained unmoved. Chen Qingzhu's restrained laughter gradually became stiff as the outcome greatly differed from her imagination. She didn't understand why, when all this was happening right before his eyes, Yunting acted as if nothing had occurred. Unsettled, Chen Qingzhu turned to Fu Yunting. "Sir? Let's go back." Before Chen Qingzhu could finish her sentence, Fu Yunting interrupted her by instructing him. Chen Qingzhu's eyebrows furrowed as she stared at Fu Yunting in astonishment. Sensing Chen Qingzhu's gaze, Fu Yunting turned to glance at her. "What? Do you have something to say?" Chen Qingzhu looked at Jiang Fei, who had already left. She hesitated with her lips parted. That man clearly has some kind of relationship with Mrs. Fu. A mocking look flashed in Fu Yunting's eyes. "If you were me, what would you do?" Chen Qingzhu slowly leaned back against the seat. "If I were me, I'd definitely get out and confront them." Fu Yunting smirked nonchalantly. "And if they just told you that nothing happened, they were just giving gifts, how would you respond?" A bewildered look appeared in Chen Qingzhu's eyes. Yes, if facing such a situation, what would she herself do? Arguing would be embarrassing, but not arguing would leave her without a way to save face. Embarrassed, Chen Qingzhu withdrew her gaze. "Sorry, Yunting, my thoughts were insufficiently considered. But completely ignoring this incident seems unfair to you. So what do you think I should do to be fair?" Fu Yunting's tone was calm as he patiently asked again. Chen Qingzhu gripped her hands and boldly made a suggestion. "Mrs. Fu mingling with men time and again is challenging you, whether emotionally or reasonably. You should find her and ask her for an explanation of her intentions." "All right," Fu Yunting replied. "When we get back, I will certainly discuss this matter thoroughly with her." Fu Yunting's response made Chen Qingzhu feel something wasn't quite right. Was his talk about that aspect again? But since she had gone this far, it would be embarrassing for her to take back what she said. Chen Qingzhu could only endure it, enduring all the way until they returned to Beiyuan. When they got back to Beiyuan, Jiang Fei was still not back. Fu Yunting had a simple meal and then went upstairs. However, Chen Qingzhu kept staring at the gate of the courtyard, pondering what to do next. After tidying up Mr. Fu's dishes, Aunt Zhang looked up at Chen Qingzhu and asked, "Miss Chen, is something troubling you?" With a gloomy expression, Chen Qingzhu snapped, "Do you think I shouldn't have any worries? Jiang Fei has been coming back to Beiyuan repeatedly. What help did you give me?" Aunt Zhang put down the utensils, entered the kitchen, and brewed a cup of coffee, which she then brought out and handed to Chen Qingzhu. "Sir has been working hard all day. Each time he comes home, he continues working. Miss Chen, why don't you take this coffee upstairs and relieve his fatigue?" Baffled, Chen Qingzhu glared at Aunt Zhang. "Do you actually believe that a few cups of coffee can make Yunting favor me?" Aunt Zhang smiled faintly. "If Miss Chen doesn't try, how will you know?" Chen Qingzhu stared at the coffee for a moment, her eyebrows furrowing with suspicion. "Did you put something in it?" Aunt Zhang continued cleaning the dishes as if nothing happened, changing the subject. "If it gets any later, Madam should be returning soon." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingzhu immediately stood up and hurried upstairs with the coffee. She was troubled because she couldn't stop Yunting from going to Jiang Fei, but now this chance had fallen right into her lap. Chen Qingzhu quickened her steps and reached upstairs, knocking on the door before entering the study. She saw Fu Yunting standing by the window, talking on the phone. "Not yet. When the time comes, I'll let you know." He finished speaking and directly hung up, walking to his desk, where he picked up the coffee and took a sip. Chen Qingzhu swallowed nervously, though her tiny movements were noticed by Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting put down the coffee and looked at her. "Do you have something you want to say to me?" Thinking quickly, Chen Qingzhu came up with a topic. "Yunting, my birthday is coming up. There happens to be a cruise during that period. Can you accompany me?" Chapter 104, Let Me Wipe You. Fu Yunting stretched out his hand and pulled at the tie around his collar. When, seeing that Fu Yunting didn't suspect a thing, Chen Qingzhu quickly sat down opposite him with a cunning smile. Next Friday, Fu Yunting picked up his coffee again and took a sip. How much time will it roughly take? 3 days. She had been checking out cruises a few days ago. It wasn't too long or too short, just enough for her to spend some time alone with Yunting. But she didn't know whether Yunting would agree, so she hadn't mentioned it until just now when nervousness slipped her tongue. After hesitating for a moment, Fu Yunting murmured, "All right, once you've decided on a time, I'll have assistant and book the tickets." Chen Qingzhu was so thrilled that she couldn't hide her grin. "You can't go back on your word." Fu Yunting casually picked up a document. "All right, I won't go back on my word." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Fu Yunting suddenly furrowed his eyebrows. He glanced at the temperature control in the room, then loosened a button on his shirt collar. A fleeting gleam of joy passed through Chen Qingzhu's eyes, but she pretended not to understand and got up in feigned confusion. "Yunting, are you feeling hot? Should I help turn the temperature down a bit?" "No need." Fu Yunting gave the coffee an irritated glance, his eyes flickering with coldness. "Did you put something in the coffee?" Chen Qingzhu's eyelids fluttered twice. She hadn't expected Fu Yunting to notice so quickly that there was something wrong with the coffee. "What did I put in?" Pretending to be clueless, Chen Qingzhu picked up the coffee and took a look. "There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. It's just regular coffee, Yunting. What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Fu Yunting simply closed the file and tossed it aside, standing up at that very moment. But before he could leave, Chen Qingzhu called out to him. "Wait, Yunting." In haste, she pulled out a tissue. "You're sweating on your forehead. Let me wipe it off for you." Chen Qingzhu leaned in close, her soft tender hand gently touching Fu Yunting's handsome face, while her other hand moved to land on his chest. The mingling of their breaths made the temperature in the study rise even further. Fu Yunting's breathing became noticeably more rapid, and as Chen Qingzhu gazed at his slightly parted lips, her heart started racing faster as well. "Yunting." Calling his name dreamily, she was about to press her lips against his, when suddenly the study door was pushed open. Their intimate act was interrupted, startling Chen Qingzhu, who quickly turned her head towards the entrance. There stood Jiang Fei, returned without anyone noticing, looking on indifferently at what had just transpired. Chen Qingzhu's delicate face clearly flared with anger. Why had Jiang Fei chosen precisely this moment to come back? Jiang Fei slowly shifted her gaze onto Chen Qingzhu's stiff expression. Then, suddenly, she gave a faint smile as if it were no big deal, and she stepped away, approaching Fu Yunting instead. "Yunting, your face is flushed. Are you coming down with a cold?" Speaking thus, Jiang Fei lifted her hand and touched Fu Yunting's burning cheek. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she took hold of Fu Yunting's arm. "Back to the room, I'll take care of you. After all, Miss Chen is our guest. Asking her for help might make us seem like we're not taking good enough care of our guest." Chen Qingzhu glared angrily at Jiang Fei, who had stolen her thunder. "Mrs. Fu, that's an absurd remark. Even if I were a guest beforehand, I'm still Secretary Fu for Yunting now. It's only right and reasonable that I take care of my own boss." Before Chen Qingzhu could finish her sentence, Fu Yunting grabbed Jiang Fei's hand and marched toward the door out of the study. Upon seeing this, Chen Qingzhu hurriedly rushed forward. "Yunting." But Fu Yunting showed no intention of responding, even hastening his steps. Chen Qingzhu reluctantly followed them all the way to the bedroom door, where Jiang Fei walked behind Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei never once gave Chen Qingzhu the opportunity to enter, swiftly shutting the door shut behind them, completely cutting off any interference. Angered, Chen Qingzhu raised her hand to pound on the door, but before her hand could land, she heard the heavy thud from within the room. She didn't need to guess. It was clear what was happening inside. Had it not been for Jiang Fei rushing here so quickly, she would undoubtedly have been the female protagonist within. Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei. Chen Qingzhu's features twisted in rage, jealousy, and hatred so strong they almost drove her to storm in and kill Jiang Fei on the spot. "Miss Chen, you should return to your room first." At this precise moment, Aunt Zhang's voice rang out in Chen Qingzhu's ears. Chen Qingzhu suddenly whirled around and stared at her, slapping Aunt Zhang's face hard without uttering a word. Caught off guard, Aunt Zhang turned her head sideways, still dazed, when Chen Qingzhu lunged forward and grabbed her by the collar, forcing her to meet her gaze. "So this is the brilliant plan you came up with?" Chen Qingzhu's eyes blazed with fury, and she pointed a finger at the bedroom door, lowering her voice into a roar. "Whose side are you really on?" Aunt Zhang, whose cheek burned from the slap, remained unfazed. After watching Chen Qingzhu for a while with calm emotions, she quietly responded, "Miss Chen, what benefit would you get if Mr. Fu hears about your commotion here?" In a mad frenzy, Chen Qingzhu shoved Aunt Zhang hard and yelled, "You promised to help me. Look at the result. Who are you to criticize now?" "Miss Chen, that was a bit harsh," Aunt Zhang said calmly as she straightened her clothes and glanced at the door. "I actually think that since Mr. Fu hasn't done anything improper to you, it shows he respects and values you in his heart." Chen Qingzhu's eyebrows furrowed lightly. "What do you mean, Aunt Zhang?" "Miss Chen, let's talk somewhere else." Chen Qingzhu suppressed her anger and brought Aunt Zhang back to her own room. After sitting down on the chair, Aunt Zhang said, "Today's events were also something I didn't expect. None of us knew that Mrs. Fu would show up so conveniently at this time. But Miss Chen, Mr. Fu is a man, and still managed to restrain himself despite such a strong dose, not doing anything inappropriate to you. It clearly comes from his genuine respect for you. Don't give me those useless words." Chen Qingzhu gritted her teeth and said, "If it weren't for your plan, he wouldn't be sleeping with Jiang Fei again right now." "They're husband and wife," Aunt Zhang reminded her. "To put it bluntly, Miss Chen, you're the outsider. Without the position of the official wife, your first step is to learn patience and composure." Aunt Zhang's words left Chen Qingzhu speechless. After feeling restless for quite a while, Chen Qingzhu finally asked without any politeness. So what should I do next? Aunt Zhang. Find out why Mrs. Fu has changed her attitude toward Mr. Fu. Then hit hard. Chen Qingzhu pondered over Aunt Zhang's words. Most of my time is spent with Yun Ting at the company, and I have very few opportunities to interact with Jiang Fei. How am I supposed to find out the issue? Miss Chun is a well-born daughter of a prestigious family. Surely you can't lack the network of people keeping tabs on Mrs. Fu. Chen Qingzhu let out a cold laugh. In the end, there were still some things she had to do personally. Chapter 105. What are you doing in my study? However, she would not easily terminate their cooperation at the moment. Keeping Aunt Zhang around would make things easier for her to handle in the future. After dismissing Aunt Zhang, Chen Qingzhu sat alone in the room deep in thought. Since Jiang Fei had already made it clear that she intended to oppose her and was confident about her determination to obtain Fu Yunting's affection, what more could she tolerate? Once morality and conscience are compromised, there is never a day when they can be repaired or healed. In the room, Jiang Fei, enduring her sore back and waist, looked at the man sleeping soundly beside her. She deliberately turned over loudly, but did not wake him up at all. Seeing this, Jiang Fei got out of bed with no hesitation, slipped on her slippers, put on her bathrobe, and quickly walked towards the bedroom door. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, Fu Yunting's deep and hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. Going to the study? Jiang Fei's whole body immediately tensed up, turning her head to look at Fu Yunting, who had somehow awakened. As she saw him slowly sit up, Jiang Fei instinctively pulled her bathrobe closer around herself and casually said, I'm going back to my room to change into another nightgown. Fu Yunting leaned against the headboard, watching Jiang Fei from afar. He didn't say a word, just gazed at her silently and deeply. Jiang Fei dared not linger in place any longer, opened the door, and left directly. After returning to her own room, Jiang Fei changed into a clean set of pajamas. However, instead of staying, she took out her phone and replayed the surveillance video of Chen Qingzhu's room. An hour ago, the clear conversation between Chen Qingzhu and Aunt Zhang was captured. Their dialogue made Jiang Fei furrow her brows tightly. When exactly had Chen Qingzhu formed an agreement with Aunt Zhang, even giving Chen Qingzhu advice on how to deal with her? If so, then why, after she returned tonight, did Aunt Zhang hint for her to hurry upstairs? Jiang Fei lifted her eyes to glance toward the door. She wanted very much to interrogate Aunt Zhang carefully about the situation, but she still couldn't quite grasp Aunt Zhang's real intention. If Aunt Zhang were indeed working for Chen Qingzhu, then making her intentions known would surely let Chen Qingzhu know she tampered with things in her room. For now, she could only wait and watch, choosing the right time to intervene before confronting her. When Jiang Fei returned to Fu Yunting's room, Fu Yunting was already up and wearing his bathrobe. He was sitting on a single-person sofa, arms crossed, leaning back on the sofa backrest in a lazy manner, yet this did not diminish the natural stern demeanor radiating from him. The side profile of his face was still impeccable, and his posture told Jiang Fei that it seemed they were about to have a conversation. Jiang Fei took a deep breath internally and sat down on the sofa opposite Fu Yunting. Neither of them spoke as Fu Yunting gazed at the scenery of the yard in the evening. Are you no longer afraid of me? After a long silence, Fu Yunting suddenly spoke. Jiang Fei turned her head and looked at him. I've thought it through. If we cannot divorce, I'd rather live however I want. Fu Yunting chuckled sarcastically. Based on your previous reactions, do you think I will believe what you've done or said these past 2 nights? Whether you believe me or not. Jiang Fei replied cryptically. I will only do what I want to. Fu Yunting stared at her coldly. Since you want to do nothing, why go to my study? I was simply interested in the mural on your wall. Interested enough to want to take it down? Fu Yunting's gaze like that of a hawk continuously surveyed Jiang Fei, trying to find clues on her face. Her expression flickered, but she maintained a calm demeanor, responding, I admit it was wrong of me to touch your things without telling you beforehand. Nevertheless, wasn't that painting very expensive? Expensive enough for you to value it so much. Fu Yunting, I should have warned you that you shouldn't enter my study without my permission. Have you forgotten? The more Fu Yunting tried to cover it up, the more intrigued Jiang Fei became by the painting. A painting may reveal nothing, but what's behind it? Could it hide secrets? All right, I won't go next time. Jiang Fei responded calmly, slowly blinking as she asked. By the way, Miss Chun, when do you plan to send her back? If it were under normal circumstances, Jiang Fei would absolutely dare not to inquire about such matters, fearing it might anger Fu Yunting, which could result in their divorce. Now what else was there to fear? At most, a divorce means losing evidence here. If she doesn't get what she wants, neither should they. As soon as Jiang Fei formed this idea, the man in front of her moved, taking 2 steps until he stood in front of her. He roughly gripped her chin and forced her to look up and meet his gaze. Those eyes, which moments ago held little emotion, quickly filled with malevolence in a flash. Jiang Fei, what game are you trying to play? Fu Yunting narrowed his cold eyes. Are you no longer interested in asking about the past? Now you want to settle down and live a good life? Do you think I would give in to your wishes and follow your way of doing things? The intensity in Fu Yunting's grip remained as it was when he had lost his temper, but the fact that he couldn't sway Jiang Fei's thoughts oddly gave her a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Fei raised her hand to grasp Fu Yunting's, enduring the pain while trying to pull his hand down. But before she could escape, he cruelly pushed her hand away. Jiang Fei decided to drop the matter. It seems neither asking nor not asking, neither leaving nor staying makes any difference. So let me ask you, what exactly do you want to do? Her words momentarily halted the emotions in Fu Yunting's expression. Before he could respond, Jiang Fei quickly smirked and spoke again. If my suggestion for Miss Chun to leave is what angered you, then I'll keep quiet about it. But in the future, it might be better if you take Miss Chen out less often, to avoid too many people seeing you together, which could damage both your reputation and that of your company. Rather than fighting his hold, Jiang Fei chose to rise with the force of his control, standing up. She stretched out her arms, suppressing all her emotions, and wrapped them around Fu Yunting's waist, leaning her body close to his warm form. Jiang Fei's sudden action made Fu Yunting subconsciously loosen his grip on her chin. Confused, he looked down toward the woman in his arms, unable to comprehend her motives as she continued speaking. Since we cannot divorce, let's die together then. Before Fu Yunting could react further in anger at her choice of words, Jiang Fei abruptly pulled back her hand and turned to walk away from the bedroom. Her actions filled Fu Yunting's expression with complex sentiments. This time, his eyes lacked their usual fury, replaced by an unreadable contemplation about Jiang Fei. The next morning, Jiang Fei was awakened by the sharp ringing of her phone. She opened her eyes slightly, reaching for her phone and answering upon recognizing Zhou Sicheng's call. Hello. Jiang Fei's raspy voice reached Zhou Sicheng, who chuckled lightly. Did I interrupt your sleep? There's something I think you'll find quite interesting. Chapter 106. I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. Jiang Fei sat up curiously. Did you arrange a meeting with Mao Zizhou? Zhou Sicheng helplessly smiled. I can't hide it from you, but it's not exactly an arrangement. I asked my father for a favor and found out that Mao Zizhou will be on a 3-day cruise next Friday. Cruise. Jiang Fei got up and walked towards the restroom. Are there still tickets for sale? Can you book 2 for me? Zhou Sicheng. I guess you want to go. So this morning I already had someone rush to get 3 tickets, 1 each for you and your friend, and I'll accompany you. How much does it cost? I'll transfer the money to you. As Jiang Fei was speaking, she put down her phone to prepare to transfer money to Zhou Sicheng. But just as she opened the banking app to check her balance, a troubled look appeared on her face. There were too many incidents recently, leaving her with less than 20,000 yuan. Zhou Sicheng, the money is not urgent. Your mother still needs a lot of medical expenses. You can pay me back when you're in a better financial situation. His words easily resolved Jiang Fei's predicament. Jiang Fei tightened her grip on her phone. Sorry, I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. Everyone has difficult times. A car door opening and closing sound came from Zhou Sicheng. You rest for a bit longer. I have to drive to the hospital. After saying thanks a few more times, Jiang Fei hung up the call. After putting down her phone, Jiang Fei leaned helplessly against the wall, staring at her phone with dim eyes. If she didn't plan to sell the villa, then during the upcoming period without any income, she wouldn't even be able to repay her loans, let alone the high medical bills for her mother. It was the house left to her by her father, a memory, a final haven, but now she had no choice but to sell it. Her heart, could she feel any better? Jiang Fei took a deep breath, wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye, and picked up her phone to call the real estate agent. They agreed to meet at noon to see the house, after which Jiang Fei changed clothes and went downstairs to head home. Just as she arrived downstairs, Jiang Fei saw Chen Qingzhu seeing Fu Yunting off as he left. It was Saturday today, so Chen Qingzhu didn't have to work, but Fu Yunting still had matters to attend to. After watching Fu Yunting leave, Jiang Fei sneered lightly while leaning against the stairwell. Miss Chun is really shameless, enjoying usurping roles. Hearing Jiang Fei's voice, Chen Qingzhu abruptly turned around and looked over, seeing the disdainful expression on Jiang Fei's face, causing Chen Qingzhu's face to instantly darken. She quickly walked to Jiang Fei's side. Do you think that last night when Yunting took you back to his room, you became the person in his heart? Chen Qingzhu responded defiantly with a humph. Don't forget, you once looked pitiful in front of me. You are merely sitting in the position of Mrs. Fu. Nothing else gives you the qualification to compare with me? Jiang Fei gave a faint smile. And so what? The identity of Mrs. Fu is enough to keep you beneath me, isn't it? Chen Qingzhu became livid at the mention of Mrs. Fu, her face turning pale with anger. Jiang Fei, what do you have to be arrogant about? Everyone knows why you've returned. Do you really think Yunting would change his mind for you? Desperate, aren't you? Jiang Fei's eyes were like a still lake, completely unruffled by the commotion. She calmly stepped closer to Chen Qingzhu, her eyes filled with contempt. Once you manage to sit securely in the position of Mrs. Fu, feel free to act superior. For now, you're nothing but the third party meddling in someone else's marriage. Jiang Fei said this and gently brushed off some dust from Chen Qingzhu's shoulder. By the way, Miss Chun, do you know how other wealthy families treat mistresses who dare to challenge their positions so fiercely? If they find out you're the mistress, won't they give you special treatment? Jiang Fei. Chen Qingzhu slapped Jiang Fei's hand away in anger. Have it your own way. Bringing other things in to threaten me. Isn't that too despicable of you? Am I despicable? Jiang Fei's features immediately turned cold and sharp, her gaze as if a razor-sharp blade ready to slash Chen Qingzhu's throat at any moment. She stepped forward again, glaring fiercely at Chen Qingzhu and demanded through gritted teeth. Who exactly is being despicable? Chen Qingzhu's heart beat wildly twice, but before she could react, Jiang Fei advanced further, pushing her back step by step. Those who commit atrocities should be clear on it themselves. Chen Qingzhu, I told you, our war has only just begun. Have the guts to cover up all you've done. Otherwise, when the truth comes to light, I will definitely make sure your family is destroyed. The moment Jiang Fei finished speaking, Chen Qingzhu's back hit the cold wall behind her. Trembling uneasily, she clung tightly to the wall, her mind battling internally. What did Jiang Fei mean by those words? Does she know that her mother's condition is because of her? Impossible. Other than her and her grandfather, no one else could possibly discover this. Even if Jiang Fei suspected, she had no evidence to prove that Chen Qingzhu was the one who did this. Thinking of this, Chen Qingzhu regained much of her confidence. She lifted her head and stared straight into Jiang Fei's bloodshot eyes. Jiang Fei, you must have lost your mind. Don't pin all the blame on me without evidence. Take a good look at your own situation right now. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? Jiang Fei paid no heed to Chen Qingzhu's retort. After gradually calming herself down, she gave Chen Qingzhu a disinterested glance before turning to leave. Chen Qingzhu's blow was half executed and then abruptly halted, leaving her feeling as though she'd swallowed a fly. She glared fiercely at Jiang Fei's retreating back, unable even after Jiang Fei's departure to fully swallow her resentment. Only when Jiang Fei drove away did Chen Qingzhu take out her phone and make a call. Once the other side answered, Chen Qingzhu began issuing orders as she climbed the stairs. What I asked you to do 2 days ago can be done tonight. After leaving Beiyuan, Jiang Fei went to the hospital first. Upon pushing the door open, she saw that Jiang Heng was still sleeping in the small bed. Jiang Fei walked quietly, dampened a towel, and began wiping Jiang Shuling's body. Halfway through, Jiang Heng suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and stared blankly at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei looked up at him. Xiaoheng, you're awake? Jiang Heng nodded, grabbing his messy hair. Sis, why are you here so early? Have you eaten breakfast? I bought some. It's on the table. You should eat some. All right. After helping Jiang Shuling clean up, Jiang Fei sat down with Jiang Heng, who had just finished washing up. Watching Jiang Heng stuffing a steamed bun into his mouth, Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment and said, Xiaoheng, I'm planning to sell the villa. If you're free today, could you help me move things over to Mom's place? Hearing this, Jiang Heng suddenly looked up at Jiang Fei. Gradually, his emotions faded into a dimness. He let his hand fall onto the edge of the table and chewed slowly. After a long pause, he finally uttered a soft, okay. Chapter 107, No Room for Regret. Looking at her brother's silence, Jiang Fei felt as if her heart was being pierced by a sharp knife. She had originally thought that her actions would improve the lives of her brother and mother, but instead, everything became a mess because of her. After Jiang Heng finished eating, Jiang Fei took him back to Star River Bay to pack their things. Jiang Heng went to Jiang Shuling's room first to pack, while Jiang Fei stayed in the study to pack up the items left by her father that hadn't been discarded yet. Jiang Fei held a plastic box in her hand and slowly looked around this study that she had entered countless times. Her father's things were many. Most of them were related to incense research and client transactions. Even things inherited from the grandfather's generation had never been thrown away by her father, filling the study completely. Jiang Fei began to pack from the bookshelf. Before she could start packing the second bookshelf, there came the sound of an opening door from the adjacent room. Jiang Fei put down what she was holding in confusion, stepped out of the study to check the situation, and just as she opened the door, Jiang Heng darted past her. Little Heng, Jiang Fei called out as she watched Jiang Heng step down the stairs. Are you going to get something? Jiang Heng paused his steps for a moment. You go ahead and pack. I'll be back soon after buying some stuff. Jiang Fei didn't think too much about it, and reminded him to be safe before returning to the ward. After leaving Star River Bay, Jiang Heng didn't head to the supermarket. Instead, he took a taxi back to the hospital. He sprinted all the way to the office of Dr. Wang, who was treating Jiang Shuling. He knocked on the door while breathing heavily. Dr. Wang. The doctor looked up in puzzlement. What's wrong? Jiang Heng quickly walked to the doctor. He tightly pursed his lips and clenched his fists at his sides. I want to give up on my mother's treatment. The doctor stared deeply at Jiang Heng. Have you thought it through? Once you sign, once the ventilator is removed, there will be no room for regret. If I hadn't considered it thoroughly, I wouldn't have come to see you, Jiang Heng firmly stated. Let me sign whatever needs to be signed now. The doctor glanced toward the door. Where's your sister? Does she agree? Jiang Heng hesitated slightly with a flicker of doubt in his eyes, lowering his gaze. My sister has already gone home to pack our things. The doctor wasn't surprised. After all, brain-dead patients are essentially dead. There's little difference, except they continue to burn money. You wait in the ward. I'll bring the documents and have you sign them as soon as they are printed. All right. Jiang Heng furrowed his brows lightly. Are you planning to call my sister? She finally made a decision. Don't bother her anymore with calls to upset her. Understanding the principle that talking more leads to more mistakes, Jiang Heng comprehended it well. After uttering these words, he turned and left the doctor's office. Even though Jiang Heng said so, the doctor still picked up the phone and made a call. However, it wasn't to Jiang Fei, but to Zhou Sicheng, who he'd previously mentioned the case to and asked the nurses to look after. Zhou Sicheng understood the situation and didn't intervene with Jiang Heng's decision. After all, this was a matter of the Jiang family. Just do as he said. Zhou Sicheng sighed lightly. The doctor nodded. All right, I'll prepare the documents. Back at the villa, Jiang Fei packed a lot of things, but Jiang Heng still hadn't returned. She called Jiang Heng, but he cut off the call and replied with a message saying he'd be back soon. Jiang Fei looked at her phone in confusion. She didn't understand why buying things should take almost over an hour without getting done. After pondering for quite a while, Jiang Fei decided to make another call. She placed the phone near her ear and stepped onto a chair, stretching her arm to reach the highest shelf of the bookcase. As she pulled down a book from the top, she inadvertently dragged out something wrapped in a black plastic bag, which then fell loudly to the ground. Jiang Fei glanced down at the black bag curiously, then stepped off the chair, hung up the phone, bent down to pick it up and inspect it. Just as she was about to unwrap the plastic bag, her phone rang suddenly. Seeing it was a call from the hospital, Jiang Fei set the item aside on the table and answered the call. Hello. Miss Jiang, your mother's ventilator support ends today. and you need to pay an additional 13,000 for the past 2 days' charges. When will you be available to settle the payment? Jiang Fei furrowed her eyebrows instantly. When did I say to stop the support? The family member here has already signed. The ventilator has just been unplugged. The nurse explained confusedly. Didn't you know about this? Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that Jiang Hung hadn't returned for such a long time. A heavy feeling struck her chest as she immediately hung up the phone and rushed out of the study. Jiang Fei arrived at the hospital as fast as she could, rushing straight to the ward door. When she saw Jiang Shuling covered with a white sheet and Jiang Hung sitting silently beside her, a ringing sound erupted in her ears. Inside the ward, Jiang Hung heard the commotion at the door and stiffly raised his head to look. When Jiang Hung saw Jiang Fei standing in the doorway, he slowly stood up, his voice hoarse as he began to speak. Sister, prepare for the aftermath. Jiang Fei involuntarily took a step toward the ward, her pace quickening. After reaching Jiang Hung, she raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. Jiang Hung, have you gone mad? Jiang Fei grabbed Jiang Hung by the collar, yelling furiously, Why did you do this? Why did you disconnect the ventilator without my consent? You're an utter disgrace. With uncontrollable anger, Jiang Fei struck Jiang Hung repeatedly. Jiang Hung just stood there, allowing her to vent her emotions, making no attempt to resist. Only when Jiang Fei started sobbing did Jiang Hung, with his cheek flushed red from being slapped, look at her with bloodshot eyes. It's meaningless, isn't it? Jiang Hang's voice quivered incessantly. Without the ventilator, Mom is essentially dead already. Sister, don't we need to accept this fact? He lifted his hand, pointing to his heart, tears streaming down his face. I feel pain too, but we're not gods, we can't wake her up. If we continue like this, it will drag you down too. I've lost my mother. I have no father either. I cannot lose you too. Jiang Fei cried in despair, continuously shaking her head at Jiang Hung, questioning him with deep sorrow. As long as the ventilator keeps running, it's not considered true death. If we lacked funds, I could sell the villa. Why didn't you consider my feelings before making this decision? She's not just your mother. She's my mother too. Jiang Hung couldn't bear to look at Jiang Fei's tearful face anymore. He averted his gaze, fists tightly clenched as he said, You can hate me. Hate you. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly through her anger. And you say that to me now? You're the only family I have left, and yet you've done this. Jiang Hung, how am I supposed to deal with you now? Chapter 108, Packing Up the Remnants. The disappointment in Jiang Fei's eyes pierced through Jiang Hung. All the decisions he had made were only with the hope that this family would not get any worse. He had anticipated all these consequences, being beaten and cursed at, being disliked, or even the worst of being abandoned and cut off from all relations. So what if it is so? As long as mother no longer has to endure physical pain, and as long as his only remaining sister will no longer worry about money matters, he'll shoulder all the morality by himself. Jiang Hung swallowed back the tears in his eyes. I'll go out first, you stay with Mom for a while. He hurriedly passed by Jiang Fei and left, and the moment the door shut, all the noise was extracted, leaving behind only the drowning silence that engulfed the heart. Tears welled up in Jiang Fei's eyes as she gazed blurred at Jiang Shuling covered in a white cloth. She laboriously moved her numb and heavy legs, walking over to sit beside Jiang Shuling, reaching out to touch Jiang Shuling's hand whose warmth was gradually fading away. Mom, Jiang Fei sobbed, rubbing Jiang Shuling's hand. I understand Xiao Hung did it for me, but how can I not be angry, not argue with him on your final moments? I wanted to do everything I could to keep you here for a while longer, but I didn't expect the end to come so quickly. It's my incompetence. I couldn't protect father, nor could I protect you. Jiang Fei dared not let her tears drip onto Jiang Shuling's hand, fearing that mother might not leave in peace. Yet the more she wiped her tears, the dirtier they became. Her heart felt like a huge hole had been carved out, powerless to mend it, unable to fill it. Jiang Fei's sobs intermittently echoed out of the ward, falling into Jiang Hang's ears. From start to finish, he leaned against the wall, head hanging low without leaving, his tearful eyes filled with intertwined hatred and pain, endlessly lingering. If it weren't for that despicable woman, their family wouldn't have fallen apart to this extent. He would never forgive that woman, absolutely. Xiao Hung. Suddenly, Zhou Xicheng's voice interrupted Jiang Hang's thoughts. Jiang Hung abruptly looked up, and the ferocity yet unfaded in his eyes clearly fell into Zhou Xicheng's gaze. Zhou Xicheng furrowed his eyebrows slightly, though seeing through but not exposing. He quietly sighed inwardly and stepped forward, glancing at the ward where crying sounds came from, lifting his hand to pat Jiang Hang's shoulder. Standing here won't make you feel any better. Go take a walk. There are probably going to be a few busy days ahead. Jiang Hung shook his head. I'm not leaving, my sister is still inside. If there's something, she can still call me. Instead of both waiting here, why don't you go home first and pack up your mother's belongings? Don't let your sister touch those and feel sorrow again. Besides, I'm here, I can help if there's anything. Jiang Hung lowered his head and pondered deeply. After half a while, he looked at the ajar door. Then I bother you. Watching Jiang Hung leave, Zhou Xicheng stood at the door waiting until the crying in the ward ceased before pushing the door open. Seeing Jiang Fei sitting beside the bed with red and swollen eyes, Zhou Xicheng walked over to her side and spoke softly. I've already arranged the funeral company for you. They will be coming soon to help transport the remains back. Rather than saying some consoling words to Jiang Fei, Zhou Xicheng believed it would be better to practically help with some tasks. Jiang Fei opened her mouth slightly, inhaling deeply to drive away the oppression in her chest, thanking Zhou Xicheng. Not long after, the people from the funeral company contacted by Zhou Xicheng arrived. They asked Jiang Fei where to place the remains and discussed further arrangements. After preparing thoroughly, Jiang Fei was pulled by Zhou Si-chung into his car, ready to return to Xinghe Bay with the vehicle transporting the remains. When the car started, Jiang Fei suddenly thought of Jiang Hong. She hurriedly called out to Zhou Si-chung, who was preparing to drive. Wait, Xiao Heng might still be in the hospital. Zhou Si-chung, I let him go home first to pack up your mother's belongings. Upon hearing that, Jiang Fei finally fastened her seatbelt with ease. Zhou Si-chung drove towards the exit of the hospital. Don't blame Xiao Hong. He did it for you, making this decision reluctantly. As far as I know, he spent more time with your mother than you did, so his grief over your mother's passing will certainly not be less than yours. How could Jiang Fei not know the pain in Jiang Heng's heart, considering they were interconnected? What angered her was Xiao Hong making the decisions without consultation. Jiang Fei tiredly leaned her body back against the chair, not responding to Zhou Si-cheng's words. She watched the hearse in the rearview mirror, as if all this were just a dream, so unrealistic that she always had a feeling that when she returned home, she would still smell the aroma of food and hear her mother's calls. After returning to Xinghe Bay, Jiang Fei began to busy herself. Jiang Shuling's funeral would proceed with the utmost simplicity. They did not invite anyone to pay respects because her mother had no real friends and very little relatives. Su Zhuqing received the notice around 9 o'clock in the evening. She rushed over, dazedly looking at the tent already set up for mourning. Approaching Jiang Fei, who was kneeling in front of the memorial photo, Su Zhuqing took out a bundle of money from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Fei. Fei, this money you. I don't need it. Jiang Fei looked up at her and declined. You're starting your business right now, and this is when you'll need money the most. Given our relationship, you don't have to give me any money, and even if you did, I wouldn't accept it. Unable to persuade Jiang Fei otherwise, Su Zhuqing silently put the money back. She lit several incense sticks from the table and bowed before the late Jiang Shuling's memorial photo, then stood up and glanced around. Where's Xiao Hong? Jiang Fei tossed some joss paper into the fire basin. He should be at the old house, packing up mom's belongings. Are there still things left over there? Su Zhuqing picked up a handful of joss paper and helped Jiang Fei burn them. Didn't your mom and brother bring quite a lot of stuff over when they moved here? Jiang Fei furrowed her brows slightly and checked her phone. Xiao Hong had left the hospital in the afternoon, but it was already evening now. Worried, Jiang Fei dialed Jiang Heng's number, calling repeatedly, but all calls went unanswered. Zhuqing. Jiang Fei quickly turned to Su Zhuqing after putting down the phone. Can you check if Xiao Hong is home? Su Zhuqing stood up with a concerned expression. All right, I'll go there immediately. Seeing something was wrong from afar, Zhou Si-chung approached curiously. What's going on? After pondering for a moment, Su Zhuqing said, just in case, Zhou Si-chung, could you accompany me to look for Jiang Heng? He's not answering his phone, and we're worried something might have happened to him. Zhou Si-chung nodded promptly. Sure, I'll go with you. The two hurried off as Jiang Fei knelt beside the fire basin and watched their disappearing backs, feeling an icy chill spreading through her hands resting on her legs. A sense of foreboding grew unchecked within her heart. All she could do now was pray that nothing would happen to Jiang Hong. At Bei Yuan residence, assistant manager and rushed into the villa at quick pace, heading toward the study but bumped directly into Chen Xingzhu, who was carrying a cup of coffee from the kitchen. Chapter 109. You are the person standing by Jiang Fei. Chen Xingzhu noticed an unusual expression on Assistant An's face. She glanced at him and blocked his way up the stairs. Assistant An, what's so urgent? An's brows furrowed tightly. Miss Chen, please step aside. I have something to discuss with Mr. Fu. Why does it have to be said now? Chen Xingzhu asked calmly. If it were a company emergency, wouldn't you have called instead? Chen Xingzhu's interruption made Assistant An lose his patience. The passing of Mrs. Fu's mother. Isn't that important? Chen Xingzhu slightly startled before laughing sarcastically. Assistant An, your boss Mr. Fu has never visited his mother-in-law during all these years of marriage. Do you think he would show up now that she's passed? It's up to Mr. Fu whether or not he goes. Assistant An responded with a flicker of irritation towards Chen Xingzhu in his eyes. Miss Chen, if you're wise, you won't stop me right now. Chen Xingzhu's face darkened slightly. Whether I understand or not is none of your business. And I don't think such a trivial matter should bother Yunting. Assistant An replied. It appears that losing one's parents early on might be a good thing for Miss Chen. Chen Xingzhu's demeanor immediately turned cold. What do you mean by that? So others don't assume that Miss Chen has lost her conscience to the point where even a funeral can be dismissed as a minor event. Assistant An had no intention of wasting more words with Chen Xingzhu. He pushed past her with a hand, striding quickly up the steps. Chen Xingzhu stumbled backward as hot coffee splashed out, scalding her hand and splashing her face. Quickly putting down the coffee cup, she wiped her hand with a tissue and then followed closely behind Assistant An upstairs. She couldn't believe that Yunting would choose to attend the funeral of Jiang Fei's mother. After reaching the second floor, Assistant An rushed inside after knocking. Gu Jingyi in the study looked up when hearing the sound and questioned with a serious tone, "What's the urgency?" Approaching Gu Jingyi, Assistant An reported seriously, "Mr. Fu, your wife's mother has passed away. The news was conveyed half an hour ago." Fu Yunting frowned momentarily and immediately stood up, walking toward the exit while asking, "What happened?" Assistant An explained, Mrs. Fu's younger brother ordered the doctors to disconnect the ventilator, though the exact reason is unknown. A temporary shrine has already been set up at Xinghe Bay. Acknowledging with a nod, Fu Yunting prepared to leave the study, but just then met Chen Xingzhu coming up as well. Seeing him getting ready to go out, wearing a coat, Chen Xingzhu clearly looked stunned. Yunting, Are you going to attend Jiang Fei's mother's funeral? Fu Yunting paused mid-step, a complex look briefly crossing his handsome features. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Qingzhu continued. You've never gone to visit Jiang Fei's mother before. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to go this time? Miss Chun, assistant, and interrupted, unable to hold back any longer. Respect the dead. Your words are somewhat excessive. Chun Qingzhu didn't even spare assistant in a glance. Her gaze fixed on Fu Yunting's handsome face as she awaited his response. Assistant and wasn't about to let Chun Qingzhu sway his superior's mind. He reminded Fu Yunting, Mr. Fu, the lady remains your wife. If you do not attend, and the media gets wind of it, they will surely make a big fuss. Not discussing feelings, only saving face. Assistant and believed that on principle and reasoning, his superior should indeed attend. After all, Fu Yunting's status meant public opinion could harm both the company and his personal image. Some things, after all, aren't matters that Fu Yunting can simply decide not to do. You should get some rest earlier. Fu Yunting said indifferently to Chun Qingzhu before heading toward the staircase. Realizing she couldn't stop him, Chun Qingzhu shot assistant in a glare filled with hostility. Lowering her voice to ensure Fu Yunting couldn't hear, she clenched her teeth and whispered bitterly at assistant. I see now. You're the person standing by Jiang Fei. Stopping in his tracks, assistant and gave Chun Qingzhu a cold stare. Miss Chun, you're mistaken. I'm Mr. Fu's man. Having said that, assistant and quickened his pace to catch up with Fu Yunting. Downstairs, the sound of the door closing reverberated, gradually distorting Chun Qingzhu's elegant countenance. She pulled out her phone and made a call. How's it going with the task? The other party responded. Miss Chun, we've got the person under our control. When will you arrive? Now. A flash of malice crossed Chun Qingzhu's eyes as she hung up and walked downstairs. Jiang Fei thinks she can peacefully handle her mother's funeral and seek comfort from Yunting? Huh. She'll deliberately prevent that wish from being fulfilled. Su Zhuqing arrived at the neighborhood and had searched high and low several times, yet found no trace of Jiang Hong. She called Jiang Fei to explain the situation. Jiang Fei was almost frantic with worry. What about around the neighborhood? Have you seen him at all? Zhou Si-chung went to look for him, but it's been quite a while, and I guess there's no news. If he can't be found anywhere, it's very likely that something has happened. Jiang Fei was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, feeling both anxious and guilty in her heart. If anything happens to Hong, the responsibility will all fall on her. It was because of her harsh words this afternoon that Hung left the hospital on his own. If she had gone with him, Hung wouldn't have gone missing. Jiang Fei hastily stood up. I'll look around near the villa. Perhaps it was because she had knelt for too long. Jiang Fei's legs buckled as soon as she stood, causing her entire body to lurch directly toward the fire basin. In fear, she instinctively closed her eyes, but the expected pain never came. Instead, there was a sudden strength gripping her arms. Jiang Fei suddenly opened her eyes, and before turning to see who was beside her, a familiar voice boomed by her ear. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have disfigured your face. Jiang Fei looked up at Pei Tong, whose face carried a hint of anger. With his help stabilizing her body, she thanked him shakily and asked how he knew to come. The emotions on Pei Tong's face dissipated. I heard your mother was hospitalized, but when I got there, the nurse said your brother had disconnected the ventilator and the body had already been sent back, so I rushed over here. As Pei Tong spoke, he pointed toward the seat and attempted to support Jiang Fei to make her sit down. But Jiang Fei refused, saying, no need to sit. I must go find Hung. He's gone missing. How could he go missing? Pei Tong was momentarily stunned. When did it happen? Have you reported it to the police? Not yet. Jiang Fei pulled her arm back. It hasn't been 24 hours yet. How could I report it? Pei Tong frowned deeply. Your knees aren't fit for walking right now. Let me help you find him. Where are Su Zhuqing and the others? How could Jiang Fei possibly feel secure leaving Pei Tong to search alone? The more people involved, the greater the effort. I'll go with you. Pei Tong couldn't persuade Jiang Fei otherwise, and glanced at the deceased photo of Jiang Fei's mother. What about this side? Jiang Fei could hardly afford to think about it, and hurriedly headed toward the door. Seeing this, Pei Tong followed closely behind her as they walked together toward the entrance of the villa. As soon as they reached the gate, a familiar black car stopped abruptly in front of them. Chapter 110. Who can you fool? The Rolls-Royce door was perfectly aligned with the villa gate, and as it opened, Fu Yunting stepped out wearing a black overcoat, his sharp features exuding an icy coldness. His aloof eyes slowly scanned over Jiang Fei's and Pei Tong's faces before finally settling on the funeral parlor behind them. Suddenly, Fu Yunting scoffed coldly. You resort to an illicit affair drama, even in your mother's mourning hall? Jiang Fei's already furrowed brows tightened even further. After my breakup with Pei Tong, we rarely had any contact. Now, even less so for what you imply. Little Hung is missing. I don't have time to invite you in. In other words, where you came from, that's where you can return. Fu Yunting wasn't blind to the implied rejection. Had he not seen Jiang Fei and Pei Tong leave together, her explanation might have held some water. But now, it was clear they were fabricating this excuse about Jiang Heng's disappearance to shoo him away after their private rendezvous. The expression on Fu Yunting's handsome face darkened considerably. Do you think such a lousy excuse will fool anyone? Mr. Fu, Jiang Fei isn't lying. Pei Tong looked back and forth between them anxiously. Su Zhuqing and Zhou Siqing can confirm this. Right now, finding Jiang Heng is our priority. Pei Tong's mention of Zhou Siqing did little for Fu Yunting's mood. His dark gaze instantly turned stormy. Jiang Fei, I underestimated your audacity. Jiang Fei paid no attention to whether Fu Yunting was angry. Finding Jiang Heng was more important than anything at this moment. She quickly withdrew her gaze, turned around, and walked briskly around the front of the car towards the intersection. Pei Tong stared for a moment longer, then gave Fu Yunting a deep look before rushing after Zhang Fei. Left standing alone, Fu Yunting's expression grew terrifyingly grim, making the frigid November temperature drop to almost freezing. Assistant In, sitting in the driver's seat, saw his opportunity and hastily got out of the car, walking beside Fu Yunting. He opened his mouth urgently. "Mr. Fu, I'll go investigate." "No need," Fu Yunting harshly said, turning around to get into the car with a loud slam. The car door slammed violently shut. Seeing the corner where Zhang Fei had disappeared, an assistant felt helpless. It was unprecedented that Mr. Fu would come at all, but Mrs. Fu's attitude truly surprised him beyond measure. An hour later, Chen Qingzhu arrived at an abandoned warehouse in the development zone. Tightening her coat around herself, she pushed open the creaking iron gate, stepping carefully in high heels toward Jiang Heng, who was tied to a chair. The broken roof allowed gusts of icy wind inside, lifting the edges of Chen Qingzhu's coat and enhancing the proud demeanor she projected despite the harsh environment. A man standing next to Jiang Heng rushed forward. "Miss, he hasn't woken up yet. Should I splash water on him to wake him?" Chen Qingzhu glanced at the bucket of water placed near Jiang Heng, unimpressed. "Do you think I have time to wait for him to wake?" The man nodded quickly and picked up the bucket full of cold water, pouring it directly over Jiang Heng's head. The icy water pierced through his pores, shocking Jiang Heng awake in an instant. Looking around in panic, his gaze soon fell on Chen Qingzhu. Within seconds, the confused haze in Jiang Heng's eyes transformed into burning fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He strained against the ropes binding him to the chair, emitting muffled cries of rage, a desperate struggle that made Chen Qingzhu smirk faintly. Chen Qingzhu approached Jiang Heng step by step, bending down, raising a hand to grip his cheek tightly. "You really aren't careful enough, are you? Falling right into my hands," she taunted. Jiang Heng shook his head vigorously, but Chen Qingzhu's grip was unyielding. If it weren't for the duct tape over his mouth, Jiang Heng would have bitten hard enough to rip out a piece of flesh from her hand, the very hand tainted with his mother's blood. Jiang Heng's helplessness only fueled Chen Qingzhu's grin into something almost feral. "How does it feel?" She laughed wildly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, which she wiped off while straightening up. "You used to be full of spirit, daring to be cruel to me. Did you ever imagine when you slapped me, that this day would come?" Facing Jiang Heng's bloodthirsty gaze, Chen Qingzhu didn't flinch. She circled him leisurely. "At first, this was merely a feud between me and your sister, and I never intended to harm innocents. But you two kept provoking me, acting like clowns before me." "Oh, that's right." Chen Qingzhu circled back in front of Jiang Heng, bending down again. Her bright eyes looked innocently at him. "You must be very curious who exactly turned your mother into this way, right?" Chen Qingzhu smiled with a mischievous glint. "It was me." The innocent smile on Chen Qingzhu's face gleamed like the edge of a sword, glaringly piercing into Jiang Heng's sight. Jiang Heng's chest heaved violently as he clenched his teeth and threw himself toward Chen Qingzhu in a mad struggle. But Chen Qingzhu reacted swiftly, sidestepping so that Jiang Heng stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, kicking up dust. His soaked body, now covered in gray dirt, only accentuated his disheveled state even more. Chen Qingzhu found the sight too amusing, leading her to burst out laughing heartily. "I love seeing you so desperate to kill me but unable to do anything." With feigned pity, she looked down at Jiang Heng who struggled futilely against her dominance. The smile gradually faded from her face. "You should reflect on this yourself. If it weren't for that slap of yours, your mother wouldn't have come to such an end. Ultimately, it was your impulsiveness that led to your mother's death. So how could you possibly blame me?" Chen Qingzhu's lips curled coldly before raising her gaze toward the man standing nearby. "Where's the thing I asked you to prepare?" The man quickly patted his clothing and pointed to the dagger tucked into his waistband. "Miss, it's ready." Chen Qingzhu nodded, stepping a meter backward. She extended her hand and examined her newly done nails, saying indifferently, "Proceed." The man pulled out the dagger from his waistband, walked over to Jiang Heng, bent down, grabbing hold of his hair, and yanked him off the ground, reseating him back onto the chair. Jiang Heng locked his eyes fiercely on the sharp dagger in the man's hand. His expression contained not only the unknown fear, but also deep anger and hatred. After crouching behind Jiang Heng and firmly gripping his hands, the man drove the dagger's tip into Jiang Heng's wrist. Intense pain surged through his entire body. Jiang Heng's eyes widened shockingly, veins on his neck protruding prominently, as he gnashed his teeth in rage and let out furious cries. Chapter 111. What's next? The man was stronger than Jiang Heng. He restrained Jiang Heng's movements and with a quick flick severed the veins on the back of his wrists. From left to right, he acted swiftly and mercilessly. The acrid smell of blood spread in the wind, reaching Chen Qingzhu who stood not too far away watching all of this unfold. Her heart pounded uneasily. Though it wasn't her first time harming someone, she had never witnessed such a gory scene before. Chen Qingzhu lifted her hand, pressing her finger against the tip of her nose as she struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, while watching Jiang Heng's face turn from red to white, his eyes wide with anger until they gradually became unfocused and then refocused again. The man, dagger dripping with blood in hand, walked up to Chen Qingzhu and said, "Miss, both the hand tendons have been severed. What's next?" Chen Qingzhu waved away the sickening scent before her. "Leave him here to survive or die on his own. Clean up, well so no one knows we've been here." The man bowed slightly. "Yes, Mississippi." After giving the order, Chen Qingzhu turned and hurriedly left, stepping briskly in her high heels. Even after sitting inside the car shielded from the cold wind, Chen Qingzhu couldn't help but glance back at the blood-soaked young man lying inside the warehouse. To say she wasn't nervous would be a lie, but once something is set in motion, where could there be a way back? As Fu Yunting's mother once said, if she weren't ruthless, how could she possibly secure her position? Chen Qingzhu pressed her rapidly beating heart, took a deep breath, and made her way back to Beiyuan. After seeing off Chen Qingzhu, the man carefully cleaned up any traces they left behind. Before leaving, he glanced once more at Jiang Heng, whose body trembled uncontrollably, turned off the light in his hand, closed the warehouse door, and hurriedly left. Jiang Fei and Pei Tong kept calling Jiang Heng's phone, searching anxiously. But within a 10-mile radius, through every street and alley, there was no sign of Jiang Heng. Jiang Fei and Pei Tong met up at a nearby square. Pei Tong shook his head towards Jiang Fei, slightly out of breath, no sign of him anywhere. He handed the bubble tea he bought over to Jiang Fei. Drink some first. You'll need the energy to keep searching. Jiang Fei didn't refuse unnecessarily. Pei Tong's reasoning was sound. With Jiang Heng still missing, if she didn't eat something, how could she continue searching for him to bring him home? She reached out just as she grasped the bubble tea. A sharp pain suddenly shot through her wrist. Startled, she yanked her hand back, and the bubble tea fell to the ground, splashing between them. Pei Tong stood frozen staring at the fallen cup on the ground for a moment, before finally looking up at Jiang Fei, whose complexion was now ashen. Jiang Fei. Pei Tong's call brought Jiang Fei back from her daze. Bending down, she picked up the cup on the ground, unsure of what to do, and looked around for a trash can. Pei Tong silently observed Jiang Fei for a while, before stepping forward and taking the garbage from her hand. There's one right in front of you. Walking a few paces away, he discarded the cup into the bin and returned to Jiang Fei's side. What just happened? You already had hold of the bubble tea. Jiang Fei tightly gripped her wrist, her expression heavy. I'm not sure, but I have an uneasy feeling. Something must have happened to Xiaohong. Let's report it to the police. Pei Tong grabbed Jiang Fei's arm. Call Su Zhuqing now. Let's meet at the police station. Jiang Fei dared not delay further. After calling Su Zhuqing, she rushed to the police station. Su Zhuqing arrived earlier than Jiang Fei and had already informed the police about the situation. By the time Jiang Fei got there, they had begun their search operation. At the entrance, Jiang Fei saw Su Zhuqing and quickly approached her asking, "How is it going? Have the police reviewed the surveillance footage? My friend has sent a team of officers out to look. He himself leads another group investigating the surveillance. Don't worry, it shouldn't take long before we get some news." Jiang Fei touched the prominent pulse at her wrist. "Zhuqing, do you believe in familial intuition?" Su Zhuqing rubbed her sore calves. "What do you mean?" Jiang Fei opened her lips slightly and drew in a deep breath. In the pale yellow light, her face carried an indescribable heaviness. Xiaohong has been kidnapped. As for who, other than Chen Qingzhu, I cannot think of anyone else. And right now, Xiaohong must be suffering. Su Zhuqing watched Jiang Fei as she continuously rotated her wrist. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Familial intuition. Such unrealistic concepts were only found in novels and TV shows. No one else in real life mentioned it, so she didn't know whether she should believe it or not. But since Jiang Fei could say this, there must be some kind of instinct she was feeling. So Su Zhuqing went along with her words. Then, let me ask them to check the road surveillance cameras around Beiyuan again and see if Chen Qingzhu has gone out. Jiang Fei nodded. Su Zhuqing went inside to find her friend to continue the investigation. Just as Su Zhuqing had walked away, Zhou Sikong and Pei Tong came over from the parking lot. Seeing Jiang Fei sitting motionless under the eaves, they exchanged glances. Pei Tong gave Zhou Sikong a nudge, gesturing for him to speak. Zhou Sikong reflected for a moment. Jiang Fei, there are superstitions about setting up funeral halls when a relative passes away. It's considered inauspicious if the incense breaks out before the burial. You being here won't do any good. How about you go back home first? Pei Tong nodded in agreement. We'll stay and watch things for you. And Su Zhuqing is here too. We'll let you know as soon as we get any news. Jiang Fei looked stiffly at the two people in front of her. 1,000 words gathered in her throat, but she couldn't manage to say a single word of thanks. Warmth surged in her eyes, and Jiang Fei bit her lips tightly as she stood up, her voice nearly choked with emotion. All right, I'll go back first. This place, please handle it for me. She didn't want them to see the fragile tears in her eyes, so she quickly turned around and walked briskly toward the parking lot. Zhou Sikong watched Jiang Fei's retreating back with a serious expression. Observing the same scene, Pei Tong sighed and said, "It's a tough time." As they watched Jiang Fei drive off, Zhou Sikong finally looked at Pei Tong and asked in a gentle tone, "Did Jiang Fei inform you about the passing in her family?" Pei Tong paused momentarily, not expecting Zhou Sikong to ask this question. "No, not exactly." Pei Tong blinked a couple of times and explained, "I just heard that her mother was hospitalized." Pei Tong then recounted how he had learned about this incident to Zhou Sikong, who stayed silent and continued to stare at him without speaking. Pei Tong felt uneasy under Zhou Sitsong's gaze. "Why did you ask me about this?" "Nothing special." Zhou Sikong faintly curved his lips into a small smile and shifted his focus elsewhere. Pei Tong cleared his throat and remained quiet, sitting down on a chair to wait for Su Zhuqing to come out with news. After about half an hour, Su Zhuqing stepped out of the police station and greeted them. Pei Tong promptly stood up and rushed forward to inquire, "How is it going?" Su Zhuqing glanced at both of them. "Chen Qingzhu hasn't driven anywhere today, but we can't yet conclude whether Xiaoheng's disappearance is related to her or not. There's a very high chance it's her," Zhou Sikong analyzed. Jiang Fei only has a few friends among us and mostly deals with customers for her incense business. Her personality makes it almost impossible for her to form a hostile relationship with any customer. Chapter 112. He will be fine. Su Ziking's heart burned with intense anger, seething for quite a while before she couldn't hold it in anymore. In her rage, she kicked the chair. Her shoes collided with the iron chair, producing a tremendous clatter. Pei Tong, who stood beside the chair, got a big scare from her actions. He patted his chest and tried to create more distance between himself and Su Ziking so as not to involve himself in her wrath. Zhou Xiqing glanced at Pei Tong as he moved backward. So, what should we do now? Su Ziking nonchalantly smoothed her long hair. What else can we do? We've searched everywhere we could, and the police have gone out to search as well. All we can do is go back and wait for news. Zhou Xiqing agreed. I'm also not comfortable leaving Jiang Fei alone there. After deciding on their plan, they all hurried towards Star River Bay. That night, the four of them sat in the memorial hall without an ounce of drowsiness. Whenever any of their phones made a sound, they would check immediately. From night into morning, and morning into the return of darkness, an entire day passed. Yet Jiang Heng remained completely out of contact. Jiang Fei was slumped in her chair, her face showing extreme exhaustion as she stared blankly at some spot. Su Ziking walked up to Jiang Fei with some food. Fei, eat something. With sluggish movements, Jiang Fei mechanically accepted the boxed meal from Su Ziking and started shoving the food into her mouth. Worried that she might choke, Su Ziking quickly unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. Supporting her cheeks stuffed full of food, Jiang Fei grabbed the water and took a big gulp. The mix of water and rice rushed down her throat, causing her to cough violently as it got stuck. Su Ziking promptly removed the items from Jiang Fei's hands and set them aside, then began patting her back as she scolded with concern but disarray. Can't you slow down? What harm is there in eating slowly? Jiang Fei coughed until her face turned red, and tears welled up in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks. Seeing this, Su Ziking sighed with sympathy, pulled out some tissues to hand to Jiang Fei, but before she could pass it to her, Jiang Fei's muffled sobs reached her ears. What have I done wrong? Jiang Fei collapsed in anguish, hugging her head with both hands. Why can't things just happen to me instead of involving those around me? What did my mother do wrong? What did Xiaoheng do wrong? Is it only when my family is ruined by calamity that she will stop? Upon hearing Jiang Fei's heart-wrenching cries, Su Ziking's eyes reddened too. She embraced Jiang Fei, pulling her into her arms. Taking deep breaths, she forced her emotions down, determined not to let her tears fall. After all, if she started crying, Jiang Fei's last line of defense would snap entirely. We will find him, Fei. We will definitely find Xiaoheng, and he will be fine. Jiang Fei tightly clutched Su Ziking's clothes. I shouldn't have scolded him, nor should I have hit him. It was all for me. Su Ziking didn't know how to continue replying to Jiang Fei's words. After all, Jiang Fei was currently burdened with two fears, one her own, and the other imagined from the perspective of Jiang Heng. This double torment was excruciating. Su Ziking quietly stayed by Jiang Fei's side. Time passed, and Jiang Fei suddenly gently pushed her away, wiped the tears from her face, and stood up. Ziking, please help me watch over the memorial hall while I go out. Confused, Su Ziking looked at her. Where are you going? I'll visit Bei Yuan. Jiang Fei squeezed Su Ziking's hand twice gently. Don't worry, I won't act rashly. Thank you for your trouble. Jiang Fei withdrew her hand, giving Su Ziking no chance to stop her, and left the memorial hall in large strides. When Jiang Fei exited the villa, she met Pei Tong coming back after changing clothes. Before Pei Tong could greet her, Jiang Fei ignored him and directly sat in the car and started driving. Baffled, Pei Tong watched as Jiang Fei drove off. Then, he turned toward the villa and noticed that Su Ziking was still inside. He quickly ran inside. Su Ziking, where has Jiang Fei gone? Su Ziking was tidying up the leftovers from Jiang Fei's meal, which she barely touched. Probably to find Fu Yunting. Why find Mr. Fu? Perplexed, Pei Tong questioned. It wasn't Mr. Fu who kidnapped him. Finding Mr. Fu won't make sense. Already irritated, Su Ziking became angrier with every question Pei Tong asked. Mr. Fu, Mr. Fu, Mr. Fu. Su Ziking shot a harsh glance at Pei Tong. Calling him so formally, someone who doesn't know might think you and Fu Yunting have such a great relationship. Get lost. Don't bother me. Pei Tong was shoved aside by Su Ziking. After steadying himself, he silently fixed his gaze on the ground, remaining silent. Jiang Fei had called Aunt Zhang on her way and learned that Fu Yunting was home today. Therefore, she directly headed to Bei Yuan. Upon reaching the courtyard, Jiang Fei swiftly extinguished the engine and got out of the car, rushing straight to the villa. Not finding anyone in the living room, she hurriedly rushed to the second floor. Just at the corner, she bumped into Chun Qingzhu, who was coming down from the third floor. The moment their eyes locked, an invisible wave of tension surged up between them. Chun Qingzhu glanced at Jiang Fei with no hint of guilt. Is the funeral over? Jiang Fei suppressed the urge inside her that wanted to kill Chun Qingzhu and coldly said, Move. Chun Qingzhu could guess why Jiang Fei had come back in such a hurry, so she didn't try too hard to block her, for fear of revealing anything. Still, as Jiang Fei went toward the study, Chun Qingzhu also slowly followed along behind. When Jiang Fei knocked on the door and entered, seeing Fu Yunting sitting by the computer holding a video conference call, she subconsciously paused in her steps. Fu Yunting disliked interruptions when he was in meetings. If she urgently asked for help now, Fu Yunting would likely turn her down outright. Clutching the doorknob tightly, Jiang Fei gradually withdrew her gaze from Fu Yunting and prepared to leave the study to wait. At the desk, Fu Yunting's peripheral vision lingered entirely on Jiang Fei. Her mental state, her expression, all of it caught his attention, making him subtly furrow his eyebrows. Just as the door was about to close, Fu Yunting suddenly spoke. What do you want to say? His voice stopped the senior manager speaking in the video instantly, who curiously questioned Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, is something wrong? Not just the executive, but Jiang Fei at the doorway also froze mid-step, lifting her head to look at Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting looked at the screen and said, let's postpone the meeting by 10 minutes. A few executives on the other side stared suspiciously at the computer, wondering why Mr. Fu, who seldom interrupted his meetings, had done so this time. After exiting the meeting, Fu Yunting turned around and raised his deep eyes toward Jiang Fei. Didn't you hear me talking? Jiang Fei pressed her lips together, re-pushed the door open, and walked to Fu Yunting. Looking straight into Fu Yunting's chilly eyes, she clenched her fists tightly and gathered all her courage. Can you help me find Xiaoheng? Chapter 113. Your sincerity. Fu Yunting's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Jiang Fei bit her lower lip. If you want me to beg, that's fine too. I'll do anything as long as you help me find Xiaoheng. Seeing Jiang Fei's humble demeanor due to her concern for Xiaoheng, Fu Yunting suddenly let out a mocking laugh. He tapped the table lightly and asked in a deep voice, why do you think I would help you find Xiaoheng? Jiang Fei knew Fu Yunting wouldn't easily agree. She continued to lower her stance and soften her tone. I haven't asked you for anything before. Just this once. Fu Yunting calmly countered. Since you're so sincere, where's your proof of sincerity? Proof of sincerity. Jiang Fei clenched her teeth and began unbuttoning her coat, having just undone 2 buttons when Fu Yunting's soft voice reached her ears. I've seen everything about your body already. That level of sincerity isn't enough to make me go look for Xiaoheng. Jiang Fei froze mid-breath, her eyelids quivering as she stared at Fu Yunting. Their gazes locked, and Jiang Fei clearly saw disdain and contempt in Fu Yunting's eyes. These emotions intertwined like invisible knives, cutting painfully across her face, filling her with shame. If her body didn't work, did it mean she had no other choice but to take that step? Jiang Fei lowered her gaze to the ground. After struggling mentally for some time, she slowly bent her knees toward Fu Yunting. The moment Jiang Fei knelt on the floor, Fu Yunting subconsciously developed an irritated look in his eyebrows. Before he could suppress the feeling, Chen Qingzhu walked in from outside and acted surprised upon seeing Jiang Fei kneeling on the ground. Mrs. Fu, what are you doing? Then, Chen Qingzhu turned to look at Fu Yunting. Yunting, did Mrs. Fu do something wrong? Chen Qingzhu deliberately emphasized the words, did wrong, subtly reminding Fu Yunting of the day when a man got into the car to give Jiang Fei a present. However, this sentence was interpreted differently by Fu Yunting. His eyes lost their irritation instantly, and he coldly glared at Jiang Fei. How long do you plan to kneel? Jiang Fei suppressed her humiliation and anger. I can kneel until you agree. Or better yet, if you promise to find my brother, I can kneel for as long as you need. Fu Yunting's lips curled up in a mocking sneer. I never said I'd help you find Xiaoheng as long as you knelt. Jiang Fei suddenly looked up at Fu Yunting, disbelief clearly showing in her eyes. Ignoring Jiang Fei's expression, Fu Yunting stood up and walked out of the study. Watching Fu Yunting leave, Chen Qingzhu could hardly hide her smile. She looked down arrogantly at Jiang Fei, endless pride reflected in her eyes. It seems the title Mrs. Fu doesn't mean much to you. I thought you had some kind of power to actually make Yunting do something for you. Mockingly, she squatted down next to Jiang Fei and said, is your brother just playing around somewhere else? Or maybe, did he offend someone and get killed? Chen Qingzhu, shut up. Jiang Fei glared at her fiercely. Do you think the things you've done can stay hidden forever? I'll wait. I'll wait to see the day you fall into the mud, descend into hell, and lose everything. After saying this, Jiang Fei abruptly stood up and turned to leave the study. As Chen Qingzhu watched her storm off, she slightly raised her eyebrows with indifference. Once someone's dead, who cares where they go anymore? What matters is living life fully, right? Jiang Fei returned from Beiyuan to Xinghe Bay. As soon as she parked her car, she saw Su Zhuqing and Pei Tong rushing out anxiously from the villa. Upon spotting Jiang Fei's car, both hurried over, and Su Zhuqing urgently tapped the car window. Fifi. Jiang Fei quickly rolled down the window. Did you? Yes. Su Zhuqing said, opening the passenger door and sitting inside. As she fastened her seatbelt, she explained, the police found Xiaoheng, and he has been taken to the hospital. Let's hurry over there. Jiang Fei's heart jolted sharply. Get him. Only after Su Zhuqing and Pei Tong were seated did she start the car and speed towards the hospital. On the road, Su Zhuqing tightly gripped the safety belt, afraid to utter another word. Even Su Zhuqing felt frightened by how agitated Jiang Fei had become. Since they would eventually find out anyway, waiting a little longer wouldn't hurt. Thankfully, Jiang Fei remained silent throughout the journey, fully focused on driving them straight to the hospital emergency room entrance. As they arrived, Jiang Fei immediately saw Zhou Siqing with a mask, about to enter the emergency room. So she called out, Zhou Siqing. Hearing Jiang Fei's voice, Zhou Siqing turned and looked at her. He nodded toward Jiang Fei, signaling her not to worry, then entered the emergency room. Outside, a police officer was standing guard and recognizing Jiang Fei as family, approached her. Is Xiaoheng your younger brother? Jiang Fei nodded repeatedly. Yes, may I ask about my younger brother's condition now? The police officer replied. Both of his wrists were slashed. The wounds aren't large in area, and the doctor preliminarily estimated that the tendons in his hands have been severed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei's mind went blank immediately. Her blood seemed to reverse flow, rushing straight to her skull. A severe dizziness and ringing in her ears made her almost lose her balance. Her breathing became rapid, and her chest ached. Seeing Jiang Fei's ashen face, the police officer concernedly asked, "Are you okay?" Su Zhuqing and Pei Tong both turned to look at Jiang Fei upon hearing the voice. Seeing her gasping for breath with lips turning blue, Su Zhuqing abruptly shook with alarm. Call a doctor." Su Zhuqing immediately supported Jiang Fei and shouted loudly toward the nurse's desk. "Quickly get a doctor. My friend is having heart discomfort." Noises around her ear and hurried footsteps surged from all sides like ocean waves. Jiang Fei only felt herself like seaweed drifting aimlessly, being carried along doing anything involuntarily. Just before losing consciousness, Jiang Fei's eyes were still fixed on the red light outside the emergency room door. Bei Yuan, assistant, and had just stepped out of the car with documents when he received a phone call. Hearing the news conveyed by his subordinate, he hurried into the villa, seeing Fu Yunting sitting in the living room with Chen Qingzhu, furrowing his brows slightly. He stood there pondering for a moment, then walked to Fu Yunting and said, "Mr. Fu, Jiang Heng has been found and is currently in the emergency room. Additionally, Mrs. Fu passed out." Fu Yunting suddenly looked up at assistant and in no time, he put down what he was holding and stood up heading toward the villa's exit. "How's Jiang Fei?" "Cardiac issue, she's still under rescue. According to one of my men, her condition isn't optimistic." Listening to their conversation, Chen Qingzhu was left stunned in shock. Jiang Heng was actually found. How much time had even passed? She wasn't worried about what Jiang Heng might tell the police since there was no evidence. If he dared to accuse her, she could file charges against him for slander. But leaving behind a potential threat would always make her feel uneasy. Thinking about this, Chen Qingzhu hastily put down her coffee cup and followed Fu Yunting's steps. Using Jiang Fei's situation as leverage, she tried hard to intercept Fu Yunting, who was heading to the hospital. Chapter 114. Have you ever thought about why? Yunting. Not long after Jiang Fei left, this situation arose. If you go to her, it's highly possible that you might worsen her condition. As long as she could stop Yunting from going to the hospital, Yunting wouldn't learn too much about Jiang Heng's affairs, and at the same time, she could prevent Yunting from meeting with Jiang Fei. A 2-for-1 deal. No matter what, she had to achieve it. But it never crossed her mind that just as her words echoed, a shadow of gloom instantly replaced the dark gaze in Fu Yunting's pupils. His intimidating presence without showing anger, along with the cold aura emanating from him, made Chen Qingzhu frightened to the point where she immediately lost her courage. "Sir, mind your own business." These simple few words were packed full of an indescribable chill and estrangement. No matter how reluctant Chen Qingzhu was in her heart, she dared not block his path any further, and could only watch helplessly as Fu Yunting strode out of the villa. Listening to the sound of the car engine gradually fade into the distance, Chen Qingzhu raised her hand and swept everything off the coffee table onto the ground. "Jiang Heng, that accursed brat. Why didn't he die? He just came back like this, and was saved in time. If only she'd known it would turn out this way. That night, she should have been even more ruthless and taken his life directly." Her kindness was like a ticking bomb, capable of becoming a soft spot at any moment, leading to fatal consequences. And then there was Jiang Fei. She had a very strong feeling. Fu Yunting had started caring about Jiang Fei, even if he hadn't realized it himself. She, as an onlooker, saw it crystal clear. Chen Qingzhu looked down at the mess on the floor, her chest rising and falling sharply. Why had Yunting always shown blatant disdain towards Jiang Fei before? Why was he now so concerned about going to the hospital to see her? What kind of magic did Jiang Fei possess within such a short period to cause Yunting to change so much? At the stairs, Zhang Mama rushed down upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Chen Qingzhu angrily standing in the middle of the living room, she sighed lightly and moved forward to clean up. Picking up the broken pieces on the floor, she said, "What use is it for Miss Chun to take her temper out on the cup? It's better to solve the problem at its root." Chen Qingzhu, already seething with anger, lost her composure completely upon hearing Zhang Mama's remark. She kicked away the shards of cups lying on the floor and stomped towards Zhang Mama, stepping on the coffee stain. Seizing Zhang Mama's collar with a face filled with rage, she questioned, "Didn't you boastfully say you'd help me get hold of Fu Yunting? What happened in the end? And who are you to criticize me?" Zhang Mama looked calmly at the raving Chen Qingzhu and replied, "Miss Chun, if you don't find out why Mr. Fu treats Mrs. Fu in this manner, then how can you plan to completely kick out Mrs. Fu and stand by Mr. Fu's side? You've seen it clearly, haven't you? Mr. Fu's attitude towards Mrs. Fu isn't stable at all. He mostly shows disdain for her. Has Miss Chun considered why?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingzhu stared astonishingly at Zhang Mama, unconsciously loosening her grip. And then what? This man is Fu Yunting, not anyone else. Isn't investigating him far easier said than done? Zhang Mama hinted. "Miss Chun, you're from a big family after all, unlike Mrs. Fu, who lacks support around her when she tries to do something." Gradually releasing Zhang Mama, Chen Qingzhu glared with dead serious eyes. "Are you implying that you know something? I'm merely a servant. How could I possibly know so much about my employers?" Zhang Mama chuckled faintly and added, "All I know is, there's nothing in this world that remains hidden forever." Chen Qingzhu gazed at Zhang Mama as she bent down again to tidy up the chaos. All of a sudden, Jiang Fei's once mentioned words flashed in her mind. Jiang Fei had told her, Fu Yunting once had a girlfriend, but neither name nor current whereabouts were revealed. Shifting her gaze to the staircase, Chen Qingzhu remembered the mural in the study. Not only did Jiang Fei pay attention to it, actually, she herself also cared. However, forbidden actions she dared not commit, because unlike Jiang Fei, who still held the title of Fu's wife, and her, Had nothing. Sitting down on the sofa with an ambiguous expression, Chen Qingzhu realized. It seemed she must figure out some ways to probe into Yunting's past. On the way to the hospital, Fu Yunting had already learned about Jiang Fei's specific condition. He instructed assistant and to contact the most authoritative cardiologist in the shortest possible time, making sure they did everything to save Jiang Fei. Arriving at the hospital, Fu Yunting hurried toward the emergency room door. Upon arrival, he saw the hospital director waiting outside the entrance. Director Zhou, the adoptive father of Zhou Si-chung, a tall and thin old man nearly 70 years old, his face marked with age, yet it couldn't obscure his righteous and solemn demeanor. Upon meeting, Director Zhou nodded toward him. President Fu. Director Zhou. Fu Yunting glanced at the door to the emergency room. What's the condition of my wife? President Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. Did Mrs. Fu not inform Mr. Fu about her heart condition? Such a high level of premature beats, if it hadn't occurred in the hospital this time, it would likely have resulted in sudden cardiac arrest and death. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunting felt an inexplicable dullness in his chest, a sense of unrest wildly spreading through his chest. He lifted his hand to lightly tug at his tie. So, what is the current solution? The rescue operation has been completed. Next, they will perform a cardiac radiofrequency ablation on your wife. With proper rest afterward, she will recover well. After hearing President Zhou's words, the tense emotions in Fu Yunting's eyes noticeably relaxed. President Zhou was about to say something more when he was interrupted by footsteps in the corridor. The two turned to look at the person approaching quickly, and Fu Yunting's pupils clearly darkened. Zhou Si-chung arrived before the two and glanced at the resuscitation room. Father, President Fu, how is Jiang Fei doing? President Zhou looked at Fu Yunting. Mrs. Fu's condition has stabilized now. After the ablation surgery, a period of rest will suffice. How is Mrs. Fu's younger brother? President Zhou repeatedly used the term Mr. Fu's wife to remind Zhou Si-chung not to cross any boundaries. She had the tendons in both her hands severed. If her blood hadn't flowed slower than usual, her life might not have been spared. What are the results of the surgery? Zhou Si-chung knitted his brows slightly. They've been sewn back together, but because there was too much delay, there will be some impact on daily life going forward. President Zhou reflected for a moment. Has the police mentioned how they found Mrs. Fu's younger brother? The police said that he was lying by the roadside when someone found him. There were obvious signs of being bound on his hands and feet. However, until he wakes up, we won't know who kidnapped him. Zhou Si-chung paused thoughtfully. With my skills, I can repair broken tendons. The inability to restore them fully stems from him using too much force after getting injured, leaving clear signs of wear on the wounds. President Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Fu Yunting, standing beside him with a cold expression, let out a disdainful scoff. Chapter 115. Jiang Fei will be your wife. Never would I have thought that Dr. Zhou could be so concerned about my wife and her family. Shouldn't I thank Dr. Zhou? The dean of Zhou Hospital frowned immediately, while Zhou Si-chung calmly stared at Fu Yunting and said, Su Zhuqing, as a friend of Jiang Fei, cares about Jiang Fei just as much. I don't think there's anything wrong with what I've done. However, Zhou Si-chung laughed lightly. She is your wife. This unintentional reminder made Gu Jingyi's complexion worse than ever. Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes slightly. From an outsider's perspective, Dr. Zhou seems to make people think that Jiang Fei will be your wife. Zhou Si-chung deepened the curve at the corner of his lips a little. Does this mean that I am more suitable than Mr. Fu to be Jiang Fei's husband? Si-chung. Upon hearing these words from Zhou Si-chung, Dean Zhou immediately interrupted loudly. What nonsense are you talking? Zhou Si-chung put away his expression that seemed both serious and joking. Father, the atmosphere is too oppressive. I was just making a joke. Dean Zhou gave him a stern look and then looked at Fu Yunting, whose eyes were filled with storms. Mr. Fu, my son has a lively personality and loves to make jokes. Please don't take them seriously. Dean Zhou used to serve as a 6th grade official in the military region. In daily life, he not only treats others but also patients politely and never competes fiercely, making him a respected elder. Therefore, even if Fu Yunting had any objections to Zhou Si-chung, he would still try his best not to care about him because of Dean Zhou's face. But today, the man has offended him right in front of him. Fu Yunting glanced at Dean Zhou coldly. It seems that Dean Zhou can raise a son who covets other people's wives. People who don't know might think that your son behaves improperly or consider me incapable of managing my own wife. Dean Zhou's complexion changed instantly. Whichever case it is, it may very well expose them to the risk of public opinion. At that time, Fu Yunting might be fine, but Zhou Si-chung could become someone hated by public sentiment, plunging the hospital into crisis. As Dean Zhou was pondering how to maneuver, Zhou Si-chung spoke softly. People who don't know might only think that Mr. Fu neglects his wife. Otherwise, why does Jiang Fei repeatedly end up in the emergency room? Fu Yunting's lips curled up with a smirk-like smile. Perhaps Dr. Zhou has never been to the hospital for treatment. These words caused Zhou Si-chung's smile to completely disappear. Their parallel four eyes met. Intangible lightning and thunder filled the air, and a strong sense of warfare made Dean Zhou's heart tremble violently. Si-chung, have you forgotten something? Zhou Si-chung's pupils flickered slightly, turned his head to look at Dean Zhou, and responded humbly. I understand, father. Watching Zhou Si-chung's retreating back, Dean Zhou sighed softly. Mr. Fu. Although Si-chung's words were somewhat offensive, he absolutely has no intention of doing what he said. This child was raised by me alone. I know exactly the truth. He doesn't have evil intentions. Regarding today's matter, after he returns later, I will definitely teach him thoroughly. Fu Yunting looked at him. I heard that Dr. Zhou is an orphan. Dean Zhou softened a bit. Yes, when I went to the orphanage to adopt a child, I happened to see him. He was only 8 years old at the time, holding a medical book and a dictionary. Seeing me didn't scare him. Instead, he asked me some unfamiliar words and had me help explain them to him. This child not only strives hard on his own, but also shows filial piety, giving me immense joy. Laughter appeared on his face. Aging wrinkles covered his eye corners and forehead. Mr. Fu, for the sake of this old man, forgive our Siqing once. Fu Yunting maintained an unmoved expression, always showing a cold attitude. Dean Zhou's words sound like I'm being narrow-minded. I didn't mean it that way, Dean Zhou replied. Ultimately, it's our Siqing who caused trouble for Mr. Fu. Fu Yunting snorted lightly. There won't be another next time. If he continues to not know moderation, I can indeed teach him what the two characters moderation mean. After uttering these words, Fu Yunting glanced at the door of the emergency room and turned aside saying, arrange the best ward and the best doctor. Dean Zhou nodded. I will certainly arrange according to what Mr. Fu said. When Fu Yunting entered the elevator, Su Zhuqing and Pei Tong happened to catch a glimpse of his figure stepping out of the elevator. Pei Tong looked at the closed elevator door, then glanced at the resuscitation room nearby, speculating by moving closer to Su Zhuqing. Do you think why Mr. Fu came over? Su Zhuqing, also staring at the elevator, shook her head. I don't know. I'm not the parasitic worm inside his stomach. Pei Tong shrugged. Anyway, as long as he doesn't communicate with the hospital management to stop Jiang Fei's surgery. Su Zhuqing looked at Pei Tong as if she were looking at a fool. Do you really think everyone is as brainless as you? Pei Tong innocently met Su Zhuqing's gaze. Why are you cursing me all of a sudden? Su Zhuqing was too lazy to deal with the chatterbox Pei Tong. As she made her way toward the resuscitation room, she casually asked a nurse about the situation inside. Upon learning that Jiang Fei was undergoing ablation surgery, she slightly sighed in relief and found a place to sit down. Pei Tong sat beside her. Su Zhuqing, how are we going to tell Jiang Fei about her younger brother's situation later? Su Zhuqing, somewhat irritated, scratched her ear. Tell her whatever the police said. Pei Tong pursed his lips. The police didn't find any traces of the suspect at the crime scene. Jiang Fei's heart can't handle these things already. If we tell her again, she'll definitely get. Pei Tong didn't finish saying die when he was stopped by Su Zhuqing's sharp glare. If you don't know how to speak, then just go far away from me. Isn't your company busy? Why must you stay here? At the mention of the company, Pei Tong's brows suddenly furrowed, a flicker of something different passing through his eyes. But since Su Zhuqing wasn't looking at him, Pei Tong quickly returned to his previous demeanor. Su Zhuqing raised her hand to massage her throbbing temples. Actually, what Pei Tong had said wasn't wrong. Once Jiang Fei wakes up after the surgery, she will surely ask about Jiang Hong. With no suspect found, another wave of emotion will probably hit her. Close to 10 o'clock, Su Zhuqing and Pei Tong waited for Jiang Fei to be wheeled out of the operating room into the VIP ward by nurses. Seeing that Jiang Fei was stable, Su Zhuqing said to Pei Tong, you stay here and keep her company. I need to head back to Xinghebei. There shouldn't be nobody there. Ninghan will come later to take care of her. Pei Tong asked blankly in return. Jiang Fei is now hospitalized, but her mother's funeral will be held the day after tomorrow. What are we going to do then? Su Zhuqing picked up her bag, her eyes heavy as she stared at the unconscious Jiang Fei lying on the hospital bed. Chapter 116, Wait for me outside. She knew that no matter what, Jiang Fei would get up from the bed to finish the funeral. Thus, all she needed to do was support every decision of hers and help her through this difficult time. Jiang Fei looked at Pei Tong. I have my own plans on how to handle things, and all we can do is take care of everything properly for her. After saying this, Su Zhuqing turned around and left the hospital room. The moment the door closed, Pei Tong's gaze fell onto Jiang Fei, who was pale-faced. The emotions in his eyes grew deeper, and even his hands resting on his thighs clenched into fists. Suddenly, Pei Tong's phone rang. He took it out to check, and after seeing the content, his brows furrowed. After a moment, Pei Tong put down his phone, pressed his lips together tightly, and spoke softly to Jiang Fei. I'm sorry, Jiang Fei. The next day, Jiang Fei woke up due to the careful whispers around her. She slowly opened her eyes, glanced around where she was, then looked at Su Ningen, who was talking to a food delivery man. Su Ningen took the food, turned around, and immediately saw that Jiang Fei had opened her eyes. Her face instantly lit up with joy as she quickly walked to the bedside and said with a smile, Ms. Jiang, you're awake. It looks like I timed the delivery just right. With dry, cracked lips, Jiang Fei moved weakly and asked, what happened to me? Su Ningen pulled over a chair and sat down. Ms. Jiang, you've had heart surgery. I'm not quite clear about the details, but the doctor came by this morning to examine you and said your condition has stabilized. Jiang Fei suddenly remembered what had happened before she fainted. She hastily tried to sit up, but Su Ningen immediately stopped her after putting the food aside. Ms. Jiang, you need to rest in bed and shouldn't move too much. Jiang Fei grabbed Su Ningen's hand urgently. Where's Xiaohong? Where is he? Is he alright? Su Ningen patted Jiang Fei's hand gently. Ms. Jiang, don't worry. I've already visited little Mr. Jiang. Although he hasn't woken up yet, the doctor said there's nothing serious wrong with him. Despite what Su Ningen said, Jiang Fei still felt uneasy. Ningen, could you go fetch a wheelchair for me? No way. Su Ningen firmly refused Jiang Fei. Ms. Jiang, Sister Zhuqing said your task today is to lie in bed all day. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to attend the funeral tomorrow. It wasn't that Ms. Jiang couldn't move, it was the result of an agreement between her and Sister Zhuqing. Just after her heart surgery, Ms. Jiang absolutely could not experience extreme emotional fluctuations. Lying downstairs was her younger brother. His current state made even her feel sad, let alone how it must feel for Ms. Jiang. With knitted brows, Jiang Fei knew she wouldn't find peace unless she saw Jiang Hung herself. While contemplating how to persuade Su Ningen, there were sudden footsteps from the doorway. Both women turned toward the door and saw Chen Qingzhu enter with a strange man carrying something in his hands. Upon seeing Chen Qingzhu, Su Ningen almost couldn't control her temper. However, given that Jiang Fei was still lying in bed, she refrained from saying anything harsh so as not to add trouble for Jiang Fei. Not only Su Ningen, but Jiang Fei's face also lacked any warmth. How dare Chen Qingzhu come before them when it was her fault that Jiang Hung was in this condition? At the slightest fluctuation in emotion, Jiang Fei felt a dull pain in her chest. For herself and for Xiao Hong, she must get better and return all the suffering and injustice they endured to Chen Qingzhu. Chen Qingzhu's gaze scanned Jiang Fei and Su Ningen. Then, she suddenly smiled faintly. It seems I've arrived at the perfect time. Chen Qingzhu glanced at the man beside her. Xiao Yong, leave the items here and wait for me outside. Xiao Yong nodded, placed the basket of fruit on the table, then glanced deeply at Jiang Fei before leaving the room. For some reason, Jiang Fei felt discomfort under Xiao Yong's stare. His inverted triangular eyes emanated a chilling aura, making her feel as if she had encountered someone particularly dangerous, sending shivers down her spine. Jiang Fei's heart inexplicably jumped to her throat, and she hastily touched Su Ningen's hand, gesturing for her to follow outside and check the situation. Su Ningen immediately understood and followed Xiao Yong out. Su Zhuqing didn't care what Su Ningen was doing. She found a place to sit and gazed at Jiang Fei from afar. You're really having a streak of bad luck lately, Chen Qingzhu said sarcastically. Are you sure you don't want to burn some incense or pray to Buddha? First, your mother passes away, then your brother gets into trouble, and now you're back in the hospital again. Jiang Fei struggled to support herself as she sat up. The discomfort in her body made even slight movements cause her to breathe heavily. After a brief pause, she fixed her cold gaze on Qingzhu Chun and said, it's time to go worship the Buddha. Otherwise, with an evil ghost around that keeps taking lives, life becomes too unsettling. Chen's hand froze momentarily as it tucked the strand of hair behind her ear, then she feigned ignorance. Who could this person be? Sounds quite terrifying. Jiang Fei let out a derisive laugh. If Miss Chun is so curious, why not open your eyes wider and take another look? Chun crossed her blindingly white legs. Mrs. Fu probably hasn't heard this saying before. One should not be overly arrogant, or else they'll fall from their horse and end up crying eventually. The hands inside Jiang Fei's sleeves were gripping tightly, making a creaking sound. Whose methods are more cruel? Who is really more arrogant? If it weren't for Chen Qingzhu using their family connections to completely cover her tracks, would she have to struggle so hard to find evidence to bring her down right now? Jiang Fei loosened her tight grip slightly and asked, since Miss Chun is so confident, why haven't you managed to get me divorced from Yun Tingfu yet? A single sentence struck directly at Chen Qingzhu's vulnerable spot. Seeing Chen Qingzhu's smile gradually stiffening and turning cold made Jiang Fei feel extremely satisfied. Taking advantage of this momentum, she continued to press forward. Miss Chun, instead of putting so much effort into other matters, perhaps you should give yourself a closer inspection. In what ways do I exceed you, causing Yun Tingfu to avoid even sparing you a second glance? With a sharp sound, the chair scraped harshly against the ground. Stepping in high heels, Chen Qingzhu almost rushed in a few strides to stand before Jiang Fei, grabbing the collar of Jiang Fei's shirt and glaring with a venomous, snake-like stare. Jiang Fei, do you still feel there's not enough misfortune pressing on you? Haven't you had enough family tragedies? With a stoic expression, Jiang Fei returned Chen Qingzhu's ferocious glare. So, all the events happening in my family are all orchestrated by Miss Chen herself, am I right? Chen's gaze faltered, but then immediately released Jiang Fei's collar as her voice rose in agitation. What nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 117. Concealing the sins committed. Jiang Fei raised her hand to smooth out the creases at her collar. How about letting me take a guess at Miss Chen's purpose today? Chen Qingzhu did not speak, staring intently at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei calmly stated, after several conflicts between us, we could be considered adversaries. Yet, Miss Chen surprisingly took time out early this morning to visit me. Isn't it because you want to find out what the police told me? In order to figure out how to cover up for the sins you've committed? Chen Qingzhu's face twitched involuntarily, but she tried her best to steady her emotions so as not to let Jiang Fei see any signs of nervousness. Do you want to hear what you've just said? Chen Qingzhu laughed bitterly in anger. If I had really done anything, why didn't the police come to see me last night? How would I even have time to come and see you? Jiang Fei gradually calmed down. Miss Chen, aren't you explaining too quickly? Could it be that you're feeling guilty because I hit the nail on the head? I will never allow you to pin any baseless crimes on me. Chen Qingzhu's delicate features slightly distorted. Jiang Fei, I advise you to take care of yourself and stop provoking me. Otherwise, you will regret it. After saying this, Chen Qingzhu grabbed her backpack from the chair and quickly walked out of the ward. Jiang Fei watched her back recede with a deep gaze until the sound of her high heels disappeared, followed by Su Ningen's footsteps coming from outside. She rushed to Jiang Fei's side and gave her an up and down once-over. Upon seeing that apart from looking pale, Jiang Fei was unscathed, she sighed in relief and sat down. Ms. Jiang, I heard your conversation earlier. Are you sure the person who hurt young Mr. Jiang is her? Jiang Fei leaned her head against the bedhead, closing her eyes wearily. Apart from her, I can't think of anyone else. Ningen, you've been by my side for these few years. Have you ever seen me make enemies? How could I make enemies? Su Ningen hurriedly rebutted. You have a gentle enough temperament. If even someone as mild-tempered as you makes enemies, then 80% of people in the world would only have enemies around them. Jiang Fei bitterly smiled. Perhaps being like her wasn't the worst. Not only does she lack the ability to protect herself, but she also caused the death of her loved ones and subjected them to great harm. She currently has no evidence to avenge them. By the way, Ms. Jiang, Su Ningen started unwrapping the takeaway bag. When you asked me to follow him out, did you think there was something wrong with that man? Jiang Fei opened her eyes. Did he go anywhere just now? No. Su Ningen took out the kanji from the bag. He stood at the door waiting for Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Jiang Fei paused. Su Ningen nodded strongly. That's right. Isn't Chen Qingzhu the third party between you and Mr. Fu? So calling her Mrs. 3 is not a problem. Jiang Fei couldn't help but chuckle. I thought there was something off about that man. But since he didn't go to Xiaohang's ward, I might have overthought it. Not. Su Ningen seriously said. I think Ms. Zhang's intuition is the same as mine. How so? Su Ningen opened the box and handed the spoon to Jiang Fei. I always felt that man's gaze was cold and sinister. I looked at him through the door for a while, then I dared not look at him anymore. It's like he has several lives hanging over his back. Jiang Fei held the spoon, staring gravely at the bowl of green vegetable and lean meat porridge. It seems that her instinct just now wasn't wrong. Maybe there was something wrong with that man. Taking a bold guess, could it be possible that this Xiao Chang is the one who helped Chen Qingzhu hurt Xiaohang? Thinking of this, Jiang Fei quickly turned to Su Ningen. Ningen, hurry down and catch up with them. Take a picture of that man for me. Su Ningen jumped up reflexively. Yes, understood. I'm going now. Just after Su Ningen ran out, Jiang Fei received a call from Su Zhujing. The speed at which she answered the phone surprised Su Zhujing. Fei, how long have you been awake? A while. Jiang Fei did not plan to tell Su Zhujing about Chen Qingzhu's visit. How's home? Su Zhujing sat down on the chair and rubbed her tired eyes. Everything is fine, don't worry. Hearing the exhaustion in Su Zhujing's tone, Jiang Fei's guilt increased even more. Zhujing, thank you. Su Zhujing clicked her tongue. What kind of talk is this? If I don't help you now, am I still your friend? All right. Knowing you're awake reassures me. Rest well today. You'll have plenty to do tomorrow. Before Su Zhujing hung up, Jiang Fei hastily called out, wait. Su Zhujing paused for a moment, as if sensing Jiang Fei's unspoken thoughts. She spoke solemnly. Fei, I know what you're about to ask, but at this moment, the most pressing thing is for you to focus on getting better. If you can't even take care of your own health, how will you have the strength to deal with those who have schemed to bring your family to such a state? As long as they are still around and causing trouble, you'll always have time to settle the score later, isn't that right? Su Zhujing's words effectively silenced all of Jiang Fei's brewing questions. She involuntarily tightened her grip on the phone slightly. All right, I understand. I'm going to rest for a bit. I still need to keep an eye out later. You've worked hard. After the call ended, Jiang Fei mechanically ate spoonful after spoonful of the warm porridge. But with so many burdensome matters piling up in her mind, the food in her mouth tasted like wax, difficult to swallow. At Beiyuan, Fu Yunting was sitting in the dining room drinking coffee when the phone lying on the table suddenly rang. The call from assistant and informed Fu Yunting about Chen Qingzhu's early morning visit to Jiang Fei at the hospital. Fu Yunting sipped his coffee lightly. Find evidence. Assistant and momentarily didn't catch the meaning behind Fu Yunting's words. Mr. Fu, do you mean? Fu Yunting set down his cup. Didn't you forget? The night Mrs. Jiang passed away, Chen Qingzhu had stepped out. Assistant and realized. You suspect that Miss Chun might be involved in Mr. Jiang's injury. More likely than not, it's her. Fu Yunting replied faintly. Once you find evidence, don't publicize it. Just keep it on hand. Assistant and hesitated. Does Mr. Fu plan to hold on to this evidence for future use in favor of Mrs. Fu? At this question, the emotions flickering in Fu Yunting's eyes abruptly turned icy. He furrowed his handsome brows slightly and narrowed his gaze at the coffee cup still gently swaying before him. After a long silence, he finally uttered a few words. She doesn't deserve it. Before assistant and could respond, Fu Yunting hung up directly. Gazing at the now interrupted phone call screen, assistant and sighed helplessly. Chapter 118. I can't take care of people. He could actually feel that his boss's heart was already in disarray. Otherwise, why did he rush to the hospital yesterday as soon as he heard that Mrs. Fu was in trouble? However, that matter had been pressing on Mr. Fu like a heavy stone, making it hard for him to see through his own mind. Just after finishing breakfast, Fu Yunting heard the sound of the electronic lock unlocking at the villa gate. He glanced over and saw Chen Qingzhu quickly heading towards the staircase with her bag. He turned off his phone's glowing screen and spoke in a deep voice filled with coldness. It's rare to see you leaving so early. His words made Chen Qingzhu freeze mid-step as she hurried upstairs. She looked toward the dining room. Seeing Fu Yunting sitting calmly at the dining chair, her unsettled emotions flared up once more. Chen Qingzhu tightened her grip on her handbag, feigning calmness, and walked towards Fu Yunting. Yunting, why are you up so early today? She pulled out a chair and sat down gracefully. At this time, you should just be waking up usually. Fu Yunting met Chen Qingzhu's serene gaze and asked, did you go to the hospital? Hearing this, Chen Qingzhu paused slightly as she helped pull out a tissue for Fu Yunting, hiding her inner panic with a faint smile. Do I smell like disinfectant? Why did you go see Jiang Fei? Fu Yunting still didn't answer any of Chen Qingzhu's questions. Realizing she couldn't avoid the topic, Chen Qingzhu steeled herself and answered, no matter what, when your wife encounters such a situation, anyone would feel sorry for her. Our relationship might not be good, but basic manners must still be upheld. She displayed grace and generosity in front of Fu Yunting, yet she had no idea that this act only deepened Fu Yunting's disgust. All these emotions vanished the moment Chen Qingzhu handed the tissue to Fu Yunting. With one move, he grabbed Chen Qingzhu's soft hand, yanking her from her seat and pulling her into his arms. Chen Qingzhu let out a cry, her wide eyes filled with disbelief as she found herself sitting on Fu Yunting's lap. Fu Yunting's warm hands grazed up her slim waist inch by inch. The tingling sensation coursed through her body like an electric shock. Chen Qingzhu collapsed against Fu Yunting's shoulder, breathing heavily. Sensing Chen Qingzhu's instinctive reaction, Fu Yunting's lips curled into a mocking smirk. If you care about Jiang Fei so much, why don't you go take care of her for me? How does that sound? Chen Qingzhu's expression, previously dazed with infatuation, suddenly stiffened. She widened her eyes and abruptly sat up. What? Fu Yunting brought her hand to his lips. Are you refusing? Confused by his behavior, Chen Qingzhu wanted to back out but hesitated because of Fu Yunting's sudden tenderness. She gently questioned, why do I have to be the one to take care of her? Aren't you feeling sorry for her? Fu Yunting slowly released her hand, and sarcasm started gathering in his dark eyes. Since you like going there so much, why don't you stay longer and accompany her? Chen Qingzhu quickly withdrew her hand, stood up, and stared at Fu Yunting, alarmed. Yunting, I need to go to work. I don't have time to spend all day with your wife. Moreover, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go take care of her. I can't take care of people. Fu Yunting coldly watched Chen Qingzhu fumble, adjusting his cuffs as he stood, and said, I'll pay you while you take care of her. It's settled. Having said that, he turned and left, leaving Chen Qingzhu standing bewildered in the dining room. Why did Fu Yunting suddenly make this decision? For her to go take care of Jiang Fei? What a joke. Was she some kind of maid? What gave Jiang Fei the right? Just because she was Mr. Fu's wife? Chen Qingzhu's elegant features contorted with anger. In the end, Yunting still can't let go of Jiang Fei. Whatever excuses they were saying about Jiang Fei not wanting a divorce, it was actually Yunting who couldn't let go. How nice of him to say paid care. Isn't that equivalent to slapping her face in front of Jiang Fei? Her jealous hatred almost overflowed, and Chen Qingzhu bit her lower lip hard, her sharp nails digging deeply into her palm. Jiang Fei, why didn't she just die already? In the evening, Jiang Fei called Zhou Sikong as soon as Su Ningen went out to buy dinner. Zhou Sikong had just stepped out of the operating room. Upon learning that Jiang Fei needed help, he immediately pushed the wheelchair over. Seeing the fine sweat beads on Zhou Sitsong's forehead, Jiang Fei apologized. Sorry, I can't stay lying down any longer. I want to see Xiaohong. Zhou Sikong blankly stared at her, and suddenly snorted with laughter. I thought you needed to use the restroom, so I hurried over worried about that. Turns out you just want to see your brother. He pushed the wheelchair to the bedside. If you want to go, then let's go. No need to be so rushed. Jiang Fei pulled back the blanket. Before she could even manage to move herself onto the wheelchair on her own, Zhou Sikong bent down and lifted her up from the bed. The gentle, elegant fragrance of Zhou Sikong surrounded Jiang Fei's nose. She stared, astonished, at Zhou Sitsong's handsome profile right in front of her. Her cheeks quietly turned red, and when she finally sat in the wheelchair, Jiang Fei lowered her head and mumbled a soft, thank you. Zhou Sikong moved to the back of the wheelchair and saw Jiang Fei's ears flushed red. He teased her to relax. If you keep skipping meals like this, a light breeze will probably blow you away. Jiang Fei didn't know how to respond, so she remained silent, her lips pursed as she stayed seated. As they took the elevator downstairs, they arrived at Xiaohang's hospital room. Jiang Fei looked at the VIP-marked door and couldn't help but glance at Zhou Sikong. Did you arrange for this? Zhou Sikong shrugged his shoulders. Probably some good-looking guy arranged it for you. Jiang Fei chuckled wryly, never imagining that Zhou Sikong could be such a smooth talker. Pushing the door open, Zhou Sikong stepped lightly and leaned close to Jiang Fei's ear, lowering his voice. Actually, I checked on him an hour ago. He's still unconscious because he lost too much blood. You can stay here quietly for a bit and then go rest, alright? Zhou Sitsong's breath brushed against Jiang Fei's neck. She instinctively shifted her head slightly before quickly nodding her head multiple times. Zhou Sikong pushed her to beside Jiang Heng's bed. Jiang Heng's face was as pale as death and had an oxygen mask over it. But the steady rise and fall of his chest and the regular fluctuations of the life-monitoring equipment slowly calmed Jiang Fei's heart. Jiang Fei stretched out her hand, lightly placing her fingertips on Jiang Heng's forehead and gently brushing aside his bangs. In her eyes lay endless sorrow. Taking a deep breath with her lips slightly parted, Jiang Fei mustered up the courage to pull back the covers to check Jiang Heng's wrist. Chapter 119. Can you help me? Jiang Heng's skin has a wheatish tone, and white gauze was wrapped around his wrist, standing out prominently. Jiang Heng felt a tinge of sourness at the tip of his nose. She gently held Jiang Heng's hand in her palms, trying to avoid touching his wound so as not to wake him up in pain. Will little Heng's injuries affect his future life? Jiang Fei asked with a trembling voice. I can't deceive you by saying they won't. Zhou Sikong looked down at Jiang Fei and replied. After all, having one's tendons severed is a fact. The tears in Jiang Fei's eyes blurred her vision. What needs to be done for him to return to how he used to be? There's no possibility of that. Zhou Sikong sighed softly. He being alive now is already fortunate amidst misfortune. As long as he's still here, it's stronger than anything else, isn't it? Zhou Sikong bent over, carefully lifting Jiang Heng's hand from Jiang Fei's grasp, then tucked it back under the blanket. Before Jiang Fei could respond, Zhou Sikong grabbed the handles of the wheelchair and turned it. You should go back. If you don't rest soon, how will you handle everything tomorrow? Jiang Fei knew Zhou Sikong was just making excuses to lead her away. After all, She had just undergone heart surgery, so her emotions shouldn't have too many ups and downs. But if she didn't see Jiang Hung awake, how could she feel at ease? People are always greedy. If they haven't seen someone, they wish to see them. Once they've seen them, they don't want to leave. Zhou Sikong. Jiang Fei looked up at him and called out quietly. Can you push a bed over here? I'm not comfortable leaving little Hung alone. Zhou Sikong paused briefly in his steps. Are you afraid someone might harm little Hung again? His words reminded Jiang Fei somewhat. Yeah, can you help? Looking at Jiang Fei's worried expression, Zhou Sikong said helplessly. If the two of you stay together, it'll definitely make recovery even more difficult. He'll want to take care of you, and you'll want to take care of him. Your primary task is to take care of yourself first. As for little Hung, I'll stay behind to look after him. If you're worried, I'll send regular photos to you. Since Zhou Sikong had spoken this way, Jiang Fei couldn't say much more. The next morning, before dawn, Zhou Sikong came to Jiang Fei's ward. After helping her finish washing up, he took her to Xinghebei. Just before getting into the car, Jiang Fei turned around and looked toward the hospital building, asking anxiously once again, is little Hung really okay there? Zhou Sikong helped her open the car door. I've arranged for 2 nursing staff members to alternate guarding him. I'll know immediately if anything happens, so you focus on handling the funeral arrangements. Jiang Fei silently nodded and sat in the front seat, traveling with Zhou Sikong to Xinghebei. Not long after they left, Jiang Hung slowly woke up in the ward and looked around the dimly lit room. Suddenly, the ward door opened, and a slightly plump middle-aged female nurse walked in. Upon seeing Jiang Hung awake, she quickly put down the basin in her hands and warmly approached to ask, You're awake. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Jiang Hung glanced at her, then lowered his eyes to look at the breathing mask on his face. The nurse noticed this and promptly removed it. Do you want to say something? Or are you uncomfortable somewhere? Shall I call the doctor for you? Jiang Hung moved his lips, responding with a hoarse voice. No need. The nurse nodded and returned to the basin to wring out a towel, preparing to clean Jiang Hung. While watching her actions, Jiang Hung moved his hand under the blanket, the pain in his wrist causing his eyes to become clouded with an indescribable darkness. What day is it today? The nurse twisted the towel. It's the 15th. What's wrong? Jiang Hung frowned slightly. Today was the day of his mother's burial. He looked toward the head of the bed, which only had medical monitoring equipment. He remembered losing his phone during the kidnapping. Jiang Hung could only say to the nurse cleaning his legs, Can you help me make a call? The nurse was momentarily startled but then nodded and pulled out her phone. What's the number? Jiang Hung gave the nurse Jiang Fei's mobile number. Not long after the nurse dialed it, the phone was answered. She placed the phone near Jiang Heng's pillow on speaker mode, and Jiang Fei's voice, filled with confusion, sounded through. Hello. Who is this? It's me. Jiang Fei paused for a few seconds, regaining her senses before exclaiming excitedly. Little Hung? You're awake? Yeah. Jiang Hung looked out the window where the sky was beginning to brighten faintly, succinctly saying, I need to attend the funeral. All right, I'll have them come pick you up right away. Jiang Fei's voice choked with emotion. As long as you're all right, any request can be fulfilled. Jiang Heng's eyelids trembled slightly, and mist gathered in his eyes. Yet no matter what, he wouldn't let the tears fall. Am I going to leave the hospital today? The nurse picked up the phone and asked Jiang Fei, who explained briefly to the nurse. After the call ended, the nurse began helping Jiang Hung dress. Jiang Heng's wrist was unable to exert any force, and even a slight movement caused excruciating pain. He could only endure being helped by the nurse as if he were useless. Not long after getting dressed neatly, Su Ningen hurriedly appeared at the door of the ward. Hearing the sound, Jiang Hung turned his head and met Su Ningen's gaze, clearly catching a sympathetic look in her eyes. His eyes darkened slightly as he stared at Su Ningen, who came up to him. Don't look at me like this. Su Ningen sniffed lightly. She knew that Jiang Hung had pride deep down, and now with his injuries and the immobility of his hands, his self-esteem had also been hit hard. She nodded quickly, extending her hand in an attempt to support him as she said, Understood. Let's go out. No need for help. Jiang Hung avoided Su Ningen's hand and stood up on his own, heading toward the door of the ward. Su Ningen stared in bewilderment at his back, not thinking much further, but quickly sped up her steps to catch up. However, just a few steps later, she noticed that Jiang Hung slowed his pace forward with visible difficulty. She hurried forward. Mr. Jiang, don't force yourself. You just woke up, and your body may not be used to moving yet. Jiang Hung stopped walking, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily without replying to Su Ningen. Su Ningen didn't dare to easily support Jiang Hung, not because she cared about his feelings, but due to the coldness she detected deep in Jiang Heng's eyes, which deterred her from approaching. It wasn't the kind of cold born from sulking. Rather, it emitted a chill that seeped from foot to head, making one feel bone-chilling and uncomfortable all over. With great effort, Jiang Hung finally managed to walk out of the hospital and get into the car, whereupon Su Ningen immediately increased the car air conditioning temperature and rubbed her hands to warm them. Her gaze subtly glanced at Jiang Hung, who was leaning on the seat and looking out the window. After starting the car and driving away from the hospital, she couldn't help asking, Mr. Jiang, exactly who has harmed you like this? Jiang Heng's dark pupils flickered with a chilling expression as the streetlights flashed past. It's none of your business. Chapter 120, It seems that I came at the right time. Su Ningen frowned slightly. Mr. Jiang, it's none of my business, but in your situation. Hush. Jiang Hung coldly interrupted Su Ningen, and his unfriendly tone made her swallow her words. She tightened her grip on the steering wheel, driving with a heavy heart. It's not that she was mad at Mr. Jiang, but even if she didn't interfere, Mr. Jiang would ask. Perhaps he thought she was an outsider, so he didn't want to tell her more. The silence all the way. After reaching Star River Bay, Su Ningen got out of the car, as if fleeing. She took a deep breath of the cold air outside before walking around to open the door for Jiang Heng. As soon as Jiang Heng got out of the car, he saw a hearse stop at the entrance of Star River Bay. A few people got out of the car, glanced at Jiang Heng and them, then quickly walked into the villa. Jiang Heng did not go in, but stood outside waiting. Su Ningen suspiciously looked him over. He wasn't cold, but she certainly was. Still, she couldn't just leave him there alone while she went inside. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ningen decided to ask, "Mr. Jiang, aren't you going in?" Jiang Heng stared at the entrance of the villa and uttered an ambiguous hum. Su Ningen glanced at the sparse raindrops falling from the sky. "Mr. Jiang, your body has not fully recovered yet. Standing outside in the cold wind will make it even harder for you to endure." Just as she finished speaking, some noise came from the entrance. Turning around, Su Ningen saw the few men who had gone in carrying a coffin out. Behind them, Zhou Xiqing was pushing Jiang Fei, dressed in mourning attire, along with Su Zhuduo assisting with the arrangements. Su Ningen hurried forward. "Mr. Jiang, we're back." Hearing this, Jiang Fei turned her head, seeing Jiang Heng standing not far behind Su Ningen. She quickly grabbed the turning wheel of her wheelchair. Jiang Heng, dressed in a plush black hoodie, stood in the courtyard, his pale face contrasting sharply with his clothes. A gloomy atmosphere radiated from him. Looking at her younger brother, Jiang Fei felt like she had many things to say, but they were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. His indifferent gaze reminded her a lot of Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei bit her lips, forcing out two words, "Xiaoheng." Jiang Heng took a step towards Jiang Fei, even standing beside her, but remained silent. Not saying much, Jiang Fei also refrained from asking more questions at such a critical moment. Everything could only wait until after the funeral, when she would find the opportunity to ask. Jiang Shuling's remains were sent to the crematorium, where the burning ended, and then were buried in the cemetery. By the end of the entire process, everyone's faces showed exhaustion and sadness, and Jiang Fei's eyes remained swollen and red throughout. Su Zhuqing helped send off the fortune teller, while Zhou Xiqing and Su Ningen held umbrellas and stayed with Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng in front of the tombstone. As the seconds ticked by, after Su Zhuqing returned from sending people off, she noticed Jiang Heng's complexion becoming increasingly pale, and she couldn't help but remind Jiang Fei, "Fei, let's go back to the hospital. Xiao Heng has just woken up and cannot stand for too long in the cold wind and rain." Jiang Fei shifted her dry and sore eye sockets, turning her head towards Jiang Heng, whose lips were already turning white. Seeing the pain in his eyebrows and eyes no less than hers, Jiang Fei asked with concern, "Do you want to go back now, Xiao Heng?" Jiang Heng's eyelashes, dotted with fine raindrops, trembled slightly, lowering his eyes lightly. Jiang Fei turned her wheelchair and was about to take Jiang Heng away, when in the distance, on the steps, a familiar figure suddenly caught their peripheral vision. They raised their heads and looked at the person walking toward them. There, Xiao Chong held an umbrella accompanying Chen Qingzhu dressed in a black wool coat, stepping in black high heels, coming steadily and leisurely. When Jiang Heng saw Chen Qingzhu, a sudden burst of intense hatred flashed in his eyes. The entire aura around his body almost erupted with terrifying malice, causing Su Ningen, who stood next to him, to abruptly turn around and look at him. Worried that Jiang Heng might act impulsively due to his emotions, Su Ningen immediately stepped forward, blocking the path he might have rushed toward Chen Qingzhu. Naturally, Chen Qingzhu also saw Jiang Heng. Though her eyes flickered with surprise, she still kept her composure as she walked up to them. She gave a seductive glance over each person present. "Looks like I came at the perfect time." Jiang Fei glared at her coldly. "Miss Chen, your bravery has certainly broadened my horizons. You really seem to fear nothing, coming here." Chen Qingzhu chuckled at what Jiang Fei said. "I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be afraid to come?" Miss Chen's ability to tell lies leaves me utterly ashamed. Jiang Fei's lips curled with a cold smile. She slightly turned her wheelchair to make way for Chen Qingzhu. "Miss Chen, are you here to bid farewell to my mother? Do you plan to kneel or bow? Please feel free to do so." Chen Qingzhu glanced at the tombstone and calmly replied, "Yunting never asked me to do this. Besides, I don't even know your mother. Why would I need to kneel or bow?" Jiang Fei suddenly gripped her wheelchair tightly. So it seemed that Chen Qingzhu was here today because of Fu Yunting. He had indeed made an excellent decision, slapping her face right in front of her mother's gravestone. Jiang Fei bit her tongue and forced herself to speak calmly. "So according to what you're saying, Fu Yunting arranged some other task for you? Does it require you to come to the graveyard to complete?" Chen Qingzhu brushed aside a strand of hair that had fallen in front of her and gave a sly smile. "Yes, Yunting sent me here to check if Mrs. Fu has become so overwhelmed with sorrow that she needs to be rushed to the hospital again." "Chen Qingzhu, you disgusting woman, just shut the hell up." Su Zhuqing could no longer hold back her anger, and she stepped forward, raising her hand to shove Chen Qingzhu on her shoulder. But before she could touch Chen Qingzhu's shoulder, Xiao Chong, who held the umbrella, quickly grabbed her wrist. Su Zhuqing frowned fiercely, trying to withdraw her hand, but found that the man had already tightened his grip on her wrist. "Let go!" Su Zhuqing shouted angrily. Xiao Chong glared darkly at Su Zhuqing. "If you try to harm Miss, I won't let go." Already enraged, hearing Xiao Chong's words caused Su Zhuqing's fury to soar even higher. She lifted her leg to kick Xiao Chong, but Zhou Xiqing promptly intervened to stop her, lowering his voice as a reminder. "This is a cemetery. Both of you should mind your actions." After finishing his sentence, he looked directly at Chen Qingzhu. "If you're here to disrupt the occasion, Miss Chen, think twice. Disturbing people's peace in such a place may not allow you to sleep well tonight." Zhou Xiqing's warning made Qin Qingzhu unconsciously glance around at the surrounding rows of tombstones. Seeing them closely aligned one after another, she started feeling uneasy inside. Xiaochang, release her. Qin Qingzhu commanded, and immediately Xiaochang let go, yet his vigilant eyes remained fixed on Su Zhuqing, ready to act at any moment. Chapter 121. Do you think she's anxious or not? Is she angry or not? Su Zhuqing glared at Qin Qingzhu without a trace of fear. I'm telling you, don't think just because you have people protecting you now, you can say or do whatever you want. Each and everything you've done, we all know them clearly in our hearts. If you don't want anything to slip out, make sure everything is tightly covered with no gaps for us to find. Otherwise, this hell that you didn't step into, you will have to. Qin Qingzhu looked back at Su Zhuqing with a hint of mockery passing through her eyes, then turned to Jiang Fei. I didn't expect that Mrs. Fu would hire her own friend as your bodyguard. With such sharp teeth and tongue, it almost made me feel like I really did something unforgivable. Jiang Fei adjusted the thin blanket covering her legs. Whether Miss Chun has done it or not, wouldn't touching her heart give her the answer? Why ask? With an arch of her eyebrows, Qin Qingzhu spun the ring on her long fingers and changed the subject. Never mind, I don't want to argue with you two here too much. Yin Ting told me to spend more time with you these days and help entertain you. If you're not happy about it, bear with it anyway. After saying that, Qin Qingzhu turned and left, leaving no chance for Jiang Fei or others to retort. Su Zhuqing's face became pale from anger but restrained herself because they were in a cemetery and had no way to vent her fury. She turned her head and asked Jiang Fei, whose face was darkened with deep thought, in a low voice. Fei, what are you planning to do? Jiang Fei watched as Qin Qingzhu's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, then suddenly withdrew her gaze and turned the wheelchair around. She isn't coming because she wants to, she's doing it according to Fu Yunting's words, just forcing herself to come. Upon hearing this, Su Ningen turned her head and glanced at Jiang Hong, who had indistinctive emotions in his eyes. Then she hurried forward and grabbed the handlebars of the wheelchair to push, asking Jiang Fei, Boss Jiang, if what you said is true, then isn't Miss Chen also harboring resentment? Jiang Fei pulled back her hands. We can't fathom Fu Yunting's intentions. You tell me, isn't she feeling anxious? Isn't she mad? Then do you really want her to stay by your side? Jiang Fei slightly turned her head, trying to see Jiang Hong with her peripheral vision, but Su Ningen blocked her view. She reflected deeply before turning her head back and said, That's not something I can decide. Whether she stays or leaves, as long as I'm incapable of escaping Fu Yunting, I can't control any of it. Then torment her until death. Mess with her. Su Ningen answered eagerly. Make her retreat when she realizes it's tough. Then won't she leave on her own? Are you stupid? Su Zhuqing slapped Su Ningen's head lightly. She's devious, and if she gets provoked, who knows what move she might make while Boss Jiang hasn't fully recovered. Therefore, until evidence is found, we'd better save ourselves some trouble. As they conversed up ahead, Jiang Hong walked behind with Zhou Xiqing. The two weren't walking side by side but a few steps apart, one after the other. Zhou Xiqing kept his pace behind Jiang Hong ever since Qin Qingzhu arrived. He couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Heng's expressions. At first, Jiang Heng's feelings were written all over his face, clear as day, but afterward, he concealed them, behaving as though nothing happened between him and Qin Qingzhu. Zhou Xiqing carried his speculations and walked out of the cemetery alongside Jiang Fei and the others. Su Zhuqing let Su Ningen hand over Jiang Fei to Zhou Xiqing, saying she would take Jiang Fei home. Su Ningen wasn't entirely reassured, but upon seeing Jiang Fei nod toward her, she reluctantly followed Su Zhuqing away, glancing back anxiously multiple times. Zhou Xiqing took Jiang Fei and Jiang Hong into the car and headed towards the hospital. Sitting in the back seat, Jiang Fei noticed how Jiang Hong immediately closed his eyes to rest once inside the car and felt reluctant to press him with questions. Zhou Xiqing glanced at the rearview mirror. Jiang Fei, the police mentioned earlier that once your brother wakes up, they want you to contact them. Are you planning to contact them today or tomorrow? Since the incident primarily involved Xiao Hong and the police required Xiao Heng's response, Jiang Fei had no authority to make this decision, so she gently asked Jiang Hong, Xiao Hong, what's your decision? Jiang Hong opened his eyes, with the pitch-black pupils hiding a mountain of ice. There's nothing worth talking about. His reaction and attitude caused Jiang Fei to knit her brows in worry. Throughout the entire day, Jiang Hong had spoken fewer than 5 sentences, all brief responses. Had it not been for Jiang Heng's calm and rational demeanor, she might have mistaken him for having psychological issues due to his injuries. Her conjectures remained just that. She needed further confirmation. Jiang Fei hesitantly probed. Is it that you don't want to recall what happened that day, or is there something else? It's meaningless. Jiang Hong still only spoke a few words, which completely contradicted his previous character. Not only did Jiang Fei find it hard to adapt, but his current demeanor also unsettled her greatly. Xiao Hong, if there's anything on your mind, speak it out. Don't keep everything bottled up inside. No matter what the problem is, shouldn't we try to solve it together? Jiang Fei stared at Jiang Hong for a long moment, but Jiang Hong remained silent. Jiang Fei's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Or is it that you're disappointed in me? Jiang Hong closed his eyes again, his tone indifferent. I'm tired, let me rest for a while. But you, Jiang Fei. Zhou Xiqing interrupted Jiang Fei's words in a gentle tone. Let Xiao Heng rest first, and you should control your emotions a bit. You shouldn't be so agitated. Jiang Fei had no choice but to let Jiang Hong remain silent. After an hour's journey, Zhou Xiqing sent the two of them back to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, Zhou Xiqing said, I've helped arrange for your rooms to be together. Xiao Hong, Your current room is next to Jiang Fei's. No need for the trouble. Jiang Hung headed towards the elevator. I'll stay in the original one. He moved forward on his own, seemingly unwilling to go along with them. Jiang Fei opened her mouth to speak, but was cut off by Zhou Xiqing's hand placed on her shoulder. Give him some time. Zhou Xiqing withdrew his hand and pushed Jiang Fei to catch up with Jiang Hung. Things have changed too much. He's only 17 years old, so it's not surprising that his character would change. Jiang Fei tightly pursed her lips, quietly observing Jiang Hung, whose expression remained consistently calm. After escorting him back to the ward, Jiang Fei returned to her own. She carefully climbed back onto the bed and lay down, then turned to thank Zhou Xiqing. Thanks for all the help these past few days. Calculating this way, you owe me quite a few meals, Zhou Xiqing joked as he adjusted the blanket for Jiang Fei. But now I actually have a question. He turned and walked to the table to pour water for Jiang Fei. About the cruise next week and meeting Mao Zizhou, do you still plan to go? I must go, Jiang Fei answered without hesitation. My father's issues need resolution. The longer I delay, the more restless I become. Zhou Xiqing brought the cup back to the bedside and handed the warm water to Jiang Fei before sitting down. Then the problem arises. Who will take care of Jiang Hung? And also, considering your health, it might not be suitable for you to go to such a noisy place. Chapter 122. I can't tolerate you anymore. I'll ask Ning Han to help me take care of Xiao Hung for a few days. Jiang Fei held the warm cup. As for my health, I can't worry about it that much. Because I know, with this opportunity right in front of me, if I don't seize it, I will only regret it. It's not certain that you going will bring results. Not going definitely won't have any results. Jiang Fei met Zhou Xiqing's gaze. Some things, either I never find out, but once I know, I can't just sit idle without investigating. Zhou Xiqing slowly rubbed his thumb and index finger on his left hand. And if the result is unsatisfactory? Jiang Fei stared at the water, gently swaying in her cup. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I can only say that I will do my best. In the following few days, Jiang Fei did not see Qin Qingzhu, who had promised to come but didn't show up, which surprised her a little. Fortunately, these past 2 days, Jiang Hung could eat and drink well, and his complexion improved quite a bit. The only thing that remained unchanged was that he still didn't talk much. Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing also asked Jiang Hung many indirect questions, but he stayed as silent as ever. Qin family manner. Since the day they returned from the cemetery, Qin Qingzhu had been locked in her room by Grandpa Chun for 3 full days. She couldn't leave her room, and all her meals were brought by Aunt Wang. At noon, Aunt Wang delivered food as usual to Qin Qingzhu's room. When she entered, she found that the breakfast delivered earlier in the morning had not been touched by Qin Qingzhu. Aunt Wang looked sympathetically at Qin Qingzhu curled up on the couch, looking haggard. Miss, you must eat something. You know how worried Grandpa gets. If you show some weakness, this matter will be over. A particular sentence struck a sore spot for Qin Qingzhu, and she suddenly sat upright, exploding with emotion. Why does it always have to be me showing weakness? Why do we have to dump all the pressure of the Qin family on my shoulders alone? Aunt Wang set down the food in her hands. Miss, trying to win Mr. Fu's affection is easier than bearing more pressure at Qin Company. If you look at it this way, you might realize that Grandpa actually cares about you. I don't need this kind of caring. Qin Qingzhu loudly rebutted. Just as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open violently. Qin Qingzhu and Aunt Wang turned to see Grandpa Qin walking toward them with his cane. The instant color drained from Qin Qingzhu's face before she could even call him grandfather. His raised hand came down heavily upon her cheek. In good health, he used almost all of his strength in this slap, leaving an obvious bloody mark on the corner of her lips. Aunt Wang let out a startled cry, quickly running forward to protect Qin Qingzhu in her arms, pleading for mercy with Grandpa Chun. Grandfather, the young miss knows she's wrong. You shut your mouth. Grandpa Chun angrily cut Aunt Wang off. Teaching children in our Qin family has nothing to do with you, an outsider. Aunt Wang dared not utter another sound after being yelled at. Grandpa Chun redirected his angry gaze onto Qin Qingzhu. Get down on your knees. Qin Qingzhu forcibly held back her tears, biting tightly on her lower lip, getting off the sofa, and kneeling before Old Master Chun. Old Master Chun showed no intention of sparing her. He raised his cane and swung it forcefully at Qin Qingzhu. One strike, then another. It made Aunt Wang's eyes redden. Seeing Qin Qingzhu beaten until she collapsed on the ground, Aunt Wang couldn't help but rush forward to embrace her. Master, please stop hitting her. If you beat her to death, the Qin family will truly have no successor and will never be able to restore what it once was. Because of Aunt Wang's persuasion, Old Master Chen's cane paused midair. He struck the ground fiercely, seething with anger. I've told you once, if you're doing it, do it thoroughly. Don't stop halfway and leave a problem behind. This time again, you didn't heed anything and left a live witness. 3 times is the limit. If you still can't accomplish this, the Qin family can no longer tolerate you. After finishing his words, Old Master Chen stormed out of Qin Qingzhu's room with his cane. Qin Qingzhu clenched both hands tightly, her sharp fingernails almost embedding into her palms. She lay on the floor, the dull pain in her back tormenting her until she could hardly suppress the tears streaming down her eyes. Every single word from Grandpa Chun, she heard clearly. Once it sank into her heart, it all transformed into hatred and resentment, placing all the blame entirely on Jiang Fei. If it wasn't for Jiang Fei, how could she possibly end up repeatedly kowtowing and enduring beatings? She couldn't retreat. She could only push forward with gritted teeth. She would reclaim everything lost from Jiang Fei. Aunt Wang tearfully helped Qin Qingzhu to stand, saying, Miss, get up and sit on the sofa. With clenched teeth, Chen Qingzhu raised her hand to push away Aunt Wang's support and stubbornly straightened herself, rigid and painful. Prepare me a new set of clothes. Aunt Wang hurriedly wiped away her tears. Miss, but master hasn't given the order for you to go out yet. If I can't go out now, then when can I? Chen Qingzhu's eyes were filled with an unrelenting ferocity. I need to go back to North Yard. Aunt Wang didn't want to upset Chen Qingzhu anymore and quickly took a new set of clothes to help her change. When Chen Qingzhu removed her blouse, the shocking long stripes of red swelling on her back were revealed to Aunt Wang's eyes. They crisscrossed, especially clear. Miss, if it doesn't work, just ask Mr. Fu for some money first. At least let the Chun family breathe a bit easier so that Grandpa won't be too harsh on you. I have it under control. After changing clothes, Chen Qingzhu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand. She was fully aware that once she stepped out of the Chen family courtyard, she would either return in glory or be shattered completely. But no matter which outcome, she wouldn't retreat. Even if she dies, she will definitely drag a few people down with her to the underworld. At the entrance of T.R. Company, assistant and had just accompanied Fu Yunting out of the car when he received a call from his subordinate. Upon learning about Chen Qingzhu, assistant and hung up and informed Fu Yunting, Mr. Fu, Miss Chen has left the Chun family courtyard. Fu Yunting walked into the company without surprise. Go prod Chen Qingzhu a bit. Tell her to take care of Jiang Fei. Assistant and reminded him, Mr. Fu, if we do this, Miss Chun might deepen the conflict with Mrs. Fu. Fu Yunting stopped at the elevator and glanced at Assistant and, do you think I'm unaware of their situation? Assistant and was slightly startled. So Mr. Fu is pushing Miss Chun to Mrs. Fu to let them fight to the death? He furrowed his brows lightly. Mr. Fu's method of distancing himself, while simultaneously solving the issues with two women, was truly ruthless. Assistant and changed the subject. The major client resources of the Chen family are already in our hands. The Chen family probably won't last more than 3 months. When do you plan to acquire them, Mr. Fu? Chapter 123, 1 dead, 1 imprisoned. The elevator door opened, and Fu Yunting stepped in. Don't rush. I'll give you a check later, and you can send it to Mr. Chun. Assistant and suddenly felt caught between laughter and tears. Mr. Fu, you just pulled the Chen family into this mess not long ago, and now you're helping them recover warmth. This money might hurt yourself too. Fu Yunting stared at the slowly closing elevator doors with a gloomy look in his eyes. As long as it achieves my goal, this is nothing. Assistant and nodded silently, standing aside without saying anything. Just as the elevator was about to reach the president's office floor, Fu Yunting suddenly asked, how's Jiang Fei? Assistant and hesitated for a moment. Madam will be discharged from the hospital in another 2 days. Mr. Fu, should we pick her up? You decide. The elevator door opened, and Fu Yunting left after uttering these words, leaving Assistant and standing there dumbfounded. In the afternoon, Jiang Fei spent some time with Jiang Heng before returning to her own ward. Upon entering, Jiang Fei immediately saw Chen Qingzhu sitting on the chair with crossed legs, wearing an elegant dress. She idly fiddled with the flowers in the vase, looking up only when she heard movement at the door. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, Chen Qingzhu plucked a petal with an indifferent tone. Mrs. Fu seems to have recovered well, running around in the hospital. Jiang Fei wasn't surprised by Chen Qingzhu's sudden visit. If she didn't come earlier, she would surely come one day. She walked into the ward and sat calmly across from Chen Qingzhu. Miss Chen is quite busy. You promised to take care of me, yet you've only come today. Chen Qingzhu casually tossed the petal onto the table. Do you think I'd lower myself enough to take care of you? Then what? Jiang Fei smirked with a half smile, countering. Is it because Fu Yunting ordered you to replace his security personnel and monitor me? Chen Qingzhu glared coldly at Jiang Fei. It seemed no matter what argument she used, Jiang Fei had countless retorts ready. It doesn't matter if that's how you see it, said Chen Qingzhu, leaning back in her chair. The moment her wand touched the chair, however, pain caused her to inhale sharply. Noticing Chen Qingzhu's discomfort, Jiang Fei paused for a moment. It seems Miss Chen isn't feeling well either. Since we're already in the hospital, why don't you go register and see a doctor? This is none of your business. The pain in her back made Chen Qingzhu respond with no patience at all. Jiang Fei let out a light laugh and chose not to engage further. If Miss Chen has the energy, you should instead think about how to investigate Fu Yunting's previous girlfriend's identity. You couldn't investigate on your own, so you want to use me? Chen Qingzhu sneered knowingly. Do you think I'm stupid enough to be used by you? Jiang Fei's tone was casual. Are you not curious? Deep down, you know whether or not you are. Don't wait until Fu Yunting kicks you out before realizing how much you truly lack knowledge about him. After finishing, she stood up and headed toward the bedside, getting ready to lie down. As she did, the silent Chen Qingzhu suddenly turned around to look at her. How much longer do you plan to stay in this shabby hospital? Leaning lightly against the headrest, Jiang Fei looked at Chen Qingzhu, whose face was written with impatience. If Miss Chen feels uncomfortable, you may leave now. I won't stop you. Since Jiang Fei refused to budge, Chen Qingzhu had no options. Thus, she continued to sit on the chair, staring intently at Jiang Fei without speaking. Though Jiang Fei maintained an unperturbed demeanor, she still felt irked inside. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable under such relentless scrutiny? And to make matters worse, this person sitting in front of her was the one who had killed her mother and harmed her brother. Her tolerance had limits, but she had to keep calm and carefully think through Fu Yunting's motives for sending Chen Qingzhu over here. Did he want them to fight amongst themselves? No matter who won, they'd both end up losing badly, one dead and one imprisoned. But what exactly does Fu Yunting gain from this scenario? Other than this, she could think of nothing else. Ignoring the glaring Chen Qingzhu, Jiang Fei prepared to rest when urgent footsteps came from outside the ward. Xiao Chang's appearance instantly sent her tension soaring. Instinctively, she tensed her body, grabbing hold of the blanket's corner, ready to uncover it to find Jiang Hong. But Xiao Chang didn't even glance at her, going straight to Chen Qingzhu and whispering something near her ear. Chen Qingzhu's face instantly changed, quickly rising and heading out of the ward with Xiao Chang. Something fell off to Jiang Fei, and she wanted to follow them. But Xiao Chang's intense gaze made it clear that he wouldn't let her go. Jiang Fei thought about the nurse Zhou Si-chung had hired, and she picked up her phone to send a message, inquiring if there were any developments in Jiang Heng's ward. Soon, the nurse replied with a message, attaching a photo. In the photo, 2 policemen stood inside Jiang Heng's ward. The nurse said they came to inquire about his kidnapping case. Jiang Fei asked, "Did Xiao Heng say anything?" Nurse, "No. No matter what the police asked, he didn't respond." Jiang Fei silently put down her phone and looked at Xiao Chang, who was still staring at her. "Did you do this?" Xiao Chang stood with his hands clasped behind him, not answering Jiang Fei's question. Unable to contain her anger, Jiang Fei grabbed the pillow behind her and threw it at Xiao Chang with all her might. "What exactly did you say to Xiao Heng to make him refuse to tell the truth, even to the police?" Xiao Chang took the beating from Jiang Fei without flinching. As the pillow fell to the ground, he remained standing there expressionless. Enraged, Jiang Fei pulled off the blanket and quickly walked towards the door of the ward. Before she could reach it, Xiao Chang suddenly blocked her path. Jiang Fei tried pushing him away, but couldn't budge him an inch. Faced with someone refusing to speak or move, Jiang Fei felt, as if hitting cotton, completely powerless. She hadn't figured out how to handle the situation yet when the sound of high heels came from outside the door. Chen Qingzhu had returned, and her demeanor contrasted sharply with how she left. Jiang Fei finally understood. Chen Qingzhu had gone restlessly to check on the situation after finding out the police arrived. Once she learned that Jiang Heng had refused to speak, she had calmed down and returned. Jiang Fei glared at the relaxed Chen Qingzhu, her eyes tinged with red. "You think you can escape your punishment?" Chen Qingzhu glanced at Jiang Fei, then bypassed her, reseating herself in the chair, playing with her phone. That arrogant posture suggested she believed she could escape all responsibilities. "I don't understand what you mean. I just went to the restroom. Stop causing trouble for me. How long do you think you can keep pretending?" Jiang Fei countered sarcastically. "For a month? 6 months? A year?" Chapter 124. What do you want to tell me? Jiang Fei walked step by step towards Chen Qingzhu and snatched her phone. Chen Qingzhu suddenly stood up, reaching out to snatch it back. "Jiang Fei, what are you doing?" Jiang Fei did not give her the chance. Instead, she approached Chen Qingzhu and said, "Chen Qingzhu, have you forgotten your family's driver, Wang Baojia?" At the mention of this name, Chen Qingzhu's pupils contracted noticeably. But after a moment, she returned to normal immediately. "He died in a car accident on his own. What does it have to do with me? Does it really have nothing to do with you?" Jiang Fei scoffed. "Wang Baojia handled things according to your instructions, but your Chen family didn't give him any chance to live. Pitiful that his 2 children were still in school, and his elderly mother still had to take medicine." Chen Qingzhu's eyes took on a gloomy expression. "What exactly do you want to tell me?" Jiang Fei threw Chen Qingzhu's phone onto the table and turned toward the bed. Her words were cut off halfway, causing great agitation in Chen Qingzhu's heart. She was unclear how Jiang Fei had managed to uncover all these details, now even using Wang Baojia to probe her reaction and hint. So, had Jiang Fei returned to Beiyuan earlier to gather evidence against her? Chen Qingzhu subconsciously took half a step towards Jiang Fei, but considering her impulsive actions could expose her too easily, she took a deep breath and sat back down with full suspicion. Mrs. Fu's mind is really beyond the reach of ordinary people, connecting all kinds of things together. Jiang Fei ignored Chen Qingzhu's words and picked up the nearby phone to send a message to Su Zhuqing. "Jiang Fei, Zhuqing, help me visit Wang Baojia's wife." After a while, Su Zhuqing replied, "Why visit his wife?" "Jiang Fei, Wang Baojia's wife is a gambler. After Wang Baojia passed away, her wife lost all sources of income. If we hint to her that the Chun family made him commit an error and created a car accident to silence him, what do you think his wife will do?" "Su Zhuqing, do I even need to say? She will definitely sue the Chun family for compensation. However, your intention must be more than just using her to create trouble for the Chen family, right?" Jiang Fei glanced at Chen Qingzhu with her peripheral vision. "Since we can't find the evidence, let's force it out." Not long after, Su Zhuqing understood the meaning behind Jiang Fei's plan. She replied with an okay, saying she would do it tomorrow. That night, Chen Qingzhu received a call from Grandpa Chen. Grandpa Chen, in good spirits, informed her about Fu Yunting giving a check. Millions of dollars were like coal delivered in the snow to the current Chen family. As soon as Chen Qingzhu heard the news, she rushed back to Beiyuan. Seeing Aunt Zhang, Chen Qingzhu hastily asked, "Where's Yunting?" "In the study, but Mr." Before Aunt Zhang could finish her sentence, Chen Qingzhu hurriedly rushed up the stairs. Just when she reached the stairway, she heard the voice of Assistant N. "Mr. Fu, are you sure you want to store this painting away? After all, this belongs to Miss Wen." "Store it away." Fu Yunting's tone carried indescribable emotions, cutting off Assistant N's words. Chen Qingzhu stopped her footsteps, frowning in confusion. "Miss Wen? Is the painting in Yunting's study painted by the Miss Wen Assistant N mentioned? Who is this Miss Wen anyway?" Before Chen Qingzhu could figure it out, footsteps sounded from the study. Chen Qingzhu quickly composed herself, pretending ignorance, and continued walking forward. After taking 2 steps, she saw Fu Yunting come out of the study. Chen Qingzhu ran straight to him and hugged his waist. "Yunting, Grandpa told me. I'm very grateful that our Chun family has received your help. Fu Yunting slightly frowned, looking down at Chen Qingzhu who rested her face against his chest. He pushed her away, black eyes measuring her face carefully. When did you come back? Right now. Chen Qingzhu's smile came from the bottom of her heart, letting Fu Yunting not detect any other emotions. Yunting, I don't know how to thank you. I haven't done anything for you, yet you've helped our Chen family so much. Fu Yunting's eyes darkened slightly. Didn't I ask you to stay with Jiang Fei? Chen Qingzhu felt resentment flashing through her mind. Fu Yunting almost didn't pay attention to her, mentioning Jiang Fei right away. In what way am I inferior to Jiang Fei, who owns nothing? Chen Qingzhu acted like she was coquettishly hugging Fu Yunting's arm. Yunting, I should come back to sleep and rest. It's not too late to go tomorrow morning. Fu Yunting glanced at Chen Qingzhu's hand coldly and withdrew his arm. You smell too strong. Chen Qingzhu was stunned. Smell? What smell? She raised her hand to sniff the smell on her sleeve, but didn't detect anything unusual. Disinfectant. After saying this, Fu Yunting headed towards the bedroom. Chen Qingzhu wanted to follow, but remembering Fu Yunting's reminder, she hesitated and stopped. Only after watching Fu Yunting close the door did Chen Qingzhu withdraw her smile and turn to look at the study. At the study's entrance, assistant and stood there holding the mural. Seeing Chen Qingzhu's glance, he asked, Excuse me, Miss Chen, could you please move aside? Chen Qingzhu took a deeper look at the mural before asking in feigned confusion. Why was it taken down? Whatever Mr. Fu tells me to do, I do. Assistant and had no intention of elaborating further and strode toward the staircase. Chen Qingzhu stepped aside, waiting for assistant to pass by her before continuing to probe. It's such a beautiful painting. It'd be such a pity if it were thrown away. Whether it is discarded or not, it has nothing to do with you, Miss Chen. He descended the stairs, and immediately, Chen Qingzhu climbed them. Her room happened to have a direct view of the yard below. She tiptoed in the dark, slightly opening a crack in the window, and looked downstairs. After assistant and opened the car door, he carefully placed the mural on the back seat before getting into the driver's seat and starting the car. Chen Qingzhu hurriedly grabbed her phone and dialed Xiao Chong's number. Upon answering, Xiao Chong received Chen Qingzhu's low command. Follow assistant N's car and see where he's taking the mural. Don't get caught. Xiao Chong parked his car not far from Bei Yuan, seeing its gate open as he replied. Understood, Mississippi. Xiao Chong followed assistant N's car at a steady distance. After a half-hour drive, they both entered Huixian residential area, parking under building number 1. Carefully removing the mural, assistant N walked into the hallway. Xiao Chong did not get out of his car either. He kept an eye on the building ahead until a light turned on in a previously dark apartment on the 12th floor. He then exited his vehicle and entered the residential unit. After calculating according to the room numbers, he determined that it was apartment 1206. He then returned to his car and sent a message to Chen Qingzhu. Chapter 125. Why do you misunderstand me too? Xiao Chong. Miss, the mural has been delivered to apartment 1206, building 1, Huixian residential complex. Chen Qingzhu stared at the message for a moment. Is assistant N gone yet? Xiao Chong. Not yet. Chen Qingzhu. Once assistant N leaves, try to get in there. You have equipment in your car, right? Xiao Chong. Yes. Chen Qingzhu put down her phone, took some clothes for a change, and walked into the bathroom. By the time she came out after washing up, Xiao Chong's message arrived, including 4 photos. The pictures were filled with paintings. Chen Qingzhu looked at them in surprise and carefully counted. There were 20 paintings of varying sizes. The most prominent one was a side view painting of Fu Yunyi sitting on the couch. The charcoal portrait depicted Fu Yunyi vividly. Chen Qingzhu replied hastily, her breathing becoming rapid. Look around the house for anything that proves the owner's identity. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Chong responded. Apart from the paintings just brought in, all the other paintings have 2 letters in the bottom right corner, W-Y. W-Y? Chen Qingzhu could roughly determine the name, but wasn't sure which specific character the Y represented. Regardless, she strongly felt this woman was probably Fu Yunyi's ex-girlfriend. Otherwise, why would there be his portrait? And why did he know her home door code? Moreover, he collected all the paintings of this woman and hung them on the wall. Chen Qingzhu stared intently at the photo, her hands and feet involuntarily turning cold. A strong sense of unease overwhelmed her. It was the feeling of being deceived, betrayed, and caught in a web of lies. But given her current position, those words weren't even applicable to her yet. Curiosity gnawed at Chen Qingzhu. She couldn't wait to uncover what had happened between Fu Yunyi and this woman. Why was this woman not at home? Yet Fu Yunyi still guarded this place for her. Chen Qingzhu continued sending messages to Xiao Chong. Try to investigate where the original owner of this house went. Xiao Chong will reply tomorrow. The next afternoon, Jiang Fei was accompanying Jiang Heng by the artificial lake in the hospital when her phone received a video from Su Zhuxing. She opened it and saw the wife of Wang Baojue standing with an elderly lady, a pair of children, and a few friends outside the Chen family courtyard. They cried and shouted with their voices hoarse, holding white banners in their hands. On the banner, red words stood out sharply. Conscienceless Chen family, return my husband's and my child's father's life. Seeing this video, Jiang Fei suppressed mood over the past while somewhat eased. She replied to Su Zhuxing. You withdraw first, and I'll send someone to follow up and monitor Chen Qingzhu's activities. Su Zhuxing sat in the car, chewing gum casually, and replied leisurely. I have nothing much planned today anyway. Let me stay here and see what happens. Jiang Fei. Be careful. Don't let the Chens find out about you. Su Zhuxing. Even if they find out, so what? Do you think they will do anything under these sensitive circumstances? Jiang Fei. No matter what, be cautious. We've seen enough dirty tricks from the Chen family. Su Zhuxing. I know my limits. You just take care of Xiaoying. I'll tell you any news as soon as possible. After replying, Zhang Fei put her phone aside and turned her head toward Jiang Heng, who was gazing gently at his wrists. She sighed lightly and asked gently, Xiaoheng, in a few days, I need to go out for a bit. I might not be able to take care of you. I'll call Ning Han to come over. Would that be okay? Jiang Heng looked at the pond water, squeezing out a faint from his throat. After a few days, Zhang Fei had grown accustomed to his silence. She extended her hand and adjusted the coat draped over Jiang Heng. Do you want to ask me where I'm going? There's nothing worth asking. Jiang Heng turned away, avoiding Zhang Fei's hand, stood up, and said, let's go back. Jiang Heng's aloofness filled Zhang Fei's heart with indescribable bitterness. She clenched her fists tightly, watching Jiang Heng's retreating back as she mustered the courage to ask the question that had lingered in her mind for several days. Xiaoheng, are you blaming me? Jiang Heng stopped in his tracks, remained silent for a moment, then slightly turned his head and said coldly, or what? Zhang Fei froze for a second, then immediately stood up and confronted Jiang Heng. So the reason you haven't wanted to say anything these past few days is because you've been harboring resentment against me? Jiang Heng glared coldly at her. Do you think I shouldn't hate you? If it weren't for your hesitation in completely leaving Fu Yunti, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Zhang Fei opened her mouth to speak, but she realized she couldn't find any words to refute Jiang Heng. In the future, you live in Xinghe Bay, and I'll move back to the residential area. Unless necessary, we'll reduce the frequency of our meetings. After saying that, Jiang Heng walked around Zhang Fei and continued forward. Zhang Fei hurried to catch up with him. Do you think I wanted to make everything a mess? Xiaoheng, don't you know what situation I am in? Jiang Heng didn't respond, his determined attitude as if he had made up his mind to cut off the sibling relationship with Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei continued explaining anxiously. If he could have given in just a little bit, I wouldn't have dragged it out until today. And the reason for my last trip back home. Don't you also understand that? Everyone can misunderstand me, but you are my younger brother. You know everything. Why do even you have to misinterpret me? Jiang Heng stopped again, an instant of deep disdain flashing in his eyes. Had it not been for your insistence on keeping the business Dad left behind, and Mom's and my reluctance to leave you here alone, we would have left Jiangqing long ago. Jiang Heng took a step closer to Zhang Fei. Is it really so hard to get out of this business? Compared to my health, compared to Mom's life, is what Dad left behind more important, isn't it? Zhang Fei didn't know Jiang Heng had such feelings about her. His anger left her at a loss. No words to defend yourself? Jiang Heng let out a cold scoff, full of disdain. So, now that you've hurt me this way, do you even deserve to be my sister anymore? Jiang Heng retracted all the emotions in his eyes, gazing coldly at Zhang Fei as if the person standing before him was not a family member, but an enemy. If you want me to stop saying these harsh words, then stay away from me. After speaking, Jiang Heng resolutely passed by Zhang Fei. His words hit Zhang Fei like a bomb, leaving her mind completely blank. She stood there motionless, as if her legs were bound with 1,000 pounds of sandbags, making it extremely difficult to turn around. The piercing cold wind felt like sharp knives, cutting into her marrow, stabbing every organ, tearing her heart apart until it bled profusely. Zhang Fei shivered involuntarily all over, the tears in her eyes almost unstoppable as they streamed down. She forced herself to turn around only to find Jiang Heng had already vanished from sight. Chapter 126, A Cowardly Departure. Zhang Fei didn't know how she had returned to the ward, feeling as if her soul had been drained, unable to focus her attention. Jiang Fei. Suddenly, Zhou Xiqing's voice came from the doorway. Jiang Fei stiffly turned her neck and looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Zhou Xiqing, holding a box in his hand, saw Jiang Fei's expression and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He sat down in front of Jiang Fei. What's wrong with you? No matter how painful it was inside, Jiang Fei still shook her head and kept silent, pressing her lips tightly. Since Zhou Xiqing couldn't inquire further, he had to put the box in his hand into Jiang Fei's hands. A mobile phone I bought for your younger brother. You can give it to him later. Jiang Fei lowered her eyes and stared at the mobile phone box in her hand. Once again, an overwhelming sense of emptiness swept through her heart. She tightened her grip on the box, suppressed the trembling in her throat, and muttered in a dull voice. How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. It doesn't need money. Zhou Xiqing joked. It was found by chance. If you give me money, then it's too cheap for me. His humor did not make Jiang Fei change any of her expressions. Instead, it became more evident that she was lost in thought. Zhou Xiqing frowned slightly. What happened? Jiang Fei hesitated for a few seconds, then placed the mobile phone on the table, saying, Nothing serious. I'm just a bit tired. Thank you for buying the mobile phone for Xiaoheng. Seems like you still don't consider me as a friend. Following Jiang Fei's words, Zhou Xiqing said helplessly, If the person sitting in front of you now were Su Zhuqing, you should be very willing to share your troubles with her. Some things, speaking about them wouldn't change the situation. Jiang Fei lifted her eyelids, meeting Zhou Xiqing's gaze, and with great difficulty, forced a smile, filled with pain. Zhou Xiqing gazed intently at the unbearable pain in Jiang Fei's eyes. If you really don't want to say, I won't ask anymore, but don't suppress everything in your heart. It will do no good for your heart recovery. Jiang Fei nodded slowly. Okay, I understand. Zhou Xiqing stood up. I won't disturb you anymore. Take a break. Let me know if there is anything. I'll reply immediately when I see it. All right. Zhou Xiqing walked out of the ward and gently closed the door. Before leaving, his gaze lingered on the ward door for a few seconds. Upon lifting his legs to leave, Zhou Xiqing took out his mobile phone and called Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing soon picked up and yawned, asking, What's the matter? Zhou Siqing. Jiang Fei doesn't seem quite right today, but she refused to tell me anything. If you have time, come over and accompany her. Su Zhuqing abruptly straightened up. That's weird. An hour ago, I was messaging her. Her tone at that time didn't seem off at all. Zhou Siqing looked surprised. Was she with Xiaoheng at that time? Yes. Su Zhuqing glanced at Chen's house, which was still causing trouble nearby, and started the car, saying, I'll come find her now. We can talk later. Good. About 20 minutes later, Su Zhuqing arrived at Jiang Fei's ward and saw Jiang Fei curled up in the hospital bed, instinctively walking quietly to her side. She bent down and caught sight of the unerased traces of tears on Jiang Fei's nose. Su Zhuqing furrowed her eyebrows and after thinking for a moment, decided to turn and leave, going to find Jiang Heng. On her way to the door, she caught sight of the mobile phone on the coffee table. After staring at it for a while, she picked it up before leaving. At Jiang Heng's ward door, Su Zhuqing immediately spotted Jiang Heng sitting by the window. He was wearing a patient gown, layered with a light-colored sweater coat. The window was opened a gap as wide as a fist, the wind blowing his short hair, caressing his cheeks. His youthful face had a fresh, elegant charm. Su Zhuqing raised her hand and knocked lightly on the ward door. Xiaoheng. Hearing this, Jiang Heng shifted his gaze from outside the window and turned his head, silently looking deeply into Su Zhuqing's eyes. He didn't even call out to greet her. After pausing a few seconds, he turned back around. Su Zhuqing frowned heavily. If it wasn't for Jiang Heng being injured, with his arrogant attitude, she would absolutely give him a punch to let him know what respect meant. She walked over to Jiang Heng and threw the mobile phone on the coffee table in front of him. This should be prepared by your sister. Your hand can move already, so it won't affect you calling or messaging. Jiang Heng didn't even bother to look at it and said indifferently, whoever she hired as a messenger won't work. Su Zhuqing slightly froze, but quickly realized that Jiang Heng probably quarreled with Jiang Fei. She didn't expect that this guy would reveal it himself before she could even ask. She crossed her legs and examined him with her arms folded across her chest. Intentionally baiting him, she asked, Speak up. Why do you say such things? Jiang Heng turned to look at her, his gaze filled with the same detachment as when he looked at Jiang Fei. I don't want to stay by her side and be treated as a puppet whose life can be toyed with by her enemies. Is there anything wrong with that? Su Zhuqing was shocked inwardly. What nonsense are you talking? What do you mean by being treated as a puppet? Jiang Heng, did your sister not protect you? Protect me? Jiang Heng let out a cold snort. Wasn't she doing everything for herself? Sticking to that store, causing the family's ruin. She thinks she's so capable. Su Zhuqing laughed in anger. Jiang Heng, do you think the living expenses for you and your mom over all these years have been supported by who? Your sister may have stuck with the rundown store, but she has spent every penny she earned on you too. To keep the family alive, wasn't it right for her to earn money from the store? Do you really think this situation is what she wants? Don't you have any conscience to say such things? Conscience? Jiang Heng laughed bitterly. Am I not conscientious enough? But what use is my conscience if it can't bring my hand back to how it used to be? If we had left earlier, Mom wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have ended up like this. Su Zhuqing felt a chill at Jiang Heng's words. Jiang Heng, if your sister could leave, she would have already left. Do you know who Fu Yunting is? Do you think where you run will make a difference? If we don't figure out why he's targeting your sister, he'll find her no matter where she runs to. And regarding your mother's incident, do you expect your sister to just let the murderer walk free and cowardly leave? Could she even bring herself to do that? Su Zhuqing couldn't bear to continue arguing with Jiang Heng anymore. She stood up and said, There's a limit to childishness. Think it through yourself. When you realize your mistakes, go apologize to your sister. I've cut off relations with her. Jiang Heng leaned his body against the chair back. From now on, she's no longer my sister. Shit. Su Zhuqing lost all patience and took a big step forward, grabbing Jiang Heng's collar with one hand, intending to punch him in the face. But Jiang Heng faced Su Zhuqing fearlessly, without flinching an inch. Seeing Su Zhuqing hesitating for so long to throw a punch, Jiang Heng smirked. Hit me. Why won't you hit me? Chapter 127, Self-Preservation. Su Zhuqing tightly clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with anger. Do you really think I don't dare to beat you up? Jiang Heng turned his face slightly to the side. Go ahead, hit me hard in the face. When you've had enough, get out of here and take Jiang Fei with you. Disappear from my sight. Don't keep showing up in front of me and bothering me. Su Zhuqing glared furiously at Jiang Heng, who did not appear to be joking even a little bit. Grinding her teeth, she suddenly loosened her grip. Jiang Heng, don't regret any of your decisions today. Jiang Heng leaned back against the chair again, his disheveled appearance gazing fixedly at Su Zhuqing. I won't regret it. You can leave now. Without another word, Su Zhuqing turned around and strode quickly out of the hospital room. But just as she stepped outside, she saw Zhou Sikong leaning against the wall. They locked eyes for a moment. Then Su Zhuqing whispered, Let's find somewhere to talk. They took the elevator upstairs to the floor where Jiang Fei was staying, then entered the fire escape passage. Su Zhuqing, seething with anger inside, kicked the handrail as soon as the door to the fire escape closed with a resounding bang. The colossal clanging sound echoed repeatedly through the stairwell. Zhou Sikong stood there with both hands in the pockets of his white coat, watching Su Zhuqing's explosive behavior without saying a word. After kicking several more times to vent her anger, Su Zhuqing finally turned her head toward Zhou Sikong and said, What's going on with that little son of a bitch? Tell me. We could consult a psychologist if we want to understand what's going on. Zhou Sikong replied, I don't know much about psychology, so I can't explain much. Consult some damn psychologist? Su Zhuqing gasped in fury, grinding her teeth. He doesn't seem like he has PTSD or anything like that. Zhou Sikong paused and thought for a moment. It's hard to say, but his evasive attitude does bear some resemblance. It doesn't resemble at all, does it? With her hands on her hips, Su Zhujing paced back and forth in front of Zhou Sikong, looking like an irate lioness ready to pounce and bite anyone in her way. Zhou Sikong couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. All right, calm down before you end up killing yourself from anger before we even figure out a solution. Breathing heavily, Su Zhujing sat down on the step and asked, if you were in this situation, how would you handle it? I wouldn't do anything, Zhou Sikong replied as he sat down next to her. Just watch what he decides to do. Confused, Su Zhujing tilted her head. What do you mean? Shrugging his shoulders, Zhou Sikong said, since he woke up, I've been observing him quite closely. There are two possibilities. Either he wants to take revenge himself and not drag Jiang Fei into it, or second, he wants to distance himself from everyone and everything to protect himself. Su Zhujing knitted her eyebrows tightly, contemplating what Zhou Sikong had just said. Upon deeper reflection, it seemed like only the first possibility truly matched Jiang Heng's character. Su Zhujing voiced her concern anxiously. Could Little Heng possibly intend to kill Qin Qingzhu? Jiang Fei is far too smart for Jiang Heng to make such a reckless move. Zhou Sikong mulled it over for a while. But we can't rule out other means he might have against Qin Qingzhu. Why should he break the law just because others did? Zhou Sikong responded. Neither you nor I can fully grasp his thinking. Maybe we could plant someone near him to monitor his words and actions. Then, both of you would feel more assured. Thinking it through, Su Zhujing suddenly remembered Su Ningen. What if we put Ningen by his side? Besides her, there doesn't seem to be anyone else, right? Hiring a nanny would probably pose a financial issue given Jiang Fei's current situation. Su Zhujing nodded. Yeah, let's start there. I'll contact Ningen. Hold on. Zhou Sikong stood up, brushing off the dust from his white coat. He still has 3 days until he gets discharged. For now, it would be better if you comforted Jiang Fei first. Recalling Jiang Fei's troubled look, Su Zhujing felt her heart weighed down with distress. Let her rest for now. Only after resting properly will she have the energy to face whatever challenges come her way. Zhou Sikong replied softly. What were you doing this morning? Were you busy? Yes, pretty busy. Busy watching the drama unfold. Su Zhujing, reminiscing about the Chun family's current predicament, couldn't help but feel a sense of immense satisfaction as she stood up alongside Zhou Sikong and said, at this hour, Qin Qingzhu must already be back at the Chun residence. Su Zhujing's speculation wasn't wrong. Right after she and Zhou Sikong left Jiang Heng's ward, Qin Qingzhu had arrived at the main courtyard of the Qin estate. Seeing the mass of people crammed at the gate, including police officers and media reporters, sent a sudden chill of anxiety through Qin Qingzhu, making her heart jump to her throat. Both entrances, front and back, were blocked. Even if she wanted to go in and discuss things with Grandpa Chun, there was no way to do so. In a state of panic, Qin Qingzhu sat inside her car and started dialing Grandpa Chun's number on her phone. She tried several times, but every call went straight to voicemail. Unable to reach him, she had no choice but to dial Mama Wang instead. When the call was connected, Qin Qingzhu immediately asked anxiously, Aunt Wang, where's Grandpa? Aunt Wang's voice trembled. Miss, Master Qin got angry and fainted. He's still resting and hasn't woken up yet. Where are you? If you're at North Courtyard, then don't come back here. There are too many people outside. Where are all the bodyguards? Qin Qingzhu glanced out of the car window. Why didn't they drive these people away earlier? They couldn't. Not long after Uncle Wang's family arrived, the media came too. If we try to drive them away, it might cause even more trouble. Qin Qingzhu's face turned deathly pale as she stared at a banner with white background and red words. Her eyes were so red that they seemed about to bleed. She knew exactly who had done this. Apart from Jiang Fei, no one else. After all, Jiang Fei had mentioned Wang Baojue in front of her yesterday, but she hadn't realized that she would use this matter against her. Clutching her fists tightly, Qin Qingzhu forced herself to calm down. I see. I'm right by the gate. Once the police drives the reporters away, I'll talk to Wang Baojue's wife. Aunt Wang worriedly reminded her. Miss, that woman isn't someone to be messed with. Please be careful. I understand. After hanging up, Qin Qingzhu clutched her phone and quickly thought of solutions. Remembering that her Aunt Su Hongli's husband had connections with the police chief, she picked up the phone again and dialed the number. After the phone rang for a long time, Su Hongli finally answered with an indifferent tone. Qingzhu, what do you need me for? Coldness lingered in Qin Qingzhu's eyes. With such a huge scandal and the media presence, how could Su Hongli not have heard anything? Family is family only when there's profit in it for her. Would she acknowledge this relationship without any benefits? Taking a deep breath, Qin Qingzhu lowered her posture and softened her tone, asking pitifully. Auntie, you must have seen the news, right? Su Hongli feigned ignorance and retorted, what news? I'm busy getting beauty treatments and don't have time for trivial matters. Chapter 128. Continue to stir up trouble. Qin Qingzhu held her breath and explained the general situation to Su Hongli. The situation has escalated so seriously, Su Hongli said indifferently. But what does this have to do with your call to me? Qin Qingzhu. Auntie, I want you to help me ask Uncle for a favor. He knows the director. Could the director give the officers a call to apply some pressure, making the media withdraw from in front of my house first? Su Hongli was surprised as she declined. Oh Qingzhu, what you're saying is too high praise for your uncle. Your uncle doesn't have that much ability to communicate with the director. Qin Qingzhu bit her lower lip until it swelled red. The gloom in her eyes seemed almost tangible. Auntie, stop being modest on behalf of Uncle. If Uncle is unwilling to help, then consider it as if I never asked. Su Hongli gave an indifferent hum and was just about to hang up when Chen Qingzhu spoke again. Oh Annie, when are you free? Let's go get a beauty treatment together. Yun Ting gave me Savral's beauty card. Where? Su Hongli's voice suddenly became much more excited. Chen Qingzhu smirked coldly. Savral was a high-end brand. The price of one session of care would start from a 5-digit number. Though Su Hongli had money, she did not dare to spend so lavishly. Now there was a chance for her to experience it. How could she not be tempted? Chen Qingzhu repeated again, and Su Hongli immediately said, Qingzhu, look at when your aunt is ever busy. You can call your aunt anytime. You wait a moment, I'll make a call to your uncle. The nephew needs help, he must lend a hand. What your aunt said earlier was just a joke, don't take it to heart. Su Hongli was afraid that Chen Qingzhu might bring up other requests, and quickly hung up to find her husband. The disgust in Chen Qingzhu's eyes lingered. Such people who change their faces just for benefits, if it weren't for something she needed, they would have long severed ties. Thankfully, Su Hongli, driven by personal gain, handled matters efficiently, and within half an hour, the reporters were chased away by the police. Chen Qingzhu instructed Xiao Chong to have Wang Baojue's wife get in the car, while she sat at the back waiting. Wang Baojue's wife opened the door and saw Chen Qingzhu calmly seated in the back seat. Her obese body slumped into the seat. She wiped her tears and began to swear loudly. Your Chen family killed my husband, but kept quiet without any explanation. Now that the secret cannot be hidden anymore, you come to me. Do you even have any shame? Chen Qingzhu slowly turned the wristwatch. Mrs. Wang, what you say is exaggerated. Your husband's death was an accident, and it has nothing to do with our Chen family. Go to hell with your lies. Guang Xiongfang cursed profusely, spittle flying onto Chen Qingzhu's face. Chen Qingzhu's complexion changed several times, her stomach churning, but for the sake of resolving the matter, she endured. If someone hadn't told me, I would have actually believed your lies. Your Chen family, big and powerful, is oppressing us common folk like this. Chen Qingzhu, Mrs. Wang, please calm down. Driver Wang was someone who served our Chen family. An unfortunate incident happened. We indeed should offer consolation fees. Are we talking about compensation? Guang Xiongfang shouted angrily at Chen Qingzhu. I'm accusing your Chen family of deliberately causing my husband's death to cover up crimes. If you don't properly resolve this issue for me, I will sue you to death. If you won't let me live in peace, then you also won't have any peace. Chen Qingzhu was startled repeatedly by Guang Xiongfang's loud voice. She was shocked, not only because Guang Xiongfang knew about the matter, but also because of her crude behavior as a countrywoman. Not paying any respect to others' status, she was willing to fight to the death for profit. Such unruly and irrational people were hard to negotiate or reason with. Only money could solve the problem. But once the money was given, it was likely to turn into a bottomless pit. She could keep using this as leverage against them, demanding increasingly higher payouts. However, every problem has its solution. Chen Qingzhu forced herself to patiently console. Cool down, you can't just believe hearsay. Evidence is still required. After Chen Qingzhu finished speaking, Guang Xiongfang suddenly laughed coldly. So, that woman wasn't wrong at all. She anticipated your response. Evidence, right? Then show me proof that you didn't kill my husband. Chen Qingzhu froze where she was. How could she possibly prove they didn't harm Wang Baojue? This is impossible to achieve. Chen Qingzhu couldn't help but retorted. Guang Xiongfang, do you even realize how much trouble you've caused? And aren't you the ones who killed my husband and brought trouble to our entire family? You vile person, unless you pay me millions, don't even think about settling this matter. Chen Qingzhu's face darkened instantly. Who deserves millions? A driver would have been treated fairly enough with just a few 100,000 yuan. Seeing Chen Qingzhu stay silent, Guang Xiongfang didn't bother to talk further and pushed the car door open to get out. She continued to cry loudly and make a scene outside Chen's home. Xiao Chong in the driver's seat turned his head and glanced at Chen Qingzhu, whose face looked so gloomy it could drip water. Miss, shall we? Do you want to create more chaos for the Chen family while we're already under scrutiny? Chen Qingzhu transferred all her anger onto Xiao Chong. If you have nothing meaningful to say, shut your mouth and stop annoying me. Xiao Chong quickly lowered his gaze and turned back without uttering another word. Chen Qingzhu was biting her nails hard, seething with anger as she glared at the troublemakers from the Wang family. She had underestimated Jiang Fei's abilities. It seemed like she had dug such a huge pit for her. If this game wasn't played right, the Chen family would be crushed utterly. After deep thought, Chen Qingzhu forcefully put her hands down and barked angrily at Xiao Chong. Drive to Beiyuan. As soon as Chen Qingzhu left, Su Zhuqing received a message from Guang Xiongfang in the hospital. Listening to the recording Guang Xiongfang sent, she couldn't help laughing until her mouth almost wouldn't close. Good thing she had told Guang Xiongfang to record it, otherwise she wouldn't have heard this great drama. Su Zhuqing's laughter woke up Jiang Fei resting on the bed. Jiang Fei opened her eyes and saw Su Zhuqing trying hard not to laugh, turning completely red in the face. Puzzled, she sat up. Zhuqing, when did you come back? Su Zhuqing stopped laughing immediately. Did I disturb your rest? Jiang Fei shook her head. How's the situation going? Su Zhuqing hastily moved to sit by Jiang Fei's bedside and replayed the recording Guang Xiongfang had sent for her. She clutched her belly and laughed, saying, I really want to see the green face of Chen Qingzhu now. Surely an expression filled with incredible drama. Chapter 129. Compared to you, I'm far inferior. Jiang Fei did not feel any joy. The current predicament of the Chen family was all built on the sacrifice of her mother's death. How could she be happy? Seeing the lack of a smile on Jiang Fei's face, Su Zhuqing also gradually retracted her own smile. She put down her phone and said, Fei Fei, I know you are concerned about Xiaoheng's matters. That child is in his rebellious phase now. The harsh words he speaks should not weigh heavily on your heart. Jiang Fei tugged at the corner of her lips. I just think that after he gets hurt, he independently decides to escape from my side. Your way of saying this is fine too. Su Zhuzhu sat up straight and said, Fei, no matter what Xiaoheng is like right now, what you need to do is take care of the issues with Qin Qingzhu. Jiang Fei nodded. I understand. And there's also my father's situation. It's best that you can think clearly. As for Xiaoheng's side, let Ninghan go help look after him, while also closely monitoring his condition. Jiang Fei remained silent for a moment before changing the subject. Is there someone watching Qin Qingzhu? There's no need. Guang Xiongfang is currently in a state of needing money. We give her several thousand yuan each time for information, and she's very willing to do it. Moreover, since she is a party involved, the information she gets far surpasses what surveillance people could obtain. Are you sure that Guang Xiongfang won't turn around and bite us because of this kind of deal? Jiang Fei calmly analyzed. Once we stop giving her money, she will use this matter to profit from both sides. Su Zhuzhu furrowed her brow slightly. Then what do you plan to do? The intelligence you provided has already allowed her to harm the Qin family. Has the money not been transferred yet? Of course it hasn't. Jiang Fei. If possible, make phone calls instead of chatting. Don't let the Qin family figure out it was our doing. Otherwise, there will be other troubles. All right, I understand. Su Zhuzhu responded somewhat blankly to Jiang Fei. Unquestionably, once her Fei calmed down, although her mind wasn't perfect compared to others, it was certainly above average when judged against lower standards. Sometimes she even struggles to keep up with the speed of Fei's thoughts. North Garden. From morning until nightfall, Qin Qingzhu waited, but Fu Yunti did not return. She called an office colleague only to learn Fu Yunti was on a business trip. Qin Qingzhu angrily threw her phone onto the couch. Yunti must have known about the Chun family's affairs and didn't want to get involved, hence his non-return to North Garden. Since Fu Yunti refused to intervene, forcing his help would only irritate him further. Qin Qingzhu pinched her forehead with pain as if attempting to relieve some headache pressure. Did she really have to use the funds Fu Yunti recently gave the Qin family to solve her immediate difficulties? Just as Qin Qingzhu was overwhelmed by her headaches, Xiaochang suddenly appeared before her. With irritation lacing her voice, she snapped, Speak quickly. The owner of that house is Mr. Fu. I sent people to investigate, but they couldn't uncover if the previous owner changed names. Are you stupid? How could it possibly be Yinting? Realizing she had raised her voice, Qin Qingzhu glanced around before lowering it. Yinting would never buy a house in such an ordinary neighborhood. Keep investigating. I won't believe we can't dig out every bit of information about this woman by combing through everything thoroughly. Xiaochang nodded. Understood. Besides, miss, I think you can use this information to trade with Mrs. Fu, to make her stop troubling you now. You think she's as stupid as you? Furious eyes stared daggers at Xiaochang. My harming her mother caused her death. Between wanting revenge for her mother's death or learning about Fu Yunti's previous marriage, she'd definitely choose my death. Xiaochang stopped trying to meddle further, bowed respectfully, then turned away. Yet his words struck a chord with Qin Qingzhu. While the message might not be useful now, it could prove effective in the future. At the same moment, in Rongnan Manor, Fu Yunti was accompanying Mu Xinrong and Fu Zongqian during dinner. Fu Zongqian cut into his steak and sharply asked Fu Yunti, I hear from your mother that you're married. Fu Yunti picked up a napkin beside him, carefully wiping his hands as he replied coolly, Hm. Fu Zongqian's expression showed little change, but his tone deepened slightly. You treat marriage as a game. The movement of Fu Yunti's hand paused momentarily, then he coldly retorted, Compared to you, I am far inferior. His reply made Mu Xinrong's heart skip a beat. She hurriedly looked at Fu Zongqian, whose countenance had turned icy, immediately scolding Fu Yunti in a low voice. Yunti, how dare you be disrespectful? Quickly apologize to your father. Fu Yunti coldly snorted. You should be well aware of the consequences of arranged marriages more than me. Without affection, why discuss it? And now you have an illegitimate child. Do you plan to let me follow in your footsteps? Just as Fu Yunti finished speaking, Fu Zongqian immediately grabbed the cup in front of him and hurled it towards Fu Yunti. As if he had anticipated Fu Zongqian's rage, Fu Yunti leaned back slightly, easily dodging the attack. Even so, water from the cup still splashed onto him. Fu Yunti furrowed his eyebrows lightly, while on the other side, Fu Zongqian had already stood up fuming with anger. He shouted at Fu Yunti angrily. He has been dead for a long time. How many more times do you plan to bring this matter up in front of me? Once one dies, there will be another. Fu Yunti coldly locked eyes with Fu Zongqian, the frost in his gaze matching the fury in Fu Zongqian's, equally intense. Fu Zongqian, overwhelmed by rage, turned around and scolded Mu Xinrong loudly. This insolent son of yours, you discipline him yourself. In the future, unless it's something important, don't call me. After leaving these words, Fu Zongqian stormed out of the villa in large strides. Mu Xinrong sat rigidly on the chair. Once Fu Zongqian's footsteps faded from her ears, she slowly raised her eyes to look at Fu Yunti. Are you only satisfied when things escalate uncontrollably? Fu Yunti calmly gazed back at Mu Xinrong. You are fully aware how it would end, so why do you insist on calling him back every time? Mu Xinrong clenched her hands tightly. The issue about the illegitimate child is between your father and me. I've let it go, so why do you keep holding on to it? Fu Yunti's lips curved slightly into an ambiguous arc. If you've truly moved past it, then why did you approach Qin Qingzhu to deal with Jiang Fei? Mu Xinrong's eyes misted over with confusion, trying to understand her son. Yunti, have you taken a liking to her? Fu Yunti's dark pupils momentarily paused before swiftly concealing any emotion. Given what you know, do you think it's even possible? Mu Xinrong gently knitted her eyebrows as she carefully pondered Fu Yunti's words. After a while, she loosened her tightly clenched fists slightly. She is not someone without a brain. If you choose this path, once she sets her mind to handle it, it won't be easy for you either. Chapter 130. Contact with another man. It's just a few steps you allowed her to take. Now you see the result. Isn't it too soon to speak? Mu Xinrong picked up the glass of red wine in front of her, held it in her hand, and gazed at it, gently swaying it. You think you can see through women, but in fact, what you can't see through the most are women. They're like water, so dense that they can make you drown, thus making you lose all the air you need, fatal in one move. Some things that have passed will pass. Don't easily get yourself involved. Fu Yunting said softly. You've been planning for 30 years, haven't you tripped up once? If it weren't for the hooks on your body, wouldn't you not see any hope of survival? Mu Xinrong took a sip of wine and said solemnly. It seems you're determined to do this. Fu Yunting lowered his eyes. You just take care of your health. My decision is none of your business. Can't you just choose one? Choose. Fu Yunting sneered. Have you ever respected my choices? After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the door. Mu Xinrong put down her wine glass heavily. The Fu family is big and prosperous, and you're going to give everything away for a woman? Fu Yunting paused in his steps. Without hesitation, he slightly turned his head. Haven't you also given up everything for him? Mu Xinrong's face turned pale. Are you blaming me for teaching you something I shouldn't have? Fu Yunting didn't intend to continue arguing. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Mu Xinrong suddenly stood up. The chair scraping against the floor made a grating sound. If you cannot preserve what I fought to leave behind for you, then I will never sit idly by. A storm gradually brewed in Fu Yunting's eyes. How you deal with Qin Xingzhu is your business. Jiang Fei does not require your involvement. Mu Xinrong laughed. Do you think I would let a woman whose identity and status doesn't match yours stay by your side? Fu Yunting's handsome face darkened as he turned around. Don't you know her situation clearly? Mu Xinrong walked up to Fu Yunting, warning him severely. Yunting, don't fall for someone and not even realize it. Leaving these words, Mu Xinrong turned and walked towards the direction of the tea room. Fu Yunting did not stop or ponder further, and immediately left the villa. An assistant sitting in the car in the courtyard saw Fu Yunting walk out, quickly got out of the car to help open the car door. When Fu Yunting sat in the car, he only then retook his seat in the driver's position and said, Mr. Fu, Miss Chen's situation has already caused a great stir. She's still waiting for you in Beiyuan. As if Fu Yunting had not heard, he closed his eyes lightly and instructed, go to the hospital. An assistant couldn't understand Fu Yunting's thoughts, so he could only drive towards the hospital first. Driving to the entrance of the hospital, an assistant was just preparing to find a place to park when he suddenly noticed a familiar figure standing beside a car. The closer he drove, the more he could identify that it was Jiang Fei. An assistant intended to drive the car next to Jiang Fei, but then suddenly noticed Zhou Sikong taking something out of the car. He was holding a scarf, acting intimately as he hung the scarf around Jiang Fei's neck. An assistant was stunned for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the rearview mirror. At some point, Fu Yunting, who had been resting with his eyes closed during the journey, suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the two of them with a dark expression. An assistant could no longer pretend not to see, so he cautiously asked, Boss Fu, shall we stop the car? In a deep, cold voice, Fu Yunting replied, have her get into the car. An assistant parked the car to the side, got out of the car and headed towards the direction where Jiang Fei was, calling out, Mrs. Fu. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Fei turned her head to look right back, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes upon seeing an assistant. She turned her head and thanked Zhou Sikong, then walked towards an assistant. Assistant, how come you're here? Madam, an assistant interrupted Jiang Fei. Boss Fu is in the car, he wants you to get in. Hearing the words, Boss Fu, Jiang Fei turned her head to look at the pitch-black car window, feeling her heart suddenly drop. After hesitating for a few seconds, she stepped forward and pulled open the car door. As soon as the car door opened, a cold breath mixed with the evening wind rushed in. With no good premonition and no way out, she had no choice but to sit inside bravely. When the car door closed, Fu Yunting's cold, stern presence instantly loomed over her. In the next instant, her wrist was tightly grasped by him, forcing her to turn around, directly facing his icy eyes. So, it seems during your time in the hospital, your relationship with Dr. Zhou has reached the level of gift-giving. His sarcastic tone carried suppressed anger. Jiang Fei knew Fu Yunting's temper well and didn't plan on explaining, instead responding calmly. It's perfectly normal for friends to exchange gifts, especially since it's my birthday present. Gifts are reciprocal. Next time on his birthday, I'll give him one too. Friends. Fu Yunting sneered, his tone growing colder. Are friends the ones who personally help you put on a scarf? Jiang Fei, does that mean you don't even blink when you lie now? Looking at the changes in Fu Yunting's handsome face amidst the darkness, Jiang Fei wasn't sure why she no longer felt the usual fear that came with angering Fu Yunting. She gave a faint smile, her bright eyes holding no trace of warmth. You're angry because of this, so can I infer that you're actually bothered by me interacting with another man? Fu Yunting's gaze suddenly froze, and it was clear from his expression that he was startled. But after just a few seconds, Fu Yunting immediately reined in all emotions that had unintentionally been revealed. He even released his grip on Jiang Fei's wrist, straightening up slowly and calmly adjusting his clothes. As if the one who had just lost his temper was not him, but someone else entirely. It seems your illness is almost recovered. Fu Yunting glanced at an assistant seated at the main driver's seat. Drive back to Baiyuan. Feeling like needles were piercing him, an assistant hurriedly started the car. Yes, Mr. Fu. Jiang Fei furrowed her brows tightly, but couldn't say much more. She knew Fu Yunting too well. Once he made a decision, no matter how much she resisted, it would be futile. Not far away, Zhou Sikong, who had never driven off, watched as Jiang Fei left in the Rolls-Royce. He took out his phone, found Jiang Fei's chat window, and began to type a message. However, before he finished, he paused, remained silent for a moment, and then deleted everything he'd written. He stared at the screen for a while before eventually switching interfaces, finding Jiang Fei's attending doctor and informing him of her temporary discharge from the hospital. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei was taken back to Baiyuan by Fu Yunting. The moment they got out of the car, the gates of the villa swung open quickly, and Chen Qingzhu ran out joyfully. Yet upon seeing Jiang Fei beside Fu Yunting, her smile froze instantly in the cold night air. Chapter 131. How evil you are. Chen Qingzhu's anger surged instantly. What kind of business trip? It was clearly a visit to Jiang Fei. Regardless of whether Fu Yunting went willingly or not, Chen Qingzhu firmly believed that it was Jiang Fei who deliberately sent him away, aiming to prevent Fu Yunting from helping the Chen family. If she were crafty and ruthless, then what about Jiang Fei herself? Unable to suppress the rage surging in her heart, Chen Qingzhu marched forward with large strides toward Jiang Fei. You are truly wicked. Why are you doing this to the Chen family? Watching Chen Qingzhu lose her composure even before Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei felt a flicker of satisfaction in her heart. With a mocking tone, she calmly countered. Miss Chen, aren't you losing your grace? Your sour face really doesn't suit your usual elegance. Besides, Yin Tong is still here. By treating me so disrespectfully, where does that leave his dignity? Chen Qingzhu realized her impulsive actions might displease Fu Yunting, but if she didn't expose Jiang Fei's doings now while he was present, there might not be such a good chance for confrontation again. So she turned around and directly said to Fu Yunting, Yin Tong, I apologize. Given the situation at the Chun household, it's hard for me to stay calm. There are some things I must clarify with Mrs. Fu. Fu Yunting glanced deeply at Chen Qingzhu, lowering his gaze. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Saying this, Fu Yunting grabbed Jiang Fei's arm and quickly led her inside the villa. Stunned, Chen Qingzhu watched their retreating figures, wanting to rush forward but also fearing Fu Yunting's wrath. It was clearly Jiang Fei who schemed against the Chen family. All Fu Yunting had to do was have someone investigate a bit, and the truth would come out. But why did he seem so indifferent, walking off with Jiang Fei instead? Is Jiang Fei really that important? Then what am I? Chen Qingzhu stood in place, filled with resentment and indignation, emotions mixing bitterly with the night, making her expression appear even more sinister. Fu Yunting pulled Jiang Fei into the bedroom forcefully. Slamming the door, he pushed her hard against it with one hand. He roughly grasped the scarf still hanging around Jiang Fei's neck, eyes darkening significantly colder than before. Aren't you planning to keep wearing this thing? Jiang Fei lowered her gaze to look at the pale pink scarf on her neck. It was indeed very nice and warm. The warmth made her reluctant to take it off, unwilling to face Fu Yunting's coldness. However, since she hadn't completed everything she planned, thoroughly infuriating Fu Yunting wouldn't benefit her yet. She silently grabbed the scarf and slowly removed it, holding it in her hand. Is this fine? Jiang Fei's gesture didn't diminish the intensity of emotion in Fu Yunting's eyes. Rather, it intensified. Just say when to take it off. Afraid I'll retrieve something given to you by your sweetheart. Jiang Fei slightly furrowed her eyebrows. You get upset when I wear it, and when I take it off, you're still unhappy. What exactly do you want me to do? Tear it apart. Fu Yunting straightened up. If you can't tear it, cut it with scissors. A glint of displeasure flashed through Jiang Fei's eyes. Fu Yunting, if you don't love me, why do you care about gifts from others? Don't overcomplicate my relationships with other men. It's not like I'd do anything just because of you. Her attitude of rejection and coldness pricked sharply at Fu Yunting's eyes. In an instant, the atmosphere dropped dramatically. Without warning, Fu Yunting grabbed Jiang Fei's neck and suddenly kissed her lips. Faced with Fu Yunting's abrupt move, Jiang Fei's eyes widened noticeably. He harshly bit down on her lower lip, the pain causing her facial features to wrinkle tightly as she instinctively tried to push him back, but Fu Yunting didn't give her any room. Seizing her hands, he pinned them above her head, biting even harder until blood began flowing, spreading the metallic taste between their intertwined mouths. While gazing at Fu Yunting's uncontrolled expression, Jiang Fei endured the pain while fleeting absurd thoughts surfaced in her mind. Was Fu Yunting jealous? Such thoughts were dismissed almost instantly. Everything they had gone through in the past 3 years told her how ridiculous it was. Despite all that, Fu Yunting didn't feel any release of his built-up emotions. Loosening his grip on Jiang Fei's hands, he grabbed the hospital gown she wore, swiftly tearing all the buttons open. A chill ran through her chest, prompting her to instinctively try to cover herself. But Fu Yunting didn't let her have the chance, swiftly seizing her front in a rough manner. Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei shouted fearfully, trying to push him away. Don't act recklessly. I'm still recovering. The knife wound on my thigh hasn't healed yet. We can't do that. Fu Yunting released her lips, suppressing his heavy breathing as he snarled darkly. Will it be decided by you or by me? Fu Yunting forcefully turned Jiang Fei's body around, pressing her front against the door. Despite all her struggling, Jiang Fei couldn't break free from Fu Yunting's grip. Once again, he demonstrated his dominance and tyranny, taking possession of her body regardless of whether she consented or not. Exhausted, Jiang Fei fell asleep and woke up on a sunny morning the next day. Looking around, She didn't see Fu Yunting's figure, so she slowly supported herself to rise. As she was about to find her phone to check the time, hurried footsteps approached the door. Then, Chen Qingzhu rushed in with great force. She quickly stepped over to Zhang Fei and raised her hand, slapping it toward Zhang Fei's face. With quick reflexes, Zhang Fei caught Chen Qingzhu's wrist and stared at her darkly, coldly questioning. Miss Chen can't control yourself, huh? So early in the morning you want to act like a mad dog and bite people. You've done good things. The Chen family's current situation is like being targeted from all sides. Are you satisfied yet? Chen Qingzhu's eyes were bloodshot, with shadows under them, indicating that she hadn't rested well last night. She was heavily burdened with worry, which added fatigue to her usually exquisite face. Zhang Fei released Chen Qingzhu's wrist. What are you worried about? If the Chen family hasn't done anything, once we get through this tough period, everything will be fine. I don't believe you don't know what I'm talking about. Chen Qingzhu gritted her teeth and said, you want to use Wang Baojue's matter to force the Chen family to respond. To respond what? The response for Wang Baojue causing your mother's death. Zhang Fei looked at her steadily without replying directly to her words. Chen Qingzhu then froze for a moment. Her impulsive words under stress seemed to have disclosed something she shouldn't have. So you indirectly admit your chauffeur caused my mother's death? When did I ever say that? Chen Qingzhu loudly countered, her voice sharp and strained. Do you still think there's not enough scandal surrounding our Chen family? Zhang Fei, you're utterly vicious. I underestimated you. Vicious? Zhang Fei narrowed her eyes slightly. Your Chen family lost only reputation and money, but my mother lost her life. Speaking of being vicious, who could surpass you, Chen Qingzhu? For the sake of a man, you've completely lost your moral bottom line. Chapter 132. What do you want me to do to help you? You have no evidence to prove that I did this, and your behavior clearly shows that you think I tried to take Yunting from you. That's why you are seeking revenge on me. Zhang Fei leaned back against the headboard calmly. It seems Miss Chen has carefully considered what to say after a night of reflection. Zhang Fei's composure made Chen Qingzhu turn pale with anger. Whatever I said doesn't matter. What exactly do you need to stop? Who knows? Zhang Fei replied in an indifferent tone. Perhaps Miss Chen's death, or perhaps the collapse of the Chen family status in Jiang City would be enough. However, whichever one it is, I'd be happy to witness it. As for my retreat, Miss Chen must not assume me to be so kind-hearted. Chen Qingzhu screamed in rage. You are a fox in human skin. Deceptive and cunning. Using every means possible. Zhang Fei gave her a half-smile as she stared at Chen Qingzhu, whose sharp gaze seemed to conceal dangerous daggers. I'll just take it as Miss Chen complimenting me. You. Chen Qingzhu's chest rose and fell rapidly in anger, but faced with Zhang Fei's resolve to keep going, she currently had no solutions. Unable to fight or counter Zhang Fei, Chen Qingzhu could only leave angry threats after a series of failed attempts. Zhang Fei, there will be no end to our disputes. I look forward to Miss Chen's next move. Enraged, Chen Qingzhu turned and left. As soon as her figure disappeared, the curve on Zhang Fei's lips quickly disappeared. She wouldn't wait around passively for Chen Qingzhu to resolve the issue. Since she'd come this far, the remaining goal was to press on and make sure the Chen family or Chen Qingzhu were thoroughly disgraced in Jiang City. After descending from upstairs, Chen Qingzhu immediately left the villa and got into the car, heading toward Fu Yunting's company. When she arrived, Fu Yunting was in conversation with the vice president. Seeing Chen Qingzhu enter without knocking, his handsome face took on a clear sign of irritation. The VP's eyes darted between them before he tactfully said to Fu Yunting, Mr. Fu, I'll come back later. Fu Yunting indifferently responded with a slight nod, watching the VP leave, then turned coldly toward the disheveled-looking Chen Qingzhu. No manners. In Chen Qingzhu's eyes, a misty glow of pity gathered as she knelt beside Fu Yunting, gripping his arm and pleading pitifully. Yunting, please, save the Chen family. I'll do anything if you're willing to help. The situation of the Chen family improved thanks to your assistance. Yet now, because of the misunderstanding of your wife, we are facing more storms. My grandfather's frail body can't endure any more stress, and I'm out of options. Fu Yunting looked down at the tear-soaked beauty before him. What exactly do you expect me to do to help you? Chen Qingzhu bit her lower lip as she thought about Fu Yunting's question. Fu Yunting, however, withdrew his hand, loosened his tie slightly, and said, Wang Baojue is your family's driver, and it is also a fact that he killed Jiang Fei's mother. He was a stranger to her, but planned the murder anyway. Tell me, how should I help you? Tears streaming down her cheeks, Chen Qingzhu asked desperately. Yunting, do you also think the death of Jiang Fei's mother is related to me? Fu Yunting remained silent, leaving Chen Qingzhu's heart swinging in fearful suspense. She feared that Fu Yunting had learned something and thus refused to cover up this mistake for her, driving her away from his side. The atmosphere in the office became suffocatingly tense, and the hope in Chen Qingzhu's eyes gradually faded. She let go of the hand resting on the armrest, shakily stood up, her voice choked with emotion. Sorry, Yunting, I disturbed you. In a despondent manner, she headed towards the exit of the office, hoping with each step that Fu Yunting would call her back. But when she reached the door of the office, there was still no sound from behind. Chen Qingzhu's hands in her cuffs clenched tighter. In the end, did she lose to Jiang Fei? Watching the dejected back of Chen Qingzhu, Fu Yunting paused his gaze at the doorway for a moment, then picked up his phone and called assistant in. Within 2 minutes, assistant in appeared at the office door, knocked, entered, and addressed him. Mr. Fu, Fu Yunting instructed, send the things I told you to store in my phone to Chen Qingzhu. Assistant in quickly understood what Mr. Fu meant and exclaimed, Mr. Fu, Once these materials are sent to Miss Chun, she will definitely exaggerate them. Are you done with your tasks already? Fu Yunting interrupted coldly. And Yin, don't make me remind you again and again to focus on your responsibilities. Assistant and tightly pressed his lips together, realizing that Mr. Fu wanted the two women to struggle fiercely against each other. He could understand Fu Yunting's attitude toward Qin Qingzhu, but what about his wife? Could it be that he truly didn't care at all about their past? After all, the madam had served Mr. Fu for 3 years. And Yin deeply knew how useless it was to say anything more, so he stiffly pulled out his phone and sent all the videos to Qin Qingzhu. Downstairs, just as Qin Qingzhu sat inside her car, her phone began emitting a series of notification sounds indicating received messages. She opened the messages and checked them one by one. By the time she finished reviewing the last video, her eyes brimmed with joy and excitement that grew more intense. In the afternoon, Jiang Fei returned to the hospital. Before heading back to her own ward, she stealthily stopped at Jiang Heng's ward door. Because the door was closed, she couldn't see the situation inside, leaving her no choice but to ask the nurse about Jiang Heng's condition today. Jiang Heng. The nurse looked at Jiang Fei in surprise. Didn't he discharge this morning? He left earlier today. Wasn't he supposed to tell you? Jiang Fei's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Wasn't it said that he'd be discharged 2 days later? No, the nurse replied firmly. We always told him he would leave today. Why hasn't he been honest with you? Upon receiving this news, Jiang Fei hastily prepared to call Jiang Heng on her phone. Just as her finger hovered over the dial button, she hesitated and stopped, recalling the disdainful look in Jiang Heng's eyes when he saw her. She retracted her fingers from the phone screen, her face falling into sadness as she thanked the nurse before walking towards the elevator. Once she got back to her ward, Jiang Fei started packing her belongings, still deliberating whether to call Zhou Sikong to help expedite the discharge process, when Su Zhuqing's call arrived moments later. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Jiang Fei answered the call. Zhuqing. Fei, something happened. Check online quickly. Jiang Fei opened the trending app, and the very first thing she saw was a sensational scandal about her affair with Pei Tong. She clicked through each video and found they were all recordings showing her contact with Pei Tong, including the moment when Pei Tong threw a gift into her car's passenger seat. Chapter 133. Pale in comparison. The trending topic revealed that the turmoil in the Chun household today was due to another reason. It turned out that Miss Chun possessed evidence of Mrs. Fu's infidelity, and since Mrs. Fu couldn't force her to delete it, she used the death of the Chun family driver, Wang Baoju, to incite his family to make a fuss and use it as a threat. But what Mrs. Fu didn't expect was that Miss Chun showed no fear and directly released the evidence. Su Zhuqing spoke with trembling anger. I said why this bitch wasn't making any noise this morning. Turns out she had a way to solve the current predicament. Fei, did you see the comments? The tide has completely turned against you. Everyone is cursing you now. What should we do next? Jiang Fei kept her lips tightly closed and didn't respond, but instead flipped through the comments on the trending topic. Too disgusting. This Mrs. Fu was never settled before. Even though Mr. Fu forgave her while wearing a green hat, being cheated on, she still doesn't reform herself. Unreasonably overbearing. The driver died accidentally. What does the Chin family have to gain by harming a driver? A pathetic excuse. Who would have thought she could be so venomous despite being so beautiful? What feud made her target you like this? Jiang Fei read every comment carefully, while Su Zhuqing waited anxiously on the other end of the phone without getting any response from her. Fei, are you listening to me? Things are chaotic now. Jiang Fei exited the app calmly and stood up, picking up the neatly folded clothes. She responded indifferently. If Qin Qingzhu doesn't retaliate, I'd think it's abnormal. Su Zhuqing was surprised. Did you foresee she'd use your past with Pei Tong against you? I didn't anticipate she'd leak my secrets. Jiang Fei placed the clothes into her tote bag. Before today, Qin Qingzhu probably didn't have these things in hand. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered coming back multiple times just to insult me. Su Zhuqing pondered for a moment. You mean, these videos were possibly given to her by Fu Yunting? Eliminate the word possibly. Jiang Fei zipped up her bag. Fu Yunting's goal is to let me and Qin Qingzhu fight each other. Now it's worked. Annoyed, Su Zhuqing cursed profusely. After finishing her rant, she asked panting heavily. What do you plan to do next? If Guang Qiongfang stops causing trouble, it will suffice. Jiang Fei replied in a calm tone, as if all the embarrassing words being discussed weren't about her at all. You need to understand, Guang Qiongfang may lack money but loves gambling. There are children and elders at home who depend on her. Would she easily let go after latching onto such a golden opportunity? Su Zhuqing continued. That won't happen, considering public opinion has nothing to do with her. So, Qin Qingzhu releasing this information through someone else is merely trying to improve the reputation of her family. Still, whatever commotion is needed will happen anyway. And you? You're just going to accept that Qin Qingzhu framed you. Jiang Fei went to the coffee table to pour water. Not yet. The more intense the public discourse gets, the more advantageous it is for me. Confused, Su Zhuqing asked. What do you mean? Jiang Fei drank water at an unhurried pace. I need to meet with Guang Qiongfang. Su Zhuqing fell silent at the other end of the phone. I'll handle this. I'll ask a friend for help. All right, don't let anyone find out. Sure, we can meet at my place later. After the call ended, Jiang Fei had just put down her phone when Zhou Sitsung's hurried figure appeared at the ward door. When Jiang Fei looked at him and noticed his anxious expression, she questioned curiously. Didn't you have surgery today? Zhou Sikong approached Jiang Fei and inspected her carefully. Seeing her emotions steady, he sighed in relief and sat down. The surgery had just finished, and I heard colleagues talking about online matters. Worried that you might get too stressed, I rushed here. But seeing how stable you seem now, it looks like my worry was unnecessary. Jiang Fei gave a light laugh. I've seen worse storms than this, so this really isn't anything anymore. Zhou Sikong looked at her helplessly. Even steel pales in comparison to you. Jiang Fei chuckled at his words. Back to the point, can I check out early? Without discharge clearance, some things won't be convenient for me to handle. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Sikong said, your indicators are fine currently, and if you want to check out, you must ensure you rest adequately. If I don't take care of my body, how am I supposed to resolve all the pain Qin Qingzhu brought me? Jiang Fei. Upon hearing the faint sound of Zhou Sitsong's voice, Jiang Fei stared at him. What's wrong? Never mind, it's nothing. Zhou Sikong stood up and said, I'll go arrange your discharge and send you home afterward. Jiang Fei didn't object and nodded, watching Zhou Sikong leave. At the moment the ward door shut, Jiang Fei picked up her phone once again to examine the videos posted online. There were 5 videos in total, all showing moments when Pei Tong was inappropriate with her. They seemed too coincidental to avoid suspicion. What's more, some of the videos were even filmed at her floating fragrance courtyard. Jiang Fei's brows gradually tightened as a thought struck her. She immediately picked up her phone and called Pei Tong. It took quite a while before Pei Tong answered. In a cold tone, Jiang Fei said, Pei Tong, don't you think you owe me an explanation? An explanation? What explanation? Pei Tong feigned ignorance, asking. By the way, are you okay? I just saw the news online and was about to call you. Jiang Fei let out a cold laugh. Are you going to make me dissect every detail for you before you admit what you've done? Pei Tong hurriedly replied. I really don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Fei, just say it. Any misunderstanding can be explained by me. Is it all a coincidence? Jiang Fei asked harshly. Every time you interact with me, does it so coincidentally get filmed and sent straight to Fu Yunting? Pei Tong paused for a moment. Do you think I have the ability to connect with Mr. Fu? How long do you plan to keep lying to me? Jiang Fei clenched her fists in frustration, unable to bear it any longer. She could tolerate Pei Tong's betrayal, but there was no way she could forgive him for aligning himself with Fu Yunting. Letting them plot together and luring her into their trap, without her guard up, was something she couldn't accept. If it weren't for this incident making things clear, I almost forgot. Whenever you face Fu Yunting, you show absolutely no fear. Pei Tong, though your family has a bit of influence in Jiang City, compared to Fu Yunting, you are nothing. He can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. Just because of that, you'd never risk offending him to win my forgiveness. Jiang Fei's calm analysis left Pei Tong utterly silent on the other end of the line. With his silence, Jiang Fei also held back her words. After a long pause, when she was about to hang up thinking Pei Tong had no face left to respond, he finally spoke. Chapter 134, To Make You Ruined. Jiang Fei, it's me who has wronged you. Even though she already knew the result, and even though her feelings for Pei Tong from 3 years ago were gone. Yet, when she heard him admit it outright, Jiang Fei still felt a sharp pain in her heart. Jiang Fei restrained her chest full of anger and tried to maintain calm as she said, Tell me why. There was an issue with the funding chain of the Pei family business. President Fu promised that if I could help him according to his requests, then he would fund our family. This time is also the same, and 3 years ago, it was too. Jiang Fei's pupils suddenly tightened, and the hand holding her phone, along with her heart, shivered abruptly. What do you mean by 3 years ago? Pei Tong's voice carried a sense of sorrow. You know what kind of person my older brother is, but my father still chose to believe him. 3 years ago, the Pei family was almost ruined, and it was President Fu who came to our aid. He sighed heavily on the other end of the phone, filled with helplessness, more so with weakness and bitterness. His condition was you. These words from Pei Tong made Jiang Fei unconsciously hold her breath, as if there was an invisible yet enormous hand slowly extending towards her. Unseen, untouchable, yet constantly lingering by her side. With just one slip, it could strangle her, dragging her down from a cliff into oblivion, dead, without a clear reason. All these matters occurred 3 years ago. The death of her father, the breakup with Fu Yunting's ex-girlfriend, and her marriage, all seemed to be intricately connected through something. Not finding the truth is like being lost in mist, making her feel both suffocated and panicked. 3 years. Long before 3 years ago, she had already been calculated against by Fu Yunting. She didn't even know why he meticulously plotted to harm her. Fei, I'm sorry to you, but there are some things I still want to make clear. Pei Tong spoke again. Find an opportunity to leave Fu Yunting. Although I don't know why he would want you, it definitely wouldn't be because of affection. Jiang Fei, in a daze for a long time, finally asked. You telling me all this? Aren't you afraid that Fu Yunting will find out and not invest? My task was to ruin your reputation and make you despised. Now that the task is completed, what else should I fear? Pei Tong gave a bitter laugh. These days, while I wasn't around you, I've thought a lot about many things. As long as my father continues to focus only on my elder brother, no matter how much capital is injected into our family, we will eventually decline. Jiang Fei was not interested in listening to Pei Tong's explanation. His suffering, in her eyes, was unworthy of sympathy. If it weren't for his help this time, how would she have given Qin Qingzhu any leverage? Zhou Siqing quickly finalized the paperwork, just as Jiang Fei had finished packing all her clothes. They left the hospital together. Halfway back to Star River Bay, Jiang Fei received a call from Su Zhuqing, indicating that she would bring someone over during dinner that evening and wanted Jiang Fei to wait at her place. After hanging up, Zhou Siqing looked at her and asked, Do you need me to accompany you? No need. Jiang Fei declined Zhou Siqing's offer. The day Fu Yunting's situation wasn't resolved, it wasn't just her who couldn't live peacefully. Everyone around her would also become collateral damage. Jiang Fei did not go directly to Su Zhuqing's home. Instead, she returned to Star River Bay first. Jiang Heng's room had already had his clothes taken away, and with fewer decorations originally, now without clothes, it seemed even more empty. A pang of sorrow rose to Jiang Fei's nose as she left the bedroom and turned into the opposite room where Jiang Shuling used to stay. Opening the door, everything inside was still there, including her scent which hadn't faded. What was missing was Jiang Shuling herself. Jiang Fei endured the pain in her chest as she carefully organized and packed the unsorted clothes, feeling each piece enter the box like enduring another bout of unbearable agony. No matter how strong she appeared outwardly, her heart was never as hard as steel. After several unexpected changes, she traded the once whole home for its present shattered state. How could she not feel the pain? After tidying up the remains, Jiang Fei put Jiang Shuling's items into the study room, which was originally a place to store her father's posthumous belongings. Now, it also contained her mother's items. As she prepared to place the items in the corner, passing by the desk, she saw the black plastic bag that she hadn't yet opened last time. Jiang Fei stared at the plastic bag for a moment, then placed the item in her hands down to pick up the bag and open it for examination. Just as she touched it, her phone rang. The call was from Su Zhuqing. Jiang Fei glanced at the time, seeing it was already 5 o'clock, and quickly answered Su Zhuqing's call. Fei, where are you? We're already here, but you're nowhere to be seen. Jiang Fei hurriedly set aside the item in her hands and walked out of the study. I was tidying up my mother's stuff. I'll be right there. Don't drive here, it's too conspicuous. Think of another way. Jiang Fei paused for a moment, then returned to her bedroom and dressed herself from head to toe. She then hailed a taxi and headed to Su Zhuqing's place. Su Zhuqing had left the door slightly ajar, and Jiang Fei walked straight in. The first thing she saw was Guang Qiongfang sitting on the couch, cracking sunflower seeds and watching TV. There wasn't a trace of sadness on her face for the loss of her husband, as if his death meant nothing to her. Hearing the noise by the door, Guang Qiongfang turned her head and saw Jiang Fei closing the door, removing her mask and hat. A puzzled expression crossed her brow. Are you Jiang Fei? Guang Qiongfang brushed the sunflower seed shells off her hands and took a sip of water. Before Jiang Fei could respond, Su Zhuqing emerged from the room and said, Yes, that's her. Sit down and talk while I go cook. Jiang Fei sat on another sofa and endured Guang Qiongfang's thorough inspection. After waiting for her to finish looking, Jiang Fei asked, Sorry to bother you with this trip today. Guang Qiongfang leaned back against the sofa, crossing her arms. Let's get straight to the point. No need for pleasantries. Being straightforward herself, Jiang Fei decided not to beat around the bush, though it was still best to tread lightly at first. What do you plan to do about the Qin family? Plan? Guang Qiongfang snapped, eyes flashing angrily. My husband was killed by them. Is it too much to demand they pay blood money? Glancing at Jiang Fei, who calmly reminded her, the loss of your mainstay is devastating for your family, and seeking compensation is reasonable. However, the Qins aren't easy to take down. Be prepared for a long battle. What do you mean by calling me here? Guang Qiongfang ignored Jiang Fei's warning and cut right to the chase. I've seen the news online. Qin Qingzhu exposed you. You're thinking of using me to deal with her, right? Let me tell you this. No money, no deal. Jiang Fei gave a soft laugh. Ms. Guang, without our goodwill reminder, do you think you'd have a chance to go after such a rich family like the Qins? Chapter 135. Do as I say. Guang Qiongfang's face darkened instantly. What do you mean by that? Take it literally, Jiang Fei explained. But Ms. Guang should have a sense of fairness. If I can let you take blood from the Qin family, can I also let you leave empty-handed? Guang Qiongfang's voice shot up several decibels. The Qin family killed my husband, and I'd leave empty-handed? In contrast, Jiang Fei remained exceptionally calm. Do you really think so? Do you have any evidence that they are the killers? Guang Qiongfang's face tensed up as she retorted with gritted teeth. No. Right, you don't have evidence. Jiang Fei's expression grew increasingly serious. If you want compensation from the Qin family, you'd better do as I say. I'll do what you ask, fine. But I want money. You're not in a position to ask me for money. Jiang Fei harshly reminded her. Have you ever thought why your husband was harmed by the Qin family? What actually happened? Guang Qiongfang didn't understand what Jiang Fei was saying, and her patience began to wane. Stop withholding information from me. Just tell me everything. Your husband Wang Baojue, an hour before his fatal car accident, drove into and killed my mother. It's impossible. Guang Qiongfang abruptly stood up from the couch, pointing straight at Jiang Fei's nose angrily, and yelled, Are you lying to make me work for you? Right. Jiang Fei stared at her steadily. Can't you even say one word to explain your husband's actions? Guang Qiongfang glared fiercely at Jiang Fei, snapping, I don't care how you interpret it, but there is no way my husband would do something like that. Don't let him take the blame here. Jiang Fei said coldly, I haven't asked for compensation from you for any loss. You should be grateful. If you still refuse to help, I don't mind doing something to send you home empty-handed. Guang Qiongfang was completely incited by Jiang Fei's provocation and rushed toward her. However, before touching Jiang Fei, Su Zhuqing burst out from the kitchen and restrained her on the armrest of the sofa. Su Zhuqing knitted his brows and questioned sternly, You dare to cause a ruckus in my house? Guang Qiongfang struggled several times, but failed to break free from Su Zhuqing's grip. Let me go. Let go. Su Zhuqing reached back and grabbed Guang Qiongfang's hair. We've already been generous enough by not demanding your entire family repay us with their lives. And now you dare to assault someone. My husband wouldn't do such things. You are slandering him without restraint. If he didn't, do you think we would come after you? Jiang Fei calmly stared at Guang Qiongfang, who was pressed against the armrest. Guang Qiongfang panted heavily. You just want me to admit this so that you can profit by letting me drain the Chen family and then split the spoils with you. Who cares about the dirty money in the Chen family's hands? Jiang Fei countered. You care because your husband was their accomplice, made into a scapegoat. I don't care because the Chen family is covered in my mother's blood. Guang Qiongfang's face turned bright red. Then what exactly do you want? Jiang Fei replied. It's simple. You can create as much fuss as you want. All I need is for you to secure the money from the Chen family and the recording of your negotiations with Chen Qingzhu. As for your husband killing my mother, I won't pursue compensation from you. If you fail, threaten me instead, or demand money from me. I don't mind revealing what your husband did online. Public opinion is currently in a fervor. If your husband's actions are uncovered and I add some twist to the tale, do you think your family will have peace? Guang Qiongfang cursed furiously. You're truly despicable. Jiang Fei responded indifferently. I'll take that as your agreement. Guang Qiongfang couldn't resist, nor argue further, and could only clench her teeth and ask furiously. How do we ensure that the money I get from the Chen family won't be taken by you? Jiang Fei raised the mobile phone in her hand and lit up the screen. On the screen, the recording interface was clearly displayed. I guarantee that I will not hold the Wang Baojue family responsible for the matter of Wang Baojue hitting and killing my mother. Hearing Jiang Fei say this, Guang Qiongfang's expression relaxed slightly. Jiang Fei nodded slightly towards Su Zhuqing, and Su Zhuqing released Guang Qiongfang. Guang Qiongfang adjusted her sweater. Then let's follow your words. Don't ask me for anything else. Anyway, I have business to handle, and I'll conveniently take care of yours along the way. For Guang Qiongfang's acceptance, Jiang Fei felt confident. Though the Chen family wasn't as wealthy as before, their vast mansion was still there. Who wouldn't greedily try to scrape off valuable fragments? Su Zhuqing found a friend to escort Guang Qiongfang away, and upon returning, sat beside Jiang Fei and asked, Fei, do you think Guang Qiongfang can smoothly handle this matter? As long as Guang Qiongfang needs money, there's nothing that can't be done. All we have to do is wait patiently for a few days. Su Zhuqing, there's one thing I'm unclear about right now. If Chen Qingzhu and his people insist they didn't do it, what do you plan to do? I was actually thinking of discussing this matter with you. Jiang Fei rubbed her temples gently. Is there any way to find the surveillance footage or recording of Wang Baojue's movements before the incident? Su Zhuqing frowned in deep thought. If we're looking for it, it should be there. I'll try to figure something out, but why do you need it? To compare evidence later. Su Zhuqing suddenly understood. I get it. We can put up footage of Wang Baojue fleeing from the crime scene and his daily activities online, letting netizens compare them on their own. But who will this mainly target? Guang Qiongfang or Chen Qingzhu? That depends on which direction public opinion leans. Jiang Fei leaned back into the couch, feeling somewhat tired. But neither Guang Qiongfang nor Chen Qingzhu will be having an easy time, whichever way it goes. When do you plan to release it? Jiang Fei slightly lowered her eyes and thought for a while. There will definitely come a day when I have to release it, but I haven't made a decision yet. Su Zhuqing nodded thoughtfully. By the way, what are your plans regarding Fu Yunti? Mentioning Fu Yunti, a heavy ache surfaced in Jiang Fei's heart. She had been in love with him for 3 years, only to discover at the end that he was the one who dug the trap for her. Even if she could control her feelings now, how could she stop herself from being hurt? Isn't everyone's heart made of flesh? There are too many things pressing down on my mind, Zhuqing. I'm exhausted. I don't have enough energy to chase after so many truths at once. Su Zhuqing, filled with sympathy, hugged Jiang Fei tightly. Her hand gently patted Jiang Fei's back. Don't worry, no matter what challenges lie ahead, I'll be by your side until the very end. Jiang Fei followed Su Zhuqing's words with a joke, lightening the mood. What if it's a barrage of bullets? In that case, I'll certainly be the first to take the bullet for you. Chapter 136. Big Wind or Big Waves. How true Su Zhuqing's words were. Not to mention the friendship of over a decade. Just the recent events alone can clearly show that. With such a friend by her side, even if she was stepping on thorns underfoot, she wouldn't feel desperate. For several days in a row, Jiang Fei had been forcibly kept at Su Zhuqing's house and didn't go out. The public opinion outside was getting increasingly fierce. Although Chen Qingzhu retaliated against Jiang Fei once, she was still in hot water because of Guang Qiongfang. Difficult as it was to deal with, it couldn't match the abuse Jiang Fei received online. Though not being fully doxed, all sorts of indecent images had already been made into memes and stored on every bystander's phone. Jiang Fei ate and drank without paying attention to the chaos, always keeping an eye on the updates about Jiang Heng's scent by Su Ningen. In these short 5 days, Su Ningen had managed to fatten Jiang Heng up quite a bit. His handsome face was no longer sunken like before. Even just from the pictures, his condition seemed much better than before. Jiang Fei gave the last few 10,000 yuan she had left to Su Ningen to help take care of Jiang Heng. This money was something she ought to spend. Fu Yunting had also not contacted her recently. According to the news brought back by Su Zhuping, he had gone out of town on business and wasn't in Jiang City. But in Jiang Fei's eyes, this gesture wasn't just about a regular business trip. It was more like avoiding all these rumors, leaving the battlefield for her and Chen Qingzhu to fight to the death. On Friday morning, Jiang Fei got up as usual to make breakfast for Su Zhuping. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Zhou Xizong's call came through. Jiang Fei pressed the answer button and put the call on speaker. Zhou Xizong's clear voice transmitted, "Board the ship at 6 o'clock tonight, don't forget." Jiang Fei's hand holding the apron string paused slightly. She hadn't looked at her phone much these past few days and almost forgot the time they were supposed to meet Mei Zizu. It's my first time going on a cruise, I don't know what to bring. Jiang Fei opened the fridge and took out a tomato red with hints of green. By the way, if you're going with us, How will the hospital be? Zhou Sikong. I've already discussed it with my father beforehand, no problem. You and Zhu just need to bring some clothes to change into, and your ID cards. Where should I pick you up later? Jiang Fei picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhou Sikong. I've sent you the address to Zhu house. Alright, I'll be downstairs at 5 o'clock. It'll take over 40 minutes to drive there. Zhou Sikong finished speaking and suddenly fell silent on the other end of the phone. Jiang Fei didn't pay much attention. Alright, see you in the evening. Zhou Sikong also wanted to continue, but simply replied, alright. As soon as the call was disconnected, Su Zhuping appeared lazily at the kitchen door, rubbing her eyes. Fei, shall I prepare my clothes? Hearing this, Jiang Fei turned around only to find that the tomato in her hand slipped suddenly with a plop sound and fell to the floor. Su Zhuping and Jiang Fei both stared at it dumbfounded. She furrowed her brows and then bent down to pick it up. I remember I held on to it. Su Zhuping's gaze followed the tomato as Jiang Fei placed it on the chopping board again. Fei, I have a bad feeling. Maybe we shouldn't go on this trip. Jiang Fei took the kitchen knife off the rack and lowered her obscure eyes. She made a steady cut in the tomato, cutting it in half. The juice splashed onto her wrist. After pausing her gaze for a few seconds, she wiped it clean. If we don't dare to try, how would we know whether this trip is a big wind or a big wave? Su Zhuping rushed to Jiang Fei's side. Even if it's big winds or waves, you must have the luck to endure them. That's a cruise ship. Beneath it lies the sea, and any mistake might cost you your life. Jiang Fei put down the knife and looked helplessly at Su Zhuping. Zhuping, we are just going to meet Mao Zizhu. Su Zhuping blinked bewilderedly. That's right. We're just going to meet Mao Zizhu. I must have been exposed to too many storms recently while accompanying you. My brain must be malfunctioning now. She shook her head and walked out of the kitchen. Jiang Fei silently retracted her gaze from Su Zhuping and looked at the tomato which was forced to cook due to the falling pulp. She had an inexplicable sense of unease, feeling this trip would not be peaceful. But compared to uncovering the truth behind her father's death, it seemed too insignificant. In the evening, after packing their luggage, Jiang Fei and Su Zhuping went downstairs. As soon as they exited the hallway, they saw Zhou Sikong step out of the driver's seat. He changed from his usual attire, wearing a simple yet dignified light beige trench coat. The streetlights illuminated his handsome face, casting softly on his brown eyes. Whether it was due to the lighting or something else, the brilliance in his eyes gathered all the gentleness of heaven and earth, making it hard to look away for a moment. Zhou Sikong walked up to Jiang Fei, taking the suitcase from their hands. I'll help you put the suitcases in the trunk. It's cold outside, so get in the car first. Jiang Fei and Su Zhuping nodded, walked to the car, and pulled open the rear door. As soon as the door opened, a fresh floral fragrance wafted out. Su Zhuping peered in with a puzzled look and saw a large bunch of pink perfume lilies on the back seat. Whoa! Su Zhuping straightened up in surprise and looked at Zhou Sikong. Dr. Zhou, are you going to cruise with us or meet your girlfriend? That's quite a big bouquet. Zhou Sikong closed the trunk and walked over to them. The flowers are for Jiang Fei. Isn't today her birthday? Su Zhuping paused, then immediately turned to Jiang Fei. That's right. It's your birthday today, Fei. How could I have forgotten this? Jiang Fei lowered her eyelids, and the emotions on her face clearly became more desolate. There's nothing worth celebrating. Let's get in the car. Su Zhuping watched Jiang Fei's figure as she sat inside the car, suddenly recalling something. A child's birthday is the day their mother endured hardship. With Auntie just passing away not long ago, how would Fei want to celebrate her birthday? Su Zhuping glanced at Zhou Sikong, who also had a touch of remorse in his eyes. However, he didn't say much, turning instead toward the driver's seat. During the 40-minute drive, Jiang Fei remained silent with her lips pursed. Though Su Zhuping and Zhou Sikong were chatting off and on, they still couldn't ease the painful emotions in Jiang Fei's eyes. Upon arriving at the pier by the seaside, Su Zhuping hugged Jiang Fei as soon as she stepped out of the car. The weather in December was already cold, and with the sea breeze blowing, it felt like being cut by a knife. Jiang Fei and Su Zhuping followed Zhou Sikong's steps toward the towering cruise ship docked by the sea. The dazzling lights from the cruise ship illuminated the area, casting an atmosphere of opulence. At the ticket inspection area, Zhou Sikong took out 3 boarding passes for the staff to check. After passing through, before stepping onto the stairs, they heard a familiar voice carried by the wind. Yinting, I heard there will be performances on the cruise ship tonight. Let's go check them out, okay? Chapter 137. Affairs aren't always one-on-one. Chen Qingzhu's voice made the 3 of them abruptly turn their heads to look. There was Fu Yunting, dressed in a long black coat, his handsome face expressionless as he walked toward the cruise ship. Beside him, Chen Qingzhu was also in a long black trench coat with black high heels. She lifted her hand to smooth her wind-tousled curls, chatting and laughing with Fu Yunting as if they were the ones who were married. Seeing the 2 of them, Su Zhuxing couldn't help but sneer coldly. Chen Qingzhu sure has some nerve. Considering the state of the Chen family now, she still finds time to go on a cruise? Jiang Fei averted her gaze from the pair, wondering if the bad feeling she had today meant that she would run into Fu Yunting here. She thought about stepping away quickly so as not to complicate matters, but they weren't far apart at all. Just a few steps up the stairs, and Fu Yunting would clearly see her. Had it not been for the railing beside the stairs, she might have already been spotted. Should we continue walking forward or stay here and wait for them? Zhou Siqing seemed to notice Jiang Fei's concern written across her face and asked softly. Jiang Fei came back to her senses and looked at the stairs. Let's keep going. If we're going to be noticed anyway, it might be better to pretend we didn't see them. They moved toward the cruise ship, but Fu Yunting, who had just reached the bottom of the stairs, immediately caught sight of Jiang Fei walking shoulder to shoulder with Su Zhuxin on the stairs. Before he could figure out why Jiang Fei was here, his dark eyes suddenly narrowed and fell upon Zhou Xiqing's retreating back. Beside him, Chen Qingzhu took her ticket back from the attendant and looked up at Fu Yunting, only to find his gaze fixed on the stairs. Following his line of sight, she saw Jiang Fei, and a wave of icy anger flashed through her eyes. She had rarely managed to convince Fu Yunting to come with her on a cruise, yet here was Jiang Fei mysteriously showing up uninvited. Was it so hard to just enjoy her birthday? Chen Qingzhu clenched her fists and forced herself to smile, hooking her arm around Fu Yunting's elbow. Yunting, shall we board the ship first or wait for assistant in here? Fu Yunting withdrew his gaze and replied curtly, board. He pulled his arm free from hers and strode directly up the stairs. Watching the way his steps unconsciously quickened, a flame of jealousy flared up inside her chest. She gripped her bag tightly and stepped forcefully onto the stair, the malice in her eyes growing stronger under the serene darkness of the night. At the cruise registration desk, Jiang Fei shared a room with Su Zhuxin while Zhou Xiqing got his own room. Before returning to their respective rooms, Zhou Xiqing raised his phone to indicate that they would contact each other shortly. The rooms Zhou Xiqing booked were VIP suites, and once the door opened, the sea surface bathed in the cool moonlight became instantly visible. It was rare to come here, so Su Zhuxin naturally wanted to admire the seascape. Jiang Fei, however, wasn't in the mood to appreciate it and sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the dark sky. After gazing out for a while, Su Zhuxin casually picked up 2 bottles of water and sat next to Jiang Fei. She handed one to Jiang Fei. What's on your mind? Jiang Fei tightened her grip on the bottle of water. I'm thinking about why Fu Yunting and Chen Qingzhu happened to come here tonight. Is it coincidence? Or is there some hidden intent? He has someone right by his side. He probably doesn't even care what you're doing. Su Zhuxin took a sip of water. I doubt he even noticed you were here. It's hard to say. Jiang Fei replied with a melancholy tone. Perhaps the time hasn't come yet. Just then, Jiang Fei received a call from Zhou Xiqing. After pressing answer, he informed her to meet him at the entrance of the restaurant on the 5th floor. As soon as she hung up, Su Zhuxin rushed to comment. That fast? We haven't even been in the room for 15 minutes. Jiang Fei grabbed her coat and headed for the door. 15 minutes is more than enough to arrange a meeting. Su Zhuxin hurriedly grabbed her coat, wanting to follow. But after only taking a few steps, she suddenly clutched her stomach. Fei, Su Zhuxin scrunched her features. You go ahead. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Fei didn't want to keep Zhou Xiqing waiting any longer, so she agreed and left first. Just as she turned the corner, she suddenly felt a firm grip on her wrist, pulling her aside roughly. Her heart racing, she looked up and froze when her gaze met familiar dark eyes. Fu Yunting pinned her hands against the wall, his eyes filled with an intense rage that refused to abate. Have you forgotten who you are just because I haven't seen you in a few days? Suppressing her shock, Jiang Fei tried to change the subject. I came here to ask someone something. Coincidentally, I ran into you. Do you feel uneasy unless you're flirting with Zhou Xiqing every day? Fu Yunting gave Jiang Fei no chance to dodge the question. He pressed on, not daring to act recklessly in Jiangqing anymore. You chose the cruise ship instead? Since there was no escape, Jiang Fei could only respond. If you know I came here with Zhou Xiqing, then you should also know Zhu Qing is here too. Affairs aren't always one-on-one, are they? How did it turn into 2-on-1? Fu Yunting gripped Jiang Fei's wrist tighter. Isn't Su Zhuxin just the pawn you used to cover up your betrayal of me? To talk about betrayal, Jiang Fei's gaze suddenly shifted to behind Fu Yunting, a few meters away. How do you plan to explain being here together with Miss Chun? Fu Yunting's handsome brows furrowed slightly as he turned his head to look. There stood Chen Qingzhu, looking fresh and spirited, standing less than 2 meters away from them. She had arrived without making a sound. Only Jiang Fei, who was facing her direction, noticed her approach. Fu Yunting loosened his grip on Jiang Fei's wrist slightly, straightened his body, and coldly remarked, I'm here to accompany her for her birthday. Jiang Fei's pupils contracted slightly as she stared at Fu Yunting, the man before her with incomparably handsome features. She was surprised by his sudden explanation, yet felt her cheeks burn with heat. Who, after all, is truly his wife? Suppressing the sadness in her heart, Jiang Fei leaned against the wall behind her to straighten her posture. A faintly mocking smile curved on her lips, and she tossed out a light-hearted remark. What a coincidence. I happen to share the same birthday as Miss Chun. Fu Yunting's dark eyes clouded over as he gazed at Jiang Fei's retreating back, which disappeared without a word. He remained standing there, lips pressed tightly together. Chen Qingzhu walked beside him, catching the complex emotions clouding his eyes, causing her heart to flutter nervously. Yunting. Fu Yunting retracted his gaze, glanced at Chen Qingzhu coldly, and said, Let's go. Chen Qingzhu opened her mouth, but seeing Fu Yunting walk away before giving her a chance to speak, she swallowed her words back down. When Jiang Fei reached the entrance of the restaurant, Zhou Xiqing was already waiting for her. Glancing inside, she asked, Have you contacted Mao Zizhou? Zhou Xiqing looked at the slightly crooked scarf around Jiang Fei's neck. Your scarf is messed up. Chapter 138, Breach of Agreement. Jiang Fei looked down at her scarf. It must have been knocked askew during her earlier argument with Fu Yunting. She adjusted it and asked again, Is Mao Zizhou here? Are you in such a rush? Zhou Xiqing smiled lightly as he walked towards the restaurant. I had already contacted Mao Zizhou before picking you up. He just so happens to be on his way after making dinner plans for this time. Let's go in and wait for him. Jiang Fei nodded and followed Zhou Xiqing into the restaurant. They had barely stepped in when Fu Yunting and Chen Qingzhu arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Chen Qingzhu exchanged a few words with the server, who then led them to the best scenic table by the window. They had just sat down when a voice of surprise came from not far away. President Fu? Both Fu Yunting and Chen Qingzhu turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw a middle-aged man with a beer belly and only a few strands of hair left, smiling as he approached them. Fu Yunting slightly narrowed his eyes. When Mao Zizhou reached him, he spoke in a soft tone. So, President Mao is also interested in cruising. Mao Zizhou scratched his head. Not really, my daughter got good grades, and she wanted me to bring her over for some fun. As he spoke, Mao Zizhou's gaze fell upon Chen Qingzhu. After looking for 2 seconds, he finally recognized her. President Fu, are you remarrying? Chen Qingzhu's face flushed red at what he said, and she stood up, extending her hand to Mao Zizhou. Hello, President Mao. I am Yun Ting's secretary. The mention of Yun Ting made even the dim-witted Mao Zizhou realize there was something unusual about their relationship. Coupled with the rumors circulating online, and both of them being aboard the cruise ship together, it was clear as crystal to him. She wasn't his official spouse, but definitely held some importance. Even though it might be an unseemly position for someone to catch Fu Yunting's eye, Mao Zizhou believed one should still be courteous. He shook hands briefly with Chen Qingzhu and quickly released it. Secretary Chen. Listening to their polite exchanges, Fu Yunting lazily leaned back in his chair, taking a napkin from the table to carefully wipe his hands, seemingly having no intention of engaging in further conversation with Mao Zizhou. Seeing this, Chen Qingzhu glanced sideways for a moment and helped to respond with a smile. How did President Mao come alone to the restaurant? Mao Zizhou sighed lightly. Zhou Din's son wants to see me and discuss some cooperation matters. So, I let my daughter go explore by herself. Upon hearing Zhou Xiqing's name, Fu Yunting's hand suddenly paused. His eyes darkened slightly, and raising his gaze to Mao Zizhou, he said mockingly, "It seems the project I gave you previously isn't satisfying enough for President Mao." Mao Zizhou was momentarily startled, but quickly realized that Fu Yunting and Zhou Xiqing may not get along well. Otherwise, he wouldn't say something so inexplicable. Hastily, he laughed nervously and explained, "President Fu has misunderstood. Collaborating with anyone else wouldn't be as stable as working with you. It's just hard for me to refuse Dean Zhou's request, so I had to come over." Fu Yunting carelessly threw the wet towel on the table. The simple action caused both Chen Qingzhu and Mao Zizhou's hearts to tremble. Chen Qingzhu's mind raced rapidly as she walked over to Mao Zizhou and pulled out a chair for him. "President Mao, since you've come, why don't we sit down and have a casual meal together?" Mao Zizhou took the cue but continued with many polite remarks. "Wouldn't this be too much of a disturbance to your meal?" Chen Qingzhu smiled gently and glanced at Fu Yunting. "It's just adding another pair of chopsticks. How could Yunting possibly mind?" Chen Qingzhu could more or less guess why Fu Yunting was acting like this. Since Zhou Xiqing was here, Jiang Fei would undoubtedly be present too. Given that Fu Yunting had her expose Jiang Fei, it must have been targeted, which naturally meant they wouldn't profit easily. Just thinking about Fu Yunting's attitude toward Jiang Fei, Chen Qingzhu brushed off the notion of Fu Yunting losing control emotionally over Jiang Fei. Inside the private room, Jiang Fei and Zhou Xiqing were sitting waiting for Su Zhuqing to arrive. The three sat quietly for half an hour without seeing Mao Zizhou. Su Zhuqing couldn't help but turn to Zhou Xiqing and ask, "Is that person coming or not? Have we been stood up?" Zhou Xiqing raised his hand and glanced at his watch. President Mao wouldn't break his agreement. Perhaps something unexpected happened. "Let me make a call." He picked up the phone on the table and called Mao Zizhou. The phone rang several times before being hung up. Even this unexpected situation had not crossed Zhou Xiqing's mind. Seeing this, Jiang Fei stood up and said, "I'm going to the restroom." Su Zhuqing felt a little uneasy and also stood up. "I'll accompany you." The two exited the private room, walked through the corridor, and entered the dining hall where they immediately spotted Fu Yunting and Chen Qingzhu at the landscape booth. Sitting next to them was a rather portly man. Chen Qingzhu was smiling charmingly while conversing with him. Su Zhuqing frowned deeply and sternly exclaimed, "That's Mao Zizhou." Jiang Fei paused in her tracks, her gaze fixed heavily on them. After a moment, she averted her eyes and muttered, "Looks like I won't be able to meet him tonight." Su Zhuqing, who had more or less guessed the situation, let out a cold laugh. He got intercepted. What else would happen? Look at Chen Qingzhu's flirtatious behavior. It makes me so annoyed. Jiang Fei helplessly pulled at the corner of her lips. As long as Fu Yunting was around, there was never anything she could accomplish smoothly. "Zhuqing." Jiang Fei turned to look at her. "Do you have any idea how we can find out Mao Zizhou's room number?" "Why not just ask Zhou Xiqing?" Jiang Fei shook her head. Between Zhou Xiqing and Fu Yunting, whose side he's on is clear from his attitude. If he decided to avoid meeting, why would he tell us the room number? Su Zhuqing scratched her nose bridge thoughtfully. "Let me think of a way." Jiang Fei glanced over there again before heading towards the restroom. Her passing figure caught Fu Yunting's eye. Not until Jiang Fei disappeared around the corner did he put down his knife and fork and stand up. His movement caused both Chen Qingzhu and Mao Zizhou to suddenly look at him. Chen Qingzhu stood up and asked, "Yunting, are you going back?" Fu Yunting indifferently grunted and left without even greeting Mao Zizhou. Chen Qingzhu nodded to Mao Zizhou and followed Fu Yunting's steps out. Mao Zizhou sat there bewildered for a while, realizing that Fu Yunting wasn't coming back, so he eventually stood up and left. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he stepped out of the restaurant, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. Mao Zizhou looked at her perplexedly. "Who are you?" Lifting her hand and tossing her long hair, Su Zhuqing smiled alluringly. "Mr. Mao, please wait a moment." Su Zhuqing was undoubtedly a great beauty. Even though Mao Zizhou had seen many women, none quite compared to Su Zhuqing's enchanting allure. Unconsciously swallowing, Mao Zizhou nodded dumbly. All right. Chapter 139. Tea as a toast, self-punishment, in 3 cups. Su Zhuqing led Mao Zizhou towards the private room. Along the way, her expressions and smiles did not arouse much suspicion from Mao Zizhou. It wasn't until they reached the door of the private room, when Su Zhuqing pushed the door open, and Mao Zizhou saw who was sitting inside, that his expression suddenly stiffened. The smile on Su Zhuqing's face faded as she gestured towards the seat with a cool tone. Mr. Mao, please sit. Mao Zizhou, with an unpleasant look on his face, glanced at Su Zhuqing. At this moment, he didn't know whether to sit or leave. Zhou Sikong stood up, walked around the round table to the chair in front of Mao Zizhou, and placed his hand on the back of the chair. It seems that Mr. Mao needs me to help you move the chair and invite you to take your seat. His voice was gentle, his laughter and his eyes unchanged, presenting a friendly demeanor, but it carried immense intimidation. Although Mao Zizhou's family wealth was also considerable, how could it possibly compare to the Zhou family, ranked among the top 3 in Jiangcheng? When he met Zhou Sitsung's gaze, his emotions became more restrained, raising an unnatural smile. Master Zhou, I was held up by some matters just now, so I couldn't answer the phone, and I arrived late. Let me toast with tea and punish myself with 3 cups. Zhou Sikong didn't embarrass Mao Zizhou, merely watching him take the cup, pour water, and drink alone, letting the matter of the unanswered call pass. Mao Zizhou invited Zhou Sikong to sit down as if he were the host. After both took their seats, Mao Zizhou directly cut into the conversation. Master Zhou has a vast business empire. How would you consider collaborating with my small company? The smile on Zhou Sitsung's lips remained. Mr. Mao, to be honest, my actual intention for inviting you today isn't about discussing collaboration. Mao Zizhou was surprised and paused momentarily before asking. Then what is the reason? But just as the words almost left his mouth, the private room door was suddenly pushed open again. Jiang Fei, after using the restroom, stepped in and made eye contact with Mao Zizhou. Mao Zizhou looked at her with astonishment, and she also stared back at Mao Zizhou with bewilderment. However, Jiang Fei soon realized that earlier Zhu Qing had not accompanied her to the restroom and must have gone to find Mao Zizhou instead. Jiang Fei gave a slight nod to Mao Zizhou. Mr. Mao. She closed the door and sat beside Su Zhuqing, Mao Zizhou's eyes following her without moving. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Mrs. Fu. All traces of joy had vanished from Mao Zizhou's face, his eyes looking at Jiang Fei with gravity and complexity. She nodded. It's me. I asked Master Zhou to invite you here because I want to inquire about something. Mao Zizhou frowned slightly, his eyes turning darker. What does Mrs. Fu wish to ask? Not realizing the shift in Mao Zizhou's emotions, Jiang Fei, knowing now was better than never, spoke up. My father is Jiang Yu. 3 years ago, he transferred over $1 million to you. I'd like to know, what was the reason behind this transaction? Mao Zizhou's face visibly darkened, and the longer he remained silent, the more unease grew in Jiang Fei's heart. Thinking that waiting quietly would yield his response, she didn't expect Mao Zizhou to simply pick up the cup in front of him, raising it towards Jiang Fei. Mrs. Fu, this cup of tea shall serve as my respect to you. But these old accounts really aren't worth bringing up again. Mao Zizhou drank it all in one gulp and stood up, heading for the door. Seeing this, Jiang Fei quickly got up to stop Mao Zizhou from leaving. Using her hand to block the door, she furrowed her brows deeply and said, Mr. Mao, this matter concerns the life or death of my father. All I want is one sentence from you. What exactly was the nature of the transaction between my father and you right before he passed away? Mao Zizhou coldly stared at Jiang Fei. Mrs. Fu, it seems like your stance is that unless I talk, you won't let me leave. Jiang Fei retaliated defiantly. Mr. Mao, you're keeping silent because there are secrets between you and my father that you don't want others to know, right? Mao Zizhou gripped the doorknob. Mrs. Fu, some things are not just for you to know. This dinner tonight, I don't deserve to enjoy it, and I kindly request Mrs. Fu to step aside. Mr. Mao. Before Jiang Fei finished her sentence, Mao Zizhou forcefully pulled the door open. The strength was too much, and the door hit Jiang Fei's shoulder, causing her to stagger several times. Before Su Zhuqing had a chance to rush over, Zhou Sitsung's figure had already appeared behind Jiang Fei. If it weren't for his timely support, Jiang Fei's waist would have collided with the cabinet behind her. Mao Zizhou hadn't expected to almost knock Jiang Fei off her feet, and while still staring intensely at her, Zhou Sikong was the first to speak. Mr. Mao, you know that this is Mrs. Fu. If Master Fu knew about your behavior, I believe Master Fu would be the first one unhappy. Upon bringing up Fu Yunting, there wasn't even a hint of fear that flickered in Mao Zizhou's eyes. He glanced at Jiang Fei. If Mrs. Fu wants to mention this matter to Mr. Fu, I won't stop you. But let me kindly remind you, Mrs. Fu, if you come asking me about this again, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Mao Zizhou turned and left. Jiang Fei had wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Zhou Sikong, who said, Don't. Jiang Fei struggled against his hold, agitated. Mao Zizhou definitely knows something. He changed expression the moment he saw me. Later, he was so eager to leave. There's absolutely something suspicious about my father's death. Zhou Sikong turned her body around, gripping her shoulders with both hands, enunciating each word carefully. Calm down first, all right? Jiang Fei looked at Zhou Sikong in anguish, breaking into a hysterical scream. I was so close to the truth. Why won't they tell me anything? What is a life worth to these powerful people? If it were their family members, would they still keep silent like this? Isn't it clear that pursuing him now wouldn't get us anywhere? Zhou Sikong calmly consoled Jiang Fei's emotions. Some things cannot be rushed. We need to find other ways. You should understand what I mean. Jiang Fei wanted to calm down, but when she thought of how her father might have died miserably, the pain in her heart magnified infinitely. All matters seemed shrouded in fog, trapping her inside with no way out, unable to break free. It was only when she thought she could see a glimmer of hope, stepping forward revealed almost no progress. How could she accept this? What would make her able to accept this? Outside the restaurant, Fu Yunting hadn't gone far, and Qin Qingzhu wasn't by his side either. When Mao Zizhou exited the restaurant, Fu Yunting then turned, raising his eyes to look at him. Mao Zizhou was surprised as he looked toward Fu Yunting, approaching and saying, "Mr. Fu, you haven't returned yet. Fu Yunting, let's talk upstairs." Mao Zizhou nodded, following Fu Yunting onto the elevator to reach the bar. Mao Zizhou, with keen perception, actively approached the server and reserved a quieter private room. Once seated, Fu Yunting continued, "You met Jiang Fei." Chapter 140, No Right to Interfere. Mao Zizhou nodded and hurriedly said, "Mr. Fu, regarding the matter from years ago, if your wife really has the intention to investigate, she might be able to find out. She's already discovered the records of transactions between her father and me. Mr. Fu, what about this matter?" Fu Yunting interrupted him with a cold gaze. "Even if there are transaction records, there aren't any other evidence left behind. Do you think it will be easy for her to investigate?" Mao Zizhou tightened his hands crossed in front of him, a look of regret appearing in his expression. "Mr. Fu, this isn't a trivial matter. Once clues are uncovered, I wouldn't have an easy life either." Fu Yunting slightly adjusted his tie. "So what is your plan?" Mao Zizhou found himself in a difficult situation, frowning deeply, silent without words. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and looked up. "Mr. Fu, revealing this matter would be hard for me as well, but keeping it hidden will eventually lead to its discovery. Rather than waiting to be discovered, we should do something first to prevent potential issues." Fu Yunting seemed to guess what Mao Zizhou wanted to say, his eyes suddenly narrowing. "Mao Zizhou, are you still thinking about messing with my people?" Mao Zizhou quickly responded, "Mr. Fu, the reasons why you and your wife are together are clear to both of us. Why can't we directly address the issue?" Fu Yunting's tone was filled with icy severity. "What I do is my business. You have no right to interfere." "Mr. Fu," Mao Zizhou's urgency caused the fat on his face to wrinkle. "If this matter is exposed, it will not benefit you either." Fu Yunting stood up from the sofa. "You're not qualified to comment on my situation." Watching Fu Yunting leave so casually, Mao Zizhou clenched his fists in anger, but before he could even leave, the private room door opened again. Qin Qingzhu's appearance instantly wiped away the anger on Mao Zizhou's face, replaced by astonishment. "Secretary Chun, what brings you here?" Qin Qingzhu sat down on the sofa holding a bottle of foreign liquor, filling 2 glasses with wine, without saying anything. She handed 1 glass to Mao Zizhou and kept 1 for herself. "Mr. Mao, I raise this glass to you. For our upcoming conversation, I hope we can speak frankly." Agreed. Mao Zizhou hesitated and did not take the glass of wine from Qin Qingzhu. After all, he didn't know what she wanted to ask. Some things he must keep buried in his stomach forever, unable to be spoken of. Otherwise, he wouldn't even realize when his head had a bloody hole. Before Mao Zizhou could open his mouth to refuse, Qin Qingzhu interrupted what he was going to say. "The discussion between Yunting and you must be related to Jiang Fei. But surely some matters concerning Yunting's past must be involved as well, Mr. Mao. Am I right?" Mao Zizhou suddenly shifted his gaze from the swaying wine in his glass to Qin Qingzhu's face. "Miss Chun? Miss Chen, what exactly are you implying?" Changing the honorific indicated that there weren't many people who knew about Mr. Fu's past, let alone someone who wasn't a trusted aide. Clearly, secretary was no longer suitable for describing Qin Qingzhu, which naturally led to the change of titles. Qin Qingzhu once again gestured with the glass in her hand. "Why doesn't Mr. Mao accept this glass of wine and chat further? I fear this drink is not suitable for me." Mao Zizhou avoided it while standing up. "If Miss Chen wants to play around here, I'll cover the whole venue expenses. I must leave first." When Mao Zizhou reached the door, just as his hand touched the handle, Qin Qingzhu spoke softly. "I thought Mr. Mao had difficulties and troubles, so I came over to offer help. Unexpectedly, it turns out I'm meddling unnecessarily. But if there arises anything Mr. Mao can't handle in the future, then don't regret not having confided everything to me today." Mao Zizhou furrowed his brows tightly and turned back to Qin Qingzhu. "Exactly what does Miss Chen know?" Qin Qingzhu leisurely crossed her legs. "This question, actually, I should ask Mr. Mao instead. What extraordinary ability does Mr. Mao possess for Yunting to seek cooperation with you on such a matter?" After finishing, Qin Qingzhu sipped at her own glass of wine lightly. There are certain things where Yunting definitely has ways to deal with them. After all, he holds manpower, power, and financial resources in his hands. But how about you, Mr. Mao? Having built yourself up from scratch for more than 20 years, one misstep could very well send you into the abyss. At this age, every single movement feels laborious. The more Qin Qingzhu refrained from openly discussing things, the more anxious and restless Mao Zizhou felt. After hesitating for a bit, he gritted his teeth and reseated himself on the sofa. Staring at the alcohol on the table, he clutched his hand tightly and drank it all in one gulp. The smile at Qin Qingzhu's lips deepened. "Since we're now being upfront, Mr. Mao shouldn't hold back anymore. If there's something I can assist with, I certainly will." Mao Zizhou swallowed the fiery liquor. "There are still certain things I cannot disclose, but indeed, in the path of my future life, there's a person causing me some concerns. Someone you know, Mrs. Fu." Qin Qingzhu was slightly startled. She hadn't expected her ruse to elicit even a bit of information. But she didn't show any surprise and instead followed up with a question. So, Mr. Mao, what is your plan? A glint of cruelty flickered in Mao Zizhou's eyes. The safest option now would be to get rid of her swiftly. Chen Qingzhu gripped her wine glass, gently swaying it for a moment before speaking softly. Under the cruise ship lies the sea. If someone were to fall down, it would likely leave little chance of survival. Mao Zizhou tightened his grip on the wine glass in his hand. Miss Chun, if I were to harm Mrs. Fu right after Mr. Fu left, I'd definitely have no way to clear my name. Why rush? Chen Qingzhu let out a chuckle. Tomorrow evening's deck party will be crowded. If Mrs. Fu happens to slip and fall into the water, who could possibly link it back to you? Paying to avoid disaster. Surely Mr. Mao understands the meaning behind this saying. Mao Zizhou stared straight at her. It seems Miss Chun has some grievances against Mrs. Fu too. Who wants an unremovable woman always by the side of the man they fancy? Chen Qingzhu laughed mockingly. Mr. Mao, it's a rare opportunity. I hope we can cooperate smoothly. Miss Chun, Mao Zizhou hesitated. How can I ensure that you are not sent by Mr. Fu to test me? Chen Qingzhu replied without hesitation. Mr. Mao should have heard about the recent uproar online, no? Mao Zizhou, I know a little about it. Hatred gathered in Chen Qingzhu's eyes as she coldly snorted. If the Chen family isn't in such deep trouble now, and if Mrs. Fu didn't deliberately want to harm me, how would I resort to such a scheme? Chen Qingzhu's demeanor didn't seem feigned, which relaxed Mao Zizhou. He proactively picked up the wine bottle on the table, pouring drinks for himself and Chen Qingzhu. After raising the glass, he said, Miss Chun, may our cooperation be pleasant. That Mao Zizhou agreed pleased Chen Qingzhu greatly. She elegantly raised her wine glass, lightly clinking it against his. Hope Mr. Mao successfully clears the obstacle tomorrow and continues to flourish afterward. Chapter 141. Which gentleman? After Zhang Fei and Su Zhujing returned to the room, Zhang Fei sat on the sofa deep and thought about what to do next. Su Zhujing didn't disturb her, sitting on the other sofa playing with her phone as she contacted 2 massage therapists for room service. When the doorbell rang, Su Zhujing said to Zhang Fei, whose frown hadn't eased after a long time. Fei, don't think too much about it. Get up and lie down on the bed for a massage to relax. Hearing this, Zhang Fei lifted her head stiffly and looked at Su Zhujing opening the door to lead 2 female therapists into the room. Now that they had arrived, Zhang Fei couldn't refuse, so she walked to the bedside, took off her shoes, and lay down. After Su Zhujing communicated with them, she also lay down on the bed. The 2 stared at the ceiling while the therapists pressed their heads to soothe their emotions. Su Zhujing yawned and said, if we can't see him today, never mind. There will be a banquet tomorrow evening. Either he doesn't attend, or if he does, where do you think he would go? Zhang Fei looked puzzled at Su Zhujing. How did you get the news of the banquet? Su Zhujing. The posters are everywhere, everyone can see them. Only you, troubled by your own thoughts, have noticed nothing. Zhang Fei paused. But asking questions at the banquet may not be appropriate. Is there no quiet corner at all? Su Zhujing said irritably. You're just in a state of confusion, leading your steps to become disordered. If only you could calm down and think carefully, your brain would work better than mine. Zhang Fei wasn't sure what to say, but indeed, at that moment, her thoughts were tangled like messy ropes, almost impossible to untangle. The banquet was tomorrow night. Instead of worrying tonight and troubling herself emotionally, it might be better to slow down and consider the matter tomorrow. Just as Zhang Fei was about to close her eyes, the doorbell rang again in the room. Su Zhujing made an irritated sound, then sat straight up and walked to the door to open it. Outside the door stood a servant dressed in work attire. Su Zhujing examined him up and down. What's the matter? The male servant bowed slightly to her. Hello, a gentleman downstairs asked me to convey a message. He requests Ms. Zhang meet him on the north deck tomorrow night, saying there are important matters to discuss. Gentleman? Su Zhujing asked suspiciously. Which gentleman? What does he look like? The gentleman said that Ms. Zhang will know tomorrow night when she arrives. Did he mention if others could come along? Su Zhujing quickly asked. The servant. The gentleman only asked me to pass on this message. I know nothing else. All right, understood. Is there anything else? No, that's all. Su Zhujing closed the door and returned to the bed to lie down again. Fei, did you hear that? I heard. Zhang Fei closed her eyes gently. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably what Mr. Mao told the server to pass along. Why do I feel something isn't reliable? Su Zhujing turned to Zhang Fei. Since Fu Yunting and Chen Qingzhu are here, wouldn't there be a possibility that Chen Qingzhu sent the server to trick us? Zhang Fei felt extremely sleepy either because of exhaustion or because the masseuse's skills were good. She struggled to respond, listening to Su Zhujing speaking intermittently. Seeing Zhang Fei struggling to keep her eyes open, Su Zhujing decided not to continue the conversation any further. The next day, both were still asleep when they were woken by loud noises outside their room. Su Zhujing irritably threw off the covers and strode to the door to check out the situation. A few wealthy women stood in the corridor discussing something. Seeing Su Zhujing stride out aggressively, they immediately stopped talking. Despite their wealth, these women were polite. One elegantly dressed in a cheongsam with a fur shawl draped over her shoulders apologized kindly. I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. There was just an incident on the ship earlier, and our discussion got a bit heated. Su Zhujing was about to explode with anger, but hearing the lady speak politely, she refrained from blowing up. She grabbed the doorknob. What happened on the ship? Someone claimed something fell into the sea. The waves splashed high and the sound was heavy. After checking those who went to the deck today, no one is missing, so it was assumed to be an object. With all the chaos, I'm going back to rest. Another wealthy woman spoke up, ready to leave, and the others followed her out. Su Zhujing listened to the gossip and went back inside the room, where Zhang Fei had already gotten up to change clothes. Fei, aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Su Zhujing, yawning, burrowed back under the covers. There's nothing to do today, so why not sleep some more? Zhang Fei moved toward the bathroom. I'll go grab some breakfast for you. You can sleep some more. All right, thanks for the trouble. Zhang Fei finished getting ready, left the room, and just turned the corner when she saw Fu Yunting and Chen Qingzhu standing by the elevator. Chen Qingzhu was holding onto Fu Yunting's arm, apparently about to say something. But upon seeing Zhang Fei appear before them, whatever she was about to say changed instantly. Mrs. Fu, what a coincidence that you're also up at this hour. Chen Qingzhu's words caused Fu Yunting to turn his head in the direction of Zhang Fei approaching. Zhang Fei completely ignored Chen Qingzhu's comment and silently waited for the elevator beside Fu Yunting. Chen Qingzhu, having received a cold shoulder, her expression darkened. Mrs. Fu doesn't look too good. Could it be that she didn't sleep well last night? As she spoke, Chen Qingzhu covered her lips with a light laugh. After all, since Mrs. Fu didn't come alone, who knows what happened behind closed doors that others wouldn't know about? It seems that the affairs of the Chen family haven't dampened Miss Chen's good mood for sightseeing. Zhang Fei turned her head towards Chen Qingzhu, faintly smiling as she said, should we say Miss Chen is unfilial, or simply has a large heart? Chen Qingzhu's face immediately stiffened as she pulled back her hand gripping Fu Yunting's arm tightly and gritted her teeth. Isn't this all thanks to you? Didn't you use this opportunity to suppress me as well? As Zhang Fei spoke, her gaze flickered lightly over Fu Yunting's side face. If we were to speak of Miss Chen's skills, how could one not admire her ability to exchange favors? Or more? Zhang Fei. Enough. Unable to hold back her anger any longer, Chen Qingzhu wanted to start an argument with Zhang Fei. However, before her words could fully form, Fu Yunting harshly interrupted. Chen Qingzhu was startled by his tone, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing at him with grievances. Yunting, The elevator door opened. Fu Yunting walked straight in, giving no chance for Chen Qingzhu to continue speaking. Zhang Fei also spared not even a second glance at Chen Qingzhu, calmly entering the elevator, daring not to speak nor act freely in front of Fu Yunting, let alone following him downstairs when he was already angered. Chen Qingzhu could only watch helplessly as the elevator doors slowly closed, separating her from them. Inside the elevator, Zhang Fei was pondering about the evening's event when unexpectedly, Fu Yunting suddenly turned around, reaching out to firmly grip her chin and pressed her into a cramped corner. Chapter 142. It's your turn to sign. You kept telling me that you'd come back and be a good Mrs. Fu, but what did you do last night? There were some things Zhang Fei had already said with exhaustion, repeated explanations that would tire out any human being. But the act still needed to go on. Zhang Fei lifted her hand, her cold fingers gently grasping Fu Yunting's warm palm. Yunting, I couldn't leave Zhu Qing alone in the room. If you don't believe me, you can investigate the surveillance. I didn't step out of the room last night. As she spoke, Zhang Fei voluntarily leaned closer to Fu Yunting, stretching her arms around his neck. The shimmering look in her eyes reflected Fu Yunting's handsome face, transitioning from anger to astonishment. Zhang Fei lowered her gaze and lightly kissed his cheek. Don't be angry. Tonight, I'll come back and accompany you. The elevator doors opened, and taking advantage of Fu Yunting's loosening grip, Zhang Fei quickly fled the elevator area. She didn't head to the restaurant. Instead, she went to the restroom beside it. Only after stepping into the women's restroom did Zhang Fei slow down her pace, gazing deeply at the floor tiles with a somewhat somber look. At some point, she no longer held that overflowing affection for Fu Yunting. Perhaps she even wanted to escape him. Was it because her heart was broken? Or was it the vague feeling that something was tied to him? Zhang Fei clutched her chest as she walked to the mirror, observing her increasingly false countenance before him. A bitter smile slowly curved her lips. Apparently, people really could change. Feelings wouldn't remain constant either. After splashing her face with cold water to ease its stiffness, Zhang Fei pulled out her phone and sent a message to Su Ningyan while leaning against the sink. Zhang Fei. Ningyan, how is Xiaoheng doing today? In the residential complex, Su Ningyan was sitting at the dining table having breakfast with Zhang Heng. She glanced up at Zhang Heng opposite her who still struggled to hold a spoon, then sighed inwardly before replying. Su Ningyan, Ms. Jiang, little Jiang General is currently having breakfast. Every day he shows signs of recovery clearly visible to the naked eye. Rest assured, Ms. Jiang, I'll take care of him well. Relieved by the news about Zhang Heng, Zhang Fei exhaled. Thank you for your hard work. Su Ningyan, Ms. Jiang, you're making me feel awkward. After finishing, Su Ningyan stared at her phone again, glancing occasionally at Zhang Heng. She thought whether she should take a picture of Zhang Heng to show to Ms. Jiang so that the latter could more peacefully attend to her affairs. Having considered this, Su Ningyan quietly raised her phone, aiming it at Zhang Heng, who had difficulty scooping porridge with his head bowed. Suddenly, Zhang Heng slammed his spoon onto the table with a loud clink, startling Su Ningyan, causing her to drop her phone hastily. Zhang Heng stared at the lean meat porridge in his bowl, speaking tonelessly. Is it really that fun to secretly photograph others? Su Ningyan panicked inside without answering. All she saw was Zhang Heng slowly raising his head. He had stubble on his chin, dark circles under his eyes, and there was no trace of the light once present in them, leaving only a dullness tinged with an indescribable chill. Su Ningyan hastily picked up the bowl in front of her and stood up. No, you've misunderstood. I'm going to wash the dishes. Hastily avoiding him, She entered the kitchen pretending to clean up the utensils, but with both ears perked up listening to the noise from the dining room. Only when she heard Jiang Heng's footsteps retreat did she sneakily breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, ever since being discharged from the hospital, although Jiang Heng's physical strength had been gradually recovering, his mental state had become worse every day. Many times during the midnight hours, Su Ningen had heard subtle sounds coming from Jiang Heng's room. She knew he wasn't sleeping. When he truly felt tired, he would run over to Jiang Shuling's room and nap for 2 hours. Other than that, she had no idea what he was doing to endure each day. Claiming not to worry about his health would all be lies. Yet every time Su Ningen tried to show concern, Jiang Heng never gave her the chance to inquire further. Su Ningen sorrowfully turned on the water faucet to wash the bowls, unaware of the inner turmoil she felt every day lying to Ms. Jiang about little Jiang's condition improving smoothly. Because if Ms. Jiang worried excessively, it would affect her focus on other matters. Just as Su Ningen finished cleaning the bowl in the sink and turned around, she discovered Jiang Heng mysteriously standing at the entrance of the kitchen. Su Ningen trembled all over, pressing her racing heart as she complained involuntarily. "Why are you walking soundlessly? You scared the life out of me." Jiang Heng stared directly at her. "How much money do you have?" Su Ningen responded without hesitation. "I have over 600,000 yuan. Jiang Heng, lend it to me. I'll write you an IOU." Su Ningen looked at him suspiciously. "What do you need 600,000 yuan for, young Master Jiang? I will repay it, but I don't owe you any explanation. If you won't lend me, I'll find another way." With those words, Jiang Heng turned to leave, prompting Su Ningen, fearing he might do something rash, hurriedly ran after him. "I'll lend it. Just wait, I'll lend it." Su Ningen casually picked up the phone from the table, transferring the money while muttering, "Young Master Jiang, you must not use this money for anything bad. Mr. Jiang is currently in a very precarious situation and cannot help himself. If you get into trouble again, what will Mr. Jiang do?" Jiang Heng listened quietly, placing the paper and pen he had brought on the table. After sitting down, he tried his best to endure the pain in his wrist and wrote the IOU carefully, one stroke at a time. Though it was just a few dozen words, he worked up a sweat writing them. Once the transfer was complete, Su Ningen worriedly pulled out some tissues to help Jiang Heng wipe his sweat. He did not resist, allowing her to use the tissue to wipe his forehead. Finally, after signing his name and pressing his fingerprint onto the note, Jiang Heng handed the IOU to Su Ningen. "Now it's your turn to sign." Su Ningen stared at the IOU on the table for a long moment before speaking. "I won't sign it. I trust you'll pay me back, but all you need to do is promise that you won't misuse the money." "Sign," Jiang Heng reminded her. "Really, there's no need. Our relationship with Mr. Jiang says enough. Sign." Losing his patience, Jiang Heng emphasized once more. Having no choice but to yield, Su Ningen picked up the pen, signed her name, and pressed her fingerprint. Jiang Heng told her to keep the IOU safe, then returned to his room. The door clicked shut sharply. Sitting in her chair, Su Ningen blankly stared at the door for a long time before finally getting up to continue clearing the tableware on the table. On the cruise ship, Jiang Fei delayed for quite some time before entering the restaurant. What she didn't know was that Fu Yunting sat in the lobby waiting for her, gazing deeply at the sea outside the window, his dark pupils reflecting a touch of blue from the water's surface. Jiang Fei guessed he was waiting for her like this, so she stopped avoiding him, brewed a cup of coffee, and sat down across from him. She sipped her coffee lightly, following Fu Yunting's gaze toward the endless expanse of ocean. Is it really good to leave Miss Chun here by herself? Chapter 143, Discussing Cooperation. Fu Yunting turned his gaze toward Jiang Fei. "Are you close with Mao Zizhou?" Jiang Fei paused her movements momentarily, then lowered her eyes and placed down the coffee cup. "I don't know him." Fu Yunting's eagle-like gaze slightly narrowed as he stared at Jiang Fei questioningly. "If you don't know him, why did you ask Zhou Xiqing to help arrange a meeting with him?" Mao Zizhou knew Fu Yunting well, and he would definitely tell Fu Yunting about her indiscretion last night. After careful consideration, she responded with a counter-question. "What exactly did he say to you?" "You only need to answer my question." Fu Yunting's deep voice carried an oppressive force that didn't allow for refusal. "I just wanted to know if there were any past collaborations or transactions between him and my father." Jiang Fei decided to speak frankly since in front of him. She felt like an open book. It wasn't fear, but strategy. She also wanted to observe Fu Yunting's reaction. After saying that, Jiang Fei raised her eyes to meet Fu Yunting's piercing stare. He was sizing her up, and she was probing into his intentions. Fu Yunting suddenly let out a faint sneer. "What? Planning to leverage your father's previous customers to further expand your business? Who wouldn't want to make more money?" Jiang Fei said expressionlessly. Coldness began gathering in Fu Yunting's dark eyes. Despite the air conditioning in the restaurant, the chill seemed to climb from the soles of one's feet straight to the top of the head. "Now, even when you lie, there's no reaction on your face. You chased all the way from Jiang City onto this cruise ship for cooperation. Does that really sound appropriate for me? You're a businessman, and so am I. It's natural for businessmen to chase profits." The more casually Jiang Fei spoke, the colder Fu Yunting's expression became, even overshadowing the stormy sea outside. Jiang Fei wasn't about to linger in dangerous territory anymore. She understood the importance of protecting herself before making moves. She lightly smiled at Fu Yunting. "Yunting, I don't blame you for forgetting my birthday and celebrating with Miss Chun. Will you forgive me for coming here unannounced, via Zhou Xiqing's help, to find Mr. Mao?" Jiang Fei stood up, took the empty cup in front of Fu Yunting, and returned with freshly brewed coffee. Setting the coffee down, she still remained close by Fu Yunting, leaning forward and turning her head to softly continue speaking to him. Of course, if you can help me profit, I will certainly refrain from taking advantage of others' influence. As Jiang Fei looked up into the light, her eyes shimmered brightly. For some reason, Fu Yunting experienced a moment of disorientation. His gaze lingered on Jiang Fei for several seconds before a fleeting, unnatural emotion flashed in his eyes. Regaining his usual composure, his thin lips opened coldly. At 7 o'clock tonight, I will have Mao Zizhou come find you to discuss cooperation. Having said that, he got up, fastened the buttons on his shirt collar, and strode toward the exit of the restaurant. Since Fu Yunting dropped those words, Jiang Fei had maintained her bent-over position without moving, her astonishment never fading. She had been testing him with lies, yet he agreed to her request. What then did it mean that he had destroyed Fushan Garden? And what did his agreement signify? Perhaps it was simply to check whether she truly intended to negotiate a partnership or had ulterior motives. Regardless of anything, Jiang Fei's thoughts were disturbed by Fu Yunting's response. As long as he was near her, Mao Zizhou likely wouldn't bring up matters concerning her father either. With missed opportunities, how could she not be anxious? Jiang Fei returned to the room feeling restless, only to find Su Zhuqing already awake, sitting on the bed while applying a facial mask and playing with her phone. Seeing Jiang Fei return with nothing in hand, heavy-lidded and burdened, Su Zhuqing set down her phone and asked, Fei, where's breakfast? In somewhat of a daze, Jiang Fei looked at her, snapped out of it, and then apologized guiltily. Sorry, I ran into Fu Yunting and chatted for a bit, so I forgot to bring you breakfast. Su Zhuqing blinked curiously. Fu Yunting? Did you have a fight? No. Jiang Fei closed the door and sat down by the other bed. I bungled things. What do you mean? Jiang Fei recounted her conversation with Fu Yunting to Su Zhuqing, who pondered for a few seconds. Then let Zhou Xiqing help you find Mao Zizhou and change the meeting time, right? That can't be done. Jiang Fei leaned back, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Mao Zizhou agreeing to meet with me is already surprising. If we make too many requests, he might get annoyed. Your analysis does make sense. Su Zhuqing peeled off the mask from her face. So what are you going to do? Jiang Fei stayed silent, lying there motionlessly. Even when Su Zhuqing finished washing her face and came back, Jiang Fei remained with her eyes shut and hadn't replied. Curious if she'd fallen asleep mid-thought, Su Zhuqing approached quietly to investigate. Unexpectedly, as soon as she reached Jiang Fei, she suddenly opened her eyes and sat upright. Su Zhuqing jumped, startled. Why are you like a zombie coming back to life? Jiang Fei glanced at her. Mao Zizhou doesn't know me well. We've only met once. It wouldn't be easy for him to recognize my voice either. Su Zhuqing suddenly understood. I get it now. You're looking for someone to pretend to be you when meeting Mao Zizhou. Yeah, Jiang Fei explained. Since Fu Yunting plans to have Mao Zizhou meet with me to discuss cooperation, he'll likely mention the time of our meeting. If Mao Zizhou truly wants to cooperate, he'll certainly want to meet with me in person before any discussions. Su Zhuqing grabbed some clothes. Let me help find someone for this task. With a bit of money, I'm sure the servers would be happy to help. Jiang Fei nodded. Thanks for the trouble. What trouble? Su Zhuqing slipped into her jeans and high heels. I didn't come along just to play. A warm stream flowed through Jiang Fei's heart. Make sure to find someone who matches my height and build. I understand. After Su Zhuqing left, Jiang Fei waited in the room. Almost an hour passed before Su Zhuqing returned with a female server. Apart from different facial features, the server had nearly the same height and physique as Jiang Fei. After carefully observing her, Jiang Fei rose and retrieved clothing from her suitcase for her to change into. Once dressed, Su Zhuqing took out her hat and scarf to further disguise her face. After finishing the transformation, Su Zhuqing circled around the server, admiring her handiwork. She exclaimed, surprisingly, you really do look alike. Jiang Fei was also pleased. Glancing toward the sofa, she said, you can wait here until evening sets in. Then go to the deck where I will instruct you. The server clearly looked anxious. I'm worried I'll blow the cover. Jiang Fei patted her arm reassuringly. We can offer you much more money than what you earn in a day. Think about the reward, and you won't feel nervous. The server took a few deep breaths. All right, I understand. Jiang Fei sat her down on the couch, patiently teaching her the lines she needed to ask. When everything was ready, the clock struck 5:30. As the night swallowed the horizon, Jiang Fei called herself on her phone, keeping the line open, and let her leave the room to head to the deck and wait. Chapter 144. If not you, then who? During the call, Jiang Fei also changed her clothes and prepared to go together with Su Zhuqing to find Fu Yunting. As they approached the door, Su Zhuqing said, Fei, I am a bit uneasy. I want to check on that waitress's situation. With me there, at least I can adapt on the spot. Jiang Fei looked at her. You want to stay by her side? Of course not. Su Zhuqing pondered for a moment. When I went to look for the waitress today, I found a place in the entertainment hall where one could exactly see the area. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. I'll let Zhou Xiqing go with you. I don't feel comfortable letting you enter the entertainment hall alone. All right. Su Zhuqing readily agreed and contacted Zhou Xiqing to accompany her, while Jiang Fei waited for Fu Yunting as per the agreed time. On the way, Jiang Fei kept listening through her headphones to the sounds from the female waitress's side. Apart from the wind, there was no other sound of conversation audible. Taking the elevator down to the first floor, Jiang Fei checked her phone. It was already 6:50. She pulled her clothes closer around her and looked out at the deck through the glass doors. The deck was already set up with dazzling lights, making it beautiful and breathtaking. The tables were filled with wine and exquisite pastries. There were already many people on the deck who had come early for the banquet. Unwilling to go out due to the cold sea breeze, Jiang Fei preferred warmth over discomfort. 5 more minutes passed, and Zhang Fei picked up her phone, preparing to send a message to Fu Yunting asking when he would arrive. Just as she finished editing the message, a male waiter's voice suddenly came from behind her. "Hello, are you Miss Jiang?" Hearing the voice, Zhang Fei turned around, lowering her phone and replying, "Yes, I am. A gentleman has reserved a private room at the tea house. He sent me to find you. Please follow me." With a glance around, Zhang Fei noted that this area was crowded with talkative people, definitely not a place Fu Yunting would enjoy attending. To discuss matters, only the tea house seemed appropriate. She lowered her phone and followed the server into the elevator heading to the second floor. Through the long corridor, Zhang Fei became increasingly aware that something wasn't right. Clutching her phone tightly in her hand, although she didn't stop walking, she retreated several steps backwards. Eyeing the back of the waiter cautiously, she asked sternly, "This doesn't seem like the way to the tea house. Where are you leading me?" The male waiter suddenly stopped and turned his head, noticing Zhang Fei, who had unknowingly distanced herself from him. Despite still smiling on his face, "Miss Jiang, the tea house is right ahead. Please just follow me." That smile, which did not reach his eyes, set off alarm bells in Zhang Fei's heart. Before she could turn around and run, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, firmly covering her mouth and nose. Zhang Fei's pupils instantly contracted. Not having time to see who was behind her, an intense wave of dizziness hit her, causing her to lose consciousness instantly. Elsewhere, Su Zhuxing and Zhou Xiqing sat in the private room for quite some time, but never saw Mao Zizhou going to meet the female waitress. Su Zhuxing suspiciously scanned both sides of the deck. It's already past the time. Is Mao Zizhou not coming? Zhou Xiqing sipped his juice from the cup. Maybe his schedule wasn't well arranged, so he can't make it. Just let the waitress come back. Standing up, Su Zhuxing said, "I'll go and ask her to come back. Fei Fei is on the phone with her. My calls won't go through." Setting down his cup, Zhou Xiqing stood up as well. "I'll go with you." A few minutes later, the two arrived downstairs, about to push open the door to walk toward the deck, when Fu Yunting's dark figure strode quickly toward them. By his side, Chen Qingzhu struggled to keep up in high heels, and Mao Zizhou, with his fat face trembling all over, hurriedly followed closely. Confused, Su Zhuxing looked at them. Didn't Fei Fei say that she wanted Fu Yunting to help her find Mao Zizhou to talk? Why are there just three of them? Where's Fei Fei? Zhou Xiqing's brows knitted tightly, saying nothing. Only when Fu Yunting and the others entered did Zhou Xiqing speak up. "Mr. Fu." Fu Yunting, naturally seeing Su Zhuxing and Zhou Xiqing, asked coldly, "Where's Zhang Fei?" "She went to look for you long ago," Su Zhuxing said anxiously. "I'm the one asking you where Fei Fei is." Fu Yunting's eyes brimmed with a thick chill. "Zhang Fei has been with you. Now you're asking me where she is." Realizing something was amiss, Su Zhuxing turned sharply towards Mao Zizhou. "Mao General invited the waitress last night to meet Fei Fei, saying he had something to discuss. Since you unexpectedly offered help, Fei Fei went to find you. Therefore, wouldn't asking you about Fei Fei be more appropriate?" Mao Zizhou's expression changed slightly. "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't send anyone to find you. Moreover, starting from 6:30, I have been with Mr. Fu all along." Mao Zizhou's excuse caused Su Zhuxing's anger to skyrocket instantly. "If it wasn't you, then who?" "The waitress clearly said your name. Don't slander me." Mao Zizhou refused to back down, turning his head to look at Fu Yunting. "Mr. Fu, there are plenty of monitors on the ship. If you suspect me, by all means investigate. After I returned to my room last night, I haven't contacted anyone." Su Zhuxing grew angrier as she listened. "You found Fu Yunting at 6:30, and Fei Fei also left the door at 6:30. Who knows if you didn't kidnap her along the way? Miss Su had better not spout nonsense." Chen Qingzhu helped explain. "Mr. Mao and I met up to find Yunting, and the time was exactly 6:21, which I checked on my phone. So Zhang Fei disappearing after 6:30 has nothing to do with Mr. Mao." Su Zhuxing was burning with rage. "So the two of you colluded and pulled off a major deal, huh? Mr. Fu Yunting, no matter what, Zhang Fei is still your wife. She's missing now. Shouldn't you thoroughly investigate this? This is a cruise ship, not land. Once something happens, it might be impossible to even find her body." Fu Yunting's handsome face turned cold and severe to its limits. He took out his phone and dialed an assistant's number. Soon, an assistant answered, and Fu Yunting turned around again to walk toward the deck. "Find Zhang Fei. Every floor must be searched thoroughly. Send more people to the deck, and you must find her for me." Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingzhu instinctively glanced at Mao Zizhou. Su Zhuxing closely followed Fu Yunting and did not see this moment, but Zhou Xiqing, who stayed behind, noticed everything clearly. He slightly furrowed his brow, took out his phone, and sent a message to Su Zhuxing. "You keep an eye on Chen Qingzhu. I'll watch over Mao Zizhou. There's definitely something suspicious about them." The sound from the phone made Su Zhuxing hastily take it out to check. After seeing Zhou Xiqing's message, she didn't turn around immediately to chase after Chen Qingzhu. Instead, she pretended to stay in place, waiting for Chen Qingzhu to follow Fu Yunting's footsteps. Chapter 145: A Ray of Hope. Not until Chen Qingzhu passed by did she put down her phone and quickly follow her steps. At the same time, in the cargo hold, Zhang Fei woke up from the noise of two voices. She groggily opened her eyes, seeing two men whose features were faintly illuminated by cigarette ends. One of them, the bald man, took a harsh puff on his cigarette and cursed. "What a F***ing mess this job turned out to be. Who says it isn't?" The other man, a thin one, also exhaled smoke, replying, "We originally thought that after capturing the person, we could just throw her into the sea once the banquet starts. But we hadn't expected people outside would start looking for her as soon as we brought her here." The bald man tapped off the ash. "Maybe we should just leave?" "Leave?" The thin man snorted. With each of us earning 1,000,000 yuan from this one job, only fools would not do it. We'll just have to wait if necessary. The bald man asked. Do you think until when can we wait? This woman is Mr. Fu's wife. If they can't find her, Mr. Fu will lose face. Do you think Mr. Fu would let this go easily? Just stop talking. The thin man waved his hand impatiently. It's really annoying to hear your nonsense. The bald man advised anxiously. Brother San, listen to me. Leave this woman here first, then let's get away. Otherwise, if they track us down, not only will we fail to complete the task, but we'll get caught ourselves. The thin man was thinking deeply while smoking heavily. Suddenly, he looked at Zhang Fei. Seeing that, Zhang Fei closed her eyes instantly, trying to stabilize her breathing, pretending still to be asleep. The thin man kept silent while the bald man grew more anxious. Brother San, 1,000,000 won't save our lives. Don't take risks unnecessarily. The thin man was swayed by what the bald man said. He dropped his cigarette and stood up, stepping on the butt with his foot. Gritting his teeth, he decided, let's go. Withdraw now. The bald man followed right behind him, leaving Zhang Fei alone in the pitch-dark cargo hold. Hearing the sound of the door opening and closing, Zhang Fei moved her body slightly and found that both her hands and feet were bound. Zhang Fei bitterly twisted her lips. There wasn't any light nearby, so it was very difficult for her to find something sharp to cut through the ropes around her hands and feet. Should she just wait for someone to find her? That could take who knows how long. Zhang Fei sat still, without rushing, waiting until her strength had recovered a little. Then, gritting her teeth, she began to shift herself sideways. Instead of waiting to be rescued, she might as well try to escape on her own. If those two came back, that would be the real danger. After an unknown period of struggling, Zhang Fei suddenly touched a relatively sharp metal plate. She aligned the ropes on her wrists with the edge of the iron plate and started rubbing vigorously. Cutting the ropes was no easy task. It consumed a great amount of physical energy. After grinding for a while, Zhang Fei paused to catch her breath, calming down before continuing. The sweat trickled down from her forehead along her cheeks, almost soaking her clothes completely. Suddenly, she heard the rope on her ankles snap, and Zhang Fei hurriedly untied it to loosen the ropes on her feet. Hardly freeing her legs and preparing to find an exit, she suddenly heard the sound of an iron gate being pushed open. As the light penetrated into the ship's cabin, a voice immediately sounded. Since no one is on this deck right now, quickly take her out and throw her into the sea. Once we're done with the job, we can collect the money from Boss Mao. Hearing urgent footsteps approaching, Zhang Fei hastily looked around. Spotting a rather concealed spot, she hurriedly slipped into it. This place connected straight towards the entrance, but the gap was so narrow it was quite strenuous to move through. But with their footsteps getting closer, Zhang Fei had no other choice. She'd eventually be found hiding here. She'd better risk squeezing out from this side. It might give her a fighting chance. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fei started squeezing her body through the narrow crack. Those two men, returning earlier, noticed the fallen ropes on the ground and immediately started searching around. The more hurried their footsteps became, the more Zhang Fei's heart raced in panic. Her limbs even went cold and trembling. After immense difficulty, moving cautiously, Zhang Fei reached within 3 meters of the doorway when she suddenly heard a shout from behind. Brother San, this woman is over here. Zhang Fei instantly tensed up. Without daring to look back, she quickened her pace toward the entrance. The bald man instructed the thin man to head towards the entrance direction to intercept, but before the bald man could reach, Zhang Fei had already emerged from the crevice and sprinted toward the entrance. Frantically checking around, she realized there was no door near her, only a freight elevator and an iron staircase leading upstairs. The stairwell led to the doors. Subconsciously, Zhang Fei moved toward the elevator entrance. But upon seeing a card swipe mechanism beside the elevator, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and rush toward the iron staircase instead. Just as she stepped onto the first step, Zhang Fei saw the bald man and the thin man rushing out from the ship's cabin. Their eyes landed on Zhang Fei, and they shouted loudly, "Stop right there!" But Zhang Fei paid no heed to them and ascended the stairs as fast as she could. When she reached the last step, Zhang Fei turned her head to check their position. Seeing that they were only 1 floor away from her, her wildly beating heart seemed to leap into her throat. Had she not gained some distance earlier, she would have been caught by now. Ignoring the soreness in her legs, Zhang Fei surged forward with all her might, completing the final flight of steps ahead of her. She grabbed the doorknob and pushed the door open forcefully. The howling sea wind immediately struck her like sharp knives, cutting mercilessly. The cold wind, which she normally tried to avoid, was something she now relished deeply. As Zhang Fei stepped out, she glanced back at the 2 men who were merely a few steps behind her. She slammed the door shut behind her and dashed toward the deck, where preparations had yet to be fully cleared. Zhang Fei's eyes lit up when she saw the main event deck within reach, but suddenly, a man appeared around the corner. As soon as she made out his features, Zhang Fei's pupils contracted sharply, and she gasped in shock. "It's you," she murmured. Zhang Fei gripped the edge of the ship railing, staring vigilantly at the male waiter who had led her away during the afternoon. At this moment, he no longer wore the uniform of the cruise ship staff. Instead, he was dressed impeccably in a black suit, his gentle smile masking an eerie and chilling aura. Simultaneously, the iron door behind her opened, revealing the 2 breathless men glaring fiercely in her direction. A chill spread throughout Zhang Fei's heart. Trapped between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, her only way out was to jump into the sea. Glancing at the water's surface, she gritted her teeth and inhaled a cold breath of air before speaking to the man facing her. "What about it? Even if I die, can't I at least die with my eyes closed? Are you people from Maodezu?" Did Mrs. Fu overhear the conversation between those two? The man smiled and glanced at the two men behind Jiang Fei, whose faces immediately shifted into expressions filled with terror. Chapter 146. I'll never let you off. However, the man withdrew his gaze and approached Jiang Fei step by step. It doesn't matter much now that Mrs. Fu knows. As he came closer, Jiang Fei instinctively retreated, but surrounded from all sides, she couldn't back away far. Jiang Fei hadn't yet devised a way to evade him when the man suddenly sped up and grabbed her neck, pushing her towards the side of the boat. With one hand resisting the man's grip, with the other she desperately clutched the edge of the boat. Struggling hard to squeeze out some words through her throat, the man's grip was too tight to allow her any chance to speak. As the man increased his force, most of Jiang Fei's body already hung in midair. Despair filled Jiang Fei's heart. No one passed by this place to provide help. There were so many things she had not yet done, so much truth she had not yet uncovered, and the revenge for her mother and younger brother had not been taken. And now, her life was about to be lost. Tears streamed down from Jiang Fei's eyes, and gradually, she loosened her grip on what little hope for survival remained. Just as her legs dangled in the air, Jiang Fei subconsciously closed her eyes. As the feeling of free fall emerged, and the sound of the wind roared past her ears, there was a sudden familiar shout. Fei Fei! Su Zhuqing's voice appeared abruptly, and Jiang Fei immediately opened her eyes. But what awaited her was not Su Zhuqing's figure. It was her body plummeting directly downward, farther and farther away from the ship. The moment Jiang Fei plunged into the sea, she suddenly saw someone leaping from the ship behind her. Before she could make out who it was, seawater had blurred all her sight. On the ship, Chen Qingzhu screamed urgently. Hurry, go rescue them. What are you standing here for? Didn't you see Yunting jump in? Assistant and calmly and quickly divided the people present into two groups. One tossed life rings overboard, while the other prepared the lifeboat. Assistant and took off his coat and arranged for two men to accompany him into the water to rescue Fu Yunting and Jiang Fei. Chen Qingzhu had lost all composure, frantically pushing those around her, urging them to jump down for rescue. No one dared to move, prompting Chen Qingzhu to shift her furious glare to Mao Zizhou, whose astonishment kept him rooted in place. Pushing her way through the crowd, she advanced quickly toward Mao Zizhou. With both hands fiercely grabbing onto his collar, she yelled furiously, Mao Zizhou, if anything happens to Yunting, I'll never let you off. At hearing Chen Qingzhu's words, Su Zhuqing, who had been leaning against the railing, suddenly turned around to look at them. Even Zhou Xiqing stared intently at the pair, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. Su Zhuqing charged toward Chen Qingzhu and pushed her hard on the shoulder. Chen Qingzhu, what exactly have you plotted with Mao Zizhou? Why do you keep going after Fei Fei? Still dissatisfied after knocking Chen Qingzhu off balance, Su Zhuqing lunged forward again and slapped her face hard. What has she done to offend you? Why do you keep targeting her? Chen Qingzhu, you are just a poisonous woman, a despicable person. You deserve to die. Su Zhuqing grabbed a handful of Chen Qingzhu's hair and dragged her toward the side of the ship. Seeing this, Zhou Xiqing hurriedly intervened. Zhuqing, don't be impulsive. But Su Zhuqing shook off Zhou Xiqing's hand and continued dragging the screaming Chen Qingzhu with bloodshot eyes. I want her to experience the feeling of falling into the sea herself. If not for her, Jiang Fei wouldn't have ended up like this. She deserves to die. Zhou Xiqing firmly caught Su Zhuqing's wrist, saying, for someone like this, it would not be worth it to ruin yourself. And if you did this, Jiang Fei would feel so guilty for the rest of her life. Upon mentioning Jiang Fei, Su Zhuqing gradually calmed down. She kicked Chen Qingzhu in the waist with anger, sending her flying, and at that moment, she heard several splashes behind her. Hurrying to turn around, she leaned on the rail of the ship and looked down. Seeing Fu Yunting holding Jiang Fei emerging from the sea surface made her exhale heavily in relief. Jiang Fei was brought back to the room by Fu Yunting, and Su Zhuqing and Zhou Xiqing wanted to check on her condition. However, Fu Yunting directly shut the door, refusing their visit. Fu Yunting then carried Jiang Fei straight into the bathroom. He placed her in the bathtub and helped take off all the soaked clothes. He turned on the shower, adjusted the temperature to the highest setting, and immersed Jiang Fei in hot water to restore warmth. Jiang Fei weakly lifted her head to glance at Fu Yunting, who was also taking off his wet clothes. There were some questions she wanted to ask, but her chattering teeth made it impossible for her to even utter half a word. She didn't understand why Fu Yunting had jumped into the sea without hesitation to save her. It was a sea where one could lose their life in an instant. He had tormented her so much, yet was willing to risk his own life to save hers. Why? Was it out of sympathy for the efforts she had made over these 3 years? Was it pity for the great suffering she had endured during this period? Countless explanations flashed through her mind, but she couldn't confirm any of them. Fu Yunting did not bother with Jiang Fei's current state, and after finishing his hot shower and putting on a bathrobe, he approached her and inquired about her condition. How are you feeling now? His voice was not as cold as usual, but the sense of distance still lingered. After soaking for a while, Jiang Fei gradually felt relaxed. She leaned against the edge of the bathtub and looked up at Fu Yunting with eyes filled with fatigue. Why? Knock knock. Before Jiang Fei could finish her question, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Fu Yunting didn't ask who it was, just turned around and walked out of the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Soon after, Assistant N's voice came from outside the door. Mr. Fu, we found out. The person who wanted Mrs. Fu dead by abducting her is Mao Zizhou. Also, Miss Su meant that Miss Chun was also involved. Fu Yunting asked coldly, where are they? Assistant N, Mao Zizhou is in his room. I've already arranged people to watch over him, waiting for your arrival. As soon as his words ended, Jiang Fei no longer heard Fu Yunting's voice. After a while, she heard the sound of the door closing. She really wanted to know what would happen to Mao Zizhou and Qin Qingzhu, but right now her whole body lacked strength. Even moving her hand felt incredibly difficult. After struggling to get up from the bathtub, Jiang Fei went straight to the bed and fell into a deep sleep once she entered the bedroom. In Mao Zizhou's room, when Fu Yunting arrived, Su Zhuqing and Zhou Siqing were both there, and Qin Qingzhu, sobbing uncontrollably, was curled up on the sofa. Mao Zizhou sat listlessly in a chair. When he saw Fu Yunting walking toward him, he staggered to his feet and called out in a hoarse voice. Mr. Fu. Chapter 147, Confession. As soon as the words had left his lips, Fu Yunting suddenly took a big step forward and delivered a fierce punch to Mao Zizhou's face. The force was so great that it sent Mao Zizhou crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. Su Zhuqing watched in surprise as Fu Yunting calmly pocketed his hands and leaned back in his chair. She knew Fu Yunting would handle this matter somehow, but she didn't expect him to start with a punch upon entering the room. Not only was Su Zhuqing shocked, but even Qin Qingzhu looked on in terror at Fu Yunting. She barely dared to breathe, huddled up on the sofa, afraid that any extra movement might divert Fu Yunting's anger towards her. Fu Yunting crossed his long legs and glanced at Mao Zizhou who, despite losing teeth, was crawling towards him. Mao Zizhou grabbed onto Fu Yunting's pant leg, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Fu, please forgive me, I beg you. I promise there won't be a next time. Rather than trying to argue or escape responsibility, Mao Zizhou thought it best to confess and admit what he did to Jiang Fei. After all, Fu Yunting had the power here. Mere arguing wouldn't get him anywhere. Fu Yunting shot a look at Yin beside him, who understood immediately and pulled Mao Zizhou away from Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting looked down coldly at Mao Zizhou. So it seems you've forgotten what I told you. Mao Zizhou shook his head furiously. No, Mr. Fu. How could I not listen to you? It was Miss Chen. She suggested I do this. Qin Qingzhu abruptly turned to stare at Mao Zizhou, never expecting he would directly betray her like this. In panic, Qin Qingzhu tried to explain herself to Fu Yunting, but Fu Yunting cut her off sharply. Who sent the person? Mao Zizhou swallowed the blood in his mouth, his face ashen. It was me. Mr. Fu. Fu Yunting let out a cold laugh and called out. Yin. Yin slightly nodded toward Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, what are your instructions? Coldness permeated Fu Yunting's eyes. Since manager Mao has such interesting ideas, how about we give him the experience of falling into the sea too? Mao Zizhou looked at Fu Yunting in utter horror, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. Mr. Fu, I'm wrong. I truly regret it. Please forgive me this one time. From now on, I'll keep far away from your wife. Mr. Fu. Fu Yunting propped his head with his hand in an indolent manner, seemingly indifferent to Mao Zizhou's pleas for mercy, coldly saying two words. Do it. Yin waved at the bodyguards nearby, signaling them to take Mao Zizhou outside. Mao Zizhou struggled violently and resisted, but his strength was no match for the burly guards dragging him out. After Mao Zizhou was taken away, Fu Yunting turned to Yin. Torture him a few times, make him write a confession. Tomorrow when the cruise docks, send him to the police station. Yes, Mr. Fu. Yin acknowledged before leaving after glancing at the pale-faced Qin Qingzhu. As the door closed, Su Zhuqing stared at Qin Qingzhu and spoke. Now, shouldn't we solve Qin Qingzhu's problem? Qin Qingzhu abruptly turned to look at Su Zhuqing, panicking so much that she stuttered while speaking. You're slandering me. I don't know Mao Zizhou at all. We only met twice, which Mr. Yunting is aware of. How could I possibly collaborate with him to harm Jiang Fei? Bitch. Su Zhuqing gritted her teeth. Without evidence, you deny it to death, right? Regardless of Su Zhuqing's attitude, Qin Qingzhu straightened herself and lunged towards Fu Yunting. Her tear-filled eyes trembled as she placed her trembling hands lightly on Fu Yunting's arm. Mr. Yunting, I don't know why Mao Zizhou would commit such atrocities against Jiang Fei, nor would I ever work with him. And you're still on this cruise ship. To play tricks under your nose. Isn't it tantamount to waiting to be exposed and surrendering myself? Tears rolled down Qin Qingzhu's cheeks effortlessly. She buried her little face in Fu Yunting's arm, crying pitifully. Mr. Yunting, you will believe me, won't you? You must trust me, right? Su Zhuqing couldn't stand seeing Qin Qingzhu's manipulative lies filled with fake vulnerability, so she rushed forward and pushed Qin Qingzhu to the ground. Qin Qingzhu, what kind of homewrecker expression you have? Su Zhuqing cursed loudly. If you did nothing, why would Mao Zizhou accuse you? Are you treating all of us like fools? Moreover, if you were innocent, why did you go to Mao Zizhou to threaten him when Mr. Fu jumped after Feifei? Qin Qingzhu sobbed uncontrollably. Miss Su, I know you dislike me, but you can't just falsely accuse me. Su Zhuqing was enraged by Qin Qingzhu's words, laughing sarcastically. Falsely accusing you? Do you think everyone is blind? Speaking, Su Zhuqing turned to Zhou Siqing. You also saw not long ago, right? Am I correct? Zhou Siqing nodded, his heavy emotions evident as he glanced at the stern-faced Fu Yunting. Yes. Why are you all doing this to me? Qin Qingzhu cried uncontrollably. Is it because you're all on Jiang Fei's side, so you target me like this? I admit, I have conflicts with Jiang Fei, but I'm not stupid enough to pull these stunts right in front of Yunting. Qin Qingzhu. Su Zhuqing was unable to contain her anger. Today, I'll rip your foul mouth apart, and see what lies you can still concoct. Su Zhuqing pounced on Qin Qingzhu, raining slaps and punches. Qin Qingzhu cried and fought back, repeatedly begging Fu Yunting to save her, but Fu Yunting merely watched coldly without uttering a word. It wasn't until Chun Qingzhu's face was battered and bruised that Fu Yunting finally opened his thin lips and spoke softly. That's enough. Su Zhuxing, breathing heavily, glared at Fu Yunting. Enough? What do you mean by that? She wouldn't dare do something like this. Fu Yunting turned his gaze to the disheveled Chun Qingzhu. Your violence towards her, I will attribute to your anger over Jiang Fei being attacked by public opinion. Su Zhuxing stared incredulously at Fu Yunting. After a moment, she stood up and laughed mockingly. Fu Yunting, do you really think Mao Zizhou would have the guts to accuse your mistress? If it weren't for her getting involved, Mao Zizhou probably wouldn't even dare to utter a sound about her. Fu Yunting gave her an emotionless look. Do you have any evidence proving what Chun Qingzhu has done? His question left Su Zhuxing speechless due to her lack of evidence. A growing rage surged through her chest, causing it to feel tight and painful. Fu Yunting, I thank you for saving Fei Fei, but I implore you to tell right from wrong. The thought of Jiang Fei being pushed into the sea made Su Zhuxing's heart clench painfully, making it hard for her to breathe. But how could this man before her be capable of ignoring the accomplice standing right in front of him? Chapter 148. Investigating the causes of that year. Su Zhuxing raised her hand and pointed straight at Chun Qingzhu. Today, are you determined to help this lowly woman? Fu Yunting's eyes gradually cooled. Do you think you have the position to question me like this? Su Zhuxing forced a weak smile, and as she laughed more, tears began welling up in her eyes. Along with her trembling body from laughing, the tears rolled down her cheeks. She fell right before your eyes, didn't she? You saw it, didn't you? With pain and bitterness, Su Zhuxing looked at the two of them. Yet why do you still place your trust in a woman full of lies? Fu Yunting, if you don't love Jiang Fei, let her go. Why must you torture her heart and soul so much? If she knew that even in such a moment, you would choose to fully believe an outsider without reservation, wouldn't that be like stabbing her in the heart? One stab, two stabs, you didn't do it thoroughly enough. You had to continue tearing apart her heart until it's a bloody mess before you'd feel satisfied. Is that it? Wiping away her tears, Su Zhuxing gazed directly into Fu Yunting's dark eyes filled with coldness. I don't know why you have to treat her this way. Even if you or someone close to her has some grudge, you shouldn't let her bear all your hatred. She is who she is, she thinks in her own way, has her ideas, her physical self, and blood and flesh, such a simple person, only wanting to live a good life with you. But what about you? What have you done? Crying, Su Zhuxing bitterly spoke out Jiang Fei's grievances. Watching the man in front of her remain unmoved, she shook her head disappointedly and deeply sighed. Hiding all her anger, she loosened her tightly clenched fists and once again coldly addressed Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting, remember this. Jiang Fei hasn't committed any wrongdoing living until now. If there is any mistake, then it's merely her blind misfortune for seeing you and marrying you. Leaving behind this bitter remark, Su Zhuxing decisively turned around and walked resolutely toward the room's exit. Zhou Xicheng's slightly sunken eyes swept over both Fu Yunting and Chun Qingzhu, then followed Su Zhuxing out together. The door closed, and the room instantly became silent except for Chun Qingzhu's sobbing sounds. She buried her face in the ground, unwilling to expose her ugliest side to Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting didn't give her too much attention. His narrowed black eyes harbored unfathomable emotions. Unclear, shadowy, impossible to decipher. After a while, Fu Yunting stood up and moved towards Chun Qingzhu. Hearing the footsteps near her ear, Chun Qingzhu curled her body in panic, pleading through sobs. Yunting, I beg you not to look at me. Right now, I'm very ugly. There wasn't even a trace of pity or care in Fu Yunting's eyes as he looked at the frail figure before him. Instead, along with indifference was also a subtle sense of disgust. I'll call a doctor to disinfect your wounds. Get some rest. After Fu Yunting left, Chun Qingzhu abruptly raised her head and stared at the doorway. He kept saying he trusted her and believed she would not do anything against Jiang Fei. But how does his leniency towards Su Zhuxing not indicate that he believes she conspired with Mao Zizhou and made a mistake? Moreover, the sight of him jumping off into the sea without hesitation when Jiang Fei fell. How could this possibly mean he doesn't love her? Which one of the three of them is deceiving themselves in this relationship? But for now, since everything hasn't been openly said, she still has a chance. Jiang Fei may be hard to eliminate, but she must rid herself of this obstacle swiftly. And furthermore, Chun Qingzhu sat up despite the excruciating pain across her entire body, clutching her hair tightly. The hair pulled out by Su Zhuxing twisted around her trembling hands. But this wasn't just her hair, it represented tangled resentment and intertwined grudges that were now knotted tightly. When Fu Yunting returned to the room, he found Jiang Fei lying on the bed loosely wrapped in a bathrobe, not even under a blanket. Her long hair covered her small face, and her gentle breath suggested that she was an uninvolved bystander despite the significant events of the day. Fu Yunting stood beside the bed, silently staring at Jiang Fei for quite some time. His gaze was unexpectedly tender and peaceful, even unnoticed by himself. Slowly, he raised his hand, intending to brush the strands of hair away from Jiang Fei's face. But before he could touch her, Jiang Fei suddenly shifted, turning over to continue sleeping without opening her eyes. Fu Yunting's suspended hand froze in midair. Within a brief moment, he withdrew it awkwardly. He clenched his fingers tightly, and his eyes quickly reverted back to their usual demeanor. Withdrawing his focus from Jiang Fei, he turned and entered the bathroom. The bathroom door closed, and Jiang Fei quietly opened her eyes where she lay on the bed. From the moment Fu Yunting stepped into the room, she had woken up, but feeling dazed and having little strength to move, she chose to remain motionless. Had she not felt Fu Yunting's burning gaze and the warmth drawing near, She wouldn't have mustered the strength to turn around despite her fatigue. Without opening her eyes, unsure of what he intended to do, her body instinctively reacted with a sense of resistance. Banishing those thoughts, Jiang Fei slowly sat up, tightened the belt of her bathrobe, and prepared to slip into bed to sleep. Unexpectedly, the bathroom door opened suddenly, and Fu Yunting walked out, his eyes meeting Jiang Fei's in an unspoken exchange. Jiang Fei awkwardly diverted her gaze, her parched lips moving slightly. Today, thank you for saving me. Fu Yunting moved to sit on the sofa, not far away. How long have you been awake? Just now. Jiang Fei pulled back the edge of the blanket and lay down, knowing she couldn't leave tonight, so she no longer considered it. Fu Yunting didn't reply to her statement. After a moment of silence, Jiang Fei asked, Mao Zizhou. Fu Yunting responded coolly, he'll be sent to the police station. Jiang Fei gripped the bedsheet tightly. Did he say why he did it? Fu Yunting lifted his eyes to meet hers. What do you think his reason is? Caught off guard by Fu Yunting's counter-question, Jiang Fei realized she had gleaned nothing from Mao Zizhou. How could she possibly know his motives? One thing was clear, though, Mao Zizhou might be deeply connected to her father's death. This explained why Mao Zizhou would use such extreme measures, trying to silence her questions and uncover the truth behind the events of that year. Looking at Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei said firmly, I want to see him. Tomorrow. Jiang Fei didn't insist on seeing Mao Zizhou that night. Fu Yunting's willingness to agree was already enough. For some reason, Jiang Fei felt Fu Yunting today was different from his usual self. Though curious, she chose not to inquire further. Previous attempts to question him had only resulted in disappointment. With disappointment reaching its peak, who would willingly subject themselves to repeated letdowns? Moreover, their paths were bound to diverge eventually. So even if certain answers differed from what she expected, what good would knowing them do her? Chapter 149. Ask what you should ask. The next day, Jiang Fei woke up early with high spirits. When she woke up, Fu Yunting was still asleep beside her. She had been extremely drowsy last night and didn't know when Fu Yunting had lain down. As per her years of habit, Jiang Fei got up quietly to wash up. By the time she came out of the bathroom, Fu Yunting had already awakened and changed into his clothes. Uncharacteristically, he wore a white high-necked sweater and a black long coat. Morning sunlight filtered through the light gauze, scattering on his body. His eyes slightly raised, the corners holding a redness akin to maple leaves, elongated and full of tenderness and allure. Jiang Fei rarely saw him dressed like this. His usual cold demeanor was replaced by an air of approachability. Are you going to burn a hole in my face? Suddenly, Fu Yunting lightly parted his thin lips and spoke these words, his voice still cold. Jiang Fei lightly trembled and turned her gaze away. No, I didn't expect you to wake up so early. Didn't you say you were going to question Mao Zizhou? Fu Yunting walked towards the bathroom. Jiang Fei stepped aside a couple of steps, giving him space. She faintly squeezed out a soft hum from her throat. After Fu Yunting finished washing up, she followed him out of the room and headed towards the guest room where Mao Zizhou stayed. But unexpectedly, just as they opened the door, Su Zhuqing appeared in front of them. With bloodshot eyes and obvious dark circles beneath, it was clear that she hadn't slept all night. Jiang Fei looked at her astonished. Zhuqing, you? Su Zhuqing wouldn't even spare a glance at Fu Yunting, but instead worriedly questioned Jiang Fei. Are you feeling unwell? Your phone is gone, so I couldn't send you a message. I didn't sleep all night, so I came early to wait for you and check on your condition. Jiang Fei looked at her with concern. I'm fine. Go back and get some rest. I'll come to your room later. Where are you heading off to? Having put her heart at ease, Su Zhuqing revealed profound weariness in her eyebrows and eyes, her gaze also flickering towards Fu Yunting. After all, with such a tall figure standing before her, it was hard not to notice. However, her eyes clearly expressed anger and disdain. Jiang Fei didn't pick up on Su Zhuqing's emotions, closing the door behind her, and said, I want to go see Mao Zizhou. Su Zhuqing slightly furrowed her brows, wanting to say something but hesitated due to Fu Yunting's presence. With a suppressed breath, she nodded. All right, I'll head back to rest and wait for you. After seeing Su Zhuqing off, Jiang Fei looked at Fu Yunting who stood beside her with a solemn expression. Shall we go? Fu Yunting seemed to be lost in thought for a few seconds, then nodded, taking her to the elevator. The two of them took the elevator downstairs and reached the room where Mao Zizhou was staying. Outside the door stood two bodyguards arranged by an assistant to guard the place. Upon seeing Fu Yunting, they uniformly turned and slightly bowed to him. Mr. Fu. Fu Yunting glanced at the door. Open it. Yes. The moment the bodyguards opened the door, a strong smell of briny seawater filled the air. Fu Yunting slightly frowned, stepping inside with a lift of his leg. Jiang Fei followed closely, observing the situation in the room. Entering the living room, Jiang Fei immediately saw Mao Zizhou sitting on the sofa, his appearance haggard. The former brilliance on his face had vanished entirely, replaced by dimness, enveloping his whole being in a gray, lifeless haze. The briny scent originated from him, and there were clumps of white crystal-like substances on his hair and body. Jiang Fei guessed that Mao Zizhou must have tasted the saltiness of seawater. Mao Zizhou stiffly moved his neck and looked up upon hearing the noise. Seeing Jiang Fei and Fu Yunting standing in front of him, his entire body violently trembled. Supporting himself on the couch, he wobbled upright, hoarsely addressing Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu. Fu Yunting sat down on the adjacent couch, crossing his legs while looking at Jiang Fei, saying, ask what you should ask. Gazing at Mao Zizhou who dared not look up after speaking, Jiang Fei's cold eyes fixed on him as she asked. The reason why you treat me this way must certainly be related to my father, Mr. Mao. Since things have come to this point, how about revealing the truth to me? Mao Zizhou lowered his head and murmured, "Mrs. Fu, what happened years ago has been forgotten by everyone." "You're lying," Jiang Fei yelled harshly. "If you had forgotten, you wouldn't have been in such a hurry to leave when I mentioned my father, nor would you have tried to make me dead." Mao Zizhou emitted a low, choking chuckle from his throat. "If I insist that I forgot, can Mrs. Fu actually crack open my skull to dig out some information?" If she wasn't dealing with someone being unreasonable, Jiang Fei believed she might still be able to uncover something useful. However, now Mao Zizhou found himself in a precarious situation, acting as though everything had nothing to do with him. This left Jiang Fei without any clue on how to approach the matter. No amount of urgency could pry open his stubborn mouth, so Jiang Fei simply relaxed and sat down beside Fu Yunting. After all the chaos from yesterday, Mao Zizhou too was forced to sit once more. But no sooner had his buttocks touched the sofa than Jiang Fei's next words came sharply. "Mr. Mao is about to face such a drastic change. Surely, your wife and daughter must be lying awake at night worrying." At this remark, Fu Yunting suddenly glanced deeply at her with an expression shifting noticeably. Even Mao Zizhou furrowed his brows abruptly, raising his head to look at Jiang Fei. "What does Mrs. Fu mean by that?" Jiang Fei calmly straightened her cuffs. "Mistakes you've made should not add additional strain to their lives. You must have heard that even the gentlest rabbit will bite when pushed far enough." Her words obviously sparked an urgent expression in Mao Zizhou's eyes. "That's between me and your father. There's no reason to involve my wife and daughter." Jiang Fei smirked lightly. "Didn't Mr. Mao claim to have forgotten his disputes with my father? Now you seem to remember?" Mao Zizhou's complexion tensed immediately, and he unconsciously turned to glance at Fu Yunting, his breathing becoming rapid. Although it only lasted for a fleeting second, it did not escape Jiang Fei's notice. Even though she didn't follow Mao Zizhou's gaze, she clearly felt a subtle change in Fu Yunting's demeanor. Jiang Fei's heart sank slightly. She could confirm that Fu Yunting had indeed been involved in something. However, the exact role he played still evaded her judgment. Mao Zizhou gritted his teeth. "If Mrs. Fu fails to extract information from me and then resorts to hurting my family, those tactics would certainly be far too despicable. Both ways are dirty, aren't they?" Jiang Fei responded calmly. Nevertheless, given the current situation, Mr. Mao seems to want to say nothing further. So, I won't waste my breath asking. Jiang Fei's composed stance slightly eased Mao Zizhou's breathing, yet his heart still remained tense. Then Jiang Fei added casually, "Mr. Mao's wife must surely know some of what happened. With time on my side, I might just visit her and have a chat." Chapter 150, His Involvement. Mao Yinzhou glared at Jiang Fei. "Mrs. Fu, this does not concern family members. Could you possibly not understand even this basic principle?" Jiang Fei responded sarcastically. "I just learned Mao Yin's manipulative tactics. What's wrong with that?" She hadn't fully decided whether to act on her thoughts yet. Merely uttering the idea would allow her a clearer view of certain matters. Primarily, she wanted to observe if Fu Yunting would take any actions. If he did, then his role within this situation wouldn't simply be incidental. Jiang Fei didn't waste much time engaging further with Mao Yinzhou. Leaving things unsaid could drive him more anxious as he pondered over possibilities and outcomes. People tend to reveal secrets when their emotions are in turmoil, and they bear the greatest mental pressure, attempting to preserve their families and themselves. After leaving Mao Yinzhou's guest room, Fu Yunting received a call regarding work. Citing this as an excuse, Jiang Fei chose not to return with Fu but went to find Su Zhuqing instead. She let the service staff assist her with entering the room by card swiping. Unexpectedly, Su Zhuqing was still awake, cozy in her bed, engrossed in her phone. Seeing Jiang Fei enter, Su Zhuqing straightened up quickly and asked, "How did it go?" "Did Mao Yinzhou say anything?" Jiang Fei shook her head, sat down beside the bed, and replied, "If my guess is correct, Mao Yinzhou probably refused to say anything due to Fu Yunting being present." "So, the incident involving your father years ago, Fu Yunting was involved, right?" Su Zhuqing questioned curiously. Jiang Fei massaged her tired eyes. Whether or not he was involved isn't clear, but Mao Yinzhou's reaction did indeed grab my attention. "Today, we will be returning to Jiangqing. What are your plans moving forward?" Su Zhuqing sighed despondently while sitting cross-legged and resting her chin in her hands. It took so long to track down Mao Yinzhou, but now this lead has once again been lost. As Jiang Fei was about to respond, Su Zhuqing suddenly straightened herself and said, "That reminds me, there's something I forgot to tell you." Jiang Fei looked at her in confusion. Su Zhuqing's demeanor turned serious. Mao Yinzhou received his fair share of consequences, but Fu Yunting hasn't dealt with Chen Qingzhu. He believes that Chen Qingzhu didn't collude with Mao Yinzhou. Su Zhuqing recounted the conversation and reactions between Chen Qingzhu and Mao Yinzhou from the previous day to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's gaze hesitated for a long moment before she gave a powerless smile. If Fu Yunting can continue to keep her by his side, it's easy to guess that he'll protect her. Speaking thusly, Jiang Fei leaned back against the headboard in a daze. Last night, she had slept soundly, but now inexplicably felt exhausted. Perhaps the events of late were pressing heavily on her mind and body? Noticing Jiang Fei gently closing her eyes, Su Zhuqing couldn't help but ask, Fei, are you sure everything is alright with your health? The seawater was quite cold, and your constitution is already weak. Jiang Fei softly affirmed with a hoarse voice, I'm fine. It's likely due to dealing with Mao Yinzhou that I've overthought, and thus feel weary. Su Zhuqing understood to some extent. After spotting clues only for them to be abruptly cut off, it was frustrating for anyone. By evening, the cruise docked. As soon as Mao Yinzhou disembarked, the police took him away. Meanwhile, Chen Qingzhu walked behind Fu Yunting, dressed in layers to conceal herself. Jiang Fei, walking alongside Su Zhuqing and Zhou Xiqing, stared at Qin Qingzhu's stealthy figure and commented mockingly. Look at her. People who know the truth realize that I caused her facial injury, and she doesn't want others seeing her grotesque appearance. But those who don't know might think she's some mistress unwilling to face the light. Su Zhuqing's comment wasn't loud but deliberate enough for both Fu Yunting and Qin Qingzhu ahead of them to hear clearly. Fu Yunting continued walking without reacting, but Qin Qingzhu's steps halted abruptly. She swiftly turned her head towards Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing didn't flinch, making direct eye contact through the sunglasses worn by Qin Qingzhu. What? Su Zhuqing shrugged carelessly. Even if your glare could kill, with sunglasses on, it doesn't affect me at all. Qin Qingzhu suddenly advanced with swift footsteps, approaching close to Su Zhuqing. The scarf wrapped around her head fluttered with the wind, partially exposing the bruised purplish hues on her otherwise pale cheeks. Su Zhuqing, do you think I'll just give up on this matter easily? Qin Qingzhu gritted her teeth and spoke, her words icy like those of a vengeful spirit. Su Zhuqing narrowed her eyes, staring directly at Qin Qingzhu less than half a meter away, retorting sharply. And what makes you think I won't defend or counterattack either? Su Zhuqing stepped closer to her, adding, all accounts are recorded clearly, and if you dare play dirty with me, I swear that, dead or alive, I will drag you down to hell with me. The tension-filled atmosphere made Jiang Fei's heart beat faster with unease. She stepped forward, placing distance between the two women, shielding Su Zhuqing behind her as she faced Qin Qingzhu resolutely. Miss Chun, when we return to Jiangxing this time, you should focus first on tidying up the mess in your own family. Qin Qingzhu forced a laugh from her throat. Compared to me, these days of turmoil might prove more unbearable for you. Jiang Fei glared at her coldly. I am not like Miss Chun, playing all my cards. Finding issues with me in the future will no longer be so easy. Qin Qingzhu suddenly burst into laughter. Jiang Fei, do you really think my ace is just this? This is only the beginning of your torment, not the end. Having said that, Qin Qingzhu turned and followed Fu Yunting's footsteps, leaving Jiang Fei frowning deeply as she watched her unsteady silhouette. Her words, what did they mean? A long, piercing police siren broke Jiang Fei's train of thought. She took a deep breath and continued walking away with Su Zhuqing and Zhou Xiqing. Sitting in the car, Zhou Xiqing immediately adjusted the temperature higher. After driving off the chill, he looked back through the rearview mirror at Jiang Fei. Qin Qingzhu doesn't seem like an easy opponent. Her mentioned ace card might just be Fu Yunting indulging her. Once we return to Jiangxing, you must be extremely cautious. Jiang Fei remained silent without responding, but Su Zhuqing voiced her annoyance. Whether or not Fu Yunting is her ace card is still uncertain. Zhou Xiqing, what do you mean? Su Zhuqing smirked dismissively. Fu Yunting tolerates her mistakes, but it doesn't necessarily mean he'll step in to help Qin Qingzhu. If he wanted to, yesterday when I acted, he could have already stopped me. She turned her head towards Jiang Fei, who had her lips pressed tightly together. Fei, what do you think? Jiang Fei lightly rested her head against the car door, her gaze flickering with the passing streetlights. Be it Fu Yunting or not, we need to guard ourselves. After all, it was Fu Yunting who disclosed my contact with Pei Tong to Qin Qingzhu. Su Zhuqing widened her eyes in surprise. How do you know about this? Pei Tong personally admitted to me that his interaction with me was orchestrated by Fu Yunting, aimed to incite public opinion and destroy my reputation. Chapter 151. He hasn't come out. Not, Su Zhuqing said in shock. How could you not tell me about something so important? Telling you would only add to your distress and leave us at a loss as it does now. Jiang Fei raised her eyes to look out of the window at the vehicles overtaking theirs one by one. Only if Qin Qingzhu's situation worsens will I have some breathing room. After these words, the cramped car became silent immediately. The only thing entering the ears was the howling cold wind outside the car. Jiang Fei looked at the sky, black with tinges of dark red. A storm seemed imminent. An hour's drive passed, during which Jiang Fei had remained fast asleep without waking up. It wasn't until they reached Su Zhuqing's building that she stirred awake. Looking around blankly for a moment, Su Zhuqing adjusted the slightly open coat around her, saying, Fei, we're here. You should get off the car. In a daze, Jiang Fei said goodbye to Zhou Xiqing and followed Su Zhuqing, who was pulling her suitcase, into the building. While waiting for the elevator, Jiang Fei continued to yawn endlessly. Are you a pig? Su Zhuqing couldn't help but tease her. You slept for so long in the afternoon, on the car too, and you still want to sleep now? A sharp itching sensation rose in her throat. Jiang Fei pressed her fist to her lips and coughed lightly. Your body is suffering from the cold. You feel very tired. I'll find some medicine for you after we go upstairs, and then you can sleep again. All right. Upon reaching the apartment, Su Zhuqing boiled water to prepare herbal medicine for Jiang Fei. However, just as the drink was prepared and brought out, she found Jiang Fei lying asleep on the sofa once again. Su Zhuqing stared at the cup in her hand for a while, then placed it on the coffee table in front of Jiang Fei. Picking up the car keys, she turned and left the house. She drove out to buy a phone for Jiang Fei, using the opportunity to call Su Ningyan to inquire about Jiang Heng's condition. As soon as the phone was answered, sighs emanated from Su Ningyan's voice through the mobile device. Sister Zhuqing, you finally called me. Lifting her cold hands toward the warm air conditioning vent, Su Zhuqing asked, there's something wrong with your tone. Has Jiang Heng gotten himself into trouble? No. Su Ningyan peeked into Jiang Heng's room and lowered her voice. Young Mr. Jiang has locked himself inside his room for 3 days again. He eats only 1 meal a day, and I don't know if he sleeps properly. He hasn't come out at all, only when going to the bathroom. His complexion isn't good either. I didn't dare tell Mr. Jiang, fearing he'd become worried. Su Zhuxin adjusted the steering wheel. It's right that you didn't say anything. She's also encountered quite a bit recently. Let her rest. After pondering this for a while, Su Zhuxin continued. All right, I'll visit once. Yes, yes, yes. Su Ningguan eagerly agreed. Please help persuade young Mr. Jiang. Health should come first. I understand. After hanging up, Su Zhuxin went to the supermarket first to buy some food. In less than an hour, she arrived downstairs at Jiang Heng's home. Carrying things in her arms, she ascended quickly. Su Ningguan opened the door for her. Entering with a chill, Su Zhuxin hurriedly handed over the items to Su Ningguan. Milk, snacks, you two take them. Is Jiang Heng in his room? Su Ningguan accepted the goods, nodding quietly. Yes. On your way here, he went to the restroom. Nodding, Su Zhuxin closed the door and walked toward Jiang Heng's room. She knocked several times on the door before hearing Jiang Heng's muffled voice inside. What do you want? What do I want? Su Zhuxin lost patience. I've come to see you. Waiting for a while, thinking she might need to continue knocking, suddenly, the door in front of her opened. Jiang Heng's appearance almost made Su Zhuxin scream aloud. Staring at him, with a bedhead hairdo, pale face, and heavy dark circles under his eyes, she caught her breath for a second. You? Su Zhuxin clutched her chest, alarmed. How did you become so ghost-like? Jiang Heng stared deeply at her. Did you see me? Now you can go. Su Zhuxin glanced at the pitch-black room with its curtains drawn shut and disregarded what Jiang Heng said, pushing past him and walking inside. There was no unpleasant smell, but there was an indescribable sense of gloom. The computer on the desk had its screen off, but the main unit still glowed faintly. Obviously, it had been deliberately switched off. Out of curiosity, Su Zhuxin stepped closer. When she was 2 steps away from the computer, Jiang Heng suddenly appeared soundlessly before her. Once again, Su Zhuxin was startled by Jiang Heng's quiet approach. You little devil, are you determined not to stop scaring me to death today? Jiang Heng's expression was unclear as he gazed at her. Don't mess with my stuff. Su Zhuxin arched an eyebrow. What treasures are hidden in your computer? Could they be keeping you from stepping outside? This has nothing to do with you. Jiang Heng rudely refused to inform her. The more he acted like this, the more curious Su Zhuxin became. After staring at Jiang Heng for a moment, she suddenly darted to turn on the computer. Before her hand could fall on the mouse, Jiang Heng suddenly grabbed Su Zhuxin's hand with a strength that astonished even her. Su Zhuxin stared at him in shock. Your hand? How can it be so strong? Jiang Heng pulled her toward the door, his strength varying unpredictably, leaving Su Zhuxin puzzled. Worried about hurting the still recovering Jiang Heng, Su Zhuxin didn't dare to resist too much. As soon as she was pushed out of the door, Jiang Heng slammed it and locked it from inside. Enraged, Su Zhuxin stamped her feet. Jiang Heng, don't overuse your hand. Do you know what the result of forced usage will be? Do you still want to recover? Jiang Heng remained silent. Su Zhuxin continued. I'm not pressuring you to do anything, but at least come out and get some sunlight. What's the point of shutting yourself up in this room all day? No matter how Su Zhuxin tried to reason with him, Jiang Heng remained silent as ever. An idea struck Su Zhuxin. Do you know your sister is in trouble? She barely survived, and yet you're just ignoring it. The door opened again, and Jiang Heng walked up to Su Zhuxin, clearly anxious. His face was paler than before, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. If he weren't standing there alive, Su Zhuxin might have thought he was a ghost risen from the grave. Jiang Heng demanded urgently. What happened to my sister? Su Zhuxin looked him up and down. You've been ignoring your sister completely, haven't you? Last time, you even said she wasn't your sister anymore. Jiang Heng struggled to suppress his emotions, his eyes gradually turning red. Answer me. His presence was fierce and commanding, and Su Zhuxin felt her heart tremble slightly under his intense pressure. She fell into the sea, but was rescued. Do you remember Mao Zizhou? Your sister mentioned she would find him to confirm something related to your father. Once assured that Jiang Fei was safe, Jiang Heng turned back and re-entered the room, locking Su Zhuxin out once more. Su Zhuxin's eye twitched violently. You little brat. What does all this mean? Chapter 152, Ruin Your Peace. But no matter how much Su Zhuxin shouted this time, Jiang Heng didn't step out again. Su Zhuxin was hoarse from shouting and was then pulled by Su Ningguan to sit on the sofa to drink water and soothe her throat. After gulping down a mouthful of honey water, Su Zhuxin asked, what is Jiang Heng fiddling with on the computer in his room? Do you know? Su Ningguan shook her head vigorously. I don't know. He doesn't even let me into the room. When I bring him food, he just has me put it on the rack outside the door. Su Zhuxin pondered with confusion. Ningguan, stop this guy from messing around online randomly. Find an opportunity to check the situation inside, such as when he goes to the bathroom. Su Ningguan appeared to have received some major task, responding nervously and shocked. What if young Master Jiang finds out? Then push it onto me. Su Zhuxin chatted for a while with Su Ningguan before leaving to buy a phone for Jiang Fei. When she returned home, Jiang Fei was still asleep, so Su Zhuxin could only download the necessary software for her phone, insert the SIM card, and place it on the coffee table. She fetched a blanket from the bedroom and gently covered Jiang Fei, looking at her sleeping profile and sighing deeply before heading back to her own room. The Chen family estate. Chen Qingzhu, who had not gone back with Fu Yunting, was stopped by Guang Qiongfang's people right at the doorstep of her home. Not having seen Chen Qingzhu's whereabouts for several days, and unable to wait for any Chen family member to come out, Guang Qiongfang could no longer bear the weight. Xiao Chong frowned at Guang Qiongfang pounding on the car door, asking Miss Chun, Miss, what should we do? Chen Qingzhu tightly bit her lower lip, clutching the silk scarf in her hand. If she stayed in the car forever, Guang Qiongfang would surely not let her go either. Rather than prolonging the confrontation, it was better to settle everything once and for all today. Let Guang Qiongfang in. Xiao Chong nodded, unlocking the door the moment Guang Qiongfang yanked it open and jumped directly in. The wind and sun exposure of the last couple of days caused dry patches to break out on Guang Qiongfang's face. With a swipe of her hand across her face, skin flakes scattered all over the car interior. Disgusted, Chen Qingzhu tightened the scarf around her mouth and nose. Guang Qiongfang angrily shouted, "Without your explanation today, you'll go nowhere. I've been waiting here for your family's response. But instead, you took off on a cruise. Do you have any shame?" Clutching her teeth in anger, Chen Qingzhu's face covering prevented any emotional cues from showing in Guang Qiongfang's eyes. She controlled her voice, patiently asking, "How much compensation would it take for you to leave the Chen family?" "Compensation? Give me compensation." Enraged, Guang Qiongfang continuously slapped her hands together. "If the compensation isn't adequate, how can you expect us to simply pack up and leave?" Chen Qingzhu responded, "As a Chen family member, I deeply mourn Wang Baojue's death. As our chauffeur, who died during work hours, certainly, his family deserves compensation. But you must offer a reasonable price first. Asking for the sky is impossible." Puffing her lips, Guang Qiongfang spat. "Dying during working hours was your doing. 3 million yuan. No less than 3 million, or we won't negotiate further. I'm giving you a final 3-day deadline. If that isn't met, I will drag my relatives and friends into the Chun household to ruin your peace." Moreover, Wang Baojue's elderly mother has been here for days, her health severely deteriorating. "If she dies at the entrance of your Chun household, you'll also need to compensate me. I'll give it to you." Facing Guang Qiongfang's ultimatum regarding death, Chen Qingzhu couldn't remain calm. This scandal already left the Chen family exhausted. She originally planned to seek Fu Yunting's help aboard the cruise ship, but was caught off guard by Jiang Fei's sudden appearance. Now plans unfulfilled, Guang Qiongfang continued to threaten her. She was human, not a god. There was only so much difficulty she could handle at one time. The only solution was money, and this seemed to be the best option. Guang Qiongfang stretched out her hand. "Give me the money. If you're going to give it, why are you hesitating?" Enraged, Chen Qingzhu's chest rose and fell quickly as she grabbed the car door handle. "Come inside the Chen house with me, and I'll give you a check." Without delay, Guang Qiongfang followed Chen Qingzhu out of the car. Wang Baojue's family stared at Chen Qingzhu menacingly, their eyes filled with hatred as if they could tear her apart immediately, ripping her flesh and drinking her blood. However, without Guang Qiongfang's signal, they did not rush at Chen Qingzhu. Chen Qingzhu scrutinized each face of the Wang family, resolving inwardly that after giving them this money today, she would somehow get it back from them later. While contemplating, Chen Qingzhu wasn't paying attention and suddenly tripped over something that stretched out from underfoot. In terror, she fell to the ground. Her scarf and sunglasses fell off, revealing her bruised and swollen face, shocking everyone. Seeing her ghastly appearance, the little boy who tripped her started bawling uncontrollably. Seeing the situation, Xiao Chong hurriedly went forward to support Chen Qingzhu and quickly put back her dropped items. Chen Qingzhu furiously shoved Xiao Chong away, glaring sharply at the little boy before dragging Guang Qiongfang into the house with suppressed resentment. As soon as they entered the estate of the Chen family, Chen Qingzhu immediately saw Grandpa Chen sitting on the sofa, his face as pale as iron. Grandpa Chen's gaze was as sharp as a deadly dagger. When he saw Chen Qingzhu return, he was about to open his mouth to scold her. But upon seeing Guang Qiongfang following behind Chen Qingzhu, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and swallow his words. Facing Grandpa Chen's gaze, Chen Qingzhu took a deep breath, clenched her fists tightly, mustering up all her courage before stepping in front of Grandpa Chen. "Grandfather, it's my fault that I haven't handled this matter well. But now, we can only give them the money first to calm them down." Grandpa Chen glared fiercely at Chen Qingzhu. "You ran around with Yun Ting these last 2 days, without even figuring out how to resolve this." Thinking about how Fu Yunting allowed Jiang Fei's people to beat her up and left her bruised and injured, Chen Qingzhu's eyes brimmed with tears. "I'm sorry, grandfather." Grandpa Chen was so furious that he couldn't speak. He could only hit the ground hard again and again with his cane. Chen Qingzhu's heart also pounded stronger with each strike. She glanced at Guang Qiongfang behind her, maintaining a low voice. "Grandfather, I will find a way to get this money back." Grandpa Chen gritted his teeth. "You better have a way to get it back for me." After saying this, he stood up and turned to walk upstairs. In urgency, Chen Qingzhu asked Aunt Wang to fetch a check. While Aunt Wang was gone, Chen Qingzhu turned back to face Guang Qiongfang. 3 million yuan, I'll give it to you. But if you dare to ask for more, I certainly won't let you go either." Guang Qiongfang sneered mockingly. "Am I such a greedy person?" Her shameless reply almost made Chen Qingzhu distort her features. "Draw up an agreement." "Fine, we'll draw it up." Guang Qiongfang looked at the servants nearby and waved her darkened hand to command. "Bring me paper and pen." Chapter 153. Is this person a fool? The servant brought paper and pen, handing them to Guang Qiongfang. Guang Qiongfang quickly wrote down a few sentences. Upon seeing the words on the page, Chen Qingzhu's tension eased somewhat. 3 million. It felt like cutting flesh, but it was given nonetheless. However, she was confident that she could definitely get this 3 million back. Chen Qingzhu stood by the window on the second floor, watching Guang Qiongfang leave the Chen family courtyard with her entire family. With all the filth finally out of sight, she turned around. Unexpectedly, she was met face to face by an irate Mr. Chen, who slapped her without warning. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in her ear as she turned her head, ringing in her ears. She cupped her cheek, not turning to look at Mr. Chen. But from the corner of her eye, she saw Mr. Chun point his finger at her nose and shout curses. Because of you, the Chun family is about to be completely ruined. His incessant cursing continued, but Chun Qingzhu didn't hear anything more. Only when Mr. Chun was escorted away did she lower her hand, a faintly sinister smile curving her lips as she cast a cold glance at Mr. Chin's retreating back. The next day, a torrential rain started falling from dawn, as if opening floodgates. Zhang Fei was woken up by the sound of the rain pounding against the glass. She sat up sluggishly from the couch and stared blankly at the rainy sky outside for quite some time, before her gaze finally settled on the extra mobile phone and note on the coffee table. Zhang Fei picked them up. On the note were Su Zhuqing's neat writings. "It's something I bought for you." A warm current flowed through her heart. Zhang Fei put down the note and checked the series of messages on the phone. All the messages were from Guang Qiongfang, including recordings as well as her written promise to Qin Qingzhu after taking the money. After reading those few words, a serious expression gradually formed in Zhang Fei's eyes. Before she could listen to Guang Qiongfang's voice message, the sound of Su Zhuqing's bedroom door opening came from behind her. Zhang Fei turned to look at her, and Su Zhuqing was surprised she woke up so early. Fei, why aren't you sleeping anymore?" Zhang Fei lifted her phone slightly toward her. "Zhuqing, take a look at this picture Guang Qiongfang sent." Su Zhuqing walked over to Zhang Fei and took the phone to examine it. After just one glance at the brief message, her brows furrowed tightly. Is this person some kind of fool? How could she write such things? Zhang Fei leaned back into the sofa. Guang Qiongfang doesn't have much education, and being in the countryside for years, she may not even know how to write something like this. But leaving something like this behind is asking for trouble. If I'm not mistaken, Qin Qingzhu will make a move no later than tomorrow. You're right, Su Zhuqing said, sitting down beside Zhang Fei. Guang Qiongfang has no solid evidence proving the Chun family deliberately planned murder, but this piece of paper can become evidence of her extortion. I see why Su Zhuqing isn't panicking at all now. Apparently, she believes she has ways to control Guang Qiongfang. But, Su Zhuqing glanced at Zhang Fei. By doing this, your chess move is wrong, and you've lost one piece to Qin Qingzhu. That's correct. Zhang Fei calmly clicked on the recording sent by Guang Qiongfang. After listening to all the recordings, the heavy look in Zhang Fei's eyes finally relaxed. Guang Qiongfang will end up in jail, but since you have the recording, there's still a chance to win the case. Su Zhuqing added eagerly. What do you think? Shall I step in and fight? Not necessary. Zhang Fei turned off her phone and looked ahead serenely. I'll release these recordings before Qin Qingzhu reaches Guang Qiongfang. The fighting spirit in Su Zhuqing instantly faded. I was hoping to go big, to make some profit off Guang Qiongfang. We don't have enough certainty to win the case yet. We shouldn't jump into it. Zhang Fei comforted Su Zhuqing. Don't forget Fu Yunting. If he allows his lawyer to help Qin Qingzhu, what do you think are your chances of winning? Su Zhuqing hadn't thought about that. Still, Fei, your mother's death also involved Wang Baojia. Are you sure you don't want to seek any compensation from his family? Zhang Fei's eyes darkened slightly. I already said, as long as Guang Qiongfang doesn't meddle in our affairs, I won't do anything to them. They don't know what they've gotten themselves into. Moreover, Guang Qiongfang does have elderly people and children to take care of. Without her, their home would probably fall apart entirely. Hurting others and harming oneself, moving forward is not as wise as stepping back. Seeing Zhang Fei speak this way, Su Zhuqing didn't say anything further. Zhang Fei got up and said, I'll change my clothes and go out. Su Zhuqing stared at Zhang Fei's figure. Where are you going? Zhang Fei moved towards the bathroom to see Mao Zizhou's wife, Lu Yuan. An hour later, despite the heavy rain, Zhang Fei reached Mao Zizhou's villa according to the location provided by Zhou Sikong. Looking at the lights inside that had not been turned off, she grabbed the umbrella from the passenger seat, got out of the car, and pressed the doorbell upon reaching the entrance. Soon, a voice came through the doorbell speaker. Hello, who's there? Zhang Fei responded. I am Mrs. Fu Yunting, Zhang Fei. I've come to disturb you regarding Mr. Mao Zizhou. At the mention of Fu Yunting, no one dared be impolite, and Zhang Fei easily gained entry into the Mao family villa. A servant came out and welcomed her into the living room. As soon as she entered, Zhang Fei heard soft sobbing. When she walked into the living room and saw Mrs. Mao Zizhou, Lu Yuan, the crying had ceased. However, Lu Yuan's eyes were swollen to the size of walnuts, a sight that was quite shocking. Lu Yuan wasn't aware of what happened on the cruise, but knew very well that Fu Yunting's wife shouldn't be neglected. With the Mao family now relying solely on her, offending anyone would only make their difficult situation worse. Through great effort, Lu Yuan pushed aside her sorrow, invited Zhang Fei to sit down, and ordered the servant to bring her a cup of tea. Zhang Fei sat properly on the sofa. Mrs. Mao, I won't bother with formalities. If you could honestly tell me something, then, as an involved party, I will personally testify in court to help reduce your husband's sentence. Lu Yuan obviously hesitated. My husband harmed you, which is why he was arrested by the police, didn't he? Zhang Fei looked at her coldly. What else did you think the situation might be, Mrs. Mao? Tears fell from Lu Yuan's eyes once more. That good for nothing. How dare he pick on Mrs. Fu? He deserves every bit of being caught. Zhang Fei had no patience to listen to Lu Yuan rant. I want to know, does your family handle its finances, Mrs. Mao? It's me. Lu Yuan wiped away her tears. Since I married Mao Zizhou, all financial matters have been under my control. After confirming this fact, Zhang Fei took a deep breath before speaking. 3 years ago, your husband received a transfer from Jiangyu. Do you know anything about it? Lu Yuan pondered over Zhang Fei's words for a while. After a moment, Alarm flickered across her face unexpectedly. She failed to control her emotions immediately and raised her head to look at Jiang Fei. Are you Jiang Yu's daughter? Chapter 154. The usual psychology of a murderer. Jiang Fei lightly gripped the edge of her clothes. Mrs. Mao, have you thought of something? I recalled Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu and my husband were old acquaintances. He knew of my love for incense and would always go to your father to custom order it for me. The emotions in Mrs. Mao's eyes gradually shifted to nostalgia. Your father was truly an excellent person. I just can't believe that heaven allowed him to leave this world so early. How could Jiang Fei fail to hear that Lu Yuan was trying to avoid the question? If she hadn't been nervous or panicked from the start, then what she was saying now might actually make her believe they had a good relationship with her father. Jiang Fei's tone grew serious as she asked again. Mrs. Mao, may I ask why my father transferred money to your husband? Lu Yuan sniffed. My husband also quarreled with your father over this matter. 3 years ago one night, after lighting incense for half an hour, I started vomiting and feeling dizzy. We couldn't find any problems, not even in our food. Hence, the issue must have been with the incense. Jiang Fei coldly asked. So Mr. Mao went to see my father? Yes, since he felt heartbroken seeing me like this, he went to confront your father. This 100,000 yuan is compensation made by your father. Jiang Fei silently watched Lu Yuan lie while her nails dug deeply into her palms. If there was a problem with the incense, then everyone in the house should have had similar reactions. It seemed they concealed past incidents without blinking. Jiang Fei contained the anger welling up in her chest, but continued to appear calm on the surface. It seems Mrs. Mao's answer is entirely different from what your husband said. Lu Yuan stared at Jiang Fei, various emotions flickering through her eyes. If my husband has already provided an answer, then Mrs. Fu wouldn't need to come and ask me these questions today, right? Lu Yuan cleverly turned the tables on Jiang Fei, who responded with a faint laugh. If Mr. Mao hadn't said anything, how would I have known about the transaction exceeding $1 million between my father and your husband? Lu Yuan's face hardened. My husband wouldn't tell you such things. Jiang Fei's voice grew heavier. Because he recognized me as Jiang Yu's daughter. He didn't want people to know about his dealings with my father and therefore resorted to killing me. Mrs. Mao, harming someone to death, who wouldn't try to keep it secret. Removing the threat quickly is typical psychology for murderers. You're talking nonsense. Lu Yuan abruptly stood up. All traces of politeness vanished, replaced by a grotesque expression. If my husband really did such a thing, how could he possibly live safely until now? Jiang Fei maintained her composure. That's because your husband hides behind my husband, Fu Yunting. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan appeared disoriented for a moment. Her gait wobbled, almost causing her to fall back onto the couch. Her face turned pale. Lu Yuan's reaction made Jiang Fei more certain of Fu Yunting's involvement in the incident concerning her father. Her recent bluff was merely a lie, yet surprisingly accurate. At present, not only was Lu Yuan overwhelmed with grief, but Jiang Fei's limbs also froze, her heart pounding heavily. Fu Yunting, why would he do this? Otherwise speaking, what exactly did her father do wrong that led them to join forces against him? After a long pause, the disheveled Lu Yuan finally spoke. Since Mrs. Fu already knows the full truth, there isn't much else I need to say. Jiang Fei furrowed her brows tightly, watching as Lu Yuan stiffly stood up. Though Lu Yuan's answers confirmed her guesses, the reasons remained unknown to her. Jiang Fei immediately stood up. Mrs. Mao. Mrs. Fu. Lu Yuan interrupted Jiang Fei, taking a deep breath before continuing. Mrs. Fu, we are just a small family and cannot afford your presence tainting us with bad luck. Please leave. Mrs. Mao, but the reason? Escort our guest out. Jiang Fei was practically shoved out of the villa by the servants. Although she had prepared mentally, she still couldn't obtain any useful clues or information this time. Yet she couldn't help but feel that though the truth seemed right before her eyes, she was still unable to fully uncover it. Similar to the hunger-driven individual helplessly watching fragrant meat before them, being unable to get close or touch and eat it. It was a maddening sensation, extremely frustrating and excruciating. Jiang Fei stood drenched under the pouring rain, shivering uncontrollably as water soaked her from head to toe. One attempt failing wasn't enough, then 2, 3 attempts. As long as the person remained alive and clear about this matter, she would wear them down, no matter what it took, to make them reveal the truth. Jiang Fei's arrival at and departure from the Mao's residence were reported to Fu Yunting's men, communicated via assistant, and to inform Fu Yunting. Assistant, Madam has indeed gone to the Mao's as you anticipated, but judging from her expression, she didn't obtain any useful information from Mrs. Mao. Fu Yunting twirled the coffee cup in his hand. Where has she gone now? Assistant, judging by her direction, she should be heading back to Star River Bay. Fu Yunting paused his action, pondered for a moment, stood up and picked up his coat, heading towards the office door. Not fully comprehending, Assistant hurriedly followed to ask, Mr. Fu, are you going to find Madam? Fu Yunting ignored Assistant. Only when he reached the elevator entrance did he ask again, is the situation with Chun Qingzhu resolved? Assistant, yes, Mr. Fu. Miss Qing gave 3 million to the family of Wang Baojua to make them go away. The elevator door opened, and Fu Yunting stepped inside. She sure is generous. Assistant closely followed him, and as the elevator door closed, he added, Mr. Fu, if you go to find Madam now, the online rumors will likely disintegrate on their own. Fu Yunting remained silent, an assistant and could not fathom the meaning behind his actions. On one hand, he revealed things to Miss Chun, letting her frame Madam. On the other hand, he went to see Madam, using his actions to prove her innocence. Assistant sighed quietly. After this period of time, there were already countless things he could no longer understand. When Jiang Fei returned to Star River Bay, in the drizzling heavy rain, she noticed the black car parked outside her house. Driving closer, she saw Xiao Chong holding an umbrella stepping down from the driver's side, helping Chen Qingzhu out from the rear seat. Jiang Fei's gaze was fixed on her for a while before parking nearby, then getting out of the car with an umbrella. The two faced each other not far apart under the rain. But Jiang Fei couldn't discern the expression of Chen Qingzhu, whose face was completely covered. She took a step forward, approaching Chen Qingzhu. Miss Chun has honored my humble abode. I wonder if it's to take revenge on me or to attempt to harm me once more. Chen Qingzhu removed her sunglasses, revealing her bruised eyes, glaring at Jiang Fei. Let's talk. Chapter 155, The One Who Knows Nothing. I don't think there's anything worth talking about between us. As Jiang Fei said this, she was about to walk around Chen Qingzhu and leave, but Chen Qingzhu suddenly grabbed her wrist and said, Don't you want to know about the woman who was with Yun Ting before? Before she could finish her sentence, a dazzling car headlight flashed from around the corner. Jiang Fei and Chen Qingzhu both looked over and saw Fu Yunting's car slowly stopping beside them. Chen Qingzhu's expression slightly changed, and the words on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. Fu Yunting pushed open the car door. An assistant and hurriedly held an umbrella as he got out. He glanced at Chen Qingzhu, then walked up to Jiang Fei and asked coldly, What are you doing here? Chen Qingzhu instinctively pulled the silk scarf over her face higher, saying, I came to visit Mrs. Fu. After all, falling into the sea is not a trivial matter. Though knowing Chen Qingzhu was lying, Jiang Fei didn't rush to expose her, but instead turned to Fu Yunting and asked, Are you here to pick me up? Fu Yunting faintly replied, and added, Get in the car. Jiang Fei was somewhat surprised by Fu Yunting's actions, but making Chen Qingzhu uncomfortable suited her just fine. Let me wait a moment. I need to go home and get some things. Jiang Fei entered the villa with an umbrella, leaving Fu Yunting and Chen Qingzhu standing in the pouring rain. Fu Yunting didn't spare another glance at Chen Qingzhu and was about to get into the car when Chen Qingzhu urgently called him. Yun Ting. Fu Yunting paused his steps and slightly turned his head, asking, What is it? His cold attitude made Chen Qingzhu uncertain. Her voice carried a hint of grievance as she asked, You're taking Jiang Fei away. Then what about me? I'll repeat myself again. You can stay at Beiyuan anytime you want. How many times do I need to reiterate that? Having said that, Fu Yunting sat inside the car, leaving Chen Qingzhu's face shifting between red and white. However, she kept herself well-armed and did not let her emotions show in front of Fu Yunting. She stared at the Rolls-Royce for a moment, and then turned to glance at the lights lit up in the villa. After biting her lips, she finally sat inside the car. Upstairs, Jiang Fei took some intimate undergarments. As she left her room and passed by the study, her steps slightly paused. That black bag, she seemed to have never opened and examined its contents. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Fei decided to go downstairs first, so Fu Yunting wouldn't have to wait too long and say something unpleasant. When she returned to the lower floor, Chen Qingzhu had already left. She got into Fu Yunting's car, and they headed to Beiyuan together. On the way back, Fu Yunting remained seated and silent, and Jiang Fei quietly stayed in her seat, watching the rain outside which showed no sign of letting up. Until nearing Beiyuan, assistant N's phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence inside the car. He slowed down the car, answered the call, listened silently, and hung up. Then he raised his eyes to look at Fu Yunting and Jiang Fei in the rearview mirror. Mr. Fu. Fu Yunting slightly opened his eyes, his deep voice tinged with hoarseness as he asked, What is it? Assistant N. Mr. Mao's wife moved out of the villa with her daughter. Jiang Fei quickly turned to look at assistant N, astonished, and then shifted her gaze to Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting adjusted his tie slightly, saying, It's Mao Zizhou causing trouble. There's no need to tell me what his wife did. Fu Yunting acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him at all. But Jiang Fei detected another meaning within this. If he hadn't done anything, why would Mr. Mao's wife move out of the villa so swiftly? And right after she had gone, the whole family moved out as well? Although one couldn't determine solely based on this that Fu Yunting had done something behind the scenes. The fact that the Maos avoided mentioning the matter involving Fu Yunting definitely meant it wasn't simple. However, she couldn't say anything now. She could only pretend to be ignorant. Upon returning to Beiyuan, Jiang Fei prepared to put her intimate clothing in the room she lived in. But upon entering, she discovered that all the bed sheets and bedding had been removed, and none of the clothes she had placed there could be seen. She stood stunned until Zhang Mama's voice broke through her thoughts from behind. Mrs. Fu, Mr. Fu gave orders. Starting today, you will share the same bedroom with him, and this room will be vacated from Miss Chun. Jiang Fei turned around, lightly furrowing her brows and asked, When were the instructions given? Zhang Mama laughed as she handed Jiang Fei a bath towel, saying, Last night. Right after Mr. Fu returned, he gave the order. Mrs. Fu, here's your newly dried bath towel. Jiang Fei received it dazedly and glanced toward the direction of the study. Fu Yunting's sudden change in approach left her unprepared. Even though they had shared a room in the past, they had never lived together consistently. Since she couldn't comprehend Fu Yunting's intentions, Jiang Fei could only hold onto the bath towel and head to the master bedroom to freshen up. After bathing, Jiang Fei sat on the couch waiting for Fu Yunting. Regardless of everything, she wanted to ask him why he did this. However, when Fu Yunting returned to the room, Jiang Fei was already asleep on the couch. The temperature in the room was neither high nor low, but Jiang Fei still curled up her body. Her frail figure only occupied a small part of the sofa. Fu Yunting slightly frowned his handsome eyebrows and picked up the thin blanket to gently cover Jiang Fei. His actions did not disturb Jiang Fei. After observing her for a while standing beside her, Fu Yunting walked towards the bathroom. The next day, when Jiang Fei woke up, she found herself already lying on the bed, with Fu Yunting's presence gone. She reached out to touch the bed, but didn't feel any residual warmth. After being awake for a while, Jiang Fei got out of bed and prepared to enter the bathroom to wash up. Just as she put on the slippers, there came a knock on the door and Zhang Mama's voice at the bedroom entrance. "Mrs., are you awake yet?" Jiang Fei yawned in response. "Yes, is there anything?" Zhang Mama pushed open the door and entered, holding a lot of clothes that Jiang Fei had never seen before. "Mrs., all these new clothes are prepared by Mr. I've washed and ironed them all. You can wear them when you go out today." Looking at Zhang Mama's figure holding the clothes and walking into the wardrobe, Jiang Fei was astonished and couldn't come back to her senses. Ever since the cruise, until now, every action Fu Yunting has taken surpassed all her expectations, as if everything returned to just after they got married. At that time, Fu Yunting was also very considerate, like these past 2 days. But what happened later? Jiang Fei didn't want to think about things turning better. Only after Zhang Mama came out did she ask, "Is Fu Yunting out?" Zhang Mama smiled and said, "Mrs., it's already 10:30. Mr. has already left for the company. Oh, Mr. also asked me to give you a card." Saying this, Zhang Mama fished out a black card from her pocket and handed it over to Jiang Fei. "Mr. said that if you're bored, you can go shopping at the mall. If you see something you like, just buy it. It's almost New Year's Day. The house can be decorated with something cheerful." The more she heard, the more absurd and unbelievable it felt to Jiang Fei. Chapter 156. Whose hand did this painting come from? This kind of unexpected event, Jiang Fei was unwilling to accept. Who knows what big pit Fu Yunting will dig for her next? Jiang Fei refused. "Aunt Zhang, just return this card to Fu Yunting later, I don't need it." Seeing Jiang Fei's firm attitude, Aunt Zhang didn't say much, but she had just wanted to take back the card when footsteps were heard outside the door. "What kind of card is it?" Suddenly, Chen Qingzhu's voice came from outside, and as usual, she was tightly wrapped up today. Before Aunt Zhang could take back the card, Chen Qingzhu's eyes fell on her hand. She extended her hand, saying, "Let me see." Aunt Zhang looked at Jiang Fei helplessly. Before Chen Qingzhu took it away, Jiang Fei reached out and took the card from Aunt Zhang's hand. "Miss Chen." Jiang Fei smiled and looked at her. "Chen family has great influence and wealth. How can you possibly not have seen a black card? You have plenty of money. Does it really make sense to fight over every penny with me? Isn't that degrading your value a bit too much?" Chen Qingzhu's face gradually turned pale. "What are you so smug about in front of me, Jiang Fei?" Jiang Fei gave a light laugh. "What does Miss Chen mean by that? As his wife, he earns money for me to use. Isn't this what he should do? Why would Miss Chen say I'm being arrogant?" Chen Qingzhu had no response and could only glare at Aunt Zhang, shouting, "Why are you still standing here? Can't you see I have something to discuss with Jiang Fei?" Aunt Zhang was inexplicably chosen as the scapegoat. Unable to utter a word, she bore Chen Qingzhu's anger and retreated from the master bedroom. With suppressed fury, Chen Qingzhu cast an indifferent glance at Jiang Fei and sat down carelessly on the sofa, crossing her legs. "There is something that you would definitely be interested in. It's related to Yuntang." Jiang Fei stared at her for a few seconds, then immediately shoved the card into her pocket and sat down opposite Chen Qingzhu. "You're quite brave telling these things, aren't you? Aren't you worried there might be listening devices placed by Fu Yuntang?" Chen Qingzhu's tone remained very calm. "If such things existed, I wouldn't have stepped into this room today." Jiang Fei adjusted the disheveled, thin blanket on the sofa. "What do you want to tell me?" Chen Qingzhu pulled out a stack of photos from her pocket and tossed them onto the coffee table. "Take a look at these." As Jiang Fei looked through the portraits one by one on the photos, soon she noticed that the lower right corner of each portrait bore 2 letters, WY. Confused, Jiang Fei lifted her gaze. "I haven't expected that Miss Chun would be interested in paintings." Chen Qingzhu responded impatiently. "Stop wasting time. Keep looking." Having no other choice, Jiang Fei continued flipping through the photos. When she saw the last portrait, she suddenly froze her actions. This portrait was the same as the one Fu Yuntang hung in his study. Why was it now somewhere else? "You're so clever. You should be able to guess who painted these paintings, including the one in Fu Yuntang's study." "WY," Jiang Fei answered confidently. "How did you find these paintings?" Chen Qingzhu said disdainfully. "I naturally have my own methods. I'm not as dull as you, staying beside Yuntang for 3 years and failing to discover even this matter. People who can get ahead in knowledge naturally possess the ability to be arrogantly showy." On this point, Jiang Fei had to admit. She returned the photos to Chen Qingzhu. "So, what can this prove?" "It certainly proves how important Fu Yuntang values this person." Chen Qingzhu frowned tightly. "Jiang Fei, aren't you curious who WY is? Is this woman dead or alive? Is she indeed Yuntang's ex-girlfriend? And why did they break up, which led to your marriage with Yuntang?" Staring at the pictures, Jiang Fei couldn't claim that she wasn't concerned. Over all these years, she had questioned herself countless times. Was Fu Yuntang cold towards her because another woman lingered in his heart? However, with the clues present, she couldn't rush to dig deep too hastily. What kind of person was Chen Qingzhu? Someone who hoped Jiang Fei would offend Fu Yuntang and be despised and driven away by him. The reason she told her straightforwardly must have been that she also had no means to investigate this matter currently. She clearly wanted Jiang Fei to act rashly. Jiang Fei pretended not to care and said indifferently, "I am not interested in this." Chen Qingzhu knitted her eyebrows again fiercely. "Weren't you eager to know Yuntang's past? Now you don't care anymore. Jiang Fei, what on earth is going through your mind? Could mere several photos reveal Fu Yuntang's past?" Jiang Fei retorted without revealing any emotion, as she slowly smoothed out the thin blanket with her hands. I am anxious to know, but now, isn't Miss Chen even more anxious than me? Chen Qingzhu suddenly straightened her body, slammed her hands heavily on the coffee table, and leaned closer to Jiang Fei. The huge sound and sudden movement startled Jiang Fei as well. A fierce aura emanated from the face of Chen Qingzhu, who was covered from head to toe. Jiang Fei, Chen Qingzhu said through gritted teeth. You're unwilling to do anything now, but on the day you die, you won't even know why. Fu Yunting's affairs are far more complicated than you think. The time you were almost killed by Mao Zizhou was. Bang! Before Chen Qingzhu could finish her sentence, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. Both turned abruptly towards the entrance. Fu Yunting had returned to the villa at some point, his expression grim as he stood at the doorway. Chen Qingzhu, frightened, quickly straightened up and nervously glanced outside the door. See. Yin Teng. How did you get out? Chen Qingzhu didn't know how much Fu Yunting had heard outside the door. She didn't dare to ask or say anything further. But in the current situation, with the photos still on the coffee table, she couldn't decide whether to leave or stay. Did you not hear what I said? Fu Yunting's tone turned even colder, and Chen Qingzhu hastily replied. I have 2 more things to tell Mrs. Fu. Yin Teng, can you possibly? Fu Yunting slightly narrowed his icy eyes. Unless you want me to send you back, get out right now. Chen Qingzhu gripped her hands tightly and stiffly moved her legs toward the door. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Fei noticed the photos on the coffee table, her mind working rapidly. Taking advantage of the moment when Chen Qingzhu blocked Fu Yunting's view, Jiang Fei covered the photos with the blanket she held, pretending to support herself as she stood up, while skillfully picking up the stack of photos. She then walked toward the walk-in closet and placed the thin blanket inside the cabinet. Through all these actions, Fu Yunting hadn't noticed a thing. By the time Jiang Fei emerged, Chen Qingzhu had already left. Fu Yunting sat down on the sofa, his gaze falling on where the photos had been placed just moments ago. Jiang Fei took a silent breath and reseated herself in front of him, feigning nonchalance as she asked, Shouldn't you be at work? Why did you come back so early today? Chapter 157. Go ask Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting took back his gaze and said, Pack up your things. Accompany me on a business trip tonight. Jiang Fei was stunned. Me? Who do you think I'm talking to? Fu Yunting loosened his tie and asked, What did Chen Qingzhu say to you just now? Jiang Fei had already guessed he would ask this question when Fu Yunting pushed the door open. The soundproofing in the room was still good, so even if Chen Qingzhu's voice was loud, he wouldn't necessarily hear much. Jiang Fei replied without hesitation. What else could it be? Just fierce words telling me to leave you. The grudges between me and Chen Qingzhu. You know about them well, they've been going on for days. There was an obvious sarcastic undertone in her words, openly or covertly complaining that Fu Yunting had brought Chen Qingzhu to Beiyuan. Fu Yunting averted his eyes from Jiang Fei's face and looked elsewhere, changing the topic. Go pack your things. Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei stared straight at him. This isn't like you. Every change of his was like a branding iron engraved deeply in her heart, scorching and passionate, constantly stirring her nerves, making her uncontrollably guess what he truly meant. She didn't want to ask before, but this time the credit card made her want to figure out why he changed. Fu Yunting leaned back casually against the sofa. What do you want to say? Jiang Fei responded earnestly. I'm saying, your completely different attitude. Fu Yunting slightly curled the corner of his lip, but the smile on his face did not reach his eyes. He stood up, buttoned the front of his suit, and said with a finality, Isn't this the kind of life you've always wanted? With that, he turned around and walked towards the door. I'll give you an hour. Pack your clothes. We're leaving for 3 days. His mention of the past left Jiang Fei speechless. She did want this kind of life, but not after a series of events and then live this kind of life. Having seen previous incidents, she dare not let down her guard against Fu Yunting again. After losing Fuxian Garden, there won't be another or third Fuxian Garden that could be dismantled by him. If he wanted any more moves, then all that remained would be the villa and her body. Following Fu Yunting's intentions, Jiang Fei simply packed a few clothes into the suitcase. Just as she stepped out of the door, not yet having time to find Fu Yunting, Chen Qingzhu suddenly emerged from the opposite room, quickly dragging her into the guest bedroom. Her voice was trembling as she hurriedly questioned, What did Yunting ask you? Did he see those photos? Jiang Fei disengaged her wrist from Chen Qingzhu's grip. You claim to be wise beyond others, why don't you think about it yourself? As Jiang Fei was about to leave, Chen Qingzhu rushed over. She ripped off the silk scarf covering her face, revealing bruising that had turned black and blue, looking shocking. Biting her lips tightly, she lowered her voice and demanded, Answer me. Does Yunting know? The more anxious Chen Qingzhu became, the more relaxed Jiang Fei felt inside. She lightly laughed back. If Miss Chen is so eager to know, why not? Go ask Fu Yunting. As she spoke, she deliberately glanced to the side. Chen Qingzhu thought Fu Yunting had arrived and hastily turned around to check. Seeing this, Jiang Fei smirked, seizing the opportunity to brush past her and leave. Realizing she had been tricked, Chen Qingzhu gritted her teeth angrily. But seeing that Jiang Fei had already headed toward the study, she hesitated whether to call her back, considering if Fu Yunting might hear. Fu Yunting took Jiang Fei away from Beiyuan. Immediately afterward, Chen Qingzhu called her colleague in the office, inquiring about the destination Fu Yunting intended to travel for his business trip. Upon learning the location, she ordered Xiao Chong to urgently book flight tickets, and followed Jiang Fei and Fu Yunting to Rongqing. On the other hand, Su Ningen prepared dinner, as usual, and went to the door of Jiang Heng's room to invite him for a meal. Just as she was about to knock on the door, She found the door slightly ajar and saw faint light shining through the gap of the bathroom. Remembering Su Zhuqing's instructions, Su Ningyan tensely grabbed the door handle, intending to push the door open. But then, upon second thought, if Jiang Heng came out exactly at that moment, he would probably be more cautious next time, making it harder to enter the room. Su Ningyan rapidly processed this in her mind. After a few seconds' contemplation, she decided to pretend to ask at the bathroom door instead. Jiang Heng. Su Ningyan pretended to be anxiously asking. How much longer do you need? I need to use the restroom. A cold, deep voice sounded from within the bathroom. 5 minutes. Swallowing hard, Su Ningyan slowly moved backwards. Then hurry up. At the moment her words faded, she retreated back to the doorway of Jiang Heng's room. Without stopping for a moment, pushed the door open and walked right in. Quickly stepping to the computer which emitted the faint light, Su Ningyan blankly froze in shock. The computer was on, but it displayed a prompt to input a password. Su Ningyan thought of Jiang Heng's birthday and tried entering it, only to find that the password was incorrect. She hurriedly attempted Jiang Fei's birthday next, with the same result, incorrect. Apart from these two strings of numbers, she couldn't think of any other digits. After all, she had spent too little time interacting with Jiang Heng, and she had no clue what passwords he usually used. With no way forward, Su Ningyan had to exit the room and barely closed the door when the bathroom sounded with the flush of a toilet. Su Ningyan quickly turned around and rushed into the kitchen. She tightly leaned against the kitchen door, her heart racing as she listened for sounds from outside. Once she heard Jiang Heng close the bathroom door, she let out a sigh of relief and immediately sent Su Zhuqing a message. Su Ningyan, Sister Zhuqing, Jiang Heng's computer requires a password. I tried both his and President Zhang's birthdays, but I can't crack it. Su Zhuqing replied promptly. Password again? Su Ningyan. Yes, would President Zhang know young President Zhang's computer password? Su Zhuqing sent an emoji of a sigh. Hard to say? Don't worry yet. I'll ask Feifei later. If she knows something, I'll tell you. Su Ningyan. All right, I'll wait for your reply. Before she could send the message, there was a loud crashing sound of a door colliding with a wall from outside the kitchen. Startled, Su Ningyan lost her grip on the phone, which fell with a clatter onto the ground. Before she could pick it up, Jiang Heng's footsteps approached from afar until suddenly he stood in front of Su Ningyan, who was bending down to retrieve her phone. Su Ningyan looked up stiffly, forcing a nervous smile. Are we eating out today? Why did you enter my room without permission? Jiang Heng glared at Su Ningyan with icy eyes, questioning her sternly. Su Ningyan, feeling guilty, averted her gaze and walked toward the sink to pick up her phone. I never entered your room. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Heng stared at Su Ningyan's back. When you lie, you always avoid looking into someone's eyes. Chapter 158, Buy whatever you want. Unable to avoid it, Su Ningyan simply put down what she was holding and faced the situation. She took a deep breath, turned around, and said, Yes, I went into your room, and I did touch your computer. Su Ningyan walked up to Jiang Heng, meeting his sharp gaze. Jiang Heng, I borrowed 6 million from you, and I feel that I have the right to know what you did with those 6 million yuan. You don't have to pay me back, but if you used the 6 million for online gambling, then I have the right to take it back. Jiang Heng didn't expect Su Ningyan to be so straightforward with him about this. A flash of surprise flickered in his eyes as he responded, I wouldn't do such a thing. So what exactly did you do with the money? Su Ningyan furrowed her brows lightly. If you're not buying anything or traveling, then it's really puzzling to me. Jiang Heng stared silently at Su Ningyan for quite a while before turning around, clearly not wanting to say anything. Su Ningyan quickly followed, calling out, Jiang Heng. She grabbed his arm, forcing him to stop walking. Why can't you just tell me what's going on? Let's put aside the issue of the 6 million for now and talk about Mr. Jiang. Last time when Ms. Zhuqing mentioned something about Mr. Jiang, you were clearly worried. So why are you pretending like you don't care? Jiang Heng lowered his eyes and stared at Su Ningyan's hand. Let go. I won't. Su Ningyan tightened her grip. If there's something, just say it outright. I can't believe there's no problem we can't discuss reasonably. I'm saying this again. A cold and stern aura emanated from Jiang Heng. Let go. No. No matter what. Today you must clear things up with me. Before Su Ningyan could finish her sentence, Jiang Heng forcefully swung his arm, directly flinging her backward from where she stood. There was the dining table behind her. Su Ningyan staggered on her feet and fell sideways, hitting her forehead against the corner of the table. Upon seeing this, Jiang Heng's eyes widened in shock and rushed forward to support Su Ningyan. Sorry. Jiang Heng's voice trembled anxiously, asking, Are you okay? Su Ningyan covered her forehead and sat up despite the dizziness, enduring the pain, and gently pushed Jiang Heng away. No, I'm fine. Seeing a streak of fresh red blood flowing from between Su Ningyan's pale fingers, Jiang Heng's pupils constricted sharply. You're bleeding. Jiang Heng once again gripped Su Ningyan's arm, urgently exclaiming, I'll take you to the hospital. Ignoring the pain in his wrist, Jiang Heng pulled Su Ningyan to stand up. Su Ningyan's vision blurred severely, unable to steady herself, so Jiang Heng gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and squatted down. Get on. Su Ningyan hurriedly refused. No need. I can walk. Get on. Jiang Heng raised his voice. Quickly, having no choice, Su Ningyan lay on Jiang Heng's thin back as he carried her quickly towards the door. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor gave Su Ningyan a simple treatment for her wound and took some x-rays. Fortunately, it was only a superficial injury, and after being prescribed some iodine tincture and gauze, both left the hospital. Jiang Heng supported Su Ningyan to hail a taxi outside the hospital, the profound sense of guilt never leaving his expression. Su Ningyan managed a forced smile. All right, Mr. Jiang. I'm fine, nothing serious. The doctor said so, so stop frowning. Regardless of how much Su Ningen tried to comfort him, Jiang Heng remained solemn-faced, showing no change. Back at home, Su Ningen asked Jiang Heng what he wanted for lunch. However, Jiang Heng guided Su Ningen to sit on the couch. I'll make it. Do you like tomato and egg noodles? Su Ningen looked at him in surprise. But your hand. Instinctively, Jiang Heng moved his hand behind him. It's nothing. If you eat it, I'll cook it. I don't pick, Su Ningen smiled. Then thank you. Not at all. Within less than 10 minutes, Jiang Heng brought 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles to the coffee table. With his wrist not yet healed, Jiang Heng struggled to hold things, spilling a considerable amount of soup onto the tile floor within the short distance. Su Ningen helplessly smiled as she looked at the spilled soup on the floor, but she didn't say anything, instead taking the chopsticks Jiang Heng handed her and thanking him. Jiang Heng pulled a small stool over with his foot and sat across from Su Ningen. Without picking up his chopsticks, he lowered his eyes and stared at the bowl of noodles, speaking deeply. I didn't use the 6 million to mess around with anything improper. I just learned something online, that's all. The chopstick in Su Ningen's hand paused midair as she looked at Jiang Heng in surprise because of his sudden explanation. Jiang Heng lifted his eyes, meeting her gaze. In a month, I will tell you what I've been learning. Hold on. Su Ningen set down her chopsticks and asked, what you're learning? Is it for future work? Then why aren't you going to school? It's not. The exact reason will be told to you after a month. Those 600,000 yuan are for tuition fees. Su Ningen furrowed her brows tightly. What kind of tuition fee costs 600,000? Haven't you been scammed? No. Jiang Heng replied in a calm tone. In half a year, I will pay back all 600,000 yuan to you. I have my own purpose for learning these things. Su Ningen failed to understand the meaning behind Jiang Heng's words. But since it has already been given, as long as Jiang Heng promises it's not something illegitimate, she wouldn't ask more. However, how should she explain this to Sister Zhu Qing? Jiang Fei and Fu Yunting arrived at Rongqing right at dusk. The two got out of the airport, sat on the car, and Fu Yunting immediately said, Did Aunt Zhang give you the card? Jiang Fei was buckling the seatbelt. She has already given it to me. Tonight, I will hold a meeting at the subsidiary company. Let assistant and take you around, buy whatever you want. When Fu Yunting said this, not only was Jiang Fei surprised, but even assistant and was taken aback. Nevertheless, neither of them said much about it. After dropping Fu Yunting off at the subsidiary, assistant and then turned to ask Jiang Fei, Madam, where do you want to go shopping? Jiang Fei stared at Fu Yunting's retreating back and asked, Did he tell you why he brought me along on this business trip? Assistant and fell silent. The business trip to the subsidiary was one thing, but there would be an auction tomorrow night. That was the main reason Mr. Fu had come. All the paintings being auctioned were by Miss Wan. According to the news he received, there would be works from Miss Wan in the auction. Ever since Miss Wan passed away, whenever there was an auction for any painting by Miss Wan, Director Fu would always bid it up with high prices and take it home. But this matter couldn't be disclosed by him, and he couldn't say it either. And it was also unclear why Director Fu wanted to bring Madame over to bid on Miss Wan's painting. Madam, I'm not sure either. Jiang Fei smirked bitterly, laughing helplessly. You've seen how Director Fu has treated me these past few years. Do you think he's someone who easily changes his nature? Chapter 159, try to get used to it. Assistant, I can't figure out Mr. Fu either, and as I'm just a subordinate, I have no right to comment. After asking several questions that assistant and couldn't answer, Jiang Fei didn't know how to ask anymore. She finally said, Let's not go there. I'll just wait in the car for him to come down. Jiang Fei had been sitting in the car for not long when she leaned against the back of the chair and fell into a deep sleep. Assistant and noticed this, left a gap in the window, and then went into the company to report to Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting was talking with the vice president at the time. Seeing assistant and walk to the door, he told the vice president, Send me the financial statements later. I understand, Mr. Fu, then I'll go out first. After the vice president left, assistant and entered the office. Mr. Fu, your wife hasn't gone anywhere. She fell asleep in the car. Holding his coffee cup, Fu Yunting stopped mid-motion, a look of surprise flashing through his eyes. She fell asleep? Yes, assistant and said confusingly. Madam slept a lot on the plane, but surprisingly, she could fall asleep so quickly in the car. Fu Yunting pondered and placed down the cup in his hand, standing up. Is the hotel booked? Assistant and replied. It's already booked. Shall we head over now? Fu Yunting walked toward the office door, contact the vice president, and let him inform the higher-ups to have a video meeting around 9 o'clock tonight. All right, I got it. As assistant and took out his phone and followed behind Fu Yunting, he suddenly thought of something and caught up with Fu Yunting's steps to ask, Mr. Fu, should Mrs. bring along to tomorrow's auction? Fu Yunting paused slightly in his footsteps and remained silent for a few seconds before saying, Bring her along. Staring blankly at his retreating back, curiosity made assistant and suddenly summon up the courage to ask without thinking, Mr. Fu, does this mean you've decided to let go of the past? The words were barely out when assistant and immediately regretted them. Mr. Fu had warned him repeatedly not to meddle in any affairs, but he always managed to open his mouth unnecessarily, driven by curiosity to inquire about things on behalf of Jiang Fei. What surprised assistant and was that Mr. Fu did not verbally reprimand him. Instead, he stood still, silent. Truthfully, Fu Yunting himself wasn't sure if it was time to let go of the past. He'd never considered it before, but this time, seeing Jiang Fei fall off the cruise ship into the sea had instilled an inexplicable panic within him. Moreover, even seeing Jiang Fei interact too closely with another man filled him with irritation. At present, his feelings for Jiang Fei were unclear to him, and he needed time to think about what to do next. After deep contemplation, Fu Yunting spoke calmly. There's a lot going on with the company at year-end. I don't have time to consider these matters. Let's continue like this. Assistant and suddenly looked up, rapidly understanding and quickly following Fu Yunting into the room. Mr. Fu's meaning is that currently there won't be any more moves towards the madam? Unpleased, Fu Yunting glanced at him. Do you seem to care much about Jiang Fei's life situation? Assistant and froze. No, Mr. Fu. You've misunderstood. And Yen, you're 28 years old this year, aren't you? Fu Yunting adjusted his cuffs. Why haven't you found a girlfriend yet? And Yen felt overwhelmed, seemingly misunderstood by Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, I don't have time. I'll give you time. Fu Yunting shifted his gaze from him. You have a month to attend blind dates. Is it enough? And Yen hastily shook his head. No, Mr. Fu, my family situation is clear to you. How dare I have a girlfriend? Isn't that harming someone? Fu Yunting scoffed coldly. Then stop putting your mind on Jiang Fei. And Yen hurriedly bowed his head, extremely awkwardly saying, Yes, Mr. Fu. When Fu Yunting returned to the car, Jiang Fei was still curled up in her seat sleeping. Not until after he closed the car door did she slowly open her eyes, looking towards Fu Yunting, who had returned. Awake. Fu Yunting used his hand to test the temperature of the air conditioner. Sensing warm air, he withdrew his hand. What do you feel like eating? Jiang Fei had just woken up, still dazed and groggy, her voice low as she opened her mouth. I can eat anything, just grab something random. Fu Yunting chose a Western restaurant, instructing assistant and to drive there. Upon arriving at the restaurant and entering the private room, Jiang Fei sat down in front of him and said, You don't need to treat me this way. I'm not used to it anyway. We can continue as we did before. Fu Yunting skimmed through the menu casually and replied, If you're not used to it, try getting used to it. Jiang Fei chuckled faintly and asked, You make it sound easy. How am I supposed to easily erase everything you've done these past 3 years? How am I supposed to manage that? Fu Yunting did not respond, instead calling over the server and placing their orders. Once the door closed, he finally turned to Jiang Fei and spoke. What do you want? Jiang Fei looked at him calmly, and in the past whenever she gazed at Fu Yunting, her eyes were always filled with admiration. Now, all that remains is indifference. Same words, we should get a divorce. Impossible. Fu Yunting picked up the water beside him and sipped it lightly. His refusal was straightforward. Why can't we divorce? Jiang Fei's hands on her thighs clenched tighter. Do you want to go back to the way we were 3 years ago? When you treated me well with all your heart, but then completely destroyed both my body and mind. Fu Yunting, there is nothing left in me for you to destroy. You should just feel pity for me and let me go. Fu Yunting put down the cup of water. I can help restore Fuxian Garden to what it used to be and give you even more orders. Do you think restoration is as easy as saying it? Jiang Fei's anger flared up. You don't know how many processes are involved in making incense. The most important material in my process has been destroyed by you. I have to wait for them to develop it again, which will take at least a year. Why do you make everything sound so easy? Now you pretend as if nothing happened and try to be nice to me again. In your eyes, am I just a dog that you can call or dismiss at will? Fu Yunting looked coldly at the enraged Jiang Fei. Calculate how many orders and amounts have been lost. I'll ask in yen to transfer the money to you. No need. Jiang Fei angrily said. I just want a divorce from you and for you to give me a peaceful space where I can live quietly. I'm too exhausted to keep struggling, and my younger brother is also drained. Fu Yunting still refused. Anything except divorce can be negotiated. Jiang Fei looked at him with disappointment. If you don't want a divorce, then tell me, why did you suddenly come after me and propose marriage 3 years ago? A sharp gleam flashed in Fu Yunting's dark eyes. It seemed like Jiang Fei didn't notice as she continued to confront him. Don't say it was love at first sight. Maybe at the beginning, I would have believed it, but now, I cannot believe it. Since the topic had been broached, Jiang Fei decided to stop hiding the questions that had lingered in her mind for this period. Chapter 160, The Matter of Your Father. Is my father's death related to you in any way? Fu Yunting's eyes suddenly narrowed. Jiang Fei, are you questioning me? You can take it that way. Jiang Fei set aside all her fear of Fu Yunting. When I was asking Mao Zizhou about this matter, he obviously glanced at you. I don't know what is implied in this, but you absolutely know clearly in your heart. Now, I just want to ask clearly, in the death of my father, what role exactly did you play in it? Jiang Fei let out each word of her last sentence one by one. Similarly, Fu Yunting's expression also became extremely difficult. A storm brewing in his eyes seemed like it would erupt in the next second. Jiang Fei remained unafraid, not willing to back down. Since she had already said it, the worst outcome would be being humiliated again by the man in front of her. She had already experienced his ruthlessness and ferocity and almost suffocated to death in his hands. Now what was there left to be afraid of? She wanted to know the truth. She didn't want to keep getting played around like a headless fly anymore. Even if the result is something she can't accept, she still wanted to know. What evidence do you have to prove that I am involved? Only based on Mao Zizhou's glance. The temperature in Fu Yunting's eyes completely plummeted to freezing point. Jiang Fei, don't think that because I give you a bit of favorable attitude, you can act wildly and recklessly in front of me. Fine, then we don't talk about Mao Zizhou. Then why did Mao Zizhou's wife move away hastily overnight? Jiang Fei continued to press for answers. In my conversation with her, when we mentioned you, if it wasn't due to the fear of your power and thus not dare to make public the matter concerning my father, how could she have left so hastily? The one locked up in prison is her husband, the father of her daughter. Would she really not care about him at all? By normal human reactions, she should have sought mercy from you, asked for clemency or leniency from Mao Zizhou, and not leave hastily without a word. Fu Yunting's handsome face turned grim almost to the point of dripping water. The cruelty in his eyes could no longer be hidden. The private room was filled with a stifling silence. Every sound of their breath seemed amplified several times, falling into their ears. Sweat poured profusely from Jiang Fei's palms. This was not fear facing Fu Yunting's anger, but the fear of confronting the unknown truth. She didn't want to face the fact that the man she had loved for 3 years might be the mastermind behind her father's death. After waiting a long time, Fu Yunting's ferocious aura suddenly subsided. He stood up and opened his mouth coldly. Since you want to know so much, then you go to the police station and ask Mao Zizhou thoroughly. He didn't care how Jiang Fei was going to deal with the situation next and walked swiftly to the door and left after opening it. The door slammed shut loudly. The deafening sound hit straight into Jiang Fei's chest, stirring the heart to tremble violently. Her body shivered uncontrollably as she sat down on the chair, a chill running through her limbs. What does this count as? An escape? Or did he truly not participate in the event that led to her father's death? Jiang Fei tried hard to stay calm and reason for causes, yet couldn't find a more standard answer. In a daze, Jiang Fei saw out of the corner of her eye that the private room door was open and the waiter started bringing in dishes one by one. The plates colliding with the table emitted crisp sounds. Once the last dish was served, the voice of the waiter sounded. "Madam, all the dishes have been served. Please enjoy slowly." The soft closing sound of the door pulled Jiang Fei back from her wandering thoughts. Mechanically, she picked up the chopsticks to pick at the food in front of her, stuffing her mouth full of bites greedily like a famished person. All her clues were completely cut off, clean and thorough. There wasn't even a trace left to help find a second clue to uncover the truth about her father's death. She only wanted to know a result. Why would it become such a difficult issue? Not sure if it was due to stuffing too much food at once. Jiang Fei's stomach suddenly churned. She hurriedly put down the chopsticks, got up, found the trash bin, and squatted down vomiting. Even after throwing up everything in her mouth and stomach, she kept on vomiting continuously. Only after the bile water came out bitter and sour did Jiang Fei collapse onto the chair behind her, breathing heavily, exhausted. Before she could rest, her phone suddenly rang. Jiang Fei reached out and grabbed the phone on the table. Seeing that it was Su Zhuqing calling, she pressed to answer. "Hello." Su Zhuqing immediately noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Fei's tone, her heart jumping to her throat instantly. "Fei, what's wrong?" Jiang Fei caught her breath. "Nothing, just feeling uncomfortable in my stomach." "If you're uncomfortable, then go see a doctor." Su Zhuqing slightly relaxed. "Where are you?" "Not at home." Jiang Fei informed Su Zhuqing about the work trip Fu Yunting had taken her on. "Is the Sao climbing a tree? Did Fu Yunting actually take you on a business trip?" Su Zhuqing surprisingly asked. "Then is he near you now?" "No." Jiang Fei glanced at the door. "We just had an argument. He left the restaurant early." Su Zhuqing was stunned. "Did you ask him about your father?" Jiang Fei gave a faint hum. "What did he say?" "He didn't give me any answers. He just told me that if I wanted to ask, I should go find Mao Zizhou." Su Zhuqing thought for a moment. Is it possible that he really has nothing to do with it? Jiang Fei picked up her water cup to rinse her mouth, spitting out the water before asking, "What do you mean?" Su Zhuqing analyzed. "Fu Yunting is so powerful. Squashing your father would be as easy as turning over his hand, right? He really wouldn't need to go through all this trouble to deal with your father. And currently, we don't have any reason to suspect him like this." Even if Mao Zizhou glanced at him suspiciously, it doesn't represent whether he had any intent to incite discord, especially since Fu Yunting sent him to prison because of you. Fei, I think this matter can't be rushed. Don't fixate on Fu Yunting being the issue. Open your mind and go over it again slowly. The burning sensation in Jiang Fei's stomach prevented her from calming down and thinking clearly again. She raised her hand to pinch her temples. "Zhuqing, I really don't know what to do." "Don't lose heart, Fei. There's no one in this world who becomes fat by eating too much in one breath." Su Zhuqing consoled her. "I'll still say the same thing. To investigate Fu Yunting's issues, we must look into his past life. Since he's now changed his attitude towards you, why not play along with him for a while? Maybe, at some point, you'll gain unexpected results." Hearing Su Zhuqing say this, Jiang Fei suddenly remembered the photos Qin Qingzhu had shown her. She told Su Zhuqing about the photos, who hurriedly said, "Then there definitely is something wrong." Su Zhuqing cleared her throat. "Let me tell you this. Although you and Qin Qingzhu are adversaries, she wants Fu Yunting just as much as you did before, right? Since her goal aligns with yours, she would naturally want to know about Fu Yunting's past too. Therefore, the clue she throws out must be correct." Chapter 161, said what shouldn't be said. Qin Qingzhu was right to throw out this clue, but have you thought about whether she means well or not? Jiang Fei took out a tissue and wiped her lips, her eyes full of disdain. "If I find out something, Qin Qingzhu will definitely take this matter to Fu Yunting and make a big deal out of it." Su Zhuka scoffed. "What are you afraid of? Do you actually fear that Fu Yunting, upon knowing you've uncovered his past, would want to kill you? Do you know where that woman comes from? So much so that it compels him to risk committing such an act of murdering his wife and utterly destroying his own reputation? Setting all these aside, Fei, don't you really want to let go of the pain endured over the last 3 years without any clear understanding? Putting it bluntly, even if you die, shouldn't it be with peace of mind?" Jiang Fei pondered Su Zhuka's words, staying silent for a long time. Su Zhuka persuaded her again. "I initially wanted you to get divorced, but things have reached this point already. Don't you want to investigate and uncover the truth?" Although Jiang Fei didn't respond, her heart had been swayed by what Su Zhuka said. Gradually calming down, Jiang Fei gave a cold, mocking smile with a curve at the corner of her lips. Hadn't she been tolerating it all along just because of these reasons and stayed by Fu Yunting's side? Why, after Fu Yunting slightly changed his attitude towards her, could she no longer bear to endure this sentimentality? After replying to Suzuka, Zhang Fei hung up the phone and stepped out of the private room. When she went to the cashier counter to pay the bill, the cashier smiled and replied, "Madam, Mr. Fu has already paid for your meal. You may leave directly." Zhang Fei felt slightly surprised. Was Fu Yunting often dining here? Curiosity piqued, Zhang Fei asked, "Is Mr. Fu a regular customer?" The front cashier nodded and said, "Yes, madam. However, Mr. Fu hasn't come here much in recent years. He used to visit almost every week." Zhang Fei asked, "Did he come alone?" "No, Mr. Fu used to bring." Cough, cough. Suddenly, a man's voice interrupted the cashier's speech. Zhang Fei turned around at the sound and saw a man wearing a manager's badge on his chest walk over. Approaching Zhang Fei, he said with a smile, "Mrs. Fu, I apologize on behalf of our store attendant for being overly talkative and disturbing you. Before leaving, Mr. Fu instructed me to arrange a private car to send you back to the hotel. Please follow me." Zhang Fei glanced at the flustered and awkward cashier from the corner of her eye. Her gaze slightly narrowed as she looked toward the restaurant manager, saying, "Could you wait a moment? I need to use the restroom." The manager nodded. "Certainly, Mrs. Fu. I'll wait here for you." Zhang Fei turned and smiled lightly at the cashier, asking, "Are there tissues in the restroom?" The cashier slightly hesitated, then responded, "Yes, Mrs. Fu." Zhang Fei nodded in acknowledgement and headed towards the restroom. As she turned the corner, she happened to see a waiter carrying a tray out of the private room. Zhang Fei quickly stopped him, pointing at the pen tucked into his front pocket, and said, "Excuse me, may I borrow your pen?" The waiter immediately handed the pen over to Zhang Fei, who then took a tissue from the tray and scribbled down her phone number on it. Placing the tissue with the number on the tray, she said, "Could you please hand this tissue to the previous female cashier without letting anyone else know?" Having finished speaking, Zhang Fei lifted her leg and walked towards the restroom. She didn't worry at all that this waiter might lose the thing she entrusted to him. She had observed the decor of this restaurant and the people dining here briefly. They were either elegant intellectuals or wealthy elites. The overall quality of the entire restaurant was very high. Aside from footsteps and door sounds, there was almost no loud conversation or commotion. Therefore, the waiters here wouldn't easily offend any guest who came to dine. Any demand, as long as it was legal, they would certainly help fulfill. As Zhang Fei emerged from the restroom, a message from the cashier appeared on her phone. "Cashier, Mrs. Fu, I'm truly sorry for what just happened. It's my clumsiness for saying what I shouldn't. Zhang Fei, what is your name?" "Cashier, Gung Yi." Zhang Fei did not continue replying, but instead saved Gung Yi's number before heading to the front desk. Upon seeing Gung Yi, she briefly nodded to her and left with the restaurant manager. After getting into the car, Zhang Fei pulled out her phone to reply. Before she could do so, Gung Yi had already sent another message. "Gung Yi, Mrs. Fu, I truly didn't know your identity. Please forgive me. I am incredibly dependent on this job." Zhang Fei responded unhurriedly. "As long as you answer my questions properly, I won't make it difficult for you." Gung Yi, "Mrs. Fu, feel free to ask anything. I will tell everything I know." Zhang Fei, "You mentioned earlier, which person does Mr. Fu usually bring when dining here?" Gung Yi, "It's Ms. Wan. I've been working here for 5 years. 3 years ago, Mr. Fu often came with Ms. Wan." Zhang Fei, "What is Ms. Wan's full name?" Gung Yi, "I'm not quite sure, Mrs. Fu. I only know so much. We don't dare to ask too much about our customers' personal privacy." Zhang Fei slowly put down her phone and looked at the manager driving the car. He must know more than Gung Yi, but he clearly didn't dare to say it, fearing to offend Fu Yunting. Directly asking wouldn't work, so what else could she do to pry open the manager's lips? The hotel wasn't far from the restaurant. It only took 10 minutes to arrive downstairs. The manager turned his head and said, "Mrs. Fu, we have arrived at the hotel designated by Mr. Fu." Zhang Fei didn't rush to get out of the car. Instead, she sat on the back seat and softly asked after looking at the hotel, "Did Ms. Wan stay at this hotel during previous business trips accompanying my husband?" The manager obviously hesitated for a moment before awkwardly smiling. "Mrs. Fu, I'm not really sure about that. You might not know, but I do." Zhang Fei tucked her hair behind her ear. "Ms. Wan is a painter. My husband often comes here, probably to accompany her to art exhibitions or similar events." Zhang Fei closely watched the manager's expression and saw her suspicion affirmed a little more when he just smiled without saying anything. "Has Ms. Wan ever gotten a membership card at your store?" Zhang Fei suddenly asked. The manager forced a laugh. She did get one. Zhang Fei suddenly grabbed her dress tightly. Then after a few seconds, she placed her hand on the door handle and said, "Thank you for bringing me here." The manager quickly responded, "You're very welcome, Mrs. Fu. If you come again next time, we hope you'll continue to visit our store." Zhang Fei smiled but didn't respond further. She pushed the car door open and got out. After entering the hotel, Zhang Fei immediately took out her phone and sent a message to Gung Yi. "Zhang Fei, Ms. Wan has a membership card at your place, and her name should be visible in the records. Please help me find out her real name. Customer registration records definitely included." Chapter 162. Some information can't be trusted. After waiting for several minutes, Zhang Fei didn't receive a reply from Gung Yi. Just as she was about to prompt, an assistant's phone call came in. Zhang Fei hadn't even had time to press the button to answer it when she saw an assistant stepping out of the elevator. At the same moment, an assistant also caught sight of Zhang Fei. He ended the call and approached her, saying, Mr. Fu has arranged a room for you." Zhang Fei nodded slightly. then followed an assistant towards the elevator entrance. As they entered the elevator, Jiang Fei stood behind him, her eyes fixed on his back, while asking, "Wasn't Miss when Mr. Fu Yunting's ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Fei's words made an assistant's stiff spine freeze immediately. He faced away from Jiang Fei, but confusion flickered across his face briefly before being replaced by solemnity. "Mrs. I don't. You're trying to say you don't know what I'm talking about," Jiang Fei interrupted, answering for him. But some things can never be concealed perfectly. Jiang Fei refrained from mentioning that he had revealed the information. After all, an assistant was Mr. Fu Yunting's person, who knew if he would report it to Fu Yunting. If he did, the consequences of angering Fu Yunting could result in that girl losing her job without cause. An assistant dropped his gaze. "Mrs., the story you heard isn't necessarily true since you haven't confirmed it directly with any parties involved. Thus, some news shouldn't be trusted. Whether it should or shouldn't be trusted, I'll leave that clear understanding within my own heart." The elevator stopped and opened its doors. Without another word, Jiang Fei stepped out. An assistant quickly followed after her, walking a few steps until she abruptly halted. Swiftly turning around, she stared at him intently. "Is Miss Wen originally from here?" Caught off guard by Jiang Fei's sudden question, an assistant clearly wasn't prepared. Opening his mouth subconsciously to respond, the words reached his lips and instantly closed them again. Jiang Fei curled her lips coldly. "I see. So you do know her." She turned and left, not pressing further. But just these two questions were enough to make an assistant feel uneasy standing there. From the current situation, it seemed Mr. Fu had lost his past hostility toward Mrs. But Mrs. had started to understand these matters. What about tomorrow's auction? An assistant sighed deeply. This matter really seemed endless. In North Court Garden, Chen Qingzhu pulled open the car door and sat inside, giving instructions to Xiao Chong. "Go to Wang Baojue's house. Once we arrive, you should know what needs to be done." Xiao Chong nodded, starting the car as he asked, "Miss Chen, are you sure you're not going to Rongqing? Why should I go and make myself suffer?" Chen Qingzhu said sarcastically. "There's an art auction happening in Rongqing tomorrow, and I've inquired among friends there. There's a painting named W.Y. Yunting is heading to Rongqing only under the pretense of a business trip. The real purpose is the auction for this painting. Do you think I'd sit idly by and watch the man I love buy a painting of his ex-girlfriend? Am I stupid or something?" Xiao Chong responded. "Compared to this issue, it might indeed be better to handle the 3 million yuan taken by Wang Baojue's family first." Chen Qingzhu sneered and said, "Right now, I'm rather curious to know how Jiang Fei would react if she saw the painting. Surely she'd be tens of thousands of times more miserable than you, Mississippi." After finishing speaking, Xiao Chong realized it might sound odd, and hurriedly added, "After all, their relationship lasted relatively longer." These two sentences inevitably touched upon Chen Qingzhu's inner displeasure, prompting her to glare fiercely at Xiao Chong. "If you can't speak properly, shut up," Chen Qingzhu angrily remarked. "How is the investigation of that house coming along?" "Sorry, Miss Chen, we still haven't found any solid clues." "Then why don't you try checking with neighbors?" Chen Qingzhu snapped loudly. "Do you have to wait for me to remind you before you take action every time?" Xiao Chong dared not object, merely nodding in agreement. Halfway down the road, Chen Qingzhu suddenly received a call from Grandpa Chun, who ordered her to return to the Chun residence immediately, claiming he needed to discuss something with her. Chen Qingzhu had no choice but to set aside her plan to visit Wang Baojue's home, rushing back to the large courtyard of the Chen family. As soon as she entered the living room, a cup swiftly flew past her view toward her direction. She didn't have time to dodge, bearing the unexpected burst of anger from Grandpa Chun. The cup shattered on the ground, and blood seeped through the pale forehead of Chen Qingzhu, showing a strikingly red streak. Ignoring the pain, she stared in shock at Grandpa Chun, who approached her in rapid strides. Grandpa Chun raised his hand, grabbing hold of Chen Qingzhu's hair and dragging her toward the staircase entrance. Seeing this, Aunt Wang followed fearfully, shouting, "Mr. Elder, you mustn't. The injuries on Miss Face have yet to fully heal. Please stop." Grandpa Chun was so forceful that he nearly pulled all of Chen Qingzhu's hair out. Chen Qingzhu was dragged by him all the way up to the study on the second floor. Before she could steady herself, Grandpa Chun hit her knee pit hard with his cane, forcing her to kneel on the ground. "Shameless thing," Grandpa Chun roared in anger, walking briskly to the table and picking up a stack of receipts, throwing them fiercely onto Chen Qingzhu's face. "I told you to seek help from Fu Yunting for the Chen family, but look at you. Not only did you not bring back a single cent, you also spent over 500,000 yuan." Grandpa Chun, in uncontrollable fury, raised his cane again and lashed it towards Chen Qingzhu. "The 3 million yuan were barely within reach, and you've gone out and wasted it all in an instant. The Chen family will be ruined by your hands. You heartless dog." Each word of Grandpa Chen's sharp and ear-piercing tirade clearly fell into Chen Qingzhu's ears. The fresh blood from her forehead flowed down, blurring her eyes and mixing with the crimson redness around them, looking exceptionally startling. She remained silent, letting Grandpa Chen scold and beat her mercilessly, her spreading gaze of hatred causing even Aunt Wang, who had just rushed in, to shiver continuously. Aunt Wang feared that Chen Qingzhu might do something extreme and quickly rushed to Grandpa Chen's side, pleading, "Old master, you really can't continue to hit her anymore. Miss is already trying her best. You must give her a chance and some time." Grandpa Chen angrily pushed Aunt Wang aside. "What I do is none of your business as a servant. Get out. Old master, get out." "Why does Mother Wang have to get out?" Chen Qingzhu, who had been silent all along, suddenly looked up and met Grandpa Chen's ferocious gaze. Chen Qingzhu slowly stood up, her eyes fixed intently and cruelly on Grandpa Chen. As long as there's harm to your interests, you don't care about anyone else's thoughts. You scold people right away and raise your hand to strike without hesitation. Do you need me to remind you how my mother died? And how about my father? Do you need me to help you recall how he passed away? Chapter 163. You can't ruin yourself. Grandpa Chen didn't expect Qing Zhuchen to talk to him like that. Enraged, he once again raised his hand and swung the cane in his hand quickly towards Qing Zhu's head. Qing Zhu seized Grandpa Chen's cane and with a forceful tug, directly wrested it from him. Losing his balance, Grandpa Chen stumbled backward several steps. After steadying himself, he raised his trembling hand and pointed at Qing Zhu. You insolent brat. How dare you bring up your shameless mother who insisted on squeezing into our Chen family? That woman from the countryside, entering my Chen household gate just to give birth to you? An useless money drainer. If not for you two calamities, our Chen family wouldn't have fallen to. Bang! Before Grandpa Chen could finish his words, Qing Zhu swung the cane she held, swiftly smashing it toward the old man's head. The speed was such that Grandpa Chen never had time to react. Struck by one blow, his eyes wide open with shock, he swayed and fell to the ground. Mother Wang turned pale with fright, her face draining of color. She turned and shouted fearfully at Qing Zhu. Miss! Qing Zhu seemed deaf to her cries, coldly gazing down at the figure on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. She lifted her leg, and step by steady step moved towards him. Once more raising her cane high, she swung it down onto Grandpa Chen's head. The dull thud sent Mother Wang rushing beside Qing Zhu, imploring pitifully. Miss, if you keep hitting like this, the old master will die. Miss, you can't kill someone. Wang Ma, let go. In a voice drenched in cold bloodlust, Qing Zhu responded. If you don't want me to die, then let go. Mother Wang shook her head rapidly, sobbing as she cried out. You can't do this, miss. You can't ruin yourself. When things have come to this point, they're beyond redemption. Qing Zhu pushed Mother Wang away forcefully, continuing her merciless strikes against the old man's head. Even after Qing Zhu broke Grandpa Chen's skull, coating him in blood, she showed no signs of stopping her brutal assault. Her crimson eyes glared like a hellish devil, crazed to a point where even Wang Ma trembled in fear, not daring to interfere anymore. And so they watched helplessly as Qing Zhu proceeded to bludgeon Grandpa Chen until finally ceasing her attack. Qing Zhu panted heavily, her face smeared with blood. With a menacing expression, she turned her gaze to Wang Ma, whose legs had gone weak and collapsed to the ground. In a cold voice, Qing Zhu spoke, tossing the cane to the ground. Scared, Wang Ma, terrified, shuddered all over, neither dared reply nor make any movement. Qing Zhu chuckled darkly, wiping the blood obscuring her eyes. A face already bruised, now mixed with blood stains, appeared horrifying. With chilling calmness, she opened her lips. Go call Xiao Chong in. Wang Ma, too afraid to linger, hurriedly got up from the floor and prepared to fetch someone. Just as she reached the door, Qing Zhu's icy voice suddenly pierced through the silence again. I advise you, Wang Ma, to best shut your mouth about tonight's incident. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. Otherwise, should any issues arise, you'd be regarded as an accomplice. Pausing for a few seconds, Wang Ma wiped away the tears streaming down her face before swiftly leaving the room. Not long after, Xiao Chong hurriedly arrived at the study. Upon seeing the bloody scene, he froze in the doorway, stunned. Clean it up, then get a coffin. Cremate in the morning. Dropping the paper towel in her hand, her eyes filled with cold darkness, Qing Zhu stepped over the corpse of Grandpa Chen, exiting the study. As she walked downstairs, she saw Wang Ma carrying a steaming basin of water upstairs. Qing Zhu cast a cold sidelong glance. After sending out the death announcement, if anyone asks, I expect you to know how to respond, correct? Daring not to look straight at Qing Zhu, Wang Ma nodded repeatedly, her voice quavering as she replied. Yes, Mississippi. That's good. I'll change clothes upstairs, and then leave for a while. I'll be back later. Understood. The next day, Zhu Qingsu's call woke Jiafei from sleep. She fumbled around for her phone under her pillow, answering Zhu Qing's call with a raspy voice. Hello? Zhu Qing. Fifi. There are two big events, both regarding Qing Zhu Chen. Su Zhu Qing exclaimed excitedly. Chen Qingzhu's grandfather has died, reportedly from sudden cerebral hemorrhage, passing away within hours of the notice being sent out. They said he would be sent to the crematorium immediately, even canceling the mourning period. Jiang Fei blinked, suddenly half awake. How could it be so sudden? Su Zhuping hummed in agreement several times. I suspect something fishy's going on, which is why I'm on my way to the crematorium. Jiang Fei furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Why are you heading to the crematory? The body's inside a coffin. What could you possibly see? And if Chen Qingzhu sees you there, it might create unnecessary complications. I think there's more to this than meets the eye, which is why I'm going, Su Zhuqing said, turning the steering wheel. Old people may die from cerebral hemorrhage, but it's odd that they're skipping the mourning period altogether. I have a friend at the crematorium. We've exchanged information on a few cases before. I'll just check out the situation and come back. There shouldn't be any problems. Oh, by the way, there's another thing. Old Master Chen passed away last night, and Qingzhu Chen went to Wang Baojue's house to reclaim 3 million yuan. Jiang Fei sat up in confusion. How do you know about these two things? Su Zhuqing chuckled sarcastically. It's already trending online. Go ahead and be one of those nosy netizens if you want. It's quite amusing. Curious. Jiang Fei opened her app and sure enough, taking the top 2 spots on the trending list were stories about Qingzhu Chen. Netizens commented under the post about old Master Chen's death, saying that such a prestigious Chen family would simplify their funeral arrangements so much that they didn't even allow time for condolences from friends and relatives. Another group leaned towards superstition. They speculated that it could have been a sudden death, and that because the Chun family had extensive wealth and influence, they avoided arranging a proper ceremony due to bad omens. There were various theories swirling around, creating quite a stir. As for the matter concerning Wang Baojue, many people sided with Qing Zhu Chun, agreeing that the rural woman was unreasonable, making baseless claims and demanding 3 million yuan. They called her worse than pigs or dogs. These reactions were all within Jiang Fei's expectations. That promissory note was Guang Qiongfang's own trap for herself. Qing Zhuchen wasn't dumb. She wouldn't pass up an opportunity like this. Did you see? Fifi, Su Zhuqing asked without hanging up the phone. Isn't it interesting? If something suspicious is found about old Master Chen's death right now, what do you think will happen to Qing Zhuchen? She probably wouldn't be ruthless enough to kill her own relative. Jiang Fei replied offhandedly. After all, killing a family member seemed almost unimaginable. Moreover, Qing Zhuchen didn't seem to need to go that far. Pushing aside these absurd thoughts, Jiang Fei warned Su Zhuqing. Whatever happens, you still need to be careful and not let her see you. Chapter 164. You don't know me as well as I do. I'll handle it, don't worry. I've got to go now. I'm about to make a call. Su Zhuqing hastily ended the phone call. Jiang Fei stared at her phone in silence. For some reason, a sudden sense of stuffiness and unease spread through her chest. She hadn't felt this way while she was on the phone, but it became clear immediately after hanging up. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and decided to dial Su Zhuqing again to give a couple more reminders. However, Su Zhuqing's phone was already in another call. She stiffly put down her phone. It should be fine, right? After sitting quietly for a bit, Jiang Fei finally pulled back the quilt and got out of bed to wash up. She just finished changing her clothes when there came a knock at the door. Jiang Fei looked toward the door and responded, "Who is it?" "It's me, Mrs." An assistant's voice rang outside the door. Jiang Fei stepped forward and opened the door, asking an assistant, "Is there anything you need?" An assistant said, "Mrs., will you have breakfast here in the hotel, or shall we go outside? Mr. Fu has already gone to the subsidiary. He asked me to tell you that he won't be free until evening." Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Has he eaten breakfast? An assistant was a little surprised by Jiang Fei's question. "No, Mrs. Fu went to work early yesterday because of you and left many things unhandled. So, he just went straight to work." Jiang Fei loosened the door handle and walked towards the bathroom. "Just wait a moment." After a few minutes, after washing up, Jiang Fei picked up her phone and moved towards an assistant still standing outside the door, closing the door behind her. "Look up well-reputed breakfast restaurants in Rongqing. You take me there to buy some breakfast. I'll deliver it to Fu Yunting." An assistant, surprisingly following Jiang Fei, asked, "Mrs., didn't you spend last night with Sir? Arguing is one thing, but we still have to see each other and life still has to continue." Jiang Fei smiled faintly at an assistant. "There's enough time in one night to think things through, isn't there?" An assistant wanted to ask if Miss Wen's situation was still bothering her, but seeing Jiang Fei's mood seemed stable today, she chose not to press further. An assistant selected a breakfast shop Fu Yunting had visited before and set off with Jiang Fei. Sitting in the back seat, Jiang Fei watched the snowflakes fall lightly over the city of Rongqing as winter began. She asked, "Do you have any news about the Chun family incident?" An assistant glanced into the rearview mirror. "I know, and so does Mr. Fu. Miss Chin called Mr. Fu earlier. Did she mention why they are not setting up a mourning hall for relatives and friends to pay respects?" Miss Chun said that the fortune teller recommended an early cremation and also asked when Mr. Fu would return. Other than that, nothing much was mentioned. Unable to detect any issues, Jiang Fei stopped asking questions. Upon arriving at the breakfast shop, she simply bought a few plain breakfast items before heading to Fu Yunting's company. With an assistant around, Jiang Fei didn't even have to wait for permission to go upstairs. Fu Yunting was on the 12th floor. Just as Jiang Fei arrived with an assistant, they spotted Fu Yunting stepping out of his office, accompanied by 2 men and a female secretary. His expression remained cold and serious as he listened to the man beside him. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and met Jiang Fei's eyes. At the exact moment their eyes met, Jiang Fei clearly saw a flash of surprise in his gaze. Jiang Fei gave him a slight nod, raising the food box slightly in her hand. Fu Yunting withdrew his gaze and muttered a few words to the man beside him, then turned his steps toward Jiang Fei. Glancing down at the food box, he remarked, "The secretary will buy breakfast. You don't need to bring anything specially. The secretaries here probably do not know you as well as the ones in Jiangqing." Jiang Fei curved her lips into a light smile. "Naturally, no one knows your preferences as well as I do." As she spoke, Jiang Fei cast a glance at the retreating figures of the 3 people. "Do you have something urgent? If you can spare some time, eat breakfast first." Fu Yunting glanced at an assistant who was standing behind Jiang Fei. "Go to the meeting room first." An assistant nodded. "Understood, Mr. Fu." Fu Yunting led Jiang Fei back to his office where the delicately packed breakfast was carefully unwrapped and laid out in front of him. This sensation seemed to take them back to the period shortly after their marriage, when Jiang Fei had strived to please him, going through great efforts daily to serve Fu Yunting in hopes of winning his heart. But now, times have changed. Gone were her former sincerity and enthusiasm. All that remained was her acting and cooperation, all for the truth. Jiang Fei picked up the chopsticks and handed them to Fu Yunting. Sitting across from him, she smiled and said, "I heard you've tried this place. It's been an unknown number of days since then. Try it again and see if the taste is the same." Fu Yunting gazed steadily at Jiang Fei across from him, her expression free of any falsity. "How did you know I've eaten here before?" "A bit of effort, and you'd figure it out. This isn't that hard." Jiang Fei picked up the thermos of warm drink that had been packed and took a small sip. Fu Yunting lowered his eyes to the breakfast in front of him, his eyelids casting a shadow that obscured the fleeting flicker of desolation in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and brought it to his lips, lightly biting into it. He chewed slowly as he asked, "What are your plans for today?" "None." Jiang Fei wiped her mouth gently with a napkin. "You focus on your work, and if I'm bored, I'll just wander around nearby. That card is available for you to use whenever you want. It has no spending limit." Fu Yunting put down his chopsticks and looked up, meeting Jiang Fei's gaze. "I didn't expect you to adjust your emotions so quickly. If we can't leave, then we just have to make do." Jiang Fei leaned back against the chair, her eyes slightly curved. "But you should be clear. Some things won't be the same as before." Their gazes locked, flashing with a myriad of indescribable emotions. Fu Yunting gave a soft scoff. "Because of Qin Qingzhu? As to what it is, both our hearts are crystal clear. Why ask so directly?" A slight feeling of oppression crept into her chest, and Jiang Fei took a deep breath, preparing to continue. But the air was filled with the scent of food, causing an inexplicable wave of nausea in her stomach. She closed her lips and held her breath for a moment, but the sick feeling wouldn't subside. Seeing Jiang Fei frown lightly while staring at the food, Fu Yunting's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. "Not feeling well." Jiang Fei shook her head. "It's fine. You keep eating. I'll go for a walk." With that, Jiang Fei stood up and walked toward the door without waiting for Fu Yunting's response. Fu Yunting watched Jiang Fei's retreating back, his brows furrowing thoughtfully, though he did not call out to stop her, letting her leave. After leaving the company, Jiang Fei strolled slowly along the street. The cold wind carried tiny snowflakes that whipped past her face. Though it was cold, the fresh air made her feel much more comfortable. Chapter 165, Black and White Photo. Not knowing how long she had walked, Jiang Fei suddenly saw a dessert shop not far away. Through the glass, she noticed the customers eating soft shaved ice. Impulsively, she quickened her steps and headed toward the shop. Caught up by her attention, Jiang Fei didn't notice the person walking nearby, and they collided straight into each other. Jiang Fei just staggered a few steps, but the woman beside her fell heavily to the ground. The apple she was carrying dropped noisily onto the ground. The sound of pain rang in Jiang Fei's ears. She quickly turned her head and saw that the woman was furrowing her eyebrows and holding her lower back. She rushed forward to help her steady. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice earlier. Did I hurt you?" The woman raised her head, waving her hands hastily. It's fine. I wasn't paying attention either." The woman tried to get up on her own, but seemed to have twisted her waist. Even a slight movement made her wince. Seeing this, Jiang Fei supported the woman's arm again. "Don't move around too much. Let me help you stand up first. If it hurts badly, I'll take you to the hospital." The woman thanked her, leaning on Jiang Fei as she slowly rose from the ground. After helping the woman steady herself, Jiang Fei squatted down once again to pick up the apples on the ground. For every apple she picked up, she carefully wiped off the dust with her hands before putting them back into the plastic bag. Once she handed the apples back to the woman thanked her again. "Thank you, young lady. If it weren't for your help, I probably wouldn't be able to pick all these apples back up." Jiang Fei looked into the woman's eyes and realized at that moment what a beauty she must have been. If it weren't for the traces of time left on her face, the 4 words, "beauty in the making," would absolutely fit her. Staring absent-mindedly at Jiang Fei, the woman felt somewhat embarrassed and touched her cheeks, asking, "Is there something unclean on my face?" Realizing her rudeness, Jiang Fei quickly shifted her gaze and said, "No, it's because you look very beautiful, so I couldn't help but take an extra glance." The woman smiled faintly. "I can't compare to your prettiness. You didn't hurt yourself just now when we bumped into each other, right? It was me who caused you to fall." Guiltily, Jiang Fei glanced at the woman's waist. "Your waist." The woman comforted her, saying, "It's not serious, don't worry about it. It's an old ailment. Applying a plaster will suffice." Jiang Fei looked around briefly. "Where's your home? Given your injured waist, I'm not comfortable letting you return alone. Let me take you home before I leave." The woman initially wanted to refuse, but moving her waist only worsened the pain, so she accepted Jiang Fei's offer without resistance, pointing to the direction of the residential area where she lived, and then let Jiang Fei lead her slowly back. The housing complex wasn't far away, taking only 10 minutes of slow walking to arrive. Jiang Fei helped press the elevator button, escorting the woman inside, and was about to leave when the woman said, "If you have nothing else to do, come upstairs and drink a cup of tea before leaving. Consider it my way of thanking you for bringing me home." Jiang Fei intended to decline, but looking at how the woman struggled to stand upright, she really couldn't bear to leave. Hesitating for a few seconds, she asked, "Is there anyone else at your house?" "Just me." Nodding, Jiang Fei replied, "Then I'll apply some medicine on your waist before I leave." "Good. You can also enjoy a hot cup of tea while you're at it." Both took the elevator upstairs. The woman unlocked the door with her fingerprint, then led Jiang Fei inside. Even before entering, Jiang Fei caught a faint but pleasant aroma. It wasn't the kind of incense used by scholars, but the temple-style incense. As Jiang Fei entered, she quickly glanced around out of the corner of her eye, but found no altar. Turning around, the woman said to Jiang Fei, "Miss, could you please support me to the room over there?" Following the woman's gesture, without giving it much thought, Jiang Fei nodded and said, "Sure, I'll support you." As they approached, Jiang Fei became increasingly aware of the heavy scent of incense. Only when she steadied the woman near the doorway did she abruptly stop her steps, startled by the black and white photograph hanging on the wall and the curling smoke arising below it. The woman in the framed photo was beautiful, looking only about 20 years old. Even a black and white photo couldn't obscure her graceful charm. Her eyes seemed to contain a brilliant galaxy, captivating and entrancing one's soul. I'm sorry if I scared you. That's a photo of my daughter on the wall. I'll place some apples in front of it, and then come out. The woman's voice brought Jiang Fei back to reality. Jiang Fei immediately turned her gaze away and apologized. Sorry for disturbing you. Don't mind it. Slowly dragging herself towards the photo with the apples in hand, the woman softly said, Mommy has bought you the apples you liked. There are guests today, so I'll talk with you later. After placing the apples, the woman turned to Jiang Fei and smiled warmly. Miss, why don't you sit down in the living room? Jiang Fei helped the woman back to the teacup table she had pointed out and sat her down. The woman picked up the kettle and asked, Isn't my daughter very beautiful? Jiang Fei nodded. Yes, your daughter's beauty is truly incomparable. The woman's eyes misted slightly. That's true, but heaven was blind and did not spare my daughter, robbing her at such a tender age and fixing her forever at 23 years old. Jiang Fei lowered her brows. Auntie, please take care of yourself. The woman didn't reply. After boiling the water, she poured tea for Jiang Fei and finally spoke. From your accent, you must not be from Rongqing. That's right, Jiang Fei replied. I'm from Jiangqing. I came here with my husband on business. The woman's hands paused momentarily, as if remembering something, adding even more sorrow to her expression. Jiangsheng, my daughter used to always go to Jiangsheng to see her boyfriend. Jiang Fei suddenly felt uneasy, realizing how easily her simple response had stirred deep sadness within the woman. She wanted to apologize, but found no words to express her apology. Changing the topic, she said, Auntie, I should still be in Rongqing these next 2 days, and I sincerely regret today's accident. Could you give me your contact information? If you experience any discomfort, please call me, and I'll accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. The woman didn't refuse and provided her number to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked gently, What may I call you, Auntie? Zhuang Jiying. Zhuang Jiying, truly living up to her name, elegant and refined, exuding an aura of quiet resilience. Jiang Fei labeled Zhuang Jiying's number before setting her phone down. Do you live alone, Auntie? Yes, Zhuang Jiying sipped a little tea. My husband left my daughter and me long ago, over 20 years ago. I've raised my daughter alone until she grew up. Jiang Fei couldn't imagine the hardships she went through, nor could she fathom the profound pain endured day after day. Chapter 166. Don't let her leave. Having lost her husband at an early age, and her daughter in middle age, such blows are not something that an ordinary person can easily bear. When Jiang Fei was about to leave, she applied a gaoyak, plaster, on Zhuang Jiying's wound and gave some reminders before leaving. Walking out of the neighborhood, Jiang Fei received a call from Fu Yunting. She pressed the answer button. Hello. There were several chaotic footsteps on the other side of the phone. Soon, they were cut off by a door closing sound. Fu Yunting asked in a low voice, Where have you been? It's not appropriate for you to ask me this. Jiang Fei looked around and didn't see the name of the residential area. She said, I remember the way back. It should take about 20 minutes. Send me your location, I'll have an yin pick you up. Fu Yunting lifted his wrist and looked at the time. There's a lunch gathering at noon. I'll take you there for a meal. Jiang Fei didn't decline either. After hanging up the phone, she sent her location to Fu Yunting's mobile phone. After seeing the location, Fu Yunting's handsome eyebrows suddenly tightened. He quickly picked up his coat and strode out of the office. Just as Fu Yunting left the office, he met Assistant and who was holding documents. Surprisingly, Assistant and asked while looking at Fu Yunting with a serious expression, Mr. Fu, is something wrong? Fu Yunting sternly said, Jiang Fei is at Jialan Park. Assistant and suddenly widened his eyes and hurriedly ran into the office to put down the documents before following Fu Yunting and leaving. When they arrived at Jialan Park, they saw Jiang Fei standing at the entrance of the community, huddled up inside her coat waiting. Fu Yunting pushed open the car door, got out, and walked up to Jiang Fei in big strides. With a solemn look, he observed her, and upon seeing that she had no problems, he slightly eased his expression. Why did you come here? Jiang Fei stared at Fu Yunting's expression and asked, What's wrong? Is there any story here that's significant to you? Fu Yunting turned his body and said, Get in the car first, we'll talk later. Jiang Fei followed Fu Yunting into the car. When getting in, she accidentally caught sight of Assistant An's expression. His expression when he appeared in front of her was exactly the same as Fu Yunting's, but more than anything else, it was filled with worry. After Fu Yunting got into the car and closed the door, he remained silent without any intention to explain why he had asked those questions. Without asking, Jiang Fei also didn't pursue further inquiries, since asking too many times would only lead to concealment and deceit, which had no meaning anyway. Before leaving, Jiang Fei took a deep look at Jialan Park. She inexplicably had a strong premonition that perhaps she would visit this place again. Crematorium. Su Ziking quietly handed over some money after finishing the procedures with the staff, gaining early access to the cremation area. Before the remains were transported into the cremator, the staff secretly revealed a glimpse of the paper coffin to Su Ziking. As soon as the coffin lid was opened, revealing old Mr. Chen's head, both Su Ziking and the staff immediately retreated in terror. The staff was so scared that they were almost speechless. Su Ziking forced herself to calm her churning stomach and took a photo with her phone, then promptly instructed the staff to cover the coffin again. The staff suppressed their fear and quickly closed the coffin lid, casting a lingering glance at Su Ziking. This is murder. Don't tell anyone. Su Ziking severely warned him. If you report it now, you probably won't be able to keep your job. This matter needs careful consideration. The staff nodded repeatedly. All right, if you don't say, I won't say it either. I'm also afraid of causing myself any harm. Even if you want to report it, please don't involve me. I understand. Su Ziking glanced at the time. Hurry up and transport the remains out, or the Chun family will start to suspect something. Okay, let me go ahead. You can exit through the small door on the other side. Su Ziking nodded heavily, quickly leaving the cremation room towards the parking lot outside the crematorium. While walking towards her car, she didn't realize that Xiao Chong, parked not far from her vehicle, noticed her figure. Xiao Chong curiously stared at Su Ziking as she got into her car and drove away, then turned his head to look at the crematorium behind him. After contemplating for quite a while, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Ms. Chen Qingzhu. Xiao Chong. Miss, I just saw Su Ziking. Not long after, Su Ziking replied with a message. When did you see her? Xiao Chong. She just left. Su Ziking glanced toward the window of the cremation furnace where the deceased corpse of Elder Chen lay. Could it be that Su Ziking came here to view the remains? Su Ziking is a lawyer. Hardly anyone might know her in the crematorium. But one mustn't underestimate what information she could possibly uncover. Chen Qingzhu picked up her phone again and sent a message to Xiao Chong. Don't let her go. Take her to the Chun family manor. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Chong quickly started the car to chase Su Ziking. He pursued her all the way from the crematorium to the underground level 1 parking lot of Su Ziking's company. Before Su Ziking even got out of her car, he stepped out of his vehicle and approached her car directly. Su Ziking didn't sense the danger that was gradually approaching. As she grabbed her bag and prepared to get out of the car, a black figure suddenly appeared before her eyes. Before she could fully make out it was Xiao Chong, he swung a punch at her forehead with lethal force. With heightened alertness, Su Ziking quickly leaned back and took 2 steps backward to avoid his attack. Xiao Chong didn't give Su Ziking any time to catch her breath. He stepped forward in big strides and launched another offensive. Cursing under her breath, Su Ziking was forced to retreat repeatedly without the chance to counterattack. With the wall closing in front of her, Su Ziking used the nearby hood of her car as leverage, leaping up and flipping over to dodge Xiao Chong's aggressive pursuit. Instead of fleeing immediately, she quickly circled around to his back and lifted her leg for a sideways kick toward Xiao Chong's waist. However, Xiao Chong caught her foot firmly, pulling her towards him. Using his strength against him, Su Ziking kicked into the air towards Xiao Chong's head. In haste, Xiao Chong released her ankle and blocked her strike with his arm. After several rounds of offense, neither Su Ziking nor Xiao Chong gained any upper hand. As they pulled away from each other, Su Ziking panted lightly and said, Did Chen Qingzhu send you? Either come with me willingly, or I knock you unconscious and drag you along. The stern threat from Xiao Chong made Su Ziking laugh derisively. Why don't you try? And see if you can take me away. Before Xiao Chong could make another move, Su Ziking pretended by putting her hands in her pocket as though preparing something. When Xiao Chong came near, Su Ziking suddenly crouched down and swept toward Xiao Chong's ankles. Xiao Chong clearly hadn't anticipated Su Ziking's swift speed, managing to defend against her blow but staggering back several steps without falling. Regaining her stance promptly, Su Ziking swung her elbow toward Xiao Chong's back. With an agile sidestep, Xiao Chong evaded her attack. Staring him down intensely, Su Ziking warned, It's not too late for you to leave now. In 5 minutes, the police will arrive, and then you won't have a chance to escape. Chapter 167, Predictable Outcome. Xiao Chong furrowed his eyebrows, but did not move his feet. He was pondering how credible Su Zhuqing's words were. Taking this opportunity, Su Zhuqing took out her phone to show Xiao Chong. You should have noticed that I put my hand in my pocket earlier. As a lawyer, it is very normal to encounter sudden attacks, so I set up an alarm system in advance. Before Su Zhuqing finished speaking, Xiao Chong quickly turned around and started to leave. Looking at his back, Su Zhuqing softly said, Working for Chen Qingzhu, you know the consequences. I advise you to stop early. Otherwise, when Chen Qingzhu goes in, you will go in as well. As if he hadn't heard Su Zhuqing's words, Xiao Chong sat in the car and drove away. The determined look on Xiao Chong's face made Su Zhuqing sneer in disdain. Once a person loses self-awareness, their outcome is predictable. After Xiao Chong left, Su Zhuqing returned to the office. In front of the coffee machine, Su Zhuqing brewed coffee while lowering her gaze in deep thought about Xiao Chong's actions. Of course, without Chen Qingzhu's orders, Xiao Chong would never have come to her or tried to take her away for no reason. But how did Chen Qingzhu know she went to the crematorium? Did someone tell her, or did they see her? Su Zhuqing sipped her coffee with frustration, the scalding hot liquid startling her momentarily. Blowing on her sore tongue, Su Zhuqing irritably put down her coffee again. This time, you escaped, but what about next time? These two people were like rats in a damp, dark cave, suddenly leaping out to bite, making others unable to react. Su Zhuqing did not inform Jiang Fei about this incident, fearing that it would cause her worry, but she still needed to consult someone for advice. After some deliberation, Su Zhuqing suddenly thought of Zhou Xiqing. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up her phone and dialed the number. After a few rings, Zhou Xiqing answered the call. Hello? A hoarse voice came from the phone, making Su Zhuqing pause slightly. Did I wake you up? Zhou Xiqing cleared his throat. No problem, I just rested a bit after surgery. Su Zhuqing sat down at the desk. Have you heard anything about Chen Qingzhu? Zhou Xiqing replied nonchalantly. The Chen family used to be prominent in Jiangqing. Naturally, Old Master Chen's passing attracted attention. It's hard not to hear about it. Old Master Chen didn't pass away due to a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Su Zhuqing placed her phone down and sent the picture she had taken to Zhou Xiqing. I've sent you the photos. Take a look. After a long silence, Zhou Xiqing did not speak. Su Zhuqing asked, Did you see them? What are your thoughts? A blunt object impact. The wounds are too obvious. That's why Qin Qingzhu didn't hold funeral services, but directly chose the cremation ceremony. Zhou Siqing sighed heavily. If you hadn't kept these photos as evidence, her evil deeds might really have gone unnoticed. The problem lies here now. Su Zhuqing informed Zhou Siqing about Xiao Chong coming to fight her. Zhou Siqing paused in astonishment. If you weren't capable yourself, your fate probably wouldn't have been much better than old Master Chen's. So what do you plan to do next? Does Jiang Fei know about this matter? If I had told her, I wouldn't have called you. Su Zhuqing sighed, idly twirling her coffee cup, unsure of how to proceed further. I can understand your unwillingness to burden Jiang Fei, but there's no harm in letting her know sooner. Zhou Siqing analyzed for Su Zhuqing. Since Qin Qingzhu has targeted you, there's nothing else to do but expose this matter as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the more unfavorable it is for you. Su Zhuqing held her head in pain. I understand. Let me think about what to do. You give me the impression that you don't want to expose Qin Qingzhu yet. Zhou Siqing's voice revealed exasperation. What exactly are you hesitating over, Zhiling? Su Zhuqing exhaled the pent-up air in her chest. It's not that I don't want to expose her, but this is the best way to help Fei Fei suppress Qin Qingzhu. Zhou Siqing earnestly advised in a more serious tone. Preserving one's own interests is the smartest approach. Jiang Fei is clever. Sometimes, things like this aren't even necessary to subdue Qin Qingzhu. After conversing with Zhou Siqing, Su Zhuqing felt increasingly suffocated. After much contemplation, Su Zhuqing decided to inform Jiang Fei about this matter via text message. When Jiang Fei received the message and photos, she was eating. Seeing the severely disfigured face of old Master Chen, she hastily dropped her phone and abruptly stood up from her seat. Her actions drew the attention of Fu Yunting and the company executives. Jiang Fei, with a pale face, quickly glanced at them and immediately bent down to pick up her phone, forcefully calming her racing heart as she sat back down. Seeing Jiang Fei quickly close her phone, Fu Yunting lightly frowned his handsome brows. He didn't ask more, because everyone in the upper level was looking at Jiang Fei with puzzled gazes. Fu Yunting slowly picked up the wet wipes on the table to clean his hands. My wife is timid. A friend sent her something terrifying and frightened her. Please continue eating. With just a few words, he eased Jiang Fei's embarrassment and relaxed the atmosphere at the dining table. Fu Yunting stood up and looked down at Jiang Fei. I will accompany you to the restroom. Jiang Fei couldn't sit still either. The sight of old Master Chen's mangled face made her physically nauseous. She tightly held her phone and stood up, walking out of the private room with Fu Yunting. The moment the door closed, Fu Yunting finally asked, what did you see just now? Jiang Fei hesitated for a few seconds. It's just Zhuqing's prank. What could she say? Say that old Master Chen didn't die from cerebral hemorrhage, but was murdered by Qin Qingzhu? Until today, Fu Yunting hasn't driven Qin Qingzhu away from Bei Yuan, surely having certain feelings towards her. Moreover, after the cruise incident, he forgave Qin Qingzhu, making Jiang Fei uncertain whether he would once again intervene on behalf of Qin Qingzhu. It's better to keep it secret for now than to reveal everything right away. Otherwise, Su Zhuqing would unnecessarily be put at risk over this matter. Jiang Fei's lying was too obvious, but Fu Yunting, although aware of it, did not press further. Because of the photo, Jiang Fei lost all appetite for lunch, and Fu Yunting also hurriedly ended the meal because of her. As soon as they returned to the hotel, Jiang Fei immediately called Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing answered, and Jiang Fei quickly asked, were you discovered by Qin Qingzhu? Or does she only suspect you without any concrete evidence that you know about old Master Chen's murder? Su Zhuqing set aside her work. How could she know? The crematorium staff won't talk. Chapter 168. You're a lunatic. How is it possible that she wouldn't talk? Jiang Fei said in a hurry. Zhuqing, you can't underestimate her. If she didn't get the information she wanted from you, she will surely find the answers elsewhere. Jiang Fei's words made Su Zhuqing feel uneasy in her heart. She quickly responded, Fei Fei, I'll make a call and reply later. Su Zhuqing hastily hung up and called a friend who was helping at the crematorium. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, the third call was finally answered. As Su Zhuqing was about to speak, a cold voice suddenly came from her phone. So eager to make a call, are you afraid of me finding out something? Qin Qingzhu's voice was like a ghost crawling out of hell, making one's scalp tingle upon hearing it. Su Zhuqing suddenly gripped her phone tightly, hitting the desk with a heavy punch. Qin Qingzhu, you've committed an unforgivable act, and you still plan to harm an innocent person. And how do you know I've harmed others? Qin Qingzhu, with crossed legs, looked down on the man tied up and kneeling on the ground. She leisurely coiled her long hair with her index finger. Don't describe me as so heinous. I haven't done much. The person is still fine in front of me. But if you want to take him away, you should know I have certain conditions. Su Zhuqing clenched her teeth tightly. Do you want me to exchange myself for him? You're not that dumb. Qin Qingzhu gave a slight chuckle. His life is in your hands now. By 5 o'clock this evening, if you don't come find me, prepare to attend the funeral of an innocent person. Lunatic! Su Zhuqing shouted angrily. Qin Qingzhu, you're just a lunatic. Her angry shout did not reach the ears of Qin Qingzhu. The call was disconnected, and Su Zhuqing's face turned pale with anger. Just after the call ended, Jiang Fei's call came again. Su Zhuqing answered, and Jiang Fei urgently asked, Zhuqing, how is the situation? You were right. Su Zhuqing had accumulated her rage to its peak. This lunatic, Qin Qingzhu, has taken my friend. She wants me to meet her by 5 this afternoon to exchange persons. You can't go. Jiang Fei quickly interrupted. Zhuqing, wait for me to return before we proceed together. I'm buying a ticket back immediately. Fei Fei. Su Zhuqing took a deep breath through gritted teeth. This is the matter I've stirred up. I must go and bring my friend back. Going with me will only add unnecessary danger. Zhu Qing, there's currently no proof your friend is safe. Jiang Fei hurriedly analyzed. If Chen Qingzhu is deceiving you, how do you plan to respond? If I go with you, she'll at least be wary of me, considering Fu Yunting's attitude toward me has changed recently, which might affect Chen Qingzhu's actions accordingly. Although Su Zhuqing accepted part of Jiang Fei's suggestions. When can you arrive roughly? Jiang Fei promptly checked the flight time. I'll be at the airport around 4, definitely reaching the Chun residence by 5. Let's meet at the entrance to our Chun household. Su Zhuqing barely controlled her impulse. Alright, understood, see you at 5. After Jiang Fei hung up, she rushed to buy tickets and left the hotel in a hurry without even packing, directly heading towards the airport in a taxi. On the way to the airport, Jiang Fei sent a message to Assistant and she told Assistant and that Su Zhuqing was in trouble, so she had to return early. Also, please let Fu Yunting know. At the same time, Assistant and was holding documents ready to head to the meeting room to deliver them to Fu Yunting. When the phone on his desk lit up, he had just stepped out of the office and thus missed it timely. Only after the meeting with Fu Yunting was over and he returned to the office did he notice Jiang Fei's message. When he tried calling back to inquire about the specific situation, Jiang Fei's phone was already turned off. Upon sitting back at his desk, Fu Yunting noticed Assistant N's unusual demeanor and eyed him, asking, "What's wrong?" Assistant N quickly informed Fu Yunting about Jiang Fei leaving. Fu Yunting's handsome face darkened instantly. He pursed his lips, and his tone became clearly cold. Call Su Zhuqing. Surprised for a moment, Assistant N muttered, "Mr. Fu, I don't have Miss Su's phone number." With displeasure, Fu Yunting threw the folder in his hand onto the table. "If you don't know, won't you check?" Assistant N immediately lowered his head to look up Su Zhuqing's phone number. It wasn't long before the number was sent to his phone, but every time he dialed, Su Zhuqing never picked up. He attempted multiple times with the same result. With no other option, Assistant N could only look at Fu Yunting. "Mr. Fu, Miss Su isn't answering the phone." Staring at the document in his hand for a long while, Fu Yunting stood up abruptly and said, "Book a flight." Confused, Assistant N hurriedly questioned, "Mr. Fu, there's a meeting tomorrow. Are you planning to return today?" Fu Yunting, with dark eyes, said firmly, "Can't you understand what I mean?" After Jiang Fei arrived at Jiang City, she immediately headed to the Chun family residence. On her way there, at a corner, she spotted Su Zhuqing's car. Su Zhuqing lowered her car window and waved at Jiang Fei, who quickly approached, opened the door, and got in. "I was just about to call you." Su Zhuqing helplessly glanced at Jiang Fei. "Did you leave without informing Fu Yunting beforehand?" "Not long after your plane took off, Fu Yunting had someone call me. He practically bombarded my phone with calls. If I had told him beforehand, I'd probably still be in Rong City." Jiang Fei looked at the distant large courtyard of the Qin family, then checked the time. "There are 20 more minutes." Su Zhuqing crossed her arms, staring grimly at the Chun residence while remaining silent with her lips pressed tightly. Her entire body radiated a fierce demeanor, as if she were already prepared for a big fight. Jiang Fei lowered her gaze and thought for a moment. "You should stay outside when we get there. Let me go in first." Su Zhuqing suddenly turned her head. "Am I the kind of person who abandons her friend and hides?" Jiang Fei clenched her hands. "Then you mustn't act hastily. We'll make decisions based on how Chen Qingzhu responds." "I understand. I'll follow your advice." Jiang Fei took a deep breath. "Let's drive over now." The gate of the Chen family courtyard was wide open, as if waiting for their arrival. Jiang Fei gazed at the dark compound without any lights, feeling a bone-chilling cold creeping up from her feet. Every step into the Chun residence, Jiang Fei observed cautiously around her. Other than the rustling sound of wind moving through leaves, the only sounds were Jiang Fei's and Su Zhuqing's footsteps. When they climbed the steps leading to the villa, the lights inside the house suddenly turned on. Immediately afterward, the sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed from inside. Each step seemed unusually drawn out, making their hearts heavy. As the sound grew clearer, Chen Qingzhu appeared before them, dressed in mourning clothes, her head tied with a white band, her face looking dark and gloomy. Chapter 169, rushing back despite 1,000 li. The wounds on her face were still unhealed, and she stood against the light, giving off an indescribably unsettling feeling. In just 2 short days of not seeing her, Jiang Fei could distinctly sense a change in her aura compared to before. The previous Chen Qingzhu was adept at scheming underhandedly, but never had she possessed this current air of ruthlessness. Her seemingly indifferent gaze concealed an intention to kill without leaving any trace. This kind of vibe was something Jiang Fei had only ever seen from one person. She slightly shifted her eyes and glanced at Xiao Chong, who stood silently behind Chen Qingzhu. The darkness that pervaded both their beings was nearly identical. What urgent matter could possibly have bothered our Mrs. Fu to rush back despite traveling such a long distance, to grace the Qin family with her presence? Chen Qingzhu looked down haughtily, her tone cool and sarcastic. How could Jiang Fei let Chen Qingzhu dominate the conversation so intimidatorily? She stepped up onto the stairs, walking calmly but deliberately to stand face to face with Chen Qingzhu as she responded. "Upon hearing about the passing of Miss Chen's grandfather, I hurried back to pay my respects. After all, Miss Chen visited me personally before. If I didn't come this time, wouldn't I risk becoming the subject of Miss Chen's ridicule?" Jiang Fei understood that once a confrontation began, if she faltered in momentum, Chen Qingzhu would undoubtedly seize the upper hand. Chen Qingzhu slightly tilted her mouth upwards without humor. "Mrs. Fu really does care, but your sources must not be too reliable. My grandfather was cremated early this morning and has already been buried. The funeral meal you might have been expecting is no longer available, though maybe swallowing some cold wind could help quench some hunger. But I do appreciate Miss Chin's good intentions, Jiang Fei retorted directly, hitting where it hurt the most. Before coming, Yinting has already taken me out for a meal. Seeing Chun Qingzhu's expression flicker, Jiang Fei pressed further. Since the Qin family has opened its doors so hospitably, refusing guests would certainly undermine the decorum expected from such a prestigious household like yours. Chun Qingzhu's expression turned colder upon hearing Jiang Fei's words. But remaining outwardly calm, her voice turned venomous. Mrs. Fu truly flatters me. If you want to enter, why bother with these polite excuses to pressure me? With the elders having passed recently, I am concerned that misfortune may taint you. If you don't fear future mishaps, by all means, step through our gates. As she spoke, Chun Qingzhu stepped aside, giving Jiang Fei access to walk forward. It appeared as though she conceded, but in truth, she had already cursed Jiang Fei ahead of time. Should she dare enter, she'd better consider the repercussions for herself. However, Jiang Fei merely smiled faintly in response. Good fortune suppressed by mourning lasts 3 years. Comparatively, I believe Miss Chun will find life even less agreeable than I. With that said, Jiang Fei walked straight into the villa. Chun Qingzhu's face grew so dark, it could have dripped water, a look unseen by Jiang Fei, but observed clearly by Su Zhuqing. Sometimes Su Zhuqing admired Jiang Fei's rhetoric. Just a few sentences could enrage someone to the point of smoke billowing from their 7 orifices. Su Zhuqing followed Jiang Fei inside the Chun residence, and as she passed by Chun Qingzhu, the latter lowered her voice and muttered, "You sure did bring a good helper along." Su Zhuqing shot her a glance. "Funny, are you the only one with reinforcements?" Chun Qingzhu smirked sardonically. "Rejoicing prematurely won't get you far." Su Zhuqing bared her teeth at her. "Then I'll eagerly await what type of stench you manage to release." Hearing Su Zhuqing's words, Xiaochang couldn't hold himself back and made a move to step forward. Chun Qingzhu, however, immediately stopped him, keeping her eyes fixed on Su Zhuqing's retreating figure heading towards the living room, and softly asked, "What's the status from their side?" "Xiaochang, on the way here." Chun Qingzhu nodded and followed both of them into the living room. The vast living room, with its redwood furniture arrangement, exuded a chilling and somber atmosphere. Neither Jiang Fei nor Su Zhuqing could spot Go Hongjun anywhere. Furrowing her eyebrows, Su Zhuqing lowered her voice to ask Jiang Fei, "Is she tricking us?" Jiang Fei couldn't quite gauge the situation at the moment. "It's unclear. Let's wait and see how things develop." Both of them sat down on the couch as Chun Qingzhu courteously instructed Mama Wang to serve them 2 cups of water. After seating herself, Chun Qingzhu arrogantly crossed her legs and stared silently at Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing without uttering a word. Su Zhuqing was inherently impatient, glaring at Chun Qingzhu and snapping, "Where is he?" "Who?" Chun Qingzhu pretended ignorance. "I don't understand what you're talking about." An inferno erupted within Su Zhuqing's eyes. "Shen Qingzhu, did your brain get cremated this morning? How forgetful can you be?" Chun Qingzhu sneered in mockery. "Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Are you sure it's me? You?" Before Su Zhuqing could finish her sentence, Jiang Fei raised a hand, stopping her abruptly. It was clear that Chun Qingzhu refused to acknowledge anything. No matter how provoked Su Zhuqing got, there was no use in continuing this way. Rather than losing control and arguing, it would be wiser to unearth information about Chun Qingzhu's plans through alternative means. Slowly withdrawing her hand, Jiang Fei asked, "Although I came uninvited today, according to Zhuqing, you sincerely invited her over. I'm quite curious, given your limited familiarity, how exactly did you get in touch with Zhuqing?" Chun Qingzhu stroked her manicured nails one by one, pretending to be confused as she glanced at Xiaochang beside her. "Did I contact Miss Su?" Xiaochang remained expressionless. "No." Chun Qingzhu looked at Su Zhuqing as if she were a fool. Miss Su must have confused her memory. As a lawyer, fabricating accusations will undoubtedly shorten your career path considerably. Su Zhuqing's eyes bulged in fury at Chun Qingzhu. She thought she had seen shameless people before, but didn't expect Chun Qingzhu to set a new record for shamelessness. At this point, both Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing realized that Chun Qingzhu had no intention of handing anyone over. Not only did she refuse to hand someone over, but she also wanted to completely wash off any suspicion of kidnapping while accusing them of false accusations. Jiang Fei contemplated the underlying purpose of Chun Qingzhu's actions. She felt something was amiss, though she couldn't quite pinpoint it yet. Before she could figure out what was going on, Chun Qingzhu interjected again. "Could it be that Ms. Su came chasing all the way to the Qin family because you feel guilty about something and are here to cover it up?" Su Zhuqing was almost driven beyond endurance, wanting to say something, but hesitated because it might indirectly confirm they possessed incriminating photos. The distress made her breathing uneven. After careful consideration, she stood up, ready to leave. However, Jiang Fei stopped her again, pressing down her leg, then took out her phone with casual movements. "Everything Miss Chun has said just now has been fully recorded," Jiang Fei remarked calmly, flashing a simple smile toward Chun Qingzhu. "I'll send these recordings to Yunting for his judgment later." Chun Qingzhu's gaze suddenly tightened, but she quickly regained her composure. "Holding up your phone pretending to record, do you really think I would fall for such a children's play?" Jiang Fei had anticipated she'd ask this question. Hence, without further ado, she played part of their earlier conversation recording for Chun Qingzhu, letting her hear it for herself. Chapter 170. He will have his own judgment. Chun Qingzhu had never imagined that Jiang Fei would make such preparations. The moment her expression changed, her hand also clenched tightly. "With just this recording, even if you send it to Yunting to listen to, Yunting won't hear any problems. What if the two recordings are compared together? Jiang Fei smiled and put her phone back. How did you call Zhuxing and how did you deny it? After Fu Yunting listens, he will naturally have his own judgment. Chen Qingzhu showed a cruel expression on her face. Jiang Fei, do you think your little tricks can force me to admit something indirectly? You said you have recordings, why don't you play the other audio clip then? How come you're in a rush? Jiang Fei said leisurely. When Fu Yunting comes back, everything will become clear, won't it? After saying that, Jiang Fei stood up while holding Su Zhuxing's hand. It's not early anymore. I wouldn't want to disturb Miss Chen further. Chen Qingzhu sat on the sofa, biting her teeth tightly and glaring at the self-assured Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei reached the door, Chen Qingzhu abruptly stood up. Mrs. Fu is so eager to leave because you're afraid that when Yunting comes here, you won't be able to produce evidence to disprove my words, right? Jiang Fei paused slightly for a few seconds before turning around to respond. If Miss Chen hasn't done anything wrong, naturally she will be clean. But if she has committed something improper, and Fu Yunting perceives any clues, he probably won't let someone like you stay by his side, would he? Also, Miss Chen should know the phrase, one river flows without affecting the other. If you understand its meaning, you'll surely comprehend the purpose of my visit today. Jiang Fei didn't mention Grandpa Chen directly, but each word was a reminder of Chen Qingzhu's wrongdoing. At the same time, she made her stance clear. If she dared to harm Su Zhuxing, she certainly wouldn't let Chen Qingzhu off lightly either. After Jiang Fei and Su Zhuxing returned to the car, Su Zhuxing urgently asked, Fei, the person must still be in Chen Qingzhu's hands. If we leave like this, isn't it? It won't happen. Jiang Fei calmly pulled over the seatbelt and fastened it. Chen family now solely relies on Chen Qingzhu for support. She dares not let Fu Yunting know what she has done. Therefore the person will be released, and she won't dare to make another move against you anytime soon. Su Zhuxing was still uneasy. What if she doesn't release the person? Jiang Fei looked at Su Zhuxing helplessly with a touch of fatigue. She accomplished nothing today. How could she not fear the evidence in your possession, which could expose her evil deeds? Moreover, attacking the crematory staff at such a critical juncture, isn't that akin to digging her own grave? Upon hearing that, Su Zhuxing relaxed. You've gone through all this trouble. It's evident you're quite tired as well. Let me treat you to a big meal. Jiang Fei did not refuse, allowing Su Zhuxing to drive her to the restaurant. However, during the journey, drowsiness overtook her, and she fell sound asleep leaning against the passenger seat. When they arrived, Su Zhuxing couldn't bring herself to wake Jiang Fei immediately. She stepped out of the car, ordered the dishes, and at the same time, called Go Hongjun with her phone to inquire about the situation. Before long, Go Hongjun answered the call, President Su. Upon hearing his voice, Su Zhuxing felt relieved. Miss Chun didn't do anything to you, did she? No, Go Hongjun replied. She merely had someone take me there and ask me some questions. However, I didn't say anything. At first, they didn't let me go. Later, after I heard your voice and the voice of your friend, approximately an hour passed before she released me. Su Zhuxing, did she ask you what I went to the crematorium to do? Naturally she did. Go Hongjun responded. I told her I wasn't too sure about your intent to come. We merely bumped into each other and chatted idly for a bit. I see. Be careful yourself. I understand. After hanging up, Su Zhuxing exited the restaurant to wake Jiang Fei for their meal. Jiang Fei yawned, looking half asleep as she followed Su Zhuxing into the restaurant. However, the moment Jiang Fei set foot inside, her expression drastically changed. She covered her mouth and quickly ran out of the restaurant to crouch in a corner and began dry heaving. Su Zhuxing trailed behind her in shock. Watching Jiang Fei turn deathly pale, an alarming thought suddenly struck her. Fei. Su Zhuxing gently patted Jiang Fei's back. You and Fu Yunting. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Fei's phone rang inopportunely. Suppressing her nausea, she pulled out her phone and upon seeing Zhou Xiqing's call, she accepted it. If I'm not mistaken, you and Zhuxing are now downstairs from Bai Weizhai restaurant. Jiang Fei rubbed her chest and stood up, looking around. Are you here too? Zhou Xiqing, look upstairs. Jiang Fei took 2 steps back and only then noticed Zhou Xiqing standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, waving at her and Su Zhuxing. How coincidental. Jiang Fei waved back with a smile. What are you doing here? Zhou Xiqing said, having dinner with colleagues. They finished eating, so I came over to sit with you for a while. All right, see you upstairs. Jiang Fei put her phone down and turned to look at Su Zhuxing, who had a somewhat serious expression on her face. Zhuxing, what were you about to say earlier? Su Zhuxing glanced at her stomach. Have you been vomiting frequently lately? Just in these 2 days, probably because I haven't been eating properly. Jiang Fei didn't think much of it as she headed toward the restaurant. Su Zhuxing followed closely. Do you feel nauseous every time you smell food during meals? No, not really. Jiang Fei rubbed her throat. I didn't feel this way at lunchtime either. Why are you asking all of a sudden? I suspect you might be pregnant. Jiang Fei abruptly stopped in her tracks, startled as she looked at Su Zhuxing. Me? How could I possibly? She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly remembering that there had been some encounters with Fu Yunting recently. And during those times, something had always interrupted her to the point where she had forgotten to take her medication. Drowsiness, morning sickness. These symptoms are quite evident. Su Zhuxing urged anxiously. Think carefully. When was your last period? The question immediately disrupted Jiang Fei's thoughts. Upon reflection, she realized that indeed, she had been feeling drowsy very easily lately, even sleeping through entire periods of time. She couldn't remember when her last period was, but it seemed like it might have been a while since her last one. Since Jiang Fei couldn't answer, Su Zhuxing grabbed her wrist and pulled her upstairs, saying, Let's ask Zhou Siqing. They reached the second floor, where Zhou Siqing was already waiting at the top of the stairs. Dressed in a pristine white shirt, he glanced at his watch casually. With the soft light overhead, his sharp features appeared even more gentle and scholarly, exuding an air of warmth and refinement. Chapter 171. Are you pregnant? Zhou Siqing. Su Zhuqing called out to Zhou Siqing. I have something to ask you. Come inside with us quickly. Just as Zhou Siqing looked up, he saw Su Zhuqing pulling Jiang Fei hurriedly entering the private room. Confused, he followed them closely. As soon as he closed the door, Su Zhuqing asked him, excessive sleepiness and nausea, are these signs of pregnancy? A look of surprise flashed in Zhou Siqing's eyes as he looked at Jiang Fei and asked, are you pregnant? Su Zhuqing interjected on her behalf. She doesn't know if she is or not. She just found out. She hasn't even had time to go to the hospital yet, so she came up to ask you first. Zhou Siqing sat down in front of them. These two conditions don't necessarily mean pregnancy. The main thing is still to go to the hospital for a checkup. Besides, Jiang Fei just had heart surgery, and there were so many other things that happened in between. It's normal for her body to exhibit these symptoms while adjusting. Even after hearing Zhou Siqing's explanation, Su Zhuqing was still uneasy. She turned her head towards Jiang Fei. Fei, I'll drive you to the hospital tomorrow morning, shall we? Jiang Fei helplessly patted Su Zhuqing's arm. Don't worry, I really don't feel any problems. It's just that my body is fatigued. That won't do, Su Zhuqing said sternly. For you now, whether or not you're pregnant is very important. If you are, what do you plan to do? Will you divorce or not? Jiang Fei slowly lowered her gaze and looked at her flat abdomen. It was true she wanted to divorce Fu Yunting, but if she were pregnant, it might not be possible to only think about herself. For personal reasons, she didn't wish to conceive a child right now. There were so many unresolved matters in front of her eyes, and pregnancy would only bring more disadvantages. Fei, seeing Jiang Fei not responding, Su Zhuqing urgently called her name again. Zhuqing, don't put too much pressure on Jiang Fei. Zhou Siqing stared at Jiang Fei's troubled expression. There has to be certainty before conclusions can be drawn. Hearing Zhou Siqing's words, Su Zhuqing finally noticed Jiang Fei's dimmed gaze. Several times she wanted to say something, but ultimately kept silent. Zhou Siqing also silently stared at Jiang Fei. After gazing at her for half a while, he gradually withdrew his gaze, lips pressed together without saying anything. At the airport, Fu Yunting had just gotten off the plane when one of his subordinates informed him that after leaving the Chun family residence, Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing went to Baiwei Zhai restaurant to eat. He instructed assistant and to proceed. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly received a call from Chen Qingzhu. As soon as he answered, Chen Qingzhu's crying voice could be heard through the phone. Annoyed, Fu Yunting slightly furrowed his handsome brow. What is it? Chen Qingzhu cried so hard it was difficult for her to breathe, speaking brokenly. See, Yunting, what have I done wrong for your wife to treat me this way? My grandfather just passed away, and my family encountered such a huge calamity, and she just smashed things and beat me up without a second thought. Yunting, could you come find me, please? Chen Qingzhu's collapsing emotions gradually deepened. Fu Yunting cast a glance at assistant and driving the car, his gaze growing sharp as he said, head to the Chun residence first. Assistant and gave Fu Yunting a surprised look, but did not dare to ask more questions, and drove off toward the destination. At the Chun family estate, the gate remained wide open. Fu Yunting got out of the car with assistant and they strode into the Chun residence. Just as they stepped inside, the situation before their eyes caused Fu Yunting's eyebrows to instantly tighten. The furniture was almost completely destroyed. Even Chun Laozi's memorial photo frame had been shattered, and even the photograph itself was torn apart and scattered across the floor. In the midst of the chaos, Fu Yunting saw Chen Qingzhu sitting on the ground hugging her knees. Her old wounds hadn't healed yet, but there were quite a few new ones already. There was obvious blood on her forehead, as if her head had been struck by some object, splitting it open. Her overall disheveled and weary appearance no longer resembled her usual self. Upon seeing Fu Yunting, Chen Qingzhu shakily stood up from the ground. Her trembling lips barely controlled themselves as tears fell from her eyes. She immediately ran over to Fu Yunting and threw herself into his arms. Instinctively, Fu Yunting tightened his brows. Though his hand hanging by his side moved slightly, he did not push Chen Qingzhu away. Yunting, Chen Qingzhu sobbed. I merely had an argument with Su Zhuqing, and your wife, claiming to be your wife, brought Su Zhuqing over to settle scores. They wrecked my Chen family, and I have no complaints. But why must they rip apart my grandfather's memorial photo too? Fu Yunting glanced down at the quivering Chen Qingzhu, his tone calm but gently persuasive. That's enough. Stop crying. Chen Qingzhu gripped Fu Yunting's waist slightly tighter, crying uncontrollably. Yunting, please help me. Fu Yunting's face grew serious. How will crying solve anything? If you don't listen again, you'll deal with it yourself. As his patience gradually wore thin, Chen Qingzhu quickly calmed down upon noticing. She quickly let go of Fu Yunting and wiped the tears from her face. Fu Yunting stared at her. Lift your head so I can take a look. Chen Qingzhu shook her head. No, it's too terrible to look at. I don't want to scare you. Fu Yunting grabbed the hand Chen Qingzhu was using to cover her face. I just need to check if you should be sent to the hospital for wound treatment. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingzhu hesitantly lifted her head. The moment she did, assistant and standing nearby finally got a clear view of the fine but numerous scratches on her face. There were quite a few, but once healed, they shouldn't leave any scars. Still, the crisscrossing marks were quite shocking to see. After glancing at Chen Qingzhu's face, Fu Yunting's voice softened slightly compared to before. Is the nanny not here? She went out to buy medicine. Chen Qingzhu quickly lowered her head again, biting her lower lip as she said, Yunting, all I want is an apology. Not necessarily from your wife, just from Su Zhuqing. After all, the person who smashed things in my home and hurt me is her. Listening to these words, Fu Yunting cast his eyes down onto the shattered pieces of the memorial photo that remained uncollected on the ground. After pondering for a long time, he finally spoke in a deep voice. All right, I'll have her come over to apologize to you. Chen Qingzhu suddenly looked up. But your wife? Fu Yunting met Chen Qingzhu's eyes without emotion. When someone makes a mistake, they must bear the consequences. After speaking, Fu Yunting turned to assistant and send someone to bring Su Zhuqing over here. Yes, Mr. Fu. Assistant replied. He pulled out his phone and stepped out of the Chun residence to instruct his subordinates to find Su Zhuqing. Not long after giving the command, one of his subordinates called back and spoke a few sentences into the phone. After listening, Assistant An's expression briefly froze in surprise before turning serious as he glanced back at the villa. I understand. I will inform Mr. Fu. Hanging up the call, he hurriedly returned to the Chun residence and walked up to Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu. Assistant An looked at him with some unease and said, Miss Su and Mrs. Jiang are having dinner together with Dr. Zhou. Chapter 172. Disrespect to you. The moment the three words Dr. Zhou came out of Assistant An's mouth, Fu Yunting's handsome face instantly turned dark, and even the air seemed to be tinged with an invisible sense of oppression. Bring him over. Fu Yunting didn't hesitate for a moment as his cold voice rang out, reverberating throughout the Chun family living room. Assistant An shivered in fear from the sudden drop in temperature. Yes, at Baiwei restaurant. Jiang Fei had just put down her chopsticks when the private room door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Seeing the man who entered first, Jiang Fei immediately recognized him as one of the bodyguards who always followed Fu Yunting. They took large strides and quickly approached Su Zhuclear, grabbing her up from her seat and dragging her towards the exit of the private room. Jiang Fei's heart raced frantically as she quickly stood up to intercept them. She blocked the entrance of the private room before the bodyguards could pass, asking sternly, What are you doing? The bodyguard looked at Jiang Fei expressionlessly and said, Madam, this is Mr. Fu's order. Please let us pass. What is the reason? An intense sense of unease spread through Jiang Fei as she tightly stared at the bodyguard questioning him. We simply carry out Mr. Fu's orders and don't have the right to inquire about the reasons. If you refuse to let us pass, don't blame us for being disrespectful to you, replied the bodyguard. There must be a reason for arresting someone. Su Zhuclear struggled fiercely, but the bodyguards were big and powerful, making it almost impossible to break free. She clenched her teeth, eyes almost spitting fire. Even if Fu Yunting is capable, taking me away without any reason will still give me grounds to sue him. The bodyguards paid no attention to Su Zhuclear's threat and did not respond at all. Jiang Fei thought for a few seconds, then suddenly turned to look at Zhou Xiqing, gesturing for him to bring Su Zhuclear's bag over. The usually calm Zhou Xiqing understood Jiang Fei's meaning at once, handing over Su Zhuclear's bag to her. At that moment, Jiang Fei stepped aside, allowing the bodyguards to take Su Zhuclear downstairs. She closely followed behind them, saying to Zhou Xiqing, who also moved forward, You'd better not follow us. If I'm not mistaken, something might have been misrepresented to Fu Yunting by Qingzhu. If you come along, he may vent his anger on you. Zhou Xiqing showed no sign of fear. Jiang Fei, I'm not the type of friend who backs off when problems arise. Clearly, Zhuclear. Jiang Fei stopped abruptly and cut him off directly. I greatly appreciate your willingness to help us, but this matter is absolutely not so simple. I cannot explain everything to you now. I will do so later. Jiang Fei couldn't care less about how Zhou Xiqing would respond next. She took out the car keys from the bag and sat inside the car, quickly driving away from Baiwei following the car of the bodyguards. Zhou Xiqing gazed at the two cars leaving one after another and eventually stopped his steps, refraining from pursuing further. Jiang Fei kept closely following until they arrived at the entrance of the Chun family estate, where she finally came to a halt. Returning to the Chun family estate meant something Jiang Fei almost dared not think positively about. In a rush, she pushed the car door open, got out of the car, and walked alongside the bodyguards next to Su Zhuclear. Zhuclear, whatever happens, don't lose control. Su Zhuclear kept shaking off the restraint from the bodyguard. I know. That poisonous woman Qing Zhu must have whispered evil things into their ears. Fei Yu. Jiang Fei immediately interrupted her. I know what needs to be done. When the two women stepped into the villa, both Jiang Fei and Qing Zhu involuntarily shrank their pupils. This place was utterly different from when they left in the afternoon. What was originally neat and orderly had become unrecognizable. Both of them stood stunned at the entrance until the bodyguard gave Su Zhuclear a shove. Only then did they regain their senses. Upon entering the disheveled living room, they saw Fu Yunting, his handsome features looking menacing, and Qing Zhu, whose face was covered with injuries. At this sight, Su Zhuclear laughed coldly. Now I understand why such great efforts were made to forcibly bring me here. It was originally Miss Chen's false accusations putting all the blame on me. Despite Jiang Fei's warning to Su Zhuclear not to say anything rash, she could not hold back. In situations like this, anyone would find it hard to remain calm. Qing Zhu burst into tears effortlessly, looking at Fu Yunting and crying pitifully. Yunting, I told you, she wouldn't admit it. Jiang Fei watched Qing Zhu distorting facts with a cold gaze, and then looked straight into Fu Yunting's eyes, which were filled with a chilling glare. The warmth and gentleness he had shown her earlier in the day were entirely gone, replaced only by doubts and an eagle-eyed scrutiny. Evidently, he believed at least 8 or 9 tenths of what Qing Zhu had said. Jiang Fei realized Fu Yunting already had his answer in mind, but she couldn't resist slightly pursing her lips and asked indifferently, "Do you believe her story? Shouldn't you give me a response?" Fu Yunting played with an unlit cigarette between his distinct knuckles. With every turn, the cigarette never fell to the ground. Though he appeared relaxed while playing with it, he had no patience left. He was waiting for a chance that could reveal cracks and give him enough reason to explode. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. "In your eyes, whatever Qing Zhu says carries much more weight than anything I say. So what use is there in my explanation?" Fu Yunting's eyes were filled with evident mockery. "You haven't explained yet. How can you expect me to believe you?" Jiang Fei lowered her gaze, looking at the fragments of Mr. Chen's portrait beside her feet. She squatted down, slowly picking up the shards and pinching them between her fingers. Miss Chen's actions always surprise me. Out of what deep hatred could she possibly tear apart the portrait of her own beloved grandfather like this? Isn't this exactly what Su Zhu tore? Qing Zhu shouted angrily. "Jiang Fei, if you want to cover up your behavior towards me this afternoon, just say it plainly. Don't pin this module of ingratitude on me." Compared to Qing Zhu, Jiang Fei remained entirely calm. "The truth, Miss Chun, is something you know better than us." Jiang Fei placed the pieces of the portrait on the coffee table. Indeed, pitiable old Master Chun who ruled the storm all his life ended up being killed by his own granddaughter. Qing Zhu's chest heaved rapidly. "Everyone knows where I was and what I did last night. Do you think fabricating facts would make me admit to things I didn't do?" Jiang Fei raised her eyes and looked at her with a mocking smile. "If you truly won't rest until you die in the Yellow River, when you made up these lies to Yunting, you should have considered well the consequences of your next move." Chen Qingzhu couldn't be sure if Jiang Fei and Su Zhu possessed any evidence. But the situation had developed to this extent, and her only option was to win. She mustn't lose. Realizing words alone wouldn't work, Qingzhu turned to Fu Yunting, tears streaming down her face as she said, "Yunting, forget about it. I'll endure the humiliation. Your wife is indeed sharp-tongued, and I admit I can't argue against her." Chapter 173, A Violation of Ethics and Morality. Chen Qingzhu wiped away the tears on her face in grief. "After all, I don't have Mrs. Fu's mentality to destroy my home thoroughly, and then calmly meet other men for dinner. Chen Qingzhu, I will sooner or later rip your damn mouth apart." Su Zhuqing roared with anger. "What does our having a meal have anything to do with you? We have done nothing wrong, unlike you who killed your grandfather and still pretends here to be aggrieved. And now you've even torn up your grandfather's photo. Don't you fear that at night, your grandfather will appear beside your bed seeking retribution from you for being devoid of any humanity?" Where did Su Zhuqing get the strength from? She forcibly shook off the bodyguard's hands, pulled out her phone, searched through photos, and slammed one heavily onto the table. "You damn son of a bitch, open your dog eyes wide and take a look clearly at how your grandfather passed away grimacing in death. This is why he was rushed to be cremated." Su Zhuqing's actions made Jiang Fei's eyes snap wide open. She hadn't thought about playing this card so early. Chen Qingzhu finding Fu Yunting to accuse them might just have been an attempt to force them to show whether they had evidence. Regardless of if they had it or not, she would already have prepared a perfect response. Now that things were set, it would allow her to go all out. As Jiang Fei's thoughts surfaced, as expected, the tears in Chen Qingzhu's eyes fell more violently. She raised her hand to cover her lips, her pain visibly greater than before. "What was reported to the public was that my grandfather died suddenly from cerebral hemorrhage, but the real reason was that my grandfather fell down the stairs and hit his head, resulting in his death. My grandfather cherished decorum throughout his life. How could I possibly reveal something as dishonorable as this? The reason I hurried to have him cremated earlier was because the Yin Yang master informed me that since it was a sudden death, we couldn't arrange a funeral service properly, otherwise it would bring harm to the Chen family. But what I never imagined was that you people would use this as an excuse, and even took pictures of my grandfather's body. Even if I lack a conscience, I would never be able to commit such an act violating ethics and morality." Chen Qingzhu's explanation instantly stunned Su Zhuqing in place. All of Jiang Fei's strategies were thrown into disarray, and for the time being, she didn't know how to refute Chen Qingzhu's words. Even though she received Su Zhuqing's lost glance, she was equally mentally exhausted without knowing how to comfort her. Chen Qingzhu cried uncontrollably and covered her red and swollen eye sockets, truly displaying a heart-wrenching sorrow. In the living room, the atmosphere became oppressive to the point where anyone would feel uneasy. Adding to the cold and menacing gaze of Fu Yunting, no one dared to take another breath. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound came from Fu Yunting's fingertips. The cigarette was pinched in half, along with the exposed tobacco fibers carelessly discarded on the floor by Fu Yunting. His eyes shimmered with a peculiar cold light, his thin lips slightly moving, questioning again. "So, do you have any explanations left? Is an explanation important?" Jiang Fei looked disappointedly at Fu Yunting, a tinge of sarcasm lifting the corner of her lips. "Isn't everything decided by your word alone, anyway?" Jiang Fei said this, glancing lightly over to Chen Qingzhu's shaking figure. "To say the least, I am highly impressed by Miss Chen's audacity and lack of humaneness. After all, she consistently pushes the boundaries of human depravity." Chen Qingzhu did not respond to Jiang Fei, realizing the more she spoke, the more mistakes she'd make. Only continuously crying was the best way to prove that she hadn't lied. "So, what are your plans for resolving this matter?" Fu Yunting questioned, his eyes dark and icy. It was as if what Su Zhuqing had done, and how she had bullied Chen Qingzhu, had nothing to do with him whatsoever. All he needed were Jiang Fei's answers and solutions. Jiang Fei moved her tired legs slightly closer to Su Zhuqing. Her gaze was steady as she stood against Fu Yunting, firm in attitude. We will not apologize for something we haven't done, and if this angers you, then whatever you wish to do, direct it towards me. Fu Yunting stood up and approached Jiang Fei step by step, each footfall carrying an intense intimidation that shattered everyone's rationality. Standing before Jiang Fei, the icy chill in his eyes penetrated through her entire body. You've made your decision. Jiang Fei continued to look steadily back at Fu Yunting. Yes, I don't mind you taking all of Chun Qingzhu's grievances out on me. At the moment these words left her mouth, Fu Yunting swiftly lifted his hand and grabbed Jiang Fei's cheeks. With such great force, it almost crushed Jiang Fei's jawbone. Upon seeing this, Su Zhuqing quickly moved forward to push Fu Yunting away, but before her raised hand could reach him, she was caught by one of the nearby bodyguards and dragged away, keeping the distance. Su Zhuqing was mad with rage. Fu Yunting, can't you tell right from wrong? Don't you see clearly what kind of person Chun Qingzhu is right in front of you? Chun Qingzhu threatened the life of my friend to prevent me from exposing her evil deeds, forcing me to come to her house. Fei Fei came back early because of me. Why won't you believe her? Shut up. Fu Yunting suddenly shot a glance at Su Zhuqing. The killing intent in his dark eyes almost made Su Zhuqing collapse on the spot. If you can't control your mouth, I don't mind pulling out your tongue. Su Zhuqing didn't show any fear. Her eyes were blood red as she frantically pushed aside the bodyguard beside her, screaming hoarsely. Do whatever you want to punish or kill me. But Fu Yunting, I ask you one thing. Are you sure you want to raise your hand against Jiang Fei, who carries your child, just for a woman full of lies? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a flash of shock in Fu Yunting's fierce eyes. Even his fingers, which were pressing so hard they had turned white, loosened slightly. He looked back and saw the pale and sorrowful Jiang Fei before him, and something deep inside his heart was stirred. Not only Fu Yunting, but also Chun Qingzhu sitting behind him, abruptly lifted her head from her hands in shock and stared at Jiang Fei. She couldn't believe her eyes as she glanced at Jiang Fei's flat abdomen. Within just a few seconds, those eyes filled with poison that could kill someone instantly. Gradually, Fu Yunting released Jiang Fei's cheek, his expression becoming increasingly complex, cold yet warm, intertwined, visibly devouring all his reason and calm. Is it true? Jiang Fei looked at him with her dim eyes, moved her jaw that had been painfully pinched, and responded with an emotionless tone. It doesn't matter anymore. Her expressionless face made Fu Yunting frown deeply. A strong sense of emptiness suddenly surged into his chest, spreading wildly through every corner of his heart. This feeling was like dragging him back to 3 years ago. He helplessly watched the woman he loved most gradually lose her vital signs in his arms, no matter how hard he tried, unable to hold on to her again. Chapter 174. Stay or leave of the child. Jiang Fei's footsteps slightly moved, and she turned her side, calmly withdrawing her gaze from Fu Yunting. If there is nothing else, I will take Zhuqing and leave. Fu Yunting didn't say a word. Jiang Fei considered it as his tacit consent and was about to walk towards the door, holding Su Zhuqing's hand. But after just a few steps, Fu Yunting suddenly took a big step forward, tightly grabbing her arm with one hand. Come with me to the hospital. Everyone thought Jiang Fei would resist, but unexpectedly, she let Fu Yunting drag her away without resistance. Chun Qingzhu hurriedly stood up and wanted to catch up to inquire about the Chen family matters, but Su Zhuqing suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her way. What? You still want to beg Fu Yunting to help you? Chun Qingzhu glared at Su Zhuqing angrily. Is this on purpose? On purpose, saying Jiang Fei is pregnant, so that Fu Yunting won't look into this matter anymore. Are you mistaken? Su Zhuqing chuckled coldly. Shouldn't the ones fearing investigation be you, not me and Fei Fei? Su Zhuqing, you will have no good end. Chun Qingzhu stared at her with eyes full of malice. You'd better pray you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise I'll make your life worse than death. Su Zhuqing paid no attention. Chun Qingzhu, you may be able to deceive Fu Yunting with your tongue, but can you deceive everyone? The death of your grandfather is widely discussed online. If I release these photos, do you think netizens will not investigate the truth? Go ahead and release them. Chun Qingzhu's facial features became increasingly distorted out of anger. We'll see who gets humiliated more when the photos are released. You or me? Su Zhuqing slightly lifted her chin, filled with disdain. What's the rush? When it's the right time, I will definitely publish this, and it will surely deal you a heavy blow. After finishing her words, Su Zhuqing turned and left. Chun Qingzhu, watching their departing figures, became enraged and smashed all the remaining throwable items on the ground. Standing amidst the mess, veins clearly popping out on her forehead, her overwhelming hatred manifested perfectly through her tightly clenched fists and trembling body. Jiang Fei was taken by Fu Yunting to the hospital, where they quickly arranged for blood tests and an ultrasound with a doctor. In just 10 minutes, assistant handed over the report to Fu Yunting. The complexity on his face could not be easily concealed. Mr. Fu. Fu Yunting's eyes were fixed on the ultrasound room entrance. Upon hearing Assistant An's voice, he turned his head, and his eyes fell upon the report. He reached out and accepted the test results. What are the results? Fu Yunting's reaction obviously revealed tension and urgency. Though he himself could immediately know the results, he still asked a follow-up question. Miss Su was correct. Madam is indeed pregnant. Fu Yunting tightened his fingers on the report, various emotions flickering across his handsome face. There wasn't much joy, but self-mockery was the most prominent. Not knowing whether to offer congratulations, Assistant An hesitated as the ultrasound room door opened, revealing Su Zhuqing accompanying Jiang Fei walking out. The smile that originally graced Su Zhuqing's face instantly vanished the moment she saw Fu Yunting. There remained no expression on Jiang Fei's face, barely meeting Fu Yunting's gaze for even a second before she pretended not to notice and shifted her eyes away. Su Zhuqing took several seconds to examine Fu Yunting's expression, then turned around and asked Jiang Fei, "Stay at my place tonight?" "Okay." Jiang Fei agreed, allowing herself to be led toward the elevator by Su Zhuqing. As they passed Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei suddenly stopped, opening her mouth with an indifferent tone. "In the coming days, I won't disturb your company with Qin Qingzhu. As for the decision to keep or discard the child, you decide and let me know when you've made up your mind." This remark caused Fu Yunting to frown heavily. However, Jiang Fei showed no hesitation in leaving, showing no inclination to wait for his response. It seemed like the fetus within her was merely Fu Yunting's child and had no relation to her. If it were to be aborted, she would do it decisively. If not, she could reluctantly keep it. Such an indifferent attitude not only hardened Fu Yunting's face, but also made Assistant and feel a deep pain as an observer. She, the madam, seemed, indeed, not to care about anything. Just as Assistant and prepared to ask Mr. Fu what to do next, a dark shadow darted past his eyes. Next thing he knew, he saw his boss striding toward Jiang Fei, grabbing her arm and forcibly dragging her away from Su Zhuqing. Having followed Fu Yunting for many years, Assistant and clearly understood what needed to be done next. He rushed to Su Zhuqing's side and blocked her attempt to intervene. "Miss Su, please allow Mr. Fu some private time with Madam." Su Zhuqing glared at Assistant and unhappily. "If Jiang Fei is bullied by Fu Yunting again, will you take responsibility for that?" Miss Su is over-worrying. Assistant and forced a smile. After all, Madam is now pregnant with Mr. Fu's child. Although Assistant and said this, as soon as Jiang Fei was pulled into the elevator by Fu Yunting, he immediately cornered her and fiercely questioned. "What do you mean by what you said earlier?" The chill behind him made Jiang Fei slightly frown. She looked up at Fu Yunting, whose dark eyes were brimming with anger, and asked, "Isn't what I said the truth? When have we ever had any say in our relationship?" Fu Yunting growled, suppressing his voice. "Don't mix the child with other matters. Am I the one mixing things up? Am I the one mixing things up?" Despite facing Fu Yunting's wrath, Jiang Fei remained calm and composed. "Isn't it your actions that make people lose heart? You think I'm lying and framing Qingzhu with baseless charges, but have you ever considered why I would go to Qingzhu for no apparent reason? If she hadn't known Zhu Qing had evidence of her crime and forced Zhu Qing to seek her out, would I have casually gone so far just to visit the Qin family? Zhu Qing is a lawyer. Even if she weren't, she understands the law and wouldn't recklessly break into the Chen household." After saying this, Jiang Fei gave a bitter laugh. "What's the point of telling you all this? Your heart has always been biased towards others. I am talking about the child." Fu Yunting tightened his grip on Jiang Fei's arm, transmitting his fury through every nerve of her body. It melted away whatever little love remained in her heart, leaving only despair. Jiang Fei lowered her gaze, turning her face away, her tone filled with coldness. "Fu Yunting, I've never once wanted to conceive your child." This single sentence cut through Fu Yunting like a sharp blade, piercing straight into his chest. It stirred up every organ inside him, completely shattering all the emotions he had tried to conceal. Chapter 175. Lose one, there will still be a pair. Her attitude made his heart clench in pain, her coldness piercing his eyes even more. Since when had he started to care so much about Jiang Fei's attitude towards him? And since when had he begun to feel an increasing panic at the thought of losing her? Fu Yunting slowly loosened his grip on Jiang Fei's shoulders, his voice trembling lightly in a way that even he could hardly detect. "So, even after knowing you were pregnant, you never thought about keeping this child? Is that right?" The hands hidden in Jiang Fei's sleeves tightened slightly, and she replied without hesitation. "Yes." Fu Yunting's narrow eyes tinged with a hint of red. "Do you really want to leave me this much?" Jiang Fei's resolve was unwavering. "Yes." A dull ache surged through Fu Yunting's chest with these straightforward responses from Jiang Fei. He let his arms drop heavily, as if he no longer had the strength to ask Jiang Fei more questions. At the same time, the elevator reached the first floor, the doors opened, and Jiang Fei walked past him resolutely, heading out of the elevator without any pause. "I won't agree to a divorce." Just as she was stepping out of the elevator door, Fu Yunting's hoarse voice called out from behind her. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment, but continued leaving without looking back. When Su Zhuqing arrived at her car, she found Jiang Fei squatting alone on the ground, hugging herself with both hands. Her gaze was calm like the water of April's lakes, devoid of any ripples, the clear moonlight reflecting off her serene and pure figure. But the emptiness in her pupils evoked a deep sorrow in anyone who looked. "Spring festival is coming soon." Jiang Fei suddenly moved, inexplicably uttering these words. She leaned against the car door, slowly standing up, forcing a smile at Su Zhuqing that was more painful than crying. Su Zhuqing sighed deeply, wrapping her frail body in an embrace. If it weren't for holding Jiang Fei tightly, she might not have noticed her slight tremble in the darkness. Rubbing Jiang Fei's arms, Su Zhuqing said gently, "Winter solstice has come. It's normal to feel cold." Jiang Fei's eyes misted over, leaning her cheek against Su Zhuqing's shoulder. "I'm not afraid of the cold, but I can't bear the chill in my heart." Su Zhuqing gently pushed Jiang Fei away from her shoulder, cupping her frozen face. "I knew something was off when I heard your voice. You've been crying quietly here, haven't you? I'm human, not some cold object. I thought motherhood would toughen you up." Su Zhuqing teased Jiang Fei. "It's just a man, isn't it? One goes, another comes, lose one and you'll get two." Jiang Fei paused for a moment before smirking bitterly. "You're really bold to say things like that. When have I ever been timid?" Su Zhuqing snorted twice. Come on, let's go. Sister will take you to some good grilled skewers. As they passed by the hospital gates, Jiang Fei caught sight of Fu Yunting's familiar silhouette out of the corner of her eye. His posture remained erect despite the cold wind fluttering around his clothing, yet it did nothing to disrupt his stable stance. Under the harsh white light beneath the eaves of the frigid winter, Fu Yunting's handsome and rugged features appeared even more stern. His assistant seemed to be saying something beside him, but whether or not he had taken it in, Jiang Fei didn't know. All she could sense was that his eyes seemed fixed on the vehicle, gazing at it silently and deeply. Jiang Fei clasped her hands together lightly, gripping the hem of her clothes firmly, and ceased paying further attention. Gazing at the yellowish streetlights, Jiang Fei curled further into her seat. Not from the cold, but because the sharp pain in her chest after speaking harsh words left her physically drained. She admitted it wasn't simple to sever 3 years of emotional investment. Between prolonged pain and acute suffering, she knew clearly that only enduring short-term pain would allow her to live like a normal person. A week later, just as Jiang Fei was vomiting by the toilet, her phone lying outside happened to ring. Su Zhuqing entered the bathroom with Jiang Fei's phone. Fei phone call. Jiang Fei wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, took the phone, and checked the note. Seeing that it was a call from the laboratory, she quickly answered. Hello. Little Jiang, we've already prepared the oil for you. When are you going to pick it up? Jiang Fei paused in astonishment. Previously, it always took almost a year, but this time it's ready in less than a month. We've recently purchased a machine. The speed now is significantly faster. The other party laughed. We also owe you a big thanks. If it weren't for your husband's help, how would we have gotten this equipment? Jiang Fei frowned slightly. During this period, Fu Yunting hadn't bothered her. She assumed that they would grow apart gradually. It was unexpected that he actually made a trip to the modulation factory and expedited the process for her needed incense-making materials. Jiang Fei wasn't going to act coy. It was Fu Yunting who had messed up her stuff, so getting it back, under any circumstance, was completely justified. All right, I'll come over later. After the call ended, Su Zhuqing, leaning against the sink, asked curiously, what's going on? Jiang Fei slowly stood up. The incense materials have been modulated already. I'll go pick them up later. And today, I will accompany you to work at the company. Su Zhuqing could easily guess that this was thanks to Fu Yunting's help. She rolled her eyes and remarked sarcastically, delayed affection is as worthless as grass, Fei. You need to think carefully. Don't let his few good gestures make you forget how he treated you before and worsened things. I know. Jiang Fei instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen. Regarding whether to keep the child, Fu Yunting had not given her any clear response yet. Did he plan to continue living with her like this and have this child? Or did he have other intentions and was simply dragging her along? After pondering for a while, Jiang Fei dismissed all these thoughts from her mind. She ate breakfast simply with Su Zhuqing before heading out to get the items. Chapter 176. Irresponsible for the child. When Jiang Fei arrived, she was utterly surprised to find Fu Yunting there as well. The factory boss was chatting with him with evident delight. When Jiang Fei approached them, Fu Yunting greeted her with a wave of his hand. Xiao Jiang. Boss Huang's eyes were almost closed from smiling as he handed over the ceramic jar to Jiang Fei. I've already brought the item down for you. I can't thank you and Mr. Fu enough for this equipment introduction. I didn't do much. It was his decision to introduce the equipment. Jiang Fei responded indifferently, without sparing more than a glance at Fu Yunting, preparing to take the ceramic jar and leave when Fu Yunting had already helped take it. He calmly reminded Boss Huang, my wife is pregnant, and it's not suitable for her to carry heavy objects. Boss Huang paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Xiao Jiang, are you really pregnant? Congratulations. Since Jiang Fei didn't have much rapport with Boss Huang beyond their business transactions, she gave him a simple thank you. After that, she looked at Fu Yunting emotionlessly and said, I still have things to attend to. If you want to keep talking, give me the item and I'll leave. Fu Yunting said to Boss Huang, we'll take our leave first. Boss Huang didn't interfere much further, just nodded and returned inside. As Jiang Fei and Fu Yunting watched him go, Fu Yunting asked Jiang Fei, how much longer do you plan on living outside? Jiang Fei fixed her gaze on the ceramic jar he was holding. You haven't given me an answer yet. What do you intend to do about the child? Let's get in the car first. No need. I drove myself here. Jiang Fei refused without hesitation, causing Fu Yunting to pause momentarily before his handsome face reverted to its usual cold and stern expression. Let and Yin drive your car back to Beiyuan. I will take you wherever you're going. Fu Yunting, isn't today a workday? Don't you have your own affairs to attend to? Jiang Fei couldn't make out Fu Yunting's attitude. Sometimes he acted harsh enough to kill her, while other times he did things that would leave her puzzled or misinterpreting him. Do you like having conversations right outside others' factories? Fu Yunting's counterquestion caused Jiang Fei to unconsciously glance to the side. Although it was working hours, there were still workers coming and going. She suppressed her emotions and followed Fu Yunting toward the parking lot. Seeing them approach, assistant and got out of the car ahead of time to open the door for them, but Fu Yunting instructed him instead. Take Jiang Fei's car back to Beiyuan and arrange for a few people to go to Fuxiang Yuan. Assistant and seemed to have guessed what Fu Yunting intended to do and took the car keys from Jiang Fei without asking any questions before leaving. Fu Yunting placed the ceramic jar in the passenger seat and waited until Jiang Fei was seated before getting behind the wheel and driving away. After waiting half a while, Jiang Fei noticed Fu Yunting hadn't spoken a single word. Unable to decipher his intentions, she asked again, Fu Yunting, can you say something? Not knowing if it was due to hormonal fluctuations during pregnancy, Jiang Fei found herself unusually restless and anxious, her patience decreasing compared to usual. Fu Yunting kept his focus on the road ahead. Keep this child, whatever conditions you need, name them. And what if I tell you I don't want to keep this child? Fu Yunting suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing Jiang Fei to lurch forward, only held back by the seatbelt. Otherwise she might have crashed onto the dashboard. With a piercing glare, Fu Yunting stared at her. This isn't just your child. Jiang Fei adjusted her position, still shaken. Fu Yunting, we will inevitably divorce eventually. Giving birth to this child would only mean being irresponsible toward the child. The issues between them loomed over them like a dense fog, every unresolved day adding to another change. Every one of these changes was designed to crush her both mentally and physically. Not only was she emotionally drained, it also endangered her life. It was precisely because of these cumulative factors that how could she possibly feel ready to bring a child into this situation? How many times do you think you need to mention the divorce? Fu Yunting snapped furiously. Jiang Fei clenched her fists tightly and retorted fiercely. Do you consider yourself qualified to ask me this? Fu Yunting, all those things you've done over the years. Are you asking me to enumerate each one so we can confront them head on? Things have come to this point. Do you think the shattered mirror can ever be mended? Can't you please let me go? You'd best abandon such thoughts. Fu Yunting gripped the steering wheel tighter and slammed down on the accelerator, speeding past the traffic light just as it turned yellow. He recklessly zipped past numerous cars, each passing dangerously close. Jiang Fei's eyes locked onto the speedometer, which climbed rapidly as her heart leaped into her throat. Clutching the side handle urgently, she exclaimed, Fu Yunting, have you lost your mind? Fu Yunting wore a dark and stern expression, refusing to reply with even a single word. Not until they reached Beiyuan did he finally step out of the car, slamming the door hard behind him before rounding the vehicle and pulling Jiang Fei out of the passenger seat. Jiang Fei didn't want to continue provoking Fu Yunting's anger, as it wouldn't benefit her in the slightest. Taken back to the bedroom, Fu Yunting flung Jiang Fei onto the bed and left without saying a word. Baffled, Jiang Fei stared at the bedroom door, not yet comprehending his actions, when she suddenly heard the lock click from the outside. Her eyes widened in shock, and she immediately ran towards the door. She turned the lock and grabbed the doorknob, trying to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei frantically knocked on the door. Fu Yunting, are you planning to imprison me? After shouting several times, Jiang Fei heard no response from outside. After a tense pause, Jiang Fei lost the strength to keep pounding on the door. She sat down heavily in the chair, just as Su Zhuqing's call came through. Jiang Fei pressed the answer button and replied with a weary tone. Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing asked, did you get the item? There shouldn't be much to do in the morning, right? Let's go out for hot pot at noon. Jiang Fei glanced at the locked door and told Su Zhuqing about what had just happened. Does he have some kind of bipolar disorder? Su Zhuqing exclaimed in frustration. The one who hurt you is him, and the one unwilling to divorce is also him. What does he think he's doing? I don't know. Jiang Fei massaged her forehead, troubled. If Fu Yunting were so easy to figure out, she wouldn't be so thoroughly confused by him every single time. Su Zhuqing scared. If he insists on acting this way, resisting won't help either. Ultimately, Fei, this decision has to come from you. Do you want to keep the child or not? If you don't, even if Fu Yunting tries to stop you, it won't make any difference. The child is innocent, Zhuqing. Jiang Fei responded clearly. He shouldn't become the tie that binds me and Fu Yunting in our absurd marriage. But what if Fu Yunting changes after learning about the child and stops treating you like before? Would you decide to keep him then? Su Zhuqing asked. Chapter 177. I still have to warn you. As Jiang Fei was about to speak, Su Zhuqing interrupted her again. Fei, don't tell me you won't do it. I can't believe that statement. If the child is in your belly and you truly don't want to give birth or refuse to continue living with Fu Yunting, then you would have already booked an appointment at the hospital for the operation long ago. Instead, you've been waiting only for Fu Yunting's response. Haven't we both asked the doctor? Jiang Fei gave a bitter smile as the corner of her lips curled. The baby is too young, and it's not appropriate to perform an abortion. But you can book it, Su Zhuqing corrected her. Fei, stop fooling yourself. If there weren't so many burdens on you that you haven't fully understood yet, if Fu Yunting hadn't changed his attitude towards you this time, you absolutely wouldn't abort the child. To be blunt, Fu Yunting still holds a place in your heart. Jiang Fei didn't want to admit it, but a voice kept lingering in her ears. For 3 years, she had loved this man every single day for more than 1,000 nights. She could mouth words like she wanted a divorce, that she no longer loved him. But deep down, she couldn't help caring about his emotions. When she saw him standing with Chen Qingzhu, her heart still hurt. Only, unlike before, she wouldn't torture herself every second anymore. Su Zhuqing sighed. I know you're not heartless. You actually don't intend to terminate this pregnancy, right? Jiang Fei unconsciously stroked her abdomen. A little life was forming inside her. Although she couldn't yet feel its presence, ignoring it was impossible for her. Every night before falling asleep, she had thought about what this child might look like in the future. Would the features resemble her, or Fu Yunting? In the future, that soft, small body would snuggle close to her and call her mommy in a sweet, lisping voice. When she thought of these things, how could she really bear to have this child aborted? But the reality was so harshly evident. There was no resolution or future for her and Fu Yunting. If the child were to be born, it would inevitably lack one parent's companionship. Furthermore, with the existence of an unpredictable danger such as Chen Qingzhu, her child's safety was even further endangered. Jiang Fei bit her lower lip. Zhuqing, I've decided, I will not keep the child. Su Zhuqing was startled. Are you sure? Yeah. Jiang Fei firmly shifted her gaze away from her abdomen. I will try not to oppose Fu Yunting during this period. When he allows me to leave, I'll go to the hospital and have this child aborted. Su Ziking said. All right, whatever decision you make, I'll support you. But Fei Fei, I still have to say this to you. What is it? It's still about your father and Fu Yunting. Su Ziking spoke earnestly. Of course, if you're unwilling to investigate further, stopping now is also acceptable. Mentioning these matters made Jiang Fei feel like a giant rock was pressing on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. The clues had completely vanished, and she wasn't without thinking about them recently, but there was still no progress. Since Jiang Fei didn't answer for a while, Su Ziking finally exhaled deeply and said, Okay, I won't put so much pressure on you. Things are left to people's efforts, and if it's beyond our reach, we can only leave it to fate. As she spoke, an image of Rongqing Jialan Garden flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. Her eyebrows furrowed lightly as she asked, Ziking, can you help me investigate someone? Who? Zhuang Zhiying. Su Ziking looked puzzled. Who is this person? Does she have any relation to the matter you're investigating? Jiang Fei recounted Fu Yunting's strange reaction and behavior when they encountered Zhuang Zhiying at the community gate to Su Ziking. Surprised, Su Ziking said, Could it be that Fu Yunting has some inappropriate relationship with an older woman? Jiang Fei couldn't help but chuckle slightly due to Su Ziking's reply. Isn't the point the daughter of Zhuang Zhiying? I understand what you mean, Su Ziking assured her. I'll start investigating for you this afternoon and inform you as soon as I find out. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fei calculated the time she had been pregnant. She had previously consulted a doctor who informed her that an abortion could only be performed after 40 days. Now, the timing was exactly 40 days. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Fei found Zhou Xiqing's chat window and sent him a message. Jiang Fei. Xiqing, can you help me schedule a time, within 2 to 3 days at the latest? I will go to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy. Zhou Xiqing replied quickly. Are you serious? Jiang Fei. Yes, I've made my decision. Can you help me reserve an appointment with a doctor? It's inconvenient for me to go to the hospital right now. Just as she was waiting for Zhou Xiqing's reply, unexpectedly, he called her directly. Jiang Fei picked up curiously. Do you need me to personally go and make the appointment? No, Zhou Xiqing responded seriously. Abortions come in painless and regular types, but given your current physical condition and recent heart surgery, neither option is suitable for you. His reply made Jiang Fei anxious. But if I wait until the pregnancy is further along, won't it cause even more harm to my body? Is there really no other way? After a moment of deliberation, Zhou Xiqing replied, Here's what we'll do. Come to the hospital in a few days for a follow-up examination. After I check on your heart condition, I'll help you make a decision, all right? Given his words, Jiang Fei didn't know what else to do. She agreed, and Zhou Xiqing added, Why terminate the pregnancy? With your capabilities, even if you divorce Fu Yunting, raising the child alone wouldn't be an insurmountable issue. She agreed, and Zhou Xiqing added, Why terminate the pregnancy? With your capabilities, even if you divorce Fu Yunting, raising the child alone wouldn't be an insurmountable issue. Raise a child without a father? Jiang Fei gave a self-deprecating laugh. That wouldn't be fair to the child. Zhou Xiqing sighed. Jiang Fei, this world has many children from single-parent families. But as long as one parent provides enough love, they won't grow up feeling neglected. Besides, Jiang Fei, this child isn't just Fu Yunting's, it's yours too. Putting aside all external factors, ask yourself sincerely, do you want this child or not? Zhou Xiqing's words resonated deeply within Jiang Fei's heart. Her mind went blank instantly, leaving only the echoes of his words replaying over and over again. Zhou Xiqing coughed lightly. Was it inappropriate of me to say these things? Not at all. Jiang Fei gently bit her lower lip. Thank you. I will seriously consider your advice. Good. No matter what, the follow-up examination is still necessary. Give me a call whenever you're available, and I'll be waiting for you at the hospital. After the call ended, Jiang Fei looked out the window at the bare trees outside. Her life during this time was like a tree stripped of its green leaves, dull and devoid of any vitality. Yet, it was precisely because of this child that she occasionally daydreamed about what the child might look like in the future, driving away some of the darkness in her heart. Perhaps, she really should reconsider whether to keep this child. Both lunch and dinner were brought to Jiang Fei's bedroom by Aunt Zhang. Jiang Fei didn't ask where Fu Yunting was. Whenever she tried to leave her room, Aunt Zhang would only shake her head with a look of difficulty. Chapter 178. The position of the mistress of Fu family. Jiang Fei didn't intend to make the nanny feel difficult. She simply had a few bites of light food and took out her mobile phone to send a message to Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei. If you're at home, can we talk properly in the bedroom? At that time, Fu Yunting was having a meeting in the company, and every senior manager in front of him tightly focused on Fu Yunting with their peripheral vision. They wiped sweat off their foreheads for fear of saying something wrong and angering Fu Yunting, who had an unpleasant expression all over his face. Suddenly, Fu Yunting's mobile phone rang, cutting off all sounds in the meeting room. Everyone held their breath and silently watched as Fu Yunting picked up his phone to check the message. He unlocked his phone screen, and after seeing the message sent by Jiang Fei, he lightly furrowed his brows. Fu Yunting replied, What do you want to say? Jiang Fei drank some plain water and said, I will seriously consider whether to keep the child or not, but can I not be locked up like this? Fu Yunting's handsome face turned even colder. You should know what kind of answer I expect. Jiang Fei, I know you want to keep the child. This point can be negotiated, but the problems between us, shouldn't we solve them too? Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei, let me tell you one last time, don't even think about divorce. Jiang Fei gripped her phone. If you don't want a divorce, my persistence is also futile, No lawyer is willing to help me fight this divorce case. Even Zhu Qing cannot win against your team of lawyers, so it is actually meaningless to have me locked up. After sending the message, before Fu Yunting could reply, Zhang Fei continued. Moreover, during pregnancy regular checks need to be made to ensure the health of the fetus. You wouldn't want your child to be unhealthy, right? After reading the two messages from Zhang Fei, Fu Yunting did not reply. He threw the phone heavily onto the table, scaring everyone present into tensing up their bodies. Fu Yunting swept his gaze over them. Did I tell you to stop? The executive standing still quickly continued speaking. Mr. Fu, I'll continue immediately. In the Chun family mansion, after a period of rest, along with diligent application of ointment, the scars on Chun Qingzhu's face have faded to almost unnoticeable unless scrutinized closely. Mama Wang was tidying up Chen Qingzhu's clothes when she suddenly noticed that the phone placed on the bed by Chen Qingzhu was vibrating. She glanced at the caller ID, noticing it was Fu's lady, and then called towards Chen Qingzhu sitting in front of the dressing table. Miss, there's a phone call. Chen Qingzhu paused the brush in her hand, looking at Mama Wang through the mirror and asking, whose call? Mama Wang, Fu's lady. Chen Qingzhu's face subtly changed instantly, stiffening slightly as she said, hand over the phone to me. Mama Wang picked up the phone and handed it to Chen Qingzhu, who stared at the phone for a few seconds before pressing the accept button. Sitting upright, she respectfully addressed Fu's lady. Mu Xin Rong. The Chen family has been dealing with its own issues lately, so I haven't contacted you. Now that everything has calmed down, what are your plans moving forward? Looking at herself in the mirror, seeing her forehead still swollen red, Chen Qingzhu didn't directly respond to Mu Xin Rong, but instead asked, does Fu's lady know that Zhang Fei is pregnant? On the other end of the line, an eerie silence followed. Chen Qingzhu curled her lips upward and picked up her brush to continue applying makeup. Fu's lady, it's not that I don't want to take action. I want Zhang Fei gone from Fu family more than you do. But now is not like the old days. If I hurt Fu family's offspring, I probably won't have enough lives to pay for it. What happened? Mu Xianrong's tone turned clearly cold. She heavily put down the teacup in her hand, got up, and walked out of the tea room. Hearing her footsteps, Chen Qingzhu smiled even more broadly at the corners of her mouth. We just found out about it last week. I did send someone to investigate, but the baby is probably over a month already. Chen Qingzhu set down the brush, picked up her lipstick and applied it to her lips, mocking in her eyes. Fu's lady, Chen family is unworthy of Fu family. How could the Zhang family, which doesn't even qualify as a distinguished family, stand in the position of the mistress of Fu family? And Zhang Fei herself carries a lot of scandals. There will always be people secretly poking at the spines of your grandson. If they come up with a sentence questioning if it's even a Fu family descendant, where would Yunting's dignity go afterward? As Mu Xianrong walked to the entrance hall, her steps suddenly halted, and she sharply rebuked. Chen Qingzhu, how dare you? Mu Xianrong's presence was not something ordinary people could compare to. Even though Chen Qingzhu's courage increased compared to the past, she didn't dare truly confront Mu Xianrong. Taking another 10,000 steps back, she might not even enter Mu Xianrong's eye, but as long as Zhang Fei remains Mrs. Fu, they would at least still be allies. Her current position was precarious. She still understood the principle that it's better to have more friends than enemies. Chen Qingzhu quickly changed her tone to one of Weichap and said, Mrs. Fu, please don't be angry. I spoke out of turn. If you have any requests, just say them. As long as they're possible, I'll definitely do them. Mu Xianrong didn't want to say another word to Chen Qingzhu. She hung up the phone in a straightforward manner, called the driver, and headed to North Garden. Chen Qingzhu put down the phone with a cold sneer, her eyes full of chilling darkness. She used her fingertips to open a scarlet tube of lipstick, hatred spreading from the corners of her eyes. And Wang Ma standing by her side, gazing at the expression on her face, felt suffocated. She had watched Chen Qingzhu grow up, and now seeing her hands covered in blood, how could she not feel heartache? One wrong step after another led to this calamity. Could the outcome possibly be good? An hour later, Mu Xianrong arrived at North Garden and walked straight into the villa. Zhang Ma saw her figure and hurried forward to welcome her. Madam, you've come. Mu Xianrong gave the empty living room a glance and coldly questioned, where's Zhang Fei? Zhang Ma bowed her head and said, Madam is in the bedroom. Sir ordered that Madam isn't allowed to come out without his permission. Mu Xianrong let out a cold laugh, then immediately stepped toward the staircase. Zhang Ma watched her unwelcoming figure for a moment, thought for a few seconds, and quickly sent a message to assistant. After sending it, she followed closely behind Mu Xianrong upstairs. When Mu Xianrong reached the entrance of Mr. Fu Yunting's bedroom, she coldly glanced at Zhang Ma beside her and commanded, open the door. Zhang Ma dared not defy Mu Xianrong's orders. She opened the door and stepped aside to let Mu Xianrong enter. In the bedroom, Zhang Fei lay on the couch half asleep. Hearing movement from the doorway, she immediately sat up straight and looked toward the entrance. Thinking it was Fu Yunting, she never expected Mu Xianrong to show up instead. She lightly furrowed her brows and stood up, lowering her gaze slightly while addressing Mu Xianrong as Mother. Chapter 179, Sacrificing One's Own Life. Mu Xinrong scrutinized Zhang Fei, sat down on the sofa opposite her, and said in a tone devoid of any emotion, sit. This simple word was filled with authority, and the air around them grew heavy. Zhang Fei glanced at her confrontational demeanor, took a deep breath inwardly, and looked toward Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, go prepare some tea. Aunt Zhang nodded. Yes, Mrs. As Aunt Zhang left the bedroom and closed the door behind her, it was only after that moment that Zhang Fei sat down on the sofa. I had thought Miss Zhang would be a smart person, but I never expected that even after so many days, not only did you fail to heed my advice, but also pushed your boundaries further, making things difficult for others. Mu Xinrong's gaze landed on Jiang Fei's abdomen, stared at it for several seconds, then coldly locked eyes with Jiang Fei. How does Miss Jiang plan to explain? Jiang Fei briefly glanced at her own abdomen following Mu Xinrong's line of sight. She wasn't surprised that Mu Xinrong knew about her pregnancy. The Fu family had immense influence. How could they possibly lack for information? Moreover, the person sitting across from her was none other than Fu Yunting's mother, closely monitoring her son's situation. It made sense. Of course, Jiang Fei clearly understood Mu Xinrong's subtle innuendo through her words. Mrs. Fu did not want someone as plain and without family background like her bearing her son's children. After a brief analysis of the situation, Jiang Fei calmly clasped her hands and placed them on her knees. The word mother was something she shouldn't call lightly, and Mrs. Fu calling her Miss Jiang over and over again already drew a clear boundary between their relationship. Jiang Fei spoke gently. I believe the capabilities of the Fu family are much clearer to Mrs. Fu than to me. I tried to handle things according to Mrs. Fu's wishes, but since Fu Yunting refused, I have no choice but to comply. Mu Xinrong's eyes grew colder. Are you trying to use Yunting to pressure me? Not at all. Jiang Fei noticed Mu Xinrong's suddenly tightened hands out of the corner of her eye and said, but perhaps some things would work better if you, as an elder, reminded Yunting rather than me, his wife. This sentence from Jiang Fei caused Mu Xinrong's face to immediately turn unpleasant. Observing Jiang Fei, she realized a few things. Mu Xinrong might have already mentioned this marriage to Fu Yunting, but his response must have been something Mu Xinrong couldn't accept. Otherwise, Mu Xinrong wouldn't have hurriedly come here today, continuing to push her actions and decisions. Mu Xinrong throws her difficulties back to Jiang Fei, and naturally, Jiang Fei would throw the problems right back. If her own son can't solve it, should she really count on her who has no power or rights to do so? Mu Xinrong clenched and relaxed her fists repeatedly, and eventually the anger in her seemed to dissipate. It seems there are still some words that I need to make clear, or Miss Jiang won't understand them. Before Mu Xinrong could finish her sentence, a knock on the door interrupted her. Aunt Jiang entered with the tea, placing it on the coffee table. Madam, please have some tea. After saying this, she handed the warmed milk to Jiang Fei. Madam, Mr. just called earlier and especially instructed me to warm up milk for you to drink, just to fill your stomach a little bit. He also specifically told me to make sure you drink it entirely. You need nutrition now. A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Fei's eyes, but she quickly grasped the meaning behind Aunt Jiang's words. She nodded and said, all right, please wait nearby for a while. I'll hand the cup back once I'm done. Upon hearing this, Mu Xinrong slightly frowned. Jiang Fei took 2 sips, holding the cup in her hands to warm her palms as she asked Mu Xinrong, Madam, please continue. Mu Xinrong wasn't troubled by Aunt Jiang's presence either. After all, if she'd come today, why would she fear Fu Yunting knowing what she had said? Miss Jiang, if my son refuses to divorce, there are still many ways to remove you from his side. Jiang Fei pretended not to understand. Could Madam specify more clearly? A flash of ruthlessness appeared in Mu Xinrong's eyes. Miss Jiang, I heard you have a younger brother. If you follow my instructions, I can guarantee him financial security for his entire life. Jiang Fei suddenly gripped the cup tightly. Madam, am I correct in interpreting your statement as suggesting I sacrifice my own life in order to fulfill your demands? Mu Xinrong said nothing in return, merely picking up the teacup in front of her and taking a sip of tea. Jiang Fei didn't press the matter further, finishing her glass of milk and handing it to Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang, your task is done. Aunt Jiang understood the underlying meaning in Jiang Fei's words, took the cup, and left the bedroom. Once the door closed, Mu Xinrong continued. Do you think sending the maid to inform Yunting of my visit will protect you? Since you've already had this idea in mind. Even if I go to Fu Yunting, he can't possibly watch over me 24 hours a day to ensure my safety. Jiang Fei wiped her lips with a tissue. I just didn't expect that the power the Fu family holds is used to treat human lives as expendable. As she spoke, Jiang Fei raised her gaze and met Mu Xinrong's cold stare with a blank expression. However, Mrs., my body is given by my parents, and apart from them, I have no right to end my own life so easily. And if you're planning on doing something to me, I assure you I will do everything in my power to protect myself. Jiang Fei responded clearly and resolutely to Mu Xinrong's words. No matter who sat in front of her, whether a devil or a god, or even the grim reaper coming for her life, she was not afraid. If someone dared to be so overt about wanting her dead, why should she still show respect? Mu Xinrong hadn't expected Jiang Fei to respond like this. Before she could recover from her shock, Jiang Fei continued. Mrs., speaking cautiously and behaving reasonably are traits that your wealthy family should possess. You might lack these qualities, but can't you at least pretend to act this way? The conversation today has come to an end. Since we don't share the same values, there's no need for us to collaborate. If you can make Fu Yunting agree to divorce me, it will be a win-win situation for both sides. Having said that, Jiang Fei stood up and walked to the door of the bedroom, pulling it open. When two people can't find common ground, half a word too many is wasted. Please leave, Mrs. Mu Xinrong stared at Jiang Fei in astonishment. She was always the one dismissing others. No outsider had ever been so disrespectful in her presence. Leaving now would utterly humiliate her, while staying would make her look like a pest. Either way, leaving her without any dignity. All traces of elegance disappeared from Mu Xinrong's face as she picked up her bag, stood up, and approached Jiang Fei. I'll remember how you've behaved today, Miss Jiang. Jiang Fei smiled faintly, though her eyes remained cold. Whether Mrs. Fu remembers or not, it makes no difference to me. Mu Xinrong let out a chilling laugh before turning around and walking away. Chapter 180, Forgotten Completely. When Jiang Fei closed the door again, her smile instantly vanished. What status and position did Mu Xinrong have? Wanting to kill her would be as simple as squashing an ant. It was obvious that she didn't care whether the child in her stomach was Fu Yunting's or not. Perhaps it was precisely because of the existence of this child that strengthened her desire to get rid of her for good. Their Fu family couldn't afford the disgrace of marrying someone without status or position like her. Jiang Fei slumped onto the sofa, gazing at the darkened sky outside with a bitter heart. Being surrounded by enemies both internally and externally, a single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Downstairs, Fu Yunting rushed back after receiving a message from Aunt Zhang, just as Mu Xinrong stormed out of the villa in anger. The two encountered each other, and Fu Yunting strode up to Mu Xinrong, without even exchanging greetings, directly issuing a warning. I've said it before, you cannot touch her. Mu Xinrong looked at her son whom she had raised herself, seeing how his entire heart and mind were now occupied by someone else, making her feel as if her heart was bleeding. Bearing the pain in her chest, Mu Xinrong maintained her grace and elegance, reminding him gently yet firmly. Yunting, I remember I reminded you before to understand your own feelings. What did you tell me back then? The answer from back then has no relation to today. Fu Yunting's warning gaze grew stronger. If anything happens to Jiang Fei, the first person I will suspect is you. I admit she is very clever, Mu Xinrong said mockingly. Clever enough to win your heart, making you forget all the women from before completely. Fu Yunting's anger flared instantly. No one has the right to bring up what happened 3 years ago in front of me, including you. Don't you forget what exactly happened back then. His anger made Mu Xinrong's elegant facade crack. I've done so much for you, and now you dare to blame me for being ruthless. Without you, I would still have obtained everything I have today. The coldness emanating from Fu Yunting blended with the chilly wind, freezing Mu Xinrong's heart to the point where it seemed it could shatter at the slightest touch. Yunting, your father treated me this way, and now are you going to distance yourself from me too? This simple sentence carried deep sorrow and sadness, but fell sharply on Fu Yunting's ears. He gave a cold laugh, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Isn't it precisely because of your actions that have caused such heartbreak? His tone was indifferent, treating the woman before him more like an enemy than a mother. Fu Yunting took a step forward toward Mu Xinrong. You should be well aware that the moment she died, our relationship had already shattered. If you attempt to harm Jiang Fei again, don't blame me for severing all ties as mother and son. With that, Fu Yunting turned away, striding past Mu Xinrong into the villa without another glance. Mu Xinrong nearly stumbled, quickly regaining her balance and turning to look at Fu Yunting's resolute back. Yunting, Mu Xinrong shouted loudly. Are you truly willing to make such a decision for another woman? Fu Yunting paused for a brief moment, but within the blink of an eye, he continued walking forward. There was no response from him, clearly indicating his unwavering attitude and determination. Mu Xinrong's eyes eventually welled up with tears, unable to hold back. She swallowed all her anger and bitterness along with the biting cold wind and stepped into her car, driving away. When Fu Yunting reached the bedroom, Jiang Fei was sitting hugging her knees. The window was open wide, letting in no warmth but allowing cold drafts to seep through her clothes. She sat there in the breeze as if unfazed by the cold, unmoving, simply letting the wind blow over her. Seeing that she was unharmed, Fu Yunting finally relaxed his tense shoulders slightly. He walked over to Jiang Fei, closing the window tightly before turning to look down at her. Before he could speak, Jiang Fei's soft voice reached his ears. Do you know that every decision you've made ultimately brings me nothing but troubles I can't face? Fu Yunting froze for a second, lightly furrowing his brow as he looked down at her. What do you want to say? Jiang Fei casually tugged her lips into a faint smile, leaning her head against her knees, facing away from Fu Yunting. If you can't fully protect me, isn't it better to let me go? Fu Yunting sat down on the chair next to Jiang Fei. Having been bullied, you're taking your frustration out on me? Who else but you could bully me? Jiang Fei suddenly managed a wry smile, turning her head to look at Fu Yunting, her silky hair falling gracefully along her side. She spoke indifferently about the cause and effect. First, you hurt me, then Qin Qingzhu uses the power you gave her to humiliate me freely, and now there's a Fu matriarch who wants me dead. Fu Yunting, each of these matters is inseparably linked to you. Fu Yunting did not bother to explain each detail to Jiang Fei, but instead gave a broad answer. You just need to focus on doing what you should. The rest, I will handle. Jiang Fei didn't feel like saying anything more. No matter how much she said, it still couldn't surpass his stubborn stance of not divorcing her, and the fact that he had locked her in so that she couldn't leave at all. On the other side, Qin Qingzhu was getting ready to go out to attend a gathering invited by a friend when she'd just changed into her shoes. Xiaochang quickly came inside. Miss, Fu Mrs. is here. Qin Qingzhu looked at her watch in surprise. It was already 9 o'clock. What could Fu Mrs. want by coming over suddenly? After pondering for a moment, Qin Qingzhu said, Go ahead and invite her in. She returned to the living room and sat down. Not long after, Mu Xinrong walked in carrying her bag. Without any preamble, Mu Xinrong took out a card from her bag and threw it in front of Qin Qingzhu. 10 million yuan, enough for your family to hold on for a while longer. If you can get rid of Jiang Fei, I'll give you another 20 million. Qin Qingzhu was astonished by Mu Xinrong's extravagance, but masked her emotions swiftly before responding politely. Mrs. Fu, giving me this money makes us seem too distant. Qin Qingzhu smiled as she said, If you have something for me to do, it would be an honor, regardless of money. Mu Xinrong had no patience for Qin Qingzhu's pretense. Take it if it's offered. I only want results, nothing else. Don't rush, Mrs. Fu. Chen Qingzhu spoke softly and patiently. Plans need to be done step by step to avoid any flaws. Jiang Fei relies on being pregnant, which protects her with Yunting. But what if the child isn't Yunting's? Mu Xinrong glared coldly at her. What exactly are you planning to do? Chen Qingzhu grinned widely. As long as you don't mind risking losing your own offspring, then just wait for the drama to unfold. After finishing, Chen Qingzhu slightly retracted her smile. But, Mu Xinrong narrowed her eyes slightly. Are there more conditions? Is 30 million not enough for you? Chapter 181. Help the Chun family out of trouble. Since she had already spoken, Qingzhu Chen naturally wouldn't give in. The act of killing and letting go would not leave her without any benefits. Not only will she claim what is due, but she will do so assertively. Money aside, Mrs. Fu, but I request you to resolve all the current difficulties for the Chen family. Xinrong Mu's face turned instantly cold and hard. You are really asking for too much. This is but a trivial matter for Mrs. Fu. Qingzhu Chun raised Xinrong Mu's capabilities. Even if the Chun family were at its most brilliant moment, it couldn't compare to 1/3 of the Fu family. Xinrong Mu mocked coldly. Indeed, you look down on these 3 million yuan, allowing the Chun family to restore their past abilities. 3 million yuan could never be sufficient for that. Just 2 large orders. Qingzhu Chen smiled gently. Everything simply depends on Mrs. Fu's word. Mu Xinrong, after the matter is settled, I can help. Before the Chen family has even tasted any gains, I'm being asked to do something extremely disadvantageous to myself. If Yunting finds out, within 1 week. Xinrong Mu clearly understood Qingzhu Chen's intention. Without any benefit, she would absolutely not take the lead to solve Jiang Fei's problem. Qingzhu Chen responded with a smile. A week later, after securing the orders, I naturally will provide you, Mrs. Fu, with a satisfactory response. Xinrong Mu did not linger for long. After concluding the terms, she stood up and left. The moment she left, the smile on Qingzhu Chen's face disappeared instantly. She crossed her arms and leaned back on the sofa, contemplating her next move. After pondering for quite some time, she suddenly spoke toward Aunt Wang. Have Xiaoqiang come in. Aunt Wang nodded and called Xiaoqiang to come in from outside. After arriving beside Qingzhu Chen, he was instructed, keep an eye on Jiang Fei closely from now on. I want to know all of her movements after leaving Beiyuan. Yes, Mississippi. Aunt Wang remained silent by standing quietly aside while listening for a bit. After a long pause, she finally murmured, Miss, should we really follow Mrs. Fu's suggestion? Chen Qingzhu suddenly directed a fierce gaze at Aunt Wang. Do you think there's anyone besides Mrs. Fu who could help save the Chen family? Aunt Wang was deeply troubled and earnestly advised. But miss, your hands are already stained with blood. You shouldn't do this kind of thing anymore. What I do has nothing to do with you. Chen Qingzhu scolded furiously. If you feel it might affect you, then tonight you can pack your things and return to your hometown. Watching how Chen Qingzhu transformed completely for profit made Aunt Wang's heart feel as if pierced by needles. She sighed heavily in her heart and ceased talking. In the following 2 days, despite no longer being confined in the room by Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei still knew that whenever she went out freely, Mother Zhang was secretly following her, and no matter where she went, her whereabouts would always be reported to Fu Yunting. On Monday afternoon, Jiang Fei didn't stay idle at Beiyuan either. Instead, she drove directly to the hospital. Having firmly resolved over the last couple of days to have the child, it was natural for her to visit the hospital to register, making future regular prenatal checkups easier. Unlike other places, despite being a Monday afternoon, the hospital was packed full of patients waiting in long queues to see specialists. Faced with numerous long registration lines, Jiang Fei prepared to choose a slightly shorter window to queue up, but before she even managed to take a step, a familiar voice came from behind her. Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei turned around upon hearing her name, and saw Siqing Zhou coming towards her, wearing a white coat and holding a medical record form. Upon reaching her, Jiang Fei finally spoke. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here. Siqing Zhou glanced at the line beside them, considered for a moment, and asked, Are you still set on terminating this pregnancy? No. Jiang Fei awkwardly diverted her eyes. I read online that during pregnancy, one needs to establish a file for regular prenatal examinations, so I chose to come today. Monday has many patients visiting, and Jiangqing Maternity Department is well known. You'll probably have to wait until tomorrow just to get your appointment. Zhou Siqing leaned closer to Jiang Fei and whispered, My cousin works in obstetrics and gynecology. Though she hasn't reached the chief level yet, such minor prenatal exams pose no issue for her. Plus, she's on leave today and could find time to come and help pull strings for you to establish your records. Slightly hesitant while looking at the long queue ahead, Jiang Fei thought about having to return again the next day. The idea was certainly unpleasant. With a slight upward curve of her eyes, Jiang Fei said teasingly, All right, then I'll entrust it to you. In less than half an hour, Zhou Siqing's cousin arrived at the hospital and completed Jiang Fei's file registration in under 10 minutes. Zhou Siqing looked at the ultrasound slip that had been issued and took out his phone to make a call. After checking the queuing status in the ultrasound department, he hung up reluctantly, turning to Jiang Fei with an apology. There are still 80 people ahead in the queue for ultrasounds. If you don't mind, I can take you to the ICU to have one done. Jiang Fei didn't shy away from the chance to queue when a convenient opportunity was presented. Opting not to act would be foolish. She nodded. All right, then I'll trouble you. Zhou Siqing led Jiang Fei toward the elevator, their figures coming into Zhang's line of sight. Zhang took out her phone and snapped a photo of them, sending it to Fu Yunting. After finishing his inspection at the construction site, Fu Yunting climbed into his car, only then noticing the message. He glared unhappily at the photo for a while before calling Zhang back. As soon as the call connected, Fu Yunting asked gruffly, "Where is Zhang Fei now?" At that moment, Zhang stood outside the ICU entrance, peering inside. Without a pass, she couldn't enter but had to stay outside. Zhang replied, "Dr. Zhou brought the madam to the ICU for some examination, though I'm unclear about the specifics." Fu Yunting's tone turned cold. Where did she go before this? After recollecting, Zhang answered, "She went to the obstetrics department." From Mrs. Zhang's expression, she seemed quite delighted. However, I didn't dare get too close to eavesdrop on what they were discussing. Hearing obstetrics department, Fu Yunting suddenly raised his gaze toward assistant and to the hospital. Assistant and startled by Fu Yunting's sharp voice, quickly started the car heading towards the hospital. With a dark countenance, Fu Yunting asked again, "How long have they been in there?" "More than 20 minutes, Zhang muttered doubtfully. "If it's just for an examination, it shouldn't take that long." Before Zhang could finish her sentence, Fu Yunting abruptly hung up and called Zhang Fei. Inside the ultrasound room at the time, Zhang Fei was wiping her abdomen with a tissue after having coupling agent applied. Just as her phone began to light up quietly inside her bag set on vibrate, Zhou Xiqing spoke up, covering the slight vibration. "It doesn't seem to be a single-egg pregnancy." Perplexed, Zhang Fei looked at him. "What do you mean?" Zhou Xiqing turned the screen, pointing with his finger to show Zhang Fei. "There's another egg here, positioned more towards the back. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a double-egg twin pregnancy." Chapter 182. Excuse for not answering the phone. Zhang Fei stood there dumbfounded, staring at Zhou Xiqing. "Identical twins? I'm carrying twins?" "Yes," said Zhou Xiqing as he turned back to the monitor. "They weren't detected before, possibly because they were hidden and not found." He leaned back in his chair, a mysterious emotion clouding his eyes as he murmured softly, "Twins." Zhang Fei looked down at her abdomen, realizing that two small lives were growing here, while her previous thoughts had nearly ended the lives of these two yet-to-be-formed children. Should she cry, or should she laugh? Zhang Fei herself wasn't sure. Carrying two babies may be tiring, but Zhou Xiqing looked at Zhang Fei. "Still, I should congratulate you." Zhang Fei faintly pulled at the corner of her lips. It was good news, yet she couldn't bring herself to smile. Aside from Fu Yunting, no one else in the Fu family was willing to acknowledge the existence of these two children. It was also very possible that the existence of these two children would still be seen as a disgrace to them. A bitter feeling arose in Zhang Fei's heart. She could accept the Fu family treating her unfairly, but what about the children? Would Madame Fu take action against the children in the future? Would Fu Yunting be able to properly protect the lives of these two children? "You seem to have a heavy heart." Zhou Xiqing noticed the emotions swirling in Zhang Fei's eyes. "Is something happening recently?" Zhang Fei shook her head. Some things ultimately had to be resolved by herself. To put it bluntly, though she and Zhou Xiqing were friends now, their relationship was still only casual acquaintances. If she burdened others with the negative emotions in her life, without asking if they could bear it, saying too much would make her feel improper. While lost in thought, a sudden click sound came from beside them. Both Zhang Fei and Zhou Xiqing abruptly turned their heads towards the door. Zhou Xiqing furrowed his eyebrows slightly and strode toward the entrance. Grabbing the doorknob and pushing it down, then pulling back hard, he discovered that the door wouldn't budge, completely locked. His brows knitted tightly together as he attempted to turn the lock multiple times, but still got the same result. Zhang Fei watched him with confusion. "What's going on?" Zhou Xiqing glanced over at Zhang Fei. "The door has been locked from the outside. We can't get out right now. I need to find someone to come open it." An ominous thought flashed through Zhang Fei's mind. "We just talked inside, so the people outside must have heard some noise. They wouldn't have heard nothing before locking the door." Zhou Xiqing stared at her intently. "Your meaning is that someone did this deliberately?" Zhang Fei lowered her eyes and thought for a few seconds before suddenly turning her head to look at the four corners of the ceiling. "There's no surveillance." Zhou Xiqing saw through Zhang Fei's thoughts. "There won't be any cameras in the ultrasound room to prevent patients' privacy from leaking." Zhang Fei retracted her gaze and urgently spoke to Zhou Xiqing. "You should hurry and make a call." After speaking, she hopped off the bed, walked over to her bag, and pulled out her phone. Seeing 6 missed calls from Fu Yunting made her chest tighten sharply. The temperature of her fingertips quickly dissipated, cold spreading throughout her body. She hurriedly dialed him back, and within seconds, Fu Yunting answered. "How do you plan to explain yourself?" Before she even had a chance to speak, Fu Yunting's angry voice rang out. Zhang Fei tried her best to suppress her flustered emotions. "Fu Yunting, please calm down and listen to me explain." "Am I supposed to listen to your sophistry?" As the elevator doors opened, Fu Yunting entered the ICU access hallway, radiating an intense aura of hostility. "I don't have anything to refute. I just want to explain why I didn't answer the phone earlier." As soon as those words left her mouth, Zhang Fei realized something was wrong. Her tone sounded like she was anxiously making excuses, no different from before. Regardless, she needed to say what she had to say. "The hospital was crowded today, and I couldn't schedule an appointment or examination. It was thanks to Zhou Xiqing's help that I managed to finish all my checks ahead of time, but now both of us are locked in the ICU ultrasound room and cannot leave." "That's not an excuse for not answering the phone." Fu Yunting interrupted angrily. Reaching the ICU entrance, he glared at the electronic lock on the wall and immediately turned to bark orders at an assistant who was closely trailing behind. "Call Dean Zhou." An assistant quickly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Fu." Upon hearing Fu Yunting's words, Zhang Fei suddenly turned her head toward the door. "Are you already at the hospital?" "Zhang Fei, you'd better think clearly about what you're going to say." Fu Yunting hung up directly. leaving Jiang Fei and Zhou Xiqing staring at each other in shock. With heavy eyes, Jiang Fei placed her phone down. Fu Yunting is here. Zhou Xiqing frowned deeply, slowly scanning the ultrasound room. When his eyes landed on the examination bed, a hint of powerless mockery surfaced. I didn't expect to be tricked in my own hospital. Jiang Fei could more or less guess what sticky situation was coming next. If it weren't for her seeking convenience today and asking Zhou Xiqing for help with the examination, how would Zhou Xiqing end up being misunderstood too? Jiang Fei looked at him with guilt. I'm sorry. Zhou Xiqing leaned against the doorframe on the wall, relaxed and lazy, no longer showing the seriousness and tension from before. Since we're already here, let's make the best of it. Jiang Fei didn't know what to say, but she could roughly guess who might have done this. Apart from Madame Fu, who wanted her dead, there was also Chen Qingzhu, who always opposed her. Chen Qingzhu had a greater possibility, since their last confrontation left Jiang Fei without any advantages, and Chen Qingzhu learned about her pregnancy. How much did Chen Qingzhu want to marry into the Fu family and possess Fu Yunting? She wouldn't just sit there idly watching Jiang Fei give birth to the child and continue maintaining her position as Madame Fu. Jiang Fei never imagined that visiting the hospital for a checkup and coincidentally meeting Zhou Xiqing could result in Chen Qingzhu's trap. Jiang Fei sat back on the examination bed, exhausted and powerless. There was nothing she could do next to throw this complicated mess back at Chen Qingzhu, because she had no evidence to argue with. After a while, several hurried footsteps sounded outside the examination room door. Then came the sound of a key turning in the lock and the door opening. Lifting her eyes, Jiang Fei saw Fu Yunting, dark and intimidating, standing at the doorway. Not only was he there, but so were Dean Zhou, Assistant and Aunt Zhang. Before Jiang Fei had time to discern the emotions on the faces of the others, Fu Yunting's gaze immediately fell on the straightened figure of Zhou Xiqing. Without saying a word, Fu Yunting strode forward a few steps and threw a punch hard at Zhou Xiqing's side face. With both speed and strength, Zhou Xiqing had no time to react and stumbled backward toward the wall after losing his balance. Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei's pupils tightened as she quickly rushed over and grabbed his arm. Chapter 183, Matters of One Night. Dean Zhou was also frightened and quickly ran to stand in front of Zhou Xiqing, blocking the way. Mr. Fu, let's talk this over. Things may not be as they appear. Fury was already swirling violently in Fu Yunting's dark eyes, and Jiang Fei's attempt to stop him only amplified his rage several times more. His tightly clenched fists were red from the impact of hitting joints, veins protruding dangerously as if about to rupture his pale skin, revealing a grotesque readiness to explode. Get out. The sinister look in Fu Yunting's eyes was like a sharp blade. Any defiance would result in instant death. He spoke with an unusually cold voice, glaring at Dean Zhou. This is not yet the time for you to plead on behalf of Zhou Xiqing. After all, Zhou Xiqing was someone raised by Dean Zhou himself. He knew Zhou Xiqing's true nature better than anyone else. There was definitely something fishy about this incident, which he could see clearly, so how could he possibly refrain from offering an explanation? Mr. Fu, don't make me repeat myself. Fu Yunting roared harshly. For your Zhou family to vanish from Jiangcheng, it would take only one night. A series of complicated emotions flickered across the elderly face of Dean Zhou. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and left. When Dean Zhou departed, Zhang Ma also followed him out. Assistant and swiftly closed the door, fearing that someone might come to meddle and make a mockery. In the not-so-large examination room, Fu Yunting's terrifying aura made the space feel even more suffocating. An oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. Fu Yunting turned his gaze toward Jiang Fei. His bloodshot eyes still revealed his unrelenting anger. Is it true that half the reason for your insistence on divorce stems from him? Jiang Fei suddenly furrowed her brows and glanced at Zhou Xiqing, who was wiping the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth and slowly straightening up. Fu Yunting's absurd suspicion left her feeling utterly unable to explain. Suddenly, veins popped up on Fu Yunting's temple as he roared furiously. Speak. What do you want me to say? Jiang Fei replied wearily. For every word I try to explain, 5 of your counterarguments aim to refute me, while another 5 force me to admit that I'm lying to you. Fu Yunting gritted his teeth and stepped closer to Jiang Fei. Caught in the act, you don't even think an explanation is necessary anymore. With the examination bed behind her, Jiang Fei had nowhere to retreat. She forced herself to remain standing, her lips curling bitterly as she said, Since you've already said it, what else can I possibly say? Fu Yunting stopped less than half a meter away from Jiang Fei. The fiery, killing intent above his dark eyebrows was crystal clear. Then, let me analyze it for you. How does that sound? Jiang Fei remained silent, her heart growing colder as she waited for him to continue. At my place, you can't get any affection, so you started associating with Zhou Xiqing secretly, nurturing feelings for him, taking advantage of the fact that he's a doctor and you're his patient to interact and associate openly. After having feelings for him, you started thinking about separating from me, bringing up divorce more and more frequently. Am I right? Jiang Fei looked at him in shock, but before she could speak, Fu Yunting's gaze suddenly fell on her abdomen. Even after becoming pregnant, you were still eager to discuss divorce with me and even planned to abort the child in my womb. Fu Yunting's lips curved into a self-deprecating smile. Am I to understand that the child you carry isn't mine, but rather belongs to you and Zhou Xiqing? Afraid that I might find out, you hurried to get an abortion? Jiang Fei's astonishment gradually turned into fury. Fu Yunting, what exactly are you talking about? Caught off guard, aren't you enraged now that I guessed correctly? Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes, filled with malice, glancing disdainfully at the examination bed behind Jiang Fei. You two didn't dare to meet privately outside. So you picked a great place that can easily cover your tracks, didn't you? Fu Yunting, on what grounds are you questioning me like this? The unfounded accusation left Jiang Fei trembling with uncontrollable anger. I just came here for a checkup, not for some illicit rendezvous. If I truly wanted to abort the baby, it wouldn't even exist before you got here. And there's also Zhang Ma. Do you really think I didn't know you sent her to spy on me? She reported my every move to you, and I never confronted her, letting her follow your orders and watch over me. With such control, how could I have possibly gone around fooling around? With your intelligence, Zhang Ma would end up being nothing but a tool for you. Fu Yunting's severe demeanor suddenly calmed down, turning into a disdainful smirk. Too many people at the hospital? You don't want to queue up for your examination? Jiang Fei, do you really think I am dead? Although she was familiar with Fu Yunting's anger, she had never seen him reveal all his emotions so openly on his face. In his handsome features lay resentment and hatred, but strangely, there was no sign of disgust. On top of that, there lingered a faint trace of pain mixed with self-mockery that baffled her. When a woman cheats, the man feels humiliated, even if he doesn't love her. When something they consider theirs is taken away, it causes them immense pain. However, all these heightened emotions are merely self-imposed and not necessarily grounded in reality. Jiang Fei. If I say that it was merely a coincidence that I met Zhou Xiqing and asked him for help, would you believe me? Do you think I would believe that? Fu Yunting emitted a low, disdainful chuckle from his throat. Jiang Fei, I won't let you abort the child. Once we can perform amniocentesis, I will arrange for a doctor to examine you and verify the paternity. If the child isn't mine, then I will wait until they're born. As for what happens afterward, you should know better than anyone else. After dropping those chilling words, Fu Yunting took a step back and turned his cold gaze toward Zhou Xiqing. If you don't want to embarrass Dean Zhou or repay his years of raising you, I'll give you 1 day to resign from your position as a doctor. Speaking with calm authority, he raised his hand and began to methodically fasten the cufflinks on his sleeves, suppressing all his emotions as he did so. If you fail to do this, by this time tomorrow, the Zhou family will undergo drastic changes. Zhou Xiqing wiped the bloodstains off the back of his hand with a tissue, his tone distant and detached. I originally thought that Mr. Fu, with his remarkable intelligence, would have sorted out all the details clearly. But today, it seems like even he isn't without flaws. He tossed the bloody tissue into the trash bin before raising his ever-gentle eyes to meet Fu Yunting's icy, unrelenting ones. To me, losing my job means little, it holds no great importance. However, your harsh accusations today, as well as whatever actions you might take afterward, will leave an indelible mark of harm on Jiang Fei. Zhou Xiqing turned his head to look at Jiang Fei. Actually, the one who should apologize is me. If not for me, you wouldn't be in such a difficult situation, giving certain opportunists a chance to exploit things. Finished. Fu Yunting counter-questioned coldly. Or do you need more time to say something? Leaning against the wall behind him, Zhou Xiqing crossed his arms in his usual laid-back manner. Mr. Fu, there's a question I'm uncertain whether I should ask or not. Chapter 184, Amniocentesis. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei looked at Fu Yunting's cold and rigid face. She had thought he would refuse, but to her surprise, Zhou Xiqing didn't wait for him to respond before directly asking. I have heard a little about what Mr. Fu has done to Jiang Fei, Zhou Xiqing said with a slightly injured smile. With the timely arrival of Mr. Fu, am I not correct in thinking that it is very likely Mr. Fu's intention for us to be locked here? A fierce glint suddenly shot out from Fu Yunting's black eyes. Beside him, Assistant An, finding the matter absurd, explained on his behalf. Mr. Fu was coming here from the construction site. How could it possibly be as Dr. Zhou has said? A single phone call can accomplish that. Zhou Xiqing continued without fear. After all, you've seen that the door is locked. No matter how foolish Zhou and I might be, we wouldn't lock ourselves in the examination room knowing that you're coming to catch us red-handed. Assistant An turned to look at Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, check the surveillance. Fu Yunting's eyes remained firmly fixed on Zhou Xiqing. If it's not as Dr. Zhou said, then Dr. Zhou should understand the consequences of fabricating an excuse. Zhou Xiqing shrugged his shoulders, letting Fu Yunting investigate through his people. Within less than 10 minutes, news came back from the surveillance room. No suspicious individuals were found visiting the B ultrasound room in the ICU. The response from the surveillance room was slightly unexpected by Zhou Xiqing, yet he stayed calm as if the outcome didn't matter to him one way or another. This really is seamless. Zhou Xiqing slowly stood upright. There's no evidence, but I won't admit to something I haven't done. I wonder how Mr. Fu plans to handle me next. Fu Yunting gave a cold laugh. Your certainty just now seems to have vanished entirely? Zhou Xiqing raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. That person clearly targeted me and Jiang Fei. At this point, whatever you wish to do, Mr. Fu, please go ahead. Wouldn't it be letting you off easy to do anything to you right now? Fu Yunting's tone was indifferent, making it impossible to guess what exactly he planned to do to Zhou Xiqing. There was no extra talk, no explanation given. His eyes swept over Jiang Fei briefly before he instructed Assistant An to take her away. Jiang Fei glanced deeply at Zhou Xiqing one last time before leaving. Zhou Xiqing offered her a slight nod, indicating she needn't overly worry about his condition. Leaving the hospital, sitting inside Fu Yunting's car, Jiang Fei caught a glimpse of Fu Yunting, closing his eyes with her peripheral vision. The fierce aura surrounding him had disappeared without a trace upon leaving the hospital, as though the one who had rushed over earlier to vent his anger wasn't even him. He maintained silence, so naturally, Jiang Fei wouldn't say anything more. She tiredly curled up in the corner close to the car door, her heart jolting up and down as the car passed over speed bumps. continuously speculating on what might come next. She felt no hint of sleepiness. It seemed not too long after, they arrived at Beiyuan. Fu Yunting opened his eyes and got out of the car without giving Jiang Fei any attention, while Jiang Fei closely followed behind, watching Fu Yunting ascend the staircase. She chose to stay in the living room rather than continue following. Not until Fu Yunting's footsteps faded upstairs did Jiang Fei turn around and look at Aunt Zhang, who had followed them in. Aunt Zhang, you've been waiting outside the ICU door all along, haven't you? Jiang Fei's sharp gaze focused intently on Aunt Zhang, who truthfully responded, Yes, madam, I have been. Did anyone come in during that time? Aunt Zhang paused to recall. 2 doctors and a nurse entered. Do you remember their height? Jiang Fei walked to the sofa and sat down. Even if wearing masks, their eyes and height can generally be discerned. Aunt Zhang picked up a light blanket beside the sofa and meticulously draped it over Jiang Fei's legs. Madam, I didn't overly notice the details of the doctor and nurse, but I seem to vaguely recall that the nurse entering was pretty tall. Jiang Fei asked urgently, about how tall? Aunt Zhang frowned in thought. Perhaps nearly 180 centimeters. A nurse that's 180 centimeters tall? That makes her easier to trace. Jiang Fei took out her phone, intending to send a message to Zhou Xiqing, but Aunt Zhang noticed and hurriedly warned. Madam, don't contact Dr. Zhou anymore. The master is angry, can't you see that? Jiang Fei paused her hand momentarily. Yes, she had already dragged him into this mess, and he himself was struggling to deal with it. How could he possibly find the time to investigate the hospital nurses? Besides, that nurse isn't necessarily the one who locked the B supermarket door. Without surveillance footage as proof, her words alone wouldn't prove much anyway. Jiang Fei, with a throbbing headache, set her phone down. She realized that when you're part of the situation, you tend to lose your cool. She needed to regain her composure and think these matters through carefully. In the Chen family courtyard, Chen Qingzhu laughed uncontrollably at the news Xiao Chong brought back. So you heard everything? Chen Qingzhu wiped away the tears streaming from her eyes. Yin Ting actually said he would wait until Jiang Fei's baby grows bigger for an amniocentesis? That's right, miss. Chen Qingzhu slowly calmed down and chuckled softly. Interesting, amniocentesis. Xiao Chong noticed that she had something in mind. Mrs. Fu has given us a week's time, but I've learned that it takes more than 3 months to conduct an amniocentesis. Such a long period may make it difficult to accomplish this task. Why are you rushing? Chen Qingzhu slightly furrowed her brows and glanced at Xiao Chong with displeasure. I have my own plans and considerations. You just need to do what I ask you to. Chen Qingzhu picked up her phone, hesitated for a few seconds, then dialed Mu Xinrong's number. Soon after, Mu Xinrong answered, and Chen Qingzhu filled her in on the events at the hospital. Considering your tricks and tactics, do you think Yunting won't be able to find out? Mu Xinrong didn't offer praise, but instead shot back with sarcasm. As long as Jiang Fei and her unborn child remain alive, all of your efforts will count for nothing. Miss Chun, it's too early for you to claim any credit. Before Chen Qingzhu could respond, Mu Xinrong hung up directly. Chen Qingzhu was left dumbfounded, holding the phone stiffly by her ear, unable to lower it for quite some time. Xiao Chong looked at her curiously. Miss, what did she say? The moment Xiao Chong finished his question, he saw Chen Qingzhu violently hurl her phone across the room. Had it not been for the carpet on the floor, the phone would likely have shattered into pieces. Xiao Chong hurriedly rushed over to pick it up and return it to Chen Qingzhu. As he straightened, he caught a glimpse of her malevolent glare. Not daring to linger on that look, Xiao Chong remained respectfully by her side, still holding the phone. Chen Qingzhu cracked her perfectly manicured nails audibly. Investigate what Jiang Heng is doing. You must find out clearly for me. She narrowed her sharp eyes. If Jiang Fei stayed in Beiyuan, there was nothing she could do. She needed to lure her out to get the chance to drive her into a desperate situation. Chapter 185. Whose side are you on? And Mu Xinrong. She would remember her for a long time as well. Originally, she just wanted to let Mu Xinrong have a taste of sweetness, but unexpectedly, Mu Xinrong directly declared that it didn't count unless Jiang Fei was eliminated. Not remembering even a bit of her kindness, how could Mu Xinrong remember any favors in the future? It might even happen that Mu Xinrong would turn against her. People like this would only become stumbling blocks for her later endeavors. North Courtyard. After Jiang Fei got out of the car with Fu Yunting, he immediately pulled her upstairs to the second floor. Upon entering the bedroom, Fu Yunting directly dragged Jiang Fei into the bathroom and swiftly tore off her coat. The wave of coolness that enveloped them and Fu Yunting's unrelenting anger made Jiang Fei instinctively embrace her own body and raise her hand to block Fu Yunting's next move. Fu Yunting, what are you going to do? As soon as the words were spoken, Fu Yunting reached out and grabbed Jiang Fei by the throat, pinning her hard against the wall. Jiang Fei, I'm asking you one last time, whose child is it? With her throat being throttled, though Jiang Fei tried to speak, it was difficult to utter a sound. She grasped at Fu Yunting's hand, signaling him to loosen his grip. And Fu Yunting indeed eased up a little, allowing some leeway for Jiang Fei to explain. Jiang Fei caught her breath. If you feel it's not, then it isn't. If you think it is, then it is. This is your so-called explanation. The fury overflowed from Fu Yunting's eyes. You should know the consequences of betraying me. Coldly meeting his gaze, Jiang Fei asked, Fu Yunting, do you know what the most tragic thing is? Fu Yunting's frowning brow tightened even more. In response to his silence, Jiang Fei twisted her lips, saying, you hold power and wealth, believing I've done something wrong, and have countless ways to oppress me. But what about me? I've watched you repeatedly show up with other women in front of me. Not only am I not told the simplest reasons, but I don't even deserve the right to hate you, all while having to constantly gauge your reactions. Isn't that tragic? After saying these words, Jiang Fei obviously felt Fu Yunting's grip on her throat loosen slightly. She took advantage of the moment to push his hand away and said, Fu Yunting, I respect your decision not to divorce, but I will no longer harbor the initial expectations for you, nor will I maintain the past emotions we once had. With too much disappointment, indifference will naturally follow. After 4 months, during the amniocentesis, I'll follow your plan. Just hope that when you receive the results, you won't regret how you've treated me today. After speaking, Jiang Fei shoved Fu Yunting aside and turned to leave the bathroom. Fu Yunting stared at her resolute back for a long while before leaving the bathroom with a grim expression. He pulled out his phone and dialed an assistant named In. When it answered, Fu Yunting coldly commanded, Go and investigate every detail of what happened at the hospital today. He added sternly, No one who entered the ICU can be omitted. And sighed in relief. Mr. Fu. Actually, I believe Mrs. Fu is innocent. It's strange that the door was locked from the inside, and thankfully, you still trust Mrs. Fu. Unpleased, Fu Yunting questioned curtly. Too many useless words. And hastily replied, I'll go check right now. The next morning, Chen Qingzhu went to the company to handle the aftermath of Mr. Chen's passing. Once she found free time, Xiaochang promptly informed her of Jiang Heng's recent conditions. Chen Qingzhu suddenly looked up and questioned sharply, Didn't he leave? Nodding, Xiaochang confirmed, Yes. Jiang Fei's assistant takes care of his daily needs. Jiang Heng has always stayed at home, probably recovering from his injuries. Continuing, Chen Qingzhu pressed further, Hasn't Jiang Fei visited him? Based on my investigation, Xiaochang guessed, they might have quarreled? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingzhu rejoiced, This is good news. I understand the situation. You continue doing your work. I'll find a way to handle it myself. After Xiaochang left, Chen Qingzhu picked up her phone and called Mama Zhang right away. Mama Zhang answered, leaning on the armrest of the chair. There's something I need you to help me with. Mama Zhang cast a glance towards Jiang Fei, who stood nearby tending to the courtyard flowers, and quietly retreated a step. What is it? Chen Qingzhu said, Find an opportunity to tell Jiang Fei that someone claims Jiang Heng has committed a crime. Let her visit Jiang Heng, but make sure she doesn't bring any bodyguards. It would otherwise hinder my plans. Mama Zhang frowned lightly. Miss Chen, what do you intend to do? I'm not obligated to answer your questions. Chen Qingzhu retorted impatiently. Your payment won't fall short. All I need is for you to lure Jiang Fei out. And with that, Chen Qingzhu abruptly ended the call, leaving Mama Zhang perplexed, casting an eye toward Jiang Fei. Actually, Jiang Fei had already noticed Mama Zhang stepping aside to take the call and occasionally glancing her way. Yet she pretended to be oblivious, continuing to do her usual chores without hesitation. It wasn't until Mama Zhang approached her that Jiang Fei straightened her back and said, I don't know why you went far away just now to talk to me while staring, but I speculate it probably wasn't Mr. Fu Yunting calling. Mama Zhang looked at Jiang Fei with a slight surprise. Madam, why do you say that? Fu Yunting's call would mostly be about ordering you around on how to keep an eye on me. Jiang Fei bent down to pick up the watering can and watered the flowers. Only for conversations I'm not supposed to hear would you step aside. You can tell me truthfully what it was about. Otherwise, if something catastrophic happens, I'll suffer the consequences, and naturally, so will you. Mama Zhang smiled. Madam, you're very smart. Nothing can escape your notice. Flattery is unnecessary. Jiang Fei glanced at Mama Zhang. When Fu Yunting suddenly had some health issues and dragged me into the room, either you or Miss Chen Qingzhu tampered with something in between. Mama Zhang was surprised that Jiang Fei could see through this, yet didn't speak out. After pondering for a moment, she admitted, It was me. Miss Chen is also someone in Mr. S' favor, so naturally, I couldn't disobey her commands. I'm only a servant after all. But you've never seen yourself as just a servant, and you even want to control Miss Chen Qingzhu. Jiang Fei turned around and stared intently at Mama Zhang. Otherwise, you should be clear about who exactly is the mistress here. Even if Fu Yunting treats me poorly, you should still know that offending me brings no benefits whatsoever. Mama Zhang, make it clear. Who gave you orders to help Miss Chen Qingzhu? Mama Zhang replied. Madam, some things become less interesting when they're too clearly spoken. You can choose not to tell, and I can choose not to ask. Jiang Fei let out a scornful laugh. But don't do anything harmful to me, or any wrong move will ultimately harm yourself. Mama Zhang revealed everything without concealment. Madam, Miss Chen wants to lure you away from the North Courtyard. She told me to inform you that your younger brother has done something improper. As for what exactly she plans to do, I'm not entirely sure. Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow curiously. I'm very curious now, whose side are you really on? Chapter 186. A lamb entering the mouth of a tiger. Ms. Zhang, whoever Mrs. considers me to be, that's who I am. Since you have doubts about me, there is nothing I can say that you would believe. Jiang Fei turned around, put down the watering pot, picked up a pair of scissors, and made a few movements. Aren't you afraid I will go tell Mr. Fu Yunting something and get you fired? Mrs. won't, Ms. Zhang said calmly. After all, to Mrs., I am still useful. Even if I cannot help much, I can still inform her of her safety or danger. Jiang Fei paused her movements. It was undeniable that Ms. Zhang's words at this moment made her feel unnaturally cold on her back. She could see through people's hearts and even more directly explained what she could be used for. Who gave her such boldness to do these things? Fu Yunting? This was clearly not possible. Who would do something harmful to their employer? Being discovered would only lead to unbearable consequences. Chen Qingzhu was even less possible. Otherwise Ms. Zhang wouldn't have reminded her of what Chen Qingzhu just said today. Then who else could it be? What were their intentions? Jiang Fei tightened her grip on the scissors and glanced at Ms. Zhang before speaking again. Do you know the consequences of being discovered by Fu Yunting? Ms. Zhang replied. Mrs. is exaggerating. I haven't done anything to betray Mr. Jiang Fei was startled. With such psychological strength, she had no place to start to trap her into talking. She contemplated while pruning the flower branches, after a long time. Then she put down the scissors, stood up, looked at Ms. Zhang, and asked, Chen Qingzhu has instructed you to do some tasks. Now you've told me. What do you plan to do next? A veil covered Ms. Zhang's face that Jiang Fei couldn't see through. She smiled peacefully and responded. I will naturally act according to her instructions, but the result isn't within my control. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Then proceed according to what Chen Qingzhu says. I will go out shortly. Yes, Mrs. Jiang Fei returned to the room to change clothes. During the changing period, she called Su Zhuqing. She informed Su Zhuqing that she would leave in half an hour, asking Su Zhuqing to temporarily put down whatever she was doing and follow her. Before leaving, she received an okay from Su Zhuqing, but she didn't take any bodyguards when she left nor found a driver to drive her out. She just let Ms. Zhang follow her to take the bus. Upon reaching the bus stop, Jiang Fei discreetly observed her surroundings and noticed a black car following her at a distance. After Jiang Fei boarded the bus, that car also started and continued following her. Jiang Fei cautiously took a picture of the black car and sent it to Su Zhuqing. Find an opportunity to check if the driver is Xiao Chong. Su Zhuqing was also following behind and noticed the car that was tracking Jiang Fei. Her reply was, it's hard to tell, but it should not be Xiao Chong. Chen Qingzhu shouldn't dare to act against the wind like this. How come you're taking the bus? Which station are you getting off at? Jiang Fei thought for a while. At Chen's house. Su Zhuqing was surprised. Then aren't you like a lamb entering the tiger's mouth? Jiang Fei. Deal with the situation as it comes. I want to see what she plans to do. Su Zhuqing. Understood. Try to keep the line open so I can rush to find you at Chen's house in case of any problems. Jiang Fei. I feel like things may not be as simple as I thought. Jiang Fei narrated the incident involving Ms. Zhang to Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing asked in shock, do you think it might be arranged by Mr. Fu Yunti's mother? Jiang Fei slightly knitted her eyebrows. Wuxinyo? There was a possibility. After all, everything Ms. Zhang had done indeed hadn't harmed Fu Yunti, but rather embarrassed her and left various evidence of traps created by Chen Qingzhu. In the end, the two of them fought to the death, neither able to stay beside Fu Yunti. In this way, she could naturally send a well-matched woman to Fu Yunti's side. Jiang Fei took a deep breath, making several guesses. Thinking about a certain issue, she sent Su Zhuqing a message asking, if we go further with our speculations, since Mu Xinyong seems unable to tolerate me, could she be collaborating with Chen Qingzhu to resolve me? Jiang Fei's statement almost caused Su Zhuqing to slam the brakes suddenly. Su Zhuqing immediately dialed Jiang Fei back. As soon as Jiang Fei answered, she anxiously asked, if that's the case, then going to Chen's house now would make things worse. Jiang Fei looked out of the car window. No, Chen Qingzhu doesn't dare to harm me at her own home. Otherwise, she would be responsible. But with someone backing her up, what does she not dare to do? Su Zhuqing warned. Fei, you'd better return to Beiyuan immediately. Only under Mr. Fu Yunti's protection can he protect you. Am I supposed to be protected under his care for life because of the child? Jiang Fei looked down at her flat stomach. As long as the child is here, I won't be safe, not even in Fu's family. Su Zhuqing felt a headache coming on. What misdeeds did you commit in your past life that warranted such targeted treatment from these people in this one? Jiang Fei gave a slight tug at the corners of her lips. Who knows? She chatted idly with Su Zhuqing all the way, until she got off the bus at a stop near the Chen residence. As she prepared to cross the road, the black car that had been following her suddenly accelerated and sped toward her. Still on the phone, Su Zhuqing shouted in terror, Fei, look out! Jiang Fei had already noticed something amiss with the black car. Her steps turned quick, hastily retreating back to the bus stop, which was just a few steps away. In just seconds, the black car roared past her face, missing its mark. Then it turned at the intersection and disappeared. Jiang Fei's heart raced as she watched the car leave. Then without hesitation, she ran to the Chen household. Su Zhuqing's voice trembled in fright over the phone. They're too reckless. They actually dare to attack like this. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, what would I do? With residual fear, Jiang Fei calmed Su Zhuqing, gasping for breath. It's all right now. Nothing happened. I'll observe the situation myself and won't give them any chance. You're safe and sound. That's all that matters. Without saying much more, Jiang Fei tightened her grip on the earphone, keeping the call active while safely reaching the Chen's doorstep. She glanced at the chilling aura of the Chen family courtyard, took a shallow deep breath, and reached out to press the doorbell. But before her finger even touched it, the Chen household gate suddenly swung open, revealing Aunt Wang clutching a garbage bag, who came face to face with Jiang Fei. Aunt Wang was surprised at Jiang Fei's arrival, but still greeted her respectfully with a polite, Mrs. Fu. Jiang Fei looked at the courtyard. I'm here to see Ms. Chen Qingzhu. Is she home? She has gone to the company and isn't currently here. Aunt Wang truthfully replied. Mrs. Fu may have to wait here for a bit. Jiang Fei stared silently into the quiet courtyard for a moment, then said, then please inform Ms. Chen Qingzhu that I'll be waiting for her here. Chapter 187. There must be a chance. Mrs. Wang stared at Jiang Fei walking into the courtyard, dropped the garbage in her hand, and hurriedly followed her. Ms. Fu. Jiang Fei turned around upon hearing the voice. She watched Mrs. Wang run up to her, and without a word, kneel down before her. Jiang Fei was shocked by Mrs. Wang's action. Although she worked for the Chen family, her age made this gesture too much for Jiang Fei to bear. Jiang Fei quickly bent down to lift Mrs. Wang, but she resisted, tears welling up in her old eyes. Miss Fu, please allow me to beg you. Make room for my young miss. Jiang Fei paused her actions, her expression gradually turning cold. Seeing this, Mrs. Wang continued, my young miss has been raised under my watchful eye. Though she is a rich man's daughter, I have seen all the hardships she has endured until now. Miss Fu must be a kind-hearted person who wouldn't want to see my young miss go further down a wrong path. Please give her a chance and show mercy on her. Hearing Mrs. Wang's absurd words, Jiang Fei retracted her hands, straightening herself slowly. She looked at her coldly. What does her hardship have to do with me? To put it another way, isn't the position of Ms. Fu something only she has the right to decide? Tears streamed down Mrs. Wang's face. If Ms. Fu were to divorce Mr. Fu, my young miss would surely have a chance. Jiang Fei let out a derisive laugh. Do you think Mr. Fu Yinting's decisions can be swayed by anyone? If I am so benevolent, why don't you persuade your young miss to be benevolent as well? Don't keep attacking my family again and again. The wrong path is one she chose herself. It wasn't forced upon her by me. With your age and experience, how could you fail to discern these matters? Mrs. Wang looked up at Jiang Fei. My young miss has no choice. Miss Fu, the entire burden of the Chun family falls on her shoulders alone. The pain she endures, I see it all. Her life problems aren't caused by me and have nothing to do with me. Jiang Fei felt both absurd and amused. To say harshly, you're just a nanny. What makes you think you have any right to lecture me like this? Mrs. Wang gazed disappointedly at Jiang Fei. Miss Fu refuses to be merciful. I cannot make any decisions. Jiang Fei said coldly. If you want to kneel, then continue kneeling. Jiang Fei didn't intend to get tangled up any further with Mrs. Wang. In her marriage with Fu Yunting, she couldn't make any decision anyway. Even if she could, Fu Yunting was not an object that could be handed over or transferred at someone else's whim. What he concealed behind his romantic antics, no one truly knew. However, she was somewhat certain about one thing. Even if she divorced Fu Yunting would absolutely never choose to marry Chen Qingzhu. It seems that Ms. Fu is completely resolute and unwilling to yield in any way. As Jiang Fei stepped onto the wooden bridge over the small lake, Mrs. Wang's sharp and chilling voice rang out once more from behind. Jiang Fei slightly furrowed her brows and turned back to look when Mrs. Wang supported herself with her hands on the ground, unsteadily standing up. Do you really think that giving in on this matter would resolve things? Jiang Fei's patience ran thin. People like you are too selfish, wanting someone who hasn't participated in your lives to bear all the suffering you encounter in yours. Chen Qingzhu may know little about law, but she should at least understand that wrongdoing always comes with consequences. I don't want to hear so many excuses from you, Miss Fu. Suddenly, Mrs. Wang's eyes flashed dangerously as she took a few steps toward Jiang Fei. I only know one thing. If it weren't for you, my young miss would already be in the Fu family's position. Jiang Fei trembled at the fierce intent in her eyes, a strong sense of unease washing over her heart in that moment. She instinctively stepped backward. What are you going to do? Su Zhuqing, who had been on the call with Jiang Fei, also sensed something was wrong. Fei, what's happening? Before Jiang Fei could explain, Mrs. Wang mustered all her strength and roared angrily at Jiang Fei. Let my young miss die having someone buried alongside her. After screaming those words, she took a few strides forward and lunged at Jiang Fei, thrusting her violently into the artificial lake before she could react. Without hesitation, Mrs. Wang jumped in after her and grabbed Jiang Fei's hair, pressing her head repeatedly underwater. Water rushed into Jiang Fei's ears, nose, and mouth. Her earphone was flung off somewhere by the force of the water. Struggling, she grabbed Mrs. Wang's clothing, trying to earn the slightest chance to surface and breathe. But Mrs. Wang, being accustomed to manual labor, was no match for Jiang Fei. Outside the grand courtyard of the Chun residence, Su Zhuqing hurriedly got out of the car and rushed to the gate, where she saw Mrs. Wang viciously pinning Jiang Fei down. The moment her eyes flared with rage, she swiftly rushed forward and jumped into the cold lake water. Battling against the resistance of the water, she used all her strength to move closer, then swung her fist and struck Mrs. Wang's face with a heavy blow. Mrs. Wang lost her footing, instinctively letting go of Jiang Fei's hair, and fell heavily into the water. Su Zhuqing quickly pulled Jiang Fei out, brushing the wet hair off her face as she anxiously asked, Fei, are you all right? Jiang Fei tightly clutched Su Zhuqing's arm, her face deathly pale from the cold. Whether it was fear or chill, Jiang Fei's voice trembled severely. Quick, get to shore. Without hesitation, Su Zhuqing helped Jiang Fei climb onto the bank. After they got ashore, she hurriedly took Jiang Fei back to the car. Turning on the heated air conditioning, she grabbed the phone from inside the car and immediately called the police. After making the call, Su Zhuqing turned to Jiang Fei. Fei, stay in the car. I'll deal with that old woman inside. Jiang Fei urgently grabbed Su Zhuqing's hand as she was about to open the door and step out. Zhuqing, don't hit her anymore. Let the police handle this matter. I know, trust me. Su Zhuqing patted Jiang Fei's hand. I can't let anything happen to her, or we'll have no way to explain ourselves. When Su Zhuqing returned to the Chen family estate, Mrs. Wang had already managed to crawl to the shore and was lying on the grass. Seeing Su Zhuqing approaching her at a quick pace, Mrs. Wang's lips curved faintly. She slowly raised herself up until Su Zhuqing stood in front of her, at which point she collapsed onto the grass again and said desolately, Call the police. Was I waiting for your reminder? Su Zhuqing grabbed the soaked collar of Mrs. Wang's shirt and yanked her up from the ground, saying, I want to see how Chen Qingzhu will face these problems when she comes back. If the nanny murders someone, she, as the mistress, is also utterly to blame. No matter what Su Zhuqing said, Mrs. Wang remained silent without offering another word. Chapter 188. Could you have thought of this? In about 10 minutes, the police arrived first, and then Qing Zhu-chun returned home. She wasn't called back by any phone call, but after hearing from Xiaoqiang that Zhang Fei had come to the Chen family, she hurried back. Several policemen standing at the Chen's doorway made Qing Zhu-chun slow down in surprise. Before she could step forward to inquire about the situation, the leading police officer saw her and asked, "Are you Qing Zhu-chun?" Qing Zhu-chun nodded blankly. "What are you doing here? Your maid is suspected of attempted murder. As the head of the Chun household, you also need to go with us." "Our maid?" Qing Zhu-chun was shocked to ask, "Suspected of attempted murder?" As soon as the words came out, Mama Wang, who was completely drenched and disheveled, was escorted out of the courtyard by the police. Her haggard face bore a silence like ashes, but when she saw Qing Zhu-chun, her expression became moved. Her eyes full of wrinkles instantly turned bloodshot red. After trembling her lips for a few times, tears rolled down from her eyes, and she bent her legs and knelt heavily before Qing Zhu-chun. "Miss, I am sorry. I've committed a grave sin, putting large amounts of sleeping pills into Grandpa's daily Chinese medicine, which led to his fall down the stairs causing his death. Mrs. Fu came to visit you for an old chat, accidentally overheard my confession, and wanted to report me. Afraid of being found out, I thought of killing her. However, she brought people along and saved her life." Mama Wang's narrative stunned Qing Zhu-chun so much that she looked at her wide-eyed. Mama Wang. Watching the person who had raised her since childhood sacrifice herself for her, how could Qing Zhu-chun not feel pain? "Miss." Worried that Qing Zhu-chun would say something inappropriate due to emotion, Mama Wang immediately interrupted her loudly. "Miss, I couldn't bear seeing you beaten by Grandpa every time, thus decided on committing such an act. Miss, I implore you to take good care of my son considering my care for you for over a decade. Please grant my request." Having said that, Mama Wang started banging her head against the ground hard in front of Qing Zhu-chun. Chen's tears flowed uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word despite multiple attempts. However, Zhu Qingsu, who came out with the police, frowned upon hearing Mama Wang's words and stood aside. Although she had photos of old Chen's body, under Mama Wang's personal confession, it was impossible to shift the blame onto Qing Zhu-chun. No wonder Mama Wang chose to wait without struggling for the police's arrival. She had already prepared herself to be the scapegoat for Qing Zhu-chun. What profound master-servant affection could lead her to this point? The police forcibly pulled Mama Wang into the police car, and Qing Zhu-chun was taken to the police station for questioning. Not only that, as the parties involved, she and Zhang Fei had to follow the police's requirements to the station to give statements. After getting in the car, Zhu Qingsu's face turned almost black, and Zhang Fei sitting in the car also clearly heard all the situations outside. With Su looking grim, how good could Zhang Fei's look be? The incident of Chen family's grandfather's death was just unjustly borne by some innocent person. In the end, Qing Zhu-chun still received favor and escaped the heavy charge of murder. Zhu Qingsu drove, following the police car towards the station. On the way, she glanced at Zhang Fei who was hugging her trembling body and asked, Fei, could you have thought of this?" Zhang Fei shook her head solemnly. "I didn't expect this, but this kind of thing really has broadened my horizons. I didn't expect that there would be such a loyal person by Qing Zhu-chen's side." Zhu Qingsu sighed deeply. "We don't have anything left to deal with Qing Zhu-chen now." Zhang Fei didn't know how to respond to Zhu Qingsu. Although the incident happened unexpectedly, though she might be surprised, she wouldn't dwell on it for too long. After all, there are too many things in this world where wishes don't come true. She could survive well in this war of intrigue without gunpowder, which was already great. In less than half an hour, the events surrounding Zhang Fei quickly reached Yunting Fu's ears. Yunting Fu subconsciously threw away the file he was holding, picked up his coat, and walked towards the office door. Just walking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. When Assistant looked at him, there was a flash of fierce cold light in his dark eyes. "I remember I instructed that if Zhang Fei wants to go out, bodyguards must accompany her. Are those people dead?" Assistant didn't dare to look at Yunting Fu's eyes and lowered his head, saying, "The bodyguard said they didn't know when Madam went out. Change these people." Yunting Fu ordered sternly. "Prepare the car. Go to the police station." "Yes, Mr. Fu." In half an hour, Fu Yunting and Assistant arrived at the police station entrance. They just happened to meet Zhang Fei and Zhu Qingsu hugging each other for warmth as they came out of the police station and walked toward the parking area. Fu Yunting frowned deeply as he pushed the car door open and got out, heading towards Zhang Fei while taking off his overcoat. Upon hearing the footsteps, Zhang Fei looked up and was startled to see Fu Yunting with a grim face standing in front of her. Before she could ponder too much, he draped his overcoat over her shoulders. Zhang Fei was confused about Fu Yunting, who had seemed eager to strangle her last night, but now showed mysterious concern for no reason. She wanted to ask why he was here, but the words turned into something else before she could speak. "You didn't need to go through so much trouble." As soon as the words were out, Zhang Fei slightly furrowed her brows herself, yet there was no way to take back what she had said. "Rest assured, I haven't done anything to Qing Zhu-chan." She added hastily another sentence, averting her gaze rigidly elsewhere. "Did I say I came here to hold you accountable?" Fu Yunting's handsome face was overshadowed by gloominess. "If it weren't for your sneaking out, would this have happened?" Zhang Fei could hear the care in Fu Yunting's voice, but the events of yesterday still stuck in her mind clearly. All she felt now was irony. "You don't need to be concerned about me. You are still under suspicion, and any care would only seem ridiculous to me." Achoo! Just as Zhang Fei finished her sarcastic remark, Zhu Qingsu timely sneezed. She rubbed her nose with her hand and knew that she wouldn't be able to take Zhang Fei away from Fu Yunting's presence, so she simply said, Fei, go home quickly." I'll also go back to take a hot shower. It's freezing outside. Jiang Fei nodded anxiously toward her. Remember to drink some medicine when you get back. Don't catch a cold. All right, I'll leave first. We'll contact later via text. After saying this, Zhu Qingsu shot a hostile glance at Fu Yunting and then turned to walk toward the car. Jiang Fei didn't intend to pay attention to Fu Yunting and was about to walk toward the car as well, when suddenly, Qing Zhuqian's shout came from behind. Chapter 189, Useful. Yunting. Fu Yunting and Jiang Fei looked toward Chen Qingzhu, but to their surprise, Chen Qingzhu in her high heels ran directly toward Fu Yunting. She paid no attention to Jiang Fei standing beside Fu Yunting, hugged Fu Yunting's waist right in front of everyone, and started sobbing. Fu Yunting furrowed his brows lightly and subconsciously tried to push her away, but when he caught sight of Jiang Fei's indifferent expression, he suppressed the idea of pushing her off. Yunting, I feel so upset. Mama Wang has been raising me since I was little, and I never expected she would do such a cruel thing to my grandfather. The two people closest to me have both left me now. What should I do? Chen Qingzhu, who normally looks delicate and gentle, was now in an even more pitiable state, looking like a pear blossom with raindrops on its petals. Anyone would find it hard not to pity her. Jiang Fei did not want to stay there and watch the intimate gestures between the two of them, so she turned around and walked toward the car. Assistant and was considerate enough to open the car door for her and let her sit inside. After sitting in the passenger seat, Assistant and glanced back through the rearview mirror. Seeing Jiang Fei wrapped tightly in Fu Yunting's coat, sitting alone in the back seat with a cold expression, he couldn't help calling out, Mrs. I'm fine. Jiang Fei's fingers lightly rubbed the collar of the coat. Let them talk. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a nap. She refused further conversation and closed her eyes, resting quietly. Not knowing what else to say, Assistant and could only focus on the windshield, where the embracing figures were still visible outside. It took nearly 10 minutes before Fu Yunting finally returned to the car. Seeing Jiang Fei leaning against the car door asleep, he didn't say anything extra, just instructed Assistant and to return to Beiyuan. Evening. Su Ninghan had prepared dinner and placed the dishes on the table, then called out toward Jiang Heng's room. Young Master Jiang, it's time to come out and eat. In less than 2 minutes, Jiang Heng came out from his room and sat at the dining table. Su Ninghan observed the scruffy appearance under Jiang Heng's chin and worriedly said, Young Master Jiang, even if you don't go out, you should take care of yourself a little bit. Jiang Heng nodded, chewing down a couple of bites of food before raising his head to ask Su Ninghan, do you have surveillance at your place? Su Ninghan paused briefly as she served the soup, then responded, yes. Why are you asking this? Would it be convenient for you to give me your address? Jiang Heng paused again. If possible, please make it detailed. Su Ninghan, confused, placed the bowl of soup beside Jiang Heng and teased him, are you asking for my address because you plan to break into my home? I haven't thought about that yet. Jiang Heng lowered his eyes to pick up the chopsticks. If you tell me, I'll show you something later. What kind of thing? Jiang Heng didn't explain further to Su Ninghan, but instead waited until after they finished eating before getting up and saying, I will wash the bowls later. Follow me into the room. Su Ninghan was surprised and pointed at herself and asked, me? Jiang Heng stared at Su Ninghan as if looking at a fool. Besides you and me, is there anyone else in this house? Su Ninghan quickly stood up. All right, I'll follow you. Having spent so much time with Jiang Heng, Su Ninghan wouldn't pass up the chance to enter his room to check the situation out. The moment she stepped into Jiang Heng's room following him, Su Ninghan widened her eyes abruptly. These? Su Ninghan was shocked as she stood by the doorway and looked at 3 computer screens on Jiang Heng's desk. When I was here last time, there weren't so many screens. When did you bring them in? Jiang Heng sat in front of the computer. They delivered them while you were buying groceries, so I carried them in and installed them myself. Su Ninghan stared at the lines of code moving on the screen. Can you write programs? Uh-huh. Jiang Heng explained while typing on the keyboard. I've been learning programming since school days. Finally, these skills are proving useful. Curious, Su Ninghan sat down on the bed and asked, are you self-taught? Not entirely. Jiang Heng truthfully replied, and at that moment, a window popped up on the computer that could accept an IP location. Give me your home address. Su Ninghan hurriedly gave Jiang Heng the exact address of her home, which Jiang Heng entered before swiftly typing away on the keyboard. Within 5 minutes, an astonishing scene appeared in front of Su Ninghan. The image showed her own house, and even her parents having dinner were clearly shown on the screen. Su Ninghan lifted her hands and covered her mouth in astonishment. You. Jiang Heng turned around to look at Su Ninghan. Is the result satisfactory? Su Ninghan immediately dropped her hands. This is not about whether it's good or not. It's incredible. Jiang Heng, all this time you've locked yourself in the room, studying this. Jiang Heng nodded and said, yeah, I've already used your 60,000 to pay for the courses, but there's still a lot I haven't learned yet, so I plan to return your 60,000 and earn some money myself to continue paying for classes. Don't rush, don't rush. Su Ninghan hurriedly replied. If it's about studying this stuff, then I have nothing to worry about. However, little boss Jiang, you can't use these skills to do anything illegal. Of course not, Jiang Heng said with a serious look in his eyes. I just want to use what I've learned to investigate something I want to find out. Su Ninghan blinked her curious eyes. What do you want to find out? My sister has always been very concerned about our father's affairs, so naturally, I want to help her investigate. Looking at Jiang Heng's face that had become thinner due to his hard work over the past few days, and the bluish shadows under his eyes, Su Ninghan felt a twinge of heartache. Little boss Jiang, did you quarrel with Ms. Jiang because you didn't want her to know that you were learning these things? Jiang Heng's eyes dimmed slightly. I'm not sure if I can learn everything properly, so I don't want my sister to know too much and have overly high expectations for me. Saying this, Jong Hyung leaned back against the chair and stared at the ceiling as his hands slowly clenched into fists. At the same time, I also want to prove that I am no longer useless. In the future, when she works, I will be able to contribute my part. Su Ningen was deeply moved and tears flowed continuously down her cheeks. Little boss Jong. Ms. Jong would surely feel relieved and happy once she knows. Jong Heng's eyes became red-rimmed as well. He turned his head and met Su Ningen's gaze. Really? Yes, definitely. Su Ningen quickly took out her phone. I'm going to call Ms. Jong right now and tell her this good news. Seeing this, Jong Hung immediately reached out and stopped Su Ningen from making the call. As Jong Heng's cold fingers brushed against the back of her hand, Su Ningen suddenly pulled her hand back instinctively, her ears turning red all of a sudden. She stared at Jong Hung stammering, "A little boss Jong, what are you doing?" Jong Hung also froze at Su Ningen's overreaction. Feeling uneasy, he hastily withdrew his gaze and his hand. Don't make the call. Chapter 190 Sister wants to see you. Su Ningen, her face flushed red, put down her phone, and, too embarrassed to look at Jong Hung, asked with her head down, "Why? I'll find an appropriate opportunity to let my sister know." Jong Hung, somewhat awkwardly turned his body, facing the computer screen. "Anyway, there's no need to say anything now." Su Ningen stared at the back of her hand, not knowing what to say for a moment. Neither of them spoke further, and the room was gradually filled with an awkward atmosphere. After an unknown period, Su Ningen's phone suddenly rang, startling her. Seeing it was Su Zhuqing calling, she quickly pressed to answer. Hey, Miss Zhuqing." Su Zhuqing slightly startled. "What bad thing have you done? You're speaking so nervously." Su Ningen hurriedly responded. "No, nothing, Miss Zhuqing. Do you have something on your mind? How has Jong Hung been recently?" Su Zhuqing said as she sneezed hard. She inhaled through her nose and said, "Are your hands feeling any better?" Su Ningen glanced at Jong Hung, who was looking at her, their eyes meeting. Su Ningen's cheeks once again became heated. She quickly averted her gaze and said, "Young Mr. Jong has gotten much better, Sister Zhuqing, rest assured." "That's good." Su Zhuqing didn't think too much about it. "By the way, I have some good news for you." "What is it?" Su Zhuqing laughed a little. "Your boss Jong is pregnant, with twins." "Really?" Su Ningen's eyes widened in shock. "But don't Boss Jong and Boss Fu have a not-so-good relationship? How did Boss Jong end up having Boss Fu's baby?" Hearing Su Ningen's words, Jong Hung also contracted his pupils in surprise. But Su Ningen, absorbed in her astonishment at this piece of news, didn't notice the change in Jong Heng's expression at all. "Oh, they're a couple. Sometimes these things just happen." Su Zhuqing took a sip of hot water. "Tell this to Jong Heng too. See if he can call his sister." Okay, I understand, Sister Zhuqing. I'll pass the message on." "All right, then I'll hang up. Bye-bye." After Su Ningen hung up the phone, she turned around excitedly and looked at Jong Hung. "Mr. Jong, you heard that right? Ms. Jong is pregnant. And with twins." At the moment Su Ningen hung up the phone, Jong Heng's expression had already turned into one of distaste and annoyance. "What's good about being pregnant with Fu Yunni's child?" Jong Hung coldly turned his head. "Don't be overly joyful." No, that's not right." Su Ningen reached out and grabbed the armrest of the chair, forcing Jong Hung to turn back. She earnestly educated him. "Mr. Jong, you can't always assume the worst. What if Jong Zong getting pregnant changes Mr. Fu's attitude toward her? If they can reconcile, shouldn't you be happy for Sister Jong?" As Su Ningen's mouth opened and closed, her lively features radiating both sweetness and seriousness, Jong Heng's heart inexplicably leapt a few beats. He rapidly blinked twice and shifted his gaze, stuttering. "I get it. I've heard." Su Ningen wasn't entirely convinced, leaning over to peer closely at Jong Hung from an angle. "Do you really understand what I mean?" Jong Hung rigidly turned his head away. "Got it." Seeing his serious response, Su Ningen stopped her further questioning. She stood up happily, reminding Jong Hung to send a text or make a call to Jong Fei, before leaving Jong Heng's room joyfully. Watching Su Ningen bounce away, Jong Hung slowly fixed his gaze on the phone. A simple congratulations is easy to say but hard to reach Jong Fei's heart meaningfully. It was difficult because he knew his sister definitely wouldn't want to be pregnant at this critical time. Yet, it wasn't just Fu Yunni's child, it was also his sister's child. Even if he didn't like the fact that his sister was carrying Fu Yunni's baby, he couldn't do anything about it. After pondering for quite some time, Jong Hung picked up his phone and removed Jong Fei's number from the blacklist. He added Jong Fei back on WeChat, and after much hesitation, finally typed out a few words and sent them across. "Jong Hung, you're pregnant." The awkward and stiff 4 characters, received by Jong Fei, shocked her enough to keep staring at her phone for half a minute without regaining consciousness. Whether replying yes or agreeing, Jong Fei repeatedly deleted messages in the chat box, unsure of how best to respond. Before she could figure out how to start, Jong Hung sent another message. "Jong Hung, whatever you decide, I support you." A single sentence made Jong Fei choke up unexpectedly. Though seemingly lighthearted, it was care that Jong Fei had waited many days for. She thought Jong Hung would never care about her anymore, yet unexpectedly, he still kept her in his thoughts. Jong Fei clutched her phone tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, as if releasing all the WeChat and pain accumulated over the past days in response to Jong Heng's concern. With trembling hands, she replied to Jong Hung. "Little Hung, sister wants to see you." Jong Hung hesitated for a while, staring at his phone before responding. "Tomorrow afternoon, Xinghe Bay." For Jong Fei, Jong Heng's agreement to meet was the best thing that had happened during this time. That night, Jiang Fei slept extremely soundly. In the study, Fu Yunyi had just finished a video conference when assistant In, seated beside him, received the investigation results from his subordinate. After reviewing the situation, he turned to Fu Yunyi and said, "Mr. Fu, the hospital's investigation results are in, and the healthcare staff all have one consistent piece of information." Fu Yunyi removed the watch from his wrist and glanced at assistant In coldly. "Go on." Assistant In, 3 healthcare workers reported seeing a nurse approximately 180 centimeters tall moving around near the examination room that day. Just that the ICU received several critical patients that day and was rather busy, assuming it was a new nurse, so they didn't ask too much. However, they never saw this person again the next day and had inquired among themselves. The hospital has never recruited a nurse taller than 180 centimeters. Fu Yunyi tossed the watch onto the desk, his expression stern. Did the surveillance cameras capture anything? No. Assistant In furrowed his brows tightly. The individual seems to possess some skill, having completely erased the footage where they appeared. There's no way for us to restore it. Are our tech department just a bunch of good-for-nothings? Fu Yunyi asked, clearly dissatisfied. Assistant In didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Fu, I actually have a suspicion." "Speak." Assistant In, gathering his courage, said, "At present, there are 2 people targeting the Miss Chun and Mrs. Fu." Assistant In stopped there without further elaboration, confident that the points he had made would already lead Mr. Fu to understand the situation fully. Chapter 191. Distinguishing the young from the old and respecting the hierarchy. After a long silence, Fu Yunting suddenly stood up and took his coat to walk towards the study door. Assistant In could roughly guess where Fu Yunting was going, so she quickly stood up and left with him. An hour later, the Fu residence. As soon as Fu Yunting got out of the car, he strode towards the villa. Assistant In followed him out of the car and saw a black car parked nearby. She hurriedly caught up with Fu Yunting's steps and said, "Mr. Fu, your father is also here." Fu Yunting didn't stop for a moment, still striding into the villa in large steps. The ominous aura surrounding him made Assistant In's heart race uncontrollably. Even if she thought about it with her toes, she could tell how turbulent the night would be. Just after Fu Yunting pushed the door open and entered, he saw Mu Xinrong sitting stiffly on the sofa, while Fu Zongqian was preparing to leave with his coat on. Seeing Fu Yunting back, Fu Zongqian casually glanced at Fu Yunting and pretended not to see him, preparing to bypass him and leave. "So, you insist on bringing that woman back?" Fu Zongqian stopped his steps and turned his head towards Mu Xinrong. "If you can't understand the divorce agreement, you can let your son show it to you." Upon hearing these words from Fu Zongqian, Fu Yunting furrowed his eyebrows slightly, but seeing nothing unusual, he didn't utter a word of advice or persuasion. After Fu Zongqian left, he walked to the side of the sofa and sat down after glancing at the divorce agreement on the table. Mu Xinrong looked at Fu Yunting with red eyes. "You rarely come uninvited. Did your father notify you? The talk of divorce has been around for many years. Haven't you similarly never given him a chance to divorce?" Fu Yunting retorted, "But I'm not here for this matter." Mu Xinrong gave a bitter laugh and picked up the wine glass beside her hand and sipped some wine. "Speak then. What do you want to say to me?" Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes slightly. "You know about Jiang Fei going to the hospital for an examination?" His confident tone made Mu Xinrong suddenly stop her movements. She put down the wine glass and looked deeply at Fu Yunting. "Is your father troubling me again, and now are you adding fuel to the fire?" Fu Yunting's voice grew colder. "So what did you admit to doing?" Enraged by Fu Yunting's probing question, Mu Xinrong slapped and smashed the wine glass beside her onto the ground. The red wine splashed all over the carpet, looking like blood staining. Standing up, Mu Xinrong lost all her previous elegance and propriety. She fiercely pointed at her chest and yelled, "I've gone through great hardship and trepidation raising you to the position everyone respects. And yet, you constantly interrogate me for that identity-less woman. Even if you no longer care about being my mother, there should still be some respect for age hierarchy." Fu Yunting coldly gazed at the emotionally unstable Mu Xinrong and stood up accordingly, saying, "Had you listened to what I said, would I even need to ask you about these things?" Speaking thus, Fu Yunting kicked away the glass fragments underfoot and took 2 steps toward Mu Xinrong. "You wish to exploit her relationship with another man, creating misunderstandings, pressuring her into an abortion. Thus, you plan your scheme successfully, letting the woman you value ascend to the position of Mrs. Fu. Is that correct?" Slap. At that very moment when Fu Yunting's words trailed off, a sharp sound of a slap echoed in the living room. Assistant In suddenly widened her eyes, unable to intervene promptly before Mu Xinrong angrily responded. "Does it matter whether it was me or not? As long as I don't approve, Jiang Fei will never step through the door of the Fu household, and her child inside her. Either you guard her closely until full term, or else, I'll make sure this child never enters this world." Fu Yunting slowly turned his head and reconnected gaze with the fiery anger-filled eyes of Mu Xinrong. With a frosty look at the edge of his lips, Fu Yunting was about to speak when suddenly, Fu Zongqian's voice came from outside the door. "What child?" At the sound of Fu Zongqian's voice, Mu Xinrong's body suddenly stiffened. She immediately turned around to look at Fu Zongqian, who had suddenly returned, her complexion noticeably becoming worse. Fu Zongqian tightly knitted his brows, walking up to them and casting a casual glance at Mu Xinrong, before his gaze settled on Fu Yunting's flushed handsome face. There was no trace of concern in his eyes, but he still asked, "Is your wife pregnant?" Fu Yunting's cold eyes locked onto him. "What do you want to know?" Fu Zongqian. "Divorce when necessary, but the heir of the Fu family must be brought back." I disagree. Mu Xinrong immediately contradicted Fu Zongqian. I absolutely won't recognize the child born to a woman of unknown origin. When will you ever curb your wicked heart, Mu Xinrong? Fu Zongqian couldn't help himself and roared in anger. Exactly how many heirs of the Fu family must you kill before you stop? If it weren't for your infidelity during marriage, which resulted in another woman's pregnancy, would I have resorted to this extreme? Mu Xinrong retorted in despair. It's you who forced me onto this path, and I will only stop when I'm dead. Fu Zongqian was so enraged that his face turned bluish-gray. The Fu family has never held such severe notions of class as your Mu family. Mu Xinrong, I warn you, if you harm the offspring of the Fu family again, don't blame me for turning my back on you completely and expelling you from the Fu family. With these words, Fu Zongqian picked up the watch that had fallen on the coffee table and turned to leave. Mu Xinrong glared at his retreating figure with hatred and screamed hysterically, Fu Zongqian, have you forgotten how the Mu family helped support you in ascending to the position of chairman? Without the proper match of social standing, without the full support from the Mu family, you, Fu Zongqian, would have long been killed by your elder brother. Fu Zongqian paused briefly in his stride and slightly turned his head to respond resolutely. I never once opened my mouth to ask for your Mu family's help. If it weren't for all your scheming tactics, there is no way I would have married you into the Fu family. After finishing his statement, Fu Zongqian strode away, while Mu Xinrong went berserk, sweeping all items off the dining table. Fu Yunting watched her actions with cold eyes, and without uttering a word of counsel, he walked towards the exit of the villa after observing her behavior for a while. When he reached the entrance of the villa, Mu Xinrong's shrill voice rang out behind him. Fu Yunting, if you insist on keeping those two children, then from now on, I will no longer be your mother. Fu Yunting didn't hesitate even for a step, resolutely leaving the villa. Assistant and followed closely behind him and got into the car together with Fu Yunting before she couldn't help but ask, Mr. Fu, why did your father choose to keep the children? Fu Yunting's black eyes blended with the darkness of the night, exuding only coldness, making it impossible to decipher any other emotions. Not until the car drove away from the Fu residence did Fu Yunting finally murmur softly, my mother once personally killed 2 illegitimate children of his, so when it comes to children, he won't give in. Assistant and was shocked, taking some time to digest the information, then continued asking, can we interpret it as, Mr. Fu, the reason your father agreed to let the child in Madame's womb stay is merely his defiance against your mother? Chapter 192, not on the same path. Don't rule out this idea. Fu Yunting raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. Arrange for a few people to keep an eye on the Fu family situation, and if my mother goes out, inform me immediately. Assistant and looked at Fu Yunting in the rearview mirror with some bitterness. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu said she wants to sever ties with you. What will you do? Fu Yunting paused briefly at the tips of his fingers, then put down his hand and looked out the car window, not responding to Assistant An's words. Even if Fu Yunting didn't say anything, Assistant An could still guess. A mother-son relationship is like bones that may be broken but are still connected by tendons. How could it just be cut off? Even though what the madam did was painful and hateful to Mr. Fu, as a son, he still had to endure where necessary. Assistant An's thoughts gradually drifted further away. If madam hadn't intervened in the matter between Mr. Fu and Miss Wenyu in the first place, perhaps Mr. Fu would have already married Miss Wenyu. Thinking of this, Assistant An sighed silently. Truly, destiny is unpredictable. The next day, Jiang Fei got up early and drove to the market to buy groceries, followed by her bodyguards and Aunt Zhang. While selecting vegetables, Jiang Fei specially called Su Zhuqing and Su Ningen, inviting them to join her for dinner tonight at Star River Bay. After buying the groceries, Aunt Zhang helped put them in the trunk. Before Jiang Fei had a chance to get into the driver's seat, a man dressed in black suit suddenly appeared before her. Recognizing that this was not one of her own bodyguards, Jiang Fei immediately felt an alarm bell ringing inside. Before Jiang Fei could speak, the man opened his mouth first. Young Lady Fu, our master wishes to meet with you. Please come with me. Master? Jiang Fei stared at him suspiciously. Who is your master? Father of young Master Fu. The bodyguard leaned slightly to one side. The car is on the other side of the road. Our master has other engagements later, so it won't take too much of your time, young lady. Jiang Fei looked across the road and saw a Maybach MPV parked by the roadside. A privacy film covered the windows, making it impossible for her to see who was sitting inside. Jiang Fei did not really want to go over there. After all, she couldn't predict what might happen. But if she refused, they'd come to find her, risking another enemy if she offended them. After careful consideration, Jiang Fei asked the bodyguard, can I bring my nanny along? Our master instructed that only you can come. The bodyguard reminded. Young lady can rest assured. With Fu family's lineage in your womb, our master won't do anything to harm you. Jiang Fei subconsciously placed a hand on her abdomen. She didn't expect these unborn children to be such a reliable support for her protection. After some thought, Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. She glanced at Zhang Mama, whose face showed little emotion, then turned to follow the bodyguard to the opposite side of the road. Just as she reached the car, the door opened, and Fu Zongqian, dressed in a formal black suit, appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei observed his handsome, yet stern appearance despite the wrinkles on his face, and greeted him softly. Father, get in and sit. Fu Zongqian didn't refuse the address from Jiang Fei, coldly signaling her to enter. Sensing no hostility, Jiang Fei let out a slight sigh of relief and sat on the seat next to Fu Zongqian. As the door closed, Fu Zongqian's sharp eyes, strikingly similar to Fu Yunting's, focused precisely on Jiang Fei's stomach. How many months pregnant are you? A little over a month. Jiang Fei responded honestly, pausing for a few seconds before adding, twins. Fu Zongqian was somewhat surprised, but quickly masked it. Yunting's mother has been to visit you. Jiang Fei wasn't sure what Fu Zongqian intended by this statement. If father has something to say, please state it directly. You may also make requests, but unreasonable demands will not be accepted. You don't need to be afraid of me this way. Fu Zongqian noticed he frightened Jiang Fei, slightly softening his tone. I am not the same kind of person as Yunting's mother. Jiang Fei looked at him curiously. I'm not quite sure what you mean. There are many couples who aren't united at heart. Fu Zongqian was not concerned about these things and chuckled. My marriage to Yunting's mother is purely a political alliance without any feelings. I don't emphasize class or family background. Fu family has enough power. We don't need the children to seek alliances at their level to stabilize our position in Jiang City. Mentioning Mu Xinrong, a clearly visible chill flashed in Fu Zongqian's eyes. She isn't someone easy to deal with, and won't show mercy, even to Fu family blood. Because of his mother, the relationship between me and Yunting once became stiff, causing us to rarely speak throughout a year. Hence, I'm coming to tell you this. The two children in your belly, we acknowledge them as part of the Fu family. On the way here, Jiang Fei had made several assumptions of possible scenarios. But the one thing she didn't anticipate was that Fu Yunting's father would say all this to her. He didn't seem as formidable on the surface, rather like someone who at his level could only conceal his inner tenderness with a hard exterior. However, as for how much Jiang Fei could trust these words, she could only grant him about 3/10 of her trust. After all, she had only met Fu Yunting's father once, and she was still unclear about his true character behind closed doors. It was necessary to keep her wits about her. Fu Zongqian, in fact, did not speak much with Jiang Fei. He merely reminded her to be careful of Mu Xinrong, exchanged contact details, and then left. Jiang Fei clutched her phone and watched the car drive away. When she returned to her own vehicle, Aunt Jiang finally asked, Mrs. Jiang, Mr. Fu called me and told me to let you know that after meeting with him, you should give him a call. Aren't you Mrs. Fu's person, right? Jiang Fei gazed at the passing cars in front of her and calmly questioned. Aunt Jiang chuckled lightly. Regardless of whose side I'm on, at least for now, I wouldn't do anything to harm you, Mrs. Jiang. So you can't guarantee whether or not you'll hurt me in the future? Jiang Fei turned her head toward her and furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Aunt Jiang smiled without answering. Jiang Fei's lips curved into a faint trace of coldness. You really don't fear me exposing you to Fu Yunting and having you expelled from Beiyuan. Mrs. Jiang can do that, Aunt Jiang reminded her with a smile. But Mrs. Jiang needs to think carefully. You know my situation relatively well. If someone else comes along, what their intentions are, and why they want to stay in Beiyuan, you'll never find out. Jiang Fei's tone grew increasingly serious. What exactly is the purpose of the person who sent you to infiltrate Beiyuan? Sorry, Mrs. Jiang, I cannot disclose any information on this. Jiang Fei felt an unrelenting sense of unease, as if something was lodged in her chest, creating an unsettling frustration. Aunt Jiang was like a time bomb, and leaving her long-term in Beiyuan could only spell trouble. She had to figure out the person behind Aunt Jiang. Chapter 193, Seeing Objects and Thinking of People. Jiang Fei returned to Star River Bay, intending to cook herself, but Mama Zhang used her pregnancy as an excuse to push her out of the kitchen and began bustling about in there alone. Jiang Fei stared at Mama Zhang for a moment before returning to the living room and sitting down to send a message to Su Zhuqing. Jiang Fei, are you still at home? Su Zhuqing replied instantly, at the company. What's up? Jiang Fei glanced toward the kitchen and said, I want you to find someone to help me investigate Mama Zhang's information. Mama Zhang's full name is Zhang Rou. Su Zhuqing sent back a puzzled expression. Investigate Mama Zhang? Why? Jiang Fei. It's hard to explain in a few words. I'll tell you when I get the chance, but in short, start the investigation. Su Zhuqing. All right, noted. By the way, the last time you asked me to look into Zhuang Jing, I found out some information. I'll send the materials over now. Su Zhuqing sent over a document, and Jiang Fei clicked to view it. The document detailed Zhuang Jing's personal life, marriage, and children. After getting married, Zhuang Jing had a daughter named Wenyu with her husband. Her husband passed away at a young age, leaving her to raise her daughter alone as a teacher at the youth palace. The information on Zhuang Jing was scarce, but her daughter's name made Jiang Fei's expression immediately darken. Wenyu. On the stack of photos Chen Qingzhu showed her last time, all the signatures on the portraits were WY, Wenyu. Jiang Fei hastily exited the file and logged into the website page to search for Wenyu. However, no matter how she searched, she couldn't find any information related to Wenyu. Jiang Fei slowly put down her phone. Could it be that WY referred to someone else entirely, with no connection to Fu Yunting? If so, why did Fu Yunting react so strongly upon seeing her at Zhuang Jing's neighborhood entrance? Oddly enough, the letters WY matched Zhuang Jing's daughter's name. Jiang Fei raised a hand and pinched the bridge of her nose. Could it be possible that Fu Yunting had erased all information about Wenyu online? Given his capabilities, doing so would be effortless. Just as she was thinking this, footsteps could be heard from behind. Mama Zhang placed a fruit platter in front of Jiang Fei with today's fresh fruits. Madam, have some fruit. You need your vitamins. Jiang Fei opened her eyes and met Mama Zhang's cheerful gaze. You really take the duties of a nanny seriously. Responsibility comes with the role, madam. You should understand this better than anyone. Jiang Fei sat up straighter and started eating the fruit, while Mama Zhang returned to the kitchen to continue working. Around 3 in the afternoon, Su Zhuqing arrived first in a flurry. She carried a file folder, spotted Jiang Fei curled up on the couch watching TV, and quickly pulled her by the wrist towards the upstairs study. Confused, Jiang Fei followed her. Once inside, Su Zhuqing shoved everything on the desk aside to clear space and finally tossed something onto the floor, a black plastic bag that Jiang Fei hadn't yet opened. Ignoring the fallen bag, Su Zhuqing called to Jiang Fei. Fei, come check these things out. After sending you Zhuangjing's data, I realized that when you might be connected to the WI in the portrait signatures you mentioned. Retracting her focus from the plastic bag, Jiang Fei moved closer to where Su Zhuqing stood unpacking the documents. So you thought of it too? Su Zhuqing looked up at Jiang Fei. Although not overly surprised, she asked anyway, you thought of it too? Pulling out the file, Su Zhuqing handed it over to Jiang Fei, grabbing her shoulders and pressing her into a chair. Read this first, and I'll go get some water. I'm parched. There wasn't much in Wenju's files, just 2 simple pages. Carefully examining them, Jiang Fei summarized the main points. Wenju studied art in Jiangsheng and excelled academically. Even before graduation, her creations had been purchased for high prices. She later became a disciple of Mr. Gao Chongming, a highly respected watercolor painter in Jiangsheng. Within 2 years, her talent was recognized by the Art Association, but at the peak of her fame, she announced her retirement. She then went on to become a teacher. Not even a year after taking on the role, Wenju died, the cause listed as illness. Jiang Fei picked up the marker pen on the table and highlighted several key clues on the papers. Mr. Gao Chongming, the sudden withdrawal at the height of her reputation, and death less than a year after becoming a teacher. Just as she circled those points, Su Zhuqing came back into the study carrying 2 cups of hot water. Seeing Jiang Fei's serious expression fixed on the material, Su Zhuqing set the cup beside her. Strange, isn't it? Isn't her situation quite baffling? Jiang Fei showed Su Zhuqing the key points she had circled. I think these few information points can be investigated in the next few days. Su Zhuqing took a sip of hot water. Mr. Gao Chongming, I have heard about him from a friend. I heard he is still the president of the Fine Arts Association. Jiang Fei looked up curiously. You have friends in the art field? Su Zhuqing rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Where would I have friends in the art field? They're lawyer friends. My friend helped Mr. Gao with a lawsuit before. If you want Mr. Gao's address, I can help you get it later. Good. Jiang Fei lowered her head and circled the words retirement again with her pen. Wenju achieved much in the art world, so her name should be quite well known, but I couldn't find any information about her online. Su Zhuqing pursed her lips. I think there is only one possibility. Someone intentionally removed all the news about her. Jiang Fei raised her head again to meet Su Zhuqing's gaze. Who do you think could it be? You already have the answer in your heart. Why are you asking me? Su Zhuqing pulled over a chair and sat down. You must be thinking that apart from Fu Yunting, there wouldn't be anyone else. Jiang Fei clicked on the pen cap, with a trace of darkness in her eyes. Yes, except for him. I can't think of a second person. But speaking of which, why did Fu Yunting go to such great lengths to cover up all the news about Wenju? Is he afraid of seeing objects and missing people? Jiang Fei shook her head. I don't know either, but I think this matter is not as simple as we thought. And I think Wenju didn't die of illness. Investigate the medical records. Su Zhuqing pointed at the data with her finger. There is the time of Wenju's death on it. Just check if she went to see a doctor in the year before her death. Jiang Fei silently nodded, and Su Zhuqing rested her chin on her hand as she looked at her. But Fei, are you sure you want to investigate? What do you plan to do if Fu Yunting finds out? He has people keeping an eye on everything you do. Chapter 194, Life Redemption Money. It's not necessary for me to personally go out and investigate. Jiang Fei was about to explain when 2 footsteps suddenly came from outside the study. She and Su Zhuqing looked up toward the door, only to see Su Ningen and Jiang Heng appear outside the study. Upon seeing Jiang Heng's figure, Jiang Fei's eyes clearly showed a moment of astonishment. After some time apart, Jiang Heng, at only 17, his eyebrows and eyes obviously revealed more mature characteristics, his face having also lost its previous innocence. Jiang Fei slowly stood up, her eyes becoming moist involuntarily. Xiao Heng. Due to the previous argument, Jiang Heng, upon meeting Jiang Fei's gaze, quickly turned away. His lips moved slightly, but he could not call out sister. Jiang Fei put down her pen and hurriedly walked over to Jiang Heng, grabbing his hands and scrutinizing him thoroughly. Before she spoke, tears first streamed out of her eyes. She grabbed Jiang Heng's hands and flipped his wrists, noticing the evident scars, asking in a choked voice, does it still hurt? Jiang Heng uncomfortably pulled back his hand. It doesn't hurt anymore. How can it not hurt? Jiang Fei stared at Jiang Heng with some thinness on his cheeks with heartache. The huge pain you've endured, how can it simply be dismissed as nothing? Jiang Heng lowered his head and gazed towards the corridor outside, his tone carrying a touch of coldness. Is it not enough that we are trapped in this sorrow forever? Jiang Fei felt torn inside and didn't know how to respond to Jiang Heng's words. Sensing the stiff atmosphere, Su Ningen promptly intervened to ease it. President Jiang. Su Ningen lifted the gift she had brought and said, take a look at what I have brought for you. Jiang Fei quickly wiped away her tears, forcing herself to smile and asked, Let me see. Su Ningen handed the big gift box to Jiang Fei. They are baby clothes. A set in blue and another in pink. Jiang Fei couldn't help but let out a soft laugh at Su Ningen's gift, saying, it's still early, and there's no guarantee we'll have a boy and a girl pair. What if we do? Su Ningen laughed, hugging Jiang Fei's arm. President Jiang must heed my good wishes and give birth to a boy and a girl. A perfect set makes a great celebration. Su Ningen was known for being eloquent. This fact Jiang Fei already knew well. Jiang Fei thanked her and took the gift box, glancing around the study. The space here is too small. Let's talk downstairs. Su Ningguan nodded and glanced at Su Zhujing, who was still sitting on the chair. Seeing Su Zhujing looking at several papers in her hand, she tilted her head curiously and asked, Sister Zhujing, what are you looking at? Nothing. Su Zhujing placed the documents back on the table and used a cup to hold them down before standing up. Let's go downstairs. Jiang Heng's eyes lingered on the desk for a few seconds. After Jiang Fei closed the door, he followed them towards the stairway. Downstairs, Aunt Zhang had already prepared dinner. The moment they sat down, Aunt Zhang quietly left the villa. Watching Aunt Zhang leave, Jiang Fei squinted her eyes faintly. Following Jiang Fei's line of sight, Su Zhujing and Jiang Heng looked over. After watching for a while, Su Zhujing nudged Jiang Fei with her elbow, whispering, What are you pondering about? Jiang Fei snapped back. Nothing. I'm just curious why she didn't stay. Su Zhujing didn't quite understand why Jiang Fei said these words, so she could only pass her the chopsticks. Let's eat first. Okay. In the evening, at the Chen family courtyard, Chen Qingzhu, carrying some materials, got into the car, preparing to find Fu Yunting for some advice. Just as Xiao Chong started the car, Chen Qingzhu's mobile phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was a call from Mu Xinrong, hesitating for a few seconds before answering the call. Before she could speak, Mu Xinrong cut ahead and said, There's little time left. Besides your last action, Chen Miss has yet to take any other move. Do you need reminding, or don't want to continue? Chen Qingzhu's impatience instantly flared up. Mrs. Fu, eliminating a living person isn't something easily done. Does planning not require strategy? Or does Mrs. Fu think that once the task is completed, my life and death don't matter? Mu Xinrong let out a cold laugh. Miss Chen really seems both deaf and dumb. All I want is the result. Your circumstances mean nothing to me. Mrs. Fu, Chen Qingzhu's anger burned fiercely in her eyes. What do you mean? Borrowing my hand to remove someone you find objectionable, and then wiping me out too? Is that what you're implying? Mu Xinrong said. If Miss Chen believes she has the ability to turn the company around without my financial support, feel free not to cooperate with me. Chen Qingzhu clutched the document bag in her hand tightly, and, after staring angrily for a long time, finally said, There are a few more days left. I will find a way. However, please, Mrs. Fu, try not to be so impatient. Otherwise, you won't get the taste of that hot bean curd. After speaking, Chen Qingzhu angrily hung up the phone and looked up at Xiao Chong. Have you made any progress in investigating Jiang Heng, as I asked you to? It's hard to take action. Xiao Chong responded. There's always Jiang Fei's assistant with him. They are inseparable. If we want to act on him, we'll probably have to act on his assistant as well. Assistant. Chen Qingzhu rubbed her fingers over the rough document bag. She had seen this girl, who was closest to Jiang Fei next only to Su Zhujing. If she could use this girl to her advantage, then it would naturally lead to Jiang Fei being exposed. After pondering for a moment, Chen Qingzhu said, Find an opportunity to take Su Ningguan away, but don't do it yourself. You're already too conspicuous. Xiao Chong thought for a while. I understand, miss. I know what to do. Chen Qingzhu picked up her phone and called the finance department, and upon learning that there was almost no liquid funds left in the account, she could only take out 3 million yuan from Guang Qiongfang to keep as a reserve. She transferred 1 million yuan to Xiao Chong. Is 1 million enough for you to arrange people? Xiao Chong was visibly startled when he saw the information. Miss, this is too much. We don't need that much money. Consider it as life redemption money. Chen Qingzhu didn't bother to let him return it. Later, tell those people doing the job to keep their mouths shut for me. There's no need to harm Su Ningguan. My target is Jiang Fei, understood? I understand, Mississippi. Half an hour later, Xiao Chong sent Chen Qingzhu to Beiyuan. Seeing Fu Yunting's car in the yard, Chen Qingzhu quickly adjusted her appearance against the car window, making sure everything was fine before confidently walking towards the villa. However, just as she stepped into the villa, she saw Fu Yunting walking out. Looking at Fu Yunting's neatly dressed figure, Chen Qingzhu couldn't help but pause. Yunting, are you going out? Fu Yunting gazed at her. Do you have something? Chen Qingzhu lifted the document bag in her hand. I have some questions I didn't understand, so I came to ask you. Chapter 195, Paying a Visit with Gifts. Fu Yunting was fastening the cufflinks of his shirt. I have something to do. We can talk later. After speaking, Fu Yunting walked around Chen Qingzhu and went straight to the car. Chen Qingzhu stood dumbfounded as she watched him sit in the driver's seat and drive away. Only when the car disappeared from her sight did she realize that something was off. Logically, Fu Yunting always took assistant and with him whenever he went out on business. But this time he didn't, which meant it wasn't as simple as him having some errands. But what could she do even if she noticed something different? She wasn't his wife or girlfriend, so she had no legitimate basis for questioning his actions. The more she thought about it, the more hatred sprouted fiercely in Chen Qingzhu's heart. All she could do at present was to wait. Wait until Jiang Fei died, and then all matters would return to peace. When Fu Yunting arrived at Star River Bay, the villa was still brightly lit. He glanced at his watch. The hour hand had already reached 9. Just as he was preparing to get out of the car, a white SUV slowly drove toward the gate of Star River Bay. The white car stopped, and Zhou Xiqing got out, carrying a gift box in his hand. He stood by the car, glancing a few times at Fu Yunting's car, then casually walked up to it and lightly tapped on the window. Fu Yunting lowered the tinted window, revealing his handsome but grim face. The mockery in his eyes appeared especially concentrated in the dark night. It seems demoting you, Zhou Xiqing, wasn't such a good thing. Zhou Xiqing's clean-cut face showed a faint smile. Thanks to President Fu, I'm now a truly idle person. 3 days from now is New Year's Day, and just today I heard that Jiang Fei and others were having a gathering, so I came over to give some gifts. This sentence left no room for any criticism. He didn't come specifically when Jiang Fei was alone, but rather chose to appear when there were more people. Not only did this avoid gossip, but it also framed his visit under the guise of delivering gifts, thereby giving him an excuse to meet Jiang Fei. Fu Yunting suddenly opened the car door, and if Zhou Xiqing hadn't quickly moved aside, he might have been hit by the car door right now. A look of helplessness crossed Zhou Xiqing's face. If Mr. Fu wants to target me, just say so outright. There's no need to resort to these means to harm me. Fu Yunting cast a cold, hostile glance at the gift in his hand. Do you think the Fu family lacks the things you're giving? Zhou Xiqing weighed the gift in his hand. Mr. Fu probably hasn't become so worldly that he judges gifts based on their value. A faint trace of ridicule played on Fu Yunting's lips. Dr. Zhou can give gifts to whoever he likes, but if the gift for my wife is too cheap, it would be losing face for the Fu family. Zhou Xiqing laughed wryly. Who knows if the contents inside aren't valuable without opening the package? As they spoke, suddenly, a pleading cry came from within the villa. Sister Zhuqing, let me go, let me go. I really can't drink anymore. If I continue, I won't even know where home is. Then Su Zhuqing's voice followed. All right, I won't tease you anymore. It's getting late. I'll call a taxi to send you back. No. Su Ningen smiled, saying, I can take a taxi myself. Jiang General Manager, tonight you should have a good old chat with General Manager Jiang. I'm leaving first. With that, Su Ningen turned, preparing to leave. However, catching sight of two dark figures standing outside the door, she immediately screamed in fright. Ghost. There's a ghost. Su Zhuqing was startled by Su Ningen's scream as well. She shielded Su Ningen behind her and looked carefully towards the door. The dim streetlights faintly illuminated the faces of Fu Yunting and Zhou Xiqing. After recognizing them, Su Zhuqing couldn't help but point out humorously. Just a distinguished guest and an uninvited one arrived. You're so easily frightened. Su Ningen peeked from behind Su Zhuqing toward the door and saw Fu Yunting and Zhou Xiqing walking together. Only then did she exhale deeply. Fi. Su Zhuqing turned toward the villa and called out. Fi, someone has come. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Fei stepped out of the villa. When she saw the two unexpected visitors who had suddenly arrived at Star River Bay, a clear flicker of surprise flashed across her eyes. Having no time to guess further, she asked directly, Why have you come? Zhou Xiqing glanced at Su Zhuqing. Today while chatting with Zhuqing, I learned by chance that you all would have dinner here at Star River Bay tonight. With New Year's Day coming soon, I also decided to come over and pay a visit, bringing along some gifts. Jiang Fei briefly glanced at Fu Yunting. His dark face seemed to clearly express his displeasure. The events that occurred previously made their relationship already strained. Now meeting again here, just thinking about it gave her discomfort. Without hesitation, she stepped aside and said, It's cold outside, come in first. That, Su Ningen hesitantly raised her hand and said, President Jiang, I won't come in. I haven't gone home for a long time, and I want to go back to accompany my parents. Jiang Fei. Just wait a moment, I'll have someone send you back. Su Ningen declined gently. There's no need, Ms. Jiang. My home isn't far from yours. I can walk, and it will be a good chance to digest after dinner. Seeing her response, Jiang Fei did not urge her further but reminded Su Ningen to send a message upon arriving home before seeing her off. As the few stepped into the living room, they happened to meet Jiang Heng coming out of the restroom. Upon seeing Zhou Xiqing, he showed no particular reaction, but his eyes cooled down significantly when they landed on Fu Yunting. But these days, he wasn't as impulsive as before. After quickly averting his gaze, he told Jiang Fei, I'll go upstairs to rest. Jiang Fei nodded, watching Jiang Heng go upstairs before turning to Fu Yunting and Zhou Xiqing. Please sit down, don't just stand there. Hardly had Jiang Fei's words faded than Fu Yunting's voice came through immediately. Until when do you plan to linger in nostalgia here? I didn't think about going back tonight. Jiang Fei indifferently turned her gaze away from Fu Yunting, confused about his sudden appearance tonight. Yesterday, he was still in the embrace of Chen Qingzhu, yet today he could act as if nothing happened and come to find her. This feeling made Jiang Fei herself feel like an unrespectable concubine, only needing a bit of face given by her wealthy benefactor to obsequiously lower herself accordingly. A nauseating sensation churned in her stomach. After throwing these words, Jiang Fei invited Zhou Xiqing to sit down for tea, paying no attention to Fu Yunting's attitude or reaction. Zhou Xiqing didn't choose to sit either. Instead, he handed over the gift in his hand to Jiang Fei. Since Mr. Fu has arrived, I won't disturb any longer. This thing is for you. Please take it so that I can leave early. Before Jiang Fei could see what Zhou Xiqing was holding, the item was already thrust into her arms. Su Zhuqing curiously leaned toward Jiang Fei, catching a glimpse and then widening her eyes in astonishment. Isn't this loft jewels? Chapter 196. Don't you want to open it and take a look? Jiang Fei looked at Su Zhuclear with confusion. What is this? Su Zhuclear looked at Jiang Fei with a scornful expression. Which woman doesn't know Loft's jewelry? Loft's jewelry, which has become popular worldwide over the past 2 years as a light luxury design brand. Unlike other jewelries, their pieces are limited edition, not something that money alone can buy. As she explained, Su Zhuclear cast a confused glance at Zhou Xiqing. This is quite an expensive gift. She wasn't envious, but thought that giving this kind of jewelry to Fei Fei in front of Fu Yunting would embarrass either Fei Fei or Fu Yunting. No matter who it was, there would be no benefit for Zhou Xiqing. Jiang Fei held the gift like a hot potato, wanting to return it, but unsure how to do so. With her peripheral vision, she glanced at Fu Yunting's handsome face, noticing his displeasure without needing to say more. There was even a faintly visible hint of hostility in his eyes. He stood there silently, coldly waiting for Jiang Fei to figure out how to deal with the gift in her hands. Zhou Xiqing cast a calm glance around before looking at Jiang Fei again and asking gently, "Don't you want to open it and take a look?" Jiang Fei gripped the gift tightly in her hand. How could she possibly accept such a present? Not only was it expensive, but it was also scarce. What exactly was Zhou Xiqing thinking? Why did he insist on handing her this gift while Fu Yunting was present? Backing away would seem to reject Zhou Xiqing's good intentions. Stepping forward would make Fu Yunting lose face. Even though Jiang Fei had no more feelings for Fu Yunting as before, she still knew that within the marriage, respect should be maintained. Seeing that Jiang Fei hesitated to open the gift, Zhou Xiqing sighed lightly, and this sigh resonated precisely and clearly in the ears of the few people present. He took the gift from Jiang Fei's hand and pulled out the box inside in one swift motion. The moment the jewelry box was opened, dazzling brilliance instantly flashed into everyone's eyes. Shocked, both Jiang Fei and Su Zhuclear stood frozen in surprise. Inside the box were two bracelets, not of the size for adults to wear, but instead made for children. Platinum bracelets, one set with black diamonds and the other with pink diamonds. Su Zhuclear swallowed hard, her stiff neck turning to look at Zhou Xiqing. Are these gifts for Fei Fei's children? Zhou Xiqing pushed the box back into Jiang Fei's hands and teased Su Zhuclear. Isn't Jiang Fei seeing someone? It wouldn't be proper for me to give her such a gift. Su Zhuclear nodded repeatedly, but Loft only designs jewelry for adults. So where did these come from? Zhou Xiqing replied. The designer is an elder sister I met while studying abroad. We have a good relationship, so I asked her to craft these two items. Su Zhuclear let out a relieved breath, glancing at Fu Yunting, whose handsome face betrayed incomprehensible emotions, then turned her gaze toward Jiang Fei. Fei Fei, these are gifts for your children, so don't feel burdened by them. It's too extravagant. Even if Jiang Fei wasn't entirely sure about the prices of black and pink diamonds, she understood how incredibly expensive these gems must be. Though Jiang Fei and Zhou Xiqing were friends, they had known each other for less than half a year. If she accepted a gift of such value, she would find it hard in the future to reciprocate with something of equal price. Perhaps sensing Jiang Fei's dilemma, Zhou Xiqing leaned back casually against the sofa, his hands stuffed into his pockets. After all, these two kids are descendants of the Fu family. Giving them too shabby a gift might make General Fu lose face. Zhou Xiqing added humorously, then directed his question to Fu Yunting with an offhand tone. General Fu, what do you think? Although Jiang Fei and Su Zhuclear could detect a bit of mockery in his words, to Fu Yunting, they came across as provocations tinged with mockery. Mocking Fu Yunting because he initially assumed the gift was meant for Jiang Fei when it was actually for his two children. And as for the provocation, it was implying that what Zhou Xiqing gave was far from being as cheap as Fu Yunting had implied, to the point that even obtaining them required luck. Fu Yunting smirked mockingly. Dr. Zhou, are you trying to ingratiate yourself with me by spending so much, hoping I'll allow you to restore your professional position through Dean Zhou? A deeper smile appeared on Zhou Xiqing's face. In that case, I should thank General Fu's children in the future for inadvertently helping me regain my original job. Fu Yunting's long, narrow eyes slowly narrowed, the curve of his lips deepening with Zhou Xiqing's words, exuding an icy chill. Dr. Zhou, you may want to consider whether your own career is more important, or if allowing the hospital to continue developing long-term holds greater significance. The laughter in Zhou Xiqing's eyes dimmed slightly. The outside world has always said that Mr. Fu is a man of decisive and ruthless actions, sparing no means to achieve his goals, and now I've also had the chance to witness it. The tension-laden atmosphere between them made Jiang Fei and Su Zhuclear standing between them feel restless. If these two continued like this, there was no telling what might happen next. Jiang Fei lightly tugged on Su Zhuclear's sleeve with her hand hanging at her side, and Su Zhuclear immediately understood, promptly addressing Zhou Xiqing. Zhou Xiqing, do you have time later? Zhou Xiqing looked towards Su Zhuclear. I'm an idle person now, so I have plenty of time. What's up? Su Zhuclear cleared her throat. Since you've already given your gift, why don't you join me for a drink? Not waiting for Zhou Xiqing to answer, Su Zhuclear grabbed his arm and started dragging him towards the door. That little Su Ningen has such a poor tolerance for alcohol, and Fei Fei can't drink, so I'm almost dying of thirst. Zhou Xiqing let himself be led by Su Zhuclear towards the door. As he wanted to turn back to bid Jiang Fei farewell before leaving, Su Zhuclear directly turned his head away forcefully, rudely pulling him out the door. As they left, Jiang Fei placed the gift box on the side table. She looked at the upright back of Fu Yunting and said, "It's getting late. You should go back and rest." Fu Yunting walked towards Jiang Fei. "Do you think I came over tonight just to watch Zhou Xiqing give you a gift?" Jiang Fei stared at him and stepped back twice. But her action made Fu Yunting frown even more tightly. He clenched his lips, suppressing his anger while questioning, "What are you afraid of from me?" "I'm not afraid of you." Jiang Fei sat down on the couch behind her, leisurely adjusting the light blanket on the sofa. "Just that Xiao Hing is here tonight, and I want to spend more time with him." Fu Yunting scoffed coldly. "Fine, then let's both stay here." Jiang Fei stared at him, dumbfounded. "Fu Yunting, can't you give me some space to be alone and handle things? Leaving you space only results in letting opportunists exploit further chances, doesn't it?" Chapter 197. If you keep moving, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Jiang Fei could no longer tolerate Fu Yunting's sarcastic remarks. She suddenly put down the blanket in her hands, stood up, and said, "You can think whatever you want, but I'm not going back tonight." After finishing, Jiang Fei tried to walk around the sofa and head upstairs. Just as she passed by Fu Yunting, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by him. Before Jiang Fei could react, Fu Yunting tightened his grip, causing her to tumble over the armrest and fall into his arms. The heart-stirring wooden scent seeped into Jiang Fei's nose, filling her senses. She hastily attempted to straighten her body, but Fu Yunting wrapped an arm around her slender waist and pulled her directly to straddle his legs. Fu Yunting's scorching palm supported Jiang Fei's lower back, pulling her closer to his body. In response, Jiang Fei quickly pressed both hands against Fu Yunting's chest and struggled, twisting her waist. The friction between their legs caused Fu Yunting's brows to furrow. If you keep moving, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Realizing what he meant, Jiang Fei's cheeks blushed, and anxiously, she glanced toward the staircase entrance, afraid of being seen by Jiang Hong. She hurriedly reminded Fu Yunting, "Let me go." Fu Yunting raised a hand and gripped her chin, his eyes flashing with coldness, and he questioned unhappily, "If the person standing before you right now were Zhou Xiqing, would you be resisting like this?" Jiang Fei looked at him incredulously, anger flaring inside her as she shouted breathlessly, "Fu Yunting, I'm not like you. It's not just anyone of the opposite sex that would make me act so improperly. And the relationship between Zhou Xiqing and me is perfectly clean. Can you stop assuming things and stop bringing trouble to Zhou Xiqing and me because of your prejudices? As for what happened at the hospital, you definitely investigated it thoroughly. You should already know the truth. So why can't you just let it go?" Hearing Jiang Fei repeatedly calling Zhou Xiqing's name, fury flashed in Fu Yunting's eyes. He loosened his grip on her jaw and instead clutched the back of her head, swiftly capturing her lips in a fierce kiss. Taking advantage of her surprise, he skillfully entered her mouth, greedily taking everything from her. The sharp pain at the base of her tongue made Jiang Fei open her wide eyes in shock, but Fu Yunting held her head firmly, leaving her nowhere to escape. Her muffled cries of pain reached Fu Yunting's ears, making his tense figure slightly soften his action. Even so, he had no intention of letting go of Jiang Fei. After what seemed like forever, footsteps echoed on the stairs, and only then did Fu Yunting release Jiang Fei. His voice rasped as he warned her, "Next time if all you do is call out Zhou Xiqing's name, I'll give you the same punishment." As soon as she caught her breath, Jiang Fei hastily got off Fu Yunting's lap. She rubbed her burning and swollen lips with the back of her hand, anxiously watching Jiang Hong appearing at the staircase entrance. With a hurried step, Jiang Hong approached Jiang Fei, his expression serious. Seeing Jiang Fei's panicked expression, his brow furrowed disapprovingly, then glanced at Fu Yunting who was leisurely straightening his attire. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hong asked cautiously, "Sister, has Su Ningguan sent you any messages?" Jiang Fei paused mid-motion, picking up her phone on the coffee table to check. There were no message notifications. She turned to Jiang Hong, saying, "No, what's wrong?" No one answered when I called. Jiang Hong clenched his fists. "Call her again." Following Jiang Heng's instruction, Jiang Fei made 2 calls to Su Ningguan, but both went unanswered. No one's answering. Jiang Fei stared at the clock, calculating the time it should take for Su Ningguan to walk home. It had been nearly 40 minutes since Su Ningguan left Xinghebei. Normally, it should only take about 20 minutes for her to get home. She reminded her to send a message upon arrival. Could she have forgotten because she was talking with her parents? "You should have her parents' contact information," Fu Yunting suggested, loosening his tie slightly. Jiang Fei understood immediately, nodding. "All right, I'll call her mom." The phone was answered within 10 seconds after being dialed. Jiang Fei politely greeted Mrs. Su and asked, "Has Ningguan returned home? Could she answer the phone?" "Ningguan hasn't come home yet," Mrs. Su replied curiously. "Did she tell you she'd be coming home tonight?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei's heart raced uncontrollably. She left Xinghebei more than 40 minutes ago. Mrs. Su's tone became suddenly urgent. This child better not wander around aimlessly. "All right, we'll go downstairs and look for her. You also try to reach her." "Okay, I understand." The call ended, and Jiang Fei prepared to inform Jiang Hong, but instead, Jiang Hong turned around and rushed toward the door. Jiang Fei hurriedly followed Jiang Hong. "Xiao Hong, where are you going?" "I'm going home." Jiang Fei quickly caught up with Jiang Hong and grabbed his arm, saying, "It's an hour's drive from Xinghebei to our home. Ningguan couldn't possibly be there." "Xiao Hong, calm down first." Jiang Hong withdrew his arm, his face slightly solemn. "You look for her nearby. I'll check around home. Have the driver take me there." "I'll go with you. I'll let Yin take him, follow him." Before Jiang Fei could finish her sentence, Fu Yunting walked over to them. But just as he reached the door, assistant and stepped out of the main driving seat astutely, Fu Yunting gave him instructions. "You follow Jiang Hong." Without fully understanding the situation, assistant and asked questioningly, "Mr. Fu, shall I send you and Mrs. Fu back home first?" "No need, I'll stay here with her." Fu Yunting turned to Jiang Hong. "Go first." Jiang Hong didn't respond to Fu Yunting, but walked briskly toward assistant and, pulling open the car door and sitting inside. Jiang Fei followed closely behind, giving instructions to assistant and, "Make sure to take care of Xiao Hong, and follow him the entire way." Assistant and nodded. "Understood, Mrs. Fu." After assistant and drove away with Jiang Hong, Jiang Fei made no further delay. She grabbed her phone and was about to go out to find Su Ningguan. Fu Yunting looked at Jiang Fei who was fumbling to put on her coat, and asked deeply, "Do you think you can find her by going out now?" In a troubled tone, Jiang Fei retorted, "Should we just sit here waiting for Ningguan to answer the phone? I'll send people out to look, you stay here properly." Fu Yunting took out his phone to notify the bodyguards to start searching in the vicinity. Jiang Fei was restless like an ant on a hot pot, finding it hard to settle down. Phone call after phone call was dialed and disconnected, dozens of calls, not one was answered. After assistant and brought Jiang Hong home, Jiang Hung immediately went into the room and closed the door, leaving assistant and outside the room door. Chapter 198. If we can't find her, keep looking. Assistant and nearly bumped his nose on the doorframe. Staring dumbfounded at the door right in front of him, he hesitated to knock and didn't know what to say. He decided to walk to the living room and wait for Jiang Hung to come out of the room. Jiang Hung, inside the room, turned on his computer and began to locate Su Ninggen's phone. In less than 5 minutes, Su Ninggen's location appeared on the screen, and it was right downstairs from her home. An ominous feeling instantly spread through Jiang Heng's chest. His fingers turning cold, he stared at the screen and swallowed dryly. After sitting in a daze for a while, his slightly trembling hands returned to the keyboard as he started hacking into the neighborhood surveillance firewall. Time passed second by second, an assistant and had lost count of how many times he checked his watch. Seeing that an hour had already passed, unable to sit still anymore, he walked to Jiang Heng's door and knocked. Master Jiang, are you planning to return to Xinghe Bay tonight? Don't disturb me. Jiang Heng's fierce voice roared out from the room. Stunned, assistant and stood frozen in place. Wait, he didn't say much, just asked if they should go back. Why did it make him so angry? Without answers, assistant and dared not leave and could only scratch his head and return to the living room to continue waiting. Inside, Jiang Hung stared intently at the code flickering on his computer screen, cold sweat pouring out from his forehead, sliding down his face and dropping onto his pants. Suddenly, multiple surveillance images appeared on the computer. Jiang Hung found the footage of the road leading from the entrance of the complex to Su Ninggen's building. He then adjusted the time to when Su Ninggen would likely arrive home. Soon enough, Su Ninggen appeared on the computer screen playing with her phone on her way home. When Su Ninggen reached the entrance to the staircase, she seemed to catch sight of something and froze, terrified. Her entire body shivered, and even her phone slipped out of her hand, landing in a nearby flower bed. She slowly backed away, but the person in the hallway wearing a hat and mask continued to advance toward her step by step. In mere seconds, Su Ninggen turned to run, but the hat-wearing figure suddenly lunged out, grabbing her with one hand, while pulling something resembling a silk cloth from their pocket with the other and tightly pressing it over Su Ninggen's mouth and nose. Within seconds, Su Ninggen ceased struggling and was dragged to the blind spot of the surveillance camera. Jiang Hung clenched his fists tightly as he looked toward the nearby surveillance. But strangely, no cars or people passed by during a long stretch of time. Su Ninggen and the man seemed to have vanished around the corner. Enraged, Jiang Hung furiously slammed his computer desk, the malevolence flashing in his eyes becoming impossible to conceal. Besides Qin Qingzhu, he couldn't think of anyone else responsible for this. Jiang Hung abruptly stood up from his chair and strode towards the door. The forceful sound of him opening the door startled the dozing assistant, who immediately woke up and stood to attention. Watching Jiang Hung storm toward the door with anger evident on his face, assistant and quickly bent down, picked up his coat, and followed closely behind. Master Jiang. Panic-stricken, assistant and hurried after Jiang Hung while putting on his clothes. Master Jiang, has something happened? Jiang Hung abruptly stopped, turned around, and glared fiercely at assistant and, demanding, Did you see Qin Qingzhu today? The movement of assistant and adjusting his collar paused momentarily. Tonight, before Mr. Fu arrived at the villa, Miss Qin came to visit Mr. Fu to discuss some issues about documents. Mr. Fu ignored her, and she dared not touch my sister, so she transferred her hatred to Su Ninggen. Now understanding clearly, assistant and asked, Is Su Ninggen missing? Jiang Hung furiously threw a punch at the wall, cursing with frustration. Damn it. Master Jiang, don't be anxious. Mrs. Jiang and Mr. Fu must have sent people out to look for her. Let me drive you around the streets and see if we can find her, suggested assistant. She disappeared right outside her own home. Shocked, assistant stared at him. How do you know? Not wanting to explain further to assistant, Jiang Hung pressed the elevator button and entered the elevator. Xinghe Bay. Upon learning the situation, Su Zhuqing returned once again. However, she didn't bring Zhou Sikong along to avoid adding chaos. Su Zhuqing watched as Jiang Fei, gripping her phone tightly, paced back and forth in the living room. Fei, stop moving. Sit down for a while. Even if you don't think about yourself, consider the baby in your belly. The first 3 months are unstable. Jiang Fei halted her steps and slowly lowered her hand, walking towards Su Zhuqing's side. Just as she was about to reach the couch, there were hurried footsteps outside the door. Jiang Fei quickly turned her head and saw the bodyguard stride up to Fu Yunting and report, President Fu. Fu Yunting glanced at the bodyguard and said, Speak. The bodyguard lowered his head and reported, We thoroughly investigated from Xinghe Bay to Miss Su's house, but we didn't find any trace of Miss Su. Fu Yunting glanced at Jiang Fei's stiff face out of the corner of his eye. His tone grew colder as he said, If you can't find her, keep looking. The bodyguard hurriedly replied, Yes, Mr. Fu. As the bodyguard was about to turn and leave, Jiang Fei quickly called him back. Wait a moment. The bodyguard stopped and turned to look at Jiang Fei, slightly bowing as he asked, What would Mrs. need? Jiang Fei turned toward Fu Yunting and asked, Can we check the road surveillance? And could we also investigate the security footage around Ninggen's neighborhood? Fu Yunting nodded slightly and instructed the bodyguard to do so according to Jiang Fei's wishes. Jiang Fei pressed her lips together tightly and took a deep breath before preparing to sit down for a rest. Just then, her phone vibrated twice in her hand. She picked up her phone to check it and found a message from an unknown number. The person you're looking for is in my possession. Address, Yongjiao Alley 1034. I'll give you 1 hour. You must come alone. We're watching you closely. If you dare bring anyone with you, I'll kill her before you even arrive. Don't believe me? Try. Initially, Zhang Fei half-doubted the authenticity of this message, until the sender followed up by sending her a picture of Su Ningguan tied up. In the photo, Su Ningguan was slumped against a dirty yellow wall, unconscious, with a strip of duct tape sealing her mouth. Not far away, Su Zhuqing noticed Zhang Fei's face growing increasingly pale and couldn't help but stand up to ask, Fei, what did you see? At the sound of her voice, Zhang Fei quickly hid her phone. It's nothing. Before she could finish, Zhang Fei paused and started reflecting silently. If they were able to send her this kind of message, it was clear they were targeting her. Su Ningguan was merely a pawn used against her. So who was the mastermind behind all this? Was it Mu Xinrong? Or Qin Qingzhu? Or maybe both of them working together? Zhang Fei's gaze fell on Fu Yunting, who happened to be looking at her at that very moment. From their brief eye contact, Fu Yunting clearly sensed hesitation and concealment in Zhang Fei's eyes. Chapter 199, Why don't you speak at crucial moments? You must have some news, Fu Yunting asked her in a firm tone. Upon hearing this, Su Zhuqing quickly walked to Zhang Fei's side. Fei, do you have any news? Tell us the situation. Zhang Fei tightly clutched the hem of her clothes. She knew she couldn't go rescue Ning Han alone. The consequences would be unimaginable. However, if they planned for the long term, the other party only gave them 1 hour, which was not nearly enough time, and there was also the fear that someone might be watching. The problem now was, Zhuqing and Fu Yunting had already figured out that she had some information. If she didn't say anything, she wouldn't be able to leave the villa gate. Zhang Fei tightly pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and admitted to Su Zhuqing and Fu Yunting. Yes, I know Ning Han's whereabouts, but the other side only allows me to go alone. This won't work. Su Zhuqing immediately rejected it. They kidnapped Ning Han because of you, right? If so, going would be suicide. Tell me where Ning Han is, and I'll go find her. Zhang Fei looked at Su Zhuqing. They said that I must go alone. If I bring anyone, they will kill her. Even if they don't, I wouldn't feel comfortable with you going either. Su Zhuqing wanted to scold someone, but swallowed her words just in time. So what should we do now? Su Zhuqing anxiously looked at the silent Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, please give us your input. You can't stay quiet at crucial times like this. Fu Yunting ignored Su Zhuqing and instead continued asking Zhang Fei. You should have something else to tell me. Indeed. Zhang Fei opened up directly. I'm not concerned whether you care or not. In my mind, I only suspect 2 people, and these 2 people, you should know who they are. Fu Yunting stood up and asked seriously, what do you plan to do about or resolve this matter? Will this work? Su Zhuqing interjected before Zhang Fei could speak. I will dress up as you and go alone to find Ning Han. Then you arrange some undercover bodyguards to wait nearby. We'll contact each other instantly if there's an emergency. Zhang Fei instinctively wanted to refuse, but Su Zhuqing seriously cut in. Is there another way besides this method? If I were to let you go alone, Fei, I couldn't live with myself. Not just me, even the father of the child inside you probably couldn't. Hearing this sentence from Su Zhuqing, Zhang Fei couldn't help but look at Fu Yunting. As expected, his face had darkened as if covered by storm clouds. With just one simple sentence, Zhuqing exposed the truth that Fu Yunting didn't actually care about her. Otherwise, he would probably disregard even her life, all for the sake of their child. Even though it pierced her heart, it seemed to be the truth. Let's proceed according to your idea then. Zhang Fei turned sideways and said, there's clothing upstairs for you. Dress warmly. Make sure your phone is set properly, and remember to call me instantly when there's trouble. I'll make arrangements with Fu Yunting beforehand and send you the location shortly after. Okay, leave the car keys on the table. I'll drive over. Su Zhuqing went upstairs to change clothes while Zhang Fei looked at Fu Yunting. Please, help me this once. Fu Yunting walked toward the villa exit with a stern face, but Zhang Fei stopped him quickly. Don't take your car. It attracts too much attention. Fu Yunting stopped his steps and furrowed his brows, asking, how do you plan to go then? Change cars. Zhang Fei went towards the entrance, opening the drawer there and taking out the car keys. Your car draws too much attention. There's an old car my father used to drive. Let's take that old car. Zhang Fei led Fu Yunting towards the garage and informed him of the place where Su Ningguan was kidnapped. While Zhang Fei went to get the car, Fu Yunting instructed the bodyguards to head towards number 1034 Yongzhou Alley from different directions, hiding and waiting for action in inconspicuous places until further notice. Zhang Fei drove out an old Audi from the garage. Upon hearing the loud noise the car made, Fu Yunting's handsome face darkened several shades more. Zhang Fei lowered the stiff window slightly, telling Fu Yunting, just bear with it. With his stern face tensely tightened, Fu Yunting pulled the car door open and sat inside, only to realize the passenger seat wasn't adjustable, leaving no proper room for his long legs. His good-looking face was utterly unappealing. Zhang Fei had no time to worry about Fu Yunting's discomfort and started the car heading towards Yongzhou Alley. In order to avoid alerting the other party prematurely, Zhang Fei also made a few calls along the way, but they were all abruptly hung up. Yongzhou Alley wasn't far from Star River Bay. It would take 40 minutes by car. At the last 2 traffic lights, Zhang Fei received a message from Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing, I'll be arriving soon. Are you there yet? Zhang Fei stepped on the brake at the red light and replied, I'll be there within 10 minutes. There is still about 20 minutes before the agreed time, and Fu Yunting has already arranged people to go. Su Zhuqing, has the other party called or messaged you? Just as Zhang Fei was about to reply no, a message came from that unfamiliar number. There are 20 minutes left, Mrs. Fu. Zhang Fei stared at the message, and Fu Yunting, who noticed it out of the corner of his eye, coldly asked, give me your phone. She turned her head to him in surprise. Are you going to reply with something? Fu Yunting didn't answer Zhang Fei, but directly reached over to take her phone. Jiang Fei tried to grab it back, but Fu Yunting coldly glanced ahead and said, "The light's green, drive." With no choice, Jiang Fei started driving again, but she worriedly reminded him, "Don't say anything rash. Ning Han is still in their hands." Fu Yunting showed no intention of replying and simply placed the phone on the center console after checking the number. Seeing he made no significant moves, Jiang Fei slightly relaxed. When she arrived at the entrance of Yongzhou Alley, Su Zhuqing in her car also followed shortly afterward. Moments later, Jiang Fei received a call from Su Zhuqing. She answered, looking out of the car window, where under the streetlight, she could vaguely see Su Zhuqing in the other car, wearing Bluetooth earphones. Su Zhuqing waved slightly toward Jiang Fei's direction and said, "Keep the call on. I'm heading in." Anxiety gripped Jiang Fei as she watched through the glass. "Zhuqing, please remember to stay safe." "Don't worry, I've got everything ready." Su Zhuqing tightened her scarf, then pushed open the car door and stepped out, pretending to hold her stomach as she walked into the alley. Jiang Fei nervously clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Su Zhuqing's retreating figure. No sooner had Su Zhuqing entered than a shadow appeared from around the corner of the alley. He glanced around to ensure no one was following, then quickly strode to catch up with Su Zhuqing. Chapter 200. She actually dared to come alone. Jiang Fei furrowed her eyebrows lightly and hurriedly informed, "Zhuqing, someone is following you." "I know." Su Zhuqing responded in a low voice to Jiang Fei while also looking at the door plate number and paying attention to the situation behind her with her peripheral vision. Seeing shadowy figures following behind her, Su Zhuqing intentionally took out her phone, pretending to send a message, and spoke softly to Jiang Fei. "Fifi, send them a message to confirm if Ning Han is at Yongzhou Alley." Jiang Fei did as Su Zhuqing instructed, and soon the other party replied, "I've already seen you. Walk 50 more meters ahead, then turn right when you see the red lanterns and go upstairs." Jiang Fei copied the message to Su Zhuqing, who followed the instructions. Upon arriving under the red lanterns, Su Zhuqing pulled on the scarf around her neck, slightly covering her face before turning into the alley on the right-hand side. As soon as she turned, she saw a heavy old wooden door with peeling red paint. Su Zhuqing glanced through the dark crack of the door. Not seeing any situation, she could only push the door open gently. The creaking sound of the wooden door echoed through the empty alley during the night, the light from the red lantern dimly illuminating the surroundings, and along with this harsh sound, it sent shivers down Su Zhuqing's spine. After pushing the door open, there was a courtyard of less than 10 square meters in front of her, and weak light came from the second floor in the southeast direction of the adobe house. With a serious look, Su Zhuqing scanned the surroundings, found the pitch-black staircase entrance, and was about to step into it when suddenly rustling sounds reached her ears. Her whole body instantly tensed up, all alertness heightened, but after waiting quietly for quite a while, no sound came again. Su Zhuqing took out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Fei. "Fifi, have him take 2 more pictures of Ning Han so I can confirm the light and location." Jiang Fei acted according to Su Zhuqing's request immediately, and the other party responded promptly. Jiang Fei sent the photos to Su Zhuqing, and after comparing, Su Zhuqing also confirmed that Su Ningen was upstairs. Su Zhuqing stepped in, carefully walking towards the stairway. Looking at the pitch-black stairs that were completely indiscernible, Su Zhuqing wanted to use her phone to light up. But at the moment she touched her phone, hurried footsteps came from behind her, and the surrounding wooden doors emitted a series of creaking sounds. Su Zhuqing quickly turned to check the surroundings, and under the cold moonlight, she saw the shadows of 5 men stepping out from the doors. Not only that, creaking sounds of treading on wooden boards were also heard from the stairwell passage. Su Zhuqing took a small step back and slowly leaned against the wall behind her. Footsteps from inside the stairs grew nearer. Su Zhuqing glanced at the 5 men already standing in front of her, then looked diagonally upwards towards the man at the staircase opening. This man had one hand in his pants pocket, and he slanted a cigarette in his mouth. Through the smoke spilling out, he squinted his eyes and inspected Su Zhuqing up and down once. She actually dared to come alone. Su Zhuqing asked coldly, "Since I'm here, you can also hand over the person now, right?" The man sneered, "Why rush? The person is upstairs, just let yourself be tied up, and I'll release them naturally." Su Zhuqing stared at him and said, "I am a pregnant woman, incapable of self-defense. Moreover, there are so many of you. Even if I am not bound, how could I possibly escape? All I want to know is whether my assistant is safe or not. Won't you even allow me that much?" The leading man weighed Su Zhuqing's words. Among the 5 standing ones, one approached the leader and said, "Boss, we were told by those above us to release the woman once Mrs. Fu arrives. Nothing was said about keeping her." The man turned and glared at his subordinate. "Did I ask for your opinion?" The subordinate immediately lowered his head. "Sorry, boss." The man looked at Su Zhuqing again, scanning her up and down. "My brothers haven't enjoyed the taste of meat in several days. Now that this person has fallen into our hands, there's no easy way to let her go without conditions. Either give us money, or leave the person behind. You choose one. It's fine to offer money. I'll give you whatever amount is necessary. Furthermore, I can give you double the amount, sufficient enough to sever ties with your previous patron and work solely for me." Su Zhuqing raised her hand to tie her scarf while saying, "But I will advise you this. Consider carefully. After all, I belong to Fu Yunting. Anyone on the street would tell you what abilities Mr. Fu possesses. Would you really risk harming both me and the twins in my womb just for such a trivial amount of money?" The expression of the lead man momentarily stiffened, but soon he burst out laughing. "We wouldn't be worried about being tracked down by Mr. Fu since we can invite Mrs. Fu here." As the man spoke, he pulled another cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff before saying, "Brothers, it seems Mrs. Fu isn't willing to exchange money for the person today. Stop standing there and grab her. Once we finish the job, we can submit our report." At his command, all 5 subordinates moved towards Su Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing clenched her fists tightly and immediately charged at them as soon as they started advancing. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the leader was stunned and stepped back 2 paces in shock. Realizing the situation, he quickly turned and rushed upstairs. Su Zhuqing quickly took down the men in front of her and charged after the man heading upstairs. Unprepared, the man was kicked hard by Su Zhuqing and collapsed on the stairs. Su Zhuqing gave him no chance to react. She pulled out a pair of scissors she had prepared earlier, grabbed the man's hair with one hand, and forced him to sit upright on the staircase. Before anyone else could approach, she pressed the scissors against the man's carotid artery and threatened his men. "If any of you dares to come closer, I'll kill him right now." No, don't move." The man glanced anxiously at Su Zhuqing behind him. "Let's talk this through, okay? Let's talk." Su Zhuqing tightened her grip. "Take me to the person." "I will. I'll take you right now." Su Zhuqing dragged the man upstairs step by step, each movement making the man tremble with fear. Upon reaching the upper floor, the man pointed to the second room. Su Zhuqing kicked the door open and saw Su Ningguang still unconscious inside. Seeing that her clothes were intact, Su Zhuqing finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Zhuqing, are you alright?" Zhang Fei's urgent voice came through the earpiece, and Su Zhuqing responded, "I'm fine. You can bring the team in now." Zhang Fei relaxed slightly. "We're already at the entrance. How's Ningguang?" "She's fine too." Su Zhuqing released the man in front of her and delivered a swift and forceful kick directly to his groin. The man's face twisted in agony as he immediately dropped to his knees, clutching himself. Moments later, Zhang Fei and the team arrived on the second floor. Seeing both Su Zhuqing and Su Ningguang safe, she turned to the bodyguards behind her and said, "Take this man downstairs." Chapter 201, The Missing Place. Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing stayed upstairs waiting for Su Ningguang to wake up. Unexpectedly, not long after the bodyguard went downstairs, Su Ningguang slowly opened her eyes. She looked around blankly and, upon seeing Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing standing in front of her, immediately tensed up her body. "President Jiang." "Sister Zhuqing." Su Ningguang moved her body slightly and realized her hands were tied behind her back. A cunning light flashed in Su Zhuqing's eyes as she held up the scissors and approached Su Ningguang. "Do you know why we tied you up here?" Su Ningguang's pupils trembled lightly at the sight of the scissors, showing a look of fear. "Sister Zhuqing, I have never betrayed you too. Don't do this. I'm scared." Su Zhuqing narrowed her eyes and leaned down, pressing the scissors against Su Ningguang's neck. "How much money does your family have?" Su Ningguang became pale with fright. Wealthy. "Sister Zhuqing, don't act rashly. How much do you want?" "A few million is no problem." Su Zhuqing was startled. "What?" Su Ningguang, frightened by Su Zhuqing, had tears welling up in her eyes. "My parents saved 10 million yuan for me as fixed-term deposits. Sister Zhuqing, let me go. It's all yours." Su Zhuqing turned stiffly to look at Zhang Fei, who looked helpless. "This little assistant of yours is quite capable but reserved, isn't she?" Zhang Fei pulled Su Zhuqing aside, squatted next to Su Ningguang, and helped untie the ropes. She even spared a glance to glare at Su Zhuqing. Why scare her? Su Zhuqing stared intently at Su Ningguang. "I didn't expect that just teasing Ningguang would reveal her family's fortune." After being supported by Zhang Fei to stand up, Su Ningguang stared resentfully at Su Zhuqing. "Sister Zhuqing, how could you fool me like that? I just thought that the person I saw before I fainted wasn't you. How did it end up with you and President Jiang kidnapping me?" Su Zhuqing tossed the scissors carelessly on the table nearby. "All right, let's not play anymore. Ningguang, go check downstairs if any of the people involved in your abduction are still around." Following Su Zhuqing's suggestion, Su Ningguang was taken downstairs to identify the culprits. After checking several, she still couldn't identify the one who abducted her. All the abductors were taken away by Fu Yunting's bodyguards, ending the commotion. Zhang Fei immediately sent Su Ningguang home. After returning to Xinghebei, Zhang Fei saw Jiang Heng making a call in the living room. His agitated tone could be clearly heard from the foyer. An assistant tried hard to calm him down, but Jiang Heng completely ignored him. Before Zhang Fei had time to call out to Jiang Heng, an assistant noticed her first. "Madam, you're finally back." The assistant quickly approached Zhang Fei and then saw Fu Yunting enter the door right behind her. All his complaints instantly disappeared. Hearing the assistant's words, Jiang Heng turned around and seeing Zhang Fei, put down the phone and hurried forward to ask, "How did it go? Did you find the person?" Zhang Fei tiredly took off her coat. "Found her, already sent her home." Jiang Heng's tense body visibly relaxed. "Where did you find her? Who kidnapped her?" Regarding who had done the kidnapping, Zhang Fei didn't know yet, but she could confirm that whoever acted had close ties to Fu Yunting. Xiao Heng already harbored some resentment toward Fu Yunting, and informing him about Ningguang might make his temper flare enough to turn the house upside down tonight. Not clear yet. Zhang Fei walked towards the living room. We will only know more once further investigations are completed. Watching Zhang Fei's back as she faced away from him, Jiang Heng shifted his gaze to Fu Yunting standing before him. Noticing Jiang Heng's unfriendly glare, Fu Yunting turned his head and looked coldly at him. "Is there something you wish to say?" "How dare I exchange words with Mr. Fu?" Jiang Heng turned around and headed upstairs. The assistant sensed his boss's intimidating aura and quickly changed the subject. Recalling Jiang Heng's actions at home, and after leaving, he reported to Zhang Fei, "Madam, has your younger brother learned any particular skills? Specifically, those related to the internet?" Jiang Fei gave him an incredulous look. As far as I know, Xiaoheng just likes computers. I'm not sure about anything else. Have you discovered something? The assistant informed Jiang Fei of Jiang Heng's condition during the evening. Jiang Fei stood stunned. Why would he know so precisely where Ningguang went missing? The assistant shook his head. I don't understand, madam. When Mr. Jiang closed his bedroom door, I had no way of knowing what happened inside. But from the current situation, it seems his actions resemble those of a hacker. Jiang Fei furrowed her brows gradually and looked toward the staircase entrance. Earlier, Ningguang had told her that Xiaoheng often shut himself in his room. Could it be during this time that he learned this skill? If it weren't for this talent, Jiang Fei couldn't even imagine how Jiang Heng figured out exactly where Ningguang disappeared. As the two spoke, Fu Yunting's expression grew even more solemn. Hacker techniques, absolute excavators of the vast network system. After being busy all night, Jiang Fei didn't get to sleep until dawn. Just as Fu Yunting stepped out of the bathroom after washing up, he received a message from assistant. He informed Fu Yunting that after his men had interrogated, no one had revealed who was behind this. Every method they could think of was used. Those people persisted in only admitting that they knew Su Ningguang and Mrs. Fu had a good relationship, thus their intent was for extortion. After putting down his phone, Fu Yunting glanced at Jiang Fei sleeping soundly on the bed, then instead of heading towards her, he changed into his clothes and returned to Beiyuan. Upon arriving, Fu Yunting immediately went upstairs, approached the room where Chen Qingzhu stayed, and knocked on the door with his hand. A series of knocks woke up the sleeping Chen Qingzhu, who hurriedly sat up and responded. Who is it? It's me. At the moment Fu Yunting's deep cold voice reached her ears, Chen Qingzhu hastily adjusted her disheveled hair. Yinting, wait a moment, I'll come open the door. She rushed into the restroom and quickly wiped her face. Just as she was about to head to the door, she suddenly noticed that outside the window, it was merely slightly bright. A puzzled look gradually appeared on Chen Qingzhu's face. Would Fu Yunting come back at this time unless he wanted to question something? Had there been an issue regarding Su Ningguang? She nervously took a deep breath, trying her best to stabilize her emotions before opening the door. As soon as the door opened, the chill air that Fu Yunting brought along rushed towards her face. Chen Qingzhu faced his cold gaze, and an ominous premonition spread abruptly in her chest. Chen Qingzhu forcibly plastered a smile on her face. Yinting, why have you returned at this hour? Fu Yunting stood grim-faced, taking a step forward toward Chen Qingzhu. Chen Qingzhu froze momentarily looking at him, and detecting the dangerous aura, instinctively took a step backward. Chapter 202, An Ugly Cry. The more Fu Yunting stayed silent, the more Chen Qingzhu's heart started to race with panic. Unable to restrain herself, she raised her hand to cover her chest, but Fu Yunting suddenly grabbed her wrist. His eyes narrowed slightly with a shadowy look, and he asked severely, Do you know that what you've done has been uncovered? Chen Qingzhu's face flickered momentarily with panic, but she quickly masked it and replied with feigned ignorance. What do you mean by my actions being uncovered? How long are you going to keep pretending? Fu Yunting tightened his grip on her wrist. All those people you sent to carry out your plans have confessed everything. Yunting, I really don't understand what you're talking about. Chen Qingzhu insisted firmly. I came to find you last night, but you had to go out to take care of some business. After you left, I've stayed in Beiyuan waiting for your return. When I couldn't wait any longer, I laid down to rest. Did you actually mistake me for someone else? What did these so-called people say they were told by me? I truly don't get it. Since last night until now, she hadn't received a single shred of information. Xiao Chang's reliability was clear to her. There was no way he would let anything happen that would disadvantage her. Thus, Fu Yunting's words were likely just an attempt to intimidate her. Moreover, even if it were true, she couldn't admit it. If she accepted Fu Yunting's accusation, she didn't need to speculate on the consequences awaiting her. Staring into Chen Qingzhu's seemingly innocent eyes, Fu Yunting loosened his hold a bit, asking, Then can you explain why the people who kidnapped Jiang Fei's assistant and demanded Jiang Fei's presence for their release claimed that they were following your orders? Tears flowed freely from Chen Qingzhu's eyes at this point. If you're going to believe that, how am I supposed to defend myself against accusations of things I haven't done? Even if I were to plead my innocence, how could I prove my case when 100 mouths deny me? Fu Yunting released her wrist and stood silently watching her cry in front of him. Chen Qingzhu, wiping her tears off her cheeks, choked back her sobs, saying, Yunting, you've never made me any promises. Causing harm to your wife wouldn't benefit me in the slightest. Our conflict is known to all, and it's not hard for others to frame me with false charges like these. Those who intend harm always harbor the desire to drag another person down with them. Chen Qingzhu wept pitifully. Yunting, I'm standing right here before you. If you think I have something to hide, then whatever you choose to do to me, I'll accept it. Enough. Suddenly, Fu Yunting's cold tone softened. Crying makes you look terrible. Hearing Fu Yunting's shifted tone, Chen Qingzhu abruptly lifted her head toward him, her crying coming to an abrupt stop. Yunting, I remember the matter you wanted to discuss with me last night, so once I dealt with things over there, I returned immediately. Fu Yunting loosened his tie as he spoke and exited her room to head towards the study. Seeing that he relented, Chen Qingzhu hurried back into her room, picked up some files, and rushed after Fu Yunting. What she didn't know was that the moment Fu Yunting turned around, a look of utter disgust nearly overflowed from his eyes. That morning, when Jiang Fei woke up, Fu Yunting wasn't there. After freshening up, Jiang Fei walked out of her room, just in time to see Jiang Heng preparing to go downstairs. Xiaoheng, Jiang Fei called to him. What do you feel like eating? I'll make it for you. Jiang Heng shook his head and walked up to Jiang Fei. No thanks, I still have things to attend to. You. He glanced down at Jiang Fei's abdomen, adding, Take good care of yourself and call me if anything happens. Also, be careful of Fu Yunting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei gazed seriously at Jiang Hong. Are you aware of something specific, or is this just a general warning? If you perceive deeper meaning, then there is. If not, then there isn't. In any case, protecting yourself isn't wrong. And stop blindly clinging to him as you did before. After delivering this, Jiang Hong cast one glance toward the study before turning and heading down the stairs. Jiang Fei didn't catch Jiang Heng's final glance, but the words of assistant in from last night replayed in her mind. It seemed that Jiang Hong possessed abilities unknown to her. Perhaps he had found something online that he didn't want to divulge yet. Or maybe it was because of the child in her belly that he kept certain secrets hidden. Rather than forcing Jiang Hong to speak up, Jiang Fei preferred to take matters into her own hands rather than waiting for answers. Later, Su Zhuqing finally replied to Jiang Fei's message, prompting her to call. Su Zhuqing answered, stifling a yawn. I know you can't resist rushing off to see Mr. Gao Chongming. Jiang Fei laughed lightly. I already know what's happening, and if I don't verify it, I'd feel uneasy. In that case, get ready. I'll pick you up in an hour. All right. As she was walking out of the bedroom after changing her clothes, Jiang Fei's gaze suddenly fell on the study doorway. Since Su Zhuqing would arrive in more than 40 minutes, she had enough time to check things in the study. Entering the study, Jiang Fei found the plastic bag Su Zhuqing had left by the door. She took it to the desk and opened it. Upon seeing its contents, her hands suddenly froze over the plastic bag. She took out the book with its pages worn out, noticing the title by Hua Ji, A Collection of Flowers. Jiang Fei looked up at the bookshelf curiously. She often came to her father's study and was very clear about what books were there and where they were placed. This, by Hua Ji, should have originally been located at the very top, furthest to the left on the shelf. Some clients liked to mix incense with floral fragrances, and her father frequently referred to this book for information on flower scents and their uses. The last time she organized the books, she casually placed this book in the lower right corner near the wall. Recalling this, Jiang Fei hurried to the corner and searched for the book, but after looking through all the books, she could not find the by Hua Ji. After pondering for a while, Jiang Fei suddenly realized that the original contents of the bag might have been something else, and someone had switched them. Zhu Qing and Ning Han, who entered the study yesterday, certainly wouldn't randomly tamper with anything. Even if Fu Yunting came afterward, he would have ignored the contents of the plastic bag. He might even consider it garbage and wouldn't give it a second glance. So, the only one left was Xiao Hong. Thinking about the words Jiang Hong said before leaving, Jiang Fei quickly pulled out her phone and dialed his number. Jiang Hong answered quickly. Standing up, Jiang Fei asked, Xiao Hong, did you go into the study and move anything? Jiang Hong glanced down at the notebook hidden in his clothing and blatantly lied. No, I'm taking a taxi. I'll hang up now. Jiang Fei stared blankly at the disconnected call interface. If Xiao Hong claims he didn't touch anything, then who switched the items? Chapter 203, Things Related to My Father. Her memory could not be wrong. She had seen this book for over 20 years. But now, without any evidence of tampering, Jiang Fei had no way of knowing who had done this or what had originally been hidden inside. Right after Jiang Hong hung up the phone, Su Ningen came running down from the staircase entrance. She jingled the electric scooter keys in her hand, bouncing as she approached Jiang Hong. Young General Manager Jiang, why aren't you staying with General Manager Jiang a couple more days? Are you already going back so early to painstakingly focus on your technology again? Jiang Hong glanced around. Is there anywhere nearby where we can get some tea? Su Ningen, surprised, looked at him as she was about to step onto the electric scooter. You actually want to go out and take a walk? Not exactly. Jiang Hong unzipped his jacket slightly, revealing the notebook in his arms. I want to find somewhere to show you this. Curious, Su Ningen leaned forward to take a peek. A notebook? Does it contain your technical insights? No. Jiang Hong stepped back a few steps, letting Su Ningen maneuver her scooter out of the parking spot. It's related to my father. Startled, Su Ningen stopped in her tracks. Your father? So, you brought it out from Star River Bay? Yep, let's head to a cafe. Su Ningen carried Jiang Hong to a nearby coffee shop, where they ordered drinks and sat in a relatively secluded area. Jiang Hong placed the notebook in his arms in front of Su Ningen. Take a look. Out of curiosity, Su Ningen picked it up and opened it. At first glance, her pupils suddenly tightened. I know, I don't have much time left. The line written in red ink felt inexplicably eerie and unsettling. After reading it aloud, Su Ningen nervously swallowed before looking at Jiang Hong. I don't feel like I dare to read further. Jiang Hong calmly looked at her. There's nothing frightening here, just keep reading. Su Ningen's eyes returned to the notebook in her hands. After taking a deep breath, she continued flipping through the pages. 8.30. I never thought the incense I made would have problems. I reviewed the surveillance footage and went through many books. Every step followed the exact instructions given by the elders at home, and I found nothing amiss. 9.1. I also did not expect that my incense would cause a young woman to suffer harm and die unjustly. 9.3. They are targeting me. With their immense capabilities, I cannot resist. If I do not do as they say, my daughter and my son will be in danger. 9.4. After much consideration, I eventually lied to my daughter, telling her I had cancer. If I didn't, how else could I explain why I was about to die? 9.8. They have come again, demanding explanations from me once more. But none of them care to listen. I've never met that girl before, nor do I remember to whom I sold this bundle of incense. Who would use my hands to commit such evil? 9.9. Today my daughter took me to the hospital for a recheckup, but I refused and even lashed out at her. As a father, not being able to see my daughter get married and bear children is heartbreaking. And yet, I must face this end abruptly. 9.10. Someone came to visit today. They claimed they could resolve this matter, but only if I gave them 3 million. I borrowed from high-interest loans to make one last attempt for my children. 9.13. It's over. This time, completely over. They won't let me off. They simply want my life. Sin. 9.14. The final negotiation failed utterly. They still insist I colluded with others to kill Wenyu. I cannot hold on anymore. 9.18. Today, I ate my last meal with my daughter. Tomorrow, I will go to the hospital to walk down the road of Yama. My dear daughter, if you ever read this diary of mine, what would you think? I hope you read it. Yet I also do not wish for you to read it. I do not want you to live your whole life consumed by vengeance for me, but I really cannot rest in peace. I'm not guilty. I do not wish to repent. Yet Miss Wenyu indeed fell victim to my incense-induced unconsciousness and took her own life afterward. I am a tool used by someone to commit murder, which is tantamount to saying I killed Miss Wenyu. I was wrong. I committed sins. The heavy diary revealed an increasingly chaotic yet powerful handwriting, conveying Zhang Fei's father's intense desire to survive and his anguish at being unable to prove his innocence. Although Su Ningen did not know Zhang Fei's father personally, she could deeply feel her sorrow stirred by these words. Wiping away tears from her eyes, she continued to flip through the pages, only to be further shocked by what came next. I don't want to die. This phrase covered page after page after endless page. From the Fengkeng Laochak handwriting breaking through the pages, to the weak and powerless writing in the middle, and finally becoming trembling and skewed. After flipping through the entire book, Su Ningen was already sobbing uncontrollably. She looked at Jiang Heng with tears in her eyes and asked, "Young General Manager Jiang, why didn't you tell General Manager Jiang about this?" Jiang Heng stared blankly at the diary, his eyes dimming. My sister never intended to have a miscarriage, so why should I show her this diary just to make her miserable? She has already endured enough pain during this period. So you plan to keep it hidden forever? Su Ningen angrily asked. This is not only your father, but also General Manager Jiang's father. Keeping it from her will cause her even more pain when she finds out later. Do you know who the people my father mentioned in the diary are? Jiang Heng calmly looked at Su Ningen, whose emotions were collapsing. Su Ningen froze, unable to respond. Jiang Heng took back the diary from the table, put it back into his arms, and zipped up his jacket. I will find out. When all the truths come to light, I will fully inform my sister of everything. His calm and serious tone, as well as his composed way of dealing with things, made Su Ningen suddenly realize that Jiang Heng was no longer the impulsive young man he used to be. She tried hard to regulate her mood by taking deep breaths and wiped away the tears on her face. Then what do you plan to do next? I just received this information myself not long ago, and I need time to calm down and figure out what to do next. A lost look passed through Jiang Heng's eyes, causing Su Ningen to feel heartache for him as well. As children, if Ms. Jiang felt upset inside, how could young General Manager Jiang not be feeling the same way? Su Ningen thought for a moment, then said, "Young General Manager Jiang." Startled by Su Ningen's sudden intense tone, Jiang Heng froze and looked at her. "Please don't call me that. Just my name is fine." "All right, Jiang Heng." Su Ningen straightened her body. "Anyway, I will always be by your side. I'll help you investigate this matter. Just let me know when you need me, and I'll be ready whenever you call." Chapter 204, Asking About Someone. Suddenly hearing, Jiang Heng, and then, "I'm by your side," left Jiang Heng completely stunned, staring at Su Ningen. Her lightly trembling eyelashes still clung to glistening teardrops, her entire pair of brown eyes exceptionally clear from having cried. All of a sudden, it felt as if something in his chest wanted to burst forth, even his heart rate accelerating. Jiang Heng hastily withdrew his gaze, his hand tightly gripping the diary in his pocket. Okay. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing arrived at Mr. Gao Choming's doorstep. It wasn't a high-end apartment, nor a villa complex, but an ordinary residential house hidden within an alley. Zhang Fei picked up the gifts by her feet, getting out of the car with Su Zhuqing to knock on the door. After a moment, hurried footsteps came from inside. "Who's there?" Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing exchanged glances, Su Zhuqing shouting, "We're here to visit Mr. Gao." Following that, the door opened, revealing an elderly woman in an apron with graying hair. Seeing the 4 or 5 boxes of gifts in Zhang Fei's hand, she slightly moved aside and said, "Our old man is enjoying the sun in the backyard. You can go straight to find him." Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing both thanked the elderly woman before walking through the hall towards the backyard. The yard was elegantly filled with many potted plants and flowers, the gentle winter sunlight mixed with the calm breeze carrying flower scents, deeply refreshing. Mr. Gao sat on a rocking chair with his eyes closed, enjoying the sun with a thin blanket over his legs. Hearing footsteps approaching, he turned his head slightly after moving his body. The appearance of 2 unfamiliar women made him sit up straight. "Who are you?" Zhang Fei and Su Zhuqing walked to Mr. Gao together, and Zhang Fei put down the gifts in her hand saying, "Elder Gao, sorry for disturbing you today. These are just small tokens of apology, please accept them." Mr. Gao quickly waved his hand. No, don't bother sending me anything. Just tell me what's on your mind." Zhang Fei smiled without taking the gifts back, turning around to notice 2 small chairs nearby, picking one up and sitting down in front of Mr. Gao alongside Su Zhuqing. Zhang Fei came right to the point. "Older master, we are here to ask about someone." Mr. Gao nodded. "All right, ask away. Wenyu." The moment Zhang Fei mentioned the name, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the yard, making the light blanket flutter wildly, and also visibly stiffening Mr. Gao's expression. He furrowed his brows tightly. "What's your relationship with her?" "Classmates." Su Zhuqing lied calmly. "We just returned from overseas." We heard she quit her job at the association to become a teacher, and then those things happened, so we've come to inquire about the circumstances back then. At the mention of Yu, there was clearly more Tong Song in Mr. Gao's expression. He unbent his body extremely slowly, pain almost visible in every corner of his face. She was the most talented child I've ever seen. Mr. Gao sighed deeply. But for the sake of a man, she gave up her bright future and ended up losing her life. Su Zhuqing pressed urgently. How remarkable could this man be, that despite reaching such a young position of power, she would abandon everything? Mr. Gao shook his head. I'm not sure who she interacted with. This girl never shared matters regarding her emotions with me, only sharing good news and keeping worries to herself. Did you hear absolutely nothing? Su Zhuqing questioned loudly. With her being so outstanding, rising to fame at a young age, there must have been no hints about her and other men? No. Mr. Gao helplessly chuckled. You sought me out because you must have had a good relationship with her too. If you don't know, how would I as a teacher know either? Jiang Fei lowered her eyes thoughtfully. Senior, might I ask bluntly, do you know the cause of her death? I'm unclear. Mr. Gao wrinkled his sparse eyebrows. I've also inquired, but all I learned is that she passed due to illness. Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing silently glanced at each other. With their questions now at their conclusion, they exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Gao before leaving his home. Getting into the car, Jiang Fei observed all around. Seeing no unusual circumstances, she gestured for Su Zhuqing to start the car and drive off. On the way back to Xinghebei, Su Zhuqing couldn't stop hitting the steering wheel, her irritability evident. If I'm not anxious, why are you so worked up? Jiang Fei asked with a chuckle. I feel like this person has got to be Fu Yunyi. Annoyance showed in Su Zhuqing's clenched teeth. There's just no one else capable of erasing all traces of his past relationship and history with Wenyu, right? Jiang Fei leaned her upper body against the car door, her eyes carrying an indescribable dim sentiment, gazing at the scenery passing by outside Su Zhuqing's window. Without evidence, merely judging from words and actions can't prove they had a relationship. As she spoke, Jiang Fei's lips curved into a semblance of a smirk. If it's him, he truly loved her deeply and gave her all his protection. Upon hearing this, Su Zhuqing abruptly turned to look at Jiang Fei. Fei, are you upset? Jiang Fei couldn't quite explain how she felt at the moment. She only knew that the 3-year relationship she guarded so carefully and fully dedicated herself to was never reciprocated with Fu Yunti's true feelings. But others could so effortlessly gain them from Fu Yunti. In contrast, she looked like such a fool, pitiful and absurd. Jiang Fei pressed her lips lightly together and inhaled deeply. No, it's just not worth it. The car filled with a suffocating atmosphere. Su Zhuqing lowered the window. Let's not talk about this anymore. We've almost gotten enough answers on this side. We should move to the next step. Just as Jiang Fei was about to respond, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Clutching her stomach tightly, she scrunched up her face in pain and bent over. Seeing this, Su Zhuqing urgently asked, Fei, what's wrong? Jiang Fei held her stomach tightly. My lower abdomen. It hurts so much. You hold on for a little while. Su Zhuqing stomped hard on the gas pedal, rushing Jiang Fei to the hospital in no time. After a series of examinations, the doctor informed Su Zhuqing, it's a threatened miscarriage. The first 3 months are crucial. If emotions aren't stabilized and there isn't adequate rest, progesterone can get disordered easily, leading to abortion. The doctor handed Su Zhuqing a prescription for fetal stabilizing medication and instructed her to take it home and rest properly. Back at Xinghebei, Su Zhuqing busied herself boiling medicine for Jiang Fei to take. After watching Jiang Fei drink it, Su Zhuqing took the cup and, looking at her belly, said, For now, maybe you should pause the investigation. If you want to keep the baby, you need to focus on taking care of your health. Chapter 205 Things remain the same, but people change. It's meaningless now. Jiang Fei drew further into the quilt. I guess it's because of the worry over Ning Han that the fetus was disturbed. It shouldn't be a big problem now. Isn't it serious? Su Zhuqing couldn't help but scold her. It's already bleeding. How could this be minor? If Fu Yunting finds out about this, wouldn't he lock you up in solitary confinement? With a melancholy expression, Jiang Fei looked out of the window toward the bare branches of the trees, feeling an indescribable sadness in her heart. Is it New Year's Day tomorrow? Right. Su Zhuqing suddenly realized. Tomorrow is New Year's Day? How are you planning to celebrate New Year's Eve? Jiang Fei recalled how, in previous years when her father was still alive, he would always make sweet dumplings for her on New Year's Day. After eating them, she would go visit her mother and have another meal with her younger brother Hung and her mother. After her father passed away, she used to take her mother and younger brother Hung out to eat sweet dumplings. But now, with both parents gone, only she and Hung remained to celebrate the new year. These warm, sticky, and fragrant sweet dumplings, once so pleasant, probably tasted sour and bitter now. No celebration. Jiang Fei twirled her tongue, still feeling the bitterness from the medicine. Things remain the same, but people change. It's meaningless. Su Zhuqing didn't know how to comfort her immediately. Since she had no way to spend New Year's outside anyway, her parents had come back, so she had to stay home with them. After some thought, Su Zhuqing decided to send a message to Jiang Hong, reminding him that tomorrow was New Year's Day, and he should try to spare some time to have a meal with Jiang Fei. In the northern courtyard, Fu Yunting patiently resolved quite a few work-related difficulties for Chen Qingzhu. Before Chen Qingzhu could leave the study with the materials, Assistant walked in. He had something to report, but upon seeing Chen Qingzhu, he quickly swallowed his words. Fu Yunting saw his hesitation and glanced at Chen Qingzhu, who had obviously slowed down her movements of tidying up. Go back to your room. Chen Qingzhu naturally didn't argue anymore after hearing this. She nodded and left the study, closing the door behind her, though she hadn't actually left. Assistant and approached the desk. Mr. Fu, the bodyguard we planted at Xinghe Bay sent a message. He said when the madam came back, her face wasn't too good looking, and Miss Su was carrying a bag of medication from the hospital. Fu Yunting suddenly opened his eyes and fixed assistant and with a grave look. No one was following Jiang Fei today? Without your command, Mr. Fu. They didn't follow her out. Fu Yunting's eyes gradually grew colder. Is it because I didn't explain clearly, or did you not listen to my instructions and arrange accordingly? Assistant and was momentarily confused, dimly remembering that Fu Yunting had mentioned wanting bodyguards to always accompany Jiang Fei. Assistant and hastily bowed in acknowledgement. Sorry, Mr. Fu, it was my mistake. Shall I investigate the madam's condition? Annoyed, Fu Yunting stood up and put on his coat as he headed out of the study. The door wasn't fully closed yet, and Chen Qingzhu, who hadn't managed to leave in time, was seen by Fu Yunting. Chen Qingzhu nervously pointed at the study and said, Yunting, I think I left my phone inside. Fu Yunting barely spared her more than a second of attention, leaving behind a curt statement, there won't be a next time, before striding down the stairs. When assistant and stepped out of the study, Chen Qingzhu's complexion alternated between white and red. Seeing her frustration, assistant and felt nothing but elation. Miss Chen sure does know how to tie herself in knots. Chen Qingzhu instantly met assistant and's gaze sharply. Do you really think by supporting Jiang Fei, she'll live a good life near Yunting? How does Miss Chen think staying with Mr. Fu guarantees a good life for her? Assistant and smiled lightly. Being overly ambitious isn't a good thing. I've got other things to attend to. I must leave. Chen Qingzhu was so angry, she almost hurled the documents in her hand toward assistant and's back. But since assistant and was closely connected to Fu Yunting, if she angered him completely, the rumors he whispered into Fu Yunting's ear might easily cause her much trouble. Chen Qingzhu calmed herself down and returned to the room. However, just as she stepped in, Mu Xinrong's call came through. Since this attempt also ended in failure, Chen Qingzhu knew without a shadow of a doubt that this call wouldn't bring anything pleasant, but ignoring it wasn't an option either. After all, she hadn't yet firmly established herself in the Fu family, and alienating anyone brought no benefit. Entering the room, she closed the door and walked to the window. She saw assistant and driving off with Fu Yunting before returning the call. However, the moment the call went through, it was disconnected. Immediately afterward, Mu Xinrong sent over an address. Chen Qingzhu stared at the name, Rongqing, and was deep in thought when her phone rang again, cutting off all her musings. Answering Mu Xinrong's call, she anxiously asked, I don't understand why you've sent me this address. If you had even a bit of intelligence and resourcefulness, I wouldn't need to drag this person out and place them right before your eyes for you to use as you see fit. Mu Xinrong no longer spared any politeness with Chen Qingzhu, her tone brimming with undisguised disdain. I'll inform you of who to find and when to go there in due time. Neither of the two tasks you handled before was done properly. Yunting probably already suspects you. Stay low for a while. With that, Mu Xinrong ended the call, leaving Chen Qingzhu dumbfounded as she pondered over the address and the person Mu Xinrong had mentioned for her to meet. Could it be that there is someone in Rongqing who could deal with Jiang Fei? Nevertheless, without Mu Xinrong's constant pressing, she could devote some of her attention to the company during this period. With some hints from Fu Yunting, she might manage to correct some of the disadvantages of the company. Right after lunch, Su Zhuqing left earlier to handle the case at hand, while Jiang Fei returned to the bedroom to rest. Unexpectedly, Fu Yunting's car suddenly drove into the yard of her house. Jiang Fei leaned against the side of the couch, pondering Fu Yunting's purpose for suddenly showing up. Before she could guess clearly, his figure caught her eye. He wasn't wearing his usual black suit that radiated a stable composure, but casual home attire instead. The deep, gray high-necked sweater unexpectedly gave him an air of amiability. The disheveled strands of hair on his forehead made him look windswept. Even so, his natural good looks remained unaffected. When Fu Yunting met Jiang Fei's gaze, he paused momentarily in his steps. Then he strode swiftly to her, asking, Did you go to the hospital? Jiang Fei responded nonchalantly with a grunt. Are you here just because of that? What else? Fu Yunting glanced at Jiang Fei's stomach. Did you go to the hospital because of problems with the baby? Don't worry, they're fine. Jiang Fei pulled her hands further into her sleeves. If there's nothing else, I'll go upstairs and rest. As she turned to leave, Fu Yunting suddenly grabbed her wrist. Come with me. Not even the air conditioning in the whole house is turned on. Do you think it's suitable for pregnancy like this? Chapter 206. If you're not tired, I am. Jiang Fei didn't pull back her wrist, but instead stared at Fu Yunting's clearly defined veins on his hand with downcast eyes. I don't use the air conditioner, all thanks to you. Jiang Fei's indifferent tone made Fu Yunting furrow his eyebrows deeply. If you're short of money, you can tell me. There's no need to be so sarcastic. Fu Yunting's accusation made Jiang Fei smirk. Am I being sarcastic, or is this what you've made me into? The truth may hurt. Only those who are guilty will find it unbearable. Jiang Fei sighed softly. Although it's a bit cold here, at least I don't have to return to Beiyuan every day and see unexpected visitors. Some people harm others, yet are treated as good people. You value the child in my belly so much. If by accident something happens to it, and someone sows discord, they might end up blaming me. The sarcasm in Jiang Fei's eyes made Fu Yunting feel particularly stinging. He tightened his lips and spoke coldly. If you don't want her to stay, I can make her leave. Must we go back to Beiyuan? Jiang Fei slowly pulled her hand away. The result of going to Beiyuan is that I'll be closely watched from all sides. Fu Yunting, if you're not tired, I sure am. Every word was filled with evasion and refusal, which made Fu Yunting lose all patience. His eyes clouded with gloom. You were willing to go back before, but now you're not. Jiang Fei, what exactly do you want? Jiang Fei didn't know what she was actually resisting. Maybe it's because she hasn't received an answer regarding Su Ningguan's matter, or perhaps because he values the child but indulges in Chun Qingzhu's domineering behavior. Maybe today's news has a high probability of being related to Fu Yunting. All these lead to one strong thought in her mind. She doesn't want to return to Beiyuan with Fu Yunting. But a rigid confrontation seems fruitless. Instead of escalating further, taking a slight step back might help. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Fei said, I won't go back, but if you want to stay, I don't mind. If you arrange people to guard me here in shifts, I'm fine with that too. After her words fell, she clearly felt a fierce aura emanating from Fu Yunting. This feeling was too familiar. It was just at the edge of Fu Yunting's eruption. Jiang Fei subconsciously straightened her waist slightly, but the action was enough to let others understand her intention of threatening with the child. In silent opposition, even though Jiang Fei had the child as a shield, facing Fu Yunting's inherent intimidating aura still made her heart shudder uncontrollably. Rather than standing stubbornly there and risking collapse, it would be better to resolve it quickly. There's nothing else. I'll rest upstairs first. I saw some spotting today. My body feels weak. It's inconvenient too. And Yen. Before Jiang Fei could finish her sentence, Fu Yunting turned his head and coldly called assistant and at the door. Assistant and immediately entered the room and walked beside Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu. Fu Yunting stared intensely at Jiang Fei and ordered slowly. Tell Aunt Zhang to pack my clothes and come over. These days, I'll stay at Xinghe Bay. Assistant and widened his eyes in surprise. After all, this was Mrs. S. home. If Mr. Fu stayed, it would almost be like putting his face on the ground and wiping it. What are you stunned for? Fu Yunting shot his gaze at Assistant and, do you want me to repeat myself? Assistant and shook his head hurriedly and rushed out of the villa in a single bound. Jiang Fei blankly watched his figure disappear at the doorway, then stiffly turned her head to look at Fu Yunting. Aren't you worried that some media might see this and make a fuss about it? Jiang Fei asked him in disbelief. The great Mr. Fu lives in the woman's house instead of the villa? Fu Yunting's silhouette was hidden in the shadow, his tone indescribably cold. I haven't fallen so low as to be unable to control mere reports. Jiang Fei found no reason to drive Fu Yunting away and could only let him do as he pleased. However, Jiang Fei didn't expect that during her afternoon nap, Fu Yunting had practically changed all the furniture. When Jiang Fei came downstairs, she almost thought it wasn't her own house. The furniture hadn't been completely moved, and the few maids they had hired were busily cleaning inside and out. When Jiang Fei blankly reached the living room, Aunt Zhang happened to come out from the kitchen. Mrs., you've woken up. Jiang Fei looked around. Where's Fu Yunting? Mr. Fu should be in the study upstairs. Upon hearing that, Jiang Fei suddenly froze her entire body, then ran upstairs. She dashed to the study door and saw it wide open. Jiang Fei's heart pounded wildly, but once she stepped to the entrance, the study looked just as it was before, causing her to sigh in sudden relief. Fu Yunting sat at the desk, flipping through books that were already placed there, reading them attentively. He cast his eyes downward, making it unclear what emotions lay beneath, but even from a dozen steps away, Jiang Fei could feel the intense chill emanating from him. It wasn't just a chill, but rather an aura of hostility and malevolence. Before Jiang Fei could figure out what he had seen to stir up such negative emotions, Fu Yunting raised his eyes, revealing bloodshot pupils that met her gaze. The chilling look sent a shiver down Jiang Fei's spine. Her hands clenched slightly at her sides as she asked, Why are you here? Fu Yunting snapped shut the book in his hand with a sharp sound, and instantly the oppressive aura around him vanished without a trace. Are you planning to let these useless things gather dust in the study forever? This is my house, and I'll do whatever I want. Jiang Fei thought about how the traces of her father's life downstairs had been completely erased, which made her seethe with anger. Why didn't you ask for my permission before replacing the furniture? Fu Yunting stepped toward Jiang Fei. Is a torn couch suitable for sitting on? It's accumulated countless bacteria and insect eggs inside. Do you think this is good for the child? A single sentence left Jiang Fei speechless. Her father was thrifty all his life. He bought this villa, but all the furniture was moved from their old home. Generations had used those pieces, so expecting them to be clean was impossible. Yet, the reason Jiang Fei didn't want to replace them was because they held traces of everyday life. Now, all her cherished memories had been discarded by Fu Yunting. She couldn't help but feel angry, but causing a scene wouldn't change anything. Jiang Fei didn't pay much attention to Fu Yunting and turned to head toward her room. But after taking only a few steps, Fu Yunting's deep, cold voice came from behind her. You can skip meals if you want, but don't forget the child needs nutrients. Jiang Fei suddenly burst out with a harsh laugh. With all the dust downstairs, if you can swallow that food, then I can't. Chapter 207, A Good Thing. Beiyuan. Chen Qingzhu looked on in astonishment as Fu Yunting's clothes were being packed up and taken away piece by piece. She grabbed the bodyguard in front of her and asked, Is Yunting moving out or what? Bodyguard. Miss Chun, I'm just here to do the job. He didn't disclose any information, and this made Chen Qingzhu increasingly anxious. After much thought, she picked up her phone and called Zhang Ma, who also wasn't at the villa. When the call connected, Chen Qingzhu closed the bedroom door and sternly interrogated, Where is Yunting moving to? Various noises came from Zhang Ma's side as she responded. Miss Chun, sir has already moved to Xinghe Bay to live with Madam. Chen Qingzhu felt an abrupt heaviness in her chest. So he's not coming back? I'm not sure, Miss Chun. Zhang Ma glanced towards the staircase entrance. Also, Sir gave instructions that after you finish celebrating this New Year's Day, you should go back to the Chun family estate. The expression on Chun Qingzhu's face instantly turned vicious. So it's because I'm here that Jiang Fei refuses to come back, which caused Yunting to move all his belongings to Xinghe Bay. Zhang Ma said, Miss Chun, why don't you ask Sir directly? Before Chun Qingzhu could respond, Zhang Ma ended the call unilaterally. Furious, Chun Qingzhu swung her hand and swept everything off the coffee table, even angrily knocking down all the furnishings in the guest room. Jiang Fei. Chun Qingzhu's eyes glared crimson red as she clenched her fists. As long as Jiang Fei lived, she would never stop feeling humiliated under the shadow of Jiang Fei flaunting her child. How could she bear this? How could she ever truly reconcile herself with this? The next morning, Jiang Fei got up early, went downstairs for breakfast, then took the car keys and headed out to the jewelry store. Su Ningyan had been taking such good care of Jiang Hong. Since today was the start of the new year, she certainly deserved a gift. Once Jiang Fei stepped out, the bodyguard stationed outside followed her tightly into the car, clinging to her like glue, impossible to shake off. After arriving at the jewelry store and parking calmly, Jiang Fei took out her phone to call Su Ningyan. Ningyan answered just as Jiang Fei stepped into the store and started browsing slowly, asking, Ningyan, are you still with Xiaoheng? Yes, Ms. Jiang. Su Ningyan glanced at Jiang Hong, who was tying his shoelaces. We're about to go find you to celebrate New Year's Day together. Jiang Fei lightly furrowed her brows. Fu Yunting was currently at Xinghe Bay. If he and Jiang Hong were to meet, there would definitely be no good outcome. She quickly stopped them, saying, You two don't need to come over. It's inconvenient without a car. I'll buy something and go there later. We can have dinner together. Su Ningyan looked at Jiang Hong, who stood up. Jiang Hong, Ms. Jiang asked us to wait for her here. She'll come. Jiang Hong paused for a moment while pulling his zipper, glanced at Su Ningyan's phone, and pondered for a moment before replying. All right, I understand. After Su Ningyan informed Jiang Fei, she hung up the phone, looked around for a bit, then selected a luxurious gold bracelet design and had the shopkeeper wrap it up for her. She also chose another similar type of bracelet to give to Su Zhuzhing. After buying both bracelets, Jiang Fei returned to the car intending to find Su Zhuzhing first, but suddenly received a call from Zhou Xiqing on her phone. Jiang Fei glanced at the reflection of the bodyguards following her in the rearview mirror, slowly started the car, and answered the call. Hey, Xiqing. Happy New Year. Zhou Xiqing's calm and gentle voice echoed from the phone, as lighthearted as always. As Jiang Fei passed through a traffic light, she replied, Happy New Year. I haven't found a proper chance yet to thank you and apologize for that day. Zhou Xiqing placed a lustrous white chess piece from the Gobin jar onto the board. I didn't give any prior notice before showing up, so the conflict that occurred is partly my fault too. You don't need to worry about it. Do you like the bracelet? Jiang Fei chuckled softly. Something so valuable. How could one dislike it? Zhou Xiqing retrieved a black piece. These past few days, has he given you any trouble? Jiang Fei slowly came to a stop at an intersection. Because of these two children, he hasn't given me much trouble. But it's also because of these two children that you've been put in such a difficult position. Zhou Xiqing replied nonchalantly. Losing my job allows me to focus on doing things I want to do, so it might actually be a good thing. His answer left Jiang Fei momentarily speechless. Should she congratulate him? He may think it's a blessing in disguise, but she couldn't see it that way. Apologizing again would seem redundant since no matter how many times she apologized, she lacked the power to change the current situation at all. During Jiang Fei's silence, she heard the crisp sound of chess pieces colliding from Zhou Xiqing's side. Are you playing chess? Jiang Fei changed the subject. Zhou Xiqing laughed warmly, staring at the gradually filled chessboard. Though the white pieces seemed to be forcing the black pieces into a corner with no retreat path, the hidden dangers of the black pieces were absolutely not inferior to the encirclement tactics of the white pieces. I'm just walking around to kill time, Zhou Xiqing said. I heard the sound of a horn from your side, so you should be driving. Jiang Fei gave a faint hum. Ningyan and Zhuzheng helped me a lot this year. I bought them some gifts to send over. So it sounds like I'm not even considered a friend in your eyes. Zhou Xiqing's casual teasing made Jiang Fei instantly understand what he meant by his words. Her cheeks flushed immediately. No, it's not that. Fu Yunting's people are following me, and it's really inconvenient for me to go to the store to pick out a gift for you. Besides, I really don't have the means to buy you something of equal value. Gifts represent heartfelt intentions, and I can't just give anything recklessly. Jiang Fei's hurried explanation made Zhou Xiqing chuckle. Why are you so nervous? I was just joking around. Jiang Fei awkwardly fidgeted with the steering wheel. When there's a chance. When there's a chance, treat me to a meal, and it'll count as a gift. How does that sound? After placing the final black piece on the chessboard, Zhou Xiqing began gradually capturing a large number of white pieces. At the same time, Jiang Fei's reply reached his ears. All right, no problem. Looking at the outcome where black pieces triumphed over white ones on the chessboard, Zhou Xiqing's lips curled into a smile. Then I'll wait patiently for your invitation. Okay, then I'll drive now. After hanging up, Jiang Fei couldn't help but dwell on the words Zhou Xiqing had just spoken. He clearly knew that Fu Yunting already regarded him as a thorn in his eye, and once they interacted, even if it was just an ordinary meal, anything Fu Yunting did after getting angry would certainly harm him. Yet why did Zhou Xiqing show no intention of avoiding potential conflicts? She wanted to avoid suspicion too, but some things she had said many times before, and now that he had helped her a great deal, it wasn't appropriate for her to speak more about it. Jiang Fei thought all the way through her journey, but still couldn't figure out why Zhou Xiqing acted so fearlessly. Not until she reached the building below her home did Zhang Fei put these questions aside and carry the gifts upstairs. Upon arriving at her door, Zhang Fei discovered that the door wasn't closed, but left with a tiny crack instead. Chapter 208. How many years have we known each other? She was about to pull the door open when Su Ninggen's voice came from inside. Her mother has a mental illness? Su Ninggen asked in shock. Has she always had it, or was it discovered later? Jiang Heng hummed in affirmation. It was discovered after her death, but this matter was concealed. If I hadn't spent all night hacking into the hospital system to find out, I wouldn't have known about the situation either. The two of them are pitiful. Where does her mother get the money she uses? From Wenyu. There's a few million in her account, enough for her mother's needs. Su Ninggen was amazed. Good grief, you even found these things out. But if her mother has a mental illness, shouldn't that have nothing to do with Mr. Jiang? Why did you investigate this? Isn't it more important to find out if the man who was with Wenyu back then is actually Mr. Fu? Wenyu is after all Zhuang Jing's daughter, Jiang Heng explained. Do you think her mother wouldn't know the circumstances of her own daughter? You need to understand, dead people and living ones. Usually only living ones leave traces. Alright, Su Ninggen sighed helplessly. But Jiang Heng, I still think it would be better to inform Mr. Jiang about such matters. Jiang Heng was silent for a while before responding. We haven't figured everything out yet. What good would just telling him these things do? Upon hearing their conversation, Zhang Fei's heart raced wildly. She had some understanding of Little Heng's capabilities. That he could uncover these things made sense to her, and she could come to terms with it. But now the question was, where had Little Heng learned about Wenyu? Zhu Qing wouldn't tell Little Heng and Ninggen about these kinds of things, because she clearly knew telling him would have no effect. Then how did Little Heng and Ninggen come to know about this? Zhang Fei gripped the doorknob, took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked in as if she knew nothing. Su Ninggen and Jiang Heng were busy at the table making tangyuan, their lack of skill evident by the flour covering them. Seeing Zhang Fei, Su Ninggen excitedly called out, President Jiang, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you. Zhang Fei, seeing their disheveled state, couldn't help but laugh, and said, How come you two started making tangyuan yourselves? Su Ninggen glanced at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng said you love osmanthus tangyuan the most. We went to several stores and couldn't find any, so we bought the ingredients and made them ourselves. Zhang Fei walked over to Su Ninggen, handed her the gift she had bought, and said, Ninggen, go wash your hands and try on this bracelet to see if it looks nice. Su Ninggen widened her eyes in surprise. There's actually a gift for me too. I'll wash my hands right away. She turned around and rushed into the kitchen to wash her hands. Zhang Fei looked at Jiang Heng and deliberately probed. Little Heng, I bought you the latest model of a graphics card online, but it won't arrive for a couple of days. Jiang Heng's hand paused as he flattened the glutinous rice ball. I don't need any graphics card. Don't you though? Zhang Fei lowered her gaze and took out the jewelry box from the gift bag. Little Heng, there are many things you don't want to tell me, so I won't ask. But I still hope that one day you will come to me and have a proper talk. Jiang Heng carefully placed the osmanthus filling into the glutinous rice skin without any intention of explaining much to Zhang Fei. As Su Ninggen came out of the kitchen, she saw the gold bracelet and hugged Zhang Fei repeatedly expressing her thanks. Zhang Fei helped her put on the bracelet. Su Ninggen's skin was very fair, making the bracelet look not at all gaudy on her wrist. She touched the bracelet lovingly, then suddenly furrowed her brows and asked President Jiang. President Jiang, I remember you didn't have much money left. Did buying this bracelet cost you quite a bit? Isn't talking about money damaging to feelings? Zhang Fei smiled and said, Are we eating tangyuan for lunch? Su Ninggen laughed awkwardly. We didn't have time to buy other dishes, so we just got these. Why don't you go with me to the ready-made food store at the entrance of the residential complex to buy some other dishes? Sure. Su Ninggen turned to Jiang Heng, preparing to say something, but then suddenly noticed Jiang Heng's slightly stern gaze. Jiang Heng glanced at Su Ninggen, subtly warning her not to say anything. Although Zhang Fei didn't see Jiang Heng's gaze, she observed every subtle change on Su Ninggen's face across from her. The girl lacked experience in worldly matters and was well protected by her parents, unlike seasoned individuals who merely listen and observe without showing emotion. The moment Su Ninggen turned her head, Zhang Fei subtly shifted her gaze and pretended to be tidying up the packages on the table. After picking up the box and handing it to Su Ninggen, she said, Let's go. I'll throw out the trash along the way. Oh, okay. Su Ninggen followed Zhang Fei as they left the apartment and walked toward the entrance of the residential complex. Ninggen, Zhang Fei, staring at her own toes, slowed her pace and said, Thank you for taking such good care of Little Heng these days. Su Ninggen waved her hands hastily in response. No, President Jiang, don't say that. You've already paid me more than I deserve. I'm just a commoner. Money is something I can't turn down. Zhang Fei smiled and lowered Su Ninggen's hand, exhaling a puff of white breath as she looked forward. How many years have we known each other? Su Ninggen stared at Zhang Fei with suspicion in her eyes. President Jiang, are you going to let emotions get the better of you and reason with logic to fire me? Her counter-question made Zhang Fei look at her with astonishment. Why would you think that? When I worked part-time before, I didn't do my job well, and my boss fired me using similar lines. Su Ninggen pulled her head back into her collar, speaking in a muffled tone. President Jiang, don't beat around the bush with me. If you have something to say, just spit it out. I can take it. Silly girl. Zhang Fei teased her with a glare. You've done great work. I rely on your help and wouldn't dismiss you. Once the baby stabilizes, I'll even need you to accompany me back to the studio. But can you, given our long working relationship, tell me something candidly? You ask away, President Jiang, and if I can answer, I will definitely tell you. Jiang Fei narrowed her eyes and asked, would you really tell me everything? Su Ningyan felt uncomfortable and shifted her gaze. It depends on the situation. Her reply gave Jiang Fei an idea. There was a strong possibility Ningyan wouldn't reveal anything even if asked. Still, asking would be better than not asking at all. This girl had a straightforward personality, and sometimes let slip things unconsciously. You already know about Wenyu. Jiang Fei's firm tone caught Su Ningyan off guard, causing her to suddenly lose her footing and stagger a bit. After steadying herself quickly, Su Ningyan tried to deny it, but couldn't come up with a convincing excuse right away. Chapter 209. The Real Reason. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Su Ningyan was so nervous that she stuttered. This matter. Well, it's actually rather complicated. Su Ningyan, in her agitation, pulled her hands out of her pockets and fidgeted anxiously. Her mind raced, trying to figure out how to not reveal Jiang Heng's abilities. But before she could formulate an explanation, Jiang Fei's phone suddenly rang. It was Su Zhuqing calling. Jiang Fei pressed the button to answer. Hello. Su Zhuqing said, Fei, I found Zhuang Jing's information. Wenyu is Zhuang Jing's daughter. Jiang Fei stopped in her tracks, raising her gaze towards Su Ningyan and calmly replied, I already know. All that's left now is to investigate the true cause of Wenyu's death. You know? Su Zhuqing asked incredulously. I just got this message from a friend, and you already know? How did you find out? I'll tell you when I have time. I have to go first. All right. Jiang Fei slid her phone back into her pocket while keeping her eyes locked on Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan didn't dare look at Jiang Fei, staring instead at her shoes as she absent-mindedly ground the sand underfoot with her toes. Jiang Fei looked away and continued walking forward. In my opinion, Wenyu's death probably wasn't just due to illness. It might only be a cover-up story to hide something from the public. If we start investigating the hospital where Wenyu passed away, we may uncover some clues. After hearing these words from Jiang Fei, Su Ningyan quickly snapped back to reality and hurried after her. Mr. Jiang, aren't you going to ask me how I knew about this matter? If you don't want to say, and Xiao Heng doesn't want to say either, that means there must be your own way of handling it. Jiang Fei turned around with a faint smile and told Su Ningyan, and I know clearly why you've done this. If the result is ultimately in my favor, then it's fine. If I were to pry too much and force you to give excuses, or even lie to me, then I would lose the meaning of asking in the first place. Jiang Fei's understanding brought a sudden sting to Su Ningyan's eyes. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fei smiled and gently brushed the stray strands of hair out of Su Ningyan's face. Well, safety comes first, and the rest, I won't interfere anymore. Su Ningyan nodded vigorously. Mr. Jiang, if you trust us, we will definitely help you find out the real reason. Good. Not until evening did Jiang Fei finally bid farewell to Su Ningyan and Jiang Heng. As soon as she left, Su Ningyan recounted everything Jiang Fei had questioned them about earlier to Jiang Heng, emphasizing the questions Jiang Fei had raised. Jiang Heng abruptly stood up from his chair and moved toward the room. Su Ningyan was about to follow him in to assist, but Jiang Heng stopped her at the doorway. It'll take a long time. You staying inside won't do anything anyway. I'll let you know once I've made some progress. This might not be easy to investigate. Su Ningyan paused for a moment. First try checking for medical records in hospitals in Jiangqing. But if all traces of her life can be erased, it's likely that hospital records might also be erased. Just as Jiang Heng was about to agree, someone suddenly came to mind. He pondered silently for a while, and then said, Can you help me with something? What is it? Do you remember Zhou Sicong? Jiang Heng glanced at the phone in Su Ningyan's hand. Contact Su Zhuqing and see if she can get Zhou Sicong's contact information for you. Zhou Sicong works in the most advanced hospital system in Jiangqing. If when you went to their hospital, he should be able to find relevant archived data. Online records can be erased, but paper ones are harder to erase. Su Ningyan looked troubled at him. That might not be a good idea. What if he refuses? It would be very awkward. He won't refuse. After making this statement, Jiang Heng walked into the room and began working at his computer. Not wanting to disturb him further, Su Ningyan hesitated with her phone in hand, trying to think of how to ask Su Zhuqing for the number. After much deliberation, she finally sent a message asking. But to her surprise, Su Zhuqing didn't ask any extra questions. She directly gave Su Ningyan the number. Suspiciously, Su Ningyan quickly replied, Sister Zhuqing, aren't you curious why I need this number? Su Zhuqing, who was on a call with Jiang Fei, simply replied, No, I'm not. Had Jiang Fei not mentioned beforehand that Su Ningyan and Jiang Heng already knew about Wenyu, she would absolutely be curious. But knowing the situation now, she naturally understood what Su Ningyan needed the number for. One more person investigating would mean one more force helping Fei Fei. Sharing a number was nothing but helpful. I've given Ningyan Zhou Sicong's phone number, Su Zhuqing said, patting her full stomach. Let's see if your dear brother and assistant can pull off something big. Jiang Fei slowed her car down to just over 50 miles per hour, delaying her return to Xinghebei. She gently stepped on the gas pedal and said, We're not sure if we'll find out anything, but it's better to try than do nothing. Ningyan really is a simple girl. You should count yourself lucky to have such an assistant. Su Zhuqing sighed. I haven't found an assistant that suits me yet. She picked up an apple from the coffee table and took a bite. By the way, Zhuang Jing's identity has been figured out. What do you plan to do next? I'm still unsure how to proceed, Jiang Fei said hesitantly. Asking someone about the cause of their daughter's death is like sprinkling salt on an open wound. Instead of asking about her daughter's cause of death, why don't you ask if she had any relationship with Fu Yunting before? Su Zhuqing chewed on her apple as she suggested. Since it's inconvenient for you to ask, I'll do it for you. This way, we avoid unnecessary complications. Don't go. Jiang Fei quickly responded. Zhuang Jing has mental health issues. Although she seemed fine when I met her last time, hospital records can't be fake. If you suddenly show up and manage not to provoke her, good. But if you do, there'll be more trouble than necessary. Mental illness? Su Zhuqing's thoughts immediately returned to the scene where Jiang Fei was bullied by an assistant's mother. Even though Jiang Fei could defend herself, dealing with mentally unstable people was always unpredictable. She rubbed her arms and said, "All right, best to stay away from people like that." Exactly. Jiang Fei drove into the Star River Bay Villa area. By the way, Zhuqing, can you find out which school when you used to teach at? That information wasn't in the materials you gave me last time. Good Chongming must know. Su Zhuqing finished her apple and threw it into the trash. I'll visit him in a couple of days. Jiang Fei glanced at the gift she had bought for Su Zhuqing in the passenger seat. Don't bother him during holidays. Don't want to ruin his mood. We'll meet for lunch tomorrow to discuss our next steps. Sure, see you tomorrow. I'll send you a link to a restaurant later. Chapter 210. Is that really all? When Jiang Fei returned home, Assistant N and Fu Yunting were in the living room. Upon hearing her come back, both of them stopped their conversation. Assistant N stood up immediately and greeted Jiang Fei with a slight nod. "Mrs., you're back." Jiang Fei nodded, changed into slippers, and was about to go upstairs when Fu Yunting spoke coldly. "Do you even know your own physical condition?" At this, Assistant N quickly left the villa, leaving only Fu Yunting and Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei didn't respond to Fu Yunting's words. She headed towards the kitchen. Just as she opened the fridge door, Fu Yunting's footsteps echoed from behind. Pretending not to hear, Jiang Fei took out the milk and grabbed a cup to pour it with indifference. Fu Yunting stepped beside her, snatching the milk from Jiang Fei's hands. He tested its temperature and frowned. "Are you really going to drink it like that?" Jiang Fei looked at him, irritated. "Fu Yunting, I'm an adult. I understand very well that I shouldn't drink chilled milk under this weather." Fu Yunting picked up the empty cup on the counter, poured the milk into it, then located the microwave oven in the kitchen and placed the milk inside. After placing it, Fu Yunting halted his actions. Unable to hold herself back, Jiang Fei sighed and said beside him, "Don't trouble Mr. Fu himself with such trivial matters. Please step out." She pressed the time button. The light in the microwave lit up just as Fu Yunting's voice sounded near her ear. "I have 3 days off. Is there anywhere you'd like to go?" Surprised, Jiang Fei looked at him suspiciously. "Fu Yunting, what exactly do you want?" Fu Yunting, literal meaning. Jiang Fei let out a cold laugh, sarcasm gradually rising in her expression. "You wouldn't be suggesting taking me on vacation, would you?" Fu Yunting responded indifferently with a faint but his response did not evoke a trace of happiness within Jiang Fei. If in the past, hearing those words would have excited her enough to keep her up all night, now, they simply struck her as absurd. "All you want are these 2 children in my stomach." Jiang Fei's hand rested on the counter, clenching slightly. "Rest assured, I will give birth to them. There's no need for you to play these false games to keep me steady." The microwave beeped, but Jiang Fei did not rush to take the milk. Instead, she stared at Fu Yunting's face, gradually becoming colder as she awaited his response. Fu Yunting abruptly yanked open the microwave door, removed the steaming hot milk inside, and placed it on the countertop. His eyes meeting hers in the dim glow, filled with some anger, his tone was deep and grave as he reminded her. "Since you understand, stay still and don't run around recklessly. Otherwise." Fu Yunting stepped closer to Jiang Fei, narrowing his eyes slightly. "If anything happens, the consequences will be too much for you to bear." "What could possibly happen?" Jiang Fei raised her head to look directly at his icy eyes. "Apart from those 2 people by your side, who else would harm me?" Fu Yunting's handsome face tightened progressively. "There's no evidence pointing to them harming you." "No evidence or something else?" Jiang Fei became more emotionally agitated. "Fu Yunting, given your abilities, finding the truth should be easy for you. In the last 2 days, you haven't even bothered to explain a single word to me. Can I assume that you already know who's the real mastermind behind this, but choose to shield and protect them instead? So you don't tell me? What answer are you hoping for?" Fu Yunting furrowed his brows tightly. "Those people insist it was all about the money. I had Assistant and check through every call record and transaction record of theirs, and there wasn't even a trace to follow. I can't stand listening anymore." At Fu Yunting's last sentence, Jiang Fei almost couldn't help but leave the kitchen. No traces? Clearly, it was targeted at her. Fu Yunting knew perfectly well what happened when she went to see Ning Han that day. The situation was right before their eyes, yet he continued to act deaf and dumb, covering it up. Then, what was there left to say? Fu Yunting hastily seized Jiang Fei's hand. "Jiang Fei, tell me, what do you intend to do? If you want to interrogate them personally, I can take you tomorrow. I don't want to do anything." Jiang Fei was utterly infuriated and violently shook off Fu Yunting's grip. Her hand accidentally hit the milk cup, sending it crashing to the ground, breaking loudly. Scalding hot milk simultaneously splashed onto her calf, causing her to involuntarily gasp from pain. Fu Yunting's black eyes suddenly tightened, and without hesitation, he bent down and scooped up Jiang Fei in his arms, hurrying into the living room. "And Yen," Fu Yunting called out toward the door, an assistant and swiftly rushed in from outside. Seeing Jiang Fei's skirt and stockings soaked in large patches, assistant and stood stunned in the spot. "Fu, go get the first aid kit." Fu Yunting, with a stern look on his handsome face, knelt down on one knee beside Jiang Fei, carefully grabbing her ankle and tearing her stocking apart. Assistant and quickly fetched the medical kit, and then hurriedly brought a basin of cool water and a towel. Fu Yunting dampened the towel, placing it on Jiang Fei's reddened calf. Jiang Fei instinctively tried to pull her leg back, but Fu Yunting held her firmly in place. "Don't move." Fu Yunting flipped the towel over, applied it for a few seconds, then dampened it again to reapply it. The water from the undried towel dripped down Jiang Fei's calf onto Fu Yunting's pants. Jiang Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as she intently watched every move Fu Yunting made. Her rationality, her thoughts, seemed to be completely stripped away by Fu Yunting's subconscious care and actions. When the swelling and redness had slightly subsided, Fu Yunting finally lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Fei's bewildered eyes. Does it still hurt? Jiang Fei stiffly shook her head, watching as Fu Yunting sighed in relief and proceeded to apply burn ointment with his thin lips slightly parted. The moment the cool and sticky ointment touched her skin, her awareness gradually returned. Looking down at Fu Yunting, who was behaving both attentively and meticulously, Jiang Fei involuntarily tightened her lips. He didn't love her, he only valued the child she carried. But, was that all there was to it? When she was in danger, he had jumped into the seawater with her, which wasn't fake. Relocating to Xinghe Bay to live together with her wasn't an act either. And his immediate response last night, carrying her over to treat the scald, showed no signs of pretense. But when had these changes in his emotions and feelings toward her started? Her heartstrings were mysteriously stirred, and Jiang Fei could clearly hear the accelerated beat of her heart. Yet she dared not imagine that the hope she had endured through 3 years of bitterness, to be treated differently by him, was actually starting to come true right when she wanted to go crazy and divorce him. Chapter 2:11 Pretend not to hear. It doesn't hurt anymore. Jiang Fei responded with a muffled voice. Fu Yunting carried Jiang Fei horizontally from the sofa back to the bedroom. After placing her on the bed, he straightened up and asked, "What do you want for dinner?" Jiang Fei leaned against the headboard. "Anything is fine." Fu Yunting gave a faint hum. "I'll have Yin go buy it, and I'll let him bring it over later. I still have a long-distance video conference. Go ahead and busy yourself." Jiang Fei never looked at Fu Yunting again throughout this time. After he left the room, she bent her leg slightly to check her injury. Fortunately, not much area had been splashed on, and Fu Yunting handled it quickly. Now, except for a small patch of redness with a slight stinging sensation, there was no other issue. She laid her leg flat and pulled the small blanket at the edge of the bed over her calf. Closing her eyes and about to rest when thoughts of Su Ningen and Jiang Heng's conversation surfaced in her mind. After carefully going through their dialogue once more, Jiang Fei suddenly furrowed her brows. Wait, how did Xiao Hong and Su Ningen find out about Wenyu? Thinking about the black bag in the study, Jiang Fei's heart started racing. She had a strong feeling now that Xiao Hong had switched what was inside, and it absolutely contained records related to her father. There was a 90% chance that her father also wrote something about Wenyu. Her father and Wenyu. How did they meet? What kind of connection existed between these two people? If nothing special happened, her father would never write Wenyu's name, nor would Xiao Hong investigate matters related to Wenyu. Sensing that the truth was about to surface, Jiang Fei couldn't sit still on the bed. She quickly grabbed her phone and sent Su Zhuqing a message. "Ningen, change the plan tomorrow. Find a way to take Ningen and Jiang Heng camping outside." Su Zhuqing replied with a question mark. Jiang Fei glanced at the bedroom door, being careful not to be heard by Fu Yunting, and decided to slowly explain everything to Su Zhuqing via typing. She explained about the swap in the study and about how Xiao Hong and Su Ningen knew about Wenyu. After Su Zhuqing read all the messages, she replied with a look of shock. "How could your father know Wenyu?" Jiang Fei. "I don't know either, but whatever Xiao Hong took away must be related to things my father recorded. I need to get it back to understand what exactly happened 3 years ago." Su Zhuqing. "Why not ask Xiao Hong directly for it?" Jiang Fei. "I've already asked Xiao Hong, but he outright lied to me. It only means that he doesn't want me to see its contents." Thinking about Jiang Heng's reminder that day as he left Xinghe Bay, where he told her to stay away from Fu Yunting, she added, "If I try to ask Xiao Hong again now, and he continues lying, then it will be much harder for me to find this notebook in the future." Su Zhuqing. "All right, I understand. After I pick them up tomorrow morning, I'll message you." After coordinating with Su Zhuqing, Jiang Fei still found it difficult to close her eyes and rest. Not long after, assistant and delivered the food, conveniently helping Jiang Fei open the packaging box and passing her the chopsticks. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Fei spoke from her place on the couch, asking, "Where is Fu Yunting holding the meeting?" "Assistant and Mr. Fu went to the company for the meeting. This study can't be used, so if you have anything, I can relay it to Mr. Fu for you." Jiang Fei slowly picked up the chopsticks next to the bowl. "How's your mother doing recently?" Assistant and opened his mouth slightly, unsure why Jiang Fei would suddenly ask such a question. After some thought, he counter-asked, "What does Mrs. Jiang wish to say?" Jiang Fei pulled out a tissue and repeatedly wiped the disposable chopsticks. "What's the relationship between Fu Yunting and Wenyu?" Assistant and's pupils contracted immediately. Instinctively, he tried to cover up, but Jiang Fei interrupted again. "That day in Rongqing, when you and Fu Yunting came to pick me up at the entrance of the neighborhood where Zhuang Jing lived, both of you had very peculiar expressions. Was it because you were afraid I would discover something, or that something would happen to me?" Upon hearing these words from Jiang Fei, assistant and felt his forehead pulsating. "Mrs. Jiang." Assistant and took a deep breath and advised, "You've seen how much Mr. Fu has changed lately. Some things are not within my authority to interfere with or discuss. All I can say is that Mr. Fu will definitely not be like before towards you." "Definitely." Jiang Fei played with the steaming bowl of rice before her. "What if I mention Wenyu to Fu Yunting?" "Mrs. Jiang." Assistant and clenched his fists tightly. "Why do you insist on believing that there's a relationship between Wenyu and Mr. Fu? Even if there is, what benefit would knowing bring to you? Is it not enough that Mr. Fu has already changed his mind?" Jiang Fei slammed her chopsticks down and turned to look at Assistant In, her face void of emotion as she questioned him. If you were in my position and you knew your father's death might have something to do with this woman, would you so easily ignore it and ask no questions? Jiang Fei stood up, walking step by step toward Assistant In. When you had such incredible abilities that she entered the association at a young age, yet there's not a single trace of her online. Only Fu Yunting could have the power to erase all evidence of her existence. Wen Yu's death was not a simple case of illness. If my father mentioned Wen Yu, it must mean they had some deep connection. Assistant In was astonished that Jiang Fei already knew so much. His heart raced as he wanted to ask Jiang Fei why she knew about Wen Yu, but he realized speaking too much could lead to mistakes. Deciding against further questions, he replied bluntly, I don't know what Mrs. Jiang is talking about, and I will pretend none of this conversation happened. After saying that, Assistant In turned around and left the bedroom. Jiang Fei stared darkly at his retreating back, shifting emotions flickering across her face. She stood rooted in place for a long time before turning away and heading back to the couch to sit down. A lot of things had already started making sense in her mind, and combined with Assistant In's final words before leaving, she was now certain her assumptions were correct. She never expected that investigating Fu Yunting's past and uncovering her father's mysterious events from 3 years ago would all be so strangely linked to Wen Yu. The intertwined connections of these three people sent waves of ominous foreboding crashing through Jiang Fei's chest. The next morning, around 10 o'clock, Su Zhuqing sent Jiang Fei a message, informing her that she had taken Jiang Heng and Su Ningen away. Jiang Fei hurriedly changed into appropriate clothes and went downstairs, only to find Fu Yunting sitting in the living room reviewing some documents. Her foot froze on the last step of the staircase as she quickly brainstormed an excuse for leaving. Chapter 212. How could he be a fool? Before she could think further, Fu Yunting's deep voice echoed from the living room. How long do you plan to stand at the stairwell staring at me? He calmly flipped through some documents without looking back, as if the person who just said those words wasn't him. Jiang Fei, gripping the railing lightly, took a breath and walked towards the living room. I bought Jiqing a bracelet to give her as a New Year's gift. Fu Yunting closed the file in his hands and looked up at Jiang Fei. Letting Yin send you there. Jiang Fei was about to refuse but thought that if she didn't agree, she might not leave the house all day. Alright, then it's a bother for Assistant In to come with me. Fu Yunting had no suspicion at all, letting Jiang Fei go out of the door accompanied by Assistant In. As the car drove out of the Xinghe Bay gates, Jiang Fei opened her mouth before Assistant and made the turn. Go see Jiang Heng first. Hearing this, Assistant In glanced into the rearview mirror at Jiang Fei sitting behind him. Madam, the things I said last night were too harsh. Don't take them to heart. Your situation decides what you should and shouldn't say. Jiang Fei gazed at the vast blue sky. It's not something I can't understand. Assistant In gripped the steering wheel tighter. If Jiang Fei had taken offense, saying a few words to him would have actually made him feel better. But the more she showed that she didn't care, the more uncomfortable he felt. Indeed, many things left him with no choice. Offending Madame Jiang or Mr. Fu would mean he'd be the first one to face consequences, even if he was selfish. The silent ride continued until they reached the building's entrance where Assistant In chose to wait inside the car. Jiang Fei arrived upstairs, unlocked the door using a fingerprint scan, and entered the house. She didn't head directly to Jiang Heng's room, but instead pushed open the door to her mother's old bedroom. If it were her, she would certainly never store something valuable in her own room just to avoid being found. Jiang Fei stared at the wardrobe and drawers, deciding to start searching the closet. Half an hour passed, and despite going through every corner, Jiang Fei hadn't discovered any notebook, forcing her to turn her search to Jiang Heng's room. Not missing even under the bed, yet still coming up empty-handed. What Jiang Fei didn't know was that all her actions were closely watched by Jiang Heng. With his phone raised, he watched Jiang Fei through the surveillance camera and then lowered his eyes to glance at the diary tucked in his embrace. When Su Zhuqing came to pick them up for camping earlier, seeing that Jiang Fei wasn't among them, Jiang Heng knew this trip couldn't simply be casual enjoyment. His sister's thinking was meticulous, yet she probably didn't realize that he, coming from the same womb, wasn't someone to be underestimated. So, before heading out, he'd already secured the diary within himself, preventing Jiang Fei from finding it. Nearby, Su Zhuqing was preparing fruit when she noticed Jiang Heng holding a mobile phone, but his gaze wasn't actually on it. It was peeking through the gap in his coat. Slowing down, Su Zhuqing quietly put down her items and circled around, carefully approaching Jiang Heng from behind. Unaware of his surroundings, Jiang Heng didn't notice Su Zhuqing tiptoeing up close, trying to look over his shoulder. Only after catching his reflection in the screen did Jiang Heng abruptly turn to see Su Zhuqing behind him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned, Su Zhuqing swiftly reached out and snatched the diary straight out of his arms. Reacting quickly, Jiang Heng stood up intending to reclaim it, but Su Zhuqing skillfully stepped back several steps to evade his hand. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Heng demanded sharply, "Give me my diary back." Su Zhuqing, holding the diary, questioned while eyeing him. "Isn't this the item your sister said you switched?" Jiang Heng kept his handsome face serious. "Zhuqing sister, please respect my privacy and return my property." "It's not just your property," Su Zhuqing challenged seriously. "Isn't this your father's diary?" A spark ignited in Jiang Heng's eyes. "Whether it is or not, you've taken it without my permission, an act lacking proper etiquette. And stealing it from your sister without her consent shows your respect to her." As Su Zhuqing moved to flip open the diary to examine it, Jiang Heng bolted forward, quickly seizing it away right as she opened it, and putting it back in his arms. Gradually, Su Zhuqing's expression cooled down. "Jiang Heng, what exactly is written inside?" Why don't you want your sister to know? There's nothing for me to say. Jiang Heng sat back onto the reclining chair. Just as Su Zhuqing intended to step forward again to question, Su Ningen returned with the barbecue supplies right beside them. Su Ningen had faintly heard the sound of an argument while approaching, and now, seeing both individuals with unpleasant expressions, she set down the barbecue supplies with concern and inquired, "Did you two have a fight?" Unable to get any information from Jiang Heng, Su Zhuqing could only turn to Su Ningen and ask, "Ningen, what exactly is written in the diary that Xiao Heng is hiding in his arms?" Su Ningen was taken aback, not expecting that Su Zhuqing had already found out about the diary. Her expression turning uneasy, she glanced at Jiang Heng, but before he could respond, Su Zhuqing asked sternly once more, "Ningen, answer my question. You don't need to force her to answer you." Jiang Heng suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at Su Zhuqing. "Why must you torment others so much?" "Torment others?" Su Zhuqing pointed at herself. "Am I the one tormenting others? Do you even know that your sister has been tirelessly searching for the real reason behind your father's death? If this diary contains something related to your father's past, do you realize how much trouble keeping it hidden might cause for your sister?" Jiang Heng tightly pressed his lips together, refusing to respond to Su Zhuqing's words. Su Zhuqing was so angry her eyes nearly shot fire. "Jiang Heng, can you even understand what I'm saying? You're no longer a kid. Can you stop being so unreasonable?" "Mo, Zhuqing's sister." Su Ningen nervously cut in. Jiang Heng does have his own thoughts and troubles. "Zhuqing's sister, can't you give him some time? So you know what's written in there too?" Su Zhuqing was practically losing her mind. "Are you two even on Zhang Fei's side?" "Of course we are," Su Ningen hurriedly explained. "But Zhuqing's sister, some things aren't as simple as you think. We've carefully considered everything, and decided it would be better not to let manager Jiang know about this for now." "And the reason?" "Because." "No reason." Jiang Heng angrily interrupted Su Ningen. "In short, I will not hand over the diary now, nor will I tell you or my sister what is inside." Chapter 213, Telling Zhang Fei. His bitter yet determined tone made Su Zhuqing suddenly feel somewhat powerless. Though this matter was so important to Zhang Fei, she truly could not figure out why Jiang Heng would act this way. Was it that he felt gratified seeing Zhang Fei suffer like this now? Su Ningen's eyes darted back and forth between the two angry faces. After a heavy pause, she slowly spoke up. "Jiang Heng, I think we should tell Sister Zhuqing about this. Sister Zhuqing is older than us, more experienced in worldly matters, and will surely have deeper insights into many things. Listening to her opinion, I think, is also fine. Moreover, Sister Zhuqing already knows that you have this diary in your possession. If you do not reveal your hidden reasons, Sister Zhuqing will certainly inform General Manager Jiang." Su Zhuqing did not know for a moment how to persuade Jiang Heng, so she simply followed what Su Ningen said and sat down in front of Jiang Heng accordingly. "Ningen's meaning is pretty much my thought too. If you don't speak today, I will go home and tell Zhang Fei about this." Jiang Heng lowered his gaze and stared at the yellowing grass underfoot. His expression seemed to waver slightly. Su Zhuqing stopped talking, and Su Ningen did not urge any further. Some things just needed to be hinted at. The rest still depended on Jiang Heng himself to figure out and decide. Su Zhuqing looked at the strings of raw meat before her, then glanced at Jiang Heng who still had his lips tightly pursed without a word. She stood up, picked up the skewers, and said to Su Ningen, "Let's go barbecue." Su Ningen anxiously looked at Jiang Heng, silently nodded, and stood up following Su Zhuqing towards the barbecue stand. Jiang Heng watched their busy figures, and the reminder from Su Ningen kept echoing in his mind. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the diary book in his embrace, stood up, and walked over to Su Zhuqing, saying, "I'll tell." Su Zhuqing paused her movements, surprised to see Jiang Heng coming to his senses. She wiped her hands with a napkin nearby, and said, "All right, let's sit and talk." The two returned to their seats. Jiang Heng handed over the diary book in his arms for Su Zhuqing to read through. Su Zhuqing's expression changed from initial calmness to anger and uncontrollable trembling all over. Her breathing gradually became faster, and her eyes reddened quite a bit. Finally, after some time, she slammed the diary shut with a pa sound and forced herself to hold back the tears in her eyes. After pausing for quite some time, she sniffled, handing the diary book back to Jiang Heng. "You probably understand the reason I didn't say anything." Jiang Heng placed the diary back into his embrace. "I believe that knowing now, you wouldn't easily divulge this matter to my sister. How should I tell Fei Fei?" Su Zhuqing was still deeply trapped in the shock brought by the diary, her voice even slightly quivering. "Am I supposed to tell her that there's something suspicious about her father's death?" Su Zhuqing tightly bit her lower lip, not considering whether Fei Fei is pregnant or not. The key point is that we cannot currently help her verify the true cause of her father's death. Who exactly these people are, what they have to do with Wenyu, we have no clue about any of this. Speaking now would only add to her troubles. Hearing Su Zhuqing say this, Jiang Heng quietly exhaled with relief. "Also, my sister has decided to have these two children. Talking too much about this will only affect her decision." Jiang Heng lowered his gaze, hiding the pain he felt for Jiang Fei in his eyes. Su Zhuqing wiped the wetness at the corners of her eyes with a tissue. "Furthermore, if our father's death has anything to do with Fu Yunting, will you tell your sister? The child doesn't belong solely to Fu Yunting." Jiang Heng lifted his gaze, seriously locking onto Su Zhuqing's eyes. "That's also my sister's child. Though they carry the blood of an enemy, they are innocent." For Jiang Heng's words, Su Zhuqing was greatly shocked. She originally thought Jiang Heng would find it hard to accept the child inside Jiang Fei, but never expected him to consider the two children as Jiang Fei's as well. Su Zhuqing sighed heavily. Judging by Feifei's words, it seems like you've mastered hacking skills, am I right? When it was clearly mentioned, Jiang Heng dropped the pretense, still not very proficient. I'm learning a lot of things. So you plan to use what you've learned to help your sister uncover the truth from those years ago? Su Zhuqing adjusted her coat. That's good, but you need to be careful. I know. Just as the two fell silent, Su Ningen came over with a handful of cooked meat skewers. She placed the skewers on the plate, sat down beside Su Zhuqing, and after hesitating a few times, said, Actually, I've considered a lot these past few days. I wonder if you can listen to my thoughts. Both Su Zhuqing and Jiang Heng turned their gazes toward her. Su Ningen gripped the skewer in her hand tightly. What if one day General Manager Jiang finds out that we've kept this from her? Will she be angry with us? After all, she has always been deeply troubled by these matters. We can't keep hiding things from her under the excuse of doing it for her own good or helping to uncover the truth. It's up to General Manager Jiang herself to weigh how to make a choice, not for us to make all the decisions for her. Hearing this, Su Zhuqing turned her head toward Jiang Heng. What do you think? Jiang Heng frowned slightly. If my sister suffers a miscarriage due to this, who would take responsibility for the consequences? This. Su Ningen was at a loss on how to respond to Jiang Heng's question. Not just her, even Su Zhuqing was stumped by this issue. If it weren't for the child, they probably wouldn't have so many concerns. Sister Zhuqing. Suddenly, Su Ningen turned to Su Zhuqing and said, You are the one who spends the most time with General Manager Jiang, and she definitely doesn't know that you're aware of the diary. Could you try to probe her feelings about this? Su Zhuqing thought for a moment and asked, Should I indirectly ask her whether she would still want the child if her father's death had anything to do with Fu Yunting? Yes. Su Ningen nodded hurriedly. First see what General Manager Jiang says, then we'll discuss whether to tell her the truth. All right, I'll try to ask her later. Good. Jiang Fei, returning fruitlessly, did not go back directly to Xinghe Bay, but instead had assistant and drop her off at the resort where Su Zhuqing and Jiang Heng were staying. When she arrived, the three of them were playing landlord. As Jiang Fei and assistant approached, Su Ningen was the first to look up. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, she suddenly stood up from where she was sitting. General Manager Jiang. You came. Jiang Fei nodded at her, and then said to assistant and behind her, Sit down and eat something as well. Madam. Assistant and looked uneasy. How long do you plan to stay here? Mr. Fu is still waiting for you at home. If he finds out you came here to play, I will surely get scolded. Jiang Fei. Since we are here, let's settle down and relax. Chapter 214, Unimaginable Messages. Seeing that Jiang Fei had no intention of going back, assistant and simply sat down beside them. Su Ningen put down the cards in his hand and hurried to make barbecue skewers for Jiang Fei. Su Ziking, on the other hand, glanced at assistant and leaned close to Jiang Fei to ask, Fei, would you accompany me to the restroom? Jiang Fei nodded and stood up, saying, Sure, I was just about to go. The two of them got up and walked towards the restroom. Upon seeing this, assistant and wanted to follow to protect Jiang Fei, but Jiang Heng raised his eyes and asked him, Do you plan to go into the women's restroom as well? No. Assistant and quickly defended himself. It's just that President Fu instructed me to stay by Mrs. S side every moment to ensure her safety. My sister has Su Ant with her. Do you think Su Ant's abilities are inferior to yours? Assistant and remembered the day when Su Ziking single-handedly took on 6 people to save Su Ningen. He hastily shook his head. No, Miss Su is stronger than me. Jiang Heng turned his gaze away from him and stared at the retreating figures of Jiang Fei and Su Ziking. Consequently, assistant and closed his mouth and sat down again in his seat. On the way to the restroom, Su Ziking pretended to inquire innocently. How about it? Did you find anything? Jiang Fei let out a sigh regretfully and stuffed her hands into her pockets. I don't know where Xiao Heng hid it. I've almost looked everywhere, but found nothing. As she spoke, Jiang Fei cast a sidelong glance at Su Ziking. Did he mention anything to you here? What could he say? Su Ziking countered. He didn't even tell you, his own older sister. Should I expect him to talk to me? Jiang Fei pursed her lips slightly. I sometimes can't quite figure out what Xiao Heng is thinking. Kids who haven't even grown any hair yet have generational gaps with us. How can you expect to understand them? Su Ziking said with feigned nonchalance. Then, she added, however. Su Ziking paused in her steps. Do you think among the things your father left behind, there might be something so embarrassing it shouldn't be revealed? Confused, Jiang Fei looked at her. What do you mean by embarrassing things? You've interacted with my father. How could he possibly do anything like that? Jiang Fei's tone carried a hint of agitation, and Su Ziking quickly explained, No. What I mean is, could it be that he doesn't want you to know certain things, which is why Xiao Heng refuses to tell you? Jiang Fei furrowed her eyebrows lightly. I don't know. Su Ziking placed her arm around Jiang Fei. Fei, let's dare to speculate boldly. Suppose Fu Yunting were Wenyu's boyfriend, and suppose Wenyu's death had something to do with your father, or even further, if your father's death was caused by her passing. Would you still keep the child in your belly? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei tightened her brows more severely. Where do all these speculations come from? Didn't Xiao Heng say anything to you? Su Ziking's heart jolted momentarily. She knew that some of these subtle hints would raise suspicion in Jiang Fei. Her intelligence and analytical skills already surpassed those of Su Ziking, a lawyer, making her acutely aware of deeper implications embedded within such hypothetical statements. Defending herself with a slight headache, Su Ziking insisted, No, it's just my guess. Xiao Heng must have learned about Wenyu from something your father left behind. It's highly likely that the two events have some connection. Jiang Fei reached up and tucked her windblown hair behind her ear. So what you're asking me is, if Fu Yunting participated in my father's death, would I still keep the child? Yeah, that's what I mean. It would be blood vengeance. Jiang Fei pressed her lips tightly together, and her gaze gradually turned cold. With the stakes of such hatred being so high, do you think I would keep the enemy's offspring inside me? Su Ziqing couldn't help but glance at Jiang Fei's stomach. But Fei, this is your child too. Yes, they carry my bloodline as well. But have you considered how they will face our relationship with Fu Yunting after they are born? And how will I face them? Indeed, Su Ziqing hadn't thought about how the children would handle the situation. If Jiang Fei confirms that there exists a relationship of resentment between her and Fu Yunting, then it's obvious that she won't continue any entanglement with him. When the children are born, Jiang Fei certainly cannot explain to her kids that the reason she's separated from their father is because of a blood feud between their families. That would be too harsh a blow for the children. After pondering for a while, Su Ziqing asked another question. Then let me change topics. If your father indirectly caused Wen Yu's death, what would you plan to do? Jiang Fei clearly did not expect Su Ziqing to ask her this. Her face stiffened until it felt numb, and her mind went blank. She was completely unable to calmly consider and analyze the situation. She had an indescribable feeling. She felt that Su Ziqing must have learned something. And all these things were also what Xiao Heng had told her. They hesitated to speak it out straightforwardly, considering the child in her womb. What can I do? Jiang Fei, after a long while, let out a bitter remark. There will always be someone who needs to bear all the consequences of his mistakes. Even if it's my father, he is no exception. Jiang Fei turned around and started walking slowly forward. If someone makes a mistake, it should be handled by law, not through personal vendettas. If I have to say something precise, if it was indeed my father that indirectly caused someone's death, then Fu Yunting would have no right to take away my father's life just like that. Su Ziqing followed closely by Jiang Fei's side. So regardless of the outcome, as long as you confirm, you won't keep the child, is that correct? How could I carry the child while bearing all these burdens? Jiang Fei's voice grew increasingly cold. Ziqing, if you were me, could you ignore everything and bear the child? That would definitely be impossible. The two remained silent as they walked to the restroom entrance. Jiang Fei looked at Su Ziqing's worried face reflected in the mirror and asked again in a grave tone. Do you know already? Huh. Su Ziqing glanced at Jiang Fei with some panic. Jiang Fei fixed her eyes on Su Ziqing's every emotion. I mean, you know some things, and the reason you hid them from me is because of the child. Su Ziqing opened her mouth but closed it again without saying anything, pondering for a moment before opening her mouth again. However, there were some words she couldn't utter despite trying to force them out of her throat. Jiang Fei gave a cynical laugh. In the end, I can't keep the child. Fei. Su Ziqing looked at Jiang Fei, whose brows revealed immense restrained pain. Things aren't clear yet. Is it too early to make a decision now? Jiang Fei clenched her fists tightly and took a deep breath. It has come to this point. We might as well investigate directly. Chapter 215, An Endless Tangle. How do you plan to investigate? Su Zhuzheng waved away the unpleasant smell in the air. Are we going to Rongqing to find someone? After these few days of vacation are over, let's make a trip to Rongqing. Alright, I'll just wait for your notice. After spending 2 hours at the resort, Jiang Fei called an assistant and went back to Xinghe Bay. Before getting out of the car, Jiang Fei heard an assistant making a phone call. The gist was that Fu Yunting might be on a business trip to another city for a few days. The information came quite timely, sparing Jiang Fei the trouble of finding an excuse to go out. When Jiang Fei returned, Fu Yunting was on a call. After exchanging glances, Jiang Fei quickened her steps upstairs. Fortunately, Fu Yunting didn't finish his work at hand, leaving him no time to ask Jiang Fei where she had been today. For the next 2 days, Jiang Fei stayed in the villa without going out, and Fu Yunting did not suggest taking her on a trip either. Even though they were in the same villa, Jiang Fei rarely saw Fu Yunting. During meals, Fu Yunting was constantly busy on the phone, and the two hadn't exchanged more than 10 sentences in 2 days. On Thursday morning, after having breakfast with Jiang Fei, Fu Yunting wiped his lips with a napkin and said, I have a 3-day business trip. Are you coming with me or staying in Jiang City? I don't want the hassle. Jiang Fei coldly refused. I still need to make time to go to the hospital tomorrow and the day after for prenatal checks. Fu Yunting gave a faint Ms. Zhang is here. Tell her if you need anything. Jiang Fei drank a sip of milk. Leaving this morning? Fu Yunting glanced at the gloomy weather outside. There will be a torrential downpour this afternoon. We have to leave in the morning. Upon mentioning the weather, Jiang Fei instinctively moved her hand to grab her phone to check the forecast. But thinking that Fu Yunting was still there, checking it now could arouse suspicion, so she suppressed the urge. After Ms. Zhang finished packing Fu Yunting's luggage, assistant and carried the luggage to the car. As Fu Yunting fastened his tie and looked at Jiang Fei, his slightly darkened eyes seemed filled with worry. I've arranged 3 bodyguards for you. Remember to take them with you when you go out. Jiang Fei peeled an orange without lifting her gaze, nodding indifferently. This distant behavior made Fu Yunting especially irritated, but his work time was pressing, he couldn't afford to delve into it. Putting on his coat, he turned and walked away. The moment the door closed behind him, Jiang Fei shed all her calm demeanor and immediately grabbed the phone from the coffee table to check the weather. Just as Fu Yunting had said, there would be a 90% chance of torrential rain that afternoon, and the weather would remain bad for the following 2 days. It was rare for such heavy rainfall to occur in winter. Anxiety-stricken, Jiang Fei opened the flight ticket page, and sure enough, except for the morning flights, tickets for the afternoon and the next couple of days were already paused for sale. Looking at the flights to Rongqing, only one remained for the morning, with very tight timing. Jiang Fei quickly calculated the time needed. If she left right now, she could just catch the flight. She bought 2 tickets quickly, took her down jacket, and strode towards the door. Hearing the commotion in the living room, Ms. Zhang hurried out from the kitchen to ask, "Madam, are you going out?" Jiang Fei slipped her hands into the sleeves, zipped up the jacket, and grabbed her bag off the stand. "I'm going to visit Su Zhuzheng. You don't need to follow me." Without waiting for Ms. Zhang's response, Jiang Fei rushed out of the villa and drove straight to the airport. What Jiang Fei didn't know was that shortly after she left, Ms. Zhang took out her phone and sent a message. She has gone out, saying she's visiting Su Zhuzheng. After sending the message, she pulled another phone out of her pocket. Searching for Fu Yunting's number, she typed a few words, but hesitated on the send button and eventually didn't press it. On the way to the airport, Jiang Fei called Su Zhuzheng. Soon, Su Zhuzheng answered. "I was just about to call you," Su Zhuzheng said anxiously. "Did you see the weather report and the flights? There will be torrential rains for the next few days. Can we still make it?" "Zhuzheng," Jiang Fei interrupted. "I've already booked morning flights to Rongqing. You should start heading there right now. We'll meet up at the airport." Su Zhuzheng quickly held the phone between her shoulder and ear and hurriedly packed her laptop. All right. I'm starting right now." An hour later, both Jiang Fei and Su Zhuzheng arrived at the airport, completing the boarding procedures as fast as possible with perfect timing. Su Zhuzheng adjusted her breath, panting. "We're almost as good as special forces." Jiang Fei pressed her slightly painful abdomen. "If we don't hurry, we'll have to delay, and when Fu Yunting comes back from the business trip, it will be hard for me to get out again." Su Zhuqing looked at her in surprise. "He's on a business trip too?" "Uh-huh." Jiang Fei saw the flight attendant raising her hand and asked for a cup of warm water. "But he didn't tell me where he was going, only that it would be a 3-day trip. So during these 3 days, I must find out everything I want to know." Jiang Fei's serious expression prompted Su Zhuqing to involuntarily look at her hand resting on her stomach. "It seems you really don't intend to keep these 2 babies." At the mention of the children, Jiang Fei's eyes dimmed a little. She leaned back in the seat and curled her lips bitterly. "Am I being a bit too heartless?" Su Zhuqing gently patted Jiang Fei's hand. "In my eyes, you're not heartless, you're brave." Jiang Fei eyed her skeptically at the earnestness in her friend's gaze. "Being brave by aborting the child? No. Su Zhuqing noticed the flight attendant approaching with hot water, so she accepted the cup and handed it to Jiang Fei. After the attendant walked away, she continued, "If you give birth, you'll have to face even more issues later. Your relationship with Fu Yunting will continue to become an endless tangle." Jiang Fei held the warm cup with her cold hands, lost in deep thought as she stared ahead at the chair back. Complex emotions flickered across her face. After a long while, she managed to croak out a hoarse "aha." Evening. Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing stepped off the plane in Rongqing. The sky had turned gloomy, with a drizzle chilling their skin. Su Zhuqing hugged her arms tightly around herself. Fei, let's first find a hotel to stay in." Just as Jiang Fei was about to agree, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from behind. She quickly grabbed Su Zhuqing's hand and scanned their surroundings. Seeing a supporting column nearby, she swiftly pulled Su Zhuqing into its shadow to hide. Confused, Su Zhuqing opened her mouth to ask what was going on, but Jiang Fei quickly covered her mouth, whispering tensely, "Fu Yunting." Su Zhuqing froze for a moment before following Jiang Fei's gaze back toward the arrival gate. Chapter 216, Finding Zhuang Jiying. Sure enough, the figures of Fu Yunting and an assistant appeared before them. To prevent being seen by Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei had no choice but to drag Su Zhuqing around a circle behind a load-bearing pillar. When their figures walked far away, Su Zhuqing then pulled down Jiang Fei's hand and said, "Hey, were we just sitting on the same flight?" Jiang Fei stared at the 2 figures in the distance. "Fu Yunting has a company here. It's normal for him to come here on a business trip. Luckily, we weren't discovered by them." Su Zhuqing patted her chest to calm herself down as Jiang Fei looked toward the nearby coffee shop and said, "Let's have a cup of coffee before leaving." After sitting there for about half an hour, Jiang Fei had selected a hotel, which was next to the residential area where Zhuang Jing lived, less than 5 minutes walk from the neighborhood. After taking a taxi over there and checking in, Su Zhuqing ordered takeout food. She placed the takeaway on the coffee table. "Just in case we're seen by Fu Yunting, let's have dinner here." Jiang Fei didn't care where she ate. Even if the food was good, she wasn't feeling hungry now. She stared at Zhuang Jing's number on her phone, deep in thought. "I'm thinking whether I should go find Zhuang Jing tonight or tomorrow. Why not go sooner?" Su Zhuqing opened the lid of the takeaway box. "You need to get home before Fu Yunting returns. Otherwise, there will be unnecessary trouble." "Will I still worry if he causes trouble when I've found something out?" Jiang Fei gave a bitter laugh and turned off her phone. "Anger is endured either way. Pain is born either way. Whether more or less, it won't make much difference. Don't think too much. Perhaps some things aren't as bad as you imagine." Su Zhuqing handed chopsticks to Jiang Fei. "Eat a bit. I'll accompany you to find Zhuang Jiying." Jiang Fei took the chopsticks and casually ate a few bites of vegetables to fill her stomach. She couldn't finish even a third of the meal before losing her appetite. Su Zhuqing didn't encourage her to eat more. Everyone has times when they lose their appetite due to worries. She picked up her phone and checked the time. It's 6:30. She should be having dinner at home now. "Should we go? Do you remember the place?" "I remember." Jiang Fei picked up the trash and took a deep breath while staring at Su Zhuqing. "So? Shall we go?" "Wait." Su Zhuqing grabbed her bag and pulled out a bottle of anti-wolf spray, handing it to Jiang Fei. "Put this in your pocket. Just in case if Zhuang Jiying acts unpredictably, you can use it to protect yourself." The last time an assistant's mother had an episode taught Su Zhuqing a good lesson, so this time she must be cautious. Jiang Fei did not refuse, putting the item into her pocket. and left the guest room with Su Zhuxing together. The rain outside was heavier than when they arrived. Su Zhuxing borrowed an umbrella from the hotel and walked under it with Jiang Fei through the wind and rain. The biting cold made her shiver uncontrollably in the howling wind. The temperature in Rongqing is lower than in Jiangqing. Su Zhuxing sniffed and sneezed. She glanced at Jiang Fei, who showed no reaction, asking, Fei Fei, are you not cold? Not cold. Jiang Fei also felt strange. Previously, during winter, she was always clinging to Su Zhuxing, but after becoming pregnant, she didn't seem afraid of the cold anymore. Su Zhuxing sucked her nose and hugged Jiang Fei's arm all the way to the entrance of the neighborhood. Following her memory route, Jiang Fei led Su Zhuxing to the building where Zhuang Jing lived. Just preparing to go upstairs, Su Zhuxing suddenly stopped, looking towards the parked luxury car beside. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Fei followed her gaze and saw the black Maybach. Upon recognizing the license plate number, her eyebrows instantly furrowed tightly. Fu Yunting is here. Su Zhuxing's expression stiffened as she looked upward. What now? Should we go upstairs? I don't know. How about waiting here? We'll freeze to death outside. Su Zhuxing looked inside the corridor. Isn't there a fire escape inside? Yes, shall we go there? Absolutely. We must. Su Zhuxing dragged Jiang Fei into the corridor, found the door leading to the fire escape, and walked in after pulling it open. Without the cold wind, Su Zhuxing relaxed somewhat. Looking around, since there was nothing to hold the door open, she didn't close it completely, leaving a small gap. Then she sat on the steps. It seems our guess is correct. There is indeed some connection between Fu Yunting and Wen Yu, although there isn't solid evidence yet. Jiang Fei sat beside her and focused intently on the door of the fire escape. The stack of photos brought by Chen Qingzhu seems to be real after all. That scheming woman doesn't have pure intentions. Who knows what kind of trick she'll play? Some things must be verified with our own eyes, such as Fu Yunting's car being here right now. Jiang Fei didn't know how to respond to Su Zhuxing's words. A bitter soreness and dragging pain filled her heart, making it difficult for her even to breathe through the suffocating feeling. Everything was being confirmed in the direction she had guessed, yet deep down, she desperately hoped that these matters would somehow prove otherwise. Her feelings for Fu Yunting were real, so much so that over the past 3 years, she had been wading through increasing agony step by step. Even now, Jiang Fei still harbored a sliver of hope, wishing that Fu Yunting simply didn't love her rather than confronting the grotesque truth laid before her eyes, mocking her with how absurd and shameful her 3 years of love truly were. Jiang Fei lightly rested her head on the railing and softly called out, Zhuxing. Su Zhuxing turned around and saw Jiang Fei's nose slightly red. Without uttering a single word, Su Zhuxing could feel the waves of anguish radiating from her. She sighed quietly and reached out to embrace Jiang Fei's shoulder, letting her lean her head against her own. Speak, I'll listen. Jiang Fei tightened her lips. If Fu Yunting really took my father's life because of Wen Yu, then why does he keep coming after me? If I had to analyze, maybe it's still because he hasn't let go, Su Zhuxing speculated hesitantly. But it doesn't quite add up either. If he's already made your father pay the price, why torment you like this again? After saying that, Su Zhuxing suddenly straightened her body. Wait, do you think it's possible that Fu Yunting didn't kill your father? Jiang Fei lifted her head, unable to comprehend Su Zhuxing's meaning immediately. As Su Zhuxing was about to seriously explain, the sound of an elevator arriving echoed outside the fire escape door with a ding. Without hesitation, both women fell silent. Su Zhuxing released Jiang Fei and carefully tiptoed to the side of the fire escape door, grabbing the handle cautiously. Before she could slowly open the door to check if it was Fu Yunting, an assistant's voice floated into their ears. Chapter 217. Everything is being verified one by one. Mr. Fu, so what should we do with these things now? Assistant and raised the items in his hand that failed to be delivered, full of regret on his face. It's been 3 years already. Every year you send things over here, but Mrs. Zhuang has never accepted them once, and probably it will remain this way in the future. Fu Yunting's voice was a little hoarse. Then keep sending until she accepts them. Assistant, or I could go back upstairs and leave the things at her doorstep? No need. Let's go back to the company. Yes. As their footsteps gradually faded away, Su Zhuxing finally turned around and looked at Jiang Fei, whose face appeared abnormally difficult. Fi. Su Zhuxing choked a bit in his throat, feeling like there was a lump of cotton stuck in his throat, making it very difficult to speak. The worse Jiang Fei's expression was, the more upset she felt inside. After all these days of guessing, they are now being verified one by one. So what about the truth behind all this? How will Fi cope? Fu Yunting could very likely be the person who killed her father. If it were her, it would also be hard for her to accept that the person she had spent 3 years with ended up being an enemy. Su Zhuxing slowly walked over and sat next to Jiang Fei. After hesitating for a moment, she softly asked, Isn't it unnecessary to go upstairs again? We came here to prove whether there is any relationship between Fu Yunting and Wen Yu. Isn't that proven now? No. Jiang Fei squeezed out this word from her throat as if with great difficulty, grabbing the railing beside her, and shakily stood up. I want to ask her, how exactly did Wen Yu die? Jiang Fei's emotions gradually became agitated. No. I need to find Fu Yunting. I need to ask him, throughout all these years, am I nothing more than just some pawn for his revenge on Wen Yu in his eyes? Not. Su Zhuxing quickly blocked Jiang Fei. The relationship between Wen Yu and Fu Yunting can't prove your father was killed by Fu Yunting. Why can't it prove that? Jiang Fei was clearly emotionally overwhelmed, her voice increasing by several degrees. The relationship between Wen Yu and Fu Yunting is right here. All that Fu Yunting has done to me is also evident before my eyes. What else is there to argue about? Then let me ask you, how do you prove that Fu Yunting is the murderer who took your father's life? Where's the evidence? Tears welled up in Jiang Fei's eyes as she angrily gritted her teeth and turned her head away. I don't have any. With matters brought to this point, Su Zhuzheng thought there was no need to continue hiding anything. Fi, your father's diary didn't even mention Fu Yunting. Su Zhuzheng grabbed Jiang Fei's arm and said, you must consider, how great is Fu Yunting's influence and reputation in Jiangqing? If he really killed your father, why wouldn't your father mention him? Jiang Fei stared blankly at Su Zhuzheng. My father left behind a diary? Seeing Jiang Fei calm down a bit, Su Zhuzheng let out a sigh of relief. Yes, I've read your father's diary. Your father mentioned in the diary that his days were numbered. He didn't truly pass away from cancer, but rather he was killed. But there was no mention at all of Fu Yunting. I suspect that there may be other people involved in this matter. And that sentence is correct. Why would Fu Yunting harm your father and then waste 3 years harming you? Wouldn't it be much simpler for him to crush you like stepping on an ant? Jiang Fei pushed off Su Zhuzheng's grip and shook her head, saying, no, my father didn't know what Fu Yunting looks like, so it makes sense that he didn't mention him. Are you so certain he didn't know? Su Zhuzheng countered. Your father was someone who rarely spoke. Would he tell you who he saw today, or whom he got to know? Jiang Fei tightly gripped the railing, not responding to Su Zhuzheng's question. Looking at Jiang Fei's pale face, Su Zhuzheng sighed. Fi, I understand that you're sad inside and eager to find the truth, but it doesn't mean that when one matter has its truth, all your guesses are correct. You surely can think calmly, right? Jiang Fei didn't want to mention Fu Yunting anymore and tried hard to suppress all her anger, changing the subject and asking, what was written in my father's diary? Su Zhuzheng stared at her for a while. Too much. I can't remember them all. Wait until Xiao Heng gives you the diary one day, and you can look at it yourself. Jiang Fei didn't ask further. Su Zhuzheng accompanied her to stand for a while and then glanced towards the door direction, asking, shall we go up? Jiang Fei shook her head slowly. Let's skip tonight. I'll come another time tomorrow. All right. Su Zhuzheng put her arm around Jiang Fei's shoulder. There might be conflicts between Zhuang Jing and Fu Yunting too. You'd better not get caught in the crossfire. At the Jinhua Yu Hotel, Fu Yunting received a message from Mama Zhang saying that Jiang Fei had gone out. She said she was going to miss Su's house for lunch, but she hadn't returned yet. After receiving the message, Fu Yunting immediately called Jiang Fei. However, no matter how many times he tried, Jiang Fei did not answer. A cold glint appeared in Fu Yunting's eyes as he dialed Assistant N's number and gave him an order. Find out where Jiang Fei is. Puzzled, Assistant N questioned, isn't the madam at home? If she were at home, would I ask you to investigate? Fu Yunting's patience wore thin. I need her whereabouts within 5 minutes. Yes, Mr. Fu, I'll check right away. 5 minutes later, Assistant N called back on time. His voice rasped out. Mr. Fu, the madam is in Rongqing, currently at Yidalai Hotel. Fu Yunting's handsome brows furrowed slightly. Did she come alone? It's unclear, but the madam's phone location is at the Yidalai Hotel in Rongqing. After hanging up, Fu Yunting grabbed his coat and strode out of the guest room. Assistant N noticed Fu Yunting was about to leave, so he quickly pocketed his phone and rushed out of the room too. Just as Fu Yunting exited the room, Assistant N hurriedly followed. Mr. Fu, did madam come to Rongqing to see Mrs. Zhuang? Fu Yunting turned sharply towards him. What did you say to Jiang Fei? Nothing. Assistant N hastened to reply. I'm just guessing. After all, the last time madam came to Rongqing, she didn't make any friends other than Mrs. Zhuang. If she isn't here to see Mrs. Zhuang, I can't think of another reason. Fu Yunting remained silent with a dark expression as they reached the building lobby. Once outside, Assistant N immediately drove Fu Yunting to Yidalai Hotel. Upon arrival, Assistant N inquired about the room number Jiang Fei was staying in and reported it to Fu Yunting before heading upstairs together. As soon as they arrived at the door, Fu Yunting urgently knocked on the door. The action continued for quite a while, but there was no response from inside. Chapter 218. What other lies do you plan to tell? At the hotel entrance, Jiang Fei had just pulled out her phone when she saw several missed calls from Fu Yunting. She stared at the phone for a long while but decided not to call him back and shoved it back into her pocket. Su Zhuqing returned with the umbrella and noticed Jiang Fei's furrowed brows. She linked arms with Jiang Fei and asked, what's wrong? I finally calmed you down earlier, so why is your mood off again? Jiang Fei looked down and made an excuse. Nothing. I'm just a little hungry. Recalling that Jiang Fei hadn't eaten much during the evening, Su Zhuqing let go of her arm and said, there's a convenience store at the corner. I'll get you something to eat. As Su Zhuqing was about to leave, Jiang Fei turned and followed her. I'll go with you. You go up first. Su Zhuqing headed back to the umbrella stand, saying, the umbrella is too small for both of us. I'll be back soon. Watching Su Zhuqing walk away with the umbrella, Jiang Fei had no choice but to wait upstairs by herself. Upon reaching the upper floor in the elevator, the moment the doors opened, Jiang Fei's eyes fell on a pair of shiny leather shoes. Her pupils contracted as she slowly raised her head to see the grim-faced man standing unexpectedly before her. Jiang Fei's hands inside her pockets trembled involuntarily. But recalling Fu Yunting's connection with Wen Yu and its possible link to her father's life, her initial panic vanished quickly. With a cold glance, she disinterestedly shifted her gaze away from Fu Yunting's stern expression, lowering her eyes just as she was about to speak. However, Fu Yunting stepped straight into the elevator. His firm steps resonated with anger, shaking the entire cabin slightly and stirring Jiang Fei's still unsettled emotions. After he entered, the elevator doors closed behind him, filling the confined space with a suffocating atmosphere. Why didn't you answer my calls? Jiang Fei turned her head and replied casually. I didn't hear them. Your reaction tells me that you heard, but chose not to pick up. Fu Yunting clenched his teeth, forcibly repressing his rage as he tried to reason with her. Jiang Fei gave a mocking laugh, turning to face Fu Yunting's fiery gaze and retorting. So what if I did? Aren't you here anyway? Her distant and indifferent demeanor ignited even more fury within Fu Yunting. Why are you in Rongqing? Didn't I tell you not to go out alone? Fuyanting, I am human. Jiang Fei protested defiantly. Not a canary kept by you. You have no right to limit my freedom. Fu Yunting's handsome face tightened. So what is your purpose for coming to Rongqing? The reason you sought me out obviously isn't valid anymore. What other lies do you plan to tell me? Does this place only allow you, Fu Yunting, to come and not me, Jiang Fei? Jiang Fei didn't want to continue arguing with Fu Yunting. She sidestepped around him, pressed the elevator button, and prepared to step out. However, Fu Yunting swiftly grabbed her wrist and forced her against the elevator wall. Unable to decipher Jiang Fei's true intentions, Fu Yunting lost all patience, roaring angrily. Jiang Fei, what do you really want to do? Clenching her fists, Jiang Fei shouted back. What I want to do? Don't you already know? This is the second time I've secretly come to Rongqing. Can't you figure it out? Can't you think of it, or don't you dare to? Fu Yunting, stop using your anger to mask your guilt. It makes you seem even more disgusting. Filled with disdain, Jiang Fei shook off Fu Yunting's hand, pressed the button again, opened the elevator door, and resolutely walked out. Assistant, waiting outside, saw Jiang Fei come out and was about to call out, Madam, immediately. But before he could utter a word, their boss emerged from the elevator and grabbed Jiang Fei's arm. Forcing her to stop, Fu Yunting bent down and hoisted her horizontally in his arms. Assistant widened his eyes in surprise. Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei yelled angrily, cutting off Assistant N's words. Can't you stop being so despicable? Let me down. Ignoring Jiang Fei's plea, Fu Yunting took big strides back into the elevator and bellowed loudly to the still standing outside Assistant N. Aren't you coming? Assistant N quickly moved and entered the elevator, pressing the button for the ground floor. Jiang Fei looked deeply into Fu Yunting's extremely darkened eyes, filled with stormy turbulence. In that instant, she lost all strength to resist. She'd been caught. No matter how much she fled, she couldn't escape his grasp. Rather than keep dodging, it would be better to lay everything on the table tonight. Just as Fu Yunting left with Jiang Fei, Su Zhuqing happened to return with the purchased items to the hotel. Knocking for quite some time without hearing any response, she curiously pulled out her phone and called Jiang Fei. Inside the car, just as Jiang Fei took out her phone to answer the call, Fu Yunting snatched it from her and answered the call himself before saying into the phone towards Su Zhuqing. I'm taking Jiang Fei with me. If you need a location, ask in Yen. Upon hearing this, N, who was driving, involuntarily twitched his eyes. After hanging up, Fu Yunting didn't return the phone to Jiang Fei right away. Jiang Fei simply chose not to fight for it, and calmly waited in her seat until they reached the hotel. Fu Yunting brought Jiang Fei back to their guest room, and the moment the door closed, Jiang Fei coldly stated, Since you're here, let's have a talk. Fu Yunting glanced at her and loosened his tie slightly before sitting down on the sofa. Let me hear how you'll explain today's events. Jiang Fei walked over and sat on another sofa beside him. Zhuang Jing's daughter, Wen Yu, was your ex-girlfriend, correct? At the mention of Wen Yu, Fu Yunting's hand paused mid-motion while removing his watch. An unknown thought crossed his mind, and an instant of profound gloom darkened his gaze. His fierce eyes darted sharply towards Jiang Fei, veins popping at his temple. Jiang Fei's heart jolted under his bloodthirsty stare, but she bit her tongue, forcing herself to remain calm, striving to steady her nerves as she met his gaze. Fu Yunting clenched the watch in his broad hand tightly. Why did you investigate her? Before you ask me that, shouldn't you first reflect on your own actions? Jiang Fei retorted sarcastically. Had it not been for the violence you inflicted upon me these past 3 years, would I have had idle time to look into what happened in your past? Fu Yunting's face darkened with menace as he slammed the watch onto the coffee table. Do you think merely knowing about Zhuang Jing means she will tell you everything? How would I know unless I ask? Will you stop thinking that by saying this, you can prevent me from uncovering the true cause of Wen Yu's death? Jiang Fei sneered. All I want to know is why my father got involved in Wen Yu's death. What exactly happened 3 years ago? Chapter 219. I will never let you off easy either. Jiang Fei's voice grew increasingly heavy. In the second before her words had finished, Fu Yunting abruptly stood up and quickly walked to Jiang Fei, grabbing her chin in an instant. The force from his fingertips increased, almost crushing Jiang Fei's jaw. A pair of pitch-black eyes brimmed with endless resentment and anger, burning himself as well as Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, don't think that because you're pregnant, I won't do anything to you. It's best if you stop mentioning Wen Yu and your father in front of me. These matters are not something you should be investigating. Understand? Jiang Fei struggled to move her lips, the coldness in her eyes no less than Fu Yunting's rage. Do you stop me from investigating because you're afraid I'll find out that my father's death is related to you? Jiang Fei furiously slapped away Fu Yunting's hand. Fu Yunting, you can't stop me. The cause of my father's death remains a mystery, and as his daughter, I absolutely will not sit back without investigating. You'd better have no connection to my father's death, otherwise, even if it costs the 3 lives on me, I will never let you off easy either. Jiang Fei's words utterly enraged Fu Yunting, instantly turning the fury in his eyes into a ruthless killing intent. Jiang Fei's chest felt like thunder drums. She had seen this look in Fu Yunting's eyes once before when the topic of death was mentioned, and this was the second time. To say she wasn't intimidated would be a lie. She didn't know what Fu Yunting would look like when truly furious, and fear often stems from the unknown. Jiang Fei couldn't help but swallow hard, her gaze fixed on Fu Yunting, who did nothing. The two confronted each other, the air heavy with thick gunpowder smoke. For how long they remained so, the murderous aura in Fu Yunting's eyes didn't diminish at all. He spoke. You want to know how when you died, right? Yes. Jiang Fei's tone was resolute. Even if you harm me again, I will relentlessly search for the truth behind that event years ago. Fu Yunting suddenly smirked, coldly ridiculing. In that instant, an indescribable anguish and indignation filled him. He turned aside. 3 years ago, your father sold someone a bundle of incense. That bundle contained components of a sleeping drug. They gave the incense to Wenyu. After using it, Wenyu was drugged unconscious at home and couldn't resist when forced into her house, where she was sexually assaulted. By the time I got the news and rushed to Wenyu's home, she was already lying in a pool of blood. She had cut her wrists, and there was barely a single unharmed part on her body. I wanted to save her, but she told me that she couldn't accept herself being so defiled, begging me to let her leave this world. Fu Yunting walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, standing with his back to Jiang Fei. His silhouette left to Jiang Fei was desolate, powerless, and slightly trembling. Jiang Fei could hardly believe what he said, still trying to sort things out. Then Fu Yunting continued. 5 DNA samples were found in Wenyu's body, although your father's wasn't among them. Those people told me that all of this was planned by your father. Impossible. Jiang Fei immediately rebutted. I know what kind of person my father is very clearly. He absolutely wouldn't do something like that. Fu Yunting looked at Jiang Fei as if he had just heard a joke. His slender eye ends were unknowingly tinged with a layer of crimson, together with the killing aura in his eyes, resembling a death god ready to take life at any moment. You say it didn't happen, so it didn't? Fu Yunting's voice was icy cold, filled with great mockery. Then tell me, why was Jiang Yu, who seldom held grudges against others, falsely accused? Do they have any reason to expose your father? Jiang Fei's breathing became rapid, chaotic thoughts leaving her completely unable to find any explanation at the moment. Who were these people? Why frame her father? Why was the incense her father made laced with sleeping drugs? And when could his procedures, which were impossible to deviate, have been tampered with? Can't you find words to defend your father? Fu Yunting sneered coldly. Jiang Fei, this is the truth you seek. Now that you've learned it, how do you think you should face me? What dignity do you have to face Zhuang Jiying? And what mindset should you have when facing Wenyu, who will forever only exist in black and white photos? Jiang Fei clenched her fists tightly. Then can I confirm that due to my father's mistake, he killed your beloved woman, and you took revenge by taking my father's life for Wenyu? Shouldn't your father have died? Fu Yunting slightly narrowed his eyes. After making such a huge mistake, does he even have the qualification to live in this world? Upon hearing these words from Fu Yunting, the hatred in Jiang Fei's heart surged instantly. So it was you, right? It was you who killed my father, right? Fu Yunting sneered coldly as he watched Jiang Fei's emotions gradually spiral out of control. Do you think your father is even worthy enough to dirty my hands? His death was nothing but the result of his own doing. Speak clearly. Jiang Fei's eyes quickly misted up, her tears blurring the stern figure in front of her. She couldn't sit still any longer and suddenly stood up, walking briskly to Fu Yunting. She lifted both hands and gripped tightly onto the collar of Fu Yunting's shirt, her voice trembling but severe as she demanded an answer. Fu Yunting, speak clearly. Don't keep giving me these ambiguous responses. Was there a connection between my father's death and you or not? Looking at the tears rolling down Jiang Fei's face, the strong pain and resentment in those eyes reminded him almost perfectly of the look in Wenyu's eyes back then. Fu Yunting grabbed Jiang Fei's wrists. Even if I say something now, you wouldn't believe me. What's the point of saying it? Jiang Fei took a disappointed step backward, tears continuously spilling from her eyes. Is it that you don't want to say it, or that you simply don't dare to say it? Fu Yunting's eyebrows furrowed deeper. So what do you plan to do? I don't want these 2 children anymore. Jiang Fei bitterly smiled and turned her head away, looking at the lit houses outside. I don't want our children to live with the burden of hatred from both of us in this world. I won't allow it. Fu Yunting abruptly interrupted Jiang Fei with a fierce voice. All of this stems from your assumptions. If I say now that I didn't harm your father, would you believe me? Jiang Fei gave a few low laughs from her throat. How could you possibly prove that you haven't done anything to my father? I can't prove it, Fu Yunting said coldly. But my child will never be aborted just because you say so without my consent. Jiang Fei turned her tear-streaked face toward Fu Yunting. None of this matters, Fu Yunting. Do you think that a suspect, without evidence clearing them of guilt, would ever be believed by the world to be innocent? Chapter 220. Don't appear before me. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and wiped the tears from her face. Don't appear before me until all the truths come to light, okay? Fu Yunting's face was so gloomy it seemed like it could drip ink. Before he could speak, Jiang Fei added another sentence. Fu Yunting, you have the ability to stop me from investigating, from having an abortion, but you can never stop me from wanting to die in order to escape you. At the moment Jiang Fei said these words, Fu Yunting's eyes suddenly became unfathomably deep. All emotions seemed to be swallowed up by this deep vortex, leaving nothing but an endless chill. They stared at each other for a long time. Then Fu Yunting suddenly turned around and walked briskly toward the door, pulling it open, closing it, and departing without saying a single word. The moment the door closed, Jiang Fei felt all her strength leave her body along with Fu Yunting's departure. Her unsteady body swayed as she quickly stretched out her hand to hold onto the window frame for support, stumbling several steps before steadying herself. Holding her chest that felt like it was being chewed on by tens of thousands of ants, tears once again burst forth from Jiang Fei's eyes. She couldn't control how her brain replayed scene after scene of her life with her father over the past decade. Every gentle call, every act of care, seemed to turn into invisible knives slicing her heart to shreds. How could she not hate? Why must they ruthlessly take her father's life before everything is thoroughly investigated? Are these people utterly devoid of conscience? Jiang Fei panted deeply, trying to calm down. After standing straight and gritting her teeth, there came a knock on the door. When Jiang Fei shuffled to the door and opened it, Su Zhuqing's anxious and disheveled appearance greeted her. From head to toe, Su Zhuqing was drenched. Her cheeks were frozen red, obviously just rushing over. Jiang Fei frowned slightly and hurriedly stepped aside to let Su Zhuqing in. How did you come? And why are you wet? Shivering from the cold, Su Zhuqing, disregarding herself, saw Jiang Fei's swollen red eyes and angrily said, "Do I wait here for Fu Yunting to bully you?" As she spoke, she glanced around. Where is Fu Yunting? Jiang Fei closed the door and walked towards the bathroom. He has left. Left? Su Zhuqing curiously followed behind Jiang Fei. He forcibly brought you here and then left? What does that mean? Jiang Fei handed a bath towel to Su Zhuqing. I asked Fu Yunting, and he admitted when you was his ex-girlfriend. When you didn't die of illness but was raped, losing her will to live, and thus committed suicide. Su Zhuqing froze mid-motion as she wiped her hair. Committed suicide? Jiang Fei moved towards the sofa. My father sold some incense tied in a bundle to someone else. The incense contained mixed sedatives. That person then gave the incense to Wen Yu. After inhaling it, when you passed out, providing those men an opportunity. Your father added sedatives to the incense? Su Zhuqing hurried after Jiang Fei. Your father, such a simple and honest person, how could he possibly put something like that in incense? Isn't this a misunderstanding? I'm not sure. Jiang Fei poured Su Zhuqing a cup of hot water and handed it to her. What happened to those people now? I don't know either. It's very difficult to investigate, but I share your view. My father would never do something like that. He definitely wouldn't. There's definitely something fishy going on in between. Su Zhuqing sat down on the sofa alongside Jiang Fei. Then what about Fu Yunting? Is he truly the one who killed your father? He says whatever he tells me now, I won't believe. Hence, his answers are vague. Jiang Fei rubbed her puffy eye sockets, her voice abnormally hoarse. Su Zhuqing held her hot water tightly, furrowing her brows. Does your father have any enemies? Otherwise, why would your father be implicated in something like this? I'm not sure. It's been 3 years. Investigating will be as hard as climbing to heaven. Just relying on Fu Yunting's side of the story makes it impossible to confirm many things. Su Zhuqing sighed lightly. To say he isn't involved, he indeed has strong motives. But to say he is, why seek revenge on you if he had already avenged himself on your father? No matter how you think about it, it doesn't make sense. Spending 3 years and energy to continue taking back bit by bit from you. Jiang Fei propped her aching forehead with both hands. I don't know how to verify anymore, which also leads to my inability to make any further decisions. Su Zhuqing looked at her sympathetically. Then what about the child? I don't want it. Jiang Fei's palms rubbed her red forehead as she lifted a bewildered gaze toward the heavy rain still pouring outside the window. I'm already scared to uncover the truth, Zhuqing. I'm afraid that if the truth comes out, I won't be able to bear it. If Fu Yunting truly did something to my father, then how guilty am I toward him? If so, I would have no face to meet him even in the afterlife. Su Zhuqing quickly moved beside Jiang Fei and hugged her shoulder. Don't rush, Fei Fei. There's always a way to resolve problems. Let us gather our thoughts first, and then start investigating step by step. You're not alone in this anymore. There's me, there's Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng has grown up and can definitely help now. You should trust him. Jiang Fei, weary, leaned onto Su Zhuqing's lap, curling her body slowly as she whispered. I'm so tired, so very tired. With an air of melancholy, Su Zhuqing gently patted Jiang Fei's back, unsure of how to console her. She could sense Jiang Fei's helplessness. On one hand, trying to figure out the real cause of her father's death, and on the other battling against Fu Yunting, whose power and wealth far outweighed hers by immeasurable amounts. If it really was Fu Yunting who had done it, then how could they possibly take revenge? After all, Fu Yunting's abilities vastly exceeded Jiang Fei's, making her seem like a negligible opponent. No one knew how long they remained in silence until Su Zhuqing noticed that Jiang Fei had fallen into a deep sleep. Sighing softly to herself, she took out her phone and looked up Jiang Heng's contact information. After pondering for a moment, she recounted every detail of what happened that night to Jiang Heng. At that time, Jiang Heng was helping Su Ningen wash dishes with his hands full of foam. Upon hearing his phone buzz, he asked Su Ningen to check it for him. Holding the phone, Su Ningen read through the long message sent by Su Zhuqing. Her eyes widened with shock as she recounted every word from the message verbatim to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng furrowed his brows tightly, turning the bowl in his hand slowly. It seems we don't need to continue investigating the cause of her death. No. Su Ningen interrupted hastily. Isn't the truth exactly tied to the circumstances surrounding her death? Chapter 221. Searching for a needle in the ocean. Jiang Heng glanced at Su Ningen, whose face showed anxiety. Su Ningen put down her phone and cleared her throat. Let's go over this from the start. First, someone commissioned Uncle Jiang to make incense. During the process, Uncle Jiang accidentally mixed in a sedative. Those people then gifted the incense to Wen Yu, who was assaulted and ultimately committed suicide. So let's return to the beginning. Who was it that asked Uncle Jiang to make the incense? Did Uncle Jiang make the incense at Fuxiang Yuan? Are the people who bought the incense and the ones who gave it away part of the same group? And were those who gave the incense also the ones who committed the assault? Jiang Heng slowly placed the utensils on the draining rack and thoughtfully replied to the questions raised by Su Ningyan. If when you didn't know the person, she absolutely wouldn't have accepted the incense. She would only accept it if it came from someone close to her. Yes. Su Ningyan continued. So, is the person who delivered the incense also the one who bought it? And there's another issue. The incense sold at Fuxiang Yuan is very expensive. What kind of people could afford to buy it? Jiang Heng poured water for both of them. After they sat down in the living room, Jiang Heng responded. People without financial means would not buy such incense. After all, a bundle of incense could be equivalent to half a year's salary for an ordinary person. That's true. So when Yu's colleagues definitely couldn't afford it. Su Ningyan took a sip of water and continued. But we can't rule out the possibility that someone used her colleague to give her the incense. Jiang Heng rested his elbows on his knees as he pondered over Su Ningyan's words. Su Ningyan held the teacup in her hands and went on. The person who bought the incense must be wealthy or noble, or else someone else paid on their behalf. By the way, Jiang Heng, wasn't there a date mentioned in the diary? Jiang Heng looked at her. You mean investigating the store's surveillance according to the dates, to see who actually bought the incense? That's exactly what I meant. Su Ningyan scratched her head. However, judging from this assumption, everyone who went to Fuxiang Yuan to buy incense might seem suspicious. Searching for a needle in the ocean. Jiang Heng straightened his body, looking solemn with folded arms. Who knows how long those people planned for this to happen? Su Ningyan pursed her lips as she tried hard to think. What if the reason they targeted Wen Yu was due to her love relationship with President Fu, leading to murderous intent? Then, couldn't we narrow down the time frame to after Wen Yu and President Fu became a couple? Jiang Heng slightly narrowed his eyes. In that case, we need to know how long Wen Yu and Fu Yunting had been together. Exactly, Su Ningyan said. Let's solve this problem first before tackling the next one. Wouldn't this clear things up a bit? This analysis from Su Ningyan made Jiang Heng look at her in a completely new light. I didn't expect you to analyze it so clearly. Su Ningyan blushed slightly with embarrassment and laughed. I've watched plenty of crime dramas, and since I'm an observer, my perspective is somewhat clearer. But the issues I can think of, Manager Jiang will certainly also think of them. Jiang Heng picked up his phone and replied to Su Zhuqing's message. Jiang Heng, I've understood. How is my sister doing now? Su Zhuqing, who was waiting anxiously for the reply, immediately checked her phone when it vibrated. Su Zhuqing, with such a big issue, I'm already overwhelmed, not to mention your sister. She's resting now. Is there anything you want me to convey to her? Jiang Heng edited Su Ningyan's analysis word for word and sent it to Su Zhuqing. After reading it carefully, Su Zhuqing's confusion disappeared instantly. Wow, you two kids are really something. You analyzed it so thoroughly. Alright, let's first investigate the time during which Fu Yunting and when you were together, just as Ningyan suggested. Upon seeing the OK signal from Jiang Heng, Su Zhuqing finally put down her phone and yawned. Her brain couldn't function any longer. Since the matter had reached this point, it was better to rest well for the night before continuing. Early the next morning, when Jiang Fei woke up, Su Zhuqing got up with her. After washing up, they arrived at the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Seizing an opportunity, Su Zhuqing recounted the analysis from last night by Jiang Heng and Su Ningyan to Jiang Fei. Su Zhuqing added an extra egg for Jiang Fei. Fei, I think what they said makes sense. But to verify the duration of their relationship, I doubt Fu Yunting would tell you, right? Jiang Fei walked towards her seat. I don't even want to see him, nor do I want to speak with him. Instead of asking him, I'd rather subtly question Zhuang Jiying. Makes sense. Su Zhuqing followed her side and sat down beside her. We originally intended to find Zhuang Jing anyway. We can't possibly return without even meeting or questioning her. Just as Jiang Fei was about to respond, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure at the entrance. Although Jiang Fei quickly averted her gaze and lowered her head after catching sight of them, she was still noticed by Fu Yunting and Assistant An. Assistant An's eyes flickered between the two for a few seconds before he asked, Boss Fu, shall we go to Madam's side? No need. Fu Yunting replied with a stern face. To the company. Without staying for the meal, he turned around and walked out of the restaurant. A puzzled Assistant An hurried to catch up but didn't get a chance to inquire when Fu Yunting coldly instructed. Have all my belongings moved back to North Villa? Startled, Assistant An looked at him. What about Madam? Shall we take her along to North Villa as well? Fu Yunting abruptly stopped in his tracks, glaring at Assistant An with displeasure. Can't you understand what I just said? Scolding words followed as Assistant An quickly bowed his head to apologize. Sorry, Boss Fu. I'll have people arrange to pack up your things right away, but... Assistant An mustered up the courage to ask another question. Should someone keep an eye on Madam? Let her be. Fu Yunting stormed into the elevator with a grimace on his face. Assistant An did not say any more and silently followed behind him. After breakfast, Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing left the hotel together. The rain from the previous night had dropped the morning temperature several degrees. Even opening one's mouth caused puffs of white vapor to escape from between their lips. Su Zhuqing complained a little about the weather as she walked alongside Jiang Fei. Fei, let's go home after today's inquiry, shall we? The flight can't operate. We have to wait 2 days to return, Jiang Fei explained. Do you want to go home already? In a rush, I didn't bring much clothing, and my down jacket is still damp. Su Zhuqing couldn't help sneezing. After asking our questions, let's go shopping at the mall. As they chatted casually, they arrived at Zhuang Jing's doorstep. Jiang Fei paused outside, took a deep breath to adjust her emotions, and then raised her hand to knock on the door. What she didn't expect, however, was that no one from Zhuang Jing's household came to open the door. It was instead their neighbors who opened their own door. Chapter 222. Who is his wife? A young couple emerged from the door. Upon seeing Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing, the woman said, "She went out early in the morning, and I didn't hear her come back. You'd better visit another time." Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing exchanged a glance. Su Zhuqing said, "Since she's not here, we might as well go first. We still have 2 days anyway." Jiang Fei nodded and followed the couple into the elevator. The woman asked while chatting idly, "Judging by your accents, you're not locals, right?" "We're from Jiang City. We came to ask Mrs. Zhuang something." Su Zhuqing explained helpfully. "Thank you for reminding us. Otherwise, we would have waited here longer." The woman glanced at her husband. "Let me just say this. You probably won't see her these next few days. This morning when I was throwing out the trash, I ran into her. She was on the phone saying she's going out of town or something. If you have her number, you can call and ask her." This hint was a great help to both Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing. After expressing their thanks, they all walked out of the elevator bay. After the two had walked far enough, Su Zhuqing then said to Jiang Fei, "Fei, don't you have her number? Why don't you give her a call?" Jiang Fei nodded, took out her phone, and made a call to Zhuang Jing. However, the only thing that came through was the cold and emotionless voice of an automated system. "She's turned off her phone." Jiang Fei sighed regretfully as she put down her phone. Su Zhuqing also lost her train of thought, scratching his head and saying, "Then let's just forget about it for now. We'll call later. Let's go shopping at the mall first." All right. Evening fell over the Jiang City train station. Just as Zhuang Jing stepped out of the exit, her mobile phone rang in her pocket. She pulled it out and checked who it was, seeing that it was a call from Jiang Fei, and prepared to answer. However, before her finger could touch the screen, a male voice interrupted her from nearby. "Mrs. Zhuang?" Zhuang Jing looked up curiously at the man with a short haircut, standing before her. "Who are you?" "I'm Xiao Chong." Xiao Chong introduced respectfully. "Miss contacted you earlier. Based on the timing, we knew you'd be arriving soon, so she sent me to pick you up." While speaking, Xiao Chong also subtly glanced at the lit screen of Zhuang Jing's phone. The words Jiang Fei were clearly visible to him. But before he could say anything more, the call ended. Zhuang Jing told him to wait a moment while she returned the call, but Xiao Chong stopped her, saying, "Mrs. Zhuang, if it's not urgent, let's go to the restaurant first. After all, there's an important matter the miss wants to discuss with you." Zhuang Jing already knew what the matter was after receiving the morning call. Had it not been for Wenyu, she wouldn't have bothered traveling such a long distance to meet with the mysterious miss who hadn't even disclosed her name. After pondering for a bit, Zhuang Jing decided to follow Xiao Chong to the restaurant first. At the door of the private room in Ruian Hotel, Xiao Chong opened the door and allowed Zhuang Jing to enter. Zhuang Jing peeked inside and saw a young woman sitting beside the tea table, prompting her to step forward. Chen Qingzhu happened to have just brewed a fine pot of tea. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, she lifted her head to look. Seeing Zhuang Jing, she stood up gracefully without haste and greeted politely. "Hello, Mrs. Zhuang, please sit." Zhuang Jing sat down opposite Chen Qingzhu with guarded eyes. "What's your name?" Chen Qingzhu adjusted her skirt hem and sat back down before slowly explaining. "My name is Chen Qingzhu. It was quite tiring for you to come here. Have some tea first to moisten your throat." Zhuang Jing glanced at the tea in front of her, hesitated for a few seconds, then picked it up and took a sip. Chen Qingzhu smiled faintly and said, "You've had a long day, so I won't waste your time with too many pleasantries. Did you previously meet Mr. Fu Yinting's wife?" Hearing this, Zhuang Jing's eyebrows furrowed, and her face darkened instantly. "Is Fu Yinting married?" Chen Qingzhu feigned surprise. "You didn't know? He has already been married for 3 years. An obvious flash of anger surged in Zhuang Jing's eyes, and she gripped the bag tightly in her hands. "You just mentioned I've met his wife? Who exactly is she?" Chen Qingzhu let out a light sigh. "Don't you know Mrs. Zhuang? Jiang Fei, ring a bell." Upon hearing this, memories of the woman she had encountered recently flashed in Zhuang Jing's mind. Her gaze paused momentarily, and once she processed it, her tone became sharp immediately. "How do you know she met me?" Chen Qingzhu picked up the teapot and helped Zhuang Jing refill her cup. Unexpectedly, just as the teapot approached Zhuang Jing, she suddenly slapped it away, sending it flying. Startled by her sudden action, Chen Qingzhu froze for a second. Then, Zhuang Jing's agitated speech rushed towards her. "I didn't come all this way to drink tea." Zhuang Jing raised her voice. "Just answer me. How do you know about this? And what is going on with that woman?" Chen Qingzhu slowly retracted her hand, the smile on her face gradually fading. "Madame Zhuang, did you not understand the surname I mentioned earlier? Jiang Fei, she has the surname Jiang. Jiang Fei, Jiang Yu." Zhuang Jing instinctively connected these two names and realized something. She suddenly fixed her gaze on Chen Qingzhu. "Is she the daughter of Jiang Yu?" The bottom of Chen Qingzhu's eyes flashed with a look of mockery, but there was also more joy than anything else. Last night, she received a call from Mu Xinrong. That call let her know quite a lot about the connection between Jiang Fei's father and Fu Yinting's ex-girlfriend. If Mu Xinrong could let her use such explosive news to deal with Jiang Fei, how could she not seize this opportunity and take advantage of it, allowing Jiang Fei to bear the wrath of an enemy? Chen Qingzhu looked at Zhuang Jing with sympathy. "Yes, Madame Zhuang, I heard about your daughter, and I deeply sympathize. The reason I know you and Jiang Fei have met is because she mentioned it to me." "What did she say?" Chen Qingzhu looked at her helplessly. "Jiang Fei and I can be considered half-friends. I've been pondering if saying this would be too mean-spirited." How could Zhuang Jing fail to understand the undertone in Chen Qingzhu's words? With an ashen face, she spoke up. Just say it. I won't betray you and cause you trouble. What about Mr. Fu? I won't mention you to anyone. With this assurance, Qin Qingzhu no longer pretended to disguise herself. In fact, Zhang Fei knows you. After returning, she told me that you were absolutely ridiculous, to the point where you even invited the daughter of your enemy into your home as a guest. After hearing what she said, my heart really ached. I weighed this for a long time before finally deciding to invite you over to Jiang City to inform you about this matter. Chapter 223, Marrying Zhou Sikong. As for how she found out about this matter, it was all thanks to Mu Xinrong. However, as for how Mu Xinrong knew, she wasn't sure. All she needed to do was follow the clues and use them wisely. Zhuang Jing's face alternated between pale and flushed. Her tightly pressed lips were obviously trembling, as if she were struggling to suppress her overwhelming anger. So, according to what you're saying, at the time when she collided with me, it was a deliberate act. Zhuang Jing coldly retorted. How can things in this world be so coincidental? Qin Qingzhu's eyes were filled with pity. Mrs. Zhuang doesn't have to believe me, but being Mrs. Fu means she could do so many things. At this point, Zhuang Jing finally lost control, and she swept all the items on the table off with one motion. Stunned by Zhuang Jing's sudden outburst, Qin Qingzhu looked in shock before even realizing to stand up and escape. But Xiao Chong quickly entered upon hearing the commotion, placing himself protectively in front of Qin Qingzhu. She immediately clutched onto Xiao Chong's clothes, peeking from behind him to see Zhuang Jing, who was still grabbing her bag and furiously smashing things. Though terrified, Qin Qingzhu couldn't help feeling excited inside. With someone like this against Zhang Fei, how could Zhang Fei possibly safely give birth to the two children in her belly? The noise in the private room drew the attention of the waiters, who came rushing in. Seeing the tea set utterly destroyed, they looked dumbfounded at Qin Qingzhu and the frenzied woman who couldn't control herself. What? Qin Qingzhu said to her. Go out. I'll pay for the damages. Unwilling to stay there any longer, and reassured by Qin Qingzhu's promise to compensate, the waiter turned and quickly left. Qin Qingzhu and Xiao Chong stood quietly in the corner, patiently waiting for Zhuang Jing to calm down. When Zhuang Jing collapsed onto a chair and her eyes gradually regained clarity, Qin Qingzhu cautiously called out her name. Mrs. Zhuang. Where does her family live? Zhuang Jing almost shouted these words in fury. Qin Qingzhu glanced at Xiao Chong, signaling for him to tell Zhuang Jing the location of Xinghe. Xiao Chong calmly pulled out his phone and walked to Zhuang Jing's side, carefully explaining the location of Xinghe. Zhuang Jing suddenly stood up, grabbed her bag, and stormed out of the private room. Before reaching the door, she suddenly stopped and turned toward Qin Qingzhu, who was less than half a meter away from her. Thank you for informing me of this today. Qin Qingzhu nodded several times. You're welcome, Mrs. Zhuang. If there are any issues later, feel free to contact me anytime. Zhuang Jing slammed the door shut as she left. Only then did Qin Qingzhu let out a long sigh while looking at Xiao Chong. Wasn't her berserk state just now akin to that of a mentally ill person? Xiao Chong agreed. Yes, that's what I think too. Unable to suppress the laughter bubbling in her lips, Qin Qingzhu asked, what do you think would happen if Zhuang Jing's actions caused Zhang Fei to miscarry? What would Yunting do? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chong, who didn't fully understand the situation, shook his head and replied, I don't know, Mississippi. Qin Qingzhu's smile vanished instantly. I shouldn't have asked you. Xiao Chong bowed his head, staying silent. In Rome City, Zhang Fei and Su Zuzing were sitting on the couch, chins resting on their hands as they stared intently at their phones. Even if Zhuang Jing is busy, she should have returned the call within 2 hours, right? Su Zuzing muttered with a vacant gaze. Zhang Fei straightened her sore waist and leaned back against the sofa. Perhaps she has other important matters to attend to. If I can't wait any longer, I'll return to Jiang City and wait for the call. Su Zuzing slumped into the sofa. Our trip to Rome City will be wasted. Not exactly. Zhang Fei got up to pour some water. We've at least learned a few things we didn't know before. It's not entirely fruitless. Su Zuzing tilted her head towards her, pondering deeply before blurting out a random comment. Fei, I think Zhou Sikong is pretty good. Zhang Fei paused briefly as she poured water, looking at her friend with mixed feelings. What's that supposed to mean? Are you interested in pursuing Zhou Sikong? Absolutely not. Su Zuzing flipped over, resting her head on the back of the sofa. I can sense that Zhou Sikong likes you. Zhang Fei gave Su Zuzing an annoyed glance. Don't spout nonsense. That's not nonsense. Su Zuzing earnestly analyzed. Who else but someone who likes you would bother causing trouble with Fu Yunting? Even if he loses his job, he still comes to deliver gifts to you in front of Fu Yunting. Zhang Fei dared not dwell on such thoughts, choosing to ignore the comment and leaning against the cabinet, sipping water slowly. Seeing that Zhang Fei remained silent, Su Zuzing made a clicking sound. Fei, if I were you, after divorcing Fu Yunting, I'd marry Zhou Sikong just to make Fu Yunting mad. Pooh. Startled, Zhang Fei spat out a mouthful of water. Su Zuzing hurriedly took out some tissues and handed them to her. Zhang Fei took it, wiped her lips after a fit of coughing, and said, Do I really have to get married in order to live my life? Not to mention whether I want to marry or not. Zhou Sikong isn't necessarily going to take me as his wife. Your assumptions are just your personal thoughts. Su Zuzing gently patted Zhang Fei's back. Even if we take 100 steps back, what if Zhou Sikong is willing to marry you? Zhang Fei. I still can't use him as a tool for revenge against Fu Yunting. He's doing pretty well already. There's no need to do anything dishonorable. But, no buts. Zhang Fei interrupted Su Zuzing. Go to sleep early. I'll buy the train tickets. We'll go back to Jiang City tomorrow. Do we not need to inform Fu Yunting? Su Zuzing stared at Jiang Fei's retreating figure walking towards the bathroom. Will he be angry at you again? Jiang Fei. Can he possibly stop me from going home? The next afternoon, Jiang Fei and Su Zuzing returned to Jiang City. The heavy downpour enveloped the entire city in a misty haze. Su Zuzing hailed a taxi, and both she and Jiang Fei hurriedly climbed into the back seat. She asked the driver for some tissues, handing half of them to Jiang Fei. Fei, let's first go to the airport and pick up the car. Later on, we could just order takeout at your place. I'm fine with that. Jiang Fei thought of Aunt Zhang, who was also at the villa. I'll call Aunt Zhang and ask her to cook a few simple dishes. After making the call, Jiang Fei looked out the window at the rain and spoke. Aunt Zhang, do we have any vegetables at home? Aunt Zhang glanced at the woman sitting in the living room all day and night, her expression turning grave. We have some vegetables, but Mrs. Fu. Aunt Zhang's voice was low, but it seemed like Zhuang Jing had heard her clearly. Zhuang Jing suddenly turned and glared at Aunt Zhang, who immediately shut her mouth without saying more. Hearing the abnormal tone in Aunt Zhang's voice, Jiang Fei furrowed her brows lightly and asked, Aunt Zhang, is there something you need to tell me? It's Mr. Fu. Aunt Zhang changed her sentence. Mr. Fu had someone move his things back to Beiyuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei responded indifferently. I'll be home around 5 o'clock. Just prepare a few simple dishes. Chapter 224. What are you doing here? After getting their cars, Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing headed to Star River Bay respectively. On the way, Jiang Fei received a call from Zhou Xiqing. She pressed the answer button. Xiqing. Check the rearview mirror. Confused, Jiang Fei glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a familiar license plate and car. She exclaimed in surprise. How did you end up behind me? Zhou Xiqing chuckled lightly. Isn't it quite a coincidence? I happened to be visiting a friend nearby. Just as I turned the corner, I saw your car, of course, along with Zhuqing's. It is quite a coincidence, Jiang Fei agreed. Are you going home? Zhou Xiqing pondered for a moment. If you'd like to invite me for a quick meal, I wouldn't mind at all. If you don't want to invite me, I might still beg for a meal anyway. Zhou Xiqing's humor always made Jiang Fei laugh uncontrollably. Mr. Zhou has given me such a beautiful pair of bracelets. How could I possibly refuse an invitation for a mere meal? Jiang Fei explained. However, I've already arranged with Mom Zhang to cook dinner. If you don't mind, would you come over to my place? Zhou Xiqing said. As long as it doesn't bother you and Mr. Fu, there's no problem on my side. Jiang Fei didn't mention that Fu Yunting was no longer living there. It didn't matter whether or not she told him, since the bodyguards were still around, acting as his informants. Jiang Fei said, then let's meet at Star River Bay. All right. An hour later, Jiang Fei arrived at Star River Bay. As she drove into the courtyard, she saw Mom Zhang standing under a rain umbrella in the heavy downpour, waiting for her. Jiang Fei pushed open the car door, and Mom Zhang approached, holding the umbrella over her head. Madam, you should have returned 2 days later. Not understanding what Mom Zhang meant, Jiang Fei walked quickly towards the villa while asking, what do you mean by that? Before Mom Zhang had time to explain, the front door of the villa suddenly opened. The moment Jiang Fei placed her foot on the steps, she stopped abruptly in shock and stared at Zhuang Jing, who hadn't replied to her phone calls all day. Auntie, Jiang Fei slowly stepped onto the steps. Why are you here? With a blank expression, Zhuang Jing advanced towards Jiang Fei. The moment she stood right before Jiang Fei, she raised her hand and slapped her face hard. Jiang Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, having no time to ask why Zhuang Jing had done this. Suddenly, a great force struck her shoulder, pushing her entire body backward. Her eyes immediately narrowed, as her body lost balance rapidly. The sensation of falling intensified as she tumbled down the steps. Mom Zhang hurriedly threw away the umbrella and screamed in panic, Madam! Jiang Fei fell and rolled in the heavy rain. Pain shot through every instant of her body, spreading across every nerve. A buzzing sound echoed loudly in her ears, accompanied by the sudden sounds of screeching brakes, slamming doors, and shocked cries. Fei, Jiang Fei. Su Zhuqing rushed through the rain and supported the pale-faced Jiang Fei. Fei, are you alright? Jiang Fei took a deep breath and shook her head slowly. No, it's nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Fei saw the bodyguards rushing one after another from the back of the villa. Since someone was already taking care of her, they simply stood aside without coming closer. Su Zhuqing protected Jiang Fei in her arms, looked through the rainstorm upward at Zhuang Jing step by step descending the stairs. Who are you? Su Zhuqing shouted angrily. Do you even realize that your actions constitute intentional harm? Zhuang Jing didn't even spare Su Zhuqing a glance. Instead, she kept glaring fiercely at Jiang Fei. Just a few steps away, Zhou Xiqing's figure blocked her. Ma'am, can we sit down and discuss this properly? Without responding, Zhuang Jing lifted her hand again, preparing to strike Zhou Xiqing's face. Swiftly, Zhou Xiqing caught her wrist. I'm giving you one last warning. If you continue like this, I will have to call the police. Zhuang Jing coldly snorted and swiftly withdrew her hand. The grievances between her and me are none of your business. She then glared at Jiang Fei, whose facial features were twisted in pain. Doesn't it hurt? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Su Zhuqing roared in fury. We haven't harmed anyone. Why are you behaving like this? At these words, Zhuang Jing threw her head back and laughed loudly. Her ferocious look was clearly visible despite the rain unable to wash it away. Daughter of Jiang Yu, does Jiang Yu's actions need to be recounted once more in broad daylight? Staring at Zhuang Jing's deranged appearance, Jiang Fei endured her excruciating pain, leaning on Su Zhuqing's hand and slowly standing up. She opened her mouth, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Auntie, Can we go back to the villa and talk slowly? Don't call me that. Zhuang Jing shouted with red eyes. The daughter of my enemy does not deserve such an address. Falsely accused, Jiang Fei was temporarily at a loss for words. She could only ignore all of Zhuang Jing's words for now and walk into the villa first. She could bear the rain herself, but Su Zhuqing and Zhou Xiqing were still here. She couldn't overlook their conditions. Zhuang Jing moved forward to block Jiang Fei, but Zhou Xiqing held her back and didn't give her any opportunity to intervene, allowing her only to follow Jiang Fei inside the villa. Mom Zhang immediately handed them clean towels. She helped Jiang Fei take off her soaked coat and let her wrap the towel around her body. Mom Zhang knew she shouldn't stay during such occasions, so she said, "Madam, I'll prepare some ginger soup for you." Jiang Fei nodded while tightly wrapping the towel around herself. Su Zhuqing stood beside her, worriedly examining her from head to toe. Is anywhere hurting badly? Jiang Fei shook her head and lowered Su Zhuqing's arm. Nothing's wrong. I didn't bump my head. Luckily, I'm wearing enough layers, so there's no need to worry. Su Zhuqing turned her gaze toward Zhuang Jing, glaring angrily. Some people are absolutely detestable. One Yu's death has nothing to do with you, yet you insist on pinning it on her. Jiang Fei looked over at Zhuang Jing, whose eyes revealed murderous intent in her bloodshot gaze. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei gestured towards the sofa behind Zhuang Jing. Mrs. Zhuang, please sit down. I won't sit. Zhuang Jing roared furiously. I waited here all day just for you so I can send you to hell to accompany my daughter. She died because of your father, and yet the daughter of the murderer gets to live a carefree life, taking what should have been hers. I absolutely refuse to swallow this insult. Jiang Fei glanced at the guards nearby and gave a hoarse, weak order. Please escort Mrs. Zhuang to her seat. Chapter 225. Escalating Conflict. The bodyguards quickly stepped forward, each grabbing one of Zhuang Jing's arms and forced her to sit on the couch by pressing her shoulders. Zhuang Jing, incensed, violently swung her arms, but her strength was no match for the two towering bodyguards. She glared furiously at Jiang Fei. What more do you want from me? You can kill me if you want, but you'd better think about how your husband, Fu Yunyi, will deal with you. Jiang Fei ignored her words and looked at Su Jing and Zhou Xiqing, who were equally soaked, saying, you two should sit as well. After all three sat down, Jiang Fei coughed lightly a couple of times, unable to suppress the irritation in her throat. Taking a deep breath, she raised her eyes and calmly met Zhuang Jing's gaze, asking, Mrs. Zhuang, I just learned recently about the feud between my father and your family. You've repeatedly claimed that my father indirectly caused the death of your daughter Wen Yu. But may I ask, why did my father do this? Zhuang Jing clenched her teeth angrily and retorted, I don't care what his reasons are. It's a fact that he mixed sleeping drugs into the incense. If it weren't for his incense, my daughter would have had at least a chance to escape. Jiang Fei said. The pain Mrs. Zhuang feels over the loss of her beloved daughter, though I cannot fully understand, I empathize deeply. Often when people are most sorrowful, their thoughts may be swayed, leading to irrational judgments, thus escalating all conflicts. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Zhuang Jing shouted loudly. I only want you to repay my daughter's life. Jiang Yu's entire family deserves to die. All of you deserve to die. Jiang Fei frowned deeply upon hearing this. Though the incident indeed involved her father and led to Wen Yu's tragic death, making Zhuang Jing a pitiful figure, many things in her heart could not be hastily concluded. Otherwise, she wouldn't be worthy of being her father's daughter. If Mrs. Zhuang can't calm down, I will take measures to temporarily silence you until you cool off. Then we'll continue our discussion. Even if Zhuang Jing had lost her reason, she also realized that she couldn't compete with Jiang Fei alone now. So she gritted her teeth tightly, her eyes turning like sharp blades, attempting to stab Jiang Fei right there through glaring alone. Mrs. Zhuang was able to find this place. Let me ask, who told you the location? Zhuang Jing coldly mocked. Do you really think marrying Fu Yunyi means Fu Yunyi will let go of all grudges and live happily with you? Jiang Fei's eyebrows slightly narrowed at this statement, but she didn't dwell much on what Zhuang Jing had said. After all, full of hatred, every word out of her mouth might carry an intention to provoke. Though Jiang Fei didn't know much about Fu Yunyi, if Fu Yunyi truly intended to do something, he could have used Zhuang Jing against her the first time he went to Rongqing, not waiting until now, or luring Zhuang Jing to Jiangxing before taking action. However, Zhuang Jing clearly intended to protect someone. There was little benefit in further questioning. Changing the subject, Jiang Fei continued. Yesterday, I called you, Mrs. Zhuang, intending to verify the issue between my father and your daughter. This matter may already seem settled to you, but in my heart, this is a fabricated crime. Before Zhuang Jing could speak, Jiang Fei interrupted her. Don't rush, Mrs. Zhuang. I have a few questions. Answer them if you wish. I won't force you if you choose not to. First, the custom-made incense sold by my father is expensive. The person who could afford such incense must be quite wealthy. So how exactly did they come to know your daughter? Were you aware? Did your daughter ever interact with anyone around Fu Yunyi? Do you know if there was any conflict with someone of wealth or power? Are these matters clear to you? As Jiang Fei spoke, a look of evident shock flashed across Zhuang Jing's face. Jiang Fei gave a faint smile and tilted her lips upward. It seems, Mrs. Zhuang, you know nothing. So how can you certainly determine that it was my father who added sedatives to the incense? Couldn't it have been the buyer, or perhaps the person who handed over the bundle of incense to your daughter? Her words barely ended when Su Zhuqing suddenly glanced at her. This point, neither Ning Han nor Xiao Heng had considered. She had never thought along this line either. If this were true, then Uncle Jiang was wrongfully killed. A fleeting look of hesitation crossed Zhuang Jing's face, but within seconds, it turned back to viciousness. Don't try to change facts with these words. Though I'm unsure about who exactly my daughter befriended in Jiangqing, it's certain the incense was problematic. I have no evidence to prove my father's innocence, Jiang Fei said with an increasingly serious expression. But I know well what kind of person my father is, and I will reinvestigate this matter to clear his name. Jiang Fei's resolute words and her determined demeanor were almost a joke in Zhuang Jing's eyes. She burst into laughter twice and retorted, "Your father was nothing but an evil killer, looking so loyal and honest on the surface. But who knows how black-hearted he was behind people's backs? I won't believe you. All these are just nonsense you came up with to protect yourself. Either you send someone to watch me closely, or you be careful yourself. Otherwise, as long as I live, I will never let you have peace." Very funny. Su Zhuqing suddenly scoffed and asked, "If it turns out your daughter's death has nothing to do with Father Fei, then what? Then I ask, who should take responsibility for Father Fei's death? Your daughter, who has already died." "You shut up." Hearing Su Zhuqing's words, Zhuang Jing's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. She glared at Su Zhuqing with teeth-grinding anger, wanting nothing more than to tear her apart on the spot. Su Zhuqing smirked coldly and said, "Mrs. Zhuang, I don't care how my friend talks to you, but don't think you can bully my friends in front of me. If you seek justice for your daughter, does that mean we shouldn't seek justice for my friend's deceased father? You think your daughter is perfect, pure, and killed innocently, but who knows what really happened behind closed doors? What do you mean by that?" Zhuang Jing went berserk, trying to break free from the bodyguard's restraint. "What did you mean by those words? What gives you the right to insult my daughter? Who are you to talk about my daughter?" Su Zhuqing looked at Zhuang Jing with disdain. "You lost control the moment I said a few words about your daughter. Yet when we tried to prove what kind of person Father Fei was, what sort of language did you use to attack us?" Chapter 226. Go back and resolve it later. "I absolutely will not allow you to speak of my daughter this way." Zhuang Jing's face went pale with rage. "Bring Fu Yunting back here. Bring him back. I want him to clearly explain before all of you exactly what kind of person my daughter is. Who the hell cares about Fu Yunting's damn words?" Su Zhuqing raised her voice in rebuttal to Zhuang Jing's statement. "If you cooperate in this matter, then you can go home and wait for our news. But if you refuse to cooperate and dare to harm the life of my friend, I will use everything I've learned throughout my life to make you pay for your sins. At that time, not only will I make you suffer pain, but I will also make you watch me shatter your daughter's memorial photo. I don't care whether Fu Yunting has any relation to your daughter or not. Even if I die, I will never let either of you have a peaceful moment. Don't believe me? Then try it and see." Upon hearing Su Zhuqing threaten her by mentioning Wen Yu's memorial photo, Zhuang Jing's fury diminished significantly. She could trade her own life for Jiang Fei's discomfort, but she didn't dare to bet on her daughter's last remnants. Seeing her fall silent, Su Zhuqing nodded slightly toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei continued, "Madame Zhuang, please seriously consider the aforementioned words, and do not be manipulated by those who bear malice. After all, this incident isn't just a loss for which you endure pain over losing your daughter. I, too, endure the same pain from losing my father." Zhuang Jing seemed lost in thought, considering Jiang Fei's words. Jiang Fei wasn't in a rush for an immediate response from her. In every matter, there must always be a process of reflection, and exceptions are not made for anyone. Rongqing City. Upon receiving a message from the bodyguard, assistant and hurried to knock on Fu Yunting's guest room door. Fu Yunting opened the door, an assistant and quickly reported, "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Zhuang went to see Lady Fu." According to the bodyguards, Mrs. Zhuang pushed Lady Fu down the stairs. The handsome face of Fu Yunting darkened instantly. "What's the current situation?" "There hasn't been any news yet," assistant asked. "Should I make a call to inquire?" "Find out how Jiang Fei is, then arrange for them to escort her to the hotel. Everything will be resolved once I get back." As Fu Yunting spoke, he returned to his room, picked up his phone and jacket, then walked back towards the door. Startled, assistant and watched Fu Yunting's retreating figure. "Mr. Fu, shall we head back tonight?" "Let's go back." Upon hearing Fu Yunting's reply, assistant and hastily rushed into the room to pack their belongings. Under assistant and's tight arrangements, the bodyguards followed orders to send Zhuang Ying to the hotel and arrange for a doctor to go to Star River Bay to check on Jiang Fei's condition. Dr. Yu Liangji, who had previously examined Jiang Fei at Bei Yuan, arrived with his medical kit. When Dr. Yu Liangji entered, Jiang Fei and the others were having dinner around the dining table. The first thing he noticed wasn't Jiang Fei, but Zhou Xiqing sitting across from her. "Big brother teacher?" Hearing his name, Zhou Xiqing paused in the middle of lifting food with his chopsticks and turned to look at Dr. Yu Liangji, showing slight surprise as he said, "Little Liangji? What a coincidence." Dr. Yu Liangji adjusted his glasses and excitedly walked over to Zhou Xiqing, saying, "I never expected Big Brother Teacher would also know Mrs. Fu." Continuing, he turned to Jiang Fei and smiled. "Mrs. Fu, Big Brother Teacher's abilities far surpass mine. With him here, it would be like displaying axes before Lu Ban for me to examine you." Jiang Fei quickly waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine. However, was your visit prompted by a call from Fu Yunting?" "It was a call from assistant. He said you fell down the steps and asked me to check on your condition before reporting back to him." Yu Liangji truthfully explained while somewhat sheepishly scratching the back of his neck. "But judging from the state of Mrs. Fu, there shouldn't be any problems." "She's fine." Zhou Xiqing smiled faintly as he placed his chopsticks down. "Have you eaten dinner yet?" Yu Liangji quickly shook his head, honestly answering, "Not yet, but after receiving the call, I rushed right over without eating." Zhou Siqing turned to Jiang Fei. Would you mind if my junior brother joined us for a quick meal? No, no, no. Yu Liangji hurriedly declined. I can't eat with Mrs. Fu. That wouldn't follow the rules. What rules? Su Zhuqing stuffed some meat into her mouth, pointing with her chopsticks at the seat opposite her, and said, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Since you've run all the way here, why not eat here conveniently? Yu Liangji cautiously glanced at Jiang Fei, noticing her nodding encouragement. Only then did he quickly put his medical kit down and sit across from Su Zhuqing. Cooking sister Zhang brought out utensils, plates, and wet wipes for Yu Liangji. After cleaning his hands, Yu Liangji again expressed his gratitude to Jiang Fei and the rest. Throughout the meal, Yu Liangji remained quiet, listening attentively as Jiang Fei conversed. After putting down his chopsticks, Yu Liangji curiously asked, Mrs. Fu, will you be living here from now on? His sudden question made Zhou Siqing raise an eyebrow and glare at him. What? Do you want to move in? Yu Liangji had a slow reaction time. When he finally caught on, his cheeks immediately flushed bright red. No, no. Yu Liangji hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. I was just trying to figure out so I can have a clear direction for treating Mrs. Fu. Zhou Siqing squinted his eyes and teasingly said to Yu Liangji, do you think I'll still give you any room to maneuver while I'm around? Of course, I can't compare to senior brother. Yu Liangji felt like sitting on needles. But senior brother, isn't Mrs. Fu married? Can you always be by her side? Zhou Siqing chuckled. From the tone of your words, it sounds like I shouldn't come to see my friend. Is that right? No, Yu Liangji was so flustered he couldn't speak coherently, wanting to explain but feeling that his explanation sounded too weak and false. He opened and closed his lips several times, and even started sweating profusely on his forehead. Seeing this, Su Zhuqing looked at Zhou Siqing with a speechless expression. Stop scaring the poor kid. Look how nervous he's getting. He can barely talk straight. Zhou Siqing suddenly burst out laughing. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Come and check up whenever you need to. I'll feel a bit more assured if you do. Yu Liangji sighed in relief, but the flush on his cheeks hadn't faded yet. He hesitated with his lips moving twice, then somehow mustered up the courage and suddenly looked up at Jiang Fei and asked, Mrs. Fu, are you pregnant? Jiang Fei was tidying up the tissues on the table. I think assistant and should have already told you about my condition. I don't quite understand why you're asking this. Yu Liangji found it hard to express himself clearly. I feel that we might not be able to check much this way. Mrs. Fu, since you fell down the stairs, I personally recommend going to the hospital for a detailed examination. Chapter 227, Worst Fears. Jiang Fei looked down and touched her abdomen. She didn't want to keep the child. At the moment she fell, she even had a wicked thought in her mind. If these two children could directly miscarry, it would no longer be a burden for her. At least, it saved her the trouble from Fu Yunting. But strangely enough, these two kids seemed extraordinarily resilient. Falling like that, her abdomen didn't feel even the slightest discomfort. Jiang Fei thought for a moment before responding to Yu Liangji. Nothing's wrong. I'll go to the hospital immediately if I feel unwell. Seeing Jiang Fei refuse to go, Yu Liangji didn't insist further. He took out his phone to report to assistant and drank a few sips of tea, and then left. Fu Yunting, who returned in haste during the night, arrived at the Fu family estate by noon. Striding into the Fu household gate, he asked the housemaid cleaning in the living room, where is she? The maid was surprised, hesitating for a second. Madam? Madam should be in the sunroom right now. Fu Yunting took the elevator to the top floor. Seeing Mu Xinrong standing before some flowers with a watering pot, he approached quickly with an icy expression. With one slap, he sent the watering pot flying out of Mu Xinrong's hands, knocking over several flowers in the process. Then, Fu Yunting harshly questioned her. Why did you do this? Mu Xinrong froze her hand midair, raising her gaze to look at the disheveled flower bed. So you rushed back in such a dusty haste just to interrogate me? Other than you, no one knows about Zhuang Zhiying. Mu Xinrong suddenly laughed coldly, lowering her hand and turning to look at Fu Yunting. Are you so sure that this was definitely something I did? Fu Yunting angrily said. If it wasn't you, you wouldn't have been the first to ask me if I came here to blame you. And if it were me, what then? Mu Xinrong calmly countered, picking up the spare watering pot. I've already said, as long as she stays by your side for one more day, I won't let her rest easy. Apparently, my words mean nothing to you. Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes, which gleamed dangerously. You're determined, aren't you? Mu Xinrong sneered at him. Would you publicly stand against me for a woman? Isn't it you who started all this? Fu Yunting clenched his jaw, the veins on his temples popping out due to suppressed anger. If anything happens to Jiang Fei's unborn child, I will never let you off easy either. Mu Xinrong suddenly tightened her grip on the watering pot. What are you planning to do? That depends on what you fear most. After throwing those words, Fu Yunting turned and walked toward the exit of the sunroom. Mu Xinrong hastily put down the watering pot and turned to look at his retreating figure. Fu Yunting, I have gone through great lengths, placing everything under the Fu family in your hands. And this is what you return to me. Fu Yunting paused his steps, slightly turning his head. What you've always wanted is merely a puppet under your control, not your offspring. Not caring much after that, Fu Yunting took the elevator downstairs and instructed assistant and to head to the hotel. Upstairs, Mu Xinrong stared at Fu Yunting's car disappearing from view, then picked up her phone and called Chen Qingzhu. The moment Chen Qingzhu answered, Mu Xinrong's scolding remarks entered her ears. Miss Chen is truly useless. I told you something so important, yet you can't utilize it at all. It seems your intelligence truly can't compare with Jiang Fei's. Mrs. Mu's words are far too harsh. No one becomes fat overnight. If Mrs. Mu insists on solving things with Jiang Fei in one go, then leave it to yourself. I lack the capability. Chen Qingzhu responded furiously to Zhuang Jing, her eyes blazing with resentment, holding onto a file tightly. The other night, Zhuang Jing went berserk in front of her, prompting her to make Xiao Chong check Zhuang Jing's background overnight. It turned out Zhuang Jing actually had a history of mental illness. This kind of person, not only dangerous near Jiang Fei, but Chen Qingzhu herself felt vulnerable interacting with Zhuang Jing. Any sudden retaliation would leave her without recourse. Mu Xinrong had concealed this piece of information, having bottled up her fury with no outlet. She couldn't possibly say something pleasant after another tirade. Mu Xinrong stayed silent, without saying a word. After waiting for a while and receiving no reply, Chen Qingzhu suddenly laughed softly. I naturally understand that Mrs. Mu wants to use me to remove Jiang Fei, to ensure there's no obstacle between you and Yunting. However, recently, I'm indeed overwhelmed with company affairs since my grandfather passed away, and the company's difficulties all fall on me alone. I want to try my best, but I am powerless. How could Mu Xinrong fail to detect the implied meaning in Chen Qingzhu's words? But indeed, there were certain things she could only depend on Chen Qingzhu to handle. Firstly, once an arrow has been released, it cannot turn back. Secondly, with someone as cunning as Chen Qingzhu, how could anyone be sure that she wouldn't divulge everything she had ordered to Fu Yunting? The mother-son relationship between her and Fu Yunting had already become a glass full of cracks. If another crack was added, it would only result in complete shattering. She couldn't risk losing all the effort she'd put in over these decades, so she entrusted everything to Chen Qingzhu. It wasn't that she couldn't find someone else to get the job done. It was just that there was no time for any backup plan as Jiang Fei's pregnancy was progressing day by day. Thinking about this, Mu Xinrong took a deep breath and suppressed all her reluctance and anger. Name your price. Chen Qingzhu smiled faintly and carelessly threw the documents on the coffee table. 10 million. A ridiculous extortion. Mu Xinrong shouted sharply. Based on what you've done previously, it's not even worth 10 million from me. Chen Qingzhu leisurely propped up her legs, swinging them slightly. If Mrs. Mu doesn't agree, I'll just go back to work properly at the company. Let Mrs. Mu ask someone else to deal with this murky water. I'll give you 5 million first. Mu Xinrong compromised a little. Once you successfully get rid of the child in Jiang Fei's belly, I'll give you another 5 million. Chen Qingzhu twirled her long hair with her fingers. 10 million is a down payment. Has Mrs. Mu forgotten our previous agreement? It was 200 million after the matter was settled. If Mrs. Mu plans to go back on her word, then I will have plenty of excuses to breach the contract too. And when that happens, well, Yunting might. Mu Xinrong simply could no longer continue speaking with Chen Qingzhu, shouting fiercely. By tomorrow night at the latest, the money will be transferred into your account. The smile in Chen Qingzhu's eyes instantly spread wide. Then thank you very much, Mrs. Mu. Mu Xinrong immediately hung up the phone. Clutching her phone tightly, she swung it angrily toward the nearby plants and flowers. The thorny stem suddenly slashed across her wrist, crimson blood trickling slowly down her hand. 10 million meant nothing to her in terms of money, but being controlled this way by Chen Qingzhu definitely wasn't her nature. With a tissue in hand, Mu Xinrong wiped off the blood from her wrist while her gaze turned cold and ruthless. She picked up her phone again and dialed another number. Chapter 228. It has nothing to do with her. The phone connected, and Mu Xinrong coldly ordered. I want all the movements of Chen Qingzhu from the middle of the year to the end. After leaving the Fu family, Fu Yunting instructed assistant and to drive him to the hotel. Upon entering the hotel, he took the elevator to reach the guest room where Zhuang Jing was staying. After ringing the doorbell for not long, Zhuang Jing quickly came to open the door for him. The moment she saw Fu Yunting, Zhuang Jing forced out a sarcastic sneer. You actually still have the face to see me. She turned aside, walked to the sofa, and sat down. Fu Yunting silently moved to another sofa and sat down, then spoke in a deep voice. You should not have gone after Jiang Fei's trouble. Zhuang Jing cast a sharp look towards Fu Yunting. Do you not know who her father is? Or do I need to mention again in front of you, who exactly was responsible for Wen Yu's death? Fu Yunting tightened his handsome face. What her father did has nothing to do with her. Nothing. Zhuang Jing suddenly burst into laughter. Fu Yunting, you have been married for 3 years. Calculating by the timeline, not long after when you died, you got married. Wasn't your initial purpose to seek revenge for Wen Yu? What happened? In these 3 years, have you fallen in love with the daughter of the person who killed Wen Yu? Fu Yunting tightly pursed his lips and said nothing, allowing Zhuang Jing to say every word that stung deeply. The anger from last night hadn't dissipated yet. Fu Yunting's attitude was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Zhuang Jing suddenly picked up her bag beside her, took out Wen Yu's photo, and held it in her hand. Fu Yunting, talk to Wen Yu's photo. At Wen Yu's funeral, what promises did you make? Have you forgotten them all now? Fu Yunting raised his eyes and looked at Wen Yu's photo, smiling as she hugged her books and turned back. His pupils shrank. It was the photo taken when Wen Yu first entered school, and this photo was captured by him. Memories surged like tides, fiercely occupying Fu Yunting's mind. As the corner of his eyes began to redden, Fu Yunting forced himself to avert his gaze. Speak, Zhuang Jing shouted furiously. Dare you admit in front of Wen Yu that you already have feelings for the daughter of our enemy? You kept promising me that you would never let their family live in peace. But now what? You actually brought that woman home, made her pregnant, protected her day and night. When you see her, don't you remember how Wen Yu died so tragically? How did Wen Yu treat you? Did you forget all that? Is your conscience eaten by dogs? Tears constantly flowed from Zhuang Jing's eyes, and her hand holding Wen Yu's photo trembled greatly. For you, when you gave up her bright future, just to be able to stay with you more, she even moved from Rongqing to Jiangqing. What did she get in return? It was her youth. It was her trust. It was her life. Fu Yunting. Zhuang Jing endured the pain akin to broken bones, flayed skin, and drawn blood, pleading word by word with tears in her eyes. For when you to receive offerings and be well fed, I couldn't die or go crazy. I stayed in a mental hospital for an entire year, making efforts to get better. But you? Isn't it that since she wasn't officially your wife, you forgot all about her suffering after some time? I've never forgotten. Fu Yunting's voice was hoarse and filled with loneliness. In these 3 years, when Yu's tragic death often appears before my eyes, I once thought of retaliating against everyone who harmed her, including marrying Jiang Fei. I wanted her to stay by my side so she could suffer. But during this period, I suddenly realized that I can't go through with it. Although Jiang Fei is Jiang Yu's daughter, she is also just herself. Hearing these words from Fu Yunting, Zhuang Jing opened her mouth and burst into mocking laughter. She slowly put down the photo in her hands, full of pain and despair in her eyebrows and eyes. So what? So what about my daughter's sacrifice? And her unwavering commitment? What does it mean? If when you were aware beneath the earth, seeing you gradually forgetting her, living lovingly with the daughter of our enemy, how much pain would she endure? Do you know? Fu Yunting clenched his teeth tightly. Jiang Yu is already dead. Those people who harmed when you have paid with their lives, this matter should be ended here. It's not that simple. Zhuang Jing roared angrily. I will never tolerate the daughter of our enemy living peacefully in this world, enjoying what should originally belong to my daughter. As the sympathy in Fu Yunting's eyes gradually disappeared, he lifted his gaze and met Zhuang Jing's sinister eyes. What do you intend to do? I'll make her die. Zhuang Jing gripped the photo tightly in her hand. All people related to Jiang Yu should accompany my daughter to her death. I won't let you touch Jiang Fei even a single hair. Fu Yunting's eyes gradually turned colder. If their deaths don't relieve your anger, then come after me directly. Zhuang Jing suddenly put down the photo in her hand and took out a fruit knife hidden behind the cushion. She pulled out the handle, pointing the sharp blade straight at Fu Yunting. Do you really think I dare not do anything? There was a fleeting look of astonishment in Fu Yunting's eyes, clearly not expecting that Zhuang Jing would have kept the knife nearby. Even though the knife was less than half a meter away from him, there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he slightly sat up straighter. As long as you don't harm Jiang Fei, whatever you want to do to me is fine. I can accept your rage. Then go and join Wen Yu in her grave. Zhuang Jing raised the knife in her hand and plunged it fiercely into Fu Yunting's chest. As the knife sank into his chest, a faint sound came with the friction against his skin and flesh, accompanied by his muffled groan. The blood drained instantly from his handsome face. When Zhuang Jing regained her sanity after stabbing him, she immediately released the handle. She didn't expect that Fu Yunting had no intention of dodging, just sitting there silently while letting her stab him. Fearful, she retreated 2 steps, tears welling up in her eyes again. Why didn't you dodge? Fu Yunting forced himself through the blunt pain in his chest, covering the wound beneath with his hand, and slowly stood up. I have no reason to dodge. I hope you understand. Jiang Fei is also an innocent person. With that, Fu Yunting turned around and headed toward the door. The dagger was still embedded in his chest, untouched. Watching his staggering steps, Zhuang Jing clenched her fists tightly and shouted at the moment he opened the door. Don't think that what you did will make me easily give up my revenge. The suffering you endure does not even compare to the pain when you endured because of you. Fu Yunting paused for a moment, standing silent for a while, and without saying another word, he left the room. Chapter 229. Can I take a look at the diary? Under the strange gaze, Fu Yunting endured the dizziness brought on by pain and got back into his car. Seeing him come back, assistant and quickly turned around, preparing to ask where they should head back to. But when he saw the knife embedded in Fu Yunting's chest, his eyes widened in horror. Mr. Fu. Shut up. Fu Yunting weakly opened his mouth. Go to the hospital. I understand. In the afternoon, Jiang Fei arrived at Jiang Heng's home. As soon as she entered, she saw Su Ninghan fully geared up, changing her shoes by the door. Upon seeing Jiang Fei come over, Su Ninghan looked at her in surprise and said, President Jiang, how did you come here? Jiang Fei placed the milk and fruit she was holding in the cabinet next to her. Yeah, I'm here to check on you, in Little Hong. Are you getting ready to go out? There's no vegetables left at home. Su Ninghan picked up her gloves. I'm going downstairs to buy some. Jiang Heng is in his room. You two can chat first. I'll be back right away. Jiang Fei nodded, watching as Su Ninghan walked out of the house. She chose not to follow her because she wanted to talk with Jiang Heng about their father's diary. After changing into slippers, Jiang Fei went to Jiang Heng's room and knocked on the door. Little Heng, it's me. May I come in? Give me a few minutes. Jiang Heng finished typing the last few lines of code, then shut down the screen before calling out toward the door. Come in. Jiang Fei pushed open the door and glanced at the now-off computer screen without asking further questions. She walked over and sat down on the chair next to Jiang Heng. Turning around, Jiang Heng faced Jiang Fei directly. How come you didn't send a message beforehand? Did I interrupt you? Jiang Fei smiled and glanced toward the computer. Should I let you finish? We can talk later. It's no trouble. Jiang Heng picked up a nearby drink and handed it to Jiang Fei. Would you like something to drink? Jiang Fei took it, lightly gripping it in her hands. Lowering her eyes to the drink, after thinking for a moment, she began. Little Heng, could you let me take a look at Dad's diary? Jiang Heng suddenly knitted his brows tightly. Sister Su told you, didn't she? I had to push her. Jiang Fei raised her gaze, her lips curving slightly upward. I have a general idea of what happened already. But now, I don't know how to verify the events from years ago, so I want to find some clues from Dad's diary. Jiang Heng gazed steadily at Jiang Fei. Let's not talk about the diary for now. I just want to ask you one question. Think carefully before answering me. When you've decided, if I should give it to you, I will. Jiang Fei swirled the drink in her hand. Are you asking about the matter concerning the children? Jiang Heng slightly staggered, not expecting Jiang Fei to guess his question so accurately. Yes. Jiang Heng stared at Jiang Fei's stomach. Will you or will you not bear these two children? I don't want to. Jiang Fei responded without hesitation. To raise a child is to take responsibility for the child's future. Clearly, my relationship with Fu Yunting isn't such that it would allow me to focus entirely on raising our children. Why do you think they are merely Fu Yunting's children? Jiang Heng frowned even more deeply. Have you never considered that the child inside your belly is also yours? Don't they carry part of you as well? The words he spoke left Jiang Fei momentarily stunned. But Xiao Heng, these children are also Fu Yunting's. Their veins carry Fu Yunting's bloodline. If Fu Yunting turns out to be the man who killed our father, how can I face our children? And how will they face both me and Fu Yunting? Why must little children necessarily endure the issues and pains arising between us adults? Jiang Heng sighed deeply. True. I don't want you with Fu Yunting either, and I least of all wish you to have his children. But since they're here, why are you so heartless as to abandon them? Are we incapable of raising them to adulthood? Why can't we live in another city far away from these people? Why can't these babies stay in your womb to grow up properly? Why do you want to take away their chance to stay by your side? Jiang Fei was bewildered as she looked at Jiang Heng, feeling unfamiliarity. His words left her utterly speechless, unable to refute him. Worried about the issue of whether the children will lack a father? Do you think they'll be bullied at school by others? Jiang Heng snorted mockingly. What era are we in? So many divorced parents can still successfully raise their kids. I believe you should reconsider this problem. These two children. Can you really bring yourself to abort them? Don't rush your answer. Just put aside all the hatred and reflect honestly. If you ask me this way, do I really have a choice? Bitterness crept onto Jiang Fei's lips. You know well how much psychological torment I'd bear if I go through with it. Even Father's spirit in heaven wouldn't rest peacefully. But do they have a choice? Jiang Heng's gaze once again swept across Jiang Fei's stomach. Because of your selfish thoughts, you're depriving them of their lives here on Earth. Then why didn't you ensure proper protection measures were taken at the beginning? An indescribable sense of powerlessness densely entangled around Jiang Fei's heart. The four words, innocent children, gradually crushed and shattered her original thoughts. Yes, she had always been blinded by hatred, never considering how innocent and choiceless these two resilient children were for surviving. But could she take responsibility? When the children grew up and developed their own thoughts, knowing about her situation with Fu Yunting, and questioned why she gave birth to them, how would she face and answer them? Later on, when they saw other kids accompanied by both parents, how would she comfort their young hearts? In time, not just her, but the children too would be in pain. Jiang Fei lowered her gaze. Xiao Heng, no matter how you persuade me, I can't take risks doing things I'm unable to handle. So are you certain that Fu Yunting is definitely the one who killed father? Jiang Fei tightly gripped the drink in her hand. She'd heard this very same question once from Su Zhuqing, and didn't expect to hear it again now from Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng stared at the silent Jiang Fei for a long moment before suddenly turning around and switching on the computer screen. On two screens were lines of code he had typed out one by one on the keyboard. On the remaining screen was a list of patient records. Confused, Jiang Fei stared at the computer. When she realized what was shown on the screen, her eyes widened in astonishment. You hacked into the hospital's system? Jiang Heng nodded. I want to see if I can find where when you used to live from the hospital system. I still don't dare to investigate the police network side. My skills aren't mature enough yet. If I get caught, I'll be arrested. Why do you need to find her residential address? Of course to check the surveillance at her home. Jiang Fei felt somewhat amused and exasperated. Are you sure there must be cameras where when you lived? Even if we could see, what would it prove? Chapter 230, cross-checking one by one. I want to know if it's really the incense made by father, and whether that stick of incense was actually lit. Jiang Fei said, if her house has surveillance, Fu Yunting will surely investigate the surveillance footage. Do you think Fu Yunting wouldn't know whether the incense was burned or not? If it wasn't, then why would the blame fall on father? Of course, I also agree with what you're doing. If it was caused by other incense, it could exonerate father. But I think you should focus on investigating other places, like the surveillance footage of father making incense at Fragrant Flow Shop, or the footage of customers who bought incense. Thinking about this, Jiang Fei suddenly furrowed her brows. Before she could say anything, there came a sound of the door opening. President Jiang. Su Ninggen's voice followed immediately outside. I've bought your favorite braised beef. Jiang Fei stood up and walked into the living room, looking at Su Ninggen, who shook the beef and said, Ninggen, come with me to Fragrant Float Shop. Su Ninggen quickly put down the beef. Do we have to go now? Then we will definitely miss dinner for Jiang Heng. We'll eat dinner together outside, and take Jiang Heng with us. Jiang Heng followed Jiang Fei out of the room. What are we going to do at Fragrant Float Shop? Jiang Fei looked at them both. We're going to check the purchase records from 3 years ago. After an hour's journey, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at Fragrant Float Shop, and Jiang Fei found the customer purchase record book from 3 years ago in front of the bookshelf. There was one booklet per quarter, and Jiang Fei found all 4 quarterly booklets, handing them respectively to Jiang Heng and Su Ninggen. Find the excerpts of those who purchased the least, and I'll cross-check the surveillance footage. Su Ninggen looked blankly through the notebook in her hands. President Jiang, are you so sure that the culprit wouldn't have purchased too much? If you're using these things to frame someone, would you spend a lot of money on this stuff? Jiang Fei asked, lifting her gaze. Su Ningyan suddenly realized, quickly flipping through the account book and taking a pen to start recording. Working from morning until night, they finally managed to list everyone who had bought the least amount of incense. Su Ningyan massaged her shoulders and said, I didn't expect the business to be so booming back then. Comparing it to now, isn't our business model flawed? Jiang Fei carefully responded while studying the list of 10 people. Many customers came because of my father. After he passed away, the number of customers who buy incense has decreased by 2/3. They don't trust my skills. But even so, we still make a decent income from selling incense. Su Ningyan agreed, leaning over beside Jiang Fei and asking, President Jiang, did you notice any problems? Not yet, Jiang Fei said, pointing to the purchasing time records. Ningyan, please pull up the surveillance footage for these dates from the cloud storage. All right. In nearly half an hour, Su Ningyan pulled up all the surveillance footage and forwarded it to Jiang Fei's phone. President Jiang, everything has been sent to you. Jiang Fei nodded. I've booked a restaurant. Let's watch the surveillance footage while eating. During dinner, Jiang Fei hardly ate a bite, instead focusing repeatedly on watching the surveillance footage. None of the 10 people on the list revealed any suspicious behavior, except for Jiang Ziming, her father's assistant, who drew some suspicion. On August 25th, Jiang Ziming arrived at Fragrant Float Shop early in the morning. While sweeping the yard, he looked several times toward the entrance of the shop. The expression on his face didn't look like he was waiting for someone, but rather as though he feared being seen by someone. At around 10 o'clock, he took out his phone to make a brief call. After hanging up, he put down the broom and walked straight to the workshop. Once inside, Jiang Ziming appeared to enter a normal work routine, but during the process of grinding herbs, he twisted the ring on his finger multiple times. Each time he twisted it, he would glance toward the workshop window and peek outside. Uncertain whether Jiang Ziming had done this before as a habit, Jiang Fei checked several videos for comparison. The results indicated that apart from August 25th, Jiang Ziming had never performed such actions previously. Jiang Fei frowned deeply and placed her phone on the table. Having eaten enough, Su Ningyan noticed her serious expression, rubbing her bloated stomach, and asked, President Jiang, did you discover something? Jiang Fei looked at Su Ningyan. It's hard for me to make a decision now, but Jiang Ziming indeed warrants further investigation. Jiang Ziming? Uncle Jiang? Su Ningyan asked in surprise. Wasn't he your uncle's previous assistant? Is there a problem with him? Jiang Fei showed them the surveillance video and compared it with other videos. Noticing the situation, Jiang Heng said seriously, Jiang Ziming's behavior is very strange. What's the purpose of his twisting the ring? Do you think if he hides some powder in the ring? Su Ningyan looked up at Jiang Fei and others, raising a question. Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng exchanged a glance. Why do you associate it with this? Su Ningyan said that she had once seen a similar scene in a crime movie, where the murderer killed his wife and then to prove his innocence, he rubbed poison powder inside his ring and poisoned deliberately in front of the surveillance camera. After thinking for a while, Jiang Heng said, if Jiang Ziming did something to betray father, then there must be something that gave him enough temptation or threat to make him do this. Jiang Fei thought of Jiang Ziming's sick wife. She quickly picked up her phone and called Su Zhuqing. After a while, Su Zhuqing answered. She lowered her voice and asked, Fifi, what is it? Jiang Fei slightly froze. Are you busy? Yes, I have customers here. We are discussing things. If you have anything, you can send me a message. I will reply to you after I am free later. All right. Jiang Fei hung up the phone and started editing a message to Su Zhuqing. Can you check Jiang Ziming's transaction records from 3 years ago? Jiang Fei thought she would have to wait a long time, but unexpectedly, Su Zhuqing's reply came as soon as she put down the phone. Su Zhuqing. Yes, I'll take care of it. I will give you the transaction flow in 2 days. But I have things these 2 days, I can't find time. Jiang Fei. All right. Curious about the situation, Su Ningyan asked, President Jiang, how does it go? Can we check it? Jiang Fei nodded. Yes, but we have to wait for 2 days. However, I plan to visit Jiang Ziming first and feel out his tone and attitude. I'll go with you, Su Ningyan suggested. If Jiang Ziming really has something to hide, he will definitely act against your interest by concealing it. You'll be safer with someone around. I'll come too, Jiang Heng said. I may not have much strength in my hand yet, but I'm sure I can still help somehow. Chapter 231. Could it be a mistake? Jiang Fei didn't refuse them. Obviously, going to confront such matters is safer in a group than alone. After returning to Star River Bay and finishing washing up just as she was about to lie down and sleep, Su Zhuju's phone call suddenly came in. She pressed the button to answer, and Su Zhuju's puzzled voice came through the phone. Fei, did Fu Yunyi return from Rongqing? Jiang Fei covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. I'm not quite sure. What happened? I think I just saw an assistant. Su Zhuju stood by the corridor of the ward area looking towards the last hospital room. Guess where I am now? Jiang Fei truly didn't have the energy to guess what Su Zhuju was doing, and sleepily responded offhandedly. Outside. Yes, outside, but at the hospital. Su Zhuju glanced at the patient room beside her and then sat on a chair. Wasn't I dealing with some disputes? Exactly. I was accompanying a client to check on the victim's condition, and on my way out of the restroom, I caught a glimpse of an assistant entering a hospital room. Upon hearing that it was at the hospital, Jiang Fei's eyes became slightly more clear. Could it be a mistake? I don't know. Su Zhuju looked again toward the end of the corridor. However, this floor has ordinary wards, so it might really be a mistake. How's your investigation coming along? Jiang Fei snuggled further into her blanket. Tomorrow, I'm planning to find Jiang Ziming, and Ning Han, Xiao Hong, and others will go with me. Sorry, Fei Fei, but I truly can't make any time these 2 days. It's fine. Why are you even saying this? Jiang Fei reached over to turn off the light. You've already accompanied me enough, for which I'm very grateful. Su Zhuzhu swung her legs. I just feel bad that during this crucial time, I wasn't able to be there for you. After all, you've also given me a lot of money to start my business. Isn't mentioning this kind of thing just too much? Jiang Fei said helplessly. My life was saved by you. You're my savior. So why would helping you start a business be problematic? Su Zhuzhu lowered her gaze and stared at her own shoes. After a long silence, she finally replied. Once I'm done, I'll come find you. All right, you should get home early and rest. Good night. Good night to you too. After putting down the phone, Jiang Fei didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, her mind continuously replayed Su Zhuzhu's words that she had seen an assistant at the hospital. An assistant's mother has always been recuperating in a nursing home. She could not possibly appear at the hospital. So, why would an assistant be at the hospital? Could it be that his sister was sick? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Fei turned the bedside lamp back on and sent a message to Aning on her phone. Jiang Fei. Aning, are you hospitalized? Aning replied quickly. No. Why would Mrs. Fu suddenly ask this question? Jiang Fei. Sorry, because a friend of mine said they saw your brother at the hospital. I thought perhaps you were unwell, so I asked. Aning sent a red little heart emoji. Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Fu. I'm still working overtime at the company. My brother really is at the hospital. I just asked him, but he didn't tell me why he's there. Jiang Fei was somewhat surprised to learn that Fu Yunyi indeed returned from Rongqing. After replying simply, she put her phone aside, gazing at the corner with complicated eyes. All the bodyguards at Star River Bay belonged to Fu Yunyi. The events from that night must definitely have been reported to Fu Yunyi. Falling down the stairs wasn't a minor issue, yet it wasn't major either. Given her pregnancy where the fetus is still unstable, Fu Yunyi previously clearly showed signs of being anxious about the baby. Now upon receiving the news, he chose to ignore it. Lying flat on her back, Jiang Fei stared blankly at the white ceiling, falling into a state of bewilderment. If her guess was correct, Fu Yunyi probably went to see Zhuang Jing. Their conversation might have led him to abandon the idea of wanting a child. Jiang Fei raised her hand to cover her eyes. This was better, since neither of them wanted it. They would save themselves from many unnecessary troubles. But deep down, she couldn't understand why there was an indescribable sourness. The next morning, Jiang Fei set out to pick up Jiang Heng and Su Ningen. It took her 2 hours to reach Jiang Jiming's building. Jiang Fei followed the route she had taken previously, reaching Jiang Jiming's floor. When she got out of the elevator, she found Jiang Jiming's door wide open with the sound of moving items and talking voices coming from inside. Jiang Fei glanced inside and saw unfamiliar faces, asking hesitantly, Excuse me, is Jiang Jiming here? The stout woman wearing a dark red coat turned around upon hearing her, and after seeing Jiang Fei and her companions, she sized them up and asked, Are you here looking for Jiang Jiming? Yes. Jiang Fei gave a quick look at the house filled with new furniture. Did Jiang Jiming sell his house? I bought it half a month ago. The slightly overweight woman walked up to Jiang Fei, her tone unfriendly. If you're looking for him, call him. From now on, this house is mine, so don't come looking for people here anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Ningen's eyebrows furrowed. She was about to say something when she noticed Jiang Fei quickly grabbing her arm. Sorry, we didn't mean to bother you. With that, she pulled Su Ningen and Jiang Heng back into the elevator. Su Ningen angrily jabbed at the elevator button. Mr. Jiang, what an obnoxious woman. We weren't deliberately bothering them. It's normal, Jiang Fei replied while staring at the numbers on the screen. No one wants strangers showing up uninvited and disturbing their lives. Don't worry about such small matters. Instead, let's figure out where Jiang Jiming might have gone. I'll go back and investigate his information. Jiang Heng turned toward Jiang Fei. If Jiang Jiming moved out half a month ago, he must be hiding something. Otherwise, why would he sell the house so fast after your first visit? He must have a lot of money, Su Ningen said with certainty. In my opinion, someone definitely paid him off. Jiang Fei remained silent, not speaking. After leaving the hallway, they stood in the cold breeze for a moment, and her mind began to clear. We can probably rule out the possibility of Jiang Jiming going abroad. Jiang Fei looked back at the building upstairs. His wife is sick, and there's no way he'd take her out of the country. By the way, Mr. Jiang, Su Ningen adjusted the scarf around her neck. I seem to remember that Jiang Jiming isn't originally from Jiangqing. Jiang Fei reached the car and opened the door. Yeah, it's about a 2-hour drive away, but I'm not exactly sure where he lived before. Su Ningen pointed at Jiang Heng. Mr. Jiang, we've got Jiang Heng. Jiang Fei glanced at Jiang Heng, who was already halfway seated in the car. She didn't comment further, nodded, and got into the passenger seat to drive them back to Jiang Heng's place. After returning to Jiang Heng's home, he immediately locked himself in his room. Chapter 232, just a guess. Jiang Fei and Su Ningen were busy together in the kitchen until lunch was ready. Just as Jiang Heng came out from his room, Jiang Fei handed the chopsticks in her hand to Jiang Heng, who replied after taking them. I've found the exact location of his hometown. When do you plan to go look for him? We should go as early as possible. Su Ningen looked at Jiang Fei. President Jiang, if we don't keep up with his speed, who knows where he will move next? Jiang Fei sat down with a slightly furrowed brow and asked, Is he really definitely going to be in his hometown? Su Ningen and Jiang Heng looked at her, and Jiang Fei continued. At first, he didn't think I would ask him about my father's external debts. After we met once, he anticipated that I would surely find other clues to meet him again. So he sold his house and moved to avoid us. Returning to his hometown was his retreat, But wouldn't he have also thought that we might find his hometown's location? Su Ningguang poked her bowl of white rice with her chopsticks. If it were me, I wouldn't return home either. Why openly wait for someone to come knocking on your door? Jiang Heng silently thought about their words, and after a long while, suddenly looked up at Jiang Fei. The most dangerous place can often be the safest place. Is it possible that he sold one apartment in the same neighborhood and bought another in the same neighborhood? That's highly likely. Su Ningguang looked excitedly at Jiang Fei and asked, President Jiang, what do you think? It's not impossible. Jiang Fei put down her chopsticks. Although Jiang Jiming's behavior in the surveillance seemed strange, it doesn't prove that he did anything wrong. With that in mind, he moved to reduce any chances of meeting and talking to me, minimizing trouble. So he won't return to his hometown, and we can pretty much guess they won't live in this complex anymore. Exactly. Su Ningguang nodded vigorously in agreement. If it were me, I'd think only fools would sell and buy houses in the same neighborhood twice. Jiang Fei paused and reflected for a moment. But without solid proof, all we're doing is guessing. I can investigate. After speaking these words, Jiang Heng picked up his bowl and quickly ate a couple bites of food. He finished the remaining meal with soup in just 2 swallows. Su Ningguang looked at him shoveling food hastily and couldn't help but remind him, eat slower, don't rush over these few minutes. Can't you finish eating before starting the investigation? Her eyes were filled with care for Jiang Heng. Even before Jiang Fei could grab a tissue, she had already handed one to him. She even thoughtfully got up and poured water for Jiang Heng so he could drink it in his room. Su Ningguang's actions caught Jiang Fei's attention, making her gaze dart back and forth between the two of them. After Jiang Heng went into the room, Su Ningguang returned to her seat. At this point, Jiang Fei leaned closer and asked quietly, Ningguang, how many years apart are you and Xiaoing? 6 years, Su Ningguang responded quickly. What's up, President Jiang? Jiang Fei slowly shook her head, with a faint smile at the corner of her lips. Nothing. I just think you shouldn't take care of everything for him. By the end of the year, he'll be an adult. If he doesn't learn to do things himself, it'll only make his girlfriend feel upset later. Su Ningguang didn't think too deeply about Jiang Fei's words, but when Jiang Fei mentioned girlfriends, there was a strange, uncomfortable feeling in her heart, and her expression became gradually desolate. How could Jiang Fei fail to notice the emotions that flashed across Su Ningguang's face? She picked up a piece of beef and placed it in Su Ningguang's bowl. I think you and Xiaoheng work well together. Giving him to you, I'm at ease. Ningguang, have you thought about anything? Upon hearing this, Su Ningguang looked surprised at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled without speaking, waiting for Su Ningguang to catch up. Once Su Ningguang understood, her entire face flushed red instantly. President Jiang. What nonsense are you saying? How could I possibly develop a romantic relationship with Jiang Heng? This age difference is simply too great. By the end of her sentence, Su Ningguang's voice had become weaker and weaker. Her worries were clear. If it weren't for the large age gap, she wouldn't have rejected Jiang Heng. Jiang Fei wasn't in a hurry. Love, once it blossoms, cannot be dismantled easily. And if it hasn't blossomed yet, it can't be forced either. Let's eat, Ningguang. Su Ningguang awkwardly lowered her head and stuffed more rice in her mouth. But those 2 sentences from Jiang Fei lingered stubbornly in her mind. Hospital ward. Assistant and stood by the door receiving the food delivered by Aunt Zhang. Thank you for your effort, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang peeked inside. Has Mr. Fu woken up yet? Assistant inside. The dagger was so long, almost all of it was inserted into his chest. Mr. Fu barely came back from the brink of death, so it's normal that he hasn't woken up yet. What about Mrs. Fu? The last thing Mr. Fu said before entering the emergency room was not to tell Mrs. Fu. As assistant and rubbed his fingertips over the thermos, he continued, Mr. Fu is simply worried that Mrs. Fu will be anxious and fail to take care of her health, so he didn't want us to tell her. And to prevent Mrs. Fu from finding out, he chose to stay in a regular ward. Aunt Zhang nodded silently. Then I'll go back first. By the way, assistant and called Aunt Zhang back. What has Mrs. Fu been doing these past 2 days? It seems she's quite busy, Aunt Zhang thought for a moment and said. She was out all day today too, and when I left, she still hadn't come back. Assistant and nodded. You take good care of Mrs. Fu and make sure she rests well. Understood. After seeing Aunt Zhang off, assistant and quietly closed the door, then walked toward the table. But as he passed by the bed, he suddenly noticed that Mr. Fu had opened his eyes. Surprised, assistant and quickly moved forward and set down the thermos. Mr. Fu, you're awake. His face lit up with excitement. Are you thirsty? Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Should I call the doctor to come take a look? A string of questions rained on Fu Yunting, who frowned slightly in displeasure. He slowly raised his hand to remove the oxygen mask from his face, but even the slightest exertion caused a sharp stab of pain in his wound. Seeing Fu Yunting's intention, assistant and hurriedly helped him take off the oxygen mask. Fu Yunting's thin lips moved slightly as he asked in a hoarse voice, How is Jiang Fei? Assistant and replied truthfully, Mrs. Fu has probably been investigating her father's affairs these past 2 days, always leaving early in the morning and returning late at night. Fu Yunting's dark eyes grew more serious. Supporting himself with his right elbow on the bed, he tried to sit up. Startled, assistant and exclaimed, Mr. Fu, your wound hasn't healed yet. You shouldn't get up. Seeing that Fu Yunting had no intention of lying back down, assistant and hurriedly grabbed a pillow and placed it behind Fu Yunting for support. Chapter 233. All sorts of cold remarks. The motion of getting up wasn't very big, but with such a deep wound here, even a slight movement was enough to cause excruciating pain. Fu Yunting's handsome face turned as pale as could be, devoid of any blood color. After calming his breathing slightly, he finally spoke in a deep voice. Prepare my clothes. I want to check out of the hospital. Mr. Fu, you can't leave the hospital. Assistant said anxiously. You're so seriously injured. This is no joke. If the wound gets inflamed, it will cause even more trouble. Don't talk nonsense. Fu Yunting interrupted harshly. Go get them if I told you to. Assistant knew what Fu Yunting was thinking about, and summoned up his courage to say, I know you're thinking about Madam. If it really doesn't work, let Madam come over instead. Why should you rush back to see her? Fu Yunting's face instantly darkened. If you continue with your nonsense, get out now. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Assistant had no other tricks up his sleeve, and could only slowly prepare Fu Yunting's clothes so he could rest a little longer while leaning on something. Every movement caused Fu Yunting immense discomfort, turning his usually handsome features deathly pale. By the time he was fully dressed, his face was entirely void of any color, looking like he might faint at any second. Assistant watched this all happening right before his eyes, feeling uncomfortable inside but couldn't help but sarcastically comment in his mind. Once someone gets deeply infatuated, they really become unbearably pathetic. After leaving the hospital, Fu Yunting instructed Assistant to head towards Star River Bay. During the half-hour journey, Fu Yunting kept his eyes tightly closed and leaned against the seat resting. When they arrived, he slowly opened his eyes and scanned around the yard. Not seeing Jiang Fei's car, his already somber expression darkened even further. Assistant turned back and asked, Mr. Fu, Madam hasn't returned yet. Should we wait or go back to the hospital? Fu Yunting ignored Assistant's question, pushing open the passenger door from the right side and getting down. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly felt dizzy and instinctively supported himself on the car door with his left hand. Pulling the wound near his left chest, Fu Yunting couldn't help but groan in pain. Seeing this, Assistant quickly got off the car and rushed to Fu Yunting's side. Mr. Fu, are you really okay? Shall we just go back to the hospital? As the dizziness gradually subsided, Fu Yunting bit his teeth and cut him off sharply. No need. Seeing Fu Yunting walking towards the villa, Assistant had no choice but to trail behind him closely. After entering the villa, Assistant saw Aunt Zhang, who was cleaning in the living room, appearing rather surprised upon seeing their return. He quickly ordered her, Aunt Zhang, please prepare some liquid food. Mr. Fu hasn't eaten anything yet. Aunt Zhang nodded repeatedly and turned into the kitchen to start preparing. Fu Yunting sat on the sofa and took a deep breath, saying, bring me the tablet and report the company affairs of these 2 days to me again. Assistant opened his mouth, wanting to advise Fu Yunting to rest first, since his face was already as pale as could be without any blood color. But as the words reached his lips, Assistant swallowed them back down. His persuasion had no effect whatsoever. It was better to talk less for the better. He took down the tablet and the company documents of the last 2 days that he had organized from the car and handed them to Fu Yunting. Aunt Zhang also soon prepared some bland congee and a few small dishes, placing them in front of Fu Yunting. Assistant then looked at her and said, Aunt Zhang, you go rest first. I'll call you if needed. Aunt Zhang acknowledged and left, leaving Fu Yunting and Assistant alone in the spacious living room to discuss work. Jiang Fei waited for quite some time at Jiang Heng's house, but still didn't get the result of the investigation of the residential area's owner list from Jiang Heng. Unable to wait any longer, she told Jiang Heng and Su Ningen that she would go back first and wait for the news to be sent to her phone. After returning to Star River Bay, Jiang Fei drove into the courtyard and saw Fu Yunting's car parked there. She curiously stepped on the brake pedal and stared at it for a moment. Fu Yunting hadn't contacted her for these past 2 days. What brought him here tonight? Thinking back and forth, except for the matter concerning Zhuang Jing, Jiang Fei couldn't think of any other reason. Pushing the car door open, she got out and walked into the villa. She silently changed into slippers upon seeing the backs of Fu Yunting and Assistant. Have you been very busy these past 2 days? Just after Jiang Fei put her shoes in the shoe cabinet, Fu Yunting's sarcastic tone rang out. Holding onto her mobile phone tightly, Jiang Fei tried to suppress her displeasure and went into the living room. Originally planning to ignore Fu Yunting and go straight upstairs, she subconsciously stopped when she noticed how bad Fu Yunting looked from the corner of her eye. Confused, she stared at his profile for a while, and then turned to Assistant, not getting a chance to ask when Fu Yunting put down the documents in his hands and stood up. Turning around, he stared deeply at Jiang Fei. Did you forget what I've said to you? His commanding and domineering tone immediately dissipated any concern Jiang Fei had for him. Had Fu Yunting not concealed the truth for 3 years and refused to tell her the cause of her father's death every time she asked, she wouldn't have to be rushing outside every day like this. Now, you just show up without a word and make cold remarks. Jiang Fei couldn't help but retort. Then aren't you also forgetting what I said to you? Fu Yunting took a step toward Jiang Fei, one step after another, stopping only when he was right in front of her. If you could stay at home peacefully, I wouldn't have come here either. Some things, do you really have to investigate? Fu Yunting, do you want to listen to what you're saying to me? Jiang Fei found it laughable. She smirked with derision. This didn't happen to your family, so you can say whatever you want, right? If you came today just to warn me not to leave the house, then I can clearly tell you this. As long as the truth is not uncovered, there's no way I can stay at home peacefully for even a single day. After finishing her words, Jiang Fei was about to head upstairs, but Fu Yunting suddenly reached out his right hand and grabbed her wrist. Jiang Fei, how many times do I need to remind you about the baby? Fu Yunting, shut up. Jiang Fei interrupted Fu Yunting, turning around and quickly trying to shake off his hand. But Fu Yunting held on too tightly, giving her no chance to get free. Jiang Fei couldn't take it anymore and angrily raised her hand, pushing towards Fu Yunting's chest. Her action made Assistant In, who had been watching with bated breath, suddenly widen his eyes and shout, "Mrs. Fu, don't." Jiang Fei instinctively glanced at Assistant In, seeing how quickly he rushed to Fu Yunting's side, holding him up, whose face became even paler. With an anxious voice, Assistant In begged, "Mr. Fu, let's go to the hospital, I implore you." Looking at Fu Yunting hanging his head low, his temples showing prominent blue veins, Jiang Fei stood there, lost in confusion. She moved her hands that hung limply by her sides, unable to figure out why her earlier push had caused such pain on Fu Yunting's face. Anxiety rose in Jiang Fei's heart as she looked at Assistant In. What's wrong with him? Chapter 234. Have a good rest tonight. Watching Fu Yunting struggle to recover from the pain, Assistant In couldn't help but turn around and ask Jiang Fei with accusation. Can't Madam really not see how terrible Mr. Fu's complexion looks? And yen. Fu Yunting raised his hand to push away Assistant In's hand, these two short words seeming to have exhausted all of his strength. Assistant In was so anxious that his eyes began to redden. Mr. Fu, the slap Madam gave you was clearly very hard. If it doesn't work, why don't we call a family doctor to take a look at the wound? Wound? Jiang Fei stared at the sweat seeping out of Fu Yunting's forehead and questioned Assistant In. Is Fu Yunting injured? Yes. Assistant In could no longer keep it hidden, and since Mr. Fu's condition had already been laid before Madam, there was no point in hiding it any longer. Looking at Jiang Fei, Assistant In said, but now is not the time to talk about why Mr. Fu got hurt. If Madam still cares for the past, please persuade Mr. Fu to return to the hospital first. Mr. Fu just woke up this evening. Jiang Fei stood helplessly where she was, looking left and right, realizing the car keys were still in her hand. She then hurriedly told Assistant In, please help me put Fu Yunting into the car. Jiang Fei quickly walked out of the villa, and Assistant In supported Fu Yunting closely behind her. However, as soon as they descended the stairs, Fu Yunting's steps suddenly paused, and his entire body rapidly fell towards the ground. Mr. Fu. Assistant In hurriedly caught Fu Yunting, and upon hearing his cry, Jiang Fei quickly turned around to see what had happened. Seeing Fu Yunting unconscious, she rushed forward to assist. Madam, go start the car. Assistant In urgently stopped Jiang Fei from helping, fearing that Jiang Fei might unintentionally touch Mr. Fu's injury again. Jiang Fei nodded blankly and started fumbling with starting the car. After Assistant In helped settle Mr. Fu in the back seat, he then moved to the driver's seat. Madam, please move to the back. I will drive. As Jiang Fei reached the back seat and closed the door, a strong smell of blood suddenly wafted towards her. She switched on the rear light and saw that Fu Yunting's white shirt had unknowingly been soaked with blood by this time, her eyes sharply contracting. She lifted her trembling hands, wanting to unbutton Mr. Fu's collar, but Assistant In cut her off sternly. Mr. Fu's wound is severe, madam. It's best not to tamper with it. Jiang Fei quickly withdrew her hand and swallowed heavily. Before the terror subsided, she stiffly turned her head towards Assistant In, who was driving fast, asking, how did Mr. Fu get injured? Assistant In clenched his teeth. Mr. Fu knew that Mrs. Zhuang came to see madam, so that night we hurriedly returned from Rongqing. He went to talk to Mrs. Zhuang. As for what they talked about, I don't know. But when he exited the hotel, there was a dagger embedded in his chest. The whole dagger had been plunged into his chest. Once we arrived at the hospital, the emergency rescue began until this evening, when Mr. Fu finally woke up. By the end of the explanation, Assistant In's voice also quivered with emotion. After waking up, Mr. Fu didn't eat anything or let the doctors conduct any examination. Knowing that madam has been rushing around these past few days, worried and unable to let go, he returned to Xinghebei from the hospital. Madam, Mr. Fu may indeed have wronged you before, but he's no longer the same person he used to be. Why can't madam set aside your prejudice temporarily? Assistant In's blame made Jiang Fei feel like an immense stone had been placed over her heart. It weighed down on her to the point that she couldn't breathe, weighed so much that her blood seemed to stop flowing. The weakness in her limbs gradually caused her body to soften, leaving her staring blankly at Fu Yunting, who lay unconscious beside her. She knew Fu Yunting would go to Zhuangjiang. She assumed that since he hadn't appeared or contacted her the last few days, it meant he'd reconsidered and decided not to continue their inappropriate marriage any further. But she never expected that Fu Yunting would end up being so seriously injured by Zhuangjiang. What exactly did they talk about? What had angered Zhuangjiang enough to make her attack Fu Yunting like this? The pungent smell of blood made it impossible for Jiang Fei to calm down and think about too many questions. Upon reaching the hospital, Assistant In immediately brought in a doctor for a checkup. The doctor opened Mr. Fu's clothes, seeing large areas covered in blood staining half of Fu Yunting's body, which instantly ignited the doctor's fury. Knowing he had such serious injuries, you still let him leave the hospital. This could kill him. Do you understand? With red-rimmed eyes from the scolding, Assistant In nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement of his mistakes. Jiang Fei opened her mouth to explain, but the doctor turned and instructed the nurse to inject fluids into Mr. Fu. After putting on gloves, the doctor unraveled the bandage from Mr. Fu's chest, exposing a terrifying wound before Jiang Fei's eyes. The stitched wound had torn open, revealing deep wounds visible to the bone. Each movement of Fu Yunting's skin over his chest caused a continuous flow of blood. Startled, Jiang Fei's legs weakened involuntarily. She grabbed the cabinet to stabilize herself. The acidic sensation at the tip of her nose gradually blurred Jiang Fei's vision with tears. She couldn't imagine how Fu Yunting managed to withstand her push with such serious injuries, and she could hardly fathom how Fu Yunting endured his severe wounds to return from the hospital to Xinghebei just to speak with her. What exactly? had she done? Though clearly noticing something unusual about Fu Yunting's complexion, why hadn't she patiently asked if he was feeling unwell? Jiang Fei lowered her gaze to her uncontrollably trembling hands, the guilt in her heart swallowing up all the coldness she had accumulated over these days like a black hole. The intertwining of hatred and emotion nearly shredded Jiang Fei's entire heart. After a half-hour-long treatment, Fu Yunting was finally wheeled back into his ward, and Yan, exhausted, glanced at Jiang Fei who sat dazedly beside the bed. Mrs. Fu, when Mr. Fu wakes up, he'll probably be thirsty. I'll go get some water. Jiang Fei, brought back to reality by his words, turned her head toward Yan, whose clothes were also splattered with blood. You should go home and change first, and have a good rest tonight. There's me here, so you don't need to worry. And Yan subconsciously looked at Jiang Fei's stomach, but didn't say anything more. After reminding her to take care of herself, he left the ward. Jiang Fei stood up, searching around the room until she found a clean towel. She then entered the bathroom, dampened it, and took it out to gently wipe Fu Yunting's body. Every inch she wiped, Jiang Fei did so with particular caution and delicacy. She feared pulling at the skin near Fu Yunting's wound, which might cause the stitched incision to tear open again. After wiping away all the blood from his body, Jiang Fei continuously poured water and used cotton swabs to moisten Fu Yunting's pale lips. Just as the cotton swab touched Fu Yunting's lips, Jiang Fei's tears suddenly dropped onto his handsome face. She tightly pressed her lips together, forcing herself to withdraw her hand and lower her head, unable to bear looking at Fu Yunting's ghastly white complexion any longer. Sliding slowly back into the chair, she buried her face in her arms and sobbed silently. Chapter 235. Can't abandon him. If Fu Yunting hadn't encountered this matter, she would have no sense of guilt toward him. Then, when her father's case is fully uncovered, she could proceed as she ought to. But now, she could somewhat guess that Fu Yunting had defended her in front of Zhuang Jing, which angered Zhuang and led her to act this way against him. Guilt, self-reproach, regret, unwillingness. These emotions wildly overwhelmed Jiang Fei. Ahead was a cliff, behind was an abyss. She stood on the mountaintop with limited space, where advancing or retreating both awaited unimaginable pain. Morning. Jiang Fei woke up last night after dozing off beside the bed earlier than Fu Yunting. Looking at the monitoring instruments still functioning normally, she was about to take out her phone to check the time. Unexpectedly, just as she opened her phone, Jiang Heng's message coincidentally arrived. Jiang Fei opened the picture sent by Jiang Heng, revealing the record of Jiang Jiming buying another house in the community, along with precise household information, all investigated clearly. At 5:30 in the morning, Jiang Fei replied, Xiaoheng, did you investigate all night? Jiang Heng, who had just stepped into the bathroom, saw Jiang Fei's swift reply and picked up his phone to answer immediately. Jiang Heng, didn't you sleep either? Jiang Fei, I rested for a bit. You go get some rest. It's not good to push yourself too hard. Jiang Heng, the door number has been investigated as well. Shall we find Jiang Jiming today? Jiang Fei moved her fingers, intending to say yes, but then looked up at Fu Yunting, who was still asleep. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Fei replied, let's take a break these couple of days. I can't leave here for now. Jiang Heng didn't understand what she meant and sent 3 question marks. Jiang Fei took a photo of Fu Yunting and sent it to Jiang Heng. Before she could type any explanation about Fu Yunting's condition, Jiang Heng called immediately. Jiang Fei quickly muted the sound, stood up, and went outside to connect the call. Just as she placed her phone to her ear, Jiang Heng's disgruntled voice came through. What does Fu Yunting have to do with you? There are so many people around him who can take turns caring for him. But you? Have you thought about yourself who is pregnant? Jiang Fei explained patiently. Xiaoheng, Fu Yunting was stabbed by Zhuang Jing. His wound is very serious, partially due to me. My conscience doesn't allow me to abandon him. So, Jiang Heng laughed coldly. When the investigation into father's matter concludes, will you also set aside the hatred between the two of you because he got hurt because of you? Xiaoheng, one matter is separate from another. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Fei blinked her sore eyes at the corridor ceiling, sighing inwardly. Some things cannot be mixed with emotions. I am very clear in my mind. Taking care of him is because he was injured due to me. When his wounds recover, I will naturally continue to do what I should. If the investigation reveals it was him who caused father's trouble, I won't show mercy. Remember the words you said today. It seemed that Jiang Heng didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer, so after saying the last sentence, he hung up directly. Jiang Fei understood why Jiang Heng was upset. She spent the whole night searching for clues related to Jiang Jiming, only to find them postponed due to Fu Yunting's affairs. If she were Jiang Heng, she'd feel uncomfortable as well. Jiang Fei put down her phone, pushed the door open, and re-entered the ward. After sitting by the bed, she sent a message to Ms. Zhang, asking her to bring some liquid food to the hospital. At the hotel, Zhuang Jing hadn't slept all these nights. Jiang Fei's side hadn't provided any news, and Qin Qingzhu had given her no response at all, until the situation was resolved. Every day brought her unbearable unrest while looking at her deceased daughter's memorial photo. After thinking for quite a while, Zhuang Jing prepared to call Qin Qingzhu, when unexpectedly, Qin Qingzhu herself called back at an opportune time. Zhuang Jing hurriedly pressed the answer button. Miss Chun. Qin Qingzhu was in a pretty good mood last night since she had received 100 million yuan transferred by Mu Xinrong, which greatly helped solve the company's problems. Now the matters at hand should be dealt with promptly. Qin Qingzhu softly replied, Madam Zhuang, are you still in Jiangxing? If so, I'll send you my location, and we can have morning tea together and chat. Send me your location, and I'll prepare and head over. All right, Madam Zhuang, we'll meet soon and talk. The call ended, and Chen Qingzhu sent Zhuang Jing the location message. An hour later, the two met inside a private room of a morning tea house. When Chen Qingzhu arrived shortly after, upon pushing open the private room door, she noticed Zhuang Jing's particularly pale face, yellowish with undertones of black, dark circles under her eyes. Surprisingly, Chen Qingzhu sat down before Zhuang Jing and asked, "Madame Zhuang, haven't you rested well these past few days?" Zhuang Jing didn't intend to tell Chen Qingzhu about her situation these past few days. "Miss Chen, if you can tell me the matter between Fu Yunting and Jiang Fei, I believe you are also a kind-hearted and enthusiastic girl. Today, I came here to meet you just to ask you a few questions and see what you think. How about that? Don't rush, Mrs. Zhuang." Chen Qingzhu picked up the menu in front of her. "Since we've come for morning tea, let's order first, and then we can chat while eating." Chen Qingzhu calmly took the menu and handed it over to Zhuang Jing for ordering, while observing Zhuang Jing's facial expressions carefully at the same time. It was quite obvious that Zhuang Jing was absent-mindedly looking at the menu, casually selecting a few dishes before handing it back to Chen Qingzhu. The more anxious Zhuang Jing got, the quieter Chen Qingzhu became. Sometimes letting someone get anxious to a certain degree makes them easier to manipulate. Chen Qingzhu leisurely flipped through the menu and selected several signature dishes before calling the waiter to take the order. Just placing the order took Chen Qingzhu nearly 10 minutes, and by the time all the dishes were served, more than 40 minutes had passed. Faced with the food on the table, Zhuang Jing found it completely unappetizing. Without even touching her chopsticks, she asked impatiently, "Miss Chen, can we talk now?" Chen Qingzhu wiped her hands with a wet towel. "Speak, Mrs. Zhuang." Zhuang Jing recounted to Chen Qingzhu everything that happened that night at Xinghe Bay when she spoke with Jiang Fei, including the details of Fu Yunting coming to talk to her. Initially, Chen Qingzhu showed no reaction, but upon hearing that Zhuang Jing had harmed Fu Yunting, her expression quickly turned sour. "Mrs. Zhuang, this has put me in an extremely difficult position." Annoyed, Chen Qingzhu threw the wet tissue on the table, and her tone grew colder. "If our contact is exposed, how would Mr. Fu view me? And with Jiang Fei adding fuel to the fire, I might lose my company. Mrs. Zhuang, if I help you, you mustn't turn against me after getting your way. This isn't something a person with conscience should do." Chapter 236. Let her have a taste too. Zhuang Jing paused for a moment. "Miss Chen, regarding the matters between you and me, I will certainly not say a word. You should trust me. Otherwise, these things wouldn't have lasted until today." Chen Qingzhu wasn't intentionally being rude. She still didn't know Zhuang Jing well, so she believed being tough would save her from a lot of trouble. She picked up the teapot and got up to pour tea for Zhuang Jing. Being able to raise such an excellent daughter, Madame Zhuang must be a cultivated person herself. "I may have lost some measure in what I said just now, but please bear with me, Madame Zhuang. My humble household doesn't dare to offend Mr. Fu." After sitting back down, Chen Qingzhu poured herself another cup of tea. "I've understood everything you've said just now, Madame Zhuang. If you choose to believe that Jiang Fei can give you the truth, then by all means, you may wait as long as you like. However, I'd like to kindly remind you that the events 3 years ago have already ended. Investigating them now, when will it end? Not to mention if the truth can even be found. With enough time, the situation could be fabricated and altered. How would you know, Madame Zhuang? To put it another way, if Jiang Fei keeps dragging you along, living in a hotel indefinitely will deplete your savings. Then, when she manipulates you from the position of Mrs. Fu, wouldn't it be effortless for her?" Chen Qingzhu's words made Zhuang Jing's expression flicker repeatedly. Her hand on the table gradually clenched into a fist, the anger in her eyes as intense as the first time Chen Qingzhu met her. "So, she's just trying to delay me by saying these things, stabilizing my situation on purpose? Madame Zhuang has met Jiang Fei, hasn't she? How eloquent she is. I don't need to analyze this for you, do I?" A strong hatred flared in Zhuang Jing's eyes. She picked up the teacup beside her hand and drank it all in one gulp, seemingly suppressing her emotions. Chen Qingzhu glanced at her briefly. "Perhaps Madame Zhuang wonders why, as Jiang Fei's friend, I'm telling you about Jiang Fei. I'm human, with thoughts and feelings. I simply can't stand seeing how she harms a mother who has lost her daughter. It's like being stabbed right in the heart. At times, I think of how Jiang Fei mocks her daughter." Halfway through, Chen Qingzhu suddenly closed her mouth, her eyes darting nervously around. Zhuang Jing stared at her sharply. "What did she say about Wenyu?" Chen Qingzhu hurriedly picked up the chopsticks and put a shrimp dumpling in Zhuang Jing's bowl. "Madame Zhuang, I haven't said anything. Please don't dwell on it. Just say it plainly." Zhuang Jing had no intention of eating the food, her gaze not even glancing at the contents of the bowl. Chen Qingzhu stirred the porridge in her bowl, pretending to struggle. "Madame Zhuang, some things are hard to hear, and speaking more about them could hurt you significantly. I care about your mood and feelings, so I suggest you stop asking." Having heard half of it without further details, anyone would become anxious, especially Zhuang Jing concerning her daughter. With tightly clenched fists, she pounded the table twice forcefully. "Miss Chen claims to sympathize with me, a mother who lost her daughter, yet fails to finish her sentences. How am I supposed to trust your words?" Chen Qingzhu successfully ignited Zhuang Jing's fury, and a barely noticeable smile graced her lips. "Madame Zhuang, please calm down. If you want to know, I'll tell you." Chen Qingzhu pretended to look distressed and concerned. "But Madame Zhuang, you must take care of your health. Don't get angry again as you did last time. It could harm your body." Zhuang Jing wasn't stupid. She knew her reaction last time probably startled Chen Qingzhu. Adjusting her breathing after opening her mouth several times, she regained her composure. "Speak." Chen Qingzhu, Jiang Fei said, "If your daughter hadn't died, The position of Fu's wife would never fall into her lap. And she even expressed gratitude that her father removed your daughter so easily, which led Fu Yunting to seek her out. Naturally, she has ways to make Fu Yunting fall deeply in love with her. And she also said, if the living couldn't win against her, how can a dead person do the same? The latter part became increasingly quieter, but she managed her tone carefully so Zhuangjing could hear every word clearly. On what grounds does she dare to say such things? The barely contained rage that Zhuangjing managed earlier surged again after listening to Chen Qingzhu's words, even burning fiercer than before. Her fists hammered the table repeatedly, causing the dishes on it to shake incessantly. My daughter has never harmed her. On what basis does she talk and act like this? Why doesn't she die instead? Zhuangjing's cries pierced through Chen Qingzhu's eardrums. The wild state of Zhuangjing was something Chen Qingzhu had seen before and was undoubtedly dangerous. But at a time like this, she couldn't back down. She had to stimulate Zhuangjing's resentment to a certain degree so she could move forward with her plans. Chen Qingzhu quickly stood up and took a risky seat next to Zhuangjing. She forced out 2 tears and raised her hand to soothe Zhuangjing's chest that was heaving violently. Madam Zhuang, don't be angry. If you harm yourself in anger, who will help you get justice for your daughter? Zhuangjing grabbed Chen Qingzhu's hand and spoke through her tears filled with hatred. Miss Chen, please help me. Chen Qingzhu widened her eyes in surprise. Madam Zhuang, what are you talking about? I have no skills to assist you. Miss Chen, Zhuangjing tightened her grip. I am willing to give away all my fortune just to ask for your help in getting rid of Jiang Fei, that lowly woman. Chen Qingzhu tried to pull her hand free, but Zhuangjing's strength was too great, not giving her the slightest chance to escape. Madam Zhuang, please let go of me first. Can we talk things over properly? Zhuangjing had no intention of letting go, as if Chen Qingzhu wouldn't release her unless she agreed. Chen Qingzhu sighed deeply. Madam Zhuang, to accomplish something like this, where is it so easy to resolve by just saying it? Moreover, I currently also have conflicts with Jiang Fei. Even if you asked me to do anything, I would find it hard to achieve. However, there isn't nothing that can be done. If Madam Zhuang follows my method, perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. Seeing Chen Qingzhu loosening her stance, Zhuangjing pressed urgently for an answer. What is your plan? Tell me, Chen Qingzhu said. This depends on whether Madam Zhuang can restrain herself and control her emotions. My suggestion is for you to bide your time near Jiang Fei. If we're going to act, we should start with the child in Jiang Fei's belly. The pain of losing a child, shouldn't she also taste it? Upon hearing this, Zhuangjing suddenly loosened her grip. Seeing this, Chen Qingzhu quickly pulled her hand out and rubbed her reddened, sore wrist. Chapter 237. One hair pulls the whole body. She quickly took the excuse of making tea to return to her seat. After serving tea to Zhuangjing and herself, Chen Qingzhu spoke again. The things that will help Mrs. Zhuang achieve her goal, I will prepare for you. However, how to stay hidden near Jiang Fei, Mrs. Zhuang can consider it by yourself. After finishing the tea, Chen Qingzhu lost all interest in eating. Who could have an appetite sitting next to a madwoman? She glanced at her watch, grabbed her bag, and stood up saying, Mrs. Zhuang, I'm going to the company now. If there's anything, you can contact me, and I will reply to you as soon as possible. I've already paid for this meal. Mrs. Zhuang, please enjoy it. I'll leave first. Chen Qingzhu turned and left without giving Zhuangjing any chance to stop her. After the door closed, Zhuangjing looked down at her phone, pondering Chen Qingzhu's words for quite some time before picking up her phone and finding Jiang Fei's number. At the hospital, Jiang Fei had just finished eating breakfast brought by Aunt Zhang when Fu Yunting slowly opened his eyes. She put down the spoon, hurriedly stood up, and walked over to Fu Yunting asking, Awake? Do you want some water? Fu Yunting turned his eyes to look at Jiang Fei, moved his dry lips, and croaked out, You stayed here all night. Jiang Fei responded lightly while taking the hot water pot to pour water for Fu Yunting, mixing cold and hot water, inserting a straw, and passing it to Fu Yunting's lips. Drink some water first. Fu Yunting let Jiang Fei take care of him, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Fei's slightly weary face. When the straw was finally pulled away from Fu Yunting's mouth, he asked, looking at her belly, Since you're here at the hospital, go get a prenatal checkup to see how the baby is doing. You take care of your own body. My situation doesn't require your concern. Jiang Fei replied indifferently as she approached the coffee table, dished out still warm millet porridge, and returned to sit beside Fu Yunting. Can you drink? Jiang Fei lifted the bowl in her hand, staring at the lying Fu Yunting. Or do you need me to support you to sit up? Fu Yunting's handsome face darkened a little. Do you think I can drink while lying down? Reluctantly, Jiang Fei set the bowl aside and went to help Fu Yunting sit up. Just as she touched Fu Yunting's arm, her mobile phone in her pocket rang. She straightened up, took out her phone, and upon seeing that the call was from Zhuangjing, she unconsciously knitted her brows. Fu Yunting glanced at Jiang Fei's phone. Whose call? Jiang Fei didn't intend to hide anything. Mrs. Zhuang. Fu Yunting's eyes suddenly turned serious. Don't answer. Is she still in Jiangcheng? Jiang Fei met Fu Yunting's gaze. If so, ignoring her call won't stop her from coming to Star River Bay eventually. We might be able to evade her temporarily, but not forever. Before Fu Yunting could respond, Jiang Fei directly answered the call. Hello. Zhuangjing sipped her tea and then placed it down after hearing Jiang Fei's voice. Jiang Fei, meet once. Jiang Fei gripped her phone tightly. Mrs. Zhuang, I don't think now is the right time for us to meet. The evidence hasn't been found yet, so our meeting would be meaningless. Moreover, since you hurted Fu Yunting, I can't guarantee that you wouldn't harm me in the same way if we were to meet. Upon hearing these words from Jiang Fei, surprise flashed through Fu Yunting's dark eyes. His originally somber face softened slightly. You can bring your friends and bodyguards with you to the meeting, Zhuang Jing said calmly. I don't need to do anything to you. I still need to live to burn incense and light candles for my daughter. Taking revenge on you by risking my own life wouldn't be worth it. Zhuang Jing's words made Jiang Fei pause for a moment. She glanced at Fu Yunting, who was intensely looking at her, and thought for a while before responding. Then let's meet at the hospital. Jiang Fei hung up directly, sent Fu Yunting's room number to Zhuang Jing. Fu Yunting had expected Jiang Fei to agree, but did not expect her to choose to meet inside the ward. He stared at Jiang Fei, who put down her phone, perplexedly. Why choose to meet here? Jiang Fei walked around to the other side of the bed, supporting Fu Yunting's right arm, and said, only if you hear both of our conversations will you understand what she wants to do and what I want to do, so that later if any trouble arises, you won't suspect that I've done something inappropriate. With the assistance of Jiang Fei, Fu Yunting slowly sat up and leaned against the headboard. Jiang Fei picked up the bowl again and handed it to Fu Yunting. Your right hand is fine. I'll hold the bowl. You eat by yourself. Without moving, Fu Yunting stared at her. Don't you know one hair pull can affect the whole body? Furrowing her brows slightly, Jiang Fei said. Fu Yunting, stop acting like a spoiled child. I can't move. Fu Yunting averted his gaze, arrogance evident in his tone. If you don't want to help, then just sit there and wait for her to come over. Jiang Fei glared at the unreasonable Fu Yunting with slight annoyance, hesitating for a moment before picking up the spoon, scooping up porridge, and bringing it to Fu Yunting's lips. Finish eating quickly. Jiang Fei's compromise brought evident pleasure to Fu Yunting's handsome face. The clearer his smile and his eyes became, the more reluctant Jiang Fei felt as she fed him. Still, without further complaints, she finished feeding the whole bowl of porridge. Then she called out to Aunt Zhang at the door to come in and take the items back. Jiang Fei no longer remained seated by Fu Yunting. Instead, she chose a spot near the window to sit down and rest. After not having slept well the whole night, her body ached everywhere. She had an appointment with Zhuang Jing soon, so she must seize this time to rest for a bit. Fu Yunting gazed quietly at Jiang Fei, who closed her eyes for a nap for a while, before reaching out for the phone on the bedside table and sending a message to assistant in. Fu Yunting, dispatch 2 bodyguards to the ward. Also send over the files that need handling. Within 5 minutes, the bodyguard sent by assistant and entered the ward. Seeing them, Fu Yunting immediately gestured to make a silent sign, then pointed at the thin blanket on the bed toward Jiang Fei. The bodyguard got Fu Yunting's meaning, picked up the blanket gently, and covered it over the sleeping Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei didn't get to sleep for even half an hour when Zhuang Jing walked into the room. Even though the movement was not too loud, it still woke Jiang Fei up. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Zhuang Jing, who seemed thinner and more haggard after several days without proper rest, and noticed the 2 bodyguards who came in without her realizing. Zhuang Jing glanced briefly at Fu Yunting lying in the hospital bed, did not give any greetings, and directly headed to Jiang Fei. Fu Yunting's severe face gave a signal to one of the bodyguards who understood immediately and promptly positioned himself beside Jiang Fei. Upon seeing this, Zhuang Jing chuckled coldly, then sat down on the chair next to Jiang Fei. Today I came here for only one matter. Jiang Fei slightly adjusted her sitting posture. Madam Zhuang, please speak your mind. Chapter 238, Everyone would do it. Zhuang Jing, starting from today, I will no longer stay in the hotel. I'll move directly to your house. We won't discuss whether or not you can afford it. Mainly, I need to supervise if you're really investigating. Regarding Zhuang Jing's decision, Jiang Fei was quite puzzled. Mrs. Zhuang, why do you insist on staying in Jiang City? Investigating what happened 3 years ago is by no means a simple task. It requires a lot of manpower and time. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Jing's expression clearly turned cold and rigid. Jiang Fei's words were almost completely opposite to what Chen Qingzhu had said. Apparently, all of Chen Qingzhu's warnings were correct. Jiang Fei just wanted to drag her down to death in Jiang City. What right do you have to meddle in my decisions? Zhuang Jing's emotions were obviously on the brink of eruption. She angrily slapped the coffee table with her hand. Regardless of whether you accept it or not, I'm moving into your house. I want daily updates from you about everything you've investigated. I'll pick you up for Beiyuan. Fu Yunting sat up straight and interrupted Zhuang Jing's speech before Jiang Fei could speak, his voice icy. You don't think I know what the 2 of you are scheming? Zhuang Jing glared fiercely at Fu Yunting. Your entire focus is now on Jiang Fei, and nothing is considered primarily in regard to Wen Yu. As long as Jiang Fei whispers something into your ear, the 2 of you can easily conspire to kill me off in Beiyuan. With your abilities, Fu Yunting, hiding a body without anyone knowing would be more than sufficient. Mrs. Zhuang, Jiang Fei's tone also became heavy. Just because some things you might do doesn't mean we all would. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunting turned his eyes towards Jiang Fei, his brows gradually filled with complex emotions. Zhuang Jing opened her mouth to argue, but Jiang Fei spoke first. You hurt me, and you hurt Fu Yunting, yet neither of us has done anything to you. How can you be so sure that we will harm you? Jiang Fei lowered her head to adjust the blanket in her arms. I don't know who poisoned your mind, nor what plan you discussed with them. But if you want to stay at Xinghe Bay waiting for news, that's not impossible, but I will have my conditions. You, the daughter of a murderer, what qualifications do you have to make demands on me? Zhuang Jing suddenly stood up. I'd like to see, when I refuse all your terms, would you actually call the security guards to throw me out? If you dare to do such a thing, it means you've revealed your true colors. I'll bring in media journalists to tell the whole story and see whose reputation collapses. Having finished speaking, Zhuang Jing immediately walked towards the door outside the hospital room. At the moment she slammed the door, Fu Yunting quickly signaled to a bodyguard, instructing him to follow Zhuang Jing closely and monitor her every move. He then told another bodyguard near Jiang Fei, go buy cameras and install them in every position and corner of Xinghe Bay, including the bedrooms. Hearing Fu Yunting's instructions, Jiang Fei silently watched the small snowflakes drifting through the window. She roughly guessed what Zhuang Jing intended to do, nothing more than claiming her life or perhaps the lives of the 2 children in her womb. Otherwise, merely wanting a daily report via phone would suffice. Why force someone with whom even seeing each other reddens their eyes into sharing the same living space? Jiang Fei looked down at the patients walking slowly downstairs, feeling utterly fatigued. Ordinary people yearn for wealthy, powerful lifestyles, wishing to join noble families and ascend quickly to fame. But who knew how deep the waters of these noble families were? One earnest emotional investment often ended in a fall from grace into endless despair. Jiang Fei smirked bitterly at the corners of her lips. If only, back in those days, she hadn't harbored such a strong desire for revenge against Pei Tong and Fu Yunting for being together, wouldn't her life now be simpler, without all the complications? But, if only half of it remained unchanged, unable to turn into reality. Sitting beside the hospital bed, Fu Yunting stared at Jiang Fei's fragile, lonely figure standing by the window, feeling an indescribable ache in his chest. He slowly got out of bed, picked up his coat on the way, and draped it over Jiang Fei with his right hand. Jiang Fei did not resist, but still turned her face slightly away from Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting frowned slightly, glanced for a few seconds, and then asked, do you want to go back to Beiyuan with me? No. Jiang Fei responded calmly, devoid of any ripple. Fu Yunting lowered his gaze to where Jiang Fei had been looking earlier. Beside the scenic view, 2 elderly individuals sat there. The old lady sat in a wheelchair, while the old man sat next to her on a rest chair. They didn't know what they were saying, but the old lady's smile never faded. Jiang Fei, can I ask you a question? Just as Fu Yunting had called out her name, Jiang Fei, still gazing elsewhere, interrupted him. Go ahead. Jiang Fei fixed her eyes on the snowflakes that melted as soon as they landed on the windowsill. You must be very clear that I am investigating my father's case. Why do you not seem to have the slightest intention of stopping me? Is it because you're confident in your own secrecy and believe no one will discover anything? Or is it because you truly did nothing at all? Fu Yunting's handsome face turned slightly somber, but he kept his lips tightly pressed together, offering no response to Jiang Fei's words. Jiang Fei turned her head to stare straight at Fu Yunting. Why aren't you speaking? Why won't you answer? The same question deserves the same answer. Asking so much without practical significance is futile, Fu Yunting coldly replied. If you want to suspect and investigate, those are your own thoughts, none of which concern me. With that, Fu Yunting strode back toward the hospital bed. Jiang Fei followed his figure closely. What if I uncover something that really ties you to this matter? If so, I would definitely not keep the child. Aren't you already unwilling to keep the child? Fu Yunting, sitting back by the bedside, sneered as he glanced up at Jiang Fei. The truth is, Jiang Fei, as long as it's my child, you wouldn't want to keep it anyway, right? If it weren't for my father's issue, I might have kept the child, but if we're bound together by real hatred, neither of us will live peacefully. Who then could be responsible for this child? Fu Yunting curled his lip into a mocking curve. You can continue acting on your ideas, doing what you want, but I'll say it again. Divorce and abortion will forever be impossible with me. The more Fu Yunting glossed over the past events, the harder it was for Jiang Fei to swallow her resentment. But even pressing him further seemed futile, since she couldn't tell which of his words were true and which were false. Chapter 239, Skilled at Acting. Over the 3 days, Jiang Fei stayed by Fu Yunting's side every moment. Though they spent a lot of time together, their conversations were scarce, hardly more than 10 sentences altogether. As Fu Yunting's recovery progressed to the point where he could leave the hospital, Jiang Fei chose an afternoon nap time to make her way towards Jiang Jiming's house. She had originally planned to bring Jiang Heng and Su Ningen along with her, but as soon as she exited the ward, Su Zhuqing's call came through. Jiang Fei pressed answer and headed toward the elevator. Hello, Zhuqing. Su Zhuqing, while chewing on her food, spoke in muffled tones. Have you eaten yet? Already did. Jiang Fei pressed the elevator button. It was sent over by Aunt Zhang, and Fu Yunting and I ate together. Fu Yunting? Su Zhuqing swallowed her mouthful of food. So the two of you made up? There's no such thing as making up. Jiang Fei entered the elevator. But it's true that I've been around him all these days after all. He was injured because of me. Oh, so that day when I saw Assistant in the hospital, it was indeed because Fu Yunting was hospitalized, right? That's right. Jiang Fei briefly explained the situation between Fu Yunting and Zhuang Jing to Su Zhuqing. Just as she finished, they reached the parking lot. Jiang Fei pulled open the car door and sat inside. Su Zhuqing hesitated for quite some time before finally speaking up. Did Fu Yunting fall in love with you? Her hand stopped suddenly mid-motion as she turned on the car. Zhuqing, that joke isn't funny. Hearing the commotion on the other end from Jiang Fei, Su Zhuqing simply decided to shift the topic to avoid making Jiang Fei feel bothered about it. You're going out. I'm planning to pick up Heng and Ningen and have them come along with me to Jiang Jiming's house. Su Zhuqing threw her empty takeout container into the trash can. I'll go with you then. I don't have much else to do today. My trial ended yesterday. Jiang Fei wanted to decline. With the recent hard work, Su Zhuqing deserved some time to rest and recharge. But before her objection was fully formed, Su Zhuqing continued. You're too far away from there and closer to me. Besides, those two kids don't even know how to protect themselves. What if something happens with Jiang Jiming? Wouldn't they be in danger as well? After hearing this, Jiang Fei decided not to involve them. I see now. I'll reach your company in 15 minutes. Get ready. Got it. See you later. Upon picking up Su Zhuqing, Jiang Fei drove towards Jiang Jiming's home. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Zhuqing leaned her head to glance at Jiang Fei. Fei, you've waited 3 years, and now finally got Fu Yunting to like you. So why aren't you happy? With a sigh of helplessness, Jiang Fei shot her a look. Zhuqing, you should be the one who knows most about the relationship between Fu Yunting and me. How skilled he is at acting, don't you know? Su Zhuqing paused momentarily. Yes, he's good at pretending, but his injury, it wasn't feigned, was it? You've seen it yourself. Jiang Fei remained silent, unable to respond. As for anything else, she could refute it, but truly, regarding Fu Yunting's injury, there wasn't any argument to deny. Oh, forget it. It's my fault for sticking my nose in. Su Zhuqing adjusted her posture, silently confident that her guesses held no error. But since Fei didn't seem to care much about Fu Yunting's feelings now, plus unresolved issues of hatred between the two still lingered, it was probably better not to meddle excessively in her personal affairs concerning emotions. 20 minutes later, Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing arrived outside Jiang Jiming's door. Jiang Fei stared at the peephole on the door for a moment, then took out a blue hat and a mask from her bag, putting them on. Su Zhuqing's mouth slightly agape in surprise as she asked quietly, when did you prepare all this? Just for visiting Jiang Jiming. Bought them on the way here to find you. Jiang Fei pointed to the white wall beside Su Zhuqing, indicating that she hide first, to avoid getting easily recognized without disguise. Su Zhuqing quickly sidestepped toward the wall as Jiang Fei raised her hand and pressed the doorbell. The sound of slippers shuffling grew louder, yet no response came forth. Jiang Fei deliberately lowered her head to pretend looking at her phone, refusing to reveal her face fully. Who is it? Jiang Jiming's voice came through from inside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei pretended to lower her phone and fished out a faceless work ID from her bag, shaking it once. It's the property management. Here to check the natural gas. On hearing it was property management, Jiang Jiming opened the door with no suspicion. But the moment he stuck his head out and saw Su Zhuqing crouching against the wall, he clearly flinched. And by the time he realized the situation and attempted to close the door, Su Zhuqing's foot was already blocking it. Jiang Fei moved closer to Su Zhuqing, pulled off her hat and mask, and asked with a piercing gaze at the flustered Jiang Jiming. Uncle Jiang, is it really that difficult for you to catch up with me? Jiang Jiming's face transitioned from astonishment to anger. Are you two going to leave me alone? Do you have to keep hounding me for answers I can't give? I sold my old apartment just to avoid meeting any of you. I even bought this one to start anew, but here you are again. Su Zhuqing had no patience for Jiang Jiming's rambling. She kicked the door open, thrust her hand against his chest, and shoved him into the living room. Fuming, Jiang Jiming demanded, can't you get out of my house? Can't you stop disturbing my life? Su Zhuqing immediately pulled out her phone and showed Jiang Jiming the video that Jiang Fei had sent her earlier. After you watch this, reconsider whether you want to treat us like this. Jiang Jiming's eyes were forced to look at Su Zhuqing's phone screen, where a video played showing him fidgeting with his ring nervously and glancing toward the outside of his office every now and then. After viewing it, Jiang Jiming's complexion visibly paled. He quickly looked up at Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing, swallowing hard as he questioned instinctively. What's wrong with this video? You're this nervous, and you're still asking what's wrong? Su Zhuqing put her phone away. Do I need to find an expert to zoom in on this video for you? Jiang Jiming turned around, walking unsteadily towards the couch, his complexion fluctuating between paleness and sallowness. Su Zhuqing tugged Jiang Fei along after him. You're escaping now? Why aren't you saying anything? I have nothing to say to either of you. Jiang Jiming refused to meet Jiang Fei or Su Zhuqing's eyes, looking elsewhere stubbornly. Su Zhuqing furrowed her brows tightly, about to continue pressing him when Jiang Fei hastily grabbed her arm, signaling not to push further. With a sigh, Su Zhuqing plopped down on the couch next to Jiang Jiming. Jiang Fei sat down as well and spoke to Jiang Jiming. Uncle Jiang, my father treated you very well. Chapter 240, Those Who Have Died. Jiang Fei, appealing to his emotions in a soft tone, said, I once heard my father say that when you first married your wife, you didn't even have enough money for the dowry. It was my father who gave you 500,000 yuan, allowing you to marry her. Later, my father also provided a lot of money to help you buy a small house. Do you remember? The eyelids of Jiang Jiming clearly trembled twice, but he still remained silent. Jiang Fei continued, my father has known you for over 20 years. For these 20 years, you two have been almost inseparable. Whenever there's food on my father's table, you're guaranteed a bowl of porridge. A year's salary is something an ordinary assistant would need to work hard for several years to achieve. Uncle Jiang, one should have a conscience. Upon hearing Jiang Fei talk about these things, Jiang Jiming's eyes visibly reddened. Su Zhuqing and Jiang Fei exchanged a glance as Jiang Fei continued. I've come here today with only one matter. Uncle Jiang, I simply want you to tell me who those people are that have been causing trouble for my father. I don't know. Jiang Jiming clenched his hands into fists tightly and gritted his teeth angrily. I truly do not know who those people are. Even if you beat me to death right now, I still wouldn't know. You don't know? Su Zhuqing laughed coldly. If you didn't know, then why were you behaving so strangely that day? Aside from you and Jiang Fei's father in the shop, there was no one else. We understand Jiang Fei's father's character very well. The only one was you. Tell us, did you put the sleeping powder during the incense-making process? Su Zhuqing lacked Jiang Fei's patience and wasn't going to waste time speaking indirectly with Jiang Jiming. She could tolerate his sophistry once or twice, but she couldn't bear it anymore when it happened a third time. I don't understand what you're talking about. Jiang Jiming continued staring at another corner without turning his head. His interlocked fingers turned white due to excessive force, and the veins on the back of his hand stood out prominently. So be it, Su Zhuqing sneered. Do you think we won't be able to investigate your betrayal of Jiang Fei's father and discover that you took someone else's money and placed sleeping powder during the incense-making process just because you keep quiet? I believe you're also aware that more than one person has died because of this incident. Stop saying anything more. Jiang Jiming suddenly turned around and shouted loudly at Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing. Their sudden reaction startled both women. What scared them, however, was not just Jiang Jiming's shout, but also the tears streaming down his face. Do you think I wanted to hide this from everyone? Jiang Jiming jabbed his hand repeatedly into his chest. It's not that I know nothing. That person just took me away and told me what to do. If I didn't comply, they'd threaten my wife's life. But if I followed through, they promised to give me several million yuan. Fei, your father indeed gave me a great deal of money, and he never neglected me. As a poor man from the countryside, everything I have today is owed to your father. But I can't leave my wife behind. She has endured hardships for 15 long years because of me, and it was my mistake that led to her current condition. I also know that my cooperation has resulted in many deaths, but I truly don't know who these people are. I want to surrender, but there's already no one in my home who can take care of my wife. Jiang Jiming's anguished confession sounded genuine, far from being fabricated, but he admitted to being manipulated by someone else and therefore betrayed their trust. Neither Jiang Fei nor Su Zhuqing made any move, waiting patiently for Jiang Jiming to regain his composure before continuing their questions. So, was the thing they asked you to place inside the sleeping powder? Yes. Jiang Jiming plunged his hands into his hair, but they didn't initially tell me what it was. They just instructed me to mix this substance into the incense we were supposed to prepare the next day. Whether I did it or not, they'd know. They warned me not to get clever. If I had told your father, they would have killed him immediately, Jiang Fei. I'm suffering immensely too. This whole affair has tormented me for 3 whole years. I never imagined the consequences of my actions would lead to so many deaths. Hearing Jiang Jiming's words, Jiang Fei's eyes began to sting as well. She didn't know exactly how many people were implicated in this incident. All she knew was that when you, a young and promising talent, lost his life, her father lost his life, Fu Yunting sought her out for revenge. For the past 3 years, she lived in anguish and torment. Later, Chen Qingzhu brought back by Fu Yunting caused her mother's death. Xiao Heng's tendons in his hand were severed. All of these events were because of Jiang Jiming's choice. Jiang Fei stared at Jiang Jiming, who was painfully tugging at his own hair, filled with hatred that flickered brightly in her eyes. If only you had said something to my father from the start, or even discussed it, given him a warning, would things have turned out this way? Jiang Fei's tears fell as she clenched her teeth. We wouldn't be in this situation now, where we don't even know who wanted to harm my father. I'm sorry. Jiang Jiming covered his face with both hands and cried uncontrollably. I'm sorry to your father. I'm sorry to those who have died. Jiang Fei took deep breaths to steady her emotions, wiped away the tears on her face, and continued asking, how did that person find you? Did they call you or something? No. With the sleeve of his shirt, Jiang Jiming wiped his tears carelessly. It was on my way home after work when they dragged me into a car to talk. They were so well covered that I couldn't make out any facial features at all. But what? Su Zhuqing gently massaged Jiang Fei's back. Hearing these 2 words from Jiang Jiming, she quickly asked for clarification. I remember their license plate number. Jiang Jiming rushed to her room immediately. After a short while, he came out holding a yellowed slip of paper. He handed the note to Jiang Fei. This is the license plate number. Jiang Fei accepted the piece of paper from Jiang Jiming. There was only one set of 3 numbers written on it, 766. Su Zhuqing leaned over to take a glance. After looking at it, she stared disbelievingly at Jiang Jiming. Just these 3 numbers? It was really too dark then. Seeing these 3 digits clearly was already a challenge. But I can confirm it belongs to a car from Jiangqing. Jiang Fei looked at him. Is it the tail number 766? Or is it in between letters? It's at the end. Jiang Jiming spoke, then turned his head to look at the bedroom. After staring deeply for a long moment, he turned back to ask Jiang Fei, when everything comes to light, do I also have to go inside? Who should go if not you? Su Zhuqing countered. You committed a crime and fled for 3 years. Do you want to keep running? It's just that there's no evidence now. The brightness in Jiang Jiming's eyes gradually dimmed. Chapter 241, Confrontation Inevitable. In the mere few minutes of his silence, all the signs of Tongsong on his face came rushing out. If Jiang Jiming tightened his jaw. If after such a long time, with evidence, I turn myself in, would I be sentenced? Su Zhuqing looked at him as if he were a fool. If there was no sentence, would you be so resistant to seeing us? You already know the answer in your heart. So what are you trying to prove? Tears visibly welled up in Jiang Jiming's eyes. How many years would I have to serve? Su Zhuqing stared at him with an ominous look. According to criminal law, you'll serve for life. The stupefied expression on Jiang Jiming's face instantly turned gray and lifeless. Jiang Fei quickly grabbed Su Zhuqing's arm, shaking her head slightly, signaling her not to continue. Jiang Jiming, catching a glimpse of this exchange, choked out a hoarse voice. It's all right. It's something we need to face sooner or later. Saying this, he slowly turned toward the bedroom. Each step was unbearably heavy, his slightly stooped figure filled with indescribable weariness and desolation. After entering the room, Jiang Jiming did not come out again. Neither Jiang Fei nor Su Zhuqing stayed any longer. Since they already had their answers, their next step was to thoroughly investigate who exactly owned that license plate. Before stepping out of the corridor and into the car, Jiang Fei glanced uneasily at the building behind them. At a glance, she saw Jiang Jiming standing by the window. He did not look down toward their direction, but rather was sideways as if speaking to his wife. Since Jiang Jiming's home was on the 10th floor, they couldn't clearly see what he was doing. After staring for a moment, Jiang Fei finally returned to the car with Su Zhuqing. As she buckled her seatbelt, Jiang Fei looked upstairs once more, feeling uneasy. Su Zhuqing eyed her curiously. Fei, what are you looking at? Unable to see the situation upstairs, Jiang Fei leaned forward a little further. Just now, Jiang Jiming was by the window like he was talking to his wife. Something feels off, so I just wanted to take a look. Bang! Before Jiang Fei could finish her sentence, a dark shadow flashed before her eyes and crashed heavily onto the ground. What is that? Su Zhuqing widened her eyes in shock, instinctively swallowing her saliva. Just as she was about to turn her head to ask Jiang Fei, another shadow plummeted swiftly from above, striking the ground with a thunderous crash. The faces of Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing instantly turned deathly pale, frozen in terror inside the car, unable to move. An unknown period passed when a sharp shout rang out from outside the car. Only then did Jiang Fei snap out of it and rush out of the car to investigate. Rounding a row of cars, the two figures on the ground quickly came into view. Her breath sharply halted, her legs suddenly went weak, and she staggered back, collapsing onto the hood of the car behind her. Su Zhuqing, arriving promptly beside Jiang Fei, caught sight of the two splattered bodies covered in blood and brain matter on the ground. Her stomach violently churned as she clutched her lips and retched uncontrollably to the side. In less than a few minutes, people gathered around, some sighing and speculating, others calling the police. Neither Jiang Fei nor Su Zhuqing left. The fact that Jiang Jiming committed suicide along with his wife had some connection to them, whether direct or indirect. Had they not visited Jiang Jiming today and spoken those words, he might not have been driven to such despair. After the police investigated the scene, they naturally located Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing. Due to the chaos at the scene, the two women were taken to the police station for questioning. Just as they arrived at the police station, Assistant and received the news. He immediately informed Fu Yunting of the situation. Fu Yunting's handsome face darkened. Did Jiang Fei witness their fall? Assistant and nodded solemnly. Yes, the bodyguards personally witnessed it. Both Madam and Miss Su saw Jiang Jiming and his wife falling. Fu Yunting immediately threw aside the covers. Prepare my clothes. Let's go to the police station. Assistant and glanced at the wound on Fu Yunting's chest, wanting to dissuade him, but considering the severity of the situation, kept quiet. When they reached the police station, Jiang Fei and Su Zhuqing were still being interrogated separately. On the way, Assistant and had already contacted the chief of police, so Fu Yunting had not even had time to sit down when the chief hurried over to greet him. Mr. Fu. The chief's jowls quivered with laughter, sweat still glistening on his forehead from running all the way here. He extended his hand toward Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu. I'm sorry, very sorry. Some officers didn't know better and detained your wife in the interrogation room. Let me notify them right away to bring her out. The chief made a gesture to one of the officers beside him and then seated Fu Yunting comfortably. No need. Fu Yunting coldly refused. Take me to the interrogation room. The chief did not dare to object to Fu Yunting's words and quickly nodded, leading Fu Yunting there. Just as they reached the door of the interrogation room, it was opened from the inside, revealing Jiang Fei with a ghastly pale face standing before Fu Yunting. Recognizing the familiar figure, Jiang Fei slowly raised her head. As their eyes met, her eyebrows slightly furrowed and her eyes instantly filled with tears. Her throat choked up, and she lowered her eyelids to cover the emotions within, stepping out of the room with evident exhaustion. Seeing Jiang Fei, the chief hastily apologized. Miss Fu, I'm sorry. Our police officers on duty today are new recruits. They didn't recognize you. Please don't take offense. Jiang Fei stood silently to one side, completely oblivious to the chief's apology, as her ears only rang with the sound of Jiang Jiming and his wife falling to the ground. Noticing that Jiang Fei gave no response, the chief looked towards Fu Yunting with uncertainty. Fu Yunting ignored him, his deep gaze locked solely on Jiang Fei without wavering. Assistant and then stepped beside the chief and whispered lowly, Mrs. Fu's friend. I know. The chief hurriedly replied. She will be out soon. Just as he finished speaking, another interrogation room door opened, and Su Zhuqing rushed out, glancing around until she saw both Jiang Fei and Fu Yunting. Only then did she let out a deep sigh of relief. Walking to Jiang Fei's side, she noticed the silent tears rolling down Jiang Fei's cheeks, which made her chest tighten painfully. This kind of situation would weigh heavily on anyone. Thinking this, Su Zhuqing looked up at Fu Yunting, asking, Could I borrow some time to talk with Fei? Upon hearing this, Fu Yunting shifted his gaze from Jiang Fei and responded in a low tone. The car is waiting outside the police station. Su Zhuqing, I'll have it sent over later. After Fu Yunting left, Su Zhuqing took Jiang Fei's hand and followed her out of the police station. Chapter 242, died because of him. Only when they reached a quieter corner did Su Zhuqing release Jiang Fei's hand and let out a light sigh as she stared at her. There's no use being sad. Su Zhuqing shoved her hands into her pockets. I don't know what your police have said, but my side's police told me this matter has nothing to do with us. It was his own guilt that made him flee with his wife by jumping off the building to their deaths. Jiang Fei lightly wiped away tears from her face. If we hadn't been there today, they wouldn't have died. Are you feeling sorry for Jiang Jiming? Su Zhuqing slightly frowned. Fei, this man was indeed your father's close friend and assistant, and it's true that you called him uncle for over a decade. But he committed wrongs, killed others, and also led to your father's death. He may be pitiable, yet also hateful. Despite not doing it willingly, he acted out of selfishness, leading so many to die because of him. I'm not sad about Jiang Jiming. Jiang Fei slowly raised her head, her swollen eyes meeting Su Ziking's gaze. What makes me grieve is his wife. She clearly did nothing wrong, but due to her inability to take care of herself, Jiang Jiming so brutally ended her life. Su Ziking looked away. Perhaps for her, this is the best ending. Without Jiang Jiming, she would have only become more pitiful. Jiang Fei leaned against the wall in exhaustion, the scenes before her repeating the sight of their fall. Was Jiang Jiming regretful? Su Ziking's lips curled slightly as she walked beside Jiang Fei and leaned against the wall together. All his emotions were written all over his face. Fei. Seeing Jiang Jiming this time, he obviously looked more haggard than before, indicating these 3 years weighed heavily on his mind too. Jiang Fei repressed her emotions, lifting her hand to wipe the tears at the corner of her eyes. I never expected that after all these twists and turns, this would happen to someone so close to us. Who could have foreseen this? Su Ziking sighed deeply. Not just us. Even your father didn't expect to be betrayed by a friend known for so many years. Thinking about the words written in Jiang's father's diary, an acidic sensation welled up uncontrollably within Su Ziking. She gritted her teeth and muttered in indignation. Damn it. Jiang Fei recalled the amicable figures of her father and Jiang Jiming conversing. Yet who would have thought both would meet such an untimely demise? Had justice been served? Jiang Jiming certainly paid with his life, but who was the original instigator of all this? Who orchestrated everything behind the scenes? What kind of ties existed between that person and her father? Each twist deepened the complexity of the case, appearing critical at times, yet always disrupted by unforeseen circumstances. The tears Jiang Fei forced down blurred her vision again as images of her father surfaced in her mind. Without further discussion, Su Ziking escorted Jiang Fei back to Fu Yuning's car. After bidding farewell to Jiang Fei, Su Ziking drove off with Jiang Fei's car, leaving the police station. On the way home, Su Ziking thought about the license plate number and called her friend at the vehicle management office. After the call connected, Su Ziking reported the license plate number to her friend. Can you check the last digits? See if you can find anything. Her friend responded. Hold on, I'll check right now. After waiting for about 5 minutes, her friend exclaimed, this license plate was registered just this year. This year? That's impossible. It appeared 3 years ago. Can you look at previous registration records? Older records are only saved for 1 year. They're gone after that. Su Ziking rubbed her head in frustration. Don't you have any paper archives? We should, but investigating would be troublesome. Do you need it urgently? How long will it take to investigate? Su Ziking stopped at an intersection. Will 3 days be enough? The other party thought for a moment and said, Saturday and Sunday are weekends. I estimate the earliest would be next Tuesday. I'll inform you immediately once I find something. It must be from 3 years ago. Okay, noted. After hanging up, Su Ziking messaged Jiang Fei, informing her that they'd learn the owner of the license plate next week. At this time, Jiang Fei was resting with her head leaning against the car door. Feeling her phone vibrate, she opened her eyes and took out her phone to read the message. Before seeing what Su Ziking had sent, Fu Yunting's low and solemn voice echoed in her ear. Have you considered how many more people might get into trouble if you continue investigating? Jiang Fei's hand paused as she intended to open the message. She looked incredulously at Fu Yunting. What do you mean by that? Take it literally. Fu Yunting stared straight ahead, the darkness in his eyes like an abyss, giving a feeling of depthlessness that made it hard to decipher what he was thinking. Jiang Fei sarcastically laughed as she put down her phone. Do you want me to terminate the investigation because you're feeling guilty? Afraid I'll uncover the truth and cause something you can't accept? Whether it was due to Jiang Jiming's death or not, Jiang Fei could not calm down inside. She couldn't even talk calmly without overthinking anymore. Fu Yunting, isn't it clear now? Jiang Jiming, as my father's assistant, mixed sleeping drugs into the incense-making process which led you to fall unconscious and be violated. It has nothing to do with my father. The situation I learned today from Jiang Jiming is that someone threatened him to do this. Do you know who this person is? Since you love Wenyu so much, haven't you investigated the root cause of this incident thoroughly? Who exactly cannot tolerate Wenyu? From what I've observed among the people around you, it would be your mother who only thinks about marrying someone with an equal status, right? Can I conclude that your mother wants to use others' hands to get rid of Wenyu? This way, there will be no conflict between you two, and she could find another woman of equal status for you. The more Jiang Fei analyzed systematically, the worse Fu Yunting's expression grew on his handsome face. He turned his head and locked eyes with Jiang Fei's fiery gaze. Are you done talking? Jiang Fei clenched her fists tightly and broke eye contact with Fu Yunting, stubbornly refusing to utter another word. Fu Yunting also chose to stay silent, his dark brows casting an unshakable chill. Not until they reached the hospital downstairs did Jiang Fei grit her teeth and speak. You take care. I'll take a taxi home. As Jiang Fei pushed the car door open to get out, Fu Yunting's pitch-black eyes suddenly shifted towards her. Don't forget Zhuang Jing is at Xinghe Bay. Her movement paused. Jiang Fei recalled what Zhuang Jing had said a few days ago. Chapter 243, Too Afraid to Return. She said that as long as she hadn't uncovered the truth, she would continue living in Star River Bay. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Fei still pushed open the car door. Isn't it clear enough? My father has done nothing wrong. There is no need for her to keep lingering in Star River Bay. After finishing her sentence, Jiang Fei stepped out of the car, closed the door firmly, and decisively walked to the side of the road to hail a taxi. Seeing the two arguing again, assistant and helplessly looked at Fu Yunting and asked, "Mr. Fu, should I chase after Mrs. Fu?" "No need." Fu Yunting turned his eyes to Zhang Fei's figure in the rearview mirror. "Tell Aunt Zhang to guard against Zhuang Jing and take good care of Zhang Fei." Assistant and took out his phone, preparing to send a message to Aunt Zhang, but couldn't help raising his head to look at Fu Yunting. His gaze was caught by Fu Yunting. "What do you want to say?" And blinked twice and put down his phone. "Mr. Fu, about what happened back then. Go find a doctor and have him issue the discharge certificate." Fu Yunting interrupted Assistant An's words, closing his eyes and leaning on the pillow. Assistant An sighed inwardly and lowered his head to send the message to Aunt Zhang. By the time Zhang Fei returned to Star River Bay, it was already evening. As soon as she entered the villa, she saw Zhuang Jing eating at the dining table. Zhuang Jing heard the noise and turned her head, walking towards Zhang Fei, who was coming over. She slowly placed down the chopsticks in her hand, glaring with evident hatred, saying, "I thought Mrs. Fu knew I was living here and wouldn't dare to return." Zhang Fei walked up to Zhuang Jing, pulled out a chair and sat down. "Have you seen today's news, Ms. Zhuang?" Zhuang Jing stared at her. "Just spit it out. Don't beat around the bush with me." Zhang Fei took out her phone, searched for today's news about Jiang Jiming jumping off a building with his wife, and placed it in front of Zhuang Jing. "The person who actually added the sleeping drug during the incense production process is this man who fell from the building, not my father." Zhang Fei placed the phone on the table. "Before dying, Jiang Jiming confessed and explained everything to me. Now I tell you all that he told me, aren't you? Do you think that a few simple sentences of yours on the death of this man could make me believe everything you've said and leave Star River Bay because of it?" Zhuang Jing interrupted Jiang Fei coldly. "Where's the evidence? Where's the proof that Jiang Jiming was the one who added the drugs?" Jiang Fei had anticipated that Zhuang Jing would ask such a question, so she picked up her phone again and showed Zhuang Jing the surveillance video where Jiang Jiming behaved strangely. To her surprise, Zhuang Jing didn't even care about this kind of evidence. Instead, she broke out into laughter. "Jiang Fei, Jiang Fei, fabricating these things won't eliminate my suspicion about your father." Zhuang Jing's facial muscles became slightly distorted due to the subtle twitching. "That gang personally told me that it was your father who ordered them to do it. This matter has been rooted in my heart for 3 years. It's not something that can be easily erased." The curve at the corner of Zhuang Jing's lips gradually disappeared. "I'm telling you, none of this serves as evidence for exonerating your father. I need something concrete." Jiang Fei frowned deeply. "What kind of evidence do you consider valid in your heart, Ms. Zhuang?" "I want those who harmed my daughter to personally admit to me that it wasn't Jiang Yu who instructed them, but someone else." Zhuang Jing's response almost made Jiang Fei lose her composure. "Ms. Zhuang, dead people cannot speak. No one can meet such a requirement." "Well, that's fine then. I'll just continue staying until the day you accomplish it, and then I'll leave." Jiang Fei clenched her fists tightly. "Ms. Zhuang, I sympathize with your loss of your daughter, but that can't justify your staying here without leaving. Also, why can't you listen to me finish speaking? Who exactly persuaded you to act like this? That person can even manipulate your thoughts, letting you lose the ability to discern right from wrong. You don't have to say all these things to me." Zhuang Jing sharply interrupted Jiang Fei. "My only demand now is either find tangible evidence that can erase my conviction, or none of us will end well." There was no way Jiang Fei could sway the mind of someone who didn't reason at all. Looking at the exquisite dishes in front of her, Jiang Fei had absolutely no desire to eat. She stood up and headed upstairs. Zhuang Jing's lips carried a cold sneer, staring at Jiang Fei's retreating figure with fixed intensity. A chilling sensation ran from Jiang Fei's back straight to the top of her skull. Gradually, Jiang Fei's steps quickened until she turned the corner of the stairs, when this feeling finally subsided. Back in her room, Jiang Fei locked the door and leaned against it for a while before walking slowly to the window. Just as she was about to open the window to get some fresh air, she suddenly caught sight of a striking red color in the courtyard. She looked down and saw Zhuang Jing standing directly beneath her room wearing a bright red coat. Her face contorted into an eerie smile that made Jiang Fei's blood run cold. Jiang Fei's heart raced in terror. She quickly withdrew her hand from the windowsill, grabbed the curtain, and immediately closed it to block out Zhuang Jing. She turned around, picked up her phone, intending to distract herself with something else, when coincidentally, a message from Zhuang Jing popped up. "You should die too." Jiang Fei tightly gripped her phone and took several deep breaths to steady herself. Before she could fully calm down, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen. Holding her stomach with one hand while still clutching the phone, another message from Zhuang Jing came through. "I will keep watching you. I won't let you go." With a snap, Jiang Fei flipped her phone over and placed it face down on the coffee table. Zhuang Jing's intentions were far too obvious. She couldn't confront Jiang Fei openly, so she resorted to frightening tactics to provoke her. If Jiang Fei suffered a miscarriage, it would fulfill Zhuang Jing's goal. Taste the same pain of losing a child like she did. Anger surged within Jiang Fei, but she couldn't confront Zhuang Jing head-on. After all, if Zhuang Jing could act irrationally by attacking Fu Yunting with a knife, there was no doubt she would behave just as irrationally toward her. There was still much unresolved before everything came to light, and she had to ensure her own safety at all costs. Sitting quietly, Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that Fu Yunting had instructed the guards to install cameras in the house. She hastily grabbed her phone and sent a message to Jiang Hong. "Jiang Fei. Xiaohong, can you check the surveillance footage from Xinghe Bay?" Jiang Hong replied promptly. "Yes, why?" "Jiang Fei. Can you share it with me?" Jiang Hong. Why can't you access the home surveillance yourself? Jiang Fei explained. Fu Yunting installed them a few days ago, but I don't know how to connect to them. Could you log in and share the footage with me? Chapter 244. Scared to miscarriage. Jiang Hong. Wait for me a moment, I'll send it to you directly soon. After waiting for about half an hour, Jiang Fei's phone received the sharing message from Jiang Hong. Before Jiang Fei clicked on the surveillance to watch, another message came from Jiang Hong. Is the woman in red in the surveillance, Zhuang Jiying? How is she in Xinghebei? Jiang Fei. She asked me to give her evidence of who killed her daughter. If I don't provide it, she won't leave and she won't let me have peace. After sending this sentence, Jiang Fei didn't receive any more messages from Jiang Hong. She opened the surveillance and just happened to see Zhuang Jing entering the guest room opposite her. Jiang Fei switched the screen, and Zhuang Jing's every move in the room was clearly visible to her. Thinking that she could keep an eye on her continuously, Zhuang Jing unexpectedly pulled out a roll of black tape, dragged over a chair, stood up, and taped over the camera. At the moment the lens went dark, Jiang Fei frowned deeply and put down her phone. An hour later, as Jiang Fei stepped out of the bathroom after finishing her shower, there was a frantic knock at the door. Drying her hair as she walked to the door, she opened it to find Su Ningen standing outside looking anxious. Manager Jiang. Manager Jiang. Su Ningen was restless on her feet. Quickly go downstairs and talk some sense into Jiang Hong. He can't control himself and is about to hit someone. Jiang Fei looked toward the open door of the guest room opposite and immediately realized what had happened. Her hair still wet, she turned around and rushed downstairs with Su Ningen. In the living room, Jiang Hong was holding a small knife to Zhuang Jing's neck. The bloodthirsty look in his eyes made Jiang Fei's insides tremble violently. Xiaohong. Jiang Fei called out to him urgently, her face gradually turning pale as she slowly approached them. Put the knife down. Jiang Hong did not turn to look at Jiang Fei, but instead tightened his grip on the knife and said to Zhuang Jing, I will ask you one last time. Will you go or not? You try cutting my throat if you dare. Zhuang Jing showed no sign of fear, acting as though she was sure Jiang Hong wouldn't do anything, even a smirk curving at the corner of her lips. If you kill me, you'll be imprisoned for my death, but if you don't, I won't let either you or your brother rest easy. Whatever mistakes Jiang Yu committed, he must bear the consequences alone, and so should you. Freak, Jiang Hong yelled angrily. What proof do you have to accuse my father of doing this? What gives you the right to slander him? At the end of Jiang Heng's words, Jiang Fei seized the opportunity, swiftly stepping forward to quickly lift Jiang Heng's arm upward. Trying to resist, Jiang Hong stopped when he saw Jiang Fei gripping the blade and immediately released his hold. Jiang Fei threw the knife onto a nearby shelving unit and gave Jiang Hong a stern look, saying, Xiaohong, go back upstairs. I'm not going back. Jiang Hong glared at Zhuang Jing with disdain, then turned toward the door, dragging the suitcase he'd brought inside. Starting today, I will live here. I want to see what exactly this lunatic plans to do. Zhuang Jing snorted in contempt several times. Then by all means, let's wait and see. Humph. Jiang Hong kicked the suitcase violently aside, opening its zipper, then immediately opening the cover before Zhuang Jing. He grabbed a printed photo of Wenyu, holding it aloft with a cold, calculating smile fixed on his face. Could it be that you don't recognize this person? Zhuang Jing's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and she lunged forward upon seeing Wenyu's photo, shouting, Give me my daughter's photo back. Jiang Hong deftly avoided Zhuang Jing's grab and took a few steps back to increase the distance between them. Want the photo? Fine, get out, and I'll return it all to you. Not possible, Zhuang Jing shouted fiercely. I will absolutely not leave. Your father killed my daughter. How could I possibly forgive you before seeking revenge? There's no way I'll let you off easily. All right then. With both hands, Jiang Heng gripped the photo and without hesitation tore it to pieces right in front of Zhuang Jing. No. Stop it. Stop. Red-eyed, Zhuang Jing lunged toward Jiang Heng again, but Jiang Heng only increased his speed, tearing it completely apart before throwing the shreds directly in Zhuang Jing's face. Zhuang Jing fumbled frantically, trying to catch the shredded pieces of the photo, and even as they fell to the ground, she quickly crouched down, gathering the broken fragments tremblingly and clutching them tightly in her hands. Staring at the irretrievably torn photo of Wenyu in her hands, Zhuang Jing clutched it desperately to her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her heartbroken figure, Su Ningen looked at Jiang Fei with sympathy. Manager Jiang, wasn't it a bit too much? Jiang Fei frowned deeply as she looked at the intensely suppressed scene before her. No matter what, Wenyu was still a victim. Xiaohong couldn't do such a thing even if he wanted to help her. But in front of others, Jiang Fei couldn't reprimand Jiang Heng's actions either. So Jiang Fei walked over to Zhuang Jing and squatted down beside her, helping to pick up the remaining scattered pieces on the ground. Get out. Before Jiang Fei's hand could touch the pieces, Zhuang Jing suddenly lifted her head and sharply screamed at her. Startled, Jiang Fei trembled all over. Jiang Hong rushed forward, pulling Jiang Fei off the ground immediately and sternly questioned her. Why are you going to help her pick them up? Jiang Fei cast her gaze downward and remained silent, watching Zhuang Jing, who had picked up all the remaining pieces and left. When her figure disappeared up the stairs, Jiang Fei then said to Jiang Hong, however it may be, we cannot tear up a deceased person's photo like that. This is between us and Zhuang Jing, not between us and Wenyu. It's wrong, Xiaohong. Do you think I want to? Jiang Hong glanced toward the photos still in the suitcase. Only by doing this can we somewhat restrain Zhuang Jing. Everything she did to you tonight, I saw it all on the surveillance. She scared you just like a ghost. Wasn't it meant to make you miscarry? Upon hearing Jiang Heng's explanation, Jiang Fei felt somewhat helpless. Zhuang Jing's intentions were so clear. Both her and Jiang Heng understood them fully. Was she not afraid that Fu Yunting would figure it out and come after her later? That, Manager Jiang. Su Ningyan softly called out to Jiang Fei, since young Master Jiang will be staying here for a while, I'll go back first. Actually, I'm going home for a few days too. Jiang Fei said, it's late already. Why don't you stay over? There are rooms upstairs. No thanks. Su Ningyan declined. I haven't spent much time with my parents recently. I'll spend some time with them these few days, but I might have to bother Manager Jiang to lend me a bodyguard to take me home. Due to what happened last time, Jiang Fei hadn't forgotten yet. Even if Su Ningyan hadn't mentioned it, she would strongly insist on having the bodyguard send her back. Chapter 245, Bringing Charges. Jiang Fei arranged the bodyguards for Su Ningyan, who then got into the car and waved to Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng. Mr. Jiang, I'll go home first. If I have time during the day, I will come over. All right, send us a message when you get home. Su Ningyan agreed, closed the car window, and Jiang Fei instructed the bodyguard to drive carefully and make sure to drop her off at her doorstep. As they watched the car drive away, Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng prepared to head back to the villa. Just as they were a few steps away from the stairs, a dark object suddenly fell beside them, crashing onto the ground and shattering into pieces. Jiang Heng quickly shielded Jiang Fei behind him, relaxing only after recognizing it was a flower pot. His expression changed drastically as he looked up towards the building. Zhuang Jing stood by the second-floor window, looking down at them with cold words. This is just a lesson. Next time it might not land on just anyone's head. After saying this, she shut the window and pulled the curtain, infuriating Jiang Heng, who turned around ready to confront Zhuang Jing. Jiang Fei immediately grabbed Jiang Heng. Causing more trouble won't help. Furious, veins popping in his neck, Jiang Heng asked, so what? Should we just let her stay here and bully us? Jiang Fei glanced at the flower pot next to where she had been standing earlier, noticing how the flowers inside were tilted and the petals and leaves swayed with the wind. After staring for a moment, she turned and walked back toward the villa. Anyway, don't act impulsively. I'll figure out something. Since Jiang Fei had already advised this, Jiang Heng couldn't make her any more worried. He followed Jiang Fei upstairs and without entering any other room, grabbed a blanket and squeezed into the same bed with her. Jiang Fei didn't refuse, smiling as she moved over a bit. Do you still need to sleep with me at your age? To protect you. Jiang Fei turned on the bedside lamp, while Jiang Heng turned off the main light in the room. They lay side by side, gazing straight at the ceiling. Jiang Fei, don't you need to bring your computer? I bought a laptop. It will be delivered here tomorrow. Most of my time will be spent in the study, keeping an eye on Zhuang Jing. Jiang Fei did not argue with Jiang Heng. Previously, she would have wanted to ask Jiang Heng about studying plans. But now seeing Jiang Heng's competence in other areas, Jiang Fei felt reassured that at least she wouldn't have to worry too much about his survival skills in the future. Turning his head towards Jiang Fei, Jiang Heng asked, does Fu Yunting know that Zhuang Jing is staying here? Yes, I agreed to it in front of him. Jiang Fei recounted the situation that day to Jiang Heng. How long can we hide? With the enemy hidden and ourselves exposed, it might be even harder to prevent dangers. Is it really safe to keep her at home? Jiang Heng leaned sideways to stare at Jiang Fei. You're inviting trouble easily, but sending it away will be hard. Jiang Fei laughed. What's easy? Is it easy to investigate the cause of father's death? Or to fight against those who want to harm us? Life isn't easy. To live well and pass away naturally is even harder. So there's a saying, difficult hurdles are many, but must be crossed. Although Zhuang Jing has caused lots of trouble at our house, things will eventually resolve smoothly one day. Turns out the reason why you've suffered so much during the 3 years you've been married to Fu Yunting but haven't become depressed is because you have a strong enough psyche. Jiang Heng closed his eyes lightly. Sister, I only hope you can stay safe. This means a lot to me. Jiang Fei didn't say much more, just turning around, softly gazing at Jiang Heng. Over the years, Jiang Heng had grown out of his innocent youth, ready to embrace a great life ahead, yet had to accept such harsh realities. She realized there was no way for her to compensate for all the trauma Jiang Heng had endured mentally. The following morning, at the hospital, Fu Yunting had just finished the discharge procedures when his phone received a picture sent by Zhuang Jing. The photo showed shredded pictures of Wenyu, clearly more than just one copy. Fu Yunting's face darkened rapidly. Before he could call to inquire about the situation, Zhuang Jing's message came through. Zhuang Jing, what did my daughter do wrong? Or should she have suffered such humiliation and torment, and even after death, treated like this? Fu Yunting, this was done by Jiang Fei's younger brother. You must give me an explanation. With a stern face, Fu Yunting looked up at his assistant, who was packing his belongings, and Yen. Assistant immediately turned around, straightening his posture. Mr. Fu, what's wrong? Are the surveillance cameras at Xinghe Bay installed or not? Fu Yunting's black eyes flickered with anger, his tone icy, indicating he was near the brink of explosion. Assistant said, they were installed a few days ago. Do you want to check the surveillance footage? As Assistant spoke, he took out his phone, pointing to the software on it. Logging into this app will allow you to see the conditions at Xinghe Bay. Fu Yunting tossed his phone to Assistant. Log in. Assistant swiftly operated the phone, waiting for the surveillance footage to load before handing it back to Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting adjusted the timeline to when Jiang Fei returned yesterday. After reviewing everything that happened last night, the flames of fury in his eyes dimmed somewhat. However, the shredded photos of Wenyu continued to weigh heavily on his chest, causing him discomfort. Fu Yunting pocketed his phone and stood up, glancing at Assistant who had packed his belongings. He gave a simple order. Go to Xinghe Bay. Yes, Mr. Fu. assistant, and replied. Half an hour later, Fu Yunting stepped out of the car in front of the villa. Before he could approach the door, Zhuang Jing's figure appeared silently in front of him, and assistant and was visibly startled by Zhuang Jing's presence. Not because she walked silently, but because her appearance grew increasingly haggard and disheveled day by day. Her bruised, darkened lips, ashen complexion, and deeply shadowed eyes were so alarming they made one reluctant to look twice. Assistant and quickly averted his gaze, while Fu Yunting furrowed his brow with concern. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuang Jing interrupted sharply. How do you intend to resolve this? Her cold, raspy voice sounded like a vengeful spirit, making even assistant and flinch involuntarily. Zhuang Jing might be pitiful, but Mrs. Fu, Jiang Fei, was also innocent. Keeping someone like her close would wear down anyone's nerves, wouldn't it? Fu Yunting's eyes gleamed icily as he countered. What did you do to Jiang Fei yesterday? Zhuang Jing's expression flickered momentarily with surprise before filling with venomous hatred. You came here to blame me, to accuse me? Could the shredded photos of when you possibly have nothing to do with you? Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes and retorted. Do you want me to play back the surveillance footage to show exactly what you did to Jiang Fei last night? What you said to Jiang Hong? What I say is none of your business. Zhuang Jing shouted furiously. If you're capable, bring my daughter back to life first before lecturing me. Chapter 246, Rekindling Old Ties. Fu Yunting, don't you forget that it was you who initially insisted on bringing my daughter to Jiangqing. Can her death really have no connection to you at all? Zhuang Jing's hand gripped the doorframe, her nails and the wooden board emitting a grating, ear-piercing sound, making people feel restless. Why do I stab this knife into your chest? It is so that you can feel your own conscience and reflect on how much my daughter sacrificed for you over the years. Now, it merely asks you to uphold her dignity after she has become a spirit of the dead. Is this really such a hardship for you? Do you want her soul to never rest in peace? Zhuang Jing's shrill voice echoed around the villa. Fu Yunting stood with a darkened face, uncertain whether to respond or remain silent, until a set of descending footsteps came from inside. Only then did Zhuang Jing step aside under the weight of her restrained emotions, making way for Fu Yunting. When Fu Yunting passed by her, she quietly reminded him, if you cannot help when you reclaim this disgrace, there's no need for you to come to future sacrifices anymore. Fu Yunting paused mid-step as he turned his head to look at Zhuang Jing, but she seemed oblivious, stepping forward towards the living room. Jiang Fei appeared in front of Fu Yunting along with Jiang Hong. Jiang Fei looked far away at Fu Yunting. When she was upstairs earlier, she had already observed the situation through surveillance. However, their conversation was not entirely clear. What she did hear were the loud shouts of Zhuang Jing, which both her and Xiao Hong caught some part of. Jiang Fei shifted her gaze back from Fu Yunting and directed it toward Zhuang Jing. You asked Fu Yunting to come over to resolve last night's incident? Or are you here to reminisce with him about old times? An ominous venom wrapped within a disturbing laugh lingered in Zhuang Jing's eyes. Are last night's matters just going to be swept under the rug? Never. As Zhuang Jing spoke, she pulled out the photo she pieced together last night and placed it in front of Fu Yunting. Look carefully and tell me what these people exactly did to Wen Yu. Seeing the torn-up face on Wen Yu in the photograph caused another abrupt chest pain for Fu Yunting. Even the image of Wen Yu tragically dying before his very eyes started occupying his mind, eroding his sanity. Fu Yunting glanced at Jiang Hong, standing calmly nearby, his piercing eyes directly targeting him. What are your plans regarding this matter? Jiang Hong was about to respond when Jiang Fei stepped in front of him. Xiao Hong may indeed not have acted correctly, but if Madame Zhuang hadn't treated me this way, Xiao Hong would not have done this. After speaking, Jiang Fei turned her attention to Madame Zhuang. Madame Zhuang, last night when I explained the situation thoroughly to you, you ignored everything I said and even insisted on remaining here unreasonably. So, can I conclude that your ultimate goal was to cause me a miscarriage and make me suffer the same pain as you? If Zhuang Jing could bring up Wen Yu, she naturally could mention the lives of the 2 children in her womb. It's common sense, even to a fool, which holds more importance, the deceased or 2 living souls. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's words, Zhuang Jing let out a bitter laugh. You think it's your perspective, but not mine. Yet, I have always said that I will not let you go unpunished. This is heartfelt and resolute. Not just you all, even Fu Yunting. Shifting her focus back to Fu Yunting, Zhuang Jing harbored as much resentment in her eyes for him as she did for Jiang Fei and Jiang Hong. I also vow not to let you live peacefully. Sitting down on the sofa with reckless abandon, ignoring everyone else, Zhuang Jing continued. The solution is simple. Either you die, or I die. Otherwise, this issue won't be resolved easily. Her statement made Jiang Fei knit her brows tightly. By this, you refer to Xiao Hong tearing apart your daughter's photo, correct? Partially yes. Zhuang Jing let out a cold snort. I've already stated, unless you get those who disrespected my daughter to personally admit that your father isn't behind orchestrating this event, I absolutely refuse to believe anything you say. Moreover, tearing apart my daughter's picture will not end like this. If your younger brother does not kneel before my daughter's portrait and apologize properly, then blame me for creating chaos. Already drained of energy arguing further with Zhuang Jing, Jiang Fei looked up at Fu Yunting, whose eyes bore heavy shades of darkness. Do you also believe Xiao Hong should follow her requests? Fu Yunting gazed back at Jiang Fei, maintaining eye contact for a few seconds before averting his gaze, lips pressed firmly shut as he murmured, respect for the deceased takes precedence. Stick to the facts, nothing much more to discuss. All right. Jiang Fei had anticipated Fu Yunting would take sides with Zhuang Jing regarding this issue, responding calmly with a mere word. She lowered her eyes, concealing the gradually dimming gaze that she herself had not noticed, enduring a sense of emptiness in her heart. She looked at the photo on the coffee table. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng immediately grabbed Jiang Fei's arm and turned her body around. What are you agreeing to? Staring at her in disbelief, he exclaimed, do you know what that crazy woman said to me last night? Which is why I had to treat her this way, using her daughter's photo as a threat. Jiang Fei lightly patted Jiang Heng's arm to soothe him. Xiaohong, I can roughly guess what she said, but it doesn't matter. What she has said in front of us already gives me enough understanding of what she intends to do. Besides, I know it was for me. So, the act of kneeling down and apologizing, I will do it for you. And I'll kneel before the deceased, not the living. There's nothing improper about it. Jiang Fei truly felt no great sorrow inside. Instead, she was eerily calm. A single phrase, the dead hold precedence, overshadows everything else. Any further words would mean defying ethics and morality, losing one's conscience. Jiang Heng wanted to stop her, but Jiang Fei solemnly stared at him and said, obey me. Seeing Jiang Fei resolute without hesitation, Jiang Heng gritted his teeth and said, I'll kneel. It was my action. I'll take responsibility for it. Before Jiang Fei could react, she saw Jiang Heng stride past her and proceed straight to Wenyu's photo. He knelt down and promptly bowed his head 3 times in succession. The entire sequence was swift and smooth, not giving anyone even a second to pull him back. Zhuang Jing's lips curved upward, showing an expression not of laughter but of undeniable satisfaction after achieving her goal. After rising from his knees, Jiang Heng glanced at Fu Yunting first, his loathing more evident than ever. However, Fu Yunting showed no concern, his deep-set eyes focused intently on Jiang Fei, whose fists were tightly clenched. After a long while, he finally cast a sideways glance at Zhuang Jing. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied. Chapter 247 Back on track. Zhuang Jing looked as if she had just heard a joke. If the photo is torn to pieces, can it be restored to its previous state? If when you died, could he still come back? Are you satisfied with this sentence? Didn't you ask the wrong person? She gave Fu Yunting a fierce glare, stood up, picked up Wenyu's photo, and walked upstairs. This farce over, Jiang Fei prepared to leave with Jiang Heng to go back and get some clothes for changing. She just glanced at Jiang Heng, ready to speak, when Fu Yunting's voice came from in front of her. Let's talk. Jiang Fei slightly opened her mouth. Without looking at Fu Yunting, she turned her eyes elsewhere and politely declined. There's nothing to talk about. I have to go out. Jiang Fei held on to Jiang Heng's arm and walked towards the door. As she passed Fu Yunting reached out to grab Jiang Fei's hand. Jiang Fei, as if she had expected this, quickly pulled her arm back and dodged Fu Yunting's grasp. She sped up her steps to leave. Standing in place, Fu Yunting stared blankly at his empty hand, and a clearly shadowed expression flashed in his eyebrows and eyes. Jiang Fei almost didn't give Fu Yunting any chance to call her back and left directly with Jiang Heng from Xinghebei. Driving on the road, Jiang Heng looked at Jiang Fei's somewhat tense face. You're upset. No. Jiang Fei slightly moved her body and tried to revive her spirits. Is there anything you want to eat? Any snacks, halal delicacies? I remember you used to like them quite a lot. Why are you deceiving yourself? Jiang Heng interrupted Jiang Fei's words that weren't heartfelt. You obviously can't let go of Fu Yunting. How am I possibly unable to let go? Jiang Fei strained a stiff smile. Little Heng, he's the one most likely to have harmed our father. I cannot harbor feelings while continuing with him. If you want to say that, it's fine. Jiang Heng turned to look ahead. But what if he has nothing to do with father's case? Jiang Fei tightened her grip on the steering wheel, suddenly unsure how to respond to Jiang Heng's words. Sis, I'm not a kid anymore. I understand a lot of things. Jiang Heng grabbed a bottle of mineral water and started twisting it open. The feelings you've harbored for Fu Yunting for so many years, it's absolutely impossible to let go of all at once. You're no miracle worker. All right, little Heng. Jiang Fei's smile couldn't hold up and gradually faded. I will handle these matters myself. I don't have any other significant wishes now, except that I only hope you remain well. What about father's case? Don't you want to find out as soon as possible? How could I not want to? Jiang Fei simply responded with that sentence. Other words stuck in her throat, impossible to articulate. Her feelings for Fu Yunting were a form of self-escape, which was correct, as Little Heng pointed out, but they weren't as hard to let go of as he said. It was just that now, when it came to making decisions regarding Fu Yunting, her emotions would be influenced to some extent, but she wouldn't be like before, becoming sad and seeking approval again. Just after Jiang Fei and the others left, Fu Yunting also departed from Xinghebei and headed to the company. Upon reaching the building, Fu Yunting hadn't even pushed the car door open to get out when a familiar figure appeared by his door. His eyes slightly focused. He got out of the car, and Chen Xingzhu stepped back a couple of steps beside the door, waiting until Fu Yunting exited. Then, Chen Xingzhu approached and wrapped her arm around Fu Yunting's. Yunting, where have you been this whole time? I've come to the office looking for you multiple times, but they always said you weren't here. Chen Xingzhu masked her scheming intentions under the pretense of concern. Even though she knew Fu Yunting was in the hospital, she couldn't let that information slip out. Using her usual coquettish tone, she continued. Moreover, I didn't dare to call you. Your wife is pregnant, and if I, being undisciplined, constantly called you and made her have any issues with the pregnancy, that wouldn't be good. After hearing Chen Xingzhu's words, Fu Yunting suddenly paused in his steps. Chen Xingzhu stopped along with him and looked at him curiously, meeting the ironic gaze in Fu Yunting's eyes. If you're really afraid she'll have problems with the pregnancy, then what are you doing right now? He looked down faintly and coolly glanced at Chun Qingzhu's hand that was tightly clasping his arm. Chun Qingzhu froze for a moment, hurriedly withdrawing her hand from Fu Yunting's arm. Mr. Yunting, there's nothing else. You can go back. Fu Yunting indifferently turned away his gaze and lifted his foot to continue walking forward. Chun Qingzhu stood dumbfounded in her spot for quite a while before reacting and hastily catching up to Fu Yunting. Yunting, hear me out first. Before she could catch up, the phone inside Chun Qingzhu's bag suddenly rang, cutting off her call out. A clear sign of frustration flickered across her eyes as she pulled out the phone. The caller number showed an overseas origin. Before she had a chance to answer, the call had already disconnected. Chun Qingzhu paid no attention to it, intending to put the phone back when the same overseas number sent her a message. She clicked on the message to view it. Cafe at 781, Beijing Road. There will be someone you would like to meet over there. Of course, she will also help you accomplish what you want to complete. Not understanding the intent of this message, Chun Qingzhu directly pressed a call. However, the phone did not transmit any dial tone, but rather an icy artificial prompt. This series of numbers was incorrect and could not be connected. Watching Fu Yunting's figure disappear at the elevator entrance, Chun Qingzhu paused on the spot for a while before deciding to first go to the place sent by this person to investigate. Fu Yunting arrived at the office, just as assistant and received a piece of information. After seeing the content of the message, he hurriedly reported to Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu. Mrs. Fu transferred 10 million yuan to Miss Chun, and Miss Chun invested all the money into the company. Fu Yunting paused slightly with his hand holding the file. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, it seems that they have been in contact for some time. Assistant nodded. To give Miss Chun such a large amount instantly must be for something significant. You know how Mrs. Fu is as a person, and there is also one more doubt I have. With the pen Fu Yunting signed, speak out directly. Assistant, Mrs. Fu does not do anything without benefits. The reason why she gave the money to Miss Chun must be because Miss Chun has helped her do something. This deal happened when Mrs. Zhuang arrived in Jiangqing. Is it possible that Mrs. Fu was instigating Miss Chun to persuade Mrs. Zhuang, so as to make things unpleasant for our madam? Assistant tightly focused on Fu Yunting's face, which had no change. After all, Mrs. Fu does not like our madam. Fu Yunting closed the file and opened another one for review. Seemingly not paying attention to Assistant's words, but after flipping through a few pages of the file, he asked, Chin's company seems to have got back on track recently. Assistant nodded. Yes, Mr. Fu. We must admit that the guidance you gave Miss Chin earlier and the money from Mrs. Fu have indeed helped Miss Chin somewhat. Chapter 248. What's the use of keeping her? Do you think Chun Qingzhu still has any use now? Fu Yunting suddenly raised his eyes to meet the gaze of Assistant. Assistant lowered his gaze and thought for a moment. If we talk about before, your suppression of the Chun family was completely for Miss Wenyu. I still remember when Miss Wenyu held her first art exhibition in Jiangqing. Old Master Chun and his few friends defamed Miss Wenyu's paintings at the exhibition. After you found out about this matter, you started targeting and suppressing the Chun family. The way Old Master Chun humbly pleaded for mercy and even offered his own granddaughter for the sake of the Chun family helped you vent your anger on behalf of Miss Wenyu. Later, I guess that you would use whoever is available, using the readily clinging Miss Chun to irritate Mrs. But now it seems obvious that your feelings for Mrs. have changed, so there probably isn't much use for Miss Chun anymore, right? Fu Yunting signed the contract nonchalantly as he listened to Assistant An's analysis. Without showing too much emotion, he seemed like he was listening to someone else's story. Once Assistant An finished speaking, he counter-questioned, since she's no longer useful, do you think there's any point in keeping the Chun family around? Assistant An quickly shook his head. Boss Fu. After all, the Chun group is one of the old groups in Jiangqing. Whether it should stay or disappear, I dare not make that decision. However, I believe Miss Chun indeed doesn't quite understand her own status, and her overreaching attempts are simply too much. At these words, Fu Yunting's lips slightly curled into a smile. He looked at Assistant An with an almost smirk. The latter part of what you said is a bit too obvious, don't you think? Assistant An was momentarily stunned. Boss Fu, Fu Yunting calmly interrupted him. Go arrange a time with those people collaborating with the Chun family, and set up a few dinner gatherings. Understanding Fu Yunting's meaning, Assistant An nodded repeatedly. Understood, Boss Fu. I'll go make the arrangements right away. 40 minutes later, Chun Qingzhu arrived at the cafe mentioned in the unfamiliar number. She parked by the side of the road, glanced inside the cafe, but couldn't figure anything suspicious out, so she got out of the car and walked inside. As she reached the entrance, a waitress came forward to greet her. Is this Miss Chun? Chun Qingzhu took off her sunglasses, suspiciously observing her from head to toe. Do you know me? Or did someone tell you I was coming? The waitress smiled. Please follow me, Miss Chun. Chun Qingzhu didn't feel like asking too many questions and followed the waitress upstairs to the private room, where she pushed open the door and entered. The moment she walked in, she smelled an ink aroma that brought an inexplicable sense of calm, and saw a woman with long hair down to her waist leaning by the window. This scene gave her a strong sense of peacefulness, yet it made her extremely uncomfortable. She slammed the door shut. The loud noise made the woman standing by the window suddenly stiffen and turn around. The wind outside blew through her long hair, sliding softly across her perfectly flawless features. Those shimmering water-like eyes, slightly surprised, exuded such tenderness they seemed ready to overflow with moisture, as if all the world's beauty paled in comparison to her. Speaking of women who she deemed beautiful, Zhang Fei was absolutely a faultless beauty. Though the woman in front was slightly less stunning compared to Zhang Fei, The gentle aura surrounding her always subtly captivated and stirred hearts. Not knowing who this woman was, Chen Qingzhu's rapidly beating heart signaled her unease. She glared fixedly at the woman who slowly straightened her posture and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The woman tucked her stray strands behind her ear and smiled innocently. "Miss Chun is so interested in the women who were previously around Boss Fu. So why haven't you seen this woman's face?" Chen Qingzhu frowned deeply and stared intently as the woman walked to the table and sat down. After some moments, she suddenly realized something and rushed several steps forward, loudly interrogating the woman. You, aren't you and you?" The woman placed the tea she had just poured in front of Chen Qingzhu. "Miss Wen's abilities aren't something us ordinary people can match. I merely look exactly like Miss Wen." Despite her explanation, Chen Qingzhu's heart remained unsettled. It's absolutely impossible for there to be people in the world with identical looks without having any blood relation. Chen Qingzhu slapped her hands heavily on the table, moving closer to the woman and accusing her. "You deliberately made yourself look like Wen Yu." The woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "If Miss Chen wants to believe that, I could agree with it." Chen Qingzhu's face turned abnormally pale. "What was the purpose of your plastic surgery? And who instructed you to do this?" "Nothing to disclose, Miss Chen." The woman lifted her hand as white as jade and gestured toward the seat beside Chen Qingzhu. "Miss Chen might as well sit down for a chat." Chen Qingzhu clenched her teeth and sat down on the chair. "You must explain everything clearly to me today. Things that can be fully disclosed to Miss Chen, I will certainly share all. What can't be said, please don't ask too much or investigate further. Otherwise, should you bring upon yourself deadly trouble, don't blame me for not having warned you today." As she watched the woman in front of her say these threatening words with tender compassion, Chen Qingzhu immediately felt an unsettling tingling sensation at the back of her scalp. This woman was probably not someone arranged by Mu Xinrong, but more likely sent by the opposing forces of Fu Yunting. She didn't know the purpose yet, but there was an 80% chance this woman would fight her over the position as Mrs. Fu. "Miss Chen need not harbor such strong hostility towards me." The woman smiled and extended her hand to Chen Qingzhu. "Yuan, we will have quite some collaboration in a certain aspect with Miss Chen. Please bear with me kindly." Chen Qingzhu had no intention of collaborating with her at all, but the vibe from this woman was indeed making her feel uncertain. If she didn't shake hands and feign harmony this time, she could face even more troubles ahead which she may not be able to deal with. To defeat an enemy, one needs to infiltrate within, fully understand the situation, and seize the critical opportunity to strike. Patience and forbearance are also essential qualities needed on the road to success. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingzhu raised her hand and held Yuan's. "I warn you, better not try anything funny with me. Otherwise, I'll make sure it won't go smoothly for you either." Yuan pulled her hand back with a smile. "Miss Chen, you must know, we only have one common enemy right now. Jiang Fei." Chen Qingzhu gave out two cold laughs. "Do you think Jiang Fei is someone so easily bullied? If that were the case, I wouldn't still be sitting here addressed as Miss Chen by you today." Yuan didn't directly respond about whether it was Jiang Fei or not, but asked instead, "Even without Jiang Fei, this position will still be very hard for Miss Chen to secure. Doesn't Miss Chen herself realize that?" Chapter 249, Wait for my message. Chen Qingzhu's eyes instantly flared with anger. She quickly retracted her hand, glaring at Yuan resentfully. "What do you mean by that?" Yuan picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip lightly. "If Mr. Fu really wanted to have something with you, would he have spent so much time on Jiang Fei? And has he ever made any promises to you?" Glancing at Chen Qingzhu's face, which was even paler than vegetable color, Yuan smirked slightly at the corner of her lips. "Miss Chen is more innocent than I imagined." "So your goal is to get Fu Yunting?" Chen Qingzhu questioned fiercely. Yuan slightly raised her eyebrows, rotating the teacup in her hand while leisurely admiring it. "Yes, and not." Chen Qingzhu wanted to ask more, but Yuan put down her cup. "Miss Chen, I have something else to do next. I won't talk to you further. I have your phone number, and if I need anything from you, I will send you a message." After saying that, Yuan picked up her bag and walked out of the private room without looking back, as if she didn't take Chen Qingzhu seriously at all. Chen Qingzhu suppressed her urge to chase after her and sat there repeatedly recalling what Yuan had said. Even if she could figure out that Yuan was aiming for Fu Yunting, she still couldn't understand who had sent her here. For her to be able to replicate Wen Yu's appearance must have taken a great deal of time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for her to appear so confident. If it were Mrs. Mu, why would she need to resort to such underhanded tactics when she already has this trump card? Moreover, Mrs. Mu values family background and would never leave a random woman around Fu Yunting. If it wasn't Mrs. Mu, then who else could it be? This person fabricated someone identical to Wen Yu. What is their purpose? To target Fu Yunting or Jiang Fei? How long did they endure waiting for Yuan to completely transform into Wen Yu? How frighteningly patient must this person be? Chen Qingzhu reached for the cup in front of her, drinking all the cool water in one gulp. The coldness spread throughout her body from her internal organs. Chen Qingzhu clenched both hands tightly. It seemed these matters weren't as simple as they appeared. Downstairs, Yuan had just walked out the door when a black SUV conveniently stopped by the roadside. She approached the rear door, opened it, and just as she got in, a cold and deep voice sounded in her ear. What was her reaction? Yuan moved closer to the man, but he turned his head and fixed her with a warning look. "Still haven't learned to keep your distance?" Yuan twitched her lips slightly, hiding her admiration. "I understand. No need to remind me about this over and over again." She crossed her legs, getting ready to answer the question the man had thrown at her, but just as she started, the man's sharp gaze came her way. "When you doesn't sit like that." Yuan paused for a moment, immediately lowering her legs before responding with an air of disdain. What kind of reaction could Chen Qingzhu have? Of course, she'd guessed that I'm deliberately using this face to approach Fu Yunting. But I think she's really stupid because she keeps asking me about my intentions. Now that I've transformed like this, what else could my intention be? Rein in your arrogant nature. The man rebuked. We've been preparing for 2 years. Not for you to expose any flaws in front of Fu Yunting. I know, Yuan said, her eyes gleaming seductively. But brother you, since I've resolved to help you so decisively, shouldn't you give me a little reward? The man glanced at Yuan. If you want anything, ask the maid. She'll prepare everything for you. If you're short on money, I can provide more separately. As for other ideas, you'd better drop them. Yuan let out a light humph. Brother Yu has been single for more than 20 years. Aren't you holding out well? Don't you think I can help? The man was clearly unable to contain his frustration anymore, angrily yelling. One more word, and I'll send you abroad tomorrow. You'll never come back. Hearing him say that, Yuan finally calmed down. So, what should we do next? Fu Yunting will attend dinner gatherings over the next 2 days. I'll have you brought in as a server. Yuan propped up her right cheek uninterestedly, tilting her face toward the man beside her who captivated her attention. And then? Which day specifically? What am I supposed to wear? I'll arrange it. Wait for my instructions. All right. In the afternoon, Zhang Fei brought Jiang Heng back to Star River Bay. Before even stepping out of the car, Su Zhuqing's call came through very timely. Zhang Fei pressed the button to answer, and Su Zhuqing immediately spoke seriously. Fei, we found the previous owner of that license plate number. So fast. Zhang Fei lowered her phone to check the time. Wasn't it supposed to take until next week? I'm not sure how it could be so fast either, but they've already given me the information. The previous owner of that car was Fu Yunting's father. Zhang Fei froze in shock, her mind involuntarily recalling her conversation with Fu Zongqian that day. Could there have been some conflict between Fu Zongqian and her father? If there was, how could Fu Zongqian have spoken to her so calmly? Or was Fu Zongqian deliberately pretending to be affable to test her? Zhang Fei's thoughts were a jumbled mess, and she struggled to make sense of the situation. Fei, I think we should pay him a visit. Su Zhuqing suggested. I also asked a friend to investigate the villa Fu Zongqian purchased elsewhere, and I have its exact location. Let me think about it. Zhang Fei couldn't calm down. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Heng, seeing her state, couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Zhang Fei turned to him, staring into his concerned eyes for a moment before recounting what Su Zhuqing had told her to Jiang Heng. What is there to consider? Jiang Heng furrowed his brows. We should just go and ask. It's something we'll need to face sooner or later. It's not that simple. Zhang Fei activated the phone's speaker function and placed it on the dashboard. I haven't studied Fu Yunting's father well enough, so I can't tell which of his words are true and which are false. A visit doesn't necessarily mean we have to directly ask about past events. Su Zhuqing sighed helplessly. Fei, your mind is all over the place right now. Rest properly this afternoon and think it through. Once you've figured it out, we'll go. Jiang Fei nodded. All right, let me think about it carefully. Su Zhuqing reminded Jiang Heng to take care of Jiang Fei before hanging up. Jiang Heng leaned back against the chair, gazing at Jiang Fei with deep-set eyes. Your concern shouldn't just be about being unable to figure out his character. What else are you worried about? Jiang Fei fixed her gaze on some distant scenery. If my father was indeed framed by Fu Zongqian, then there would be some hatred between them. If we confront Fu Zongqian with this matter, what do you think will happen next? Chapter 250, Important Matters. Regarding Jiang Fei's statement, Jiang Heng no longer mentioned the matter of going to find Fu Zongqian as soon as possible. After all that had happened during this time, he also understood a principle. Without caution in everything, suffering would be waiting for them down the road. His wrist was the best example. If he hadn't lost his temper and impulsively hit Chen Qingzhu, how could these hands have become useless? Back in the room, Jiang Fei locked herself in her room, staring at the phone while watching surveillance. Even though she was monitoring Zhuang Jiying's movements, Jiang Fei's mind was preoccupied with thoughts about Fu Zongqian. She had Fu Zongqian's number saved on her phone, and perhaps she could first contact Fu Zongqian a few times, then proceed to exchange ideas and explore the situation from 3 years ago. While thinking, Jiang Fei exited the surveillance system and dialed Fu Zongqian's phone. After quite a while, Fu Zongqian finally answered, his voice clearly hoarse, like someone who had just woken up, muttering a hello. Jiang Fei asked cautiously, Father, were you resting? I just rested a bit, but it's fine. I should be awake by now. Fu Zongqian sat up. You suddenly called me. Is there something you want? Jiang Fei opened her mouth to come up with an excuse, but Fu Zongqian cut her off prematurely. There's no need for pleasantries or small talk. I don't have time for idle chatter. Fu Zongqian raised his wrist to check the time. Besides, you wouldn't have made this call if it wasn't urgent. So what is it? Jiang Fei didn't expect Fu Zongqian to be so straightforward, and if she continued to beat around the bush, Fu Zongqian might lose interest in continuing the conversation with her. Do you know Jiang Yu? Jiang Fei asked. Fu Zongqian furrowed his thick brows. Isn't he your father? Do you want to ask me if I know him? Jiang Fei gave a faint nod, but her response drew a mocking laugh from Fu Zongqian. I don't even know my son got married. How could I possibly know who your father is? Jiang Fei countered in surprise. Then how do you know he's my father? Because we both share the surname Jiang. Fu Zongqian spoke in a very calm tone. He's either your father or your uncle. If I said something wrong, you'd refute me, right? Jiang Fei didn't expect to end up entangled in her own reasoning, but judging from Fu Zongqian's tone and words, it didn't seem like he knew much. But I'm a little curious. Why did you suddenly bring up your father out of nowhere? Is there something else important you want to ask? Jiang Fei nervously flicked the phone cover slightly with her finger. Even though the sound was barely noticeable, it still reached Fu Zongqian's ears. You don't need to be afraid of me. Fu Zongqian placed the phone on the bedside table while getting dressed. Having some alertness is good, but not everyone needs such suspicion. If I wanted to harm you, do you think you'd still have the chance to make this call right now? Jiang Fei's ears grew warm after hearing those words, feeling uneasy as her thoughts were exposed so directly. Father, I want to ask if you canceled the license plate number of a car 3 years ago. While tying his tie, Fu Zongqian replied calmly. 3 years ago, I canceled 3 license plate numbers. Which one are you referring to? Also, how did you find out that I canceled them? Since the conversation had already gone this far, Jiang Fei decided not to be roundabout anymore. 3 years ago, a group of people threatened my father's assistant Jiang Jiming, forcing him to add hallucinogens to the incense my father sold. When the group found Jiang Jiming, he happened to see the license plate number. That's why knowing the license plate number led me to investigate, and my investigation eventually led me to you. Just as Jiang Fei finished speaking, Fu Zongqian finished buttoning up his coat. He fastened the buttons and then asked, so you think it was me who instructed them to do this? That's the most intuitive conclusion. Do you know there's a saying that what you see isn't always the truth? Jiang Fei slowly pulled out a tissue, held it in her hand, and rolled it over as she answered in a serious tone. I know, but I can't directly rule out any suspects. Father, please forgive my stubbornness. I'm doing this only to restore my father's innocence, so he may rest in peace in the afterlife. You're more filial than I thought. Fu Zongqian chuckled lightly. However, back then I owned 3 cars. One I often rode in, and the other 2 were parked in the villa. Fu Yunting's mother occasionally used them. As he mentioned Fu Yunting's mother, Fu Zongqian's tone became noticeably heavier. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through Jiang Fei's mind, but before she could grasp it, Fu Zongqian began to speak again. I have other things to attend to, so I won't chat with you anymore. Before Jiang Fei could respond, he hung up the phone. Jiang Fei slowly put down her phone, knitted her eyebrows tightly, and pondered his words. Fu Yunting's mother occasionally used them. So could this matter possibly be related to her? Or was it that Fu Zongqian merely evaded responsibility by leaving all the issues for Fu Yunting's mother to handle, ensuring he came out completely clean? Whichever it was highly plausible. Jiang Fei rubbed her aching forehead as all these questions circled in her mind, refusing to fade away. Could it be that she needed to meet Mu Xinrong to make comparisons and understand the situation? The sky outside the window gradually darkened, and Jiang Fei, lying on the sofa, suddenly felt sleepy. But just as she closed her eyes, an urgent ring of her phone abruptly woke her. Jiang Fei quickly sat up to check her phone, saw the caller was Zhou Xiqing, and directly answered it. Hey, Xiqing. Jiang Fei reclined sideways again, lazily calling his name. Zhou Xiqing clearly hesitated for a moment. Am I disturbing your rest? No, not at all. Jiang Fei stifled a yawn behind her hand. What's up? Do you want to come over for dinner? A faint smile hung at the edge of Zhou Xiqing's lips. Don't rush to turn me down. If you do, my birthday won't go well. And of course, it's not just you I've invited. Bamboo Qing is coming too. She should be on her way now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei sat upright again in a flash, hurriedly putting on her slippers and turning on the lights. As a friend, since you've invited me for your birthday, I will definitely attend. But would you mind if my younger brother came along too? Certainly not. Zhou Xiqing twirled the cup of green tea in his hand. More people make things more lively, don't they? All right, send me your location, and I'll get ready to leave. See you later then. The call ended, and Jiang Fei quickly freshened up before calling Jiang Hong to head out together. The place Zhou Xiqing had chosen wasn't far, a 10-minute drive from Xinghe Bay. On the way, Jiang Fei bought a cake. By the time she arrived, Su Zhuqing had just gotten there too. The 3 of them greeted each other briefly at the entrance before heading upstairs to the private room. Chapter 251, The Waitress. As they turned the corner, Su Zhuzhu asked Jiang Fei, Fei, have you figured out what to do next? Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment as she glanced at the customers following them upstairs, then continued climbing the steps. Let's go inside the private room first. Su Zhuzhu nodded. Just as she was stepping onto the last stair, a waitress suddenly appeared in front of her. Neither of them noticed until they had bumped into each other. Su Zhuzhu stumbled backward toward the stairs. Seeing this, Jiang Hong and Jiang Fei quickly grabbed hold of Su Zhuzhu. After regaining her balance, pale-faced, Su Zhuzhu turned her attention to the waitress who had also fallen to the ground. The waitress bowed her head and hurriedly apologized repeatedly to Su Zhuzhu. Su Zhuzhu waved it off and straightened her clothes. It's fine. Lucky you weren't carrying anything. Next time, both of us should watch where we're going. The waitress replied, I'm really sorry. I will be more careful next time. After speaking, she bent down, picked up her tray, and walked downstairs. Jiang Fei watched the waitress pass by in a rush. At that moment, upon recognizing the waitress's side profile, her eyes instantly flickered with shock. She instinctively reached out to stop her, but the waitress moved too fast. Before Jiang Fei could even touch her, she had already disappeared around the corner. Standing beside Jiang Fei, Jiang Heng looked at her curiously and asked, Did you see something? Your expression looks strange. Jiang Fei slowly drew her gaze back. No, maybe I mistook her for someone else. Let's go find Zhou Xiqing. When the 3 of them arrived at the private room, Zhou Xiqing was sitting near the window preparing tea. Upon seeing them arrive, he smiled warmly and welcomed them. Come on in. I just received some red tea from a friend this morning. It has a very nice flavor. Jiang Fei placed the cake on the dining table, then sat down with Su Zhuzhu and Jiang Hong. I'm sorry, Su Zhuzhu said with some regret. We were rushing over here and didn't have time to prepare a birthday gift. We'll definitely make it up to you another day. This cake represents our sentiment, Jiang Fei chimed in. And the gifts will come later. Zhou Xiqing nonchalantly placed the teacups in front of them. One after another is eager to give me gifts. Do I look like someone who needs gifts? You're talking as if we need gifts. Su Zhuzhu couldn't help but retort sarcastically. Do you understand the concept of sentiment? Zhou Xiqing put down the teapot in his hand. In my opinion, your being here is the greatest sentiment. What's so special about that? Su Zhuzhu scanned him up and down. Are you so easily satisfied? Zhou Xiqing slightly lowered his gaze, a hint of indescribable helplessness playing at the corners of his lips. I've never celebrated my birthday. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei and Su Zhuzhu exchanged glances while Jiang Heng looked at him with confusion. You're grown up now. How could you have never celebrated a birthday? Because I don't know exactly when I was born. With casualness in his tone, this sentence hit Jiang Fei and the others heavily with a feeling of heaviness. Zhou Xiqing picked up the teapot again and refilled their cups. I chose today because it's the day I left the orphanage, so I set today as my birthday. Don't you think that's pretty ridiculous? No, I don't. Jiang Fei gazed at Zhou Xiqing with complicated emotions. But choosing this day as your birthday is actually meaningful. This is the day you started having a family, and it's no different from being reborn once. Zhou Xiqing shrugged. Well, let's not talk about these depressing topics anymore. I'll have the waitress bring in the dishes. We can eat while chatting. Everyone nodded and moved to sit beside the table. Zhou Xiqing called for the waitress to bring in the food. During the period the waitress carried the dishes inside, Jiang Fei's eyes almost scanned every waitress passing by. Her actions didn't escape the notice of Zhou Xiqing sitting opposite her. He put down his chopsticks and asked, Jiang Fei, are you looking for someone? Jiang Fei quickly snapped back to reality and looked at him. Before she could answer, Su Zhuzhu joined in. You were staring at the waitresses when you went upstairs, and now you're doing it again. Is there a particular handsome young man catching your eye? Jiang Fei burst out laughing helplessly. The waitress who collided with me was a woman. How does it end up sounding like I'm looking at men? A woman? Zhou Xiqing teased with amusement. So you've lost interest in men and are now setting your sights on women? Jiang Fei's face turned bright red from Zhou Xiqing's remark. No, it's just that I saw a woman earlier who resembles. Resembles? Su Zhuzhu's curiosity was completely piqued by Jiang Fei's incomplete statement. Resembles whom? Furrowing her brow, Jiang Fei locked eyes with Su Zhuzhu. She looks a lot like Wen Yu. Su Zhuzhu froze in surprise. Why you? Are you joking with me? No. Jiang Fei knew Su Zhuzhu wouldn't believe her, so she didn't mention it. Besides, she herself might have made a mistake in recognition. Wen Yu. Zhou Xiqing mumbled thoughtfully. This name sounds familiar. Su Zhuzhu reminded him. Fu Yunting's ex-girlfriend, Wen Yu, was involved in Daddy Fei's death. But she has passed away too. Zhou Xiqing stared at Jiang Fei for a long moment before finally reining in the compassion that had surfaced in his eyes. There should be people in this world who resemble each other. I don't think that's something strange. To ease the atmosphere, Zhou Xiqing laughed and teased. Coming back from the dead, that would be really horrifying. Don't say such things at night. You're really enough. Su Zhuzhu couldn't help but rub her arms. Can we eat now? All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat. No one mentioned it again. Naturally, Jiang Fei wouldn't continue either. But just then, Jiang Heng suddenly leaned toward Jiang Fei and said, Sis, I'll go to the restroom. Jiang Fei didn't give it a second thought and let him leave the private room. After closing the door, Jiang Heng didn't head for the restroom. Instead, he pulled out his phone and flipped through to show Wen Yu's picture, asking a waitress working there. Excuse me, do you have any female staff that look like this? The waitress looked curiously after leaning closer. No, we don't have anyone so beautiful here. However, we've hired a new waitress today. You can ask our manager, they might know. Jiang Heng was just about to ask where the manager was when the waitress suddenly remembered. Our manager went home earlier because of an emergency. If you could wait, I'll tell them later once they return. No need. Jiang Heng put his phone away, his gaze heavy as he glanced toward the stairs, pausing there for several seconds before he turned his eyes toward the surrounding surveillance cameras. Chapter 252. Hard to do. Before returning to the private room, Jiang Heng asked the server to inform him of the Wi-Fi password. After logging in, he returned. The dinner was over at 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Fei and Jiang Heng sent Su Zhuqing and Zhou Xiqing, who had drunk a little alcohol, home together. Su Zhuqing's home was closer, so Jiang Fei dropped her off at the building entrance before heading to Zhou Xiqing's place. On the way there, Zhou Xiqing, sitting in the back seat, suddenly called out to Jiang Fei. Hearing the voice, Jiang Fei looked into the rearview mirror and caught Zhou Xiqing's eyes as they passed through the window. What is it? Zhou Xiqing slowly blinked and questioned with an unreadable tone. Do you think you and Mr. Fu will get divorced? Jiang Fei gripped the steering wheel slightly tighter. Some things, even if I want them, are hard to achieve. So have you really let go of him? Zhou Xiqing turned around and stared at Jiang Fei's brightening eyes in the rearview mirror whenever they were illuminated by streetlights. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Fei responded with 5 simple words. I don't want to lie. Jiang Fei's response made Zhou Xiqing suddenly speechless. Sitting beside him, Jiang Heng curiously glanced at him, but all that Zhou Xiqing left for him was half a profile face devoid of any emotion. Arriving silently at Zhou Xiqing's doorstep, Jiang Fei stopped the car. Zhou Xiqing straightened his body and his fingers rested on the car door handle. Thank you tonight. Jiang Fei felt that Zhou Xiqing was strange tonight, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. She replied with no thanks necessary, watching Zhou Xiqing get out of the car. She wanted to watch him enter his house before leaving, but unexpectedly, Zhou Xiqing turned around and came back. Curious, Zhang Fei quickly rolled down the car window and looked toward Zhou Xiqing. What is it? Zhou Xiqing leaned both hands on the car door and said, if you get divorced, remember to check me out first. Zhang Fei was startled. Her mind blanked out as if a thunderclap exploded. She watched Zhou Xiqing's steady steps walking away, and many questions sprouted in her heart. What exactly did this sentence mean? Look at him first? Could it be that Zhu Qing's guess earlier was correct? No, impossible. She was a married woman, even carrying 2 children inside her belly. And his background was superior. How could he possibly like her? He likes you. Zhang Fei was furiously brainwashing herself when Zhang Heng suddenly blurted out 4 terrifying words from the back seat. Zhang Fei immediately turned to look at him. Xiaoheng, did you misunderstand? Looking at him might just mean. Before finishing her words, Zhang Fei didn't know how to explain, mumbling, maybe. There's no maybe. Zhang Heng stared calmly at Zhang Fei. I can see it, and I think he's okay. Choosing him might be much better than choosing Mr. Fu. Zhang Fei didn't want to hear these absurdities anymore. Starting the car, she drove towards the direction of Xinghebei, but her tightly gripping hand on the steering wheel was practically sweating the whole time. Her uneasiness and tension made Zhang Heng notice everything clearly in the back seat. Sister, what are you avoiding? I'm not. All your emotions are written all over your face. Why don't you stop the car and take a look at yourself in the mirror? Zhang Fei always felt like there was a lump of cotton stuck in her throat. Swallowing brought chest congestion, and not swallowing left her feeling suffocated. She took a deep breath, exhaled long and calm, explaining to Zhang Heng. Xiaoheng, supposing Zhou Xiqing has such intentions, I can't possibly be with him. I've seen how Fu Yunting has ruined his career. If I ended things with Fu Yunting and then started something with Zhou Xiqing, it would be hurting him, not responding to him. Okay, I understand. Zhang Heng didn't continue questioning further. He'd already seen reluctance and helplessness in Zhang Fei's eyes, making more inquiries meaningless. Upon arriving at Xinghebei, Zhang Fei and Zhang Heng got out of the car. Before heading to the villa, both instinctively glanced at the room where Zhuang Jing lived and also scanned upstairs. Seeing nothing peculiar would fall and hit them, they stepped onto the stairs with peace of mind. However, while Zhang Fei managed to avoid Zhuang Jing, she couldn't escape Fu Yunting, who suddenly emerged from the villa. Looking at Fu Yunting's darkly handsome face, Zhang Fei's heart abruptly raced wildly. You? How did you come here? Fu Yunting coldly countered. Have you forgotten you're pregnant? I don't want to argue about this with you. Move aside, it's cold outside. Zhang Fei dared not push against Fu Yunting. The wound on his chest hadn't healed for a week. Should anything happen again because of her, she would only bring unnecessary trouble to herself. Fu Yunting did not make things difficult either. Stepping aside, he allowed Zhang Fei and Zhang Heng to enter the villa first. After changing into slippers and talking with Zhang Heng, Zhang Fei said, Xiaoheng, you go upstairs first. I need to talk to him for a moment. Zhang Heng had no intention of staying either. He wanted to investigate the surveillance footage from the restaurant that night. He didn't have time to listen to their arguments. So, after nodding, he changed his shoes and walked toward the stairs. Once his back and footsteps faded away, Zhang Fei turned to Fu Yunting and spoke plainly. If you're worried about Zhuang Jing being here affecting me negatively, you could just take her away by force instead of coming here over and over again. Fu Yunting's handsome face was clearly marked with dissatisfaction. Do I have to explain why I came here? And where were you tonight? Where I went has nothing to do with you. Zhang Fei lost her temper. Fu Yunting, I don't interfere in your life, so please don't meddle in mine, can you? Zhang Fei didn't want to tangle further with Fu Yunting. She turned around and stepped up to return to her room. But as she stepped onto the stair, a strange sound suddenly came from above. Zhang Fei looked up, but before she could see what it was, water poured down on her head. The cold water instantly seeped into her skin and bones. Witnessing this, Fu Yunting's pupils contracted sharply. In one swift motion, he pulled Zhang Fei into his embrace for protection. He looked up at Zhuang Jing standing beside the railing, grinning smugly, and a storm of fury surged in his dark eyes that was almost impossible to suppress. Feeling Fu Yunting's ominous gaze, Zhuang Jing's smile immediately vanished. She glared at Fu Yunting coldly and retorted, Fu Yunting, don't forget, Wen Yu's death was caused by you bringing her to Jiangcheng. After saying that, Zhuang Jing turned around and left. The anger in Fu Yunting's eyes gradually subsided because of her words. He forced himself to shift his gaze and was about to ask Zhang Fei how she was doing when Zhang Fei pulled his arms away, lowering her head and stepping out of his embrace. You should go back. Her voice was weak and hoarse, falling into Fu Yunting's ears. His heart inexplicably ached because of her reaction. Chapter 253, Can Escaping Be an Option? Zhang Fei, dragging her wet body, barely glanced at Fu Yunting and was about to head up the stairs. But before she even stepped onto the first step, she felt a wave of sinister aura from behind. Immediately after, she found herself swept off her feet into a tight embrace. Zhang Fei's eyes widened in shock as she lifted her gaze to meet the face of Fu Yunting just inches away. Fu Yunting. Instinctively, she struggled against him. Put me down. You're injured. Fu Yunting didn't comply. Instead, he carried her into the room and directly entered the bathroom. Setting Zhang Fei on her feet, he turned on the heater and rolled up his sleeves. Take off your wet clothes. I'll run you some hot water. You should bathe in the tub. Zhang Fei stood motionlessly, watching Fu Yunting prepare the bath for her. Only when he turned around after adjusting the temperature did she speak. Can you check your wound? No need. Fu Yunting refused outright. Why haven't you changed yet? Do you want me to help you take them off? Zhang Fei lowered her eyes, noticing the water still dripping from her hair. After hesitating for a few seconds, She reached out to unzip her down jacket. Fu Yunting, how long do you think this farce will last? Fu Yunting leaned against the sink. It was your decision, then to leave her at Star River Bay. If you hadn't made that request. If I hadn't made that request, wouldn't she still have come in anyway? Jiang Fei no longer bothered with unnecessary modesty or sentimentality, shedding her soaked clothes and walking barefoot into the bathtub. Watching Jiang Fei's completely exposed form, Fu Yunting felt his throat constrict slightly, an inexplicable heat rising in his body. But when his eyes fell upon her flat abdomen, his lips tightened, forcing himself to look away. Jiang Fei slowly immersed herself in the appropriately warm water, closing her eyes and leaning against the edge of the tub before continuing. I used to think Xuangjing wouldn't go too far as long as I gave her the evidence she wanted, and then she'd leave. Opening her eyes, Jiang Fei gazed at the mist floating in the air. With her hand hovering aimlessly, her expression grew increasingly lost. But now I realize it's not just about evidence. She has firmly convinced herself that my father is a murderer. Only if the children in my womb are gone, or if Xiao Heng and I die, will she stop. The seriousness in Fu Yunting's gaze deepened as he looked at Jiang Fei. What is the point of what you're saying? Jiang Fei withdrew her hand and turned her head, her eyes meeting Fu Yunting's face blurred by the fog. I understand that you feel indebted and won't do anything to Xuangjing. But if I'm a scary accidentally later on, please don't vent your anger solely on me. You saw what happened tonight. Surely, you've also reviewed the surveillance footage before. It's already difficult enough for me to stay alive in my own home, let alone protect the child. After hearing this, Fu Yunting's handsome face gradually darkened, and Jiang Fei, sensing the coldness radiating from his body, reminded him again. Don't tell me she came in because of me. Even if she hadn't entered, she would still have used every trick in the book against me, just like Qin Qingzhu. And yet, time and again, you believe her over me. Stepping closer to Jiang Fei, Fu Yunting crouched beside her. His expression stern and sincere, he stared intently at her. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Are you still unclear? Jiang Fei asked mockingly. Shouldn't it be clear what I need to do? Clearly, Xuangjing isn't going to let me go, Fu Yunting. Isn't there a part of this mess related to you somehow? If we had divorced earlier, if I hadn't gotten pregnant, would Xuangjing have discovered so much about me? Would she have caused all these problems? Jiang Fei's tone gradually became agitated. Fu Yunting, I can't keep living like this anymore. Every day begins with a heart-wrenching fear. Before long, I won't be able to think clearly, let alone have the baby. Why don't you investigate who told Xuangjing all these things? If you really hadn't harmed my father, why aren't you helping me resolve these matters? Is it that only by witnessing my repeated failures and breakdowns do you finally feel relieved inside? Can we get a divorce? Can I have an abortion? Or at least, can I escape without fighting back? Just as Jiang Fei finished speaking, her head was suddenly gripped by Fu Yunting from behind, followed by the sudden enlargement of his handsome face appearing prominently in her vision. His cool lips unexpectedly silenced her incessant ranting, momentarily halting her overflowing rage. He wasn't as brutal as before, nor was there any merciless biting. This kiss lingered gently, as if trying to cut off her collapsing emotions. Staring bewilderedly into the deep, abyss-like black eyes before her, Jiang Fei's lips quivered slightly as her rationality gradually came back to her. But just as Fu Yunting released her lips, he directly embraced her tightly. I admit that all the harm I've caused you in the past was because of you, and the only reason I married you was to avenge her. Fu Yunting rested his chin lightly on Jiang Fei's head, his tone laced with indescribable solitude and melancholy. I thought when you would occupy my heart forever, no other woman could ever enter my eyes or my heart. Not you, either. But somewhere along the way, I started feeling jealous about Zhou Sicheng, and seeing you alone together made me feel extremely uncomfortable. On the cruise ship, when I saw you fall into the sea, I felt panic and fear. And every time I saw you disappointed and leaving me because I helped Qin Qingzhu, I also felt helpless and irritated. But even then, I still didn't fully understand until Su Zhuqing told me. You are just you. You are not your father. Jiang Fei, if you want me to tell you how exactly your father died, I'll say it again. I don't expect you to believe anything I say because I've lost all trust from you. So, I let you go investigate yourself. If you need money, I'll give it to you. If you need manpower, I can provide it for you. All the things you want to do, I will give you my full support. I'm sorry for making you suffer and endure so much pain. But from now on, can we stop talking about divorce and abortion? Upon hearing this long monologue from Fu Yunting, Jiang Fei was almost stunned speechless in his arms, unable to recover for a long while. All the words he had said were what she had waited countless nights and days for, words that she hadn't been able to hear before. Even after waiting so long, his apologies somehow opened the floodgates to all the grievances accumulated in her heart, spilling out like an unstoppable torrent. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Jiang Fei's eyes, splashing one by one into the warm water. Though the tears fell silently, her trembling body betrayed every emotion she'd held back. Chapter 254, I Forgive You. Jiang Fei tightly grabbed the clothes in front of Fu Yunting, wishing to crush them. It was unwillingness, anger, and vuruchak, but more heartbreak. Jiang Fei pushed Fu Yunting away, staring at him with tears all over her face. Fu Yunting, for 3 years. I've been asking you for 3 years why you treated me like this, yet you never wanted to say. When I started learning not to ask anymore, when I stopped wanting to know, and gave up investigating, then you tell me everything. If you're going to hide it, couldn't you just keep hiding it from me? I would rather believe that you simply don't love me, instead of finding out that you've always been manipulating my feelings for you, and repeatedly stepping on my self-respect, because of other women. After treating me so badly, how dare you expect a mere apology to make me forgive you? Are my 3 years all wasted on feeding dogs? Is the pain you caused me so easily brushed aside with a simple I'm sorry? Get out. Get out. I don't want to see you. Get out. Fu Yunting did not follow Jiang Fei's wishes and leave, but waited until she had vented all her emotions on him. His neatly dressed suit, splashed with water by Jiang Fei, now had short hair dripping water down his cheeks. The temperature in the bathroom was high, yet Fu Yunting's handsome face didn't flush with heat. Instead, it gradually became pale. When Jiang Fei exhausted herself and began sobbing quietly by the bathtub, he lightly placed his cold hands on her smooth white back. Stop crying. Fu Yunting gently comforted her with an unprecedented gentleness in his voice. You've soaked long enough. Get up, wash yourself clean, then rest, okay? You go out and let me calm down alone, alright? Jiang Fei didn't look up, but her hoarse voice came from within her arms. Fu Yunting's eyes darkened slightly after a moment of silence before responding. Alright, I'll wait outside for you. He moved to stand up, but suddenly felt a strong wave of dizziness come over him. Fu Yunting quickly reached out to support himself against the edge of the bathtub, the exertion on his left arm sending a sharp pain through his wound. This pain instantly overcame his dizziness, while simultaneously draining what little color remained in his face. To prevent Jiang Fei from noticing, Fu Yunting gritted his teeth and forced himself to walk out. A few minutes after he left the bathroom, Jiang Fei raised her reddened face from her arms. Having stabilized her emotions, she intended to rise from the bathtub to freshen up, but suddenly caught sight of a small pool of blood on the floor from the corner of her eye. The blood trailed from beside the bathtub all the way to the bathroom door, each drop glaringly red. Thinking about the scene where Fu Yunting carried her upstairs even though he wasn't fully recovered, Jiang Fei hastily stood up from the bathtub, washing herself as fast as possible before wrapping herself in a bathrobe and rushing out. Upon opening the door, Jiang Fei immediately saw Mama Zhang entering with a medicine box and Fu Yunting lying on the couch with his arm covering his eyes and breathing heavily. Seeing Jiang Fei emerge from the bathroom, Mama Zhang handed the medical kit to her. Madam, the master's injuries are yours to handle. I'll take my leave first. Once Mama Zhang left the bedroom, Jiang Fei picked up the box Mama Zhang had placed on the coffee table and walked toward Fu Yunting. Reaching Fu Yunting's side, Jiang Fei squatted down to gaze at him, such loud movements not eliciting any response from Fu Yunting. Slightly uneasy, Jiang Fei extended her hand toward Fu Yunting's neck, feeling the strong pulse and also the searing heat radiating from his skin. She furrowed her brows in seriousness, retracted her hand, found a thermometer in the medical box, and took Fu Yunting's temperature. The instrument showed Fu Yunting's body temperature to be as high as 40 degrees. Without hesitation, Jiang Fei stood up and called Dr. Yu Liangji on her phone. She told Dr. Yu a brief summary of the situation, and he assured her he'd prepare the medicine and come over immediately. Jiang Fei hung up the phone, grabbed Fu Yunting's arm covering his eyes, and softly asked, Fu Yunting, can you stay awake for me? I've called Dr. Yu. Before he arrives, can you cooperate with me to take off your wet clothes so I can examine your wounds, alright? Fu Yunting's eyelids trembled slightly before slowly opening his blurry eyes towards Jiang Fei. Breathing heavily, he opened his parched lips slightly, emitting a nearly inaudible okay. Jiang Fei carefully removed Fu Yunting's wet jacket and then reached out to unbutton his shirt. As she undid the second button, Fu Yunting suddenly grabbed Jiang Fei's wrist, his scorching palm burning her skin, causing her to quickly turn her head and look at Fu Yunting, who was half open-eyed. Confused, she looked at him. What's wrong? Weakly, Fu Yunting said. You can wait for the doctor to change my bandages. You don't have to do it personally since the wound. Are you afraid the wound is too grotesque and might scare me? Jiang Fei withdrew her hand from Fu Yunting's palm. I've seen it before, deep to the bone. This time, it can't possibly be more shocking than last time, right? The serious tone of Jiang Fei stopped Fu Yunting from continuing to prevent her actions. As the shirt was undone, Fu Yunting's muscular chest was revealed, with a large area on the left side almost entirely soaked in blood, even extending to his abdomen. What made Jiang Fei feel most suffocated was that the sterile dressing had been completely saturated with blood. Jiang Fei instinctively held her breath and carefully began to slowly peel off the sterile dressing. The wound was now exposed to Jiang Fei's sight. She saw that although Fu Yunting's wound hadn't burst open, the surrounding skin was clearly swollen in a wide circle. Looking at Fu Yunting, who usually maintained good health, now suffering from the wound so much that he had collapsed, Jiang Fei couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Her eyes reddening, she lightly sniffed, somewhat at a loss, standing upright for a moment as she pondered, then quickly turned toward the bathroom to fetch water. Afterward, she carefully wiped Fu Yunting's body with a hot towel and then disinfected the area thoroughly with iodine solution, replacing the sterile dressing. Once the treatment was complete, Jiang Fei lightly covered him with a blanket before taking the time to change her bathrobe into pajamas. Exiting the dressing room, she happened to meet Dr. Yu Liangji being let in by Mama Zhang. Dr. Yu Liangji was holding a thermometer, preparing to measure Fu Yunting's temperature. Seeing Jiang Fei come out, he lowered his voice and called her Madame Fu. Jiang Fei nodded and walked over beside him. I just took his temperature. He already has a fever of 40 degrees Celsius, and the area around the wound is red, swollen, and inflamed. Dr. Yu Liangji frowned deeply. On my way here, I got some information from assistant and Mr. Fu's condition wasn't actually stable enough for discharge. These past few days, he's been preoccupied with handling company matters and hasn't rested properly. The inflammation leading to fever is normal, but... Chapter 255, Truly Caring for You. Yu Liangji glanced at the blood-soaked sterile dressing in the trash can. Why did Mr. Fu bleed so much tonight? Jiang Fei's ears were burning slightly, stammering and not knowing how to explain. Yu Liangji didn't notice Jiang Fei's discomfort and was about to continue asking. But Jiang Fei quickly changed the subject, saying, Dr. Yu, just start the 4 for him. Oh, right. Yu Liangji realized what needed to be done, opened his medical kit, and began preparing the medicine. After he hung the 4 for Fu Yunting, he took out some more medicine and handed it to Jiang Fei. Mrs. Fu, make sure Mr. Fu takes these medications over the next few days. Assistant and said Mr. Fu doesn't take his medicine on time, so Mrs. Fu, please help persuade him more often. Jiang Fei took the medication, inquiring about the dosage and frequency before carefully putting the pills away. Looking at Fu Yunting peacefully asleep, Jiang Fei left a bedside lamp on, and then walked out of the bedroom with Yu Liangji to head downstairs. Unexpectedly, just as they closed the bedroom door, the opposite room's door opened, and Zhuang Jing appeared with an expression full of gloom. Yu Liangji was startled by the sudden appearance of Zhuang Jing, blinking repeatedly in shock. This person is... Jiang Fei looked at Yu Liangji. It's a long story. I'll explain another time. Humph. Zhuang Jing gave a sarcastic laugh. Shouldn't you introduce me as the father of the murderer who killed your father? Or the mother of the girl who was murdered? Jiang Fei's gaze hardened. Madame Zhuang, I have already clearly informed you that my father did not kill your daughter. The real murderer has already jumped off a building and died. Zhuang Jing filled her eyes with disbelief and mockery. Who knows if that's just a lie you made up? Jiang Fei clenched her fists tightly, almost unable to bear it. Nearby, Yu Liangji suddenly spoke up. So is it really a lie, or does this madam insist on twisting the truth into a lie? Jiang Fei and Zhuang Jing suddenly shifted their gazes to Yu Liangji. Yu Liangji looked somewhat confused, glancing between the two before awkwardly lowering his head slightly, quietly asking, why are you all looking at me? What do you understand? Zhuang Jing abruptly shouted furiously, taking large strides towards Yu Liangji. You, a mere outsider, what do you know about our affairs? Why are you meddling and pointing fingers? As Zhuang Jing was about to approach Yu Liangji, Jiang Fei quickly stepped forward, standing in front of Yu Liangji. But unexpectedly, Zhuang Jing in her rage raised her hand to strike Yu Liangji. Jiang Fei's blocking only resulted in her palm landing directly on Jiang Fei's face. The sharp sound of the slap stunned Jiang Fei and shocked Yu Liangji, who was standing behind her. Yu Liangji, frightened, hurriedly pulled Jiang Fei behind him and asked Zhuang Jing angrily, Madam, why would you want to hit someone for no reason? Why can't you control your emotions? Mr. Fu is still running a high fever, and your yelling at the door is showing too little awareness, isn't it? Don't bother explaining to her. Jiang Fei interrupted Yu Liangji's words, lifting her hand to touch her burning cheek. I'll see you down. Jiang Fei went downstairs first, and Yu Liangji, frowning at Zhuang Jing, followed suit. Zhuang Jing was still boiling with anger and wouldn't let Jiang Fei and Yu Liangji walk away like that after talking about her. She rushed downstairs, shoving Yu Liangji aside, who had been obstructing her path. Just as Yu Liangji stood steady in shock, he saw Zhuang Jing extend her hand toward Jiang Fei's back. Yu Liangji, wide-eyed with horror, shouted, Mrs. Fu, be careful. Jiang Fei had sensed the footsteps from behind and moved swiftly to the side at Yu Liangji's yell, grabbing the railing of the stairs tightly. Zhuang Jing missed Jiang Fei and lost her balance altogether. Just as she was about to fall down the stairs, Jiang Fei reacted quickly, reaching out to grab Zhuang Jing's arm. Fortunately, Yu Liangji also helped in time, preventing Zhuang Jing from falling down the stairs. Zhuang Jing stabilized herself and was momentarily dumbfounded where she stood. She stared incredulously at Jiang Fei, trembling lips wanting to speak, but words stuck in her throat. Jiang Fei had no intention of concerning herself with Zhuang Jing's feelings. Nodding slightly to Yu Liangji, the two descended to the ground floor, leaving Zhuang Jing standing alone on the stairs, watching their retreating figures with a complex expression. Jiang Fei saw Yu Liangji out to the villa gate. The cold night wind outside made her pull her pajamas tighter around her. Thank you for coming all this way tonight. Yu Liangji shook his head, somewhat uneasy as he glanced back into the villa. He then gazed guiltily at Jiang Fei, whose cheek bore an obvious red handprint. Mrs. Fu, that woman's behavior was truly despicable, and your face. I apologize that you took a slap for me. Jiang Fei's lips curled slightly at the corners. Don't worry about it. The grudges between her and me aren't something easily explained in just a few words. It's getting late. You should go back. The more Jiang Fei said this, the guiltier Yu Liangji felt inside. Still, he was awkward with words and didn't quite know how to express what he wanted to say. Anyway, I still want to apologize. I didn't protect Mrs. Fu in time. Yu Liangji dared not look directly at Jiang Fei anymore. After finishing his sentence, he immediately muttered a farewell, then rushed toward the villa gate. Jiang Fei couldn't help but find his actions somewhat amusing, both heartbreaking and funny. Watching him leave the villa, she finally turned back into the living room. By the staircase, Zhuang Jing was still standing there. Her unfriendly eyes could make Jiang Fei feel thoroughly uneasy all over. As she walked toward the kitchen, Zhuang Jing suddenly spoke up from upstairs. You knew full well that I intended to harm you, to push you down the stairs. Yet why did you catch me? Hearing this, Jiang Fei paused briefly in her steps, but kept moving forward without looking back as she responded. Just an instinct. Clearly disbelieving Jiang Fei's explanation, Zhuang Jing followed her down to the kitchen and pressed further. I don't believe your instincts are good. Your father wasn't either. With a loud bang, Jiang Fei slammed the water glass in her hand down on the counter. She coldly stared at Zhuang Jing, sternly warning her. Mrs. Zhuang, I don't want to repeat myself more than 3 times. I don't know who incited you to behave this way toward me, but have you ever thought you might be being used as a pawn? Some people can't take direct action because they're afraid of offending Fu Yunting, but you're different because Fu Yunting owes you and cannot touch you. I imagine your daughter must have been very smart. So as her mother, you can't be completely foolish either. It would be wise to carefully reconsider every word that person told you, lest you end up being manipulated while still thinking they genuinely care for you. Chapter 256, When Usabilities. As Jiang Fei spoke, she turned to open the fridge to pour milk. When she opened the fridge door, she gave another cold reminder. No one will approach you out of nowhere to help you. If you have a chance, try to test their intentions. Once you figure that out, everything will be clear. After saying these words, Jiang Fei went about her business, as if Zhuang Jing standing there staring at her deeply was just air. After finishing the warm milk, Jiang Fei prepared to leave the kitchen. Just as Jiang Fei was stepping out of the kitchen, Zhuang Jing suddenly asked, "Have you told anyone about seeing me in Rongqing?" Jiang Fei turned back with a look of puzzlement and asked, "Whom have I mentioned about seeing you?" "Yes. I've only mentioned it to my best friend Su Zhuqing. Is there any problem?" Zhuang Jing quickly passed over a sharp look. "No problem." Jiang Fei didn't say much more and turned to go upstairs. Zhuang Jing stared at her retreating back, pulled out her phone, looked up Cheng Qingzhu's number, and sent a message for an appointment tomorrow. Jiang Fei went upstairs and was about to enter her bedroom when the door to the study at the end of the corridor suddenly opened. She turned around to see Jiang Heng walking briskly towards her. Jiang Fei withdrew her hand from the doorknob and stared at Jiang Heng's grave expression, asking, "Were you in the study all along?" Jiang Heng grabbed Jiang Fei's wrist. "Sis, come with me for a moment." Confused, Jiang Fei followed Jiang Heng to the study. He glanced at the corridor, confirming no one was around before closing the door. He walked to his desk, sat down, pulled the chair over, and patted it, indicating Jiang Fei to sit next to him. Jiang Fei couldn't understand Jiang Heng's intention until her eyes fell on the computer screen, causing her mind to go blank instantly. Jiang Heng opened the drawer, took out a photo of Wenyu, and placed it in front of Jiang Fei. "Is this her?" Jiang Fei's lips trembled uncontrollably twice as she stiffly lowered her head to look at Wenyu's photo. The features of the woman dressed as a waitress in the surveillance footage were compared side by side with those in Wenyu's photo, making it almost impossible to find even a slight difference. Even the entire aura could be described as identical, with no discrepancies. Jiang Fei felt her heart sinking bit by bit. It would be extremely difficult, even through plastic surgery, to achieve such similarity. "Sis." Jiang Heng's solemn voice forced Jiang Fei to pull her thoughts back, and she suddenly turned around to meet his gaze. "You?" Jiang Fei's hoarse voice got worse. After swallowing hard, she rallied her emotions slightly. You speak. Did Wenyu really die?" A chill suddenly crept from Jiang Fei's feet all over her body, making her shiver involuntarily. "I'm not sure either, but based on Fu Yunting's previous attitude towards me and Zhuang Jing's situation, Wenyu is probably indeed deceased." Jiang Heng immediately asked, "Then who is this person? Why does she look exactly like Wenyu? If it's not Wenyu, why is she deliberately showing up in front of you? To intimidate you?" Jiang Fei said, "She's not Wenyu. Even if the face resembles, the character should never be the same, right? And she wouldn't possibly have Wenyu's abilities. What if she does?" Jiang Heng asked word by word. "Then do you still have confidence that Fu Yunting will continue to maintain this marriage? And do you have confidence that Fu Yunting will still choose to keep the 2 children in your belly?" Jiang Heng's words stabbed into Jiang Fei's already bloodied heart like a thorn, twisting repeatedly, causing her chest to ache continuously. The power of a white moonlight, this phrase, though Jiang Fei wasn't very familiar with it, she had heard it often. It goes without saying its weight. As long as the white moonlight appears, no matter how excellent the people around are, or how deep the feelings they share are, none can compare to even a bit of the white moonlight. Jiang Fei's nose suddenly tingled with bitterness. "I don't know, but if he wants to do so, isn't that what I want too? I've wanted a divorce for a long time. I've never intended to have the children. At this point, is self-deception useful?" Jiang Heng replied perplexed. "Sis, focus on the key issue. Is this woman's appearance detrimental to you, or detrimental to Fu Yunting?" Jiang Fei's mind was chaotic, failing to fully comprehend Jiang Heng's meaning. Jiang Heng reached out to grab Jiang Fei's arm, turning her body towards himself to explain, but his line of sight suddenly caught the red swelling on Jiang Fei's cheek. He sharply narrowed his eyes. "What happened to your face?" Jiang Fei hastily turned her head. "Nothing, just bumped into the door. Keep going. Did Fu Yunting lay hands on you?" Jiang Heng's eyes burned with anger. "Or did someone else bully you?" Jiang Fei. "Fu Yunting has a fever and is currently receiving intravenous therapy. Aunt Zhang is watching over him. I really did bump into the door by accident. It's nothing to worry about. That's a palm print." Jiang Heng angrily said. "Do you think I'm blind and can't see? If it wasn't Fu Yunting, then it must be that insane woman, right? Xiao Heng, she is also pitiful." Jiang Fei did not suppress Jiang Heng's anger, but instead lowered her eyes to look at Wenyu's photo. She lost her husband and her biological daughter. Anybody would fall apart and lose all reason. Jiang Heng couldn't agree. That's not an excuse for her to bully you. Have you tried seeing things from her perspective, Xiao Heng? Jiang Fei sighed lightly. "I don't consider myself as overly altruistic, but the moment this woman showed up, I instantly had sympathy for her. Why? The daughter she loves in her heart is already dead, yet someone else has taken her daughter's face. Tell me, would she feel anger or choose intimacy? If she chooses intimacy, doesn't that mean she betrays her daughter? And if she chooses anger, what could she possibly do when that person shares the same face as her daughter?" Striking her isn't like striking her own daughter? Upon hearing Jiang Fei's explanation, Jiang Heng suddenly felt a chill. So what was the purpose of transforming this woman into one Yu? In my opinion, it should be targeting Fu Yunting. Jiang Fei gradually calmed down. But whether or not she'll target me, I don't know. Next, we'll have to see when this woman chooses to appear in front of Fu Yunting. What will happen between her and Fu Yunting, and whether Fu Yunting can remain completely rational under this face to figure out why this woman appeared. Jiang Heng looked at Jiang Fei, who had analyzed everything thoroughly. Then, should you tell Fu Yunting about this matter first? Jiang Fei lowered her gaze. I need to consider whether I should tell him, what the consequences of telling him are, and what the consequences of not telling him are. I need to weigh it carefully. Jiang Heng straightened his back. Anyway, I'll investigate this woman's background first. Chapter 257. It will pass. After Jiang Fei returned to the room, Fu Yunting was left with only one large bag of saline solution to be hung. Aunt Zhang walked up beside Jiang Fei. Mrs., would you like to eat something? I can prepare it for you. Jiang Fei shook her head. I don't want to eat. You should go and rest. Aunt Zhang looked at Jiang Fei, opening her mouth slightly as if wanting to say something but stopping herself, causing Jiang Fei to look at her confusedly. What's wrong? Aunt Zhang sighed inwardly before showing a smile. Mrs., you're stronger than I imagined. Some difficulties will definitely pass. After saying that, Aunt Zhang directly left the bedroom, leaving Jiang Fei looking blankly after her retreating figure. A strange feeling lingered in Jiang Fei's heart, but she hadn't thought through where this feeling came from. Jiang Fei walked over to Fu Yunting, who was still sleeping, and placed his hand under the blanket. She then sat on a chair nearby waiting for the drip to finish. This happened as Jiang Fei perhaps made some noise. At the moment she just sat down, Fu Yunting opened his eyes. Unconsciously catching Fu Yunting's deep gaze, Jiang Fei was startled for a moment. You're awake. Fu Yunting moved his throat, making a low, hoarse hum sound. Why don't you lie down and rest? Jiang Fei glanced at the considerable amount of fluid remaining. I'll sleep after your drip finishes. I can't leave you alone while you're still getting an injection. Saying this, Jiang Fei stood up. Do you want some water? After the fever, you must be thirsty. Let me get you some water. Fu Yunting didn't refuse and let Jiang Fei get up to get him water. Once Jiang Fei left the room, he immediately sat up and removed the needle from the back of his hand before heading to the bathroom. When Jiang Fei returned, there was no sign of Fu Yunting on the bed, only the hanging intravenous bag remaining. She quickly put the cup down and prepared to find him. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, revealing Fu Yunting, clad in a bathrobe, emerging enveloped in mist. Jiang Fei froze, staring fixedly at his chest. You have wounds. You shouldn't come in contact with water. How could you possibly take a shower? I didn't touch the wound. With a somewhat hoarse voice, Fu Yunting replied, casually picking up the clean towel by the bathroom door to dry his wet hair as he headed towards the bed. Jiang Fei hurried forward, walking to the bedside and taking down the bag. If you want a shower, you could do so later. But why did you stop the medication halfway? Your wounds are already inflamed. If you don't follow medical advice, you'll continue to run a fever. Fu Yunting lay back on the bed, gazing at Jiang Fei with an intrigued look in his handsome eyes, asking, is this considered concern on your part? Jiang Fei's eyes flickered, glancing at Fu Yunting for a few seconds before hastily averting her gaze. No, hard words won't dissuade someone determined to die. In a huff, Jiang Fei threw the detached bag into the trash can, went around to the other side of the bed, lifted the blanket and lay down, closing her eyes. Watching Jiang Fei curl up in the blanket, Fu Yunting couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Have you been to the hospital recently for prenatal checkups? Fu Yunting dimmed the bedside lamp to its darkest setting, adjusting his position slightly more comfortably. He shifted the topic, which caused Jiang Fei to suddenly remember what Jiang Heng had found out. Her eyes abruptly snapped open, staring at the wall, gazing for quite some time before she finally spoke. Fu Yunting, do you think there can be people in this world who look exactly alike? I don't think so. Closing his eyes lightly, Fu Yunting responded. But first, you should answer my earlier question. I'll go. Jiang Fei turned over to lie flat, staring at the ceiling shadowed by the lamplight. If there really are identical people in this world, would you mistake her for the person you knew before? Such assumptions will never hold true for me. Turning his head, Fu Yunting looked at Jiang Fei, whose face was filled with complex emotions. Why are you asking me this? To do nothing. Jiang Fei had no intention of continuing this discussion any further. No matter what she said, Fu Yunting could not provide any corresponding answers. Not possible, impossible. These responses immediately cut off all conversation. Jiang Fei turned over again, presenting her back to Fu Yunting, refusing to speak further, and this didn't cause Fu Yunting to ask anymore either. The night passed peacefully, and Jiang Fei slept deeply. Waking up in the morning, she found Fu Yunting's figure already gone. Just as she reached for her phone to check the time, knocking came from the door. Jiang Fei sat up in response. Come in. The door was pushed open by Aunt Zhang, and behind her were two doctors wearing white coats whom Jiang Fei had never seen before. Behind these two doctors was a cart pushing some kind of instrument. Jiang Fei squinted carefully, trying to discern what it was, and before she could make out clearly, Aunt Zhang inquired. Mr. Fu has invited two doctors for your prenatal examination. Would it be convenient for them to come in now? Jiang Fei stared at them in confusion. Just because she had asked Fu Yunting not to remind her last night, he had gone ahead and arranged for both the doctors and equipment to come over. However, now that they were here, she couldn't send them back without doing anything. So she reluctantly burrowed under the blanket again and said, Come in. The two doctors didn't waste a single word after entering and immediately started their work. They drew blood from Jiang Fei, conducted an ultrasound, checked her temperature, and more. Once all necessary examinations were done, they turned to Jiang Fei and said, "The baby's condition is good. We'll take the blood sample back for testing, and the report will be delivered directly to Mr. Fu. Additionally, in 2 weeks, we'll return to check on Mrs. Fu." Before Jiang Fei could utter a single word in response, the doctors pushed their equipment and left. No sooner had the doctors walked out than Jiang Hing stepped into the room. He glanced a few times at the departing doctors downstairs, then approached Jiang Fei with bewilderment and asked, "What was that about?" Jiang Fei threw the paper towel used to wipe her stomach into the trash can. "A prenatal checkup. Why are you up so early?" "Not that early." Jiang Heng pulled out his phone and showed the time to Jiang Fei. "It's almost 11. This morning, Su Ningen messaged me saying she'd visit you at noon. They should be arriving soon." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei looked at the time displayed on the phone in surprise. She hadn't realized that she'd slept through nearly the entire morning. Hurriedly, she kicked off the blanket and got out of bed. "Tell Aunt Zhang to prepare a few extra dishes for lunch. I'm going to freshen up, and I'll come downstairs after I'm done." "All right." Jiang Heng watched as Jiang Fei rushed toward the bathroom before calling out, "Sis, I found some information about that woman." Jiang Fei slowed down her steps and paused for a moment before quietly asking, "What did you find out?" "That woman's name is Yuan. Her parents are typical farmers with no education, but she herself has strong learning abilities and managed to get into art school. She just graduated this year." Chapter 258, Protect Yourself. Art school. Jiang Fei turned to Jiang Heng. "Could it also be fine arts major?" Jiang Heng nodded seriously. "Yes. I thought a lot about this last night. Having the same appearance is simple, but making her behavior and demeanor identical to the point where there are no issues? That's not a small matter. This woman neither has the ability nor the money to undergo plastic surgery, let alone plan her life to be exactly like Wen Yu's. Money is an issue, time is even more so. Therefore, the person behind her, if they were spending a large amount of money to target you, that clearly doesn't hold up." Jiang Fei lowered her eyes, her pace slightly shifting. "According to what you're saying, the person behind this woman is only targeting Fu Yunting." Jiang Heng nodded. "In my current view, that's how it is. Sister, I'm telling you all this not because I want you to help Fu Yunting with anything, or tell Fu Yunting to be careful himself, but rather, I want to tell you to stay out of this mess. If you see that woman, try to stay as far away from her as possible. Protecting yourself is the most important thing." Jiang Fei lightly pressed her lips. "All right, I understand. I'll go freshen up first." Jiang Heng was about to say something more when Su Ningen's voice came from outside the door. "Aunt Zhang, you're too kind. I can eat whatever. There's no need to go through the trouble for me." Soon after, Su Ningen appeared at the doorway. She caught Jiang Heng's eye and smiled, waving in greeting. "Jiang Heng, where's Jiang Zhong?" Jiang Heng walked towards the door. "My sister is getting ready. She'll be down shortly. Let's go downstairs first." Jiang Heng's hoarse voice reached Su Ningen's ears, prompting her to look up and observe his facial expression. She followed Jiang Heng downstairs. "We've only been apart for a few days, yet it seems like your mood has worsened." Jiang Heng paused. "Because my sister might encounter bigger troubles ahead." Su Ningen looked bewildered. "Bigger troubles? Are you saying Qin Qingzhu will move here?" "She's not much of a trouble." Jiang Heng glanced back at the slightly ajar room door, staring for a few seconds before silently turning around and heading downstairs again. As he left off mid-sentence, Su Ningen felt restless. She quickly followed Jiang Heng. "Why aren't you continuing?" "I'm waiting to hear. We'll continue on the phone when we have time. It's not suitable to talk about this now." "Yes." Assistant and received a call from the doctor and relayed the situation regarding Jiang Fei to Fu Yunting, who was handling some documents. "Mr. Fu, the prenatal checkup report for Mrs. Fu is out. There's no issue with the baby. As for Mrs. Fu herself, aside from progesterone levels still being a bit low, everything else is normal." Fu Yunting stared at the email on his computer screen, asked the doctor for a solution. "If medication is required, let them deliver it personally to Xinghe Bay to Jiang Fei." "Yes, Mr. Fu." After replying to the email, Fu Yunting massaged his temples that were feeling a bit bloated. "Did you arrange the meeting I asked you to?" "It's already arranged. The dinner is set for tonight, but Mr. Fu, your health." Assistant and worriedly observed Fu Yunting's face, which still didn't look good. "Should we postpone the dinner?" "No need." Fu Yunting put down his hand, picked up the coffee in front of him to drink, but upon catching sight of the medicine on the table, involuntarily remembered Jiang Fei's words. Good advice cannot dissuade someone who wants to die. He quietly put down the coffee, picked up the mineral water beside him, opened it, and swallowed the medicine. Seeing Fu Yunting take the medicine, a surprised expression flickered across Assistant An's eyes. Whether it was in the hospital previously or after discharge, Mr. Fu had never taken the medicine prescribed by the hospital. It was unexpected that he broke this streak today. Is Qin Qingzhu still staying at Beiyuan, or has she returned to the Qin family? Fu Yunting's voice brought Assistant An's thoughts back. She has already returned to the Qin family. Return all her belongings from Beiyuan. This afternoon, investigate how much debt the Chun family still owes the bank. Fu Yunting spun his phone in his hand, seemingly nonchalant, but beneath the surface, dark currents surged in his concealed gaze. Before Assistant An could respond, Fu Yunting added, "It's been quite a while. The bank should exert some pressure." Assistant An comprehended Fu Yunting's meaning. "Understood, Mr. Fu, I'll handle it right away." Evening, Qin Mansion. Qin Qingzhu was packing up her things, preparing to return, when Xiaochang suddenly burst through the door. Startled by his sudden entrance, Qin Qingzhu scolded unhappily. "Xiaochang, do you have any respect?" Can't you understand human speech? Didn't I tell you to knock before entering the office? Sorry, miss. Xiao Chong said earnestly. The bank has sent someone over. Chen Qingzhu paused mid-motion with her bag in hand. The bank's people? Aren't we repaying all the loans? Why are they here? It's not very clear. They're waiting for you in the meeting room. After a brief moment of silent contemplation, Chen Qingzhu, unable to make sense of the situation, reluctantly set her bag down and headed towards the meeting room. As Chen Qingzhu passed the secretary's office, the secretary promptly grabbed their phone and sent a message to Assistant In. Secretary. Assistant In, the bank's people have arrived, and Mr. Chun is on his way to meet them. Not long after the message was sent, a transfer record appeared in the secretary's chat window, followed by an yes job application form. Thrilled beyond measure, the secretary replied, Rest assured, Assistant In, I will surely send you a recording of the situation. On the other side, Assistant In showed the transfer record to Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, the funds have been transferred. Sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed for rest, Fu Yunting didn't even glance at it, just giving a deep, casual hum. Let her work at ES for half a month, then find an excuse to fire her, and give her an opportunity to work elsewhere afterward. Assistant In understood Fu Yunting's intentions and nodded in agreement, saying, If there are no unexpected developments, Miss Chin should come see you tonight. Fu Yunting. End the dinner gathering, then head back to Xinghe Bay. Understood, Mr. Fu. Within half an hour, Fu Yunting arrived at the restaurant and took the elevator to the reserved private room. When the door opened, several of Chun Corporation's major partners were already waiting inside. The chatter ceased abruptly as soon as Fu Yunting appeared. Mr. Fu. Suddenly, a bespectacled middle-aged man stood up and quickly approached Fu Yunting. He extended his hand while flattering him ingratiatingly. Mr. Fu, it has been a long time since we last met. I saw you at the last charity auction, but I couldn't find an opportunity to exchange a few words with you. With a lukewarm glance at the man's hand, Fu Yunting hesitated for a few seconds before deigning to offer a minimal gesture of respect by shaking hands. Chapter 259, Someone You Know. However, Fu Yunting soon withdrew his hand. Mr. Wang, please take your seat. Mr. Fu, after you. Mr. Wang's courteousness prompted the remaining few bosses to also join in with various pleasantries. Fu Yunting walked over and sat at the main position. Only then did they gradually calm down. Mr. Fu, a relatively younger boss sitting next to Fu Yunting smiled and asked, Do we know why Mr. Fu summoned us here today? Fu Yunting glanced at him. Is Mr. Liu eager to go home? No. If Mr. Fu has called me, I will definitely stay as long as Mr. Fu does. It's just that I'm curious why Mr. Fu invited us to dinner, so I blurted out a question. Fu Yunting picked up a wet tissue from the table and meticulously wiped his hands. His tone was rather bland. Then let's eat while we chat. After he said this, no one dared to inquire further about anything. Fu Yunting looked towards his assistant. Tell the waiter to bring out the dishes. And bent slightly and responded, Yes, Mr. Fu, and gave a call, and not long after, the door opened, with the first hot soup being wheeled in by a server. The cart was prioritized to stop near the main position for serving. She lifted the soup pot, carefully placing it on Fu Yunting's plate in front of him. Sir, please have some soup. As the server's voice reached Fu Yunting's ears, Fu Yunting, who had been looking downwards, suddenly raised his eyes, revealing a flash of surprise before quickly turning his head to look at the server beside him. Not only Fu Yunting, but even In, who had just come back from outside, widened his eyes upon seeing the server. Yuan noticed Fu Yunting's gaze, faintly bending her eyes and lightly inquired, Sir, is there something dirty on my face? Fu Yunting continuously inspected Yuan, the shock in his eyes almost impossible to suppress, causing his breathing to even pause momentarily. Gradually, his eyes' tail started climbing up with crimson, his thin lips slightly trembling as he opened his mouth, his voice unusually hoarse. Mr. Fu, do you fancy this server? One of the bosses seated across Fu Yunting suddenly joked. If Mr. Fu has any ideas, why don't you keep this young girl here to accompany you drinking? Before he could finish speaking, when the man saw Fu Yunting's instantly cold stare full of malice, he immediately shut his mouth. Before he could understand why Fu Yunting's expression turned so quickly, Fu Yunting squeezed out a harsh scolding sound from his throat, filled with animosity. Get out. The man stood dumbfounded, and who was standing by the door, stepped forward and told the other company bosses, Sorry everyone. Mr. Fu has encountered an acquaintance and cannot dine with all of you. I'll arrange another private room. Please follow me. Fu Yunting's influence in Jiangxing far outweighed what these few company bosses combined could match. So no matter how uncomfortable they were feeling right now, none of them dared to utter a single word or sigh. Following they left the private room. As closed the private room door, he cast a complex look towards Fu Yunting and Yuan. Pausing for a few seconds, he ultimately chose silence, leaving and closing the private room door. Mr. Fu? A look of bewilderment appeared in Yuan's pure brows and eyes. They addressed you like that just now. You don't mind if I call you like this, do you? Tightening his handsome face, Fu Yunting attempted to rein in his discomposure, but his emotions rendered him unable to reclaim any composure. He suddenly stood up and firmly grabbed Yuan's wrist, his ink-like eyes filled with hostility. Tell me, who are you? Startled by his action, Yuan turned pale with fear and instinctively tried to pull her hand away and step back. But as she couldn't withdraw her hand, she nervously looked at Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, I think I haven't offended you. Can you ask me your questions after releasing me first? Those clear eyes, which revealed all emotions at first glance, closely resembled Wen-Yu's. The more he looked, the sharper pain spread uncontrollably through Fu Yunting's chest as the images of Yuan and Wen-Yu overlapped in front of him. confusing him completely. He clenched his teeth, the tears clearly welling up in his eyes. Answer me. Startled, Yuan drew her neck back and timidly replied. I am Yuan. Mr. Fu, could it be that you've mistaken me for someone you know? Yuan, when you, gripping Yuan's hand even tighter, Fu Yunting subconsciously screamed out loud. You're hurting me, Mr. Fu. Seeing Yuan pouting with red-rimmed eyes, Fu Yunting abruptly released her hand, instantly appearing at a loss while staring at her rubbing her reddened wrist. I'm sorry. Fu Yunting was unable to control all his emotions. I was too hasty. Yuan seized the opportunity to immediately put a safe distance between herself and Fu Yunting. Mr. Fu, the guests have already left with your assistant. Should we continue serving the dishes? There's no need. Fu Yunting glanced at the chair next to him, preparing to ask Yuan to sit down for a conversation. However, unexpectedly, Yuan replied with a simple, all right, and then turned around and ran out of the private room. The speed at which she fled made it seem as if Fu Yunting was a ferocious Yama, king of hell, where staying even an extra second would cost her life. Her sudden departure surprised Fu Yunting. He had originally intended to chase after her, but recalling her frightened face, he abruptly stopped his steps. No sooner had Yuan left than assistant and entered shortly after. He approached Fu Yunting and, with a solemn expression, began speaking. Mr. Fu, that person just now. Fu Yunting's gaze lingered on the entrance of the private room for a while before retracting his eyes and issuing an order in a deep tone. Investigate. Assistant, I've already messaged the technical department when I took them outside earlier. They must be investigating, and I believe results won't take long. But Mr. Fu, taking a quiet, deep breath, assistant and gathered his courage and reminded Fu Yunting. When Miss Wen Yu passed, you were the one who carried her into the ice coffin and personally witnessed her cremation. Fu Yunting appeared uninterested in hearing more from assistant, unbuttoning up his coat. He lifted his foot and headed toward the exit of the private room. With furrowed brows, assistant and dared not think too much and followed closely behind Fu Yunting, reminding him, Mr. Fu, those company bosses. Give them a choice. Continue collaborating with the Qin family or be delisted from the business registry. Following Fu Yunting's orders, assistant and swiftly re-entered the private room to pass on the message. Once done, he hurried back to Fu Yunting, who was waiting for the elevator. Glancing around subtly, assistant and noticed that the female server who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wen Yu was no longer present. Lowering his voice, he asked, Mr. Fu, are we returning to Star River Bay? Fu Yunting slightly opened his thin lips, ready to respond, when suddenly his phone buzzed. Chapter 260, Being Able to Shoulder the Burden. He took out his phone to check, seeing a call from Chen Qingzhu, and directly pressed reject. In the Bei Yuan neighborhood, Chen Qingzhu stood in the living room like an ant on a hot pan, becoming more and more anxious as she repeatedly dialed the rejected number, only for it to be disconnected each time. Her face turning nearly iron gray with anger, she quickly sent a text message. Yunting, where are you? Can you pick up my call after you're done with your business? I have something urgent and need your help, please. Chen Qingzhu waited patiently, but half hour after half hour passed without any sign of Fu Yunting. She couldn't sit still anymore, and called the secretary at E.S company, learning that Fu Yunting wasn't even in the office, before heading towards the gate of the villa. After sitting inside the car, Xiaochang immediately turned back to ask, Miss, where to? To Xinghe Bay. Chen Qingzhu clutched her phone tightly. Xiaochang started the car and quickly delivered Chen Qingzhu to Xinghe Bay. Chen Qingzhu got out of the car and rushed to knock on the door of the villa. Not long after, Aunt Zhang opened the door and saw Chen Qingzhu standing there with a troubled expression. Surprised, she greeted her. Miss Chen, how did you come here? Is Yunting around? I need to speak to him. Chen Qingzhu glanced into the living room. The master hasn't returned yet. Aunt Zhang stepped aside and asked politely with a faint smile. Would Miss Chen like to come in and wait? I believe the master should be returning soon. Taking this as permission, Chen Qingzhu directly walked into the living room. Right then, she met Zhuang Jing coming out from the bathroom. The moment their eyes met, a flicker of vigilance was evident in Zhuang Jing's eyes, though too quick for Chen Qingzhu to notice as it was swiftly hidden. Due to previous encounters, they both pretended not to recognize each other and quickly looked away. Seated in the living room, Chen Qingzhu prepared herself while Zhuang Jing readied to go upstairs. At the stairwell corner, Zhuang Jing came across Jiang Heng and Su Ningen descending from upstairs. Having spent most of the day there, Su Ningen learned about many recent events, causing her to instinctively dodge when seeing Zhuang Jing now. Zhuang Jing didn't pay much mind, passing by them both and going up the stairs. Seeing Zhuang Jing's retreating silhouette disappear at the staircase turn, Su Ningen breathed a sigh of relief before lowering her voice to Jiang Heng. Does she really plan to freeload here indefinitely? This makes life so suffocating for you and Mr. Jiang. I don't know. We'll just see what my sister plans to do. Jiang Heng led Su Ningen downstairs, intending to take her home when he spotted a familiar figure sitting on the sofa. That familiar silhouette instantly ignited a look of deep hatred in Jiang Heng's eyes. But before he could act, Su Ningen had already lunged forward toward Chen Qingzhu. What are you doing here? Annoyed by her current situation, Chen Qingzhu watched Su Ningen bossily approach her and erupted in fury. She suddenly stood up and harshly slapped Su Ningen across the face. How dare you bare your teeth in front of me? Caught off guard by the slap, Su Ningen struggled to move her head back as Jiang Heng rushed to pull her behind himself. Fuming with rage, Jiang Heng shouted fiercely at Chen Qingzhu. Get out! Out of my house! Laughing coldly, Chen Qingzhu remarked. What will you do if I refuse today, Jiang Heng? Don't you think you've already received enough lessons? Jiang Heng gripped his fists tightly. Why don't you tell everyone exactly what happened that day? Scoffing with mockery in her eyes, Chen Qingzhu replied. What nonsense are you saying? I don't understand what you're talking about. You'd better not falsely accuse me of anything. Chen Qingzhu, nothing remains secret forever. Jiang Heng suppressed the urge to hit someone with difficulty. You'd best keep your and Xiao Chang's mouth shut, or else I will personally send you both to prison where you will never recover. Chen Qingzhu scoffed. Then I'll just wait and see. You won't have a good end either. Suddenly, Su Ningen, who stood behind Jiang Heng, shouted at Chen Qingzhu, covering her burning cheek. You monster whose hands are drenched in blood, who even killed her own beloved grandfather. You will meet justice sooner or later. Hearing this mention, the emotions in Chen Qingzhu's eyes became instantaneously cold and menacing. What did you say? Dare you repeat those words again? I said you're heartless. Unable to hold back her anger, tears brimming with resentment filled Su Ningen's eyes. You're a woman devoid of conscience, a devil who would even kill her own grandfather. The malice in Chen Qingzhu's eyes was almost impossible to hide. Su Ningen, if a person can't control their mouth, the consequence will absolutely be beyond what they can bear. At least those who can't control their mouths are better than some people who break moral bottom lines and lose humanity. Su Ningen continued to refute without being humble or rude. The sound of their quarrel went upstairs. Jiang Fei faintly sensed that something happened downstairs because her door wasn't fully closed. She quickly dropped the towel in her hand and walked out of the bedroom, only to suddenly see Zhuang Jing standing in the dark by the staircase, quietly listening to the conversation from downstairs. The sound of Jiang Fei's steps made Zhuang Jing turn around and look at her. With different emotions in their hearts, they stared at each other for quite a while. Suddenly, Zhuang Jing started to speak. Chen Qingzhu's personality seems not to match with her appearance. Jiang Fei was a bit surprised by this calm statement Zhuang Jing said to her. She lightly hummed as she didn't understand Zhuang Jing's intention. Zhuang Jing, for example, black and white reversed, unable to distinguish right from wrong, abusing others' power, extremely hypocritical. For idioms came off Jiang Fei's tongue in one breath. Just as the words fell, Su Ningen's shouting sound came again from downstairs. Unable to wait for Zhuang Jing's response, Jiang Fei ran towards the stairs down. By the time she reached the first floor, there also came a sound of the door being opened. Jiang Fei turned her head toward the entrance, realizing Fu Yunting was just back. The moment Chen Qingzhu saw Fu Yunting, she turned around and ran toward him. In front of all, shamelessly, she grabbed Fu Yunting's arm, saying, Yunting, I finally waited for you. Why didn't you answer my call or reply to my message? Her coquettish tone not only let Fu Yunting furrow his brows, but also made Jiang Fei, Jiang Heng, and Su Ningen despise her. Chen Qingzhu, you are shameless. Su Ningen couldn't help but shout at her. A minute ago, you were standing here yelling at me like a shrew and hitting me. Now you pretend to be pure and innocent. How can you act so convincingly? Chapter 261. Did she bully you? Chen Qingzhu's eyes reddened with the rising tide of emotion as she looked at Fu Yunting, whose face was cold and severe. Yunting, did you hear that? Their words were unbearable. I haven't done anything to offend them. Fu Yunting glanced coldly at Chen Qingzhu. Are you sure you didn't say anything? Chen Qingzhu sniffed miserably. What could I possibly say? This is your wife's house. Even if I wanted to say something, I don't have the right. And Yen. Fu Yunting pulled his arm from Chen Qingzhu's grasp and slightly turned his body to look at Yen, his assistant who stood behind. Bring up the villa surveillance footage and let Miss Chen see exactly what she said here. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingzhu's complexion instantly changed. Her face went pale as she stiffly turned her head to look around the room. There were several cameras in the corners of the room. They would be visible if only one raised their head slightly. But when she came in, she had been so preoccupied with her own thoughts that she hadn't noticed a thing. With her lies exposed by Fu Yunting, Chen Qingzhu's expression alternated between dark and sullen, her face red with suppressed anger and embarrassment. As assistant and prepared to play the surveillance footage on the coffee table, Chen Qingzhu suddenly clenched her teeth and rushed to explain before the audio played out to Fu Yunting. Yunting, I remember now, I did say some harsh things, but it was Su Ningen who started it first, so I followed up on what she said. The resentment showed in Chen Qingzhu's tone. But I am human too. I can't just let them bully me without fighting back. Fu Yunting gave a cold scoff. If that's true, why did you lie just now? Is telling the truth really that hard? And no, not hard. The flush from Chen Qingzhu's neck spread all the way up to her cheeks, and her voice was noticeably weaker than before. Fu Yunting stepped in front of Jiang Fei, scanned her up and down, then asked, did she bully you? Jiang Fei was surprised by Fu Yunting's sudden concern for her. In previous situations like this, he would always attend to Chen Qingzhu first, and even side with her to suppress her. This abrupt change in attitude left her feeling uneasy. Jiang Fei shifted her gaze to Su Ningen. I'm fine, but Ningen got slapped by Chen Qingzhu. Following Jiang Fei's line of sight, Fu Yunting looked at Su Ningen. Su Ningen tightly clutched Jiang Heng's arm, biting her lower lip while tears brimmed in her eyes. She stared at him both fearfully and angrily. Before Fu Yunting could say anything, Jiang Heng pulled Su Ningen behind him, blocking Fu Yunting's view. If you want to help Chen Qingzhu, go ahead and attack me first. Fu Yunting ignored Jiang Heng's words and instead tilted his head slightly, meeting Su Ningen's eyes and asking, do you want to hit her back? Su Ningen froze, equally shocked along with Chen Qingzhu, who stood nearby. Yunting. Chen Qingzhu quickly returned to Fu Yunting's side, anxiously defending herself. She bullied me first. How is it wrong for me to discipline her? I'm a proper Miss Chen. Am I supposed to be insulted by someone without any status or title? Is that not wrong? Fu Yunting barely spared a glance at Qin Qingzhu and continued to ask Su Ningen, answer me. Incredulously stepping forward from behind Jiang Hong, Su Ningen asked hesitantly, am I really allowed to hit her back? Why shouldn't you? Fu Yunting retorted. Due to her what she did to you. How hard is that? Seeing Fu Yunting's serious expression, Su Ningen began to feel more certain. He wasn't joking, but genuinely standing on their side to confront Qin Qingzhu. In an instant, everyone saw Su Ningen take 2 large steps to Qin Qingzhu's back, grab her arm, drag her over, and deliver a sharp slap across her face. A loud, crisp sound echoed through the air, and none of them reacted in time to realize how fast Su Ningen moved. After striking, she quickly ran back behind Jiang Hong, never giving Qin Qingzhu the chance to retaliate. Now positioned safely behind Jiang Hong, Su Ningen faced the hostile glare of Qin Qingzhu. Bravely holding her ground, Su Ningen berated Qin Qingzhu again. Do you think I'm scared because you're glaring at me? You kidnapped me, hurt Jiang Hong, killed the mother of Mr. Jiang, and your own grandfather. You're a cruel and heartless woman. Frankly, you may not even be able to protect yourself, let alone try to harm me. Not satisfied with stopping there, Su Ningen turned to Fu Yunting for another accusation. Mr. Fu, do you really feel safe keeping such a dangerous woman near you? One day, she might lose her mind and attempt to murder you. I truly suggest you investigate Miss Chen thoroughly. If you forgive her, you're letting a devil capable of ending lives walk free. Mr. Jiang has your child inside her. If you won't consider Mrs. Jiang, at least think about the children. Shut up. Just shut up. Qin Qingzhu was consumed with rage and lifted her leg to lunge towards Su Ningen. Upon seeing this, assistant immediately grabbed Qin Qingzhu's arm. Despite Qin Qingzhu's frantic attempts to break free, she could not shake him off by a bit. Unable to escape and reach Su Ningen, Qin Qingzhu's face contorted from ferocity to frustration and agony. Tears flowed from her eyes as the strength in her body waned, prompting her to turn her head in disappointment towards Fu Yunting, whose eyes showed nothing but coldness. Yunting, why have you changed so quickly? Qin Qingzhu took 2 steps closer to Fu Yunting. Tell me, wasn't it always that you stood by my side before? Why have you changed so fast now? So fast that you haven't given me even half a second to react, withdrawing all your trust from me with such finality. You said you liked me, yet how come that liking disappeared within such a short time? I've been willing to endure others' scorns and strange gazes just to stay by your side. But why won't you see how much I've endured for you? Fu Yunting continued to look at her with an icy indifference, like at a complete stranger. From start to finish, I never once told you that I liked you. Besides, were all those things you endured forcibly done because of me? Hearing this, Qin Qingzhu froze. It seemed that during the time she spent with Fu Yunting, she had never heard him say he liked her. A wave of helplessness swept over her entire being, nearly causing her to lose balance on her feet. The tears in her eyes kept rolling down her cheeks. Then what does our time back then mean? Fu Yunting, why don't you reflect on whether we had any further physical intimacy during that period? Qin Qingzhu broke down emotionally, struggling to breathe. So, I was just someone you used to provoke, Jiang Fei. I was no more than a pawn in your hands. Is that it? Do you really think you served any other purpose? Fu Yunting's unwavering rejection completely shattered the beliefs that Qin Qingzhu had clung to. Chapter 262, Nothing Can Change. She was still envisioning the future, imagining herself one day driving Jiang Fei away and becoming Mrs. Fu. Even if that didn't happen, at the very least, she planned to be Fu Yunting's lifelong hidden concubine. Only this way would her backer, the Qin family, not collapse. Only this way could she continue living a glamorous life in this world. However, the truth slashed down on her neck like a sharp chopping knife, showing no mercy at all. Her flesh and blood were laid bare before everyone. Her pride completely shattered into nothing more than dust underfoot. Qin Qingzhu desperately scanned all the people surrounding her as every string of rationality snapped in her mind one after another. She forced out an eerie chuckle from her throat. Don't I just look like some joke to you right now? No one responded to her words. Everyone simply looked at Qin Qingzhu with derisive eyes, watching her edge closer and closer to madness. Qin Qingzhu's shifting eyes suddenly locked directly onto Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, aren't you angry? Aren't you upset? Fu Yunting actually used me against you, and the reason is all because of his previous girlfriend. If Fu Yunting hadn't already told her about this, her emotions probably wouldn't have been in any better state right now. Even so, knowing it still left cracks in her heart, the emptiness seeping through painfully. Jiang Fei tightened her fingers slightly. I know, so what? You know? The expression on Qin Qingzhu's face clearly cracked. So you knew everything? I'm the only one who was kept in the dark, while watching you two act it out right in front of me. Jiang Fei calmly stared at her. The feelings Qin Qingzhu had, she'd experienced once. It was almost indistinguishable from betrayal, utterly suffocating. But how does empathy change anything? Someone like Qin Qingzhu doesn't deserve anyone's sympathy. She dug this deep pit for herself step by step. Jiang Fei didn't want to continue pulling these meaningless threads with Qin Qingzhu anymore. She turned to Assistant N and said, Assistant N, please help me escort our guest out. Assistant N nodded, intending to drag Qin Qingzhu out but didn't expect her to immediately dodge his hand and steady herself. I can walk myself, don't touch me. As she spoke, Qin Qingzhu turned to Fu Yunting. I came here tonight just to ask you for one thing, and then I'll leave. Please, for all my efforts following around you these past days, help me out. Fu Yunting raised a hand to unbutton his suit jacket. If it's about the bank, there's no need to discuss it with me. Qin Qingzhu's pupils shrank sharply, and what little color remained in her face gradually drained. How did you find out about this? Fu Yunting didn't even want to explain to Chen Qingzhu, not even sparing her an extra glance. And Yen, take her out. Assistant and fixed his gaze on Chen Qingzhu. Miss Chen, please leave. If you refuse to go, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at Fu Yunting's cold, emotionless face, Chen Qingzhu seemed to suddenly understand something. Even if she wanted answers, the situation was irreversible, and nothing could change it now. Instead of begging Fu Yunting to loosen his grip and spare the Chen family once, perhaps it was better for her to return to the company and first pay back part of the money Mu Shirong had given her to the bank. Without waiting for another prompt, Chen Qingzhu moved toward the villa door with heavy steps. When she reached the vestibule, she suddenly turned around, directing a deadened gaze toward Jiang Fai. As Jiang Fai noticed and turned her head to meet her gaze, Chen Qingzhu's lips curled faintly in an ironic smile. Jiang Fai, do you think your bad days started because I stayed by Fu Yunting's side? Actually, your worst days are truly beginning now. Jiang Fai furrowed her brow tightly, unable to guess the meaning behind Chen Qingzhu's sudden words, yet she already exited the villa, slamming the door shut. What does truly beginning mean? What did Chen Qingzhu find out? And how did it relate to her? Or was it about Fu Yunting instead? Where did she get her information from? From Madame Fu? Unable to identify a point of entry or understand these questions, Jiang Fai decided to set them aside for now and walked towards the kitchen. Afterwards, she carried an ice pack in her hands and approached Su Ningen, raising the ice pack slightly beside her. Ningen, sit down, let me apply this to your face. If you can stay tonight, do so. With Chen Qingzhu just leaving, I wouldn't feel safe letting you return home alone. I feel the same way. Su Ningen sat on the couch as Jiang Fai pulled her, her dark eyes darting around Fu Yunting a couple times. But Manager Jiang, Su Ningen lowered her voice and asked Jiang Fai after leaning in, would Manager Fu mind that I stay here? Jiang Fai followed Su Ningen's gaze toward Fu Yunting, who was sitting on the couch deep in thought, his expression serious. Having no patience to think too much about it, she turned back and reminded Su Ningen, Ningen, this is my house. He has no right to object. Okay. Su Ningen stole a quick smile, biting her lip. Then I'll bother Manager Jiang tonight. After arranging the guest room for Su Ningen, Jiang Fai finally returned to her own room to rest, unaware that upon pushing the door open, she would see Fu Yunting emerge from the bathroom after finishing washing up. Jiang Fai glanced at him once before looking away, closing the door quietly behind her as she said, you told the bank to urge Qin Company for the overdue payment. The certainty in Jiang Fai's words made Fu Yunting glance at her with surprise. How did you guess that? Your attitude of not wanting to talk much to her proves everything. Chen Qingzhu isn't actually stupid. Whatever I could think of, she would naturally be able to as well. Jiang Fai walked to the coffee table and picked up the water glass to take a sip. After putting it down, she cradled the warm cup in both hands and lost herself in thought for a moment, remembering the last words Chen Qingzhu said before leaving. Jiang Fai lifted her eyes to ask Fu Yunting, what do you think her final statement today meant? Fu Yunting leaned back into the bed. It means something if you think it does, but if you don't, then it doesn't. Are you evading my question? Jiang Fai furrowed her brow slightly, repeatedly picturing the faces of Yuan and Wenyu in her mind. Fu Yunting, if there were another one. In this world. Dong dong. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Jiang Fai's sentence. She set the glass down and went to open the door, only to find assistant and anxiously standing outside the room. Manager Fu. Fu Yunting looked at him. What's wrong? The person we saw at the restaurant tonight.